The young man was clearly a time traveler, but there was no awakening system. Thus, Lin Chen diligently and assiduously cultivated for 90 years. The young man was clearly a time traveler. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. He became the walking joke of the sect. Lin Chen had now reached the end of his life at the age of 99, to leave no regrets. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Ding! Congratulations on your true birth into this world. Officially bound to the invincible life system. The system scans the host's condition, and the personal panel is activated. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Age, 1 year old. Talent, common grade. Cultivation, body tempering 3rd layer. Constitution, none. Age, 1 year old. Martial arts. Introduction to the mystic water sword technique. Introduction to the wood spirit sword technique. Minor mastery of the body tempering fist. Personal panel generation completed. The first task is now being assigned. As a human host, please learn human language. Obtain the Tao product talent and root stem spirit body. The sudden sound of the system. Ding! Introduction to the mystic water sword technique. Introduction to the wood spirit sword technique. Minor mastery of the body tempering fist. The dim pupils suddenly erupted with an unbelievable radiance. System, the invincible life system is here. Ding! Congratulations on your true birth into this world. The system has finally arrived. But what the hell is being 1 year old? What the hell is learning human language? I've been speaking human language in this world for over 100 years. Lin Chen was speechless. Damn it, I'm over 100 years old. As a human host, please learn human language. Your system is a full 100 years too late. The first task is now being assigned. I speak this native language more fluently than you do. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Constitution, none. Lin Chen was wildly ranting in the most fluent human language. Talent, common grade. Introduction to the mystic water sword technique. Introduction to the wood spirit sword technique. Minor mastery of the body tempering fist. Officially bound to the invincible life system. Congratulations on completing the task of learning human language. Thus, Lin Chen diligently and assiduously cultivated for 90 years. Thus, Lin Chen diligently and assiduously cultivated for 90 years. Constitution, none. Ding! Your system is a full 100 years too late. Personal panel generation completed. Lin Chen had now reached the end of his life at the age of 99. Boom! The young man was clearly a time traveler. The young man was clearly a time traveler. It instantly surged through his limbs, bones, and every organ in his body. The system has finally arrived. His expression changed slightly. What the hell is learning human language? His expression changed slightly. He immediately dropped the axe and rushed into the room. The system scans the host's condition, and the personal panel is activated. But what the hell is being 1 year old? Lin Chen had now reached the end of his life at the age of 99, officially bound to the invincible life system. What the hell is learning human language? The wrinkled skin shed rapidly like a snake's molt. Lin Chen was speechless. Damn it, I'm over 100 years old. I speak this native language more fluently than you do. I've been speaking human language in this world for over 100 years. Become tougher and denser. In such a short time, though his hair remained completely white. Ding! The color has been restored. Rhizome spirit. Your system is a full 100 years too late. Lin Chen was speechless. Damn it, I'm over 100 years old. Born with an innate affinity for precision. Born with an innate affinity for precision. Congratulations on completing the task of learning human language. Officially bound to the invincible life system. Boom! A spiritual entity of this level inherently contains immense potential, enough to possess the power to defy fate and alter destiny. An unprecedented sense of power surged through every cell in Lin Chen's body. Officially bound to the invincible life system. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Chen had now reached the end of his life at the age of 99. The system has finally arrived. As a human host, please learn human language. Constitution, none. Is this the power of the system? Congratulations on completing the task of learning human language. The first task is now being assigned. Constitution, none. Cultivation, body tempering 3rd layer. The first task is now being assigned. Congratulations on completing the task of learning human language. Obtain the Tao product talent and root stem spirit body. Ding! Age, 1 year old. Age, 1 year old. Physique, rhizome spirit body. Age, 1 year old. Technique, body tempering art, optimizable. Born with an innate affinity for precision. Cultivation, body tempering 3rd layer. As a human host, please learn human language. The system scans the host's condition, and the personal panel is activated. Age, 1 year old. I don't know how long it's been. The young man was clearly a time traveler. Tao pin talent with root spirit body. Introduction to the mystic water sword technique. Introduction to the wood spirit sword technique. Minor mastery of the body tempering fist. The system has finally arrived. It is said to be merely a saint-grade talent. The system has finally arrived. I speak this native language more fluently than you do. Ding! Rooted spirit entity. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Martial arts. Moreover, this second task is to become a disciple of the immortal sect. It instantly surged through his limbs, bones, and every organ in his body. Moreover, this second task is to become a disciple of the immortal sect. The first task is now being assigned. He immediately dropped the axe and rushed into the room. As a human host, please learn human language. As a human host, please learn human language. I am now a registered menial laborer of the profound heaven immortal sect. The dim pupils suddenly erupted with an unbelievable radiance. In other words, this task is free for the taking. He immediately dropped the axe and rushed into the room. The system notification was heard. It was detected that the host's current identity is already a disciple of the Xiantian immortal sect. But what the hell is being 1 year old? I speak this native language more fluently than you do. A spiritual entity of this level inherently contains immense potential. The young man was clearly a time traveler, but there was no awakening system. I speak this native language more fluently than you do. Talent, common grade. Along with 100 chi gathering pills. Introduction to the mystic water sword technique, introduction to the wood spirit sword technique, minor mastery of the body tempering fist. Lin Chen was wildly ranting in the most fluent human language. As a human host, please learn human language. Even the guard dogs at the sect's gate have foundation establishment cultivation. Ding! Talent, common grade. He immediately dropped the axe and rushed into the room. Cultivation, body tempering third layer. However, just as he was about to cross his legs and sit down to retrieve his cultivation techniques and pills, the system's emotionless prompt sounded once again at the most inopportune moment. Ding! Personal panel updated. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Talent, Dao grade Gung metal spirit body. Cultivation level, Chi Ti realm, 3rd tier. Constitution, Gung metal spirit body. Technique, Great Sun Gung metal breathing method earth grade. Martial arts, Mystic water sword technique yellow grade beginner, Wood spirit sword technique yellow grade beginner, Tempered body fist yellow grade mastery. Lin Chen? What the heck is this? Did I just skip from age 1 to 20? What happened to the 19 years in between? Eaten by a dog? Although he had actually lived for 120 years, the system interface's sudden leap was way too abrupt. Lin Chen's eye twitched. He felt the system was getting more and more unreliable. But never mind. Age is just a number, strength is what truly matters. Getting started with cultivation is the priority. He took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to complain, and prepared to continue. But just as he did, the familiar system prompt sounded again. New task, at the age of 20, you encounter the pitiful 18-year-old girl Lu Ruyan. Please instruct the newly recruited menial disciple of the Xiantian Xianzone, Lu Ruyan, in the Xian Shui sword technique once. Task reward, mastery of the Xian Shui sword technique and the innate talent for the invincible sword path. Lin Chen stared at the task panel that appeared before him, his entire body freezing in place. His expression gradually shifted from shock to confusion, and finally settled into deep silence and bewilderment. What the heck is this? Me, at 20 years old? Meeting an 18-year-old Lu Ruyan? And what the heck is this task information? Guide the newly recruited menial disciple of the Xiantian Xianzone, Lu Ruyan? This dog system must really be senile. Lu Ruyan. She's now the revered holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzone sect, the Holy Maiden. She holds a revered position and possesses unimaginable power. And you, an old menial, dare to instruct her in the Xian Shui sword technique? She might be using techniques from the heavenly realm or even the holy realm by now, for crying out loud. This task is completely mismatched. Lin Chen felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. Lin Chen tried to communicate with the system in his mind. System, are you sure this task is okay? Lu Ruyan is now the holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzone sect, not some newly recruited lowly disciple. However, the system remained silent. The task panel remained clearly suspended before his eyes, as if mocking his doubts. Lin Chen refused to give up and asked again, are the mission objectives and description based on data from 120 years ago? Can you update it? Still no response, as silent as a stone sinking into the sea. Lin Chen. He finally understood. This damn system not only activated 120 years late, but its brain seems to be malfunctioning. The tasks it was assigning were completely based on its chaotic database from some unknown point in time. What on earth are we supposed to do now? If the task isn't completed, the dog system will probably get stuck on it. This unparalleled sword art talent. It looks so promising. Although he's currently gifted, his potential is limited, and resources are essential for rapid improvement. The leader isn't reliable. But the rewards are real. Are you really going to guide the holy maiden Lu Ruyan in learning the basic sword techniques? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, thinking of Lu Ruyan and feeling a headache coming on. He had originally decided to never contact her again. In the end, Lin Chen sighed. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." Lin Chen shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. No matter how absurd this mission was, since it had been assigned, he had to find a way to handle it. His own abilities were still too weak. Although his innate physique was now countless times stronger than before, his innate talent hadn't turned into actual strength. He was still a complete novice. Especially when it came to completing the third task. Without strength, going to the Holy Maiden Peak now would be courting humiliation. First, I must cultivate until I reach the peak of the body tempering stage. Then I'll go complete this task. Lin Chen exhaled, made up his mind, and immediately began to act. He immediately crossed his legs and sat down, circulating the newly obtained Earth-grade Great Sun Gangjin breathing technique, while his mind delved into a deeper understanding and refinement of the mysteries of the body tempering realm. As the technique circulated, vast amounts of celestial and earthly chi were stirred. Unlike the faint threads of energy he had felt before, it now resembled billowing smoke. This time, the celestial and earthly spiritual energies surged forward with overwhelming force, and Lin Chen finally experienced the exhilaration of a genius's cultivation. The third level of body tempering transformed at an almost terrifying speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already broken through to the fourth level of the body tempering realm. But this was still far from reaching the limit of his Dao grade talent and the potential of his Gangjin spirit body. Half an hour passed. Boom! The dilapidated wooden house was shaken by a surge of spiritual energy. Fifth tier chi refining realm. But this is far from over. An hour later, body tempering realm, sixth layer. The sun and moon rotated, and time passed. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. For 7 days, Lin Chen had been fully immersed in cultivation. Finally, on the 8th night, a terrifying surge of chi and blood rippled out from within Lin Chen's room. Soon after, the wooden door that had been closed for 7 days finally opened once more. Lin Chen stepped out, exhaling deeply. His eyes, which had been cloudy before, were now clear and bright, radiating an inner glow. The changes he had undergone in those 7 days were beyond the imagination of anyone. He was no longer the old servant at the third level of body tempering he once was. He had now reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm, just one step away from entering the chi gathering realm, with a lifespan of 150 years. Even within the Xiantian Xian zone, he could now become an outer sect attendant. Humph! In just 7 days, he broke through from the 3rd level of chi refining to the 9th level of chi refining. A Dao grade talent and a Gangjin spirit body that's truly extraordinary. With my current strength, I can walk around freely among the menial disciples. I might as well go pay a visit to the Holy Maiden Peak. Even if I encounter trouble, I won't fear it. Lin Chen spoke, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak, a flash of memory crossing his eyes. The next moment, his storage ring flickered with a faint light, and a stamped token appeared in his hand. Chapter 3, The Old Menial Disciple Swiftly Defeats the Young Disciples. The world is too crazy. This seemingly ordinary, withered stamp held a distant memory for Lin Chen. It was over 90 years ago. At that time, he had just arrived in the Great Wasteland realm and was struggling at the bottom of the Xiantian immortal sect, working as a lowly menial. Lu Ruyan was merely a newcomer, several years his junior. At that time, she was far from the radiant beauty of the holy maiden she would become. Instead, she was pale and emaciated, like a bamboo pole swaying in the wind, timid and often bullied by other laborers. Lin Chen saw her plight and, out of a sense of shared hardship as fellow lowly servants, often looked out for her within his limited means. For example, he would give her an extra half portion of dry rations or, when she was being bullied, use his own frail body to shield her from harm. Although he himself was merely a lowly cultivator at the chi refining realm, he was still slightly stronger than Lu Ruyan, who had yet to cultivate her chi into her body at that time. This simple care did not last long. Lu Ruyan's talent soon shone like a long-buried pearl, radiating brilliant light. In a short time, she had already channeled chi into her body, her cultivation began to advance rapidly, and she was soon noticed by an inner sect elder, who promoted her directly from the menial peak to the inner sect. On the day she left, Lu Ruyan found Lin Chen and solemnly handed him the embroidered patch she had made with her own hands. She said that Lin Chen was the only person she had ever felt warmth from on the menial task's peak. She said that if he ever faced any insurmountable difficulties in the future, he could use this embroidered patch to find her in the inner sect. Lin Chen accepted the emblem but never once thought of going to find her. He was well aware. From the moment Lu Ruyan stepped into the inner sect, they had already become people from two different worlds. Between menial servants and inner sect disciples lay an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Lu Ruyan's talent was extraordinary. In the years that followed, rumors about Lu Ruyan trickled into Lin Chen's ears like fragments of a legendary tale. She advanced rapidly, her cultivation soaring like a rocket, leaving countless peers far behind. From inner gate disciple to core disciple, and then to direct disciple. 20 years ago, she broke through to the Yuanling realm, then outshone all the prodigies of the sect, ascending to the position of Holy Maiden, becoming the symbol of the younger generation of the Xiantian Xianzong, with an unparalleled status. Lin Chen still remembered the day when Lu Ruyan became the Holy Maiden. She had sent an invitation to him, inviting him to attend the Holy Maiden's coronation ceremony. But he refused. As an old servant on the brink of death with meager cultivation, what did he have to appear at such a grand and prestigious event? Going there would only be a humiliation, and it would also bring unnecessary trouble and criticism to Lu Ruyan. He had thought that this invitation would be buried with him, never to see the light of day again. Yet, to complete the dog system's absurd task, he would have to use it after all. Lin Chen walked for a long time. Finally, a picturesque mountain peak shrouded in mist, with cranes soaring through the skies and palaces of jade and marble faintly visible, came into view at the end of his sight. This was the Holy Maiden Peak. The peak was so filled with spiritual energy that it seemed almost tangible. Taking a breath felt refreshing and invigorating, a stark contrast to the thin, polluted air of the menial peak. However, before he could even approach the white jade steps at the base of the mountain, several pairs of eyes filled with hostility and mockery landed on him. Hey, isn't that Lin Chen, the old fool from the menial peak? A disciple with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, dressed in the same gray menial robe but looking much younger and stronger, blocked his path with a sinister grin. Behind him were 2 or 3 other menial laborers, all wearing mocking smiles. Lin Chen recognized these few. The leader was Li Xian. This man was notorious on the menial labor peak for being a troublemaker, always picking on the weak, especially those like Lin Chen, menial laborers with no background, low status, and advanced age who were often subjected to his constant taunts and insults. The other 3 weren't worth mentioning. They weren't good people either. Especially after he turned 60 and his body grew frail, he was constantly bullied and had his resources stolen by other menial laborers. Especially Li Xian, who had only joined the sect 5 years ago. 3 years ago, he surpassed Lin Chen in strength and, relying on his youth, seized all of Lin Chen's cultivation resources. This man. He deserves to die. Old man, why aren't you just waiting to die in your doghouse? What are you doing here at the Holy Maiden Peak? Li Xian tilted his head and looked at Lin Chen with an extremely contemptuous expression. Is the Holy Maiden Peak a place where a worthless fool like you can come? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what you're made of? Exactly. Get out of here immediately. Don't defile the sacred grounds of the Holy Maiden Peak. The henchmen nearby joined in the taunts. Lin Chen's cloudy eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the few clowns before him, his heart unmoved. If this had been before the system activated, he might have chosen to endure and retreat. But now, he had no time to waste on these scum. Get out! Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, yet it carried a hint of unwavering coldness. Hey! You old fool, you're still pretty tough? Li Xian seemed to have heard something amusing, and the mockery on his face grew even more pronounced. I'm not backing down today. What are you going to do about it? Li Xian spoke, reaching out to push Lin Chen, eager to see him stumble and fall. However, his hand only reached halfway. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Chen moved. His palm had risen at some point, snatching Li Xian's wrist with lightning speed. So fast. Li Xian had no time to react. You! Li Xian's expression changed as he tried to break free, but he was horrified to discover that the withered hand was like an iron clamp, containing a terrifying force he couldn't believe. His wrist was being squeezed so tightly it hurt, and his bones were making cracking sounds. How is this possible? This old man is only at the 3rd level of body tempering, isn't he? How could he be so strong? Let go of me. Do you want to die? Li Xian, both shocked and enraged, clenched his other fist and swung it toward Lin Chen's face. The 2 henchmen behind him reacted and attacked simultaneously, one on each side, targeting Lin Chen. They were all at the 6th level of body tempering, and together, they were confident they could easily take down this old man. Some other disciples passing by were drawn to the commotion and stopped to watch from a distance, their faces lit up with the excitement of a spectacle. A fight among low-ranking disciples? Or a mob beating up an old man? Interesting. However, what happened next left everyone's eyes wide with shock. Facing the 3 attackers, Lin Chen's hunched body suddenly trembled, and a primal, indescribable aura quietly emanated from his body. He grabbed Li Xian's wrist and twisted it violently. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed clearly. Ah! Li Xian let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire arm twisted at an unnatural angle. At the same time, Lin Chen's other withered hand slapped out casually like a fan. Boom! Boom! 2 dull thuds. The 2 henchmen who had charged forward didn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's robe before being directly knocked flying through the air. The 2 men flew through the air like 2 torn sacks, drawing an arc before crashing heavily onto the ground away, spitting blood and instantly losing their ability to fight. Instant kill. The entire process happened so quickly it was dizzying. The area fell into complete silence. All the disciples watching the spectacle had their expressions frozen in shock, replaced by disbelief and astonishment. This old man is so strong? He took out 2 disciples at the 6th level of qi refining in an instant? Especially Li Xian, he was at the 9th level of qi refining. You. Li Xian clutched his broken arm, his face drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Lin Chen, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. Just then. Stop! A loud shout rang out. A young man with a tall, straight posture emerged from the crowd, dressed in the robes of an outer sect disciple, his aura clearly far stronger than the others. He was in his early 20s, and his cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of qi condensation. This man was named Wang Hao, who was somewhat renowned in the outer sect and served as the leader of Li Xian and the others. Upon seeing his subordinates beaten so brutally, Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. You lowly servant, how dare you commit such a heinous act of violence under the sacred peak of the Holy Maiden? Wang Hao shouted harshly, his eyes filled with icy intent to kill. Although he was also surprised by Lin Chen's displayed strength, he did not believe that an old servant could cause much of a stir. How could someone at the qi refining realm possibly defeat someone at the qi gathering realm? There's a vast gap between the 2 realms. So what if he is? Lin Chen gave him a casual glance, his tone calm. This calm demeanor only made Wang Hao even more furious. An old who injured his subordinate dares to act so arrogantly? You're asking for death. Wang Hao no longer bothered with words. He channeled his inner energy, took a step forward, and charged toward Lin Chen like a leopard. His right hand formed a claw, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, aiming straight for Lin Chen's throat. A cultivator at the qi condensation realm striking out his might was indeed far beyond that of the body-tempering realm. The surrounding disciples quickly stepped back, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. They all believed that Lin Chen, the old menial, was as good as dead. Facing Wang Hao's fierce attack, Lin Chen remained standing in place, as if frozen in fear. Until the moment the claw wind was about to touch his throat. Lin Chen moved. He didn't use any true qi, nor did he employ any techniques. He simply raised his right hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, and met Wang Hao's claws with a single punch. This punch seemed ordinary and even slow. But in Wang Hao's eyes, it was as though he saw a sharp, massive sword, carrying an unmatched terrifying force, swinging down toward him with relentless force. That pure, piercing aura felt like it could crush all flesh, causing even Wang Hao, a cultivator at the 2nd level of qi condensation, to feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of physical body is this? How is this old man possible? Wang Hao was utterly shocked, but it was already too late to change his stance and retreat. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed like the beating of a drum. Fists and claws collided. Snap! Another bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. But it wasn't Lin Chen's fist that broke, it was Wang Hao's hand, infused with true qi. Wang Hao flew backward like a, flying farther and crashing harder than his few qi refining realm subordinates. He lay on the ground, his fingers twisted and deformed, his chest caved in, coughing up blood in large gushes. The look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Chen was as though he were gazing at a monster. One punch. 2nd-tier qi condensation defeat? And it was defeated by a mere old servant using pure physical strength? Deadly silence. All the disciples watching were frozen in place as if under a spell. They were completely baffled. Is this world gone mad? An old janitor, with a single punch, took down a genius at the 2nd level of qi gathering? Who the hell would believe that? Lin Chen slowly withdrew his fist, not even glancing at Wang Hao, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. His seemingly emaciated body had been strengthened by a earth-grade cultivation technique, and his Gangjin spirit body made his physical strength far surpass that of ordinary people. Though his cultivation realm was low, in terms of raw physical strength and durability, even some qi condensation realm 9th layer cultivators might not be his match. At that moment, 2 even more powerful figures swiftly descended from the white jade steps of the Holy Maiden Peak. Chapter 4. To avoid getting stuck on the quest. The old man can only visit the Holy Maiden. Stop! 2 disciples dressed in white, tight-fitting robes, with long swords at their waists and a fierce aura, instantly landed among Lin Chen and the others. Their eyes were filled with caution and scrutiny, and deeper still, a hint of unhidden disdain. A group of lowly disciples dared to fight in front of the Holy Maiden Peak? These menial disciples must be seeking death. Upon seeing the mountain guards, Lin Chen spoke humbly, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. This old man is Lin Chen, a menial disciple. I have urgent business to report to the Holy Maiden. A menial disciple? Seeking an audience with the Holy Maiden? The female disciple on the left snorted derisively, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Old man, did you not wake up yet? I did not punish you for disturbing the peace at the foot of the Holy Maiden Peak, and now you dare to harbor such delusions? The Holy Maiden is of such exalted status, how dare you think you can see her whenever you please? Get out of here. Take one more step forward, and don't blame me for showing no mercy. The female disciple on the right was even more direct. She drew half of her long sword, its cold gleam flashing, exuding a murderous aura. Their cultivation levels were all above the pulse condensation realm, far beyond what Lin Chen and his fellow menial servants could hope to match. Lin Chen knew it was pointless to argue further. The gap in their status was like an insurmountable chasm. He took out the stamp given to him by Lu Ruyan and presented it to the two mountain guards, saying, "The holy maiden once said that if I had any matters, I should bring this stamp to find her." A stamp? The female disciple on the left, upon seeing the ordinary-looking stamp, furrowed her brows even more tightly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. "Get out of here! You think you can see the holy maiden by just bringing some random thing? You're being too delusional." She was about to wave her hand to knock the stamp away, but the female disciple on the right suddenly changed her expression and stared intently at the stamp. The next moment, her pupils contracted sharply, and her breathing became. "Wait! Senior sister! The holy maiden did indeed mention this stamp 10 years ago." Her voice trembled with disbelief. The female disciple on the left froze, looking at her in confusion. "Sis, what's wrong? What's so special about this old print?" Before she could finish, she seemed to remember something, and her face turned deathly pale. This is the pattern that was specifically mentioned 20 years ago to be watched out for? It wasn't an officially made Holy Maiden's token. The matter of the pattern was even more secretive. It was rumored that when Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan ascended to her position, she personally instructed the mountain disciples that if they ever saw someone carrying a pattern, the bearer could see the Holy Maiden, as if seeing her in person. But the person before them was an old servant on his deathbed? How could he possess the stamp mentioned by the Holy Maiden? The two mountain guards' minds went blank. Their gaze toward Lin Chen shifted from previous disdain and contempt to utter disbelief. They had just scolded, even threatened a person holding the Holy Maiden stamp? Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Thud! The two of them knelt down almost simultaneously, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Master, senior disciple, please forgive us. We were blind and did not recognize your senior status. Please forgive us." Their voices trembled with fear. Some other disciples who had been watching from a distance were also completely stunned by the scene. What's going on? Those two senior sisters at the condensing vein realm, how could they kneel before an old menial servant? What is that old man holding in his hand? Could it be some kind of important token? For a moment, various speculations and looks of astonishment all focused on Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the two female disciples kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, and felt no emotion whatsoever. This was the power of status. Lin Chen calmly retrieved the printed paper and said hoarsely, "Please escort the two senior sisters to take me to see the Holy Maiden." "Yes. Yes. Please go ahead, senior." The female disciple on the left hurriedly got to her feet, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying, and led the way ahead. The disciple on the right swiftly retrieved a communication jade token and reported what had happened here at the fastest possible speed. An old servant holding the Holy Maiden's seal had suddenly arrived. This was undoubtedly a major event at the Holy Maiden Peak. "We must immediately notify the Holy Maiden." Lin Chen, hunched over, followed the mountain guards up the white jade steps leading to the peak of the Holy Maiden Peak. He ignored the curious glances from those around him. His sole concern now was to meet Lu Ruyan as soon as possible, complete the system task, and claim the reward. Holy Maiden Peak, Summit. A grand yet elegant hall stood quietly amidst the clouds and mist. The plaque above the entrance bore the three characters Holy Maiden Hall, written in flowing calligraphy that exuded the essence of the Tao. Deep within the hall, in a secluded chamber, a woman dressed in moon-white palace robes, with an otherworldly beauty and an ethereal demeanor, paces restlessly. She is none other than the current Holy Maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect, Lu Ruyan. At this moment, this being who appeared to outsiders as high and mighty, as if she were a goddess from the heavens, had completely lost her usual calmness and composure. Her slender jade-like fingers clenched tightly, and her clear, autumn water-like eyes revealed a hint of tension and anticipation. Just moments ago, the mountain guards had sent a message through the communication jade talisman, delivering news that had sent shockwaves through her heart. Lin Chen. That name, that figure, even after nearly a century, they remained etched deeply into her soul. Lin Chen had actually come. He had come to the Holy Maiden Peak with the stamp she had made with her own hands years ago, the only token of their bond. Lu Ruyan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Images from over 90 years ago involuntarily flashed through her mind. At that time, she was just a weak and pitiful young girl who had just entered the sect and was bullied by others. It was Lin Chen, a young man who was also a menial servant, barely able to feed himself, who stood in front of her time and time again. With his narrow shoulders, he created a small yet incredibly warm shelter for her. The kindness of that half loaf of dry bread, the clumsy comfort, the image of him being beaten until his face was bruised and swollen while defending her. Each scene is as vivid as yesterday. This kindness, Lu Ruyan never forgot. After her talent awoke and she entered the inner sect, she had thought of repaying him. But she knew Lin Chen's personality well enough. He had a stubborn sense of pride. Directly giving him cultivation resources, he would likely refuse. She could only choose a more subtle approach. Over the years, she had used her influence to secretly look after the menial peak, ensuring that Lin Chen did not suffer any major oppression and could live in peace. She knew that Lin Chen's talent was extremely poor, and after a century of arduous cultivation, he remained stuck at the qi refining realm. She also knew that his lifespan was nearing its end, and he likely had little time left. She desperately wanted to help him, to give him longevity pills or resources to enhance his cultivation. But 10 years ago, she ascended to the position of Holy Maiden and personally wrote an invitation for Lin Chen to attend the grand ceremony, but he politely declined. This made her hesitate. She feared that her impulsive help might wound the last remnants of Lin Chen's pride. She feared that her presence might make his already difficult situation even more awkward. She could only watch silently and wait patiently. Little did she expect that today he would come of his own accord. Had he encountered some insurmountable difficulty? Or Lu Ruyan dared not think any further. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. With a flick of her delicate hand, a water mirror appeared before her. She examined her reflection carefully. Are my hairpins in place? Was her dress appropriate? Was her makeup flawless? Chapter 5, a single cry of Lin Chen startled the mountain guardian. After confirming there was nothing inappropriate, she finally exhaled slightly. But her heart remained tense. This wasn't the same woman who once looked down on her peers with a calm and composed demeanor, the holy maiden of the Xintian Xinzong sect. She was clearly a young girl about to meet the person she had been longing for. Outside the holy maiden's hall, Lin Chen, guided by a disciple, finally arrived at his destination. From afar, he spotted a snow-white figure standing quietly at the entrance of the grand hall. It was a silhouette. Even just a silhouette, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was slender and graceful, her curves flowing like a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. A snow-white gown fluttered gently in the breeze, outlining a silhouette that was utterly captivating. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of laziness and otherworldly beauty. She stood there quietly, as if she had become one with the world around her, forming a breathtakingly beautiful scene. An ethereal and otherworldly aura emanates from her, making others feel inadequate and unable to look directly at her. Lin Chen's heart tightened involuntarily. Is this the Lu Ruyan of today? The timid little girl who once followed him around had grown into this? The power of time is truly terrifying. Thinking of the purpose of his journey to guide this woman, who was now the holy maiden of the Xintian Xianzong, in cultivating the Xianshui sword technique, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is damn harder than walking through a knife edge or a fiery inferno. With his own body, which was previously at the 3rd level of qi refining, and even now at the 9th level, he was still no match for her. To instruct her, a Yuanling level cultivator? Who would believe that? This dog system's task is utterly absurd. It's like absurdity itself opening the door for absurdity, taking it to the extreme. This was like roasting him over a fire. However, just as Lin Chen was ranting wildly in his mind, feeling his scalp tingle, that stunningly beautiful snow-white figure slowly turned around. A face of unparalleled beauty, flawless and ethereal, filled Lin Chen's cloudy eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting. A delicate nose and cherry lips, exquisitely crafted. Especially those eyes clear, bright, as if containing the stars and the sea, deep and mesmerizing. Yet, in those eyes that could make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, there was a hint of complex emotion. There was excitement, joy, worry, and a hint of tension that was hard to detect. Their eyes meet. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Lin Chen looked at the face before him, both familiar and felt a mix of emotions. Familiar were the contours of her brows, faintly reminiscent of the little girl she once was. The unfamiliar was the unparalleled elegance and the depth of her cultivation that seemed impossible to fathom. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat dry and parched. Should he address her as Holy Maiden? Or, just as Lin Chen hesitated, Lu Ruyan's voice, as melodious as heavenly music yet tinged with an imperceptible tremor, softly echoed, Lin Chen. Brother? Boom! The words Lin Chen, older brother, echoed in Lin Chen's mind like a thunderclap. His body trembled violently, and his cloudy eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. In a daze, the ethereal maiden before him seemed to overlap with the frail little girl from over 90 years ago, who had followed him in ragged servant's clothes, timidly calling out, Lin Chen, big brother. A century of vicissitudes had passed, and everything had changed. He was now an old man, his days numbered. Yet she stood tall in the clouds, radiating brilliant light. Yet that single word, brother, spanning nearly a century, seemed to instantly erase the vast chasm between them. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. A warm current surged quietly through his heart, dispelling some of the icy coldness that had been lingering there. Standing beside him, the female disciple responsible for guiding the way had completely frozen in place. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she stared at the scene before her as if she had seen a ghost. The Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden of the Xintian immortal sect, who was revered and worshipped by countless disciples, had actually referred to an old menial from the menial peak as brother? Had she heard incorrectly? Or was this old menial's true identity far more terrifying than she had ever imagined? In an instant, the mind of this mountain-guarding disciple was engulfed by a tidal wave of shock, and his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with awe and disbelief. Especially Recalling her previous rude behavior toward Lin Chen at the foot of the Holy Maiden Peak, she couldn't help but inwardly curse herself. Just then, Lu Ruyan also snapped out of her excitement and daze from their reunion. Her clear, beautiful eyes glanced briefly at the mountain disciple standing beside Lin Chen, who looked as lifeless as a wooden carving or clay sculpture. Lu Ruyan's delicate eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. Though her heart was in turmoil, the dignity and habits of a sacred maiden quickly restored her outward calm. Lu Ruyan's red lips parted slightly, her voice cold and authoritative, a stark contrast to the trembling brother she had just spoken. "You may step back now." "Yes, Holy Maiden." The mountain guarding disciple hurriedly bowed in respect, nearly scrambling away from the place that had filled her with terror. She swore. What she had seen today, the title she had heard, she would keep buried deep within her heart, never daring to utter a single word. Otherwise, even without the Holy Maiden intervening, the admirers within the sect would tear her to pieces. As the mountain guarding disciple retreated, only Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan remained before the Holy Maiden's hall. The atmosphere grew awkwardly quiet. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the turbulent emotions within her. However, her stunningly beautiful face couldn't help but bloom with a faint smile. That smile, like an iceberg melting and a snow lotus blooming, was pure and radiant, instantly making the surrounding world pale in comparison. But upon closer inspection, the depths of her eyes, as clear as autumn water, held not only joy but also a faint trace of sorrow. She took a few graceful steps forward and slowly approached Lin Chen. The closer she got, the clearer she could see Lin Chen's familiar yet much more mature face, and the eyes that carried the aura of years of experience. Lu Ruyan felt a slight pang in her heart, as if something had pricked her. A faint pang of sadness and tenderness welled up in her heart. Lu Ruyan sighed, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of tenderness. "Lin Chen, how did you grow so old?" Lin Chen heard this and felt even more embarrassed. Old? He was far from old. Before the system appeared, he was nearly dead from old age. If it weren't for the system appearing in time and granting him the Gangjin spirit body and Dao grade talent, he would have been nothing but a pile of bones in just a few days. Facing the stunningly beautiful saintess before him, who seemed like a celestial maiden from the heavens, and thinking about his own withered appearance and the frustrating system tasks, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Chen forced a bitter smile. Yes, over 100 years, how could one not age? Lin Chen instinctively avoided the pitying and inquisitive gaze of Lu Ruyan. What kind of situation is this? Here he was, 120-something-year-old old monster, pretending to be young in front of a sister who looked only in her 20s but had cultivation depths beyond measure and was also nearly 100 years old. No, it wasn't pretending to be young, it was showing his age. The real problem was that he had to instruct her in the most basic Shin Shui sword technique. Lin Chen could already envision the bewildered expression on Lu Ruyan's face when he made this request. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen's awkward smile, which was clearly evasive and unnatural. With her sharp intelligence, she sensed something was off. However, the joy of their reunion and the special feelings that had spanned nearly a century temporarily suppressed her doubts. Lu Ruyan forced herself to sound calm, her voice tinged with curiosity and concern as she asked, "Lin Chen, what brings you here today?" Her voice was still melodious, but the coldness of a saint had vanished, replaced by a warmth that was almost intimate. After asking this, she seemed to remember something, and her tone carried a faint hint of resentment and grievance as she added softly, "Do you remember 10 years ago when I became the Holy Maiden and held the Holy Maiden ceremony, sending someone to invite you? You didn't come." Her voice was low, filled with deep resentment. Chapter 6, Then please trouble Lin Chen brother to guide me. The young girl's soft voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment and grievance, reached Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, nearly stirred by some inappropriate memories. "No! Stop it! Force yourself to keep your eyes on your nose and your nose on your heart." Lin Chen forced himself to suppress the surging emotions. The current Lu Ruyan was not someone like him, an old man, could covet. The only thing that mattered now was completing this ridiculous task assigned by the system and getting the reward that was the ultimate goal. As for the rest, we'll deal with that later. Lin Chen took a deep breath and gave an apologetic smile. "The Holy Maiden ceremony? At my age, going there would only cause trouble for you. I'll just skip the commotion." Skillfully avoiding the main point, Lin Chen changed the subject. "Actually, I didn't come here for anything important. It's just that this old man feels his time is nearly up, and he doesn't have much time left. Looking back on the past 100 years, it's been a blur, devoid of any meaning. The only thing that brings me comfort is the kindness the Holy Maiden showed me back when I was a menial servant on the menial peak." Lin Chen paused here, lifting his head to look at Lu Ruyan. His cloudy eyes flickered with a complex emotion, as if he were reminiscing or sighing. "So before I die, I just wanted to come see you. And to revisit the past." Lin Chen paused here, seeming to struggle to speak. His old face flushed slightly, and his voice became hesitant. "But I don't know if it's possible. Whether I can teach the Holy Maiden the Xian Shui sword technique once more?" As the words fell, Lin Chen wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn it!
I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. A mere 9th-tier chi refining realm old servant was being asked to instruct a Yuan infant realm holy maiden in the most basic of basics, the mystic water sword technique? If this gets out, the entire Xiantian Xianzong sect will laugh themselves silly. System. You're really a genius. This is so absurd it could open the door to absurdity itself. Even a task absurd enough to be sent to your great-grandmother could be posted. Lin Chen had already braced himself for being looked at like a lunatic by Lu Ruyan, then rejected without mercy, and possibly even expelled outright. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, after hearing his words, Lu Ruyan didn't show any signs of mockery or contempt. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes first flickered with a hint of confusion and bewilderment, as if she hadn't quite caught the details of Lin Chen's request. Then, that hint of confusion quickly faded, replaced by a smile as bright as sunlight, as beautiful as 100 flowers in full bloom. Xian Shui sword technique? Lu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, exuding a touch of playful innocence and delight. She seemed completely oblivious to the absurdity in Lin Chen's words, instead appearing exceptionally delighted by this request. Sure. She agreed lightly, her voice clear and pleasant, filled with uncontrollable excitement. The next moment. Hum. A faint hum. A sword, entirely translucent and crystal clear, as if carved from ice, emanating misty water vapor and a terrifying spiritual pressure, appeared out of thin air in Lu Ruyan's hand. This was her soul-bound spirit sword, the Ice Soul Cold Light Sword. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and tiny ice crystals even began to form in the void. However, Lu Ruyan paid no heed to the coldness emanating from the sword. She stepped forward to stand before Lin Chen, raised her jade-like hand, and made a gesture that nearly made Lin Chen's eyes pop out of his head. To everyone's surprise, Lu Ruyan actually took hold of Lin Chen's withered, calloused, and wrinkled hand. Then she gently placed the Ice Soul Cold Light Sword, which emitted a terrifying aura, into his hand. The soft, smooth skin of the young girl contrasted sharply with the bone-chilling coldness of the Ice Soul sword hilt, causing Lin Chen's heart to skip a beat. After doing all this, Lu Ruyan raised her breathtakingly beautiful face, smiled like a flower, and said softly, "Then, please trouble Lin Chen brother to guide me." Her voice was as gentle as water, filled with trust and reliance toward Lin Chen, as if the old man before her was truly the sage who could guide her. This scene. If any cultivator from the Xiantian immortal sect were to witness this, they would likely be so shocked that their eyes would pop out of their sockets, their worldview completely shattered and shattered. Xianyan Holy Maiden. Lu Ruyan. What an exalted existence she was. Of unparalleled beauty, endowed with extraordinary talent, and having cultivated to the stage of a 100-year-old Yuan infant. Such a heavenly born maiden is the object of desire for countless prodigious saints and the star that the younger generation of cultivators look up to. In her daily life, she is as cold and distant as a goddess, keeping everyone at arm's length. Forget about holding hands, even getting within 100 feet of her is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But now, she has actually handed over her life-bound spirit sword to an old servant on the brink of death. She even took his dirty, wrinkled hand in hers. Using a tone that bordered on pleading, she asked him to instruct her in the most basic sword techniques for beginners. What the hell is going on here? There are countless prodigies and geniuses, as well as noble heirs, both within and outside the sect, who have gone to great lengths to win even a single glance from Lu Ruyan. Each of them is physically strong, young and handsome, gifted with extraordinary talent, and comes from a powerful background. Yet now, it seems, all of them combined can't even match an old servant who looks like he could be blown over by a gust of wind? This is even more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Lin Chen clutched the icy cold sword in his hand, its weight crushing his palm and its chill piercing his bones. It felt like he was holding a red-hot iron bar. It's burning hot. Damn it, it's too hot to touch. Especially the lingering warmth from Lu Ruyan's delicate hands that had just touched it, and her bright, expectant eyes. Lin Chen felt as though his entire body was about to burst into flames. This wasn't guidance. This is clearly a public execution. Oh, okay. Then you watch me demonstrate first. Lin Chen forced himself to finish speaking, then hurriedly began to mimic the moves of the Xian Shui sword technique, which he had memorized to perfection. As he demonstrated, he also pretended to give instructions. Cough, cough. This opening stance requires you to sink your qi into your dantian. Lin Chen is right. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently, her expression serious, and pulled out a long sword from her storage ring to practice as well. This move, the sword strike, must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Oh, I see. Lu Ruyan suddenly understood, then deliberately shook her wrist, causing the sword technique to go awry. Oh no. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. She stuck out her tongue, looking a bit annoyed. Lin Chen. Wrong? You're a Yuanling-level cultivator, and you can't even master the most basic Xian Shui sword technique? Are you kidding me? Lin Chen felt as though he were being repeatedly roasted over a blazing inferno. Every single moment was torture. He had to maintain the appearance of guiding while enduring the extreme shame and embarrassment within him. He also had to constantly watch out for the curious and probing glances that Lu Ruyan occasionally cast his way. This was more exhausting than fighting someone for 300 rounds. Finally, just as Lin Chen felt he was on the verge of mental collapse, this torturous instruction finally came to an end, though it was far from smooth. A complete set of the mystic water sword technique was forced to be practiced by the two of them for over half an hour. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the task, instructing the newly recruited menial disciple of the Xiantian Xianzone, Lu Ruyan, in the Xian Shui sword technique once. Task reward, Xian Shui sword technique mastery, invincible sword path talent, has been distributed. The cold system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Chen heard it as if it were heavenly music. Finally over. He hurriedly returned the ice soul cold light sword to Lu Ruyan, his movements so swift they created a gust of wind. Cough, cough. Now that you've finished instructing me, this old man will take his leave. Lin Chen now wanted nothing more than to escape this place as quickly as possible. How humiliating. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might actually find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, just as he turned to run away, Lin Chen, wait! Lu Ruyan's clear and pleasant voice rang out again, stopping him in his tracks. Lin Chen's footsteps halted, and he let out a silent cry of despair before stiffly turning back. But there, in her palm, was a storage ring shimmering with a brilliant, precious light, clearly no ordinary item. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and forcefully shoved the storage ring into Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, you just said your time was almost up. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen's aged face, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Inside are some pills and cultivation resources. Though they may not allow you to defy heaven and change your fate, they should at least help you hold on for a few more days. Keep cultivating diligently and don't give up. Her tone carried an unwavering resolve that left no room for refusal. Lin Chen held the storage ring in his hand, which felt warm to the touch, clearly having been kept close to Lu Ruyan's body. He sensed the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from within, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Was this considered being kept? Living off someone else? Or an old man of 100 years old living off someone else? Oh my goodness! This won't do. In the past, Lin Chen protected me, and I never had the chance to repay him. Now that he's finally come to find me, I should at least give something back. If Brother Lin Chen refuses, I won't be able to leave the Holy Maiden Peak today. Lu Ruyan finished speaking, her tone tinged with a touch of playfulness and anticipation. Does she really hope Lin Chen refuses? Then keep him at the Holy Maiden Peak? Lin Chen reluctantly agreed. Alright, since that's the case, I'll accept it. One day, I'll repay the Holy Maiden. I still prefer it when Lin Chen calls me Ruyan like before. No way, you're the Holy Maiden. I'll be going now. Take care, Holy Maiden. Lin Chen said no more and dared not linger, fleeing the Holy Maiden's Peak as though he had been chased by a tiger. Chapter 7, Living off others seems kind of appealing? The sword intent that shocks the Immortals sect. The peak of the Holy Maiden Peak. Lu Ruyan stood quietly, watching Lin Chen's slightly panicked figure disappear at the end of the mountain path. A gentle breeze blew, lifting her snow-white skirt and flowing black hair, her divine beauty and grace captivating all who saw her. Slowly raising her jade-like hand, Lu Ruyan gently touched the hilt of the ice-soul cold light sword that Lin Chen had just held. There seemed to be a faint trace of his warmth still lingering there. A faint blush crept up her flawless cheeks, as delicate and vibrant as a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. The scene of being guided by Lin Chen earlier was etched into her heart like a brand. Although Lin Chen's movements were a bit awkward and his explanations were somewhat unclear. But that feeling. It felt like she had been transported back a century to the days when he had clumsily protected her on the menial peak, filling her heart with an indescribable sweetness and excitement. Especially that single phrase, Lin Chen, which had crossed a century of time. She had thought that with the vast difference in their statuses and the passage of time, she would never be able to utter that name naturally again. Yet here she was, reunited with him, and everything felt as though it had returned to the beginning. She looked at the soul-bound spirit sword in her hand, her eyes sparkling with a captivating glow. Lin Chen Gu. Lu Ruyan's red lips parted slightly as she murmured softly, her voice so gentle it seemed as though it could melt the ice. You finally came to find me on your own. This means you still care about me, doesn't it? If that's the case. Lu Ruyan's gaze grew steadfast, tinged with an unwavering resolve. Then I'll help you from now on. You won't refuse me anymore, will you? On the other side. Lin Chen rushed back to his dilapidated little wooden hut on the menial peak, almost as if he were fleeing. He closed the door, leaned his back against the doorframe, and finally exhaled deeply. Recalling the events that had unfolded on Holy Maiden Peak, especially Lu Ruyan's breathtaking beauty, her eyes filled with dependence and trust, and her intimate gestures of taking his hand and slipping a ring onto his finger. Lin Chen felt his face burning with embarrassment, and his heartbeat began to race uncontrollably. Too thrilling. Think of him, Lin Chen, who had lived over 120 years in this life and the last, dedicated solely to cultivation and the pursuit of immortality, never giving a thought to matters of the heart. To the point where, after living for 120 years, he was still a virgin who had never even held a girl's hand. No one would believe it if he told them. He had always thought that his life would end this way, talentless, with his lifespan nearing its end, dying in obscurity. But who could have imagined that just as he had accepted his fate and was preparing to die, this damn system showed up? Not only did it come, it also gave him such an absurd task. It told him to interact with the holy maiden he once had a crush on, who was now high and mighty, in such an awkward and sensual way. What a cruel twist of fate. Lin Chen shook his head, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Lu Ruyan. Once this task is completed, there probably won't be any further interaction between them in the future. No more thinking about it. Lin Chen shifted his attention to the warm storage ring in his hand. This was the soft meal personally given to him by the holy maiden. He curiously sent a faint thread of his divine sense into it. The next moment. SSSHHHH. Lin Chen sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in shock. The space inside the ring wasn't particularly large, but the items piled inside were enough to drive any menial disciple or even an outer sect disciple mad with desire. Spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones piled up like small mountains. A quick glance revealed at least tens of thousands. There were also dozens of mid-grade spirit stones shimmering with a soft glow. You must understand that on the menial peak, receiving 10 low-grade spirit stones in a month is already considered a decent allowance. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. This is an astronomical sum. Besides the spirit stones, there were also over a dozen exquisitely crafted white jade bottles, each labeled with a tag. Qi-gathering pills, meridian-condensing pills, body-tempering elixir, life-restoring pills. All of these are pills that cultivators at the Qi-refining realm and Qi-gathering realm have always dreamed of obtaining. Moreover, judging by the quality of the pills, they were round and plump, with a strong medicinal fragrance, clearly not ordinary items. What shocked Lin Chen the most was, in the corner of the ring, several jade slips lay quietly. His divine sense swept over the jade slips. Xian Yuan Gong, a lower-tier Xian grade cultivation technique. Burning Thunder Fist, a high-tier martial art of the yellow rank. Swift Wind Step, a mid-tier yellow grade body technique. Water Elemental Formula, a lower-tier Xian grade cultivation technique. A full 2 Xian grade cultivation techniques and 3 Huang grade martial arts techniques. Xian grade cultivation techniques. In the Xiantian Xian zone, these are probably only available to inner sect disciples, right? However, I already have the Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique. That girl Lu Ruyan. She is being way too generous, isn't she? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, feeling the vast resources within the ring, and suddenly felt that this soft rice actually tasted pretty damn good. Especially for someone like me, with no background, no talent, and on the verge of death. Sigh, I guess in the entire Great Wasteland realm, besides me, there's no one else who's this lucky to get to eat the Saintess's soft rice, right? Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gratitude toward Lu Ruyan growing even deeper. Such a wonderful woman, I wonder who will be so lucky to marry her in the future. Lin Chen shook his head, carefully placing the ring on his finger, then focused his mind to check the system interface. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Talents, Taoist talent, unmatched sword art potential. Cultivation level, Qi refining realm, 9th tier perfect. Constitution, Gengjin spirit body. Technique, Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique earth grade. Martial arts, Mystic water sword technique mastery, Wood spirit sword technique beginner, Tempered fist mastery. Looking at the golden, invincible sword path talent on the panel, along with the Xian water sword technique that had already reached the mastery realm, Lin Chen felt his heart swell with boundless ambition. Dao grade talent. Gengjin spirit body. Invincible sword path talent. Plus earth grade cultivation techniques and a mastered sword technique. With this current setup, although he still appeared to be a 100-year-old old man on the outside, but in terms of potential and talent, he is more than a match for, and even surpasses, the most prodigious geniuses of the Great Wasteland realm. Let's test the power of this perfected Xian Shui sword technique, combined with my unmatched sword cultivation talent. Lin Chen's heart burned with excitement as he picked up his old, rusty iron sword and stepped out of the wooden hut. Although the servant peak was lacking in spiritual energy, it was spacious enough to find a secluded, uninhabited corner with ease. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at a secluded forest near the back mountain cliff. The area was overgrown with weeds and rarely visited by people, making it an ideal place for sword practice. Lin Chen held his breath, focusing his mind as he recalled the techniques of the Mystic water sword technique. Though it was merely the most basic introductory sword technique, after the system had reached the Great Achievement realm, countless insights and essences of the sword technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave. It felt as though he had immersed himself in this sword technique for hundreds of years, with every detail etched into his memory. Combined with the terrifying boost from his invincible sword path talent, practicing it felt effortless. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and casually raised the iron sword in his hand. The next moment, he moved. He did not deliberately channel his spiritual energy nor strive for the perfection of the technique. He simply followed the mysterious sensation within his heart and thrust the sword forward with a casual motion. Whoosh! An ordinary, unremarkable strike. Not even a whisper of wind was stirred. However, at the very moment the sword was thrust out, Lin Chen's body suddenly trembled. A strange, indescribable sensation of sharpness, agility, yet also the flexibility of water, like a seed breaking through the soil, quietly began to sprout in his heart. This essence was profound and mysterious, as if resonating with some unseen law of the universe. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his hands involuntarily halted their movements. Could this be the legendary sword intent? He had merely casually practiced the most basic form of the Xian Shui sword technique, yet he had already grasped the sword intent that countless sword cultivators had longed for in their dreams? Though it was merely the most rudimentary entry-level sword intent, this was simply too absurd to believe. His innate talent for the sword way is truly terrifying. Lin Chen hadn't even recovered from the immense surprise. Hum. Sudden changes erupted. Centered around him, within a radius of hundreds of miles. Whether it was the iron swords held by the lowly disciples, or the fine steel long swords worn at the waists of outer sect disciples, or the magical swords and spirit swords treasured in the caves of inner sect disciples and core disciples. Even the ancient divine swords that had lain dormant for countless years deep within the sect's inner sanctum. At this very moment, all of them emitted a clear, resonant hum. Like a subject encountering his sovereign, 10,000 swords resound in unison. This invisible wave of sword intent spread out like ripples, instantly engulfing the entire Xiantian Xian zone. In an instant, in the Xiantian Xian zone, countless elders, supreme elders, peak masters, hall masters, and even the sect master all suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Is that sword intent? How pure and agile. Who is it? Which sword cultivator has graced our Xiantian Xian zone with their presence? This sword intent seems to be coming from the direction of the menial peak. Let's go. Let's check it out. Chapter 8. How dare you send a 100-year-old old man to participate in the menial tasks competition? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, terrifying auras and overwhelming pressure surged into the sky like meteors, rising from all directions of the sect and shooting straight toward the menial peak. The entire Xiantian Xian zone was startled by this sudden surge of sword intent. At that moment, the one who had caused all this, Lin Chen, had already sheathed his sword and stood there, speechless, feeling the sword songs echoing around him. Damn it, I've gone too far. Lin Chen's heart raced. He knew the commotion he had caused was far too great. If he didn't flee immediately, he would be caught red-handed. Lin Chen dared not linger for a moment. His figure flickered, and he darted into the depths of the dense forest like a fox, rushing back to his dilapidated hut at top speed. Almost as soon as he had left, behind him, swish, 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 several figures emanating a terrifying aura appeared at the very spot where he had been practicing swordplay. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes, his face stern and imposing, none other than the sect master of the Xiantian Xian zone, Li Daoxian. Behind him followed several other elders whose auras were equally profound and unfathomable. Their divine senses swept out, carefully scanning the area. Master, the person has already left, a white-haired supreme elder frowned. The residual sword intent is faint, but it is pure and extraordinary, far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could possess, Li Daoxian said, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Judging by the intent, it seems to contain the flexibility of water yet retains its sharpness. This must be a master of the sword path, another elder said solemnly. When did such a figure emerge from the menial peak? Could it be that some wandering sword master happened to pass by and decided to demonstrate his sword techniques on a whim? Several high-ranking members of the sect exchanged glances, seeing confusion and gravity in each other's eyes. The appearance of a sword master at the menial peak was no small matter. Well, since the elder refuses to reveal himself, we shall not press the matter. Li Daoxian pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Issue an order. Today's events must not be disclosed to outsiders. Additionally, keep an eye on the menial peak for any unusual activity. If that master is still within the sect, do not dare to be negligent. Yes, sect master. Several high-ranking members responded, then cast one last glance at the forest still lingering with faint sword intent before vanishing in a flash. Inside the dilapidated wooden hut, Lin Chen's heart was still pounding wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. That was terrifying. The aura that had descended just now, each one was as heavy as a mountain, profound and unfathomable. They must be among the absolute elite of the sect. So close. Just a hair's breadth away, and I would have been caught red-handed. Luckily, he escaped quickly. However, recalling the moment he practiced the Xian Shui sword technique earlier, the profound sensation of suddenly grasping the essence of the sword technique through divine inspiration, and the overwhelming feeling of 10,000 swords bowing before him, Lin Chen's heart once again burned with passion. Unparalleled sword cultivation talent is truly divine. Is this what cultivation feels like? Lin Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. This was merely practicing the most basic Shin Shui sword technique. If he were to cultivate more advanced sword techniques in the future, the power would be beyond imagination. With such talent, how could one fail to master the way of the sword? The path to immortality no longer seemed so distant. Just as Lin Chen's heart was filled with excitement and he was envisioning the future. Ding! The familiar yet cold system prompt sounded once again, interrupting his thoughts at the worst possible moment. New task: you have successfully gained the attention of the 18-year-old girl Lu Ruyan, but this is far from enough. In her admiring eyes, you should shine even brighter. Please register for the upcoming Xiantian Xianzong menial labor competition and showcase your talents to set the fastest record in Xiantian Xianzong history for escaping the menial labor peak. Task reward: Xian Grade Intermediate Martial Art Technique Wave Layering Sword Technique, Qi Gathering Breakthrough Pill X1. The new task panel clearly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Reading the task description, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips several times. What the heck is this? The attention of an 18-year-old girl named Lu Ruyan? You dog system, your database is a century behind, isn't it? She's now a nearly 100-year-old Yuanling holy maiden, okay? And she's supposed to be worshipping her. Worship her? What a joke. The way she looked at me just now was clearly filled with concern and worry, and a hint of curiosity. Lin Chen suppressed his urge to complain and continued reading. Participating in the menial tasks competition? Show off your talents? Set the record for the fastest escape from the menial labor peak? Seeing this, Lin Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is the fastest record for escaping the menial labor peak? I've been stuck here in the menial tasks peak for 120 years. Now he's going to participate in the menial tasks competition? Even if he wins first place, that would be the slowest record in the history of the Xiantian Xianzong for leaving the menial tasks peak, right? System, can your logic be a bit more coherent? And the most crucial part is, look at me now. A white-haired, white-bearded old man who looks like he could keel over at any moment. You want me to join a group of teenagers and young adults in a labor competition? System, how dare you? This scene is too much for me to even imagine. When I step onto the stage, I probably won't even need to fight, just my appearance alone will cause a stir. Everyone will probably think some elder or peak master is bored out of their mind, coming to the menial tasks competition to show off and bully the kids. Lin Chen covered his forehead, feeling his blood pressure skyrocket. This damn system is determined to make him embody the image of an old pervert and disrespectful elder to the very end. But complaining is one thing. When Lin Chen's gaze fell on the task reward, his breathing involuntarily quickened by a fraction. A mid-tier Xian grade martial art technique, the wave layering sword technique. And a breakthrough pill? The wave folding sword technique, just from the name alone, it must be infinitely superior to the basic sword techniques he currently knew. Xian grade intermediate. Its value is probably only slightly higher than the combined value of the few martial arts techniques and skills Lu Ruyan had given him. And that Qi gathering breakthrough pill. As the name suggests, this thing is used to break through the Qi gathering realm, right? He is currently at the 9th level of the tempering realm, and his next step is to break through to the Qi gathering realm. Although, with his current Taoist talent and Gangjin spirit body, breaking through the Qi gathering realm is not a difficult task. But with the help of the breakthrough pill, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort, or even break through to the mid or late stages of the Qi gathering realm in one go. This reward is too tempting. Lin Chen licked his dry lips, and the scales in his heart began to sway violently. Participating in the menial labor competition would be embarrassing, to say the least. But there was a Xian grade martial art technique to obtain, a breakthrough pill to acquire, and the chance to elevate his status and improve his life. After all, despite his sudden surge in power, his status remained that of the lowest ranking member of the menial labor peak. He lived in a dilapidated wooden hut and had to rely on the system and freeloading for cultivation resources. This wasn't a sustainable way of life. To truly rise up, to obtain better cultivation resources and environment, and to elevate his sect's status is essential. And this menial peak competition seems like a decent stepping stone? Though the method is a bit extreme. Let's do it. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he finally made his decision. It's just participating in a menial tasks competition, right? Isn't it just being gawked at by old monsters? For the Xian grade martial arts technique. For the breakthrough pill. For a brighter future. This old face isn't worth keeping. Anyway, I've already lived for 120 years. My face is thicker than a city wall. If anyone dares to talk trash, I'll knock them out with one punch. Let actions speak for themselves. With this in mind, Lin Chen made up his mind and began planning his participation in the menial tasks competition. The menial labor competition is a major event held every 3 years by the Xiantian Xianzong sect. Its purpose is to select outstanding disciples from among the menial servants and recruit them into the outer sect and even the inner sect. Calculating the time, this year's menial tasks competition seemed to be held in just half a month. Half a month. He could use the time to refine his cultivation and study the martial arts techniques given to him by Lu Ruyan, so he wouldn't have any weaknesses. Chapter 9, a 100-year-old man participates in the menial labor competition? The menial labor peak is in an uproar. In the blink of an eye, half a month had quietly passed. During this time, Lin Chen hardly stepped out of his door, completely immersed in intense cultivation. In the dilapidated wooden hut, sword chi surged, fist winds howled, and the air was filled with the mysterious fluctuations of martial arts techniques. Dao grade talent. Gengjin spirit body. Unmatched sword Dao talent. The combination of these three heaven-defying level attributes produced an effect that was truly earth-shattering. In just over half a month, Lin Chen not only fully mastered the system-awarded Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique, but also stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the Qi refining realm, just a thin veil away from the coveted Qi gathering realm, ready to break through at any moment. The previously system-awarded Mystic Water Sword Technique mastery. His own years of cultivation in the Wood Spirit Sword Technique and Body Tempering Fist, as well as the several yellow grade and black grade martial arts techniques stored in Lu Ruyan's storage ring, such as the Thunderbolt Fist and Gale Step. These martial arts techniques that would take ordinary people years, even decades, of arduous cultivation to master. In the face of Lin Chen's abnormal talent and potential, they were as easy as cutting through vegetables. In just over half a month, all the martial arts techniques had been cultivated to the great achievement realm. All of them were fully integrated and mastered, effortlessly executed. Especially in the realm of sword arts. Thanks to the terrifying boost from his invincible sword path talent, Lin Chen's progress in sword techniques was nothing short of miraculous. Whether it was the flexibility of the Xian Shui sword technique, the agility of the Mu Ling sword technique, or the fierce martial intent contained within the Ben Lei fist, he had all assimilated them into his own sword art insights. Lin Chen even felt that the faint glimmer of entry-level sword intent he had previously grasped had been greatly nourished and strengthened during this half-month of cultivation. Though he still lacked that final touch to achieve the true minor achievement level of sword intent, he had already surpassed the entry-level stage by a considerable margin. Now, with a casual swing of his sword, he could summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accompanied by that faint yet extraordinarily sharp sword intent. Its power was now 10 times stronger than it had been half a month ago. Huff! Lin Chen slowly withdrew his energy, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling the surging power within his body and the sword intent that was almost bursting out of his body. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. He opened the system interface and checked his status once more. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20. Talent, Dao Grade Gung Metal Spirit Body. Cultivation level, Qi Refining Realm, 9th tier peak of perfection. Constitution, Gung Metal Spirit Body. Technique, Great Sun Gung Metal Breathing Technique Earth Grade. Martial Arts, Xian Shui Sword Technique Mastery, Mu Ling Sword Technique Mastery, Qi Ti Fist Mastery, Ben Lei Fist Yellow Grade Mastery, Jifeng Step Yellow Grade Mastery. Talent, Unmatched Sword Path Talent. Sword Intent, Beginner Approaching Minor Achievement. Looking at this impressive panel, Lin Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Body Tempering Realm, 9th Layer Limit. Multiple martial arts techniques at the Great Mastery level. Plus the enhancement of Sword Intent nearing the Minor Achievement tier. He felt that his current strength had far surpassed the realm of the Body Tempering Realm. Even if he were to face a true Qi Condensation Realm cultivator. Even a Qi Condensation Realm cultivator at the 4th or 5th tier, I could fight them head-on. And even defeat them. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This wasn't arrogance, but absolute confidence in his own strength. The enhancements brought by his Dao grade talent and unmatched sword cultivation potential were simply too terrifying. After sensing the changes in his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but think of the system task that had made him grimace. Task: participate in the menial labor competition and set the record for the fastest escape from the menial labor peak. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed and glanced out the window at the sun slowly setting in the west. Calculating the time, it seemed today was the last day to sign up for the menial labor competition. Well, for the sake of the Xian Greatsword technique and the breakthrough pill, I'll just have to swallow my pride. Lin Chen muttered under his breath, picked up the rusty iron sword that had been used for decades from the corner of the wall, and pushed open the door, heading toward the registration office of the menial peak. The Miscellaneous Tasks Peak office was always one of the busiest places on the Miscellaneous Tasks Peak. At this moment, being the last day of registration for the menial tasks competition, it was even more crowded, packed with young menial disciples coming to sign up. Most of these disciples were in their teens or early 20s, full of vitality, their eyes brimming with hope for the future and a longing to escape their menial status. Lin Chen's appearance was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples to spread out in all directions. An old man with white hair and wrinkled face, walking unsteadily as if he might collapse at any moment, was actually carrying a broken iron sword and slowly making his way toward the registration point. All eyes suddenly turned toward Lin Chen. First came shock. Then confusion. Followed by unrestrained mockery and laughter. Holy crap! Did I see that right? Isn't that Lin Chen, the old geezer who's been around for over 100 years from the menial peak? What's he doing here? Could it be he's also signing up for the menial tasks competition? Put. Are you kidding me? He is almost 120 years old, and he is only at the third level of body tempering? Joining the menial tasks competition? Is he trying to get himself killed? Ha ha ha. This old fool must have lost his mind. Why not just stay home and die in peace instead of coming out here to make a fool of himself? TSK, what a disgrace to his age. At his age, he still wants to compete with us young ones for a spot? Get out of here, old man. Stop blocking the way. Various harsh taunts rang out without restraint. The surrounding menial disciples pointed and gawked, their eyes filled with contempt and mockery, as if they were witnessing the biggest joke in the world. The disciple in charge of registration and enrollment also looked at Lin Chen in shock, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, faced with the tidal wave of mockery and strange glances, Lin Chen seemed to hear nothing. His expression remained calm and composed, showing no signs of emotion. Over a century of life at the bottom had long since hardened him to such cold stares and mockery. Moreover, he was no longer the helpless old man he once was. These people didn't even deserve to make him angry. Lin Chen walked straight to the registration point and, in a hoarse voice, calmly uttered 2 words, "Register." The disciple in charge of registration paused, staring at Lin Chen's cloudy yet unusually calm eyes. For some reason, a chill crept up his spine. He opened his mouth but dared not ask any further questions. Instead, he silently picked up the pen and wrote Lin Chen on the registration list. "All right." Lin Chen responded with a faint nod, not sparing a single glance at the mocking crowd around him. He turned and walked away slowly, until Lin Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the crowd. The registration area erupted once more with even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. That old fool actually signed up. He must be out of his mind. Just wait and see he'll get beaten to a pulp in the first round of the competition. What a disgrace. The news that Lin Chen, at the age of 100, had signed up for the menial tasks competition spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the menial tasks peak. In an instant, the entire menial tasks peak was completely in an uproar. Countless menial disciples, whether they were busy with their menial tasks or diligently cultivating, were left speechless and buzzing with excitement upon hearing the news. Did you hear? That old good-for-nothing Lin Chen actually signed up for the menial tasks competition. Is that true? Isn't he already 120 years old? And he's only at the third level of qi refining, right? It's absolutely true. Lots of people saw him. Goodness. What could have driven him to this? Has he had enough of life and wants to die? I think he is delusional. Does he really think he can make a name for himself in the competition with his measly cultivation? It's sheer madness. Even though the menial tasks competition is for the lower ranks, there are still plenty of participants at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining, and even some at the 9th level. He is just asking for a beating. Exactly. At his age, he should just find a quiet place to wait for death instead of causing trouble. For a time, discussions and mockery about Lin Chen filled every corner of the menial peak. Almost everyone believed that Lin Chen's actions were nothing more than a futile attempt to challenge the powerful, and some had even started betting on which move he would be knocked off the stage in the first round of the competition. Chapter 10, The Holy Maiden is Coming? The menial laborers go wild. The news that Lin Chen, at the age of 100, had signed up for the menial tasks competition spread faster and farther than many had anticipated. Before long, the news spread like wildfire, breaking out of the confines of the menial peak and reaching the ears of some outer and inner disciples of the Shintian Xianzong sect. Even some of the senior elders of the sect had heard rumors about it. However, for these high-ranking sect elders, the registration of a menial disciple, no matter how old he was, simply wasn't worth paying attention to. In their eyes, this was nothing more than an old menial disciple whose lifespan was nearing its end, unwilling to fade into obscurity, and desperate to make one last desperate attempt in the twilight of his life. Such incidents, though rare in the long history of the sect, had occurred before. The desire to seek the Tao is something everyone possesses. Though this old man lacks talent and is advanced in years, his unwavering perseverance until the end is, at the very least, worthy of respect. Therefore, the sect's higher-ups merely laughed it off and paid it no further mind. However, their indifference did not mean that everyone else felt the same way. Holy Maiden Peak. Deep within the mist-shrouded Holy Maiden Hall, a woman dressed in moon-white robes, with a face of unparalleled beauty, stood there quietly, listening to the report of a female disciple guarding the mountain. This mountain-guarding disciple was the same one who had guided Lin Chen earlier and had been so terrified by the words "Lin Chen brother" that she had nearly lost her wits. Since that day, Lu Ruyan had privately instructed her to keep a close eye on Lin Chen's movements on the menial peak and report any abnormalities to her immediately. The mountain-guarding disciple dared not take this lightly, using her connections and resources to keep a close watch on Lin Chen's activities. When news reached her that Lin Chen had signed up for the menial tasks competition, she rushed to report it to Lu Ruyan. "Holy Maiden, Senior Lin has signed up for this year's menial tasks competition," the mountain guard reported respectfully, his voice still tinged with disbelief. Oh, the menial tasks competition?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's clear eyes flickered with surprise, followed by an involuntary curve of interest at the corners of her lips.
Lin Chen. He's actually going to participate in the menial tasks competition? With his current aged appearance, why would he participate in the menial tasks competition? Could it be that Lin Chen feels his time is truly up and wants to give it his all in his final moments, leaving no regrets? Or perhaps he wants to rise again where he once fell, to fulfill his unfinished wishes? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming curiosity and panic welling up inside her. She wanted to see it with her own eyes. To see the Lin Chen who had once given her warmth and protection when she was at her lowest and most helpless, what kind of brilliance he would radiate in his final moments. Even if that light might be faint or fleeting, she wanted to bear witness to it. Lu Ruyan, who was as sharp as ice, quickly came to this conclusion. I understand, Lu Ruyan nodded, her clear eyes flashing with determination. She turned to the mountain guard and ordered, go inform the senior elder of the outer sect. Tell him that this holy maiden has some interest in the upcoming menial tasks competition and will personally attend to observe. What? The mountain guard disciple looked up in shock upon hearing this. The holy maiden is going to personally observe the menial tasks competition? This is unprecedented.
The menial tasks competition was, in essence, a contest among the lowest-ranked disciples of the sect.
Even outer sect disciples rarely paid attention to it, let alone the exalted holy maiden.
The holy maiden is busy with countless matters, and her time is precious.
How could she possibly have the leisure to watch a competition between menial disciples? Is it all because of her beloved Lin Chen? The holy maiden. You are truly.
Although the mountain guarding disciple was filled with doubt and confusion, she dared not ask a single extra question.
She immediately bowed and replied, yes, holy maiden. I will go inform the outer sect's senior elder at once.
After speaking, she cautiously added, the holy maiden has personally arrived. This is a matter of great importance. I will remind the outer sect's senior elder to ensure everything is arranged properly, with no room for error, lest it displeases the holy maiden.
Go.
Lu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively. The mountain guarding disciple dared not linger and hurriedly exited the holy maiden's hall, flying toward the outer sect elder's hall at top speed.
Outer sect elder's hall. Wang Yuanshan, the senior elder in charge of overseeing the upcoming menial tasks competition, was leisurely sipping fragrant tea.
He did not place much importance on the upcoming menial tasks competition, viewing it merely as a formality. Selecting a few promising candidates to supplement the outer sect was all that mattered.
Just then,
a disciple rushed in with a panicked expression.
Senior elder, it's urgent.
The mountain guarding disciples from the Holy Maiden Peak are requesting an audience. They say the Holy Maiden herself wishes to personally observe this menial tasks competition.
Put.
Wang Yuanshan spit out the tea he was drinking, jumped up from his chair, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief.
What did you say? The holy maiden is coming to observe the menial tasks competition?
He frantically rubbed his ears, doubting whether he had heard correctly. The mountain guardian disciple was quickly ushered in and solemnly conveyed the holy maiden's orders, emphasizing the importance of making proper arrangements and ensuring the holy maiden is not displeased. After sending off the mountain guardian disciple, Wang Yuanshan stood in the hall, his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat.
The holy maiden is coming in person. This wasn't something to be taken lightly.
Though he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why the holy maiden would take an interest in a mere menial task.
But that didn't matter.
What matters is that the holy maiden is coming. This time, the menial tasks competition absolutely cannot be handled half-heartedly like usual. It must be held in grand style, with great fanfare.
Grandiosity.
There must be pomp and circumstance.
The rewards must be generous. It looks like we're going to have to shell out a lot this time.
Wang Yuanshan rubbed his chin and furrowed his brows in deep thought. To win the favor of the holy maiden, he had to show some sincerity. Soon, the news that the holy maiden will personally oversee the menial tasks competition began to leak out through some ordinary outer sect elders, either intentionally or unintentionally. This news was like a bombshell, instantly causing a huge stir throughout the menial tasks peak and even the outer sect. Especially the menial peak. The menial disciples who heard the news went completely mad.
The holy maiden is coming to watch their competition? Goodness gracious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to the top in one fell swoop.
If one can perform exceptionally well in the grand competition and, by sheer luck, catch the holy maiden's eye even just a single glance, then the future would be limitless.
In an instant,
all the disciples who had signed up for the menial tasks competition were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. They trained furiously, honing their martial arts skills, preparing to showcase their strongest abilities in the competition and give it their all. The atmosphere on the menial tasks peak had never been so intense and chaotic. However, amidst this frenzy, there was one person who stood out like a sore thumb.
Inside the small wooden hut,
Lin Chen heard the commotion outside and the news about the holy maiden's arrival, leaving him completely speechless.
Lu Ruyan? She's coming to watch the menial tasks competition?
Lin Chen furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart.
Why didn't she come earlier or later? Why did she have to come right after he signed up? This is way too coincidental. Could she be here for me?
Lin Chen muttered under his breath, feeling his head buzzing.
Chapter 11, The Grand Competition begins.
100-year-old elder slices through the lowest-ranked disciples with a single sword strike. The news that the holy maiden Lu Ruyan was about to personally observe the menial disciples competition not only caused a stir among the menial disciples and outer sect members but even shook the inner sect and the highest ranks of the sect. Speculation ran rampant. Many senior elders murmured to themselves, wondering if the holy maiden had discovered something about the mysterious sword intent that had suddenly appeared on the menial peak a few days ago.
After all, although that sword intent vanished in an instant, its purity and profundity were sufficient to catch the attention of any powerful cultivator. The holy maiden personally went to the menial peak to observe the grand competition. Could it be that she wanted to see if there was anything unusual happening there? But they had no idea that the holy maiden, who stood so high above them, had no interest in sword intent or the way of the sword. All her thoughts were focused on that old man who had signed up for the grand competition, Lin Chen, who looked like he was on his last legs. Of course, none of this is known to outsiders. Regardless of the outside world's speculations, time continued to pass at its own leisurely pace. Several days later, the highly anticipated Xintian Xianzong Servant competition finally kicked off at the massive training ground at the foot of the Servant Peak. The arena was already packed with people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Besides the thousands of participating menial disciples, there were also numerous outer sect disciples who had come to watch the spectacle, and even some inner sect disciples had come out of curiosity. After all, this was the first time in the history of the Xintian Xianzong that the Holy Maiden herself would personally attend the menial disciples competition. Such a spectacle was not to be missed. The participating menial disciples were arranged around the edges of the training ground according to the order of their lottery draws. Lin Chen, hunched over, carried his rusty old sword on his back, blending into the crowd. His aged appearance, with his 100-year-old features, stood in stark contrast to the vibrant young faces around him, making him stand out like a sore thumb. The other disciples intentionally or unintentionally kept their distance from him. The glances they cast his way were filled with contempt and disgust, as if they feared being tainted by his misfortune and old age. Lin Chen paid no heed to this. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into chaos. On the specially constructed platform in the martial arts arena, a group of figures arrived together. At the forefront was Wang Yuanshan, the senior elder of the outer sect responsible for this grand competition, followed by several other senior elders of the outer sect with extraordinary auras. However, everyone's attention was not on them. Instead, all eyes were fixed on the breathtakingly beautiful figure at the center of the crowd. Dressed in a moon-white palace robe, her figure was graceful and her beauty was breathtaking. Her demeanor was ethereal and otherworldly, as if she were a celestial being. She was none other than the current holy maiden of the Xintian immortal sect, Lu Ruyan. As soon as Lu Ruyan appeared, it seemed as though the entire world had lost its color. All the light seemed to converge on her alone. Countless disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their breath catch in their throats, their eyes dazzled, and their hearts trembled upon seeing Lu Ruyan. She is simply breathtaking. She didn't seem like someone from this world. Moreover, Lu Ruyan not only possessed an otherworldly beauty, but her innate talent and cultivation were so extraordinary that even countless prodigies felt ashamed in her presence. At the age of 100, she had already reached the Yuanling realm. Among the young generation of the entire Great Wasteland realm, she is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. She is truly the heaven-sent prodigy. Countless lowly disciples, upon seeing their goddess descend from the heavens, were so overcome with emotion that their faces turned red and their necks swelled. They frantically tidied their clothes, smoothed their hair, and forced what they believed to be their brightest, most handsome smiles, desperately gazing up at Lu Ruyan on the high platform. They longed to catch a glimpse of the holy maiden, even if it was just a fleeting glance, which would be enough for them to boast about for the rest of their lives. However, to their disappointment, after taking her seat, Lu Ruyan's gaze never once glanced in their direction. Instead, she immediately locked onto an inconspicuous corner where an elderly man, deliberately shunned by others, sat alone. Lu Ruyan stared at Lin Chen, her clear, autumn-like eyes flickering with a faint, almost imperceptible smile and anticipation. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, a voice as sweet as heavenly music, yet tinged with a touch of playfulness, quietly reached his ears. "Lin Chen, keep it up." "Put." Lin Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body stiffened, and he went numb all over. Sure enough, this girl is really targeting him. She even used telepathy? Is a Yuanling stage expert so impressive? Can you just use such underhanded tactics like that? Lin Chen raged inwardly, but dared not show the slightest hint of emotion on his face, let alone dare to look up at the amused gaze on the high platform. At that moment, the outer sect senior elder, Wang Yuanshan, cleared his throat and began to announce in a loud voice. "All disciples, silence. The purpose of this year's menial tasks competition is to select outstanding talents. Those who perform exceptionally well will have the opportunity to be promoted to the outer sect and may even be noticed by the inner sect elders. I urge you all to give your best effort and not disappoint the expectations of the sect. I will not dwell on further details. Now, I declare the menial tasks competition officially underway. First round, random draw and one-on-one battles. Those whose names are called, please step forward. As the senior elder gave the order, a disciple attendant began to announce the matchups in a loud voice. The atmosphere on the training ground tensed instantly. First match, Li Hu vs Wang Meng. Second match, Zhao Si vs Sun. Lin Chen listened to the unfamiliar names, his heart unmoved. After all, it was just a matter of settling things with a single sword strike. However, when his name was called, he froze for a moment. The 17th match, Lin Chen vs Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao? Lin Chen had a vague recollection of that name. It seemed to be one of the top contenders in this year's menial disciples competition, with the highest expectations and strongest abilities, hailed as one of the most promising candidates to win the championship and directly advance to the outer sect. It was said that this person, at only 18 years old, had already reached the 9th level of the chi refining realm and possessed extensive practical combat experience, making him highly renowned among the menial disciples. Wow! What luck do I have? I've been matched with a tough opponent right off the bat? The surrounding menial disciples heard the matchup list and were taken aback for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha! Lin Chen against Zhang Hao. That old guy really has terrible luck. Zhang Hao's senior brother is already at the 9th level of chi refining. They say he's just one step away from the chi gathering realm. This old Rec 1T even last a single move against senior brother Zhang Hao. One move? I doubt he'll even last half a move. Senior brother Zhang Hao could crush him with just one finger. This is going to be a good show. Let us see how this old fool gets beaten to a pulp. Everyone was certain that Lin Chen was doomed to lose, even Lu Ruyan on the high platform, whose beautiful eyes flashed a barely perceptible hint of worry. Though she had an inexplicable confidence in Lin Chen, he did look far too old, while Zhang Hao, judging by the voices around her, seemed incredibly powerful. Soon it was time for the 17th match. Amidst countless mocking and derisive glances, Lin Chen gripped the rusty iron sword and slowly made his way onto the stage. His opponent, Zhang Hao, had already been waiting on the stage. Zhang Hao was tall and muscular, with a defiant expression on his face. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt as he looked at Lin Chen. "Old man, you can still get out of here now before you end up hurting your old bones." Zhang Hao sneered, not giving Lin Chen the slightest bit of respect. Lin Chen raised his eyelids, his cloudy eyes calmly meeting Zhang Hao's gaze, saying nothing. "Humph. Looking for death." Zhang Hao, seeing this, snorted coldly and didn't waste any more words. He stomped his foot violently, his body charging forward like a mountain tiger, emanating a fierce aura as he lunged toward Lin Chen. Even Zhang Hao didn't bother with a weapon, simply unleashing a brutal punch. The wind from his fist whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lin Chen's chest. He intended to knock this reckless old man off the stage with a single punch. A chorus of gasps and malicious laughter erupted from the crowd below. Everyone was waiting to see Lin Chen's humiliating defeat. However, just as Zhang Hao's powerful fist was about to collide with Lin Chen's chest, Lin Chen moved. Lin Chen still looked as calm as ever, as if he hadn't even noticed, then casually raised the iron sword in his hand. And then, the rusty iron sword gently swept toward the oncoming fist. No sword light. No sound of cutting through the air. Not even a single ripple of spiritual energy. SSSH. A faint, barely audible sound echoed. In the next instant, under the horrified stares of everyone present, Zhang Hao's charging figure collided with an invisible wall, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. Faster than when he came. More ferocious. Boom! A deafening explosion. Zhang Hao crashed down onto the ground several meters away from the stage, like a broken sack. Lying on the ground, Zhang Hao's chest was slashed open by a neat gash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After struggling for a moment, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Just one sword strike. Instant kill. And it was done with a rusty, broken iron sword. No one even saw how the sword was swung. Just moments ago, Zhang Hao, the promising contender who had been favored by everyone, was lying on the ground like a dead dog, his life hanging by a thread. The entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's faces were as pale as if they had seen a ghost, filled with shock and disbelief. Those lowly disciples who had been mocking Lin Chen just moments ago now looked like ducks with their necks squeezed, their mouths wide open, their eyes bulging, yet unable to utter a single word. The outer sect elders on the high platform all sprang to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Lu Ruyan, who had been acting so calm and composed, now slightly parted her tempting red lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. A 100-year-old old man, rumored to be only at the 3rd level of chi refining, had actually used a broken iron sword to instantly kill a 9th level chi refining disciple? What the hell is this? Chapter 12, no wonder he's Lin Chen's older brother. The holy maiden inspects the menial peak. She's being nice to me again. A deathly silence enveloped the entire training ground. Everyone was stunned into a daze by the scene before them, their minds completely blank. On the high platform, Lu Ruyan knew that Lin Chen must have something to rely on to dare to participate in the grand competition, but she never expected him to be this strong. That sword strike earlier seemed ordinary, but with her keen eyesight, she could faintly sense a hint of profound intent within it. Though faint and blurry, it was undoubtedly sword intent. Lin Chen had actually grasped the essence of the sword? And he did it with such a basic sword technique and an ordinary iron sword? Lu Ruyan's heart pounded wildly as she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with surprise and admiration. The next moment, she once again used her secret sound transmission technique to send a voice filled with joy and admiration into Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen! You're so amazing! You're truly the best! Lin Chen, who had just sheathed his sword on the stage and was preparing to step down, heard the transmission and stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Again? Sis! Can we keep a low profile? This is under the watchful eyes of everyone. You're a Yuanling holy maiden, yet you keep sending me telepathic messages, what's the deal? This is going to kill me. Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained expressionless. He stepped down from the stage, ignoring the stares of those around him who were looking at him like he was a monster. He silently returned to the corner of the crowd. Today's menial workers' competition was merely the first round of the preliminary selection. The purpose was to eliminate most of the unqualified participants who were merely filling the ranks. The real competition wouldn't begin until tomorrow. The shockwaves from Lin Chen's single sword strike that instantly defeated the top seed Zhang Hao spread like a plague. The entire training ground erupted into chaos. Holy crap! What just happened? Did I see that correctly? No way! That old man really took down senior brother Zhang Hao with a single sword strike. How is that possible? Senior brother Zhang Hao is at the 9th level of qi refining. That old man said he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. What 3rd level? If he can kill someone at the 9th level of qi refining with a single sword strike, he must be at least at the 9th level of qi refining. He might even be at the qi gathering realm. Impossible. How could there be someone at the qi gathering realm in the menial peak? He must be at the 9th level of qi tempering. Even if he is at the 9th level of qi refining, so what? 100-year-old qi refining 9th level cultivator's vital energy has long since declined. How much potential could he possibly have? Some were shocked, some doubted, and some speculated. But regardless, Lin Chen's name and his single sword strike that defeated Zhang Hao had already been deeply etched into the minds of all the onlookers. Many of the gazes directed at Lin Chen had shifted from previous disdain and mockery to caution and curiosity. Of course, there were still a significant number of people, especially those self-important geniuses among the menial servants, who sneered at Lin Chen's performance. In their eyes, an old man who had only reached the 9th level of qi refining at over 100 years old could win a single battle, but he was doomed to go no further. Declining vital energy is a fatal flaw. His potential was exhausted. It's just a fleeting moment of glory. Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation about Lin Chen's true abilities, shortly after the preliminary rounds ended, an even more shocking piece of news suddenly spread from the high platform. Have you heard? The Holy Maiden is inspecting the menial peak. Inspect the menial peak? Why? It's said that the Holy Maiden is reminiscing about the past. Don't you remember? The Holy Maiden also started out from our menial peak. Upon hearing this news, the already fervent disciples of the menial peak fell into complete frenzy. The Holy Maiden is inspecting the menial peak. This is an unprecedented opportunity to get up close and personal with the Holy Maiden. Although the Holy Maiden did originate from the menial peak, she hasn't set foot on the peak in over a century. Not only is she personally attending the grand competition, but she's also going to inspect the peak herself? This is an unprecedented opportunity. In an instant, all the menial disciples could no longer contain their excitement. They were all as energetic as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing out of the training ground and heading back to their living quarters or gathering in crowded areas across the menial peak. Some pulled out their treasured pills and swallowed them on the spot, pretending to be diligently cultivating. Others pulled out their most powerful martial arts techniques and practiced them vigorously in open areas. Some even began cleaning their courtyards and tidying their appearances, trying to present their best selves. The entire menial peak was in complete chaos, bustling with activity. Everyone was pulling out all the stops, putting themselves out there, and showing off, all with one goal in mind: to catch the attention of the Holy Maiden. Even if it was just a single glance from the Holy Maiden, it would be a blessing beyond measure. However, the reality left these eager to impress menial disciples deeply disappointed. Lu Ruyan, accompanied by several outer sect elders and mountain guarding disciples, did indeed begin her inspection of the menial peak. However, she seemed to ignore the disciples around her who were deliberately trying to impress her. She walked quietly, observing the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings of the menial disciples' peak, occasionally exchanging a few words with the elders by her side. Her expression was calm, as if she were truly just strolling aimlessly, reminiscing about the past. She walked slowly, stopping here and there. Eventually, she just happened to arrive at the most remote and dilapidated corner of the menial peak. There, she just happened to see an old man who had just returned to his small wooden hut, picked up an axe, and was preparing to chop some firewood to boil water. Lin Chen. The moment she saw Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan stopped in her tracks. Lu Ruyan turned to look at the outer sect elder Wang Yuanshan beside her and spoke in a cold yet melodious voice, neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for all the disciples eavesdropping nearby to hear clearly. This old man has come as a surprise to this holy maiden. Wang Yuanshan was startled, following Lu Ruyan's gaze to see Lin Chen chopping wood, and his heart stirred as well. Could the holy maiden have noticed this old man who had made a name for himself in the grand competition? Lu Ruyan continued. At the age of 100, you still harbor ambitions as high as the clouds, steadfast in your true nature, persistently splitting firewood, steadfast in your resolve to follow the path of immortality. This is truly commendable. Such devotion to the path is truly an example for us cultivators. These words had barely left her lips. The surrounding disciples eavesdropping nearby nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. A role model? The holy maiden actually praised this old good-for-nothing as a role model? What the hell is going on here? Lin Chen heard this and froze in his tracks, his heart racing with alarm. Earlier, he had noticed that Lu Ruyan was coming over. He had been planning to return to his room. But before he could, Lu Ruyan spoke up. Damn it! What's this girl up to now? Lin Chen looked up and frantically signaled to Lu Ruyan. Big shot. Please spare me. Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. However, Lu Ruyan seemed oblivious to his desperate, almost convulsive gaze. A playful smile, one that only she and Lin Chen could understand, curved the corners of Lu Ruyan's lips. She turned to the mountain guards behind her and ordered. This old gentleman has had such a hard life, this holy maiden cannot leave him empty-handed. I happen to have some local qi refining pills, spirit concentrating pills, and blood nourishing pills. Let us present them to this elderly gentleman. May he walk further on his path of seeking the Tao. The mountain guarding disciples hurriedly agreed. The mountain guardian stepped forward, took several jade bottles from Lu Ruyan's hands, and then presented them to Lin Chen with the utmost respect. The intense medicinal fragrance and pure spiritual energy emanating from the jade bottles caused all the disciples present who recognized their value to involuntarily gasp in awe. Earth-refining body tempering pills. Those were top-grade body tempering pills. Each one was worth 1,000 gold pieces. There were also spirit-condensing pills and blood-nourishing pills. Those are even more rare pills that nourish the soul and replenish vital energy. How could the holy maiden bestow such a generous gift? Lin Chen stared at the few jade bottles before him, completely speechless. Again? More benefits being shoved at me? Are you planning to keep me hooked for good? Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but under the kind gaze of Lu Ruyan, the words of refusal simply wouldn't come out. In the end, he could only stiffly accept the jade bottle amidst the countless envious, jealous, and almost fiery glances from those around him, and dryly muttered, "Thank you, holy maiden, for your generous gift." "No need to thank me, it's only my duty." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Lin Chen, her eyes flickering with a hint of cunning. She did not linger, turning to leave with her entourage, leaving behind Lin Chen and a group of envious disciples whose eyes were nearly bleeding with jealousy. The holy maiden actually bestowed her pills upon him. It's the earth-refining body pill. The mind-focusing pill. The blood-nourishing pill. These are priceless. Why? Why does this old good-for-nothing deserve the holy maiden's favor? He's just a woodcutter. I was practicing a Xian-grade martial art technique earlier, and the holy maiden didn't even glance at me. Damn it! That old fool must have hit the jackpot. I refuse to accept this. The surrounding menial disciples, one after another, beat their chests and stomped their feet, jealous beyond recognition. Their gazes toward Lin Chen were filled with intense resentment and unwillingness. Who could have ever imagined? They had gone to great lengths to catch the holy maiden's attention, yet the one who had won her favor and rewards was this old man they looked down upon and despised the most. This was simply outrageous. Lin Chen felt the intense stares of those around him, almost as if they wanted to devour him alive, and he couldn't help but feel like crying. It must be intentional, right? It must be on purpose. This is like putting him on a spit over a fire. Chapter 13, All-Out Sword Strike. Break into the top 10. The abnormal 100-year-old old man. The entire menial peak erupted into chaos. First, he effortlessly defeated the top contender Zhang Hao in the grand competition, catching the attention of the holy maiden. Now he's praised by the holy maiden as a role model while chopping wood and even received a priceless pill as a reward? Is there any justice left in this world? Countless menial disciples were filled with resentment. Especially those who boasted of their extraordinary talent and formidable strength, who had originally set their sights on the top spot in this grand competition. They feel they have been deeply insulted. Has the holy maiden gone blind? Can't she see these young, vigorous, and endlessly talented geniuses? Why is she fixated on an old man who's 1 foot in the grave? Humph. It's just luck. He just got lucky, won by a fluke, and happened to be noticed by the Holy Maiden. Do you really think you're someone important? Wait until tomorrow's main event. I'll teach him a lesson. Exactly.
When he meets me, I'll make him taste despair. He'll learn that only true geniuses like us deserve the Virgin's attention. Many of the lowly contestants who had performed well in the preliminary rounds of the grand competition began to make threatening remarks. They viewed Lin Chen as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh. It wasn't just out of jealousy, they also wanted to prove their strength by defeating Lin Chen and thereby attract the attention of the Holy Maiden. They vowed to show Lin Chen what cruelty truly meant in tomorrow's main competition. These words spread like wildfire across the, naturally reaching Lin Chen's ears.
Inside the small wooden hut,
Lin Chen listened to the commotion outside and felt utterly speechless.
What on earth is going on here?
That girl, Lu Ruyan, really knows how to stir up trouble for him.
However,
Lin Chen looked down at the heavy jade bottles in his hands, feeling the pure medicinal energy emanating from them, and the frustration in his heart dissipated.
Never mind. Let them envy me if they want to. As long as there's something in it for me.
Lu Ruyan's soft rice may be a bit too hot to swallow, but it's worth it.
Local earth refining body pill. Mind focusing pill. Blood nourishing pill. These are all good things.
Especially the local earth tempering pill, which is extremely beneficial for tempering the physical body and breaking through to higher realms. The spirit focusing pill and blood nourishing pill are perfect for replenishing the chi, blood, and spiritual energy that his aging body has depleted.
Sigh, you little brat, at least you have some conscience.
Lin Chen muttered under his breath. Ignoring the commotion outside, Lin Chen directly swallowed several pills.
The pills melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into streams of pure and gentle energy that swiftly coursed through every limb and bone.
Lin Chen immediately began to circulate the Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique to refine the potency of the pills. The terrifying efficiency of Tao grade innate talent combined with Earth grade and Shen grade cultivation techniques is once again on full display.
In just one night,
the pills given to him by Lu Ruyan had already been refined and absorbed by him to more than half. Lin Chen felt that his vital energy and spiritual power, which had been slightly depleted due to his advanced age, had been greatly replenished, and his entire body was brimming with explosive strength. His cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, which had already reached its limit, was pushed to an unprecedented peak. The intangible bottleneck blocking his path to the chi gathering realm now became crystal clear, as if it could be broken with a single touch. Even the basic sword intent he had cultivated seemed to have become more refined and agile due to the nourishment of the concentration pill.
Excellent.
Lin Chen felt the changes within himself and nodded in satisfaction.
As for the threats from those lowly disciples outside, he didn't even bother to give them a second thought. Whoever dares tomorrow will face the consequences. We'll see tomorrow. Meanwhile, the outer sect elders' hall. Wang Yuanshan and the other outer sect elders were also puzzled by the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan's favor toward Lin Chen. Senior Elder Wang, what do you think the Holy Maiden means by this? An elder couldn't help but ask.
Yes, bestowing pills is one thing,
But praising that old man as a role model?
this.
Wang Yuanshan stroked his beard,
His brows furrowed, equally perplexed.
Perhaps it is truly as the Holy Maiden said.
He mused. But Lin Chen is already quite old.
But his unwavering determination and unwavering commitment to the path of cultivation are indeed commendable.
Perhaps the Holy Maiden saw this very quality in him and thus spoke words of encouragement and bestowed a small reward.
That is the only explanation that makes sense. We can't possibly say that the Holy Maiden took a liking to that old man, can we?
That is too far-fetched.
Upon hearing this, the elders also felt that this was the only reasonable explanation and ceased to probe further.
They had no idea that the truth was exactly what they found absurd. All of this was simply because Lu Ruyan wanted an excuse to openly give her Lin Chen brother some benefits.
The next day,
the main competition of the menial tasks began in earnest.
The atmosphere on the martial arts field was even more intense and passionate than the day before.
Not only were there more disciples watching the matches, but even the upper stands were filled with inner sect elders who had come to see the Holy Maiden. Lin Chen still walked over with his broken iron sword slung over his back. The moment he appeared, he immediately drew countless gazes. Some were curious, some were inquisitive, some were disdainful, but most were filled with unhidden malice and provocation. Especially those lowly disciples who had made bold threats yesterday, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen were like those of starving wolves spotting their prey, eager to pounce and tear him apart. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the stares around him.
Soon, the main tournament draw began.
Unlike the preliminary rounds, the main tournament matches were far more intense and brutal. Those who had advanced to this stage were all the cream of the crop among the lowly disciples, with at least 7th tier chi refining cultivation. Among them, those at the 8th and 9th levels of chi refining were even more numerous. When Lin Chen's match information appeared on the massive water mirror on the high platform, it once again caused a stir.
Look! Lin Chen is facing off against Lu Meng. Lu Meng? I know him.
He's been on the menial peak for nearly 10 years, with a cultivation level of chi refining stage 9.
His mountain-splitting palm is incredibly powerful, and he's very strong. This is going to be a good show.
Zhang Hao was too careless yesterday. Lu Meng won't make the same mistake.
Exactly. Let's see how this old man dares to boast now.
Amidst the buzzing conversations, Lin Chen and Lu Meng simultaneously stepped onto the stage. Lu Meng was a burly middle-aged man with a fierce expression. He looked at Lin Chen and smiled maliciously.
Old man, you only won by luck yesterday. Today, facing me, Lu Meng, you're out of luck. I advise you to kneel down and surrender now.
Otherwise, when I strike, it won't just be a matter of breaking a few bones.
Lu Meng's tone was arrogant and filled with threats.
Lin Chen raised his eyelids slightly and uttered a single word in a calm voice, "Get out."
You're asking for death.
Lu Meng flew into a rage. He roared, his palms glowing with a earthen yellow light, unleashing a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, as he slammed toward Lin Chen with all his might.
However, just as his palms were about to strike, whoosh!
A sword light flashed by at an unimaginable speed, so fast that not even an afterimage could be caught.
It was still that rusty, broken iron sword. Still the same seemingly ordinary swing. Boom!
Lu Meng's massive frame was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward off the stage, spitting blood, at a speed faster than Zhang Hao's yesterday.
Lu Meng twitched twice on the ground before falling completely still. Another instant kill with a single sword strike. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence.
If yesterday's instant kill of Zhang Hao was deemed a fluke, or Zhang Hao's carelessness. But today, facing a stronger opponent who had been well prepared, he still killed him with a single strike.
This is starting to feel off.
Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes as they watched the 100-year-old man on the stage, leaning on his iron sword, as if he hadn't done a thing.
What kind of monster is this guy?
The subsequent matches turned into a solo performance by Lin Chen.
Whether it was the 7th or 8th level of body tempering.
Whether it was seasoned veterans or rising new talents. Whether they were the top contenders who had issued threats, or the ordinary disciples hoping to take advantage of the situation.
As long as they faced Lin Chen, the outcome was always the same. One sword. Instant defeat. Clean and decisive. Sweeping away the weak.
From start to finish, Lin Chen didn't even move a muscle. He simply stood there, like an old man on his deathbed, casually swinging his iron sword as his opponents charged forward. Then, without exception, all his opponents spat blood and flew backward, collapsing unconscious below the stage.
1 match. 2 matches. 5 matches. 10 matches.
As Lin Chen continued to dominate one match after another with overwhelming force, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena shifted from initial shock and skepticism to numbness and stupor, and finally into deep fear and awe.
Whoa, is this old man a demon? Too strong. Is this really the kind of power one can possess at the chi refining realm? 1 sword. All of them with 1 sword. Even those top-tier Quan T 9th tier contestants are as fragile as paper in front of him. Abnormal. An abnormal 100-year-old old man. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Chen's seemingly invincible performance. Their heads were buzzing, and the way they looked at Lin Chen was as if they were staring at a primordial beast in human form. And so it was. Under the horrified stares of countless onlookers, Lin Chen swept through the competition, achieving a terrifying record of all victories and all one-sword kills, forcefully securing a spot in the top 10 of this menial labor competition. Chapter 14, The Final Showdown.
One-hit kill of a chi condensation first-tier menial labor genius.
Shocks the entire arena. Abnormal. A monstrous pervert disguised as a centenarian. This is the only evaluation all the disciples watching the martial arts arena have for Lin Chen at this moment. From the preliminary rounds to the main competition, no matter who his opponent was, no matter how powerful they were, no matter what tactics they employed, Lin Chen has always used only one move. With a light, graceful swing of his sword, his opponent would fly backward, unconscious, crashing to the ground below. This ruthless, merciless, and utterly overwhelming dominance completely shattered everyone's perception of the upper limit of a menial disciple's strength. Even the senior elders from the outer sect, and even some from the inner sect, who had seen it all, now looked at Lin Chen with expressions of gravity and astonishment. This old man is definitely not an ordinary chi refining realm cultivator. He might not even be at the chi refining realm at all. As for Lu Ruyan, watching Lin Chen defeat his opponent with such ease and grace, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes was so intense it seemed ready to spill over. She knew her Lin Chen brother wasn't an ordinary person. Though she didn't know what had happened to him, his strength was simply too astonishing. The competition continued. After entering the top 10, the remaining participants were all the cream of the crop among the menial disciples. Among them, there were even 2 or 3 who had already set one foot into the chi condensation realm. Yet in front of Lin Chen, they were still no match. 1 sword strike. Another sword strike. Lin Chen continued his ruthless path of domination. Top 8. Top 4. Finally, Under the numb yet expectant gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Chen, the 100-year-old man from the lowest ranks of the menial peak, had actually fought his way all the way to the finals, poised to compete for the ultimate title of the menial peak competition. This outcome left everyone feeling as though they were in a dream, unable to believe their eyes. And the final opponent standing across from him also drew the attention of the entire crowd. It was a young man who appeared to be around 18 years old. He wore ordinary menial labor attire, with a delicate face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The aura emanating from him far surpassed that of all previous opponents. Qi Gathering Realm. He was a genuine Qi Condensation Realm cultivator of the first rank. It's senior brother Wang Tang. I never expected senior brother Wang Tang to participate in this major competition. Senior brother Wang Tang has already reached the Qi Gathering Realm, hasn't he? I heard that some outer sect elders wanted to recruit him directly into the outer sect, but he refused. That's right. I heard that senior brother Wang Tang stayed on the menial peak to temper himself and solidify his Dao heart. Now that he's appeared on the final stage, it seems his training has borne fruit. He's about to rise to prominence as the first place winner of the menial tasks competition. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd below. 18 years old and already at the Qi Condensation Realm. Such talent would be considered top tier even in the outer sect, and he might even catch the eye of an inner sect elder. His appearance in the final round of the menial tasks competition was already a game changer. At this moment, everyone believed that the champion of this competition could only be Wang Tang. After all, the gap between the Qi Refining Realm and the Qi Gathering Realm is a massive chasm. The presence or absence of true Qi is a difference in quality. Even if Lin Chen had previously performed with breathtaking skill and extraordinary talent, what difference would it make? Facing a true Qi Gathering Realm prodigy, he would likely meet his end here. On the stage, Wang Tang's sharp gaze fell on Lin Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny and a touch of arrogance. You're quite impressive. Wang Tang spoke slowly, his voice carrying the clarity unique to youth. At the age of 100, to have cultivated the Qi Refining Realm to such a level, and even defeat a half-step Qi Gathering opponent with a single sword strike, your perseverance and insight are truly admirable. Lin Chen heard this, raised his cloudy eyes slightly, nodded calmly, and rasped, your courage is commendable. Wang Tang paused for a moment before realizing that Lin Chen was actually complimenting him. He couldn't help but chuckle. This old man is actually quite interesting. However, courage cannot compensate for the vast disparity in strength. Wang Tang looked at Lin Chen with a hint of condescending pity and said, considering your advanced age, I'll try to go easy on you when we start fighting. Of course, if you choose to surrender now, you can at least save face. In Wang Tang's eyes, this final match had no suspense whatsoever. He was merely going through the motions to claim the first place that rightfully belonged to him. Lin Chen shook his head in response, saying nothing. Surrender? No way. He was still waiting for the mission reward. Humph. Wang Tang saw that Lin Chen wasn't taking the hint, his expression darkened slightly, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Very well, let this frog at the bottom of the well see the vast difference between body tempering and Qi gathering, a gap as wide as the sky. As Wang Tang spoke, his true Qi began to circulate, and a pressure characteristic of a Qi Gathering Realm cultivator slowly spread out, causing the numerous menial disciples below the platform to feel a pang of fear. The elders on the high platform also focused their attention intently. Lu Ruyan also sat up straight at that moment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Chen, her heart filled with both anticipation and a touch of worry. Finally, the outer sect attendant supervising the final match began to shout loudly. Wang Tang moved. True Qi erupted from his feet, propelling his body forward like an arrow released from a bow, reaching in extreme speed. A cold, gleaming sword appeared in his hand, its blade wrapped in a faint blue Qi, emanating an overwhelmingly fierce aura as it lunged straight for Lin Chen's heart. The speed and power of a Qi Condensation Realm cultivator were fully displayed. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd below. That sword strike was too fast. Too powerful. Any Qi Refining Realm cultivator would likely not even have time to react before being instantly pierced through. That old man is as good as dead. However, in the blink of an eye, just as the sharp sword tip, infused with true Qi, was about to touch Lin Chen's body, Lin Chen also moved. He still looked as slow and leisurely as ever, still wielding that rusty, battered iron sword. But, at that very moment, a dazzling beam of light, as tangible as substance, suddenly burst forth from his previously murky eyes. A sword intent, faint yet sharp to the extreme, as if it could pierce the heavens, erupted with a thunderous roar. Hum! The iron sword in his hand emitted a humming sound, as if it could no longer bear the weight. A faint, almost imperceptible golden light coiled around the rust-stained sword blade like a serpent. The power of the Gangjin spirit body. The embryonic form of sword intent. The two combined. Lin Chen didn't even use any techniques. He simply met Wang Tang's earth-shattering strike with a single sword thrust. Whoosh! The sound of fabric being torn echoed through the air. In the next instant, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost,
Wang Teng's figure, moving at an extreme speed, came to an abrupt halt. The sharp sword in his hand, along with the true chi enveloping it, was sliced open as easily as paper by the rusty iron sword. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming force of terror surged through the broken sword, crashing violently into Wang Teng's chest. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Put! Wang Teng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. His body then flew backward like a kite whose string had been cut. Boom! Wang Teng crashed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, shattering the hard blue stone slabs and leaving a shallow crater. This was Wang Teng, an 18-year-old prodigy hailed as the top servant, possessing the first-tier cultivation of the chi-gathering realm. Defeated. Still with a single sword strike. Defeated by a 100-year-old old man with a rusty iron sword, killed in a single strike. The entire arena fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if under a spell. Their eyes were wide with shock, and their mouths were gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Their faces were etched with utter astonishment and shock. Is this real? Chapter 15, the slowest outer disciple to advance, Lin Chen. Breaking through the chi-gathering realm. On the high platform. Lu Ruyan saw this scene, and the stone hanging in her heart finally fell. However, what followed was an uncontrollable surge of joy and pride. She knew it. Lin Chen must be able to do it. He always managed to create miracles that left everyone speechless in the most unlikely situations. Ever since he first protected her with his frail body on the menial peak, it had always been like this. Lu Ruyan's clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, like stars in the night sky. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting and the need to maintain the dignity and composure of a holy maiden, she would have rushed down from the platform to give Lin Chen a big hug and cheer. Finally, the outer sect attendant supervising the match, after a prolonged moment of stupor lasting over 10 breaths, was the first to snap out of it. Swallowing hard, the outer gate attendant announced in a voice that had lost its usual tone. The final match is over. The winner Lin Chen. The voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shattering the deathly silence of the training ground. The next moment. Whoosh! Like boiling water, it erupted violently. The deafening commotion rose straight to the heavens. He won? That old man really won. Holy crap, a 100-year-old man won the championship? And he hit KOD's senior brother Wang Tong, who was at the chi condensation realm. This is unbelievable. I feel like I'm dreaming. All the disciples felt their worldview had been completely shattered. A 100-year-old old man swept through the entire menial disciples competition with an almost invincible demeanor, ultimately claiming the top spot. This was an unprecedented miracle in the history of the Xiantian Xianzong sect since its founding. However, just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, some quicker-witted disciples suddenly realized another even more absurd fact. Wait, isn't Lin Chen already 120 years old this year? Yes, I heard he only joined the sect recently and was already a menial laborer, staying there all this time. If he won first place in the grand competition, doesn't that mean he's about to be promoted to an outer sect disciple? What? At 120 years old, he's being promoted to an outer sect disciple? Ugh. Everyone who realized this was stunned. At 120 years old to become an outer sect disciple. This must have broken the record for the slowest promotion to outer disciple in the Xiantian Xianzong sect, and perhaps even the entire Daihuang realm. From a certain perspective, this could also be considered a once-in-a-lifetime, unparalleled feat. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Lin Chen grew even more complicated. There was awe, curiosity, disbelief, and even a hint of sympathy and the urge to laugh. On the high platform, the senior elder of the outer sect, Wang Yuanshan, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Looking at the newly promoted outer sect disciple on the stage, who was almost the same age as him, he felt his old face burning with embarrassment. A 120-year-old champion of the menial labor competition. If this news spreads, the Xiantian Xianzong sect might become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. But rules are rules, and besides, the holy maiden was present. Wang Yuanshan forced himself to suppress his inner discomfort and stepped forward, announcing in a loud voice. This year's menial labor competition has come to a successful conclusion. The ultimate champion Lin Chen. According to the sect's rules, Lin Chen is hereby promoted to outer sect disciple effective immediately. And he will be rewarded with a low-grade spirit sword, 30 chi refining pills, and 10 chi gathering pills. As Wang Yuanshan spoke, he gestured for the attendant disciples to present the rewards. These rewards were quite generous for ordinary menial servants, but compared to what Lu Ruyan had given earlier, they seemed somewhat lacking. Lin Chen, however, didn't care much about it. Better than nothing. He calmly accepted the rewards and nodded slightly to Wang Yuanshan in acknowledgement. With that, the servant competition that had shaken the entire servant peak and even caught the attention of the sect's higher-ups finally came to an official close. The disciples who had come to watch gradually dispersed. Lu Ruyan also stood up to leave. Before leaving, Lu Ruyan cast a lingering glance at Lin Chen in the crowd. Her eyes, as bright as stars, flickered with a hint of mischief and teasing, and she playfully winked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Again? What does this girl want now?
Fearing that Lu Ruyan might cause more trouble, Lin Chen grabbed his reward and hurried back to his menial quarters as quickly as possible. Just as he closed the door.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the task, becoming an outer disciple the fastest. Task reward, Intermediate Tier Xian Grade Martial Art Technique Wave Stacking Sword Technique, Breakthrough Pill X1, has been distributed to the system space. The system notification sounded as expected.
Lin Chen's lips twitched again. Fastest record. The system can be happy if it wants to.
With a flick of his thoughts, a pill emitting strange fluctuations and an ancient-looking manual appeared in his hand.
Breakthrough Pill.
Xian Grade Mid-Tier Sword Technique. Looking at these two rewards, the lingering frustration in Lin Chen's heart vanished instantly.
It was worth it. Though the process was a bit embarrassing, the outcome was sweet. Especially this breakthrough pill. It came at the perfect time. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the tempering realm, with the bottleneck clearly visible. He desperately needs external assistance to break through. No hesitation.
Lin Chen immediately crossed his legs and sat down, swallowing the breakthrough pill into his stomach. At the same time, he took out the remaining earth chi refining pills, spirit condensing pills, and blood nourishing pills given by Lu Ruyan, as well as the chi gathering pills and yuan condensing pills awarded from the grand competition.
He swallowed them one by one.
After adjusting to his optimal state.
Breakthrough!
Lin Chen growled lowly, channeling the Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique with all his might.
Dao grade talent. Gengjin spirit body. Full power. Boom! The overwhelming medicinal power erupted within him like a flood breaking through a dam.
That indestructible chi condensation realm bottleneck, under the relentless assault of the realm breaking pill and an overwhelming abundance of resources, began to violently tremble.
Crack! A crisp sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul. The bottleneck shattered in response.
The celestial and earthly chi filling the void surged toward Lin Chen's body as if it had found an outlet, and his dantian instantly formed a sea of chi that began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye.
True chi manifested. Chi gathering realm. Success!
The mundane shackles that had bound him for 120 years were completely shattered in less than a month since the system arrived.
And
the breakthrough did not stop there. With the support of a vast supply of elixirs and earth-grade cultivation techniques, his cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket. He reached the initial stage of the chi gathering realm. Early stage of the first level of chi condensation realm.
Late stage of the first level of the chi gathering realm.
Peak of the first stage of chi condensation realm.
Boom! Another dull explosion. Chi gathering realm, second stage. Time passed quietly during the seclusion. Several days later, when Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, his entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. His once murky eyes now shone like stars, deep and bright, with occasional flashes of golden lightning. His skin was no longer wrinkled but had regained the firmness and luster of a middle-aged man. Though his hair remained white, some strands among the gray strands had turned jet black and glossy. His entire appearance seemed to have been rejuvenated by several decades. From a frail, elderly man on the brink of death, he had transformed into a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. This breakthrough. It was worth it. More importantly,
the surging true chi within Lin Chen's body, along with his blood chi that far surpassed his previous levels, all clearly indicated his current cultivation realm. The third level of the chi gathering realm. That's right, in just a few days of seclusion, he broke through 3 realms. Moreover, his lifespan had also surged to a full 300 years with the breakthrough in his cultivation realm.
Immortality within reach. Chapter 16, Back to Middle Age in a Single Day. Delivering pills to the Holy Maiden? You're here again?
Feeling the surging golden true chi within his body, brimming with explosive power. Feeling the abundant chi and blood within his body, his spirit brimming with vitality, as if he had been rejuvenated by decades, Lin Chen's heart was filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation.
Is this the power of the chi gathering realm? How much stronger is it than the tempering realm?
Lin Chen focused his mind, channeling the true chi within his body to form a smooth, mirror-like water screen before him. Looking at the face reflected in the water mirror. With sharp features, piercing eyes, and a high, straight nose. Though his hair remained the same black and white symbolizing the hardships of life, his overall appearance had clearly returned to the peak of his youth, around 40 years old.
Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Finally rid of that decrepit old man's appearance. Though still with white hair, this middle-aged handsome gentleman was far more appealing than the old man he had been before. Thinking back to when he had to participate in the menial labor competition with the appearance of a 100-year-old man and was teased by that girl Lu Ruyan, it was utterly humiliating. Now things were better. Though he was still much older than Lu Ruyan, at least he didn't look so out of place anymore. Plus, my lifespan has been extended to 300 years. The path to immortality is no longer a distant fantasy. All of this is thanks to the system. And thanks to Lu Ruyan's free ride?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt both embarrassed and frustrated.
Indeed, occasionally eating soft rice is truly delicious.
However, just as Lin Chen was immersed in the joy of breaking through his cultivation realm and returning to his youth,
the system alert sounded. Ding! New task: the host has successfully escaped the status of a menial servant and been promoted to an outer disciple.
However, your departure has left the 18-year-old female protagonist Lu Ruyan, whom you once protected, without a guardian, and her situation has grown increasingly dire. Please return to the menial servant's peak, find Lu Ruyan, who is struggling to obtain cultivation resources, and present her with some Qi Ti Jian Dan pills and some money to help her overcome this crisis. Task reward: Gengjin Spirit Sword Xin Grade Upper Tier. Weapon grade, from highest to lowest, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow lower, Middle, Upper.
A new task panel appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's smile froze instantly.
Then, his expression changed visibly, shifting from excitement to shock, then from shock to a grim expression, and finally turning completely dark.
The next moment. You bastard system, you've gone too far.
Lin Chen was speechless, staring at the non-existent system panel in the void, utterly speechless.
Are you done yet? The 18-year-old destined female lead, Lu Ruyan? She's now a Yuan. Infant. Holy. Female. Big shot.
Lin Chen felt like his IQ was being ground into the ground by this dog system. The absurdity of this task had reached unprecedented heights, 1,000,000 times more absurd than the last time it had told him to teach Lu Ruyan the Xian Shui sword technique. However, when he looked at the task rewards section, the words Gengjin Lingjian Xian Grade Upper Tier, emitting a faint golden glow and seeming to radiate a sharp aura, caught his eye. The black lines on Lin Chen's face and the twitching at the corners of his mouth gradually faded away.
Gengjin Lingjian Xian Grade Upper Tier.
Just hearing the name, he knew this sword was the perfect match for his Gengjin Lingti, capable of elevating his sword techniques to an entirely new level. The lower grade spirit sword awarded in the menial tasks competition was fire attributed, incompatible with his element, and couldn't unleash its full combat potential. To maximize his strength, a powerful spirit sword that perfectly suited him was indispensable. And this Gengjin Lingjian is practically tailor-made for him. However, to obtain it, he must complete a task so humiliating and absurd it would make even his great-grandmother blush. Deliver body-tempering pills and silver to the Yuanling Holy Maiden. Lin Chen felt his heart bleeding. A battle raged within him. In the end, reason triumphed over shame. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed deeply, lying on the bed with a face that seemed to say he had nothing left to live for.
Enough, enough. It's just a matter of losing face. Besides, my face is already thick enough. I'll endure it for the sake of the Gengjin Lingjian.
Lin Chen clenched his teeth. But just going to hand over the tempering pills and silver like that is too much. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, beginning to ponder. Wait, the fire-attributed spirit sword from the grand competition reward, I don't need it, so I'll give it to Lu Ruyan. Though it's just a low-grade spirit sword, it might not mean much to her, but at least it's a token of my brotherly affection, and I earned it with my own strength. I'll just give her the body-tempering pills, the silver, and this sword all together. Just say it's to commemorate the occasion, and it's also a way to repay her for the resources she gave me earlier. Lin Chen quickly came up with a set of excuses in his mind. This way, though it's still absurd, at least it's slightly more plausible. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He tidied up his appearance, then carefully packed the fire-attributed lower-grade spirit sword, a bottle of body-tempering pills, and some. Taking a deep breath. Then Lin Chen pushed open the door and walked toward the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak, steeled his resolve and set off. At the same time, as Lin Chen set off for the Holy Maiden Peak, in the core area of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, a magnificent palace suspended in the clouds, shrouded in spiritual energy, stood majestically. A young man dressed in exquisite robes, with a handsome face, was listening to his subordinates' reports. He is none other than the current holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect Fang Xian. You mean that senior sister Lu not only personally attended the menial tasks competition recently, but also showed special favor to a 100-year-old menial, bestowing him with pills and even saying he should be taken as a model? Fang Xian furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Yes, your holiness. An inner sect disciple replied respectfully. According to our investigation, the old menial servant is named Lin Chen. He performed astonishingly in the competition, using his Qi-refining realm cultivation to instantly kill a Qi-gathering realm opponent with a single sword strike, winning the top prize, and has since been promoted to outer sect. Oh? Qi-refining defeating Qi-gathering? Fang Xian's eyes flickered with surprise before he sneered. It's just a gimmick to attract attention. What future could a 100-year-old outer sect disciple possibly have? What he truly cared about was Lu Ruyan's attitude. Lu Ruyan was the woman Fang Xian had set his sights on. He wouldn't allow any man to get close to her, let alone receive her special attention. What is the background of this Lin Chen? Fang Xian asked coldly. Your Highness, I have investigated. This man was already a menial disciple 120 years ago.
It seems he entered the menial peak at the same time as the Holy Maiden.
Moreover, during the Holy Maiden's time at the menial peak, this man apparently once cared for her.
The inner sect disciple answered cautiously. Humph.
Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly burst with terrifying cold light and murderous intent.
An old acquaintance from 100 years ago? And he had cared for Lu Ruyan?
Fang Xian had long sensed that Lu Ruyan seemed to harbor a vague shadow in her heart, showing no mercy to any other suitors.
Now it seems that shadow was very likely this old man named Lin Chen?
The mere thought that Lu Ruyan might still harbor feelings for this worthless old man caused jealousy and murderous intent to erupt like a volcano within Fang Xian.
Regardless of whether it's true or not, better to kill the wrong person than let the right one escape.
Anyone who poses a threat to his chances of obtaining Lu Ruyan must die.
100-year-old old man who barely managed to enter the outer sect dares to covet this holy sun's woman? Fang Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his voice cold and bone-chilling.
Use my status to arrange an outer sect trial.
Find a way to make this old man named Lin Chen accidentally die during the trial.
Do it neatly, leave no traces behind. I want him to disappear forever from the Xiantian Xian zone.
Yes, Holy Sun. The inner sect disciples bowed and withdrew. Chapter 17, The Holy Maiden Brews Tea.
A reward 1,000 times over.
On the other side,
Lin Chen once again set off along the mountain path leading to the Holy Maiden Peak. This time, the mountain guards stationed at the foot of the mountain saw Lin Chen's figure and their attitude underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. They no longer showed the slightest trace of contempt or caution, instead replacing it with utmost reverence and flattery.
Are you kidding?
This was the man who had caused the Holy Maiden herself to lower her status and personally inspect the menial peak, even going so far as to bestow a reward in public.
Others might not know. But as the Holy Maiden's confidants, how could they not know?
Though they didn't know his exact background, even a fool could tell that this man was someone they couldn't afford to offend.
Senior Lin, you're here.
2 mountain guards hurried over, their faces lit up with flattering smiles. The Holy Maiden has instructed that if you come, there is no need to announce your arrival, you may proceed directly to the mountain. One of the disciples was particularly quick-witted. Before Lin Chen could speak, he took out a communication jade token and said, I'll inform the Holy Maiden immediately that you've arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Chen watched their servile demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly before nodding slightly. This was the change brought about by power and status. He said nothing more and walked straight up the white jade steps leading to the peak.
Inside the Holy Maiden's chamber, Lu Ruyan was distractedly handling sect affairs.
Suddenly, she sensed a message from the mountain guarding disciples.
Lin Chen is here again?
Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, then an indescribable joy welled up in her heart.
He must be here to thank me.
After all, during the menial tasks competition, she had really helped Lin Chen a lot. Lu Ruyan almost instinctively stood up from her seat.
Is my makeup still in place? And is this outfit appropriate? Should I change into something else?
This saintly princess, who appeared cold and aloof to outsiders, now resembled a young girl about to meet her beloved, flustered and unsure of herself. After a flurry of activity, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcing down the fluttering in her heart and the tension, and sat back down in her seat, adopting a dignified and composed demeanor. However, her slightly flushed ears and her bright, expectant eyes betrayed the turmoil within her.
Soon, Lin Chen's figure appeared at the entrance to the Holy Maiden's chamber. The moment she saw Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up.
She could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Lin Chen had changed. It was no longer the previous feeling of raw power confined to the qi refining realm.
It was the genuine qi gathering realm. And it didn't seem like he had just entered the qi gathering realm. What surprised her even more was Lin Chen's appearance.
Although he still had white hair, his skin had become firm and radiant, and he looked decades younger, transforming from an old man on the brink of death into a middle-aged man brimming with mature charm. Though he was still much older than her, on the path to immortality, as long as Lin Chen continued to break through, restoring his former appearance would be no problem.
Lin Chen, you've broken through?
Lu Ruyan couldn't contain her excitement, standing up and coming to Lin Chen's side to examine him, her voice brimming with joy.
Congratulations, Lin Chen, on entering the qi gathering realm.
Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's genuine smile of joy, and the awkwardness and discomfort in his heart eased slightly.
Lin Chen nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. It was just luck. Ah, that's great. Does that mean Lin Chen won't die now?
Lu Ruyan asked with sparkling eyes, unable to hide her excitement. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face so close, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from her body, Lin Chen's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He quickly composed himself, preparing to reveal the true purpose of his visit. However, before he could speak, Lu Ruyan looked at him again with a loving gaze and asked softly, Lin Chen, what brings you here to see me this time? Her gaze and tone were filled with intimacy and anticipation, as if she would agree to anything he asked. Lin Chen felt uneasy under her gaze, cleared his throat, and was about to muster the courage to reveal the absurd task he had come to ask of her.
Cough, actually. Oh, there are too many people here. This isn't the place to talk.
Lu Ruyan suddenly interrupted him, batting her eyelashes playfully. Lin Chen, come with me. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, she turned around and walked straight toward the back of the hall.
Lin Chen. Great.
Once again, he was being led around by this little girl. With no choice, he could only follow behind. The two of them walked through several corridors and eventually arrived at a small courtyard with an extremely quiet and elegant atmosphere. The courtyard wasn't large, with a few bamboo plants, a stone table and chairs, and a small stream flowing gently nearby. The air was filled with the faint scent of flowers. Lin Chen looked at the familiar scene before him and paused for a moment. This place felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the small forest on the back mountain where he and Lu Ruyan used to frequent during their days on the menial peak. Although this place was more refined and the spiritual energy was more concentrated, the serene and harmonious atmosphere was strikingly similar. This place. Lin Chen couldn't help but speak, his voice tinged with nostalgia and emotion. It reminds me of the days I spent on the menial peak.
Is that so?
Lu Ruyan heard this and her beautiful eyes sparkled with even more joy, like a crescent moon. I also loved that quiet, serene feeling back then, so I had it arranged exactly as I remembered it. She walked over to the stone table and gestured for Lin Chen to sit down.
Then, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded.
The revered holy maiden, whose status is so exalted that even the elders of the sect treat her with the utmost respect, was now behaving like a gentle, obedient neighbor's younger sister. She personally retrieved a set of exquisitely crafted jade tea utensils and, with practiced ease and graceful poise, began to brew tea. Pouring water, warming the cups, placing the tea leaves, and brewing. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water, a delight to the eyes. The aromatic tea fragrance, mingled with a faint spiritual energy, filled the small courtyard. Lin Chen watched the scene before him, feeling uneasy.
The holy maiden was personally brewing tea for him? This treatment.
He dared to swear. If anyone else from the Xintian Xianzong saw this, they would be so shocked their eyes would pop out of their sockets. They would be speechless with astonishment.
You must know.
The only person who could be honored by the holy maiden Lu Ruyan personally brewing tea for him. Looking at the entire Xintian Xianzong, aside from those ancient ancestors who are as elusive as dragons, and the current sect master Li Daoxian, there is probably no one else who could do it. Yet here he was, a useless old man who had just escaped his menial duties and been promoted to outer disciple a few days ago, enjoying such an honor? If this were to get out, he would instantly become the enemy of every male disciple in the entire sect. Soon, a cup of tea shrouded in spiritual energy and emanating a refreshingly fragrant aroma was gently handed to Lin Chen by Lu Ruyan's delicate hands.
Lin Chen, try this.
It's a type of spiritual mist tea I happened to obtain. It has the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Lin Chen, overwhelmed by the gesture, took the teacup and took a small sip. The tea was sweet and refreshing, and a gentle spiritual energy instantly spread throughout his body, leaving him feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, all the fatigue from his recent training vanishing in an instant.
What a fine tea! This must be an extremely valuable top-grade spiritual tea.
After savoring the tea brewed by the holy maiden herself, Lin Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer.
Cough, cough, holy maiden. Actually, I came here today to give you something.
Saying this, Lin Chen awkwardly took out the fire-attributed lower-grade spiritual sword he had obtained in the grand competition, a bottle of body-tempering pills, and some, placing them on the stone table.
This is the spiritual sword I won in the grand competition. Though its grade isn't high, it's a token of my heartfelt gratitude. And these pills you've been working hard in your cultivation.
I don't have any better pills to offer, so please don't mind, holy maiden. Oh, and here's some silver. You might need to buy some cosmetics or something.
Lin Chen's face turned bright red. He felt that what he had just said was utterly humiliating. Giving a low-grade spirit sword to a nascent soul saintess? Giving her a body-tempering pill? Giving silver to buy cosmetics? He wanted to slap himself twice. However,
Lu Ruyan looked at the three items on the stone table, which she deemed extremely simple, then glanced at Lin Chen's awkward expression, as if he wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground.
Not only did she not get angry, but she burst out laughing. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and enchanting.
Lu Ruyan's eyes, as clear and gentle as autumn water, gazed tenderly at Lin Chen as she whispered, Lin Chen, I've received your heartfelt gift. She carefully picked up the items in front of her and tucked them away as if they were priceless treasures. Seeing Lin Chen still looking a bit nervous, Lu Ruyan felt both amused and a little annoyed, with a hint of sweetness in her heart. Her Lin Chen brother had been around for over 100 years, yet his nature hadn't changed a bit. Always so clueless about romance, yet, damn it, he's so charming. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she flipped her delicate hand once more. This time, what appeared in her palm was not a pill or a spirit stone, but an ancient jade tablet shimmering with a faint green glow and emanating an astonishing sword intent.
Lin Chen, I've accepted your gift.
Then, you should accept my return gift as well. Lu Ruyan handed the jade tablet to Lin Chen, her tone carrying a hint of refusal. Lin Chen stared at the jade tablet, which was emitting an astonishing fluctuation, his heart racing.
He instantly realized it was no ordinary object. No, I can't. However, before Lin Chen could finish speaking, Lu Ruyan had already pressed the jade tablet against his forehead. Boom! The next moment, Lin Chen's entire body froze. Countless sword techniques, all of them profound and mysterious, flooded into his mind. The Blue Lotus sword technique. For ancient and sturdy characters, along with the vast and profound sword technique information, surged like a tidal wave, crashing into his mind. Rank, Earth Grade Upper Tier Sword Technique. It was actually an Earth Rank Upper Tier Sword Technique. This would be an heirloom-level secret manual in any major sect. How could Lu Ruyan just casually give it to him like that? Lin Chen felt his breathing grow. What he had given her was a low-grade spirit sword, a bottle of body-tempering pills, and some silver. The total value was probably less than 300 spirit stones. Yet Lu Ruyan had returned a sword technique of the upper-tier Earth-grade rank capable of sparking a bloody uprising? This was a 1,000-fold return. This debt of gratitude is way too huge. Lin Chen felt the Qinglian sword technique in his mind grow incredibly heavy, even more scorching than the resources he had obtained from Lu Ruyan before. He felt completely numb. Is this how wealthy women act? Chapter 18, Outer Sect Treatment. Newly promoted Outer Sect Trials. Seeing Lin Chen fidgeting nervously and looking unworthy of the favor, Lu Ruyan knew that Lin Chen had inherited the Qinglian sword technique. Let go. Sure enough, the jade slip dimmed and fell into her hand. Lu Ruyan caught the jade slip, stuffed it into Lin Chen's chest, and then smiled sweetly. Lin Chen, this Blue Lotus sword technique is not an artifact of our Xintian immortal sect. Rather, I obtained it by chance during my early years of wandering the world, at the ruins of an ancient immortal sect. Though this sword technique is exquisite, it does not fully align with my own cultivation attributes. Keeping it with me would be like a pearl hidden in the mud. I see that you seem to be walking the path of the sword, and you have already grasped the essence of the sword. This sword technique may be more suited to you. Just take it without any reservations. I knew you wouldn't accept it once you found out, so I just helped you comprehend it directly. Lu Ruyan paused here, her tone carrying a hint of unwavering determination. And the gift you gave me earlier, I really like it. If you don't accept my return gift, then I won't take your things either. Saying this, she pretended to take out the spirit sword, pills, and silver she had just put away. Lin Chen, seeing this, felt his head grow as large as a drum. Great! Here we go again. This girl has her sights set on me, hasn't she? Looking at Lu Ruyan's determined gaze and the tone in her voice, which carried a hint of both petulance and threat, Lin Chen knew that refusing her again would likely be futile and might even hurt her feelings. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed helplessly once more, then finally reached out to gently tap Lu Ruyan's smooth, jade-like forehead, saying with resignation, "Alright, thank you. I'll remember this favor, and one day, I'll repay you 1,000-fold." Upon hearing the words "repay you 1,000-fold," a mischievous smile flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes, but she didn't respond, merely smiling sweetly at Lin Chen. That gaze seemed to say, "Alright, I'll be waiting for your 1,000-fold compensation." The two stood there, gazing at each other in silence. The atmosphere in the small courtyard grew subtly tense and charged with tension. Lin Chen felt uneasy under Lu Ruyan's gaze, which was filled with a certain special meaning, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He knew that Lu Ruyan's feelings for him were likely more than just the sibling affection of the past, especially after this reunion. The once aloof holy maiden seemed to have completely let go of herself. But Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Although he now looked much younger and his strength was no longer what it once was. But the gap in their status and position remained as vast as an uncrossable chasm. She was the high and mighty holy maiden, a Yuanling-level powerhouse. And he was merely an outer disciple who had just been promoted, still at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm, an old disciple. He couldn't possibly respond now. It would be best to wait until he has achieved fame and fortune and can formally repay this debt of gratitude, including his feelings in the future. Lin Chen felt he wouldn't need much time. Feeling Lu Ruyan's gaze growing bolder and more intense, Lin Chen felt that if he stayed any longer, he might lose control. His physical functions were recovering. He couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Chen quickly found an excuse and stood up to take his leave. Holy maiden, I've received the sword technique. There are some matters to attend to at the outer sect, so I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan's response, Lin Chen fled the quiet courtyard that had made his heart race and his pressure skyrocket. Lu Ruyan watched Lin Chen's hasty retreating figure, but instead of getting angry, she covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her smile was like a blooming rose, delicate yet tinged with a hint of mischief. Lu Ruyan extended her slender fingers, pointing toward the direction where Lin Chen had disappeared, her beautiful eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. Lin Chen, it's been over 100 years. I didn't dare before, and I didn't have the time in between. But this time, you won't escape my grasp. The scene shifted. Lin Chen fled from the Holy Maiden Peak, still trembling with fear. Feeling the weight of the Earth Grade Upper Tier Sword Technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Technique, within his storage ring, he sighed helplessly once more. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. The immediate priority was to go to the outer sect and settle his identity and living arrangements. He was now a legitimate outer sect disciple. He couldn't very well go back to that dilapidated wooden hut on the menial peak, could he?
Lin Chen composed himself and followed the sect's instructions to the affairs hall in the outer sect area. Unlike the chaos and noise of the menial peak, the outer sect area was more grand and orderly. Pavilions and towers stood amidst swirling spiritual energy, and the disciples passing by were mostly dressed in fine robes, exuding a steady aura. Lin Chen entered the affairs hall and presented the identity token he had obtained during the grand competition. The disciple in charge of registration, upon seeing the name Lin Chen on the token and the special mark indicating first place in the menial disciple competition, clearly paused for a moment. His gaze toward Lin Chen then grew somewhat peculiar. Clearly, the rumor about the 100-year-old menial labor champion was no longer a secret even among the outer disciples. However, his professional demeanor prevented him from asking further questions. He simply followed the procedure to process Lin Chen's registration, issued him a new outer sect disciple token, a set of brand new outer sect disciple robes, and assigned him an independent courtyard located at the edge of the outer sect area. After collecting his belongings, Lin Chen went to claim his monthly allowance as an outer sect disciple. When he saw the 30 low-grade spirit stones and 5 chi-gathering pills in his hands, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel overwhelmed once again. A menial disciple working hard for an entire month would be lucky to receive 10 low-grade spirit stones, let alone any pills. Yet outer sect disciples received a monthly fixed allowance of 30 low-grade spirit stones and 5 chi-gathering pills. This treatment. It was like night and day. No wonder so many people would do anything to escape the menial laborer status. Lin Chen put away his belongings and headed to his newly assigned small courtyard. The courtyard was somewhat secluded, but at least it was an independent compound with a serene environment and significantly denser spiritual energy compared to the menial labor peak. Compared to that dilapidated wooden hut, it was like night and day. Finally, he had upgraded his living conditions. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. His new life at the outer gates had finally gotten off to a decent start. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Chen stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, ready to begin studying the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Manual that Lu Ruyan had gifted him. However, just as he sat down in the lotus position and reached for the jade tablet, dong dong, the courtyard gate was knocked on. Lin Chen furrowed his brows and opened the courtyard gate. Standing outside was a disciple dressed in the attire of the affairs hall. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the disciple paused for a moment before handing him a jade slip and said expressionlessly, "Senior brother Lin Chen, a notice from the affairs hall. The Holy Sun has issued an order to test the strength of newly promoted outer disciples. A joint trial will be held in 7 days for the 3 most recent batches of newly promoted outer disciples. The trial will take place at the Black Wind Mountains, at the Golden Ruins. All eligible disciples must participate. No absences will be tolerated. Please assemble at the affairs hall 7 days from now at the designated time." After speaking, the disciple did not wait for Lin Chen's response and turned to leave. Lin Chen held the jade slip in his hand and raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Xiantian Immortal Sect truly doesn't keep idle disciples. They've already issued the trial so quickly. 7 days? Perfect. 7 days should be enough to master the basics of the Blue Lotus Sword technique, giving me an extra trump card to handle the outer sect trial. Chapter 19, Terrifying Talent. You're the one who broke through the chi condensation realm? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a calm expression. After returning to his room, Lin Chen closed the door tightly, set up a simple barrier, and then took out the ancient jade tablet inscribed with the Blue Lotus Sword technique. His mind sank into it. Boom! Vast and majestic, profound and mysterious sword techniques surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This time, he did not rush through it haphazardly, but instead calmed his mind and carefully studied every character, every diagram, and every thread of sword intent. Dao grade talent. Unmatched sword cultivation potential. The 2 extraordinary talents were now fully activated. Lin Chen's intuition was fully displayed at this moment. The Blue Lotus Sword technique, as an Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, was far more profound and obscure than any martial arts or techniques Lin Chen had encountered before. The profound truths of the sword path contained within are vast and profound, endlessly mysterious. For an ordinary cultivator, forget about 7 days, even 7 years or 70 years might not be enough to glimpse its doorstep. However, the Blue Lotus Sword technique seemed to flow effortlessly through Lin Chen's hands. On the first day, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, his body shrouded in a faint blue glow, like a tender sprout brimming with the vitality of life. In his hand, he held the newly obtained Genji Ling Jian, trembling slightly without conscious effort, as if resonating with some mysterious rhythm. On the second day, the blue-green aura grew denser, and faintly, it seemed as though illusory blue-green lotus leaves were drifting and unfurling around him. The air was filled with a fresh yet sharp, peculiar scent. On the third day, the courtyard burst into vibrant greenery. The once withered weeds were now turning a vibrant green at a visible pace.
Several dead trees even showed faint signs of green on their branches. The ethereal blue lotus is no longer just leaves, it begins to form vague buds. Fourth day. The blue lotus buds quietly bloom. Each crystal clear, translucent blue lotus flower, as solid as if made of substance, slowly drifted and spun around Lin Chen. Each lotus flower contained astonishing spiritual energy and a faint, sharp sword intent. The entire courtyard is bathed in an otherworldly glow, resembling a celestial realm. Alas! Lin Chen's small courtyard is located in the most remote corner of the outer sect, rarely visited by anyone. Such an astonishing phenomenon goes unnoticed by all. Otherwise, if it were seen by outsiders, it would undoubtedly cause another uproar throughout the entire sect. On the fifth day, all the lotus-shaped phenomena receded like a tide, completely retreating into Lin Chen's body. The courtyard returned to calm. But in its place emerged an intangible yet utterly terrifying sharp aura, beginning to emanate from Lin Chen's body. That aura was like a divine sword drawn from its scabbard, cold and ruthless, slicing through the void. The air around him emitted a faint hissing sound. The sixth day. The sharp, piercing intent grew even stronger. It seemed to have solidified into a tangible form. The void surrounding Lin Chen was twisting and warping in threads due to the inability to withstand this sharp energy. The seventh day. Dawn. As the first rays of sunlight fell upon the small courtyard. A clear and piercing sound, like the ringing of a sword cutting through the heavens, suddenly erupted from within Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes at that moment. In an instant, two dazzling sword beams, as tangible as solid matter, burst forth from his eyes. The sword beams were sharp beyond compare, instantly piercing through the void and leaving two deep sword marks on the opposite wall. Whoosh! Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of murky air tinged with a faint greenish glow. He felt the surging, vibrant, and sharp new sword intent coursing through his body. And the golden true qi in his dantian, circulating along the profound routes of the blue lotus sword technique, its power multiplied several times over. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Sword intent achieved. In just 7 days. Not only had he broken through the beginner's stage of sword intent to reach the sword intent, minor achievement realm, he had also cultivated the earth grade upper tier blue lotus sword technique to the minor achievement realm. Although the path to the great achievement and perfection realms is still long and arduous. But such a rapid rate of progress, if spread far and wide, would be enough to make any sword cultivation prodigy blush with shame or even despair. An earth-grade upper-tier sword manual is indeed extraordinary. Combined with my current sword intent at the minor achievement stage and the enhancement to my sword cultivation from my Gengjin spirit body. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power surging within him, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Even if I were to face a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation, I could easily crush them. Even a newly entered condensing vein realm expert might not be able to stand a single blow. Pulse condensation realm. That's far beyond the Qi gathering realm. Within the outer sect, they are capable of serving as attendants. Within the inner sect, they are considered a core force. And yet, Lin Chen, who once was a dying old menial, now possesses combat power rivaling that of the pulse condensation realm all within less than a month. This transformative change filled Lin Chen's heart with excitement and emotion. Dao grade talent. Gengjin spirit body. Unmatched sword Dao talent. Indeed, his reputation is well deserved. The path to immortality holds great promise for the future. However, Lin Chen glanced at the sky. Today is also the day for the outer sect trials. It was time to set off. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer lingered, rising to put on his brand new outer sect disciple attire. The moon-white robe, worn on his now restored body of around 40 years old, with a tall and well-proportioned build, looked quite handsome and extraordinary. Combined with his flowing black and white hair, it added a touch of the mysterious aura of a master. After finishing his preparations, Lin Chen picked up his and pushed open the courtyard gate, heading toward the affairs hall. Before the affairs hall, hundreds of outer sect disciples had already gathered. These disciples were all newly promoted outer sect disciples from the past 3 sessions, including several dozen who had been promoted alongside Lin Chen through the menial labor competition. They were waiting here in accordance with instructions, preparing to participate in the joint trial for newly promoted outer sect disciples. Lin Chen's arrival did not attract much attention. After all, his appearance had undergone a complete transformation, no longer resembling the striking 100-year-old man he once was. Only a few disciples who had been promoted in the same batch as him and remembered him clearly glanced at him with a hint of confusion. Just then, the affairs hall attendant in charge of leading the group counted the number of people and frowned, asking, "Strange. The roster shows that there should be another disciple named Lin Chen participating in this trial, the older one. Where is he?" As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Lin Chen stepped forward calmly and said, "Elder Lin, I am Lin Chen." Swish! At those words, all eyes in the room instantly focused on Lin Chen. Everyone was taken aback. Then, astonishment spread across their faces. "You're Lin Chen? The 120-year-old champion of the menial labor competition?" Are you kidding me? He clearly looks to be only around 40 years old. The attendant was also completely baffled. He scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment, then cross-checked the roster information. After confirming everything was correct, he looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. Are you really Lin Chen? Authentic. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Whoa! After confirming Lin Chen's identity, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Especially those disciples who knew Lin Chen's background. The looks they gave him were filled with shock and disbelief. It's only been a few days since we last saw him? How did this old man suddenly become so youthful? However, someone quickly snapped out of it. I remember now. Breaking through to the Chi-gathering realm can extend one's lifespan, improve physical constitution, and even rejuvenate one's appearance. That's right. It must be that. After the grand competition, this old man must have used the pills bestowed by the Holy Maiden to break through to the Chi-gathering realm in one go. Wow! The pills bestowed by the Holy Maiden have such an incredible effect? Of course. She's the Holy Maiden. Even a drop from her fingertips would be enough for us to enjoy for a lifetime. Damn it, this old man is so lucky. Not only did he win first place in the grand competition by sheer luck, but he also received the Holy Maiden's reward and has now broken through to the Chi-gathering realm. It's enough to make anyone jealous. Everyone suddenly understood and turned to look at Lin Chen with eyes filled with envy and hatred. In their eyes, Lin Chen's transformation was undoubtedly due to the Holy Maiden's favor. How could they not be jealous? Of course, they didn't know that while Lu Ruyan's pills were indeed part of the reason, Lin Chen's own abnormal talent and the system rewards of the breakthrough pill and 100 Chi-gathering pills were the most crucial factors. In just 7 days, Lin Chen not only broke through the Chi-gathering realm but also advanced 3 levels in cultivation, reaching the 3rd level of the Chi-gathering realm. It was absolutely impossible to achieve such rapid progress solely with Lu Ruyan's few bottles of pills. Lin Chen felt the envious glances around him and smiled indifferently. He looked down at his storage ring. The 100 Chi-gathering pills from the system rewards, plus the pills from Lu Ruyan and the sect, had indeed been consumed in his recent seclusion to break through. However, even so, there were still over 40 Chi-gathering pills left in his ring from the system's reward alone, more than enough for him to cultivate for a very long time. Chapter 20, 2 Chi Condensation 8th rank teammates? What kind of luck did this old man have? After confirming that all the disciples participating in the trial had arrived, the affairs hall attendant responsible for leading the group no longer delayed. Under his guidance, hundreds of newly promoted outer sect disciples boarded a massive ancient ship suspended mid-air in an orderly fashion. The ancient ship was cast entirely from bronze, its hull engraved with mystical runes, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. It was clearly a high-grade flying artifact. At a single command, the ancient ship soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it broke through the air toward the Black Wind Mountains beyond the sect's borders. Leading the group was a senior elder of the Golden Core realm, his aura steady and his expression solemn. A Golden Core elder. This was already considered a true high-ranking figure within the Xiantian Xianzong sect. He was capable of holding the position of peak master for some important peaks. The fact that a Golden Core elder was personally leading the expedition clearly demonstrated the sect's high regard for this trial for the newly promoted disciples. On the ancient ship, hundreds of disciples gathered in small groups, whispering to one another. Most of their faces betrayed excitement and anticipation. After all, this was their first trial after being promoted to outer disciples. Moreover, the trial site was the legendary Golden Core ruins. If they could obtain some opportunities there, it would be a tremendous stroke of luck. Lin Chen stood alone at the ship's rail, gazing down at the mountains and rivers rushing by below, deep in thought about the trial. Just then, he felt several pairs of eyes fixed on him. Lin Chen turned his head to look. He saw 5 young disciples, who appeared to be in their mid-20s, gathered together not far away, whispering to each other. Their glances kept darting in his direction. These 5 were dressed in the same outer sect disciple robes, but the aura emanating from them was clearly far stronger than that of the newly arrived disciples around them. They were all at the 7th or even 8th level of Chi condensation. They were also new disciples participating in the trial, and even more so, they were geniuses who had entered the outer sect 2 years earlier. Lin Chen noticed the curious and appraising glances they cast his way but paid them no mind. After all, his reputation as a 100-year-old outer sect disciple had likely already spread throughout the outer sect. Being the focus of curiosity was only natural. However, Lin Chen was unaware of this. The gaze those 5 directed at him was not curiosity at all, but rather a deep, hidden intent to kill. They were the assassins assigned by the Holy Sun Feng Xian to eliminate Lin Chen completely during this trial. Have you confirmed it? Is it that white-haired guy? One of the slender, gaunt young men with a menacing gaze whispered secretly. He was the leader of the 5, named Zhao Kuan, with an 8th tier Chi cultivation, a standout among the outer disciples of the previous generation, and had already sworn allegiance to the Saint Sun Feng Xian's faction. No mistake, Zhao's senior brother, a square-faced youth replied in a whispered voice. The attendants have already confirmed it. I didn't expect that old man to be so lucky. He actually broke through to the chi condensation realm. Another short young man sneered, but that's as far as he'll go. Exactly. At most, he's at the first level of chi gathering, or maybe the second. How dare he compete with the Holy Sun for a woman? He's asking for death. Senior brother Zhao, should we proceed with the original plan? He has broken through to the chi gathering realm after all. Should we be more cautious? The square-faced youth asked. Be careful? Ha! Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed with disdain and cruelty. Even if he broke through, so what? He is only at chi condensation stage 1 or 2. All 5 of us are at least chi condensation stage 7. Especially you and me, we're at chi condensation stage 8. Are we really afraid of a newly broken thruff? Even if he is a freak, can he really skip 5 or 6 minor realms? This trial is taking place in the Golden Core ruins, where dangers lurk everywhere. Losing a few newly promoted disciples is nothing out of the ordinary. Follow the instructions of the senior disciple from the inner sect. The plan remains unchanged. When we split into groups later, I'll team up with Li Mang to handle him. The 3 of you form your own team and provide support from the outer perimeter. If we can't take him down immediately, you'll have to find an opportunity to finish him off. Make sure that old man named Lin Chen has no way out. He must remain trapped in the Golden Core ruins forever. Understood. The remaining 4 responded in unison, their eyes flashing with a cruel gleam. In their eyes, dealing with an old waste who had just broken through the chi gathering realm was as easy as pie. This was an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the Holy Sun. Soon, the ancient ship flew for several hours before finally arriving at its destination, the depths of the Black Wind Mountains. A valley shrouded in thick black mist came into view before everyone. At the entrance to the valley stood a broken stone tablet, on which the character Zong could still be faintly discerned. A sense of ancient danger emanated from the valley. The lead Golden Core elder halted the ancient ship, scanned the group with a stern gaze, and declared in a deep voice. This is the trial site. We've come to the Golden Core ruins. This site is where an ancient Golden Core cultivator attained enlightenment and passed away. It holds both opportunities and immense dangers. This trial will last 3 days. You must venture deep into the ruins to seek a spiritual object known as the Golden Yuan Fruit. Finding one or more will be considered passing. Alternatively, finding the Golden Core inheritance will also be accepted. Upon obtaining the inheritance, you may engrave a copy and receive a substantial contribution to the sect. Those who fail will have 3 months' salary deducted. If your cultivation level is insufficient by the end, you will be demoted to menial labor. Now, form groups of 3. The groups will be randomly assigned. Begin drawing now. As the Golden Elder finished speaking, hundreds of newly initiated disciples immediately began to stir, hoping to be paired with good teammates. Just then, it was Lin Chen's turn. The Golden Elder held the sticks, glanced at the names on them with a peculiar expression, then announced, Zhao Kuan, Li Mang, you two will be in the same group as Lin Chen. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent, followed by a loud commotion. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang. They were among the top 10 outer disciples from the previous batch, both at the 8th level of chi condensation. How could Lin Chen end up in the same group as these two? This is unbelievable. This old man's luck is just too unbelievable. This is practically a sure win. With these 2 chi condensation stage 8 masters watching his back, finding a single golden yuan fruit should be a piece of cake. Even walking around the ruins like a boss would be no problem. In an instant, countless envious and jealous glances once again focused on Lin Chen. What did this old man do in his past life to deserve such good fortune? Lin Chen was also taken aback, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't expected to end up with 2 such powerful teammates. Could it be that they were showing special favor because of his age and perceived weakness? Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, whose names were called, wore friendly smiles on their faces as they approached Lin Chen with great enthusiasm. Lin Chen, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhao Kuan, and this is Li Mang, Zhao Kuan said with a smile. Lin Chen, don't worry. With the 2 of us here, this trial will be smooth sailing for you. Li Mang patted his chest and assured him. Once we enter the ruins, just follow us. The matter of the golden yuan fruit is in our hands. The 2 acted without any airs, kind to the extreme, as if they were truly kind-hearted senior brothers. Then we'll be relying on you 2 seniors, Lin Chen said, looking at their sincere smiles and nodding with a smile. The groups were divided. At the command of the Golden Core Elder, hundreds of newly admitted outer disciples of the Xiantian Xianzone, filled with excitement, anticipation, nervousness, and some hidden murderous intent, all stepped into the ruins shrouded in black mist. The trial officially began. Chapter 21, Murderous Intent Erupts. Can't wait to fight in the secret realm? Space slightly warped. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different environment. No longer on the ancient ship, he had arrived in a dim, dilapidated underground ruin filled with the musty scent of decay. The air was filled with a faint dusty odor and a faint, almost imperceptible hint of danger.
The walls were crumbling, columns had collapsed, and the ground was littered with unknown bones and shattered fragments of artifacts. It was clear that they had been teleported to the inner sanctum of the Golden Core ruins. And it seemed to be a random teleportation. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed that only Zhao Kuan and Li Mang remained nearby. Did the team get teleported separately? So that means. Lin Chen smiled to himself. Just as expected. The next second. Almost as soon as Lin Chen was surveying his surroundings, Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, standing beside him, exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with an unhidden look of ferocity and murderous intent. They hesitated not a moment. The true qi within their bodies erupted in an instant. The powerful aura of an 8th-tier qi cultivator surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping out violently. Attack! Zhao Kuan growled lowly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuan flickered like a ghost, appearing behind Lin Chen. A pitch-black dagger had appeared in his hand, its blade flickering with a green glow, clearly coated in a potent poison. He silently stabbed toward Lin Chen's back. At the same time, Li Mang also launched his attack from the front. He formed hand seals with both hands, muttering incantations. A massive earth-colored shield, formed from condensed true qi, materialized out of thin air and crashed down toward Lin Chen. This shield was not only massive and powerful but also carried a heavy earth elemental law force, clearly a formidable defensive and offensive martial art technique. The two worked in perfect coordination, one front and one back, instantly sealing off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. And their first move was a merciless killing blow. Clearly, they intended to overwhelm Lin Chen, a 1st or 2nd tier qi condensation hold, with overwhelming force and kill him on the spot. In their eyes, facing 2 qi condensation stage 8 cultivators, especially in a sneak attack with murderous intent, Lin Chen, a newly promoted outer disciple, was undoubtedly doomed to certain death. They had even begun to imagine the scene of bringing Lin Chen's head back to the Holy Sun's palace to claim their reward. At the same time, Zhao Kuan, in the instant he struck, did not forget to crush a specially made communication jade talisman. This is a signal to the other 3 accomplices. However, just as they thought victory was certain and Lin Chen was doomed, facing this sudden, deadly ambush, Lin Chen's face showed no sign of panic or confusion. Not even a hint of surprise. He simply stood there motionless, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile tinged with mockery and coldness. Hoof! A soft laugh, like a chill wind from the depths of hell, clearly reached the ears of Zhao Kuan and Li Mang. Both men's hearts skipped a beat. Something was wrong. This old man's reaction was too calm. Too calm to be comfortable. Just as a sense of foreboding began to rise in their hearts. Lin Chen's calm yet hoarse voice echoed slowly, like the tolling of a judgment bell. 2 senior brothers, as soon as we entered the secret realm, you were already so eager to kill me? What? He knows? Zhao Kuan and Li Mang's pupils contracted sharply, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. How is that possible? They had believed their plan was flawless, their disguise airtight. How did that old man find out? Could he have been watching us all along? Impossible. It seems the rumors outside have confused your minds. Lin Chen seemed to have read their minds, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. He slowly turned around, his once cloudy eyes now sharp as an eagle's, his icy gaze piercing Zhao Kuan and Li Mang like blades. An invisible pressure, like a primordial beast awakening, quietly spread out from his body. Under this overwhelming pressure, Zhao Kuan and Li Mang even felt their true qi circulation grow sluggish. Their souls trembled uncontrollably. From the moment you first set your eyes on me aboard the ancient ship. Lin Chen's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. The murderous intent hidden beneath your curiosity was already clear to me. Sword intent is not merely for killing. Sword intent? What? This guy has mastered sword intent? Zhao Kuan and Li Mang were utterly speechless with shock. An old man who only broke through the qi-gathering realm at the age of 100 has actually mastered the sword intent that countless sword cultivators have dreamed of? This is impossible. What kind of monster is this? After a moment of shock, Zhao Kuan, a genius at the 8th level of qi-gathering, whose mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary people, regained his composure. He forced himself to suppress the horror in his heart and revealed a savage smile on his face. Ha, so he's mastered the sword intent. No wonder he dares to act so brazenly. But so what? His eyes flashed with savage intent. Even if you've grasped the essence of the sword, even if you've hidden your true strength, you're doomed today. The 2 of us combined are both at the 8th level of qi cultivation. We can easily kill you. Li Mang snapped back to his senses, his face also twisted into a cruel smile. That's right, old man. To die at the hands of 2 geniuses like us is an honor for you. Surrender and die. The 2 once again channeled their true qi, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Lin Chen looked at their fierce yet cowardly expressions and simply shook his head calmly. They really won't cry until they see the coffin. Lifting his eyelids, Lin Chen's icy gaze swept over the 2 of them as he asked indifferently. Tell me, who sent you here? You want to know? Zhao Kuan sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Wait until you beat us first. Perhaps when you're in hell, the king of hell will tell you. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this, his expression as calm as ever, as if discussing a trivial matter.
If that's the case. He slowly raised the Gangjin Lingjin in his hand, the tip pointing toward the two of them. An intangible, sharp aura began to gather around him, the air seemed to freeze, and the intent to kill spread silently. Let us fight. Chapter 22, The Blue Lotus Sword Technique instantly kills two outer sect geniuses at the 8th layer of Qi condensation. Battle. As the word battle fell from Lin Chen's lips, the temperature around him suddenly plummeted to freezing point. A sharp aura erupted like a tidal wave. The sword intent of the minor achievement realm was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, Zhao Kuan and Li Mang felt as though they had been plunged into an endless sword prison. From all directions came icy cold, bone-chilling sword chi that seemed capable of slicing through souls. Their protective true chi, under the overwhelming pressure of this terrifying sword intent, actually emitted a strange crackling sound. This caused their expressions to change drastically. The sword intent of the minor achievement realm? The two of them shouted in shock, their eyes filled with endless horror and fear. This old man not only understood the sword intent, he had actually reached the minor achievement realm? How is that possible? 100-year-old monster who only broke through the chi-gathering realm at such an advanced age could never possess such terrifying sword cultivation talent. They finally understood. They had severely underestimated this old wreck before them. However, it was already too late to regret it now. Lin Chen didn't give them any time to react or think. As he released his partially mastered sword intent, he moved. No earth-shaking momentum. No flashy moves. He simply raised the iron sword in his hand. The golden true chi within his body surged wildly along the mysteriously intricate pathways outlined in the Blue Lotus Sword Manual. Hum! The Gangjin Lingjian emitted an unprecedentedly loud sword cry. Ripple after ripple of pale green light spread out from the sword like ripples on water. Immediately afterward, 1, 2, 3. Countless crystal clear, seemingly tangible yet brimming with vibrant vitality and extreme sharpness, blue lotus flowers suddenly bloomed around Lin Chen. Each lotus flower seemed to contain the terrifying power of creating the heavens and earth. It was the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Technique. Kill. Lin Chen uttered a single cold word from his lips. The next moment. Whoosh. 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 The sky was filled with blue lotus flowers, which seemed to be guided by an unseen force, transforming into countless indestructible blue sword chi. With a terrifying might that seemed to tear apart the void, they surged toward Zhao Kuan and Li Mang like a storm. Blue Lotus Sword Rain. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was instantly sliced and obliterated. Space itself seemed unable to withstand this terrifying force, emitting a series of mournful cries. This is bad. Defend yourselves. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang both felt their souls leave their bodies. They sensed a deadly threat from the swirling blue lotus sword chi and dared not hesitate for a moment. The two of them exerted every ounce of their strength, unleashing all their true chi without reservation. Zhao Kuan roared furiously, swinging his poison-coated black dagger wildly, attempting to block the incoming blue lotus sword chi. At the same time, a thick layer of black true chi armor covered his entire body. Li Mang pushed his earth-yellow giant shield to its absolute limit. The shield swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive stone wall several zhang in size, blocking the two of them. However, all their struggles were in vain. In the face of the Blue Lotus Sword Technique at the Xiaochang realm, enhanced by the Xiaochang sword intent and the power of Dengjin, they all seemed so pale and powerless. Sizzle! 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 The sound of sharp blades slicing through tofu echoed densely. The seemingly indestructible earth-yellow stone wall, faced with the overwhelming Qinglian sword chi, couldn't even withstand a single breath before being instantly pierced, sliced, and shattered. Immediately afterward, the remaining momentum of the Qinglian sword chi, unabated, crashed down like a whirlwind, violently striking the protective true chi and true chi armor of Zhao Kuan and Li Mang. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Whether it was Zhao Kuan's thick black armor or Li Mang's resilient protective true chi, both were shredded into pieces by the Blue Lotus sword chi, as if made of paper. No! Both of them looked at each other with endless fear and despair in their eyes. They wanted to flee. They wanted to surrender. They wanted to beg for mercy. But it was already too late. Put! Countless green sword chi, like a raging storm, instantly pierced through the two bodies. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang's bodies trembled, then froze rigidly in place. The expressions on their faces froze in the final moments of death, filled with fear and resentment. Their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with disbelief. It seemed as though they couldn't believe that the two of them, outer sect geniuses at the 8th level of Qi condensation, had been so easily killed by a single move from someone they considered an old. With a loud crash, vitality swiftly drained from their bodies. The next moment, their bodies collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless, completely silent. Instant kill. From the moment Lin Chen drew his sword to the deaths of Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, the entire process took no more than a single breath. Two outer sect geniuses at the 8th level of chi condensation. They couldn't even put up a proper fight. They were completely annihilated by Lin Chen with the force of a thunderous storm. This was the terrifying power unleashed by the Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique Blue Lotus Sword Manual at the initial stage of mastery, combined with the initial stage of sword intent, the Gangjin spirit body, and a Dao-grade innate talent. Lin Chen looked down at the two still warm corpses on the ground, his face expressionless. It was as though he had casually crushed two annoying ants. He sheathed his Gangjin spirit sword, and the terrifying sword intent and Xinglian phenomenon surrounding him slowly dissipated. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, and the two corpses with their eyes wide open, refusing to close, served as proof of what had just occurred. 8th tier chi condensation, nothing special. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He even felt that he hadn't exerted much effort at all, yet these two geniuses were already dead. Chapter 23, Instantly killing two chi condensation stage 8 cultivators? How is that possible? It seemed he had underestimated the bonuses granted by his Dao grade talent in peerless sword cultivation. Just as Lin Chen was about to step forward to clean up the battlefield and see if there was anything worth taking from these two geniuses. At that very moment, whoosh, 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 3 sharp whistling sounds echoed through the air, growing louder as they approached. Immediately afterward, 3 figures, also dressed in outer sect disciple robes, appeared in the distance. Though their aura was slightly weaker than Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, they had already reached the 7th and 8th levels of chi condensation. They were the other 3 swordmen who had been assigned the same task as Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, responsible for providing support in finishing off enemies from the outer perimeter. Originally, the 3 had received Zhao Kuan's message and assumed the mission had succeeded, so they hurried to join him, intending to divide the rewards among themselves. However, when they saw Zhao Kuan and Li Mang lying in a pool of blood, already dead and lifeless, the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Endless horror and disbelief spread across their faces. Zhao senior brother and Li senior brother. How is this possible? The 3 of them screamed in horror, as if they had seen a ghost, and their feet instinctively stopped, daring not to approach any further. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang were both at the 8th level of chi cultivation. Together, they could even stand a chance against someone at the 9th level of chi cultivation. How could they have died here? And it seemed like they were killed with a single strike? What the hell is going on here? Lin Chen looked at the 3 uninvited guests, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh? The 3 senior brothers arrived so quickly? Are you here to collect the bodies of these 2 senior brothers? The 3 outer sect geniuses were so shocked they didn't even notice Lin Chen's teasing. Their minds were blank, and a tidal wave of shock swept through their hearts. The 3 of them stared intently at Lin Chen and the 2 cold corpses at his feet. Did you kill senior brother Zhao and the others? The leader, a young man with triangular eyes, asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it. A 100-year-old old man who had only recently broken through to the chi condensation realm, supposedly with only the cultivation of the 1st level of chi condensation, how could he possibly kill 2 geniuses at the 8th level of chi condensation in such a short time? Unless... One of the triangular-eyed youths, Yuan Yan, flashed a look of realization in his eyes, which quickly turned into intense greed and savagery. I understand. Yuan Yan laughed savagely, it must be you. You must have some powerful secret treasure on you. That's right. It must be. Another young man with an eagle nose, named Ma Ning, also reacted, his eyes burning with desire, a secret treasure that could allow you, a mere chi condensation, to surpass several realms and instantly kill 2 chi condensation cultivators. Its grade must be at least Xin grade, or even D grade. The 3rd young man, Li Shuang, who was slightly overweight, was so excited he was trembling all over. Ah, this is truly a stroke of luck. Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, those 2 fools, must have been too careless to fall victim to your old trick with that secret treasure. However, such a secret treasure capable of defeating enemies of higher realms must have immense power, but its restrictions are undoubtedly severe, and its consumption must be utterly terrifying. Old man, you can't possibly activate that secret treasure again now, can you? Yuan Yan, Ma Ning, and Li Shuang grew increasingly excited as they spoke, gazing at Lin Chen as if he were a walking treasure trove. In their eyes, the only explanation for Lin Chen's ability to turn the tables on Zhao Kuan and Li Mang was that he had used a secret treasure of unimaginable power, but one with limited uses or immense energy consumption. Otherwise, how could a mere old at the initial stage of chi condensation achieve such a feat? The 3 of them, even when combining their strength, had the lowest cultivation level at chi condensation stage 7. As long as they were cautious and didn't give Lin Chen another chance to activate his secret treasure. Kill him. Seize the secret treasure. That would be a tremendous stroke of luck. As expected, they agreed to act as a backup plan that was truly wise. Lin Chen listened to the 3 people's analysis, and the smile on his face grew even more amused. A treasure? They really can imagine things. He nodded, speaking with great conviction. The 3 senior brothers truly have eyes as sharp as torches. Such secret treasures are indeed powerful, and there aren't many of them. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly.
If sword intent could be used as freely as cabbage, he might truly be able to split the heavens with a single sword strike. But for now, it wasn't possible. However, with Tomzi Gu by his side, he was certain he would achieve it someday. Ah, so it is. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission, Yuan Yen grew even more arrogant, as if he had already secured victory. Old man, you know your place. Now hand over that secret treasure and all the storage bags on your person, then sever your own limbs. We might consider leaving you a proper burial. Ma Ning also grinned wickedly in agreement, his tone brimming with greed and cruelty. Lin Chen looked at their ugly faces, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a cold, indifferent expression. Lin Chen raised his eyelids once more and asked calmly, "So who sent you here? You want to know?" Yuan Yin sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Wait until you're dead and ask the king of hell in the underworld." "Attack! Quickly finish this. No need to drag it out." Yuan Yen finished speaking with disdain and immediately turned to the other two, snorting coldly. With that, Yuan Yen charged forward. The other two, Ma Ning and Li Shuang, also unleashed their true chi simultaneously, and the three of them closed in on Lin Chen from three directions. Having learned from the mistakes of Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, who had underestimated their opponents, this time, they unleashed their full strength from the very start. Swords and blades clashed, and fist winds howled. Three geniuses at the 7th and 8th levels of chi condensation joining forces was indeed formidable. However, Lin Chen watched their attacks and could only shake his head helplessly. Sigh. Why does everyone always say that line? There's no originality at all. Lin Chen sighed softly. The next moment, without any warning, whoosh! A dazzling blue sword light, brimming with boundless vitality and extreme sharpness, suddenly burst into view. A blue lotus blossomed. Beautiful enough to take one's breath away, yet beautiful enough to bring despair. The blue lotus sword technique. Sword intent reached a minor achievement. The power of Gengjin. Explosion. Feeling the terrifying might of Lin Chen's sudden outburst, as Yuan Yen, Ma Ning, and Li Shuang, who were attacking with all their might, saw this, their pupils contracted sharply. What? The moment Lin Chen moved, they could already sense a deadly threat emanating from that beautiful blue lotus. This isn't some secret treasure at all. It's sword intent. It's sword technique. This old man. He's been hiding such terrifying power. The three of them felt their souls tremble, wanting to retreat, wanting to defend themselves. But it was all too late. Put! A blinding green light erupted. A head flew into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain from Ma Yan's headless neck, his face frozen in the final moments of horror and disbelief. As for the other two, Ma Ning and Li Shuang, though they hadn't been decapitated on the spot, they were still struck by the terrifying aftereffects of the blue lotus sword light. They let out an agonizing scream, flying backward like kites with their strings cut, spewing blood from their mouths. With a deafening crash, the two crashed heavily into the distant stone wall, emitting a dull thud, their fate unknown. In the blink of an eye, one dead, two severely injured. The three who had been so arrogant moments ago, confident of victory, were now completely incapacitated. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, and the dazzling blue lotus sword light surrounding him faded away. Looking down at the headless corpse on the ground and the two blood-soaked figures clinging to the stone wall in the distance, their eyes filled with endless fear and despair. Lin Chen's face remained as calm as a still pond, as if he had merely done something trivial. At that moment, Ma Ning and Li Shuang were staring at Lin Chen with eyes like they were looking at a demon. Their bodies trembled violently beyond their control. Their hearts were filled with endless fear. How could he be this strong? One sword. Just one sword. Even the three of them working together ended up in such a pitiful state? What kind of monster is this? Chapter 24, reveal the mastermind behind this. Let them die quickly and painlessly. In the silent space, the smell of blood mingled with the scent of dust. Lin Chen held the Gengjin Lingjian sword in his hand, slowly approaching the severely injured and barely alive Ma Ning and Li Shuang. With each step he took, it felt as though he were stepping on their fragile hearts, causing them to feel a suffocating fear. The tip of the sword, in the dim light, dragged a cold, icy glow. It was spotless, yet more terrifying than any blood-soaked weapon. Lin Chen stood before them, looking down at them with a smile. Can you tell me who sent you here? Lin Chen asked the question again. This time, however, his tone carried an unmistakable air of authority. Ma Ning and Li Shuang had long since lost their earlier arrogance and greed. Their eyes now held nothing but fear and despair. Seeing their silence, Lin Chen's voice rang out again, like a deadly curse. Speak. Perhaps I can let you die a little more quickly. Upon hearing the words die more quickly, their bodies trembled violently. The instinct to survive drove them to grasp at the last straw. Ma Ning endured the excruciating pain of broken bones, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, and said in a trembling voice, Lin Chen, it was our mistake for not recognizing your true worth and offending you. But Lin Chen, are you sure you want to know? I advise you not to know. And if you spare us, we can buy you some time to escape the Xintian Xian Zone. In Ma Ning's eyes,
An outer sect disciple had offended the Holy Sun. The outcome is inevitably death.
Li Shuang, standing beside him, hurriedly agreed.
That's right, Lin Chen, the person you've offended is of unimaginable status and power. We dare not speak it aloud, but we can guarantee that if Lin Chen lets us go, we can return and claim the mission failed, saying you were protected by a secret treasure. However, after hearing their words, Lin Chen's expression grew pensive. Buying time? Escaping from the Xiantian immortal sect?
Lin Chen's pensive expression turned into one of keen interest. So, the person behind this must be someone of noble status.
Could it be the son of an elder? Or perhaps a core disciple? Or could it be the Holy Sun? As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh! Another streak of green sword light flashed by at an unimaginable speed.
Put!
Ma Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. He never could have imagined it.
Lin Chen had taken his own life without any warning. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned his gaze and smiled at the lone remaining Li Shuang.
However, in Li Shuang's eyes, Lin Chen's smile was now more terrifying than that of a demon. Gulp!
Li Shuang swallowed hard, her body trembling like a sieve.
Now there's only you left. Can you speak now? Or should I?
Lin Chen paused here, lifting the Gengjin Lingjian in his hand slightly. The tip of the sword flickered with a chilling glow that sent shivers down the spine.
Do you want to experience the agony of having your flesh sliced inch by inch with my sword intent, yet remain fully conscious, unable to live or die? Icy cold. Bone-chilling cold.
Li Shuang felt as though he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cave.
He had no doubt. Lin Chen could truly do it. A century of time.
Lin Chen had witnessed too much of the harsh realities of life at the bottom of the menial labor peak.
He was no longer the inexperienced youngster he once was.
When it comes to enemies who seek his life, he has never shown the slightest mercy.
Cut the grass at the root. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Li Shuang's mental defenses were completely shattered. It was senior brother Xiaoyu from the inner sect who sent us. He said that as long as we could secretly eliminate Lin Chen at the outer sect's trial site without anyone noticing, he'd give each of us 100 mid-grade spirit stones and a pulse condensing pill.
Xiaoyu? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. The name sounded unfamiliar to him.
Why does he want to kill me? I don't think I'd done anything to offend him, do I? I don't know either. The slightly plump young man cried out. We're just here to collect the money and do the job.
But I overheard Xiaoyu mention it once. He seems to be acting on someone else's orders.
Whose orders?
Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he pressed further.
This. The slightly overweight young man hesitated, seeming reluctant to speak.
But under Lin Chen's icy stare, he finally gritted his teeth and trembled.
It was the Holy Sun. Xiaoyu is one of the Holy Sun's men.
He is likely acting on the Holy Sun's orders, and came to us to take Lin Chen's life.
The Holy Sun? The Holy Sun of the Xiantian Xianzong Fangxian? Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. How could it be him? When did I ever offend this high and mighty prince of the Holy Sun?
He had no grudge against Fang Xian, the Holy Sun.
Why would he send someone to kill him out of the blue? Unthinkable, isn't it? The Holy Sun of the Xiantian Xianzong, a figure of such prestige, would actually resort to underhanded tactics to eliminate a mere 100-year-old outer disciple like him?
Just as Lin Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, an absolutely stunning figure appeared in Lin Chen's mind.
Could it be because of Lu Ruyan?
The moment he thought of Lu Ruyan, Lin Chen felt as though his 8 extraordinary meridians had been pierced, and all the information suddenly came together.
If he remembered correctly. According to rumors, the Holy Sun of the Xiantian Xianzong, Fang Xian, has always been closely associated with the Holy Maiden Lu?
Of course, this closeness refers to Fang Xian being a sycophant, while Lu Ruyan has always been cold and indifferent.
Now that you mention it, the trouble I've gotten into this time is because I went to see Lu Ruyan earlier? No wonder I dared not reveal her identity. Who would believe me if I did?
A Holy Sun secretly attacking an outer disciple.
Humph. Tongzi. This is the big boss you brought upon me.
Seeing Lin Chen staring blankly, Li Shuang also thought he had been scared senseless.
So, Lin Chen, why don't you let me go?
I'll buy you some time, and you can escape from the Xiantian immortal sect. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, you can return to seek revenge later. Lin Chen snapped out of his daze upon hearing this, looked at Li Shuang before him, and smiled faintly. No need. Even if it's the Holy Sun Fang Xian, as long as you give me a little time, I can climb over him to rise up. Lin Chen's words left Li Shuang speechless.
The next moment, put!
A golden sword light flashed by. Li Shuang's vision began to grow dim. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, muttering, I told you to die quickly and painlessly.
Did you feel anything at all?
After speaking, Lin Chen began to search the body.
As for Fang Xian's matter?
As the revered Holy Sun, Lin Chen didn't believe that the other party would personally lay a hand on him, an outer sect disciple. As long as it wasn't Fang Xian, the core disciples would handle it themselves.
Therefore, whether it was an outer or inner sect disciple who acted, he had room to maneuver. Motivation. Fully charged. Chapter 25. The first glimpse of the Divine Gate's sharp edge. Sweeping through the outer sect trials. Lin Chen had never been one to show mercy. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. If someone provokes me, I will retaliate 100-fold. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and began to skillfully clean up the battlefield. Soon, 5 storage bags fell into his hands. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Impressive. No wonder he's a genius disciple, he's got quite the fortune. The 5 storage bags combined contained over 800 low-grade spirit stones. Various healing and chi-restoring pills, totaling 13 bottles in all. Among them were several rare and high-quality chi-gathering pills that were rarely seen in everyday life. Additionally, there were several yellow-grade martial arts manuals and some alchemy materials. Lin Chen carefully sorted and stored everything, his mouth almost splitting into a wide grin. Indeed, murder and arson come with a golden belt. Cultivation resources are best obtained through gifts. This haul instantly turned him, a penniless newcomer to the outer sect, into a wealthy man. After dealing with the loot, Lin Chen looked up at the dim, dilapidated ruins. As the elder had mentioned earlier, the primary objective of this outer sect trial was to find a golden. Upon successfully obtaining the inheritance and submitting it to the sect, disciples would receive a copy of the inheritance's evaluation records. The inheritance of a golden core cultivator. At the very least, it would start at the middle stage of the Xian grade. There was even a significant chance it could be a powerful technique or secret art of the earth rank lower tier, or even the middle tier. The ruins were discovered and controlled by the sect. Disciples who enter to search for it and find it can obtain a copy, which is already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, such a legacy, if left in the outside world, would be enough to drive countless wandering cultivators into a frenzy of competition, sparking a bloody chaos. Golden Core Inheritance. A glint of interest flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. No one would ever turn down a powerful inheritance. From the fact that Lin Chen could now easily overwhelm outer sect geniuses at the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation, one could see how important these things were. Currently, Lin Chen possesses 2 Earth-grade inheritances, the Gengjin breathing technique and the Qinglian sword art, along with unmatched sword cultivation potential, Dao-grade talent, and the Gengjin spirit body enhancement. That's why he was able to achieve such a decisive victory. If he were to obtain another Earth-grade inheritance, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Chen wasted no time. He locked onto a direction, his figure flickering like a ghost, vanishing from the spot. Alone, with only his sword, Lin Chen charged forward toward the central region of the Golden Core secret realm. Within this Golden Core ruins, besides the potential threat from other cultivators, there also dwelled numerous powerful demon beasts. These demon beasts had lived for years in the place where Golden Core cultivators had passed away, influenced by the scattered Golden Core energy and spiritual power, making their strength far surpass that of demon beasts of the same rank outside. Some had even undergone strange mutations. However, these powerful demon beasts, which were nightmarish existences in the eyes of ordinary outer sect disciples, are as weak as chickens and dogs before Lin Chen, unable to withstand a single blow. As he made his way forward, his sword struck like a dragon. Whether it was the bloodthirsty bat swarms at the 4th or 5th level of chi condensation, or the ironclad demon wolves at the 6th or 7th level of chi gathering, or those mutated demon spiders with bizarre innate abilities, all these demon beasts couldn't withstand a single strike from his sword, which contained the essence of his sword intent and the power of. A blue lotus bloomed, and sword chi surged everywhere. Wherever he passed, demon beasts fell one after another, their bodies littering the ground. Lin Chen hadn't even fully unleashed the true power of the blue lotus sword technique. Relying solely on his small achievement in sword intent and the power of his spirit body, he was already capable of crushing everything. This effortless slaughter elevated Lin Chen's understanding of his own strength to a new level. Until, after venturing deeper into the ruins for roughly another dozen miles, Lin Chen encountered a true formidable foe before the ruins of a collapsed palace. It was a demon beast of the 9th rank of the chi-gathering realm, as massive as a small mountain, covered in pitch-black scales, with a single horn on its head, and emanating a terrifying aura of malevolence, the Black Jade Shilin Lion. This Black Jade Shilin Lion was clearly the dominant beast of this region. Upon spotting Lin Chen, its 2 blood-red beastly eyes locked onto him, and it let out a deafening roar filled with brutality and bloodlust. 9th tier chi condensation realm. And judging by its aura, it is likely no weaker than a typical human realm cultivator at the pulse condensation realm. Perfect. Lin Chen, upon seeing this, showed no trace of fear in his eyes, but instead flashed an intense look of battle intent. Let me test my true combat power on you. The previous demon beasts were too weak to satisfy him, and the current 9 chi-gathering Black Jade Shilin Lion before him was barely worthy of serving as his sharpening stone. Roar!
The black jade Qilin lion seemed to sense Lin Chen's provocation, roaring furiously as its massive body transformed into a black bolt of lightning, charging toward Lin Chen with a terrifying might that seemed to shake the very ground. A putrid wind swept across his face. Its ferocious might reached the heavens. Lin Chen did not retreat but charged forward, letting out a piercing scream as golden true qi erupted from his body. The sword intent of his minor achievement was unleashed without reservation. The Gangjin spirit sword hummed loudly, with lotus flowers blooming on its blade, and its sword qi was icy and menacing. Well met! Lin Chen roared, holding his long sword, and boldly charged toward the ferocious black jade Qilin lion. Man and beast clashed fiercely in an instant. Boom! 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 Sword energy collided with demonic power. Blue lotus and black intertwined. Terrifying energy ripples spread out like waves, collapsing the surrounding ruins and debris. The entire ruined palace trembled violently in the midst of the intense battle. Such earth-shaking commotion spread hundreds of feet, naturally drawing the attention of other outer disciples nearby who were exploring the ruins. What's going on? Such powerful energy fluctuations. Is someone fighting a powerful demon beast? Quick! Let's go check it out. Several groups of outer sect disciples, drawn by the commotion, cautiously crept toward the area. When they finally got a clear view of the scene at the center of the battlefield, everyone's eyes widened like copper bells. Their mouths were wide open, big enough to fit a fist. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. In the center of the battlefield, a middle-aged man dressed in outer disciple robes, with flowing white hair, and appearing to be only around 40 years old. He was holding a long sword in one hand and engaged in a fierce battle with a massive demon beast of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, its aura fierce beyond description. Sword lights crisscrossed the air. Blue lotuses danced in the sky. With each swing of his sword, the middle-aged man unleashed a terrifying sword intent that seemed capable of shattering anything in its path. Who is this man? He is actually holding his own against that demon beast, whose strength is on par with a condensed pulse realm cultivator, and even seems to be gaining the upper hand. Who is that? 3rd tier Qi condensation realm. He's only at the 3rd tier of the Qi condensation realm? A sharp-eyed disciple, having discerned the cultivation aura emanating from Lin Chen, exclaimed in shock. What? A Qi condensation realm 3rd tier cultivator is single-handedly fighting a Qi condensation realm 9th tier demon beast? And they're exchanging blows evenly? What the hell is this monster? Does our outer sect have such a genius? Wait, that white-haired figure, that silhouette. I think I recognize him. It's him. It's Lin Chen, the 100-year-old menial labor champion Lin Chen. Finally, someone recognized Lin Chen's identity. In an instant, all the outer sect disciples who had come to watch were left speechless, their minds completely frozen in shock. Lin Chen? The mysterious old man who, in the menial labor competition, killed Wang Teng of the Qi condensation realm with a single sword strike and set the record for the slowest promotion to outer sect disciple? He had only just broken through to the Qi condensation realm, hadn't he? How could he suddenly be able to go head-to-head with a terrifying demon beast at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm? And his cultivation level is actually at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm? How the hell did he cultivate like that? Just as everyone's minds were shaken to the core and their worldviews shattered. The battle at the center of the battlefield was nearing its end. Die! Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He seized a moment of weakness in the black jade Qilin lion and his long sword transformed into a dazzling green rainbow. Blue lotus sword technique, blue lotus extinction. With a loud thud, a massive blue lotus sword shadow, resembling the scythe of death, struck the neck of the black jade Qilin lion with brutal force. Scales shattered. Blood spurted wildly. The massive lion's head shot skyward. The massive headless corpse of the inked jade Qilin lion crashed to the ground. The jade-colored Qilin lion was slain. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword, standing tall and straight, his white hair gently fluttering in the strong wind, his expression calm and indifferent. This scene was deeply etched into the minds of all the onlookers. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Chapter 26, The Golden Inheritance is obtained. Earth grade lower tier 5 elements body forging technique. 3rd tier of Qi gathering realm. Going it alone. He had single-handedly slain the terrifying demon beast, the black jade Qilin lion, which was at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Lin Chen's display of such overwhelming combat power left all the outer sect disciples who had come to watch in awe. This guy isn't some old has-been who just got lucky. He is a true hidden powerhouse, a monster whose depths are unimaginable. For a moment, no one dared to underestimate this 100-year-old outer sect disciple anymore. Some cunning individuals even began scheming about whether to approach him and try to form an alliance. However, Lin Chen didn't give them the chance. After slaying the black jade Qilin lion, Lin Chen calmly retrieved the demon core and some valuable materials, then vanished into the depths of the ruins once more, continuing his advance toward the central area of the ruins. Seeing this, the onlookers from the outer sect exchanged glances, their hearts racing but powerless to act. On the rest of his journey, Lin Chen encountered no significant resistance.
Perhaps the aura from slaying the black jade Qilin lion had intimidated the other demon beasts. Or perhaps this area simply lacked any truly powerful beings. In any case, he proceeded unimpeded and soon reached the core area of the Golden Core ruins. Boom! Just as Lin Chen reached the core palace, the entire golden ruins suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden pillar of light, as if capable of piercing through the heavens and earth, shot skyward. The pillar of light pierced the clouds, illuminating the dim ruins with brilliant light. A vast and overwhelming pressure, filled with the mysterious essence of the Tao, swept out like a tidal wave. The golden inheritance. It has emerged. The inheritance has appeared. Quick! The inheritance is at the central altar. Charge! The inheritance of the golden great being is mine. In an instant, all the outer disciples still exploring the Golden Core ruins, no matter where they were drawn to this earth-shaking phenomenon. They rushed toward the central altar from all directions, their eyes gleaming with greed and fervor, like sharks sensing blood. Lin Chen was no exception. His figure flickered like an arrow leaving the string, and he was the first to charge toward the pillar of light radiating endless treasures. Since Lin Chen was closer, he arrived at the source of the light and discovered that it was the altar, more precisely, a jade tablet on the altar. Clearly, this was the Golden Core inheritance of this secret realm. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination, and he charged toward the jade tablet on the altar without hesitation. However, obtaining the inheritance was clearly not that easy. Just as Lin Chen was about to approach the altar, whoosh! 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 5 figures, equally swift as lightning and emanating overwhelmingly powerful auras, appeared from different directions and attacked almost simultaneously. All 5 were at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Moreover, judging by their aura and background, they were clearly among the top prodigies among the outer disciples participating in this trial. They had also come for the golden inheritance. Get out of the way. The inheritance is mine. Who dares to challenge me? Die. 5 disciples at the 9th level of Qi condensation, refusing to yield, unleashed earth-shattering killing moves the moment they moved. Swords and blades clashed, fists and palms collided, instantly turning the area around the altar into a chaotic battlefield of rampaging energy. They were not only fighting for the inheritance but also guarding against each other's sneak attacks, causing the scene to descend into utter chaos. Lin Chen saw this and his eyes flashed with cold intent. He had no time to waste here. Anyone who blocks my path will die. A cold, low growl echoed through the air. Lin Chen's partially mastered sword intent erupted violently. The Gangjin spirit sword hummed loudly, followed by a blue lotus blossoming, and sword chi shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Chen held nothing back. The blue lotus sword technique was unleashed in full force. Blue lotus rain. Whoosh! 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 A torrent of blue lotus sword chi swept across the sky like a raging storm, indiscriminately engulfing the 5 Qi condensation 9th heaven prodigies engaged in fierce combat. What? This is bad. The 5 prodigies felt the sudden, deadly threat of the terrifying sword chi, and their expressions changed drastically. They had no time to continue their struggle for the inheritance, roaring furiously as they desperately tried to block the attack. However, facing Lin Chen's fully unleashed blue lotus sword technique, with the enhancement of his partially mastered sword intent and the power of Gangjin, their resistance seemed utterly futile. Puff! 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 Sword chi pierced their bodies. Blood spurted wildly. In just a single exchange. Of the 5 arrogant outer sect prodigies at the 9th level of Qi condensation, 3 were severely wounded on the spot, screaming as they were flung backward, their fate unknown. The other 2 were covered in blood, their breaths weak, their eyes filled with horror and fear, dared not take another step forward. Lin Chen repelled the 5 prodigies with a single sword strike. Unmatched might. After completing all this, Lin Chen flickered and landed on the altar. At the center of the altar, a jade tablet emitting 5 colored auroras, ancient and mysterious, floated there quietly. Engraved on the jade tablet were 5 ancient characters, the 5 elements body forging technique. Rank Earth grade, lower tier. Earth grade. A flash of joy crossed Lin Chen's eyes as he reached out and grasped the jade tablet in his hand. The inheritance was in his hands. At that very moment, dozens of figures rushed toward them from the distance. They were all other outer sect disciples drawn by the extraordinary phenomenon of the inheritance emerging earlier. When they saw Lin Chen on the altar, holding the jade tablet, his robes fluttering in the wind, resembling a sword immortal descending from the heavens, and the 5 young prodigies at the base of the altar, lying in pools of blood, their bodies in a pitiful state, everyone was once again left speechless with shock. Lin Chen, however, seemed oblivious to their presence. A faint smile curled the corners of his lips as he gently flickered the sword in his hand. A sea of blue lotuses once again filled the sky. This time, the lotus flowers did not transform into sharp sword chi. Instead, they resembled true lotus flowers, drifting down gracefully. The blue lotus petals fell like rain, breathtakingly beautiful. Amidst the falling lotus petals, Lin Chen's figure, with flowing robes, moves gracefully and confidently. With a single step, he transforms into a sword light and vanishes from everyone's sight. Cool. Absolutely breathtaking. Who is that man? He actually took the inheritance from 5 outer sect prodigies at the 9th level of chi condensation? Whoa! What kind of exquisite sword technique is that swirling blue lotus? The disciples who had rushed over after Lin Chen, witnessing this breathtaking scene and feeling the terrifying sword intent lingering in the air, couldn't help but shout in astonishment. When the disciples realized that the graceful figure departing was none other than Lin Chen, the 100-year-old outer sect disciple who had caused such a stir in the sect earlier, everyone fell silent once again. Shocking. Nothing but awe-inspiring. Is this really a person over 100 years old? Could it be some kind of youthful transformation technique? This is simply unbelievable. At the 3rd level of Chi gathering, he effortlessly defeated 5 at the 9th level and even seized the inheritance before departing with flair. How could there be such a terrifying prodigy in the outer sect? But regardless, now that the golden core inheritance has been taken by Lin Chen, it means that this outer sect trial has more or less come to an end. The speed at which it all happened left many outer sect disciples speechless. It was as if the entire outer sect trial had become a solo performance by Lin Chen. Chapter 27, at 18, a startling debut. You're really enough, dog system. The sky filled with blue lotuses dissipated, and Lin Chen held the ancient jade tablet inscribed with the 5 elements body forging technique in his hand, which had already vanished. The golden core inheritance is now mine, and this trial is over. As he walked out of the ruins, Lin Chen thought to himself. The trial's requirements were to find 3 golden yuan fruits or obtain the golden core inheritance. He had achieved the ultimate inheritance in one go, naturally exceeding the task requirements. All that remained was to exit the ruins, hand over the inheritance jade tablet to the leading golden core elder, and receive the examination copy, sect contributions, and retire in triumph. With that thought, Lin Chen did not linger. He confirmed his direction and prepared to return along the same path to leave the golden ruins. However, just as he took his first step, ready to leave the core palace, that long absent yet always unexpectedly appearing system prompt, which had been giving him surprises, sounded again in his mind without warning. Ding! New task assigned. At the age of 18, you made a stunning debut in the outer sect trials, demonstrating strength and wisdom far surpassing your peers. You have now successfully established a solid foundation. It is time to truly make a name for yourself. Please strive to secure first place in the outer sect trials. Task reward: Precious Spirit Pet Treasure Hunting Mouse. The new task panel clearly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's advancing steps suddenly came to a halt. His expression turned utterly bizarre, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably several times. What the hell is this make a name for yourself at 18? Damn system. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me being a centenarian? Ever since the menial labor competition, you've been throwing around 18 left and right. Now you're at it again? Look at me now. Even if I were to turn back into a 40-year-old, I wouldn't have a single thing in common with an 18-year-old, okay? You're lying through your teeth. And make a name for yourself overnight? I'm a 100-year-old man, middle-aged version blooming like an old tree, shocking everyone, right? The choice of words here. Lin Chen suppressed his urge to comment and continued reading the task description. Participate in an outer sect trial and win first place. Ha! Win first place? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The most important goal of this outer sect trial was the golden core inheritance. Now that he had already obtained the inheritance, in a way, he should already be considered the first place of this trial, right? As long as he handed over the inheritance jade tablet to the leading golden core elder, wouldn't this task be completed? At this thought, the lingering frustration in Lin Chen's heart was instantly replaced by anticipation. His gaze fell upon the task reward. Precious Spirit Pet Treasure Hunting Mouse. Whoa! Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. Treasure hunting mouse. This thing is legendary. In the legends of the Great Wasteland Realm, treasure hunting mice are an extremely rare and exceptionally gifted type of spirit beast. They possess an incredibly keen sense for all manner of celestial treasures, spiritual minerals, and divine herbs. It is said that mature treasure-seeking mice can even sense hidden treasures in the void between dimensions or in the depths of forbidden realms. Possessing a treasure hunting mouse is like having a mobile treasure detector. For any cultivator, this is an unparalleled, heaven-defying aid. Its rarity surpasses even some celestial-grade cultivation techniques. Even the Xiantian Xianzong, a prestigious sect with a long-standing heritage and profound foundations, may not possess a pure-blooded treasure-hunting mouse. Lin Chen never imagined that the system's task reward would be such an extraordinary existence. Alright, this task deserves all the credit for your excellent planning. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately sped up and headed toward the exit of the Golden Ruins.
Along the way, he encountered many other outer sect disciples. Most of these disciples were still struggling to find the golden yuan fruits or engaged in fierce battles with the demon beasts within the ruins. When they saw Lin Chen strolling leisurely, as if he were taking a walk in his own backyard, they couldn't help but glance at him with a mix of curiosity and envy. Lin Chen paid no heed to their glances and soon arrived at the exit of the golden ruins. The senior disciple leading the group and several inner sect disciples responsible for recording had already been waiting there. They were busy counting the number of golden yuan fruits submitted by the disciples. When they saw Lin Chen emerge with empty hands, the golden core elder's brows furrowed imperceptibly. In his opinion, given the strength Lin Chen had demonstrated earlier, finding the golden yuan fruits should have been no problem. Why had he returned empty-handed? And where were his other two teammates? Could they have encountered trouble deep within the ruins? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Chen stepped forward on his own and handed over the ancient jade tablet inscribed with the 5 elements body forging technique. Elder, your disciple has fulfilled his mission and found the golden inheritance. What? The golden inheritance? At those words, not only did the golden core elder suddenly widen his eyes in shock, even the few inner disciples beside him, who had been recording the proceedings and remained composed, suddenly looked up in disbelief at Lin Chen. You found the golden inheritance, the golden elder exclaimed in shock. The golden elder took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Boom! A vast and majestic 5 elements Taoist aura erupted from the jade slip. The 5 ancient and sturdy characters' 5 elements body forging technique, along with its earth grade lower tier cultivation level, were clearly imprinted in his spiritual sea. It was truly the golden inheritance. And it was a body forging technique of the lower tier earth grade rank. What value? The golden core elder held the jade tablet tightly, his heart racing with excitement. He looked up, staring at Lin Chen with an expression as though he were gazing at a monster. You actually found it? The few inner sect disciples standing nearby all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Though they hadn't personally inspected the jade tablet, from the senior disciple's uncharacteristic reaction and the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the tablet, this was undoubtedly the genuine Jin Dan inheritance. And they had recognized Lin Chen. This mysterious figure who had made a name for himself in the menial tasks competition, setting records for the slowest promotion and the fastest rejuvenation. He actually had such incredible fortune. But that's not all. Having only entered the secret realm a few days ago, how could this person have broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi-gathering realm in such a short time? And from the peril-filled Golden Core ruins, he actually found the Golden Core inheritance that even they, as inner sect disciples, coveted? This is getting a bit out of hand. Though his heart was filled with disbelief. But the facts are right before our eyes. Finally, the Golden Core elder took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart, and spoke in a solemn voice. Good. Very good. Lin Chen. Your performance in this trial was outstanding. Not only did you successfully obtain the Golden Core inheritance and establish great merit for the sect, but you also demonstrated strength and potential far surpassing your peers. In this outer sect trial, the first place is yours and yours alone. As the Golden Core elder's words fell, Lin Chen's mind was simultaneously filled with the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. At the age of 18, you made a stunning debut and secured first place in the outer sect trial. Task reward, Precious Spirit Pet Treasure Hunting Mouse X1, has been distributed to the system space. It's done. Lin Chen couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples who had just emerged from the ruins and were still gloating over finding a few golden yuan fruits were stunned by the Golden Core Elder's announcement and the revelation that Lin Chen had directly obtained the final Golden Core inheritance. Everyone was struck as if by a bolt of thunder from the heavens. They froze in place. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen, filled with utter astonishment, as if they were looking at a monster. This guy. 100 years old? This old man of 100 years old, even if he's lucky, how could his strength have improved so quickly? That's truly abnormal. Chapter 28, Shocking the Sect. An outer disciple with such talent? The outer sect trials have concluded. Lin Chen secured first place with an overwhelming display of power and successfully obtained the Golden Core inheritance, news of which spread throughout the entire Xiantian zone like wildfire. In an instant, the entire sect was once again thrown into upheaval. If Lin Chen's performance in the menial tasks competition had merely allowed him to make a name for himself on the menial peak and in the outer sect, drawing some attention, then this time, his extraordinary performance at the Golden Core ruins had completely propelled him into the core of the sect and among the higher-ranking members. Single-handedly slaying a demon beast at the 9th level of Qi condensation, and with only the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he forcibly seized the Golden Core inheritance from 5 prodigies at the 9th level of Qi condensation. Such a glorious achievement was enough to make anyone take notice. Even some inner sect elders, and even high-ranking members of the sect, have taken a keen interest in Lin Chen, this 100-year-old outer sect disciple. Have you heard? There's a new powerhouse in the outer sect. His name is Lin Chen.
Apparently, he only became an outer sect disciple at the age of 100. 100-year-old outer sect disciple? Isn't that a? What's so special about him? Hey! You don't know the whole story. This Lin Chen isn't just any ordinary 100-year-old outer sect disciple. He single-handedly defeated 5 geniuses at the 9th level of Qi condensation in the Golden Core Ruins trial and even snatched the Golden Core inheritance. What? Is that true? A 100-year-old old man that's so powerful? It's absolutely true. The entire outer sect is abuzz with it. Everyone says he's a monster in an old man's skin. Similar discussions echoed throughout every corner of the Xintian Xianzong sect. Lin Chen's name and his utterly unbelievable exploits became the topic of conversation among the disciples during their leisure time. Some even noticed a detail. During this outer sect trial, the 2 veteran outer sect disciples Zhao Kuan and Li Mang, who were ranked at the 8th level of Qi condensation and had been assigned to team up with Lin Chen by the Golden Core Elder, along with another team of 3 geniuses at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi condensation, had all mysteriously vanished from the Golden Core ruins. No sign of life, no trace of their bodies. This discovery sent a chill down many spines. When combined with Lin Chen's terrifying strength in the ruins, where he swept aside everything in his path and even seized the inheritance from 5 9th-tier Qi condensation geniuses, a chilling suspicion began to form in everyone's minds. Those 5 vanished geniuses were likely involved in a conflict with Lin Chen and were subsequently disposed of by him. Sigh. At the thought of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This Lin Chen isn't just abnormally powerful. His methods are also so ruthless and decisive. However, regarding such incidents of disciples disappearing or perishing during trials, the higher-ups of the Xintian Immortal sect do not delve too deeply into the matter or intervene. After all, the path of cultivating immortality is inherently filled with brutal competition and unknown dangers. The trial grounds are even more perilous. If one is outmatched or lacks vigilance and perishes there, it can only be blamed on one's own inadequacy and bad fortune. Great sects are great precisely because they never deliberately nurture delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Only those who have undergone the baptism of blood and fire, and emerged victorious from brutal competition, can become true masters. Therefore, the matter of the 5 disciples going missing only caused a minor stir within a small circle before being quickly suppressed by the sect. Holy Maiden Peak. Lu Ruyan was the first to learn of Lin Chen's extraordinary performance at the Golden Ruins. When she heard that Lin Chen not only successfully obtained the Golden Core inheritance but also, with his Qi Condensation Stage 3 cultivation, slew a demon beast at Qi Condensation Stage 9, and even snatched the spoils from the 5 Qi Condensation Stage 9 prodigies. Lu Ruyan, the usually cold and aloof Holy Maiden, was so excited she nearly jumped out of her seat. She knew her Lin Chen brother was no ordinary man. Given the chance, he could soar to the heavens and shine so brightly that the entire world would take notice. Wonderful! Wonderful! Lu Ruyan paced back and forth in the Holy Maiden's chamber, her stunningly beautiful face brimming with uncontrollable joy and pride. It was as though the glorious achievements were not his, but her own. She couldn't wait to rush to Lin Chen's side and reward him properly. And present him with even more precious cultivation resources. However, considering the consequences and Lin Chen's somewhat awkward personality, Lu Ruyan forced herself to suppress her urge. Going to find him now would draw too much attention. Let's wait until tonight. Sneak over to Lin Chen's place at night and give him a surprise. A mischievous gleam flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes as she began scheming in her mind about how to reward her newly risen Lin Chen brother. At the same time, Core Disciple Area, Holy Sun S Hall. Fang Shen listened to his subordinates report on the results of the outer sect trials, his face so dark it seemed like rain was about to pour out. What did you say? Not only did those 5 useless men fail their missions, but that old man named Lin Chen is still alive and well? And he even secured first place in this trial and obtained the Golden Core inheritance? Fang Xian's voice was icy as he slammed his palm onto the jade table, shattering it into pieces. A bunch of good-for-nothings. 5 of them at the 7th or 8th level of Qi condensation, and they couldn't even handle an old man who just broke through the Qi condensation realm? Fang Xian couldn't believe his ears. In his eyes. This should have been an infallible, surefire killing move. How could it have turned out like this? Reporting to the Holy Sun. The inner door disciple responsible for reporting trembled in fear and immediately knelt on the ground. According to the reports, Lin Chen's strength is unimaginable, and he is suspected of hiding his cultivation level. And senior brother Zhao Kuan and the others should all be. Enough! Fang Xian coldly cut him off. He knew full well that Zhao Kuan and the others were likely in grave danger. Fang Xian no longer wished to discuss this matter. If this got out, he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. As the sacred son of the celestial sect, he couldn't even handle an outer sect disciple? Say that out loud. It would be laughable. At the same time, Fang Xian was also unwilling to see Lu Ruyan's gaze being drawn to Lin Chen, that old man. You're lucky. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Fang Xian's eyes. This time you managed to escape by the skin of your teeth. Next time, you won't be so lucky. He refused to believe it. A good-for-nothing who didn't even make it to the outer gate until he was over 100 years old, does he think he can turn the world upside down now? On the other side, after submitting the golden inheritance and receiving a copy from the golden elder, Lin Chen left the affairs hall directly. He did not return to the small courtyard assigned to him in the outer sect. Instead, he focused his mind and communicated with the system space. The next moment, a tiny white mouse, no bigger than the palm of his hand, with round, sparkling eyes darting around, appeared in his palm. It was the reward for this mission, the treasure-hunting mouse. Not bad, pretty cute. Lin Chen stroked the treasure-hunting mouse's fluffy little head and smiled. Though the treasure-hunting mouse looked harmless, its treasure-hunting abilities were otherworldly. Whoever possesses it will find it much easier to locate rare treasures in the future. However, Lin Chen looked at the treasure-hunting mouse in his palm, which was curiously examining its surroundings, a fleeting expression of contemplation crossing his eyes. He already had a system at his disposal, so obtaining rare treasures wasn't something he felt urgent about. While the treasure-hunting mouse was precious, it seemed like a nice addition but not essential for him. On the other hand, that girl Lu Ruyan. Though she was a holy maiden with a noble status and no shortage of resources, but truly valuable items were likely hard to come by? She had helped him so much before, giving him so many precious pills and martial arts techniques. I should find an opportunity to repay her, shouldn't I? The things I gave her before were really nothing special. But this treasure-seeking mouse, in terms of value, is absolutely on par with heaven-grade inheritances and divine abilities and may even surpass them. It's more than sufficient as a token of gratitude. With this thought, Lin Chen made up his mind. As a man, how could he keep living off others? He had to show some sincerity himself. Lin Chen returned the treasure-seeking mouse to his system's pet space and turned toward the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak. This time, he wasn't going to complete the system task. Instead, he was going to give Lu Ruyan a special gift on his own initiative. Chapter 29, Gifting the Treasure-Hunting Mouse. The Holy Maiden's enchanting beauty captivates the heart. Holy Maiden Peak, a quiet courtyard. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned as Lin Chen pulled out a lively, adorable little white mouse that was jumping around and emanating an otherworldly aura. Her lips parted slightly, and her face was filled with astonishment. Lin Chen, what is this, a treasure-hunting mouse? Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with disbelief. She pointed at the snow-white mouse in Lin Chen's palm, which was curiously examining its surroundings and occasionally emitting soft chirping sounds. Her beautiful eyes were now brimming with affection. As the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect, her knowledge was vast. She immediately recognized this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily spiritual creature as the legendary treasure-seeking mouse, a divine pet capable of locating celestial treasures and aiding cultivation. Such a spirit pet was so rare that it was even more precious than some heavenly-grade magical treasures. As far as she knew, there was only one such creature in the entire Xiantian Xianzone, and it had been obtained by the founding patriarch by chance long ago, its whereabouts now unknown. And now, Lin Chen had actually produced a live treasure-seeking mouse. He wants to give it to her? Lin Chen, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Ruyan snapped back to her senses and hurriedly waved her hands to refuse, her tone firm. She knew what a treasure-hunting mouse meant to a cultivator. It was almost like a mobile treasure trove. Lin Chen, who had just been promoted to an outer disciple, was in desperate need of cultivation resources. This treasure-seeking mouse was an invaluable treasure to him. How could she possibly accept such a precious gift? Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's shocked yet resolute expression and had already anticipated her reaction. He smiled slightly, gently extending the treasure-hunting mouse from his palm, his tone carrying a hint of unwavering gentleness. Ruyan, take it. Lin Chen no longer addressed her as Holy Maiden, but instead used the affectionate nickname he had used back when they were both lowly disciples on the Servant Peak. Sure enough, upon hearing those two words, Lu Ruyan's body trembled slightly, and a charming blush spread across her cheeks. Her refusal softened slightly. Lin Chen continued. This little thing, though precious, isn't particularly useful to me. You know I've always been pretty lucky. He smiled meaningfully. As for heavenly treasures, cultivation resources, and the like, I currently have no shortage of them. With the system at his disposal, as long as he completed his tasks, he could obtain various rewards in abundance, so he truly didn't need the treasure-hunting mouse to slowly search for them. But you. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression growing serious. As a holy maiden, you're busy with daily affairs and can't neglect your cultivation. With the treasure-seeking mouse's help, it would save you a lot of trouble and give you more opportunities. And... He paused, his tone a mix of jest and sincerity. You've helped me so much and given me so many valuable things. I should at least give you something worthwhile in return, shouldn't I? To be honest, the only thing I have that's worth giving is this little fellow. If you don't accept it, I'll feel too embarrassed to accept your help in the future. Lin Chen's words were half serious, half joking, but they made perfect sense. Lu Ruyan, who was as sharp as ice, naturally picked up on the underlying meaning in Lin Chen's words.
She looked at Lin Chen's sincere yet unwavering gaze, then at the adorable little treasure rat in his palm, its big, shiny eyes curiously staring at her. The emotion welling up inside her was like a flood breaking through a dam, surging forth. Lin Chen always does this. Even when he was in a difficult situation in her eyes, he always thought of others first. 100 years ago, it was like this. 100 years later, it was still the same. This kindness, this friendship. How could she not be deeply moved by it? How could she not be moved by it? She knew that Lin Chen was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If she didn't accept this gift, given his temperament, he might deliberately distance himself from her in the future and refuse any help she offered. That wouldn't he do. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with tears, and her face bloomed into a smile so radiant it could make 100 flowers pale in comparison. All right. I accept the gift Lin Chen gave me. She extended her delicate hand and carefully took the snow-white treasure-seeking mouse from Lin Chen's palm. The little creature seemed to sense the warm, friendly aura emanating from Lu Ruyan. Far from being shy, it nuzzled her delicate fingers with its tiny head, causing Lu Ruyan to giggle softly. Holding the treasure-seeking mouse gently in her arms, Lu Ruyan lifted her head and looked at Lin Chen once more. Those beautiful eyes, at that moment, seemed to hold countless stars, shining brilliantly. They were filled with emotion, joy, and an overwhelming, almost uncontrollable, deep affection and admiration. Lin Chen, her beloved brother, had not only returned. He had become so powerful. So dazzling. But more importantly, he still had her in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt her heart completely filled. Lin Chen was so overwhelmed by Lu Ruyan's intense gaze, filled with a certain special meaning, that he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl's gaze toward him was growing increasingly unsettling. The scene shifted. Zhuantiang Xianzong, the Elders' Hall. This is one of the core power institutions of the sect, gathering elders from the outer sect, inner sect, and even the core. On ordinary days, the atmosphere here is solemn, with discussions focused on matters of great importance to the sect's development and the cultivation of disciples. But at this moment, inside the Elders' Hall, the atmosphere feels a bit tense. Dozens of elders with profound and unfathomable auras were gathered around, discussing animatedly. And the focus of their discussion was none other than Lin Chen, who had recently made a sensation in the outer sect trials, causing a stir throughout the entire sect. Everyone, what are your thoughts on that newly promoted outer sect disciple named Lin Chen? A core elder dressed in purple robes and with a stern expression spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted into a chorus of murmurs. He's just an old who took 100 years to advance to the outer sect. Even if he got lucky and achieved some results in the trials, what's the big deal? His potential is already exhausted, he's doomed to amount to nothing. A hot-tempered outer sect elder spoke with disdain. He regarded Lin Chen's slowest promotion record as a disgrace to the sect. You can't say that. Another inner sect elder, who appeared more composed, stroked his beard and countered. Though this young man is indeed a bit older, his performance in the trials is something all of you have witnessed. With only the cultivation level of Qi Condensation Stage 3, he slew a demon beast at Qi Condensation Stage 9 and seized the golden core inheritance from 5 prodigies at Qi Condensation Stage 9. Such combat prowess cannot be explained away as mere luck. That's right. Another elder agreed. I heard that during the menial tasks competition, he once killed a Qi Condensation realm opponent with a single sword strike. Now it seems his strength is far stronger than we imagined. In my opinion, although this young man didn't emerge until he was 100 years old, his performance is no less impressive than those top prodigies. In fact, he might even surpass them. This is definitely no ordinary talent. Could it be that he has been hiding his true strength all along? Or perhaps he has recently awakened some extraordinary talent? That's certainly a possibility. The elders discussed animatedly, each expressing their own opinions. Although Lin Chen's age is indeed a major drawback, the battle prowess and potential he demonstrated during the trials were simply too astonishing to ignore. Even several elders who were known for seeking out prodigies and oddities had a fleeting look of interest in their eyes, hinting at the idea of taking him as a disciple. After all, the cultivation world is vast and full of wonders. Some prodigies are born with radiant brilliance. But there are also those who accumulate strength over time and bloom late in life. Perhaps this Lin Chen is one of the latter? Of course, taking on a disciple who is roughly the same age as oneself, or even older than oneself. That image is indeed a bit odd when you think about it. Cough cough. The senior elder cleared his throat, interrupting the discussions. He said solemnly, this young man's situation is indeed somewhat unusual. As for his innate talent and potential, it's still too early to make a definitive judgment. However, since he has demonstrated such ability, the sect naturally cannot afford to overlook such talent. In my opinion, we should observe him further. He swept his gaze across the crowd and spoke slowly. In a few months, it will be the triennial outer sect competition. At that time, all the elite disciples of the outer sect will participate, including those at the late stage or even the peak of the Qi Condensation realm. If this Lin Chen truly has the ability, let him prove himself once more at the outer sect competition. If he can still stand out in such a fierce competition among true prodigies, then the sect may consider whether to focus on cultivating him, or even have us personally step forward to take him as our disciple. It wouldn't be out of the question. The words of the core elder were agreed upon by most of the elders present. The outer sect competition. That is where the true quality of outer sect disciples is tested. Whether this Lin Chen is a donkey or a horse, we'll see when we put him to the test. The truth will be clear. Thus, the elders ultimately reached a consensus to refrain from intervention for now and observe the situation. All decisions will be made after the outer sect grand competition. Chapter 30, Saving a Fox Girl with Kindness? Isn't it you who told me to use divine healing to treat her leg injuries? Lin Chen was currently unaware of the discussions in the elders' hall or the potential future outer sect competition. After returning from the Holy Maiden Peak, he once again immersed himself in his rigorous cultivation. Each day, besides studying the Blue Lotus Sword Manual and refining his sword intent, he practiced the 5 elements body forging technique to temper his physique, while also cultivating the Great Sun Gengjin breathing technique to steadily enhance his true Qi cultivation. With his Dao grade talent, Gengjin spiritual body, unmatched sword cultivation potential, and the support of Earth grade cultivation techniques and pills, Lin Chen's cultivation progress was simply astonishing, advancing by leaps and bounds in a single day. A few days of peaceful cultivation passed. Lin Chen felt the golden true Qi within his body growing increasingly condensed and vast, drawing ever closer to the threshold of the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. He even sensed that a breakthrough in his cultivation was imminent. This rapid growth and strength, with no signs of hitting a bottleneck, felt utterly exhilarating. At this rate, even the condensing veins, golden, and nascent soul realms seemed no longer out of reach. The path to immortality lay before him, growing clearer and clearer at an astonishing pace. However, just as Lin Chen was immersed in the joy of his steadily increasing strength, the dog system, which had been absent for several days and always seemed to appear when he was in the best mood to cause trouble, suddenly sounded its cold, familiar alert in his mind. Ding, new task assigned. As an outer sect disciple showing promise, you have been assigned an outer sect task. While carrying out the task, you happen to encounter a white fox severely injured by hunters, Tushan Susu. Please help her heal her leg injuries. Task reward, Xian Medical Classic Mastery. The new task appeared clearly before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen's smile froze instantly. He read the mission description, his entire body tensing up. After all, it's the dog system. Everyone knows. But Tushan Susu? That name sounds so familiar. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Suddenly, some distant and vague memories flashed through his mind like lightning. That was, roughly 70 or 80 years ago? At that time, he was just an obscure lowly servant on the miscellaneous labor peak, struggling to survive for a few low-grade spirit stones. One day while chopping wood in the back mountains, he did indeed come across a small white fox that was severely injured and on the brink of death. However, he wasn't out on an outer sect mission at the time. It was just a routine herb gathering task. The little fox's legs were covered in blood, seemingly injured by a trap, and it looked at him with fear in its eyes, its lively gaze filled with terror and pleading. He was kind-hearted at the time. So he took it home, cleaned its wounds, and fed it half a piece of dried food? Later, after the little fox recovered, it left without a word. One day, while returning from chopping wood, he discovered a snow-white fox hair on his pillow, emitting a faint glow. At the time, he thought it was the white fox returning to repay his kindness, leaving a strand of its fur as a keepsake. So Lin Chen didn't think much of it and casually tucked the fox hair into an old, tattered martial arts manual. Later, due to his futile cultivation efforts and despair, the manual, along with the fox hair, was discarded and left to gather dust in some forgotten corner. Thinking of this, Lin Chen froze, then pulled out a nearly worn-out copy of the Comprehensive Guide to the Essentials of Body Tempering. He flipped through the yellowed pages. Before long, a pure white fox hair, flawless even after decades, still emitting a faint glow and brimming with mysterious spiritual energy, lay quietly between the pages. It's real. It wasn't a fantasy. Lin Chen picked up the fox fur, feeling the faint yet incredibly pure demonic energy lingering on it. He recalled the name Tushan Susu. He was certain he had heard that name before. Suddenly, Lin Chen froze, then his scalp tingled. Because he remembered who this Tushan Susu was. Tushan Susu. Qingqiu Fox Mountain. 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Cultivation level, Huatian Tianjun. Lin Chen felt a chill run up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He finally remembered why the name Tushan Susu sounded so familiar. That damn thing wasn't just some ordinary little fox. It was the legendary demon king whose fearsome reputation and seductive fame had spread throughout the entire De Huang realm in recent years. The ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. The 9-tailed celestial fox, possessing the bloodline of ancient celestial demons. Its power reaches the divine transformation realm. The divine transformation heavenly lord. What does that even mean? Within the cultivation system of the Great Wasteland realm,
Body tempering, chi gathering, meridian condensation, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, Dao union, and great perfection. The spirit transformation realm. That's a terrifying existence that surpasses even the true immortals of the Yuanling realm. A peerless powerhouse whose footsteps alone can cause an entire region to tremble. Even Li Daoxian, the sect master of the Xiantian Xianzong, and those reclusive supreme elders who never show themselves, are no match for this realm. And yet, that little white fox he had casually saved and fed half a piece of dry bread back then was actually this legendary nine-tailed heavenly fox, the peerless demon king of the divine transformation realm Tushan Susu? This is way too fantastical. Lin Chen clutched the fox fur, feeling his worldview shatter into pieces. Back then, had such an intimate encounter with a future divine transformation heavenly lord? However, Lin Chen suddenly grimaced and glanced at the system interface floating in the void, muttering in frustration. You damn system! Are you kidding me? You want me to treat the leg injury of Tushan Susu and peerless demon king of the divine transformation heavenly lord realm? Her old lady could crush me, a mere third-tier chi condensation realm cultivator, with just one toe, right? Leg injury? At her level, even if her leg were broken, she could heal it instantly. Why do I need to treat her? Me? Lin Chen cursed inwardly. The tasks the system assigns are getting more absurd by the minute. Earlier, it had him go teach the Yuanling holy maiden Lu Ruyan the Xian Shui sword technique, which was already enough to blow his mind. Now, he is actually being told to treat the leg injury of a nine-tailed heavenly fox demon king at the Huatian Tianjun level? This is ING. Are they trying to send him to heaven? And the mission description specifically emphasizes that the demon king was severely injured in the legs after being chased by hunters? What kind of hunter could possibly injure a Huatian Tianjun so severely? Are immortals descending to the mortal realm? Lin Chen felt his intelligence being ruthlessly crushed and mocked by the dog system once again. This task is simply impossible to complete, right? Chapter 31, Xingqiu Fox Mountain. However, complaining is one thing, anger is another. Lin Chen knew deep down that while the system's tasks were a real pain, the rewards were definitely worth it. The Xian Yi Jing Great Achievement. Just hearing the name alone made it clear that this was no ordinary item. Xian likely refers to its rank. A Xian-ranked medical classic is an incredibly precious existence in the Great Wasteland realm, and becoming a special pharmacist, on par with alchemists, is a great honor. The system had given this reward directly at the Great Achievement level. If the task was completed, even if it couldn't bring the dead back to life or mend broken bones, at least he or those around him would have an extra layer of protection in case of injury. More importantly, it doesn't block quests. If this system gets stuck on a task, my plans to obtain cultivation resources through the system would be ruined. He certainly didn't want to experience that despair again, with his lifespan nearly depleted and no choice but to wait for death. It's just healing a leg injury for the Huatian Heavenly Lord. Lin Chen tried to comfort himself. It's just a small matter, a small matter. Besides, I still have the fox fur that Tushan Susu gave me back then. Lin Chen looked at the snow-white fox hair in his hand, which still emitted a faint glow. Back when she was just a little fox, I saved her once and even treated her leg. Now, with this token in hand, asking for this small favor shouldn't be too much, right? Lin Chen thought more and more that with this fox fur, things might not be completely hopeless. For the Xian Yi Jing, to avoid getting stuck on the quest, and for his own path to immortality. This task Lin Chen accepted it. After making up his mind, Lin Chen began preparing to complete the task. First, he needed to leave the sect legitimately and head to the legendary Xingqiu Fox Mountain. Xingqiu Fox Mountain was located deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the domain of the Demon Clan. The place was teeming with demonic beasts and lurking dangers. Even cultivators at the Pulse Condensation realm or Golden Core realm dared not venture there lightly. Coincidentally, this month's Outer Sect task hadn't been completed. Why not take on the task and complete it together? According to the rules of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Outer Sect disciples must complete at least one task assigned by the sect each month to earn contribution points or directly receive rewards such as pills or spirit stones. This serves as both a trial for the disciples and a way for them to contribute to the sect. Lin Chen headed to the affairs hall and began searching the Outer Sect task board carefully. Soon, a task caught his eye. Task name, Harvest 7-Star Grass. Task location, outer periphery of the 10,000 Mountains, Luoxiao Valley. Task description, the sect's alchemy workshop urgently requires a batch of 7-star grass with sufficient age as a medicinal ingredient. Please proceed to the designated location and collect at least 50 plants. Task reward, 100 contribution points, 20 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 Great Mountains. Luoxiao Valley. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination. This is perfect. Although Luoxiao Valley is merely the outermost region of the 10,000 Mountains, at least the direction is correct. Once he enters the territory of the 10,000 Mountains, he can try to reach the vicinity of Xingqiu Fox Mountain. Perfect.
Lin Chen immediately accepted the task, registered it at the affairs hall, packed his belongings, and departed from the Shantian Zone, heading toward the distant 10,000 mountains range. He traveled day and night, sleeping under the stars and eating whatever he could find. With his cultivation at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm and his mastery of the Gale Step technique, Lin Chen's travel speed was quite impressive. Several days later, Lin Chen finally arrived at the outskirts of the vast and boundless 10,000 mountains, a place filled with the primal and wild of the wilderness. Following the mission instructions, Lin Chen quickly located the Luoxia Valley. The valley was shrouded in toxic mist and swarming with venomous insects, clearly no place for the faint of heart. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed a Gangjin spirit body, it was not a major challenge. He moved cautiously through the valley. Lin Chen searched carefully for the traces of the 7-star grass. The 7-star grass thrived in dark, damp places and was often accompanied by venomous snakes and insects. Relying on his skill and courage, Lin Chen managed to collect them fairly smoothly. Once his task was complete, he could head to Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Just as he had gathered around 37-star grass plants and was preparing to rest briefly before continuing deeper into the valley, suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, the void ahead began to ripple like water. A blurry crack, filled with spatial law fluctuations, quietly emerged. Is this the entrance to a secret realm? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could sense that the crack emitted an aura completely different from the outside world, as if it were filled with dense spiritual energy and a faint, almost imperceptible demonic aura. Within these 10,000 mountains lie countless ancient ruins and undiscovered secret realms. Coming across such a place wasn't exactly shocking. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then decided to investigate further. Who knows what unexpected treasures you might find inside? The secret realm represents opportunity. Lin Chen approached the spatial fissure cautiously, extending his divine sense to confirm there were no obvious dangers before darting inside in a flash. The world spun wildly. When Lin Chen regained his vision, he found himself in a strange valley filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, where the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost tangible. Within the valley, ancient trees towered overhead, and rare flowers and plants covered the ground. It bore no resemblance to the outside world, which was filled with toxic mist and danger. It resembled a utopian paradise? How dense the spiritual energy is! This must be an untouched hidden paradise. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. However, just as he was about to carefully explore this hidden realm, suddenly, the sound of intense combat and a woman's panicked screams erupted from the dense forest nearby. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately suppressed his aura, then quietly crept toward the direction of the sounds. Soon, he found himself in a clearing in the forest, where he witnessed a scene that caused his brows to furrow. 3 fox maidens, dressed in emerald green silk robes, their faces as delicate as flowers, each trailing a fluffy tail, were surrounded by a pack of demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes, their auras fierce and menacing. The 3 fox maidens, all at the 6th or 7th level of Qi-gathering cultivation, were holding sharp blades, back to back, struggling to fend off the demon beasts' relentless attacks. Their delicate faces were filled with anxiety and terror. The demon beasts attacking them were of various kinds. There were wild boar demons with exposed tusks and a foul stench emanating from their bodies. There were vicious wolves with gleaming claws and a savage glint in their eyes. There were also mighty bull demons with curved horns on their heads. These demon beasts were mostly at the 6th or 7th level of Qi-gathering, with a few even reaching the 8th level, and their numbers far outnumbered the 3 fox maidens. At this moment, they were slowly closing in, their eyes fixed on the 3 fox maidens, filled with unhidden lust and greed. Little fox spirits, stop your futile resistance. The largest wild boar demon laughed in a deep, booming voice, drool nearly dripping from its mouth. Surrender peacefully. Once we've defeated you, we'll savor every inch of your tender flesh. That's right. We've heard that the fox spirits of Qingqiu Mountain are all seductive beauties who can steal one's soul. Today, we'll finally get to indulge ourselves. The wolf demon beside him licked his lips and let out a disgusting, lecherous laugh. 3 sisters, if you're willing to serve us brothers well, maybe we'll spare your lives. The ox demon was even more direct, his words crude and vulgar. Spit! You shameless beasts! Don't even think about it. A fox maiden who appeared slightly older and had the highest cultivation level blushed fiercely and shouted angrily. We are from Qingqiu Fox Mountain. If you dare to touch a single hair on our bodies, our demon king will never forgive you. The demon king of Tushan Susu? Upon hearing that name, a hint of fear flashed across the faces of the demon beasts. But that fear was quickly replaced by an even more intense greed. Although the demon king of Tushan Susu is powerful, this is the depths of the 10,000 mountains, a secret realm. How could she possibly find us here? The wild boar demon sneered. Once we've had our fill, we'll skin you alive, tear out your bones, and destroy your bodies. Who'll know it was us? Charge! Brothers! Don't waste your breath on them.
Take them down first. At the command, a dozen demon beasts launched another fierce attack. The three fox maidens found themselves in dire straits, on the brink of disaster. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, heard the words Tushan Susu and his heart jolted. Qingqiu Fox Mountain. The Tushan lineage? Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Whoosh! A dazzling green sword light, like a thunderbolt from the heavens, suddenly burst forth from the dense forest. Fast, accurate, merciless, it plunged directly into the center of the battlefield, forcing back the dozen or so demon beasts that were about to strike their fatal blows. This sudden turn of events left everyone present, both human and demon, utterly stunned. The dust settled. A middle-aged man dressed in a moon-white robe, with flowing white hair and holding a long sword, appeared before the three fox maidens. It was Lin Chen. I will protect these three fox maidens. Lin Chen's gaze swept calmly over the dozen or so demon beasts, whose faces were filled with shock and hostility, as he spoke in a cold tone. Those who wish to live may leave now. At those words, the dozen or so pig demons, wolf demons, and ox demons froze in shock. Then, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, they all burst into a deafening, maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear that right? A human? A third-tier chi condensation trash? Dare to come to our demon clan's territory to cause trouble? And you actually want to play the hero and save a beauty? You brat! Have you had enough of living? Do you even know how to write the word death? Chapter 32, Rescuing the Two Fox Maidens. Handsome uncle, you're so strong. Facing the unrestrained mockery and blatant intent to kill from those dozen demon beasts, Lin Chen's face showed no emotion whatsoever. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. To him, they were nothing more than a bunch of noisy ants. It seems you have no intention of leaving? Lin Chen raised his eyes, his icy gaze sweeping over the demon beasts, his tone indifferent. If that's the case, then all of you will stay here. Arrogant. Seeking death. The dozen or so demon beasts, seeing that Lin Chen not only showed no fear but dared to speak so boldly, erupted into furious rage. In their eyes, a mere human cultivator at the third stage of chi condensation was daring to act so arrogantly in their presence it was utterly ridiculous. Brothers, let us kill this reckless human brat first. That's right. Flay his skin. Rip out his tendons. Let him taste the consequences of offending our demon clan. Before the words had even finished echoing, two of the most ferocious wolf demons, two wild boar demons with thick hides, and a mighty bull demon, five powerful demon beasts at the 7th or 8th chi condensation realm roared and charged at Lin Chen from 5 directions simultaneously. Sharp claws, fangs, curved horns. Carrying a foul-smelling demonic wind and a violent demonic force, they charged forward, as if intent on tearing Lin Chen to pieces. The remaining demon beasts stood on the outskirts, grinning savagely, ready to watch the spectacle. In their eyes, this human boy was doomed, and there was no need for all of them to intervene. The three fox maidens protected behind Lin Chen saw the scene and their expressions changed drastically. Though they were grateful for Lin Chen's bravery, this was a hopeless endeavor. This human cultivator, who appeared to be only at the 3rd level of chi condensation, was doomed. Be careful. Human, flee. We'll hold them off. The three fox maidens shouted anxiously. Though they were in a perilous situation, the Qingqiu Fox Mountain lineage, under the teachings of Tushan Susu, had always been kind to others and grateful for kindness. They couldn't bear to see this human cultivator, who had kindly helped them, suffer a tragic fate because of them. However, before they could act, Lin Chen had already drawn his sword. There was no earth-shaking aura. Still as calm and composed as ever, Lin Chen merely raised his Gengjin Lingjian sword casually. In an instant, hum! A clear and piercing sword cry rang out, as if it could pierce the heavens. The sword intent of the minor achievement realm erupted without restraint. The power of the Gengjin spirit body surged wildly into the sword body. Earth-grade advanced sword technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Manual. Whoosh! A streak of blue sword light, so fast it couldn't even be caught by the eye, sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant. No swirling blue lotuses filled the sky. No dazzling phenomena. Only a single sword mark, refined to its purest form, returning to its natural essence. Where the sword mark passed, time seemed to freeze for an instant. The 5 powerful demon beasts, which had been charging forward with claws outstretched in fierce momentum, suddenly froze mid-air. The savage grins on their faces froze in place. In the next instant, put, 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 put. 5 sharp sounds rang out almost simultaneously, the sound of blades piercing flesh. Immediately afterward, under the horrified stares of everyone, those 5 powerful demon beasts, their bodies, from head to tail, were neatly sliced open by an invisible, razor-sharp sword chi. Their bodies were split into 2 halves. Blood, internal organs, shattered bones, rained down like a storm, covering the ground. The putrid stench of blood instantly filled the entire clearing. Instant kill. And with a single sword strike, the entire scene plunged into a deathly silence. Whether it was the three fox women, or the surrounding demon beasts that had been watching the spectacle. At that moment, they all stood frozen in place as if petrified. Their heads buzzed loudly. Their eyes were filled with endless fear and disbelief. This can't possibly be human. A few breaths later. Roar! The demonic beasts on the outskirts finally snapped out of their utter shock. They let out terrified and furious roars. Kill him. Attack together. Avenge our brothers. He must have used some secret technique. He can't last long. Though filled with fear, the remaining 7 or 8 demon beasts, driven by the sight of their fallen comrades, charged toward Lin Chen once more with bloodshot eyes. Foolhardy. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The in his hand emitted a joyful hum once more. This time, it was no longer a single sword beam. Whoosh! 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 A sky filled with blue lotuses bloomed suddenly like a downpour. Each lotus flower emitted a deadly sharpness and vibrant vitality. Beautiful yet deadly. Blue lotus sword rain explosion. Lin Chen murmured a few icy words from his lips. The next moment. Boom! 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 The countless blue lotus flowers dancing through the sky exploded like barrels of gunpowder, erupting violently. Endless waves of blue sword energy swept across the sky, instantly engulfing the 7 or 8 demon beasts that had charged forward. Screams of agony. Wails of despair. The sound of shattered bones. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. In just a few breaths. When the sword energy storm dissipated, the ground was left in a chaotic mess of severed limbs and limbs, along with the overpowering stench of blood. Those 7 or 8 arrogant demon beasts had all turned into cold, lifeless corpses. Not even a single intact corpse could be found. A few demon beasts that reacted quickly, sensing the danger, tried to turn and flee, but they were swiftly struck down by several green sword chi emitted by Lin Chen, piercing their hearts with pinpoint accuracy from behind. Eradicate them completely. Not a single one left. As the last demon beast fell to the ground, filled with resentment and fear, the entire clearing in the forest fell silent once more. Only Lin Chen remained standing there, holding his long sword, his white hair flowing in the wind, as if the bloody slaughter that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. The 3 fox maidens were now completely speechless. They stared at Lin Chen's back, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Especially the youngest and least experienced of them, a green fox maiden with only the 6th level of chi cultivation. She gazed at Lin Chen's towering figure, his flowing white hair, his deep eyes, and the unmatched aura of invincibility he exuded with every movement, capable of slaying countless demons in an instant. Her heart raced wildly, like a frightened deer. She stared at Lin Chen dreamily, her lips slightly parted, her delicate face flushing with 2 adorable blushes, and she murmured unconsciously, "Wow, this handsome uncle, he's so strong." Chapter 33, Tu Shansusu's embarrassing moment. The Fox Mountain demons were stunned. The scent of blood lingered in the forest. The 3 fox maidens stared at the white-haired middle-aged man who had effortlessly slaughtered over a dozen fierce demon beasts, their beautiful eyes filled not only with relief at surviving the ordeal but also with an indescribable admiration and a hint of unusual affection. Especially the young fox maiden who had called Lin Chen handsome uncle, her face flushed red, her large, watery eyes almost forming a heart shape, fixated on Lin Chen and unable to look away. "Thank you so much for saving my life." It was the fox maiden with the highest cultivation, who also appeared the most composed, who reacted first. She led the other 2 fox maidens to Lin Chen, bowing gracefully in gratitude, her posture elegant and her tone filled with gratitude. "This humble maiden is Tu Shan Xingqing. These 2 are my younger sisters, Tu Shan Meier and Tu Shan Ling. We are disciples of the Tu Shan clan of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Had it not been for your noble intervention today, the 3 of us would have fallen into the hands of those vile creatures." Tu Shan Xingqing's voice trembled slightly as she finished speaking, clearly recalling the harrowing scene from moments ago. The 2 fox maidens behind her, Tu Shan Meier and Tu Shan Linger, quickly followed suit, their voices sweet and melodious. "Thank you, sir. Your kindness is beyond words, we have no way to repay you." Lin Chen looked at the 3 fox maidens before him, each as beautiful as the next, and felt a slight stir in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Furry animal ears, a flexible fox tail, and a beauty that could be called stunning, but add to that the adoring and grateful looks in their eyes at that moment. Who could resist that? Especially for someone like Lin Chen, who had lived for over 120 years yet had no emotional experience whatsoever. Cough cough, a virgin. A heart that had been dormant for a century began to itch uncontrollably at that moment. Cough cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat, forcing down the fleeting thoughts in his heart. He waved his hand slightly. "There's no need for such formalities. It was just a small favor. I have a good impression of Qingqiu Fox Mountain." Hearing Lin Chen say this, the 3 fox maidens' expressions grew even more grateful. Hu Qingqing asked curiously, "May I ask your honorable name? How did you end up here?" Lin Chen paused for a moment before speaking. "I have no great name. I am Lin Chen, an outer disciple of the Xintian immortal sect.
I was sent here on a sect mission to gather herbs in the 10,000 mountains, but I accidentally ended up here. He briefly introduced himself, then shifted the topic to reveal his true purpose. Actually, I saved you not only because I saw you in trouble, but also because I wanted to go to the Qingqiu Fox Mountain to pay a visit to your demon king, Tushan Susu.
The three fox maidens were taken aback upon hearing this. Pay a visit to Susu the demon queen?
Hu Qingqing scrutinized Lin Chen closely. Although Lin Chen had displayed terrifying strength earlier, effortlessly defeating over a dozen demon beasts of the same rank. However, the cultivation aura emanating from Lin Chen was only at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm. A human cultivator at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm actually dared to say he was going to visit their Qingqiu Fox Mountains queen, the legendary Susu Nyang Nyang of the Huanshan Tianjun realm? This benefactor must be a bit too full of himself, don't you think? Although the benefactor is naturally gifted and possesses extraordinary combat prowess, the gap between the Huatian Tianjun and the Jiki realm is as vast as the three major realms of Ningmai, Jindan, and Yuanying. It's like comparing heaven and earth, clouds and mud.
They are simply not on the same level. Master Lin. Hu Qingqing hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "May I ask why the benefactor has come to visit my Susu lady?"
Lin Chen, upon hearing this, took out the snow-white fox hair from his robe, which still emitted a faint glow and was filled with mysterious spiritual energy. "Years ago, I had the honor of meeting a white fox from your mountain, who graciously gifted me this item. Now I have come to return it in its original state, and there is also a small matter I wish to discuss with the Demon King in person." Lin Chen did not directly reveal that the white fox from years ago was Tushan Susu, but instead spoke vaguely. The three fox maidens saw the fox fur, which emitted pure demonic energy and was clearly extraordinary, and a hint of surprise flashed in their beautiful eyes. Could this fox hair faintly carry the scent of Susu the fox goddess? The three fox maidens exchanged glances. Each had their own suspicions. This Lin Ngong might be the descendant of someone the king had helped during his travels outside the kingdom, or perhaps he had some unknown connection to the king? Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he possessed this token. After all, one's life-bound fox hair is of immeasurable value to any member of the Tushan Fox clan. Moreover, Lin Chen had just saved the lives of the three sisters, and their admiration and trust for him had already reached its peak. Thinking this, Hu Qingqing no longer hesitated and bowed gracefully to Lin Chen. "I see. Since you, our benefactor, have a prior connection with our demon king and possess this token, we three sisters will escort you to Qingqiu Fox Mountain." "Thank you, ladies." Lin Chen's face broke into a smile. Things were going smoother than he had imagined. It seemed that this life-saving favor still carried some weight. The scene shifted. Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains lies a secluded paradise shrouded in layers of illusory arrays and powerful restrictions. Here, the spiritual energy is so dense it has taken on a tangible form. Divine flowers bloom everywhere, auspicious beasts roam freely, and the air is filled with peace and tranquility. Exquisitely crafted palaces and pavilions, shrouded in green mountains and clear waters, resemble the dwellings of immortals. At this moment, the atmosphere in the central hall of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the Tushan Hall, was solemn and tense. Dozens of Fox clan elders, each with powerful auras and extraordinary appearances, sat upright with reverent expressions, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful figure seated on the main throne in the hall. She was a woman dressed in a fiery red palace robe, her beauty unmatched, exuding 1,000 charms, and radiating a dazzling glow. She leaned lazily against a throne carved from 1,000-year-old warm jade, her long black hair flowing freely, adding an air of allure. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, her nose was delicate, and her lips were as red as cherries, all exquisitely crafted. Especially her narrow, phoenix-like eyes, whose every flickering glance seemed capable of stealing souls and making the heavens and earth pale in comparison. 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails sway gently behind her, emanating a terrifying aura that sends shivers down the spine. She is none other than the current ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the legendary demon king of the demon clan in the Great Wasteland, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, Tushan Susu. At this moment, this demon king of the divine transformation heavenly lord realm was listening to the elders below report on the recent activities of the demon clan and the friction with some human sects. Her stunningly beautiful face bore a faint expression of laziness and impatience. It seemed as though she had little interest in these mundane matters. However, at that very moment, Tushan Susu's half-closed phoenix eyes suddenly snapped open. The lazy expression was instantly replaced by an indescribable mix of shock and ecstasy. She abruptly stood up from the warm jade throne that had been there for thousands of years. Her movements were so swift they stirred a fragrant breeze. Her flawless, delicate face flushed slightly, and her lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Is this the scent of my soul-bound fox fur? He's here? He's come for me?" The sudden loss of composure. It startled the dozens of Fox Mountain elders below, who were engaged in heated discussions about clan affairs, causing them all to freeze in shock. What is going on? He has arrived? Who is he?
All the elders looked at each other in confusion. Then, suddenly, when they saw their demon king, whose face was flushed with excitement, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, and whose delicate body trembled slightly in a state of disarray, all the Fox Mountain elders were completely stunned. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Their own Lady Susie, who had always been lazy and seductive, unflappable even in the face of a collapsing mountain, and whose emotions never showed on her face. Today, what was going on? Who could it be? Who could possibly make this demon lord, who was so high and mighty and whose power is beyond measure, lose her composure like this? This is something that has never happened since the Empress ascended the throne. Chapter 34, the Demon Queen comes to greet them personally. I can't take it anymore. Inside the Tushan Palace, dozens of Fox Mountain elders stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their queen, the supreme ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the unquestionable Empress Tushan Susu. That lazy and seductive demon queen who seemed indifferent to everything, even if a mountain collapsed before her, would still smile charmingly. Was she actually so excited that she had risen from her throne? Her face was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes are filled with springtime charm. Her delicate body trembles slightly. Is this really the same divine being who once struck fear into the hearts of 10,000 mountains and caused countless demonic beings to flee in terror? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Tushan Susu took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement and anxiety in her heart, but her soul-stealing phoenix eyes still shone with an unprecedented brilliance. She swept her jade-like hand toward the stunned elders below and spoke in a tone that left no room for doubt. The meeting is adjourned. This king must go to personally welcome a distinguished guest. Before the elders could react, Tushan Susu flickered into a fiery red streak of light and vanished into the air, heading straight for the exit of the hall. Leaving behind a group of fox elders staring at each other in disbelief, their hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. Personally greet a guest? Distinguished guest? Who could be so important that their king would interrupt an important meeting to personally greet them? Could it be one of the other reclusive demon lords from the demon clan? Or perhaps the rulers of the human race's sacred lands, the emperors of the immortal dynasties? The elders' minds were in turmoil, with various speculations flooding in, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't fathom who could possibly be so important that their beloved empress would lose her composure and show such great respect. However, they dared not show the slightest hint of obstruction or disrespect. Tushan Susu's prestige on Qingqiu Fox Mountain had already penetrated the very bones of every Fox clan member. She was the strongest, the divine emperor, the absolute ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Her words were law. No one dared to disobey. On the other side, Tushan Susu emerged in a burst of light, her heart racing wildly, filled with anxiety and fear to the extreme. It's really him. He has finally come to find me. It's my destined fox fur. There's no mistake. But why did he come find me at this time? Did he encounter some trouble? Given his temperament back then, he would never have used this fox hair lightly unless it was absolutely necessary. Tushan Susu's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. The scene from 70 or 80 years ago was still vividly etched in her memory. That human boy, who looked so downtrodden and had such pitifully low cultivation, had saved her from her life-threatening injuries with his pure eyes and clumsy tenderness. The fox hair she left behind was not merely a token of gratitude, but a bond of connection and a hope for the future. The fox hair was connected to her heart and soul as long as it appeared within a certain range. She could sense it immediately. She had believed that with the guidance of this fox hair, she would soon find him again. But she never imagined that she would wait nearly a century. In the past 100 years, she had never sensed the presence of the life-bound fox hair outside. She even began to think. He had met with some misfortune? After all, the cultivation world was cruel, and the lifespan of humans was far shorter than that of demons. But unexpectedly, today, he actually came to Qingqiu Fox Mountain holding his own life-bound fox hair. No matter what it is. Tushan Susu made up her mind, a resolute gleam flashing in her beautiful eyes. As long as he asks, as long as it doesn't endanger the fundamental interests of the Qingqiu Fox clan, even if it means putting myself in danger, I, Tushan Susu, will definitely help him this once. It will be to repay the debt of saving my life back then. She had assumed that Lin Chen had come this time with some urgent matter requiring her assistance. After all, in the past 100 years, he had never once reached out to her or used that single fox hair capable of commanding ordinary demon kings and stirring celestial phenomena to travel the world. If not for that, the karmic bonds of fate would have brought the two of them together long ago. This is one of the mystical effects of the nine-tailed celestial fox's life-giving fox hair. Tushan Susu. The news that the Qingqiu Demon King, renowned throughout the Great Wasteland for her unparalleled beauty, was personally welcoming a mysterious guest spread like wildfire across the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Countless fox maidens, whether they were cultivating, playing, or handling affairs, all erupted into excitement. Have you heard? Our Susu Empress is going to personally greet someone. Oh my goodness. Who could it be? Such an honor. I have no idea. But whoever it is must be someone extraordinary for the Empress to treat with such solemnity. Hurry up! Let's go see. I want to see who this mysterious person is who has Our Lady so eagerly awaiting their arrival. In an instant, countless graceful figures emerged from every corner of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, converging toward the mountain gate. Their eyes, filled with curiosity and wonder, all turned toward the direction where Tushan Susu was looking. Everyone wanted to know. Who could possibly make their queen behave so uncharacteristically? About a quarter of an hour later, under the gaze of countless eyes, 3 figures slowly emerged from the mist outside the mountain gate. At the forefront were the 3 sisters, Tushan Xingxing, Tushan Mayer, and Tushan Linger. Behind them followed a middle-aged man dressed in a moon-white robe, with flowing white hair, and a face that appeared to be around 40 years old. It was Lin Chen. Ha! It's Qingqing and the others returning. Who is that human behind them? He looks pretty ordinary. His cultivation level seems to be only at the 3rd level of the Qi-gathering realm. Besides looking decent enough, he doesn't seem to have anything special about him besides a hint of maturity. Our mistress isn't waiting for him, is she? The surrounding fox girls chatted animatedly, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with confusion and a hint of disdain. In their eyes, this human man of only the 3rd level of Qi condensation realm was simply unworthy of being personally greeted by their demon king. However, the next moment, all the fox maidens' chatter came to an abrupt halt. Their beautiful eyes widened slightly. There stood their high and mighty, usually stern and radiant Lady Tushan Susu. Upon seeing that white-haired middle-aged man, the face of that woman, whose beauty could make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, suddenly flushed with a heart-stopping blush. Her soul-captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with autumn waves, radiating an indescribable mix of surprise and shyness. She even seemed unable to contain her excitement, taking light, graceful steps as she hurried toward the human middle-aged man. Then, under the stunned, speechless gazes of everyone present, this peerless demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm actually bowed slightly to the middle-aged human man, speaking in a voice brimming with endless tenderness and joy. Benefactor. Your servant has finally seen you again. Boom. That single word, benefactor. That single word, servant. Like a thunderclap from the heavens, it struck every fox demon present with overwhelming force. Every single fox demon, without exception, was stunned into silence. Their minds went blank. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. And Lin Chen, who was right in the middle of it all, was completely thrown off balance by Tushan Susu's sudden cry of savior and her enchanting, tender expression. He looked at the woman before him. A stunningly beautiful woman with a seductive figure, curves in all the right places, a narrow waist, round hips, and a bust that seemed to defy gravity, exuding the mature allure of a sophisticated woman. That face was so stunning that even he, who had grown accustomed to the ethereal beauty of Lu Ruyan, felt his heart flutter. Especially those eyes, like they could speak, now gazing at him with a look of longing independence. Add to that the sweet, syrupy, bone-melting master and your servant. This is unbelievable. Lin Chen felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. This man, who had lived for over 120 years with a heart as still as a well, nearly lost control in that moment. Demon. This must be a 9-tailed fox demon who has been cultivating for thousands of years, specifically to seduce human hearts. Guys, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 35, Closing the Palace to Visitors. Who exactly is this handsome uncle to the Empress? Facing Tushan Susu's 1,000 charms and tender benefactor and your servant tactics, Lin Chen felt as though his heart, which had been dormant for a century, had been plunged into a red-hot iron, boiling over instantly. He could even clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, thudding like a drum. Especially when Tushan Susu's watery, almond-shaped eyes, filled with a mix of shyness, excitement, and longing, stared at him without blinking. Lin Chen felt his cheeks growing hotter and hotter, beyond his control. He, an old monster who had lived for over 120 years, was actually feeling a bit embarrassed. Tushan Susu watched Lin Chen's flushed face, evasive gaze, and flustered demeanor, and her heart was filled with joy. This benefactor was still the same as back then, so easily embarrassed. How adorable. Her mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes flashed a mischievous smile, not only failing to subside but growing even bolder. She let out a soft, giggling laugh, her voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, carrying an intoxicating allure. Then, under the stunned gazes of the fox demons, the peerless demon queen, the most beautiful among all demons, took a graceful step forward, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, and approached Lin Chen on her own. The distance between them was mere inches. Lin Chen could even clearly smell the strange, faint fragrance emanating from her body and feel the astonishing heat radiating from her. Sir! Tushan Susu parted her red lips, her voice as seductive as ever, her eyes as dreamy as water. She tilted her exquisite face, which could drive any man mad with desire, and then gracefully spread her delicate, bone-like arms, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of anticipation and playfulness, and asked softly, "Sir, do you think I look pretty now?" The moment those words left her mouth, Lin Chen felt his head buzz like a bee, nearly exploding on the spot. Pretty? How could it just be beautiful? It was enough to kill a man. He struggled to suppress the red-clad cannon that was about to rise up below. The veins on Lin Shen's forehead were about to burst. His breathing was rapid. No way. He couldn't hold on any longer. If this continues, his century-old spiritual cultivation might shatter right here. Lin Shen hurriedly recited the incantation, took a deep breath, and activated the Great Sun Genjin breathing technique to calm himself down. Then, facing the nine-tailed celestial fox before him, who was exuding an alluring charm and breathing fragrantly, Lin Shen bowed slightly and spoke in as calm a voice as he could manage. Cough, cough. I have met the Demon King Su Su. He dared not call her by her name, using only the title Demon King to remind himself and her of their respective statuses. However, upon hearing the words Demon King, Tushan Susu's alluring red lips pouted slightly, revealing a dejected and tearful expression, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance and reproach. Oh my benefactor. Why are you still being so formal with me? Just call me Susie. What else with all the Demon King nonsense? In your presence, I will always be the little white fox you saved all those years ago. At those words, the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain erupted in chaos. It was complete chaos. Those fox demons who had previously harbored doubts about Lin Shen's identity and were puzzled by his relationship with the Demon King. Now all of them looked utterly enlightened. Soon, expressions of even greater shock and admiration began to appear. It turns out that this middle-aged human had actually saved their queen, Tushan Susu, the Empress. And it was likely during the time when the Empress was at her weakest and most helpless. This is truly a tremendous favor. No wonder the Empress treats him so differently. So deeply in love. No wonder, after becoming the Demon King, she has always advocated maintaining good relations with kind-hearted human cultivators and avoiding conflict. The root of it all lies here. In an instant, all the fox demons' gazes toward Lin Shen underwent a complete transformation. Doubt, curiosity, all of that vanished. In their place was deep admiration, gratitude, and unabashed worship. The one who had made their king remember him for 100 years, never to forget his kindness. That's definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Shen listened to Tushan Susu's heartfelt words, feeling the intense gazes of the fox demons around him, but inside, he was cursing his luck. This is completely over. He had been completely ensnared by this fox demon who had cultivated for 1,000 years. If this continues, I might really not be able to handle it. The charm of this nine-tailed heavenly fox is terrifying. Its destructive power is 10,000 times more terrifying than the Earth Grade Upper Tier Blue Lotus Sword technique. Fortunately, Tushan Susu seemed to have noticed Lin Shen's predicament and his limits. She, being as intelligent as she is, naturally understands the principle of moderation. Being able to reunite with her benefactor today and see that he still holds her in such high regard, she is already more than satisfied. As for taking things further, no rush. There's plenty of time in the future. Thinking this, Tushan Susu's eyes sparkled, and she giggled again, skillfully changing the subject. Giggle giggle, you must be tired from your long journey, my benefactor. This place is crowded and noisy, it's not the best spot for catching up. Why not come with me to my chambers? We can chat there in private. As she spoke, she stepped forward and reached out to take Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen was so startled that he quickly took a step back, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Her chambers? Chat slowly? Who could possibly handle that? However, he also knew that refusing now would likely be impossible to justify. After all, he had come here with important business to attend to. Tushan Susu saw this and didn't press the matter, but she gave Lin Shen a lingering glance, her eyes seeming to say, "You really don't understand romance." She then turned to the fox demons still gathered around and announced loudly, "This king has reunited with an old friend today, and my heart is filled with joy. Effective immediately, Qingqiu Palace will be closed to visitors for 3 days. All matters will be discussed again after 3 days." As soon as she spoke, the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain once again fell into complete silence. Close the palace and refuse visitors? For 3 days? Goodness gracious. Their queen is actually willing to seal off the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain for this human man? What on earth is going on here? Countless young fox maidens of Qingqiu flashed countless indescribable scenes through their minds. They watched as Lin Shen was half-heartedly led by their demon king into the depths of the mysterious Qingqiu Palace, each of them blushing uncontrollably, their beautiful eyes sparkling with endless gossip and imagination. This white-haired handsome uncle, could he be doing something beyond friendship with the Empress inside? Chapter 36, The Demon King Serves Tea. Tenderness like water. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the luxurious yet elegant doors of Tushan Susu's bedchamber slowly closed, completely blocking out the outside world's buzzing whispers and curious glances. Lin Shen looked at the closed palace door, then at the peerless demon king before him, who was gazing at him with a loving smile, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He finally realized what was happening. He seemed to have been lured into the bedroom by this nine-tailed fox demon who had cultivated for 100 years. Inside the sleeping quarters, the light was dim.
The air was filled with an oddly sweet scent that stirred the soul, reminiscent of flowers yet also of a unique body fragrance, enough to make one dizzy with desire. Every item in the room was exquisitely luxurious, yet it all carried an indescribable allure and hint of intimacy. This atmosphere. Lin Chen could feel his face growing hotter and hotter against his will. How did he feel like he was a pure, innocent lamb that had wandered into a den of wolves? No, a fox's lair. 100-year-old one, disguised as a middle-aged handsome uncle. No. Procedure. We have to go through the motions. Stay calm. Stay calm. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to look calm, forced a slightly stiff smile onto his face, bowed to Tushan Susu, and asked innocently, "That Susu lady?" He simply couldn't bring himself to say Demon King, as it felt too formal, but calling her Susu directly felt too familiar. "May I ask why the lady referred to me as benefactor earlier? I've thought about it carefully, but I don't recall ever meeting you before. It's just that, back in the day, I did indeed rescue an injured white fox in the back mountains. Could that white fox have any connection to the Empress or the Qingqiu Fox Mountain?" He began to speak solemnly, making up stories on the spot, trying to take control of the situation and avoid appearing too passive. "I have come to the 10,000 Great Mountains to complete an external sect task for my clan, to gather some spiritual herbs. I heard that Qingqiu Fox Mountain is a sacred place for the demon clan, so I thought I'd drop by on my way to pay my respects and see if I could find out anything about that little white fox from back then. It would be a way to put that matter to rest." Lin Chen's words were flawless, explaining his reason for being here while skillfully steering the conversation toward the little white fox from years ago. However, Tushan Susu listened to his explanation, which was as obvious as "there's no silver here," and looked at him trying to act calm but with his eyes darting around and sweat beading on his forehead. A hint of mischief and teasing flashed in her soul-stirring phoenix eyes. "Put!" A seductive laugh escaped her tempting red lips. It was like 100 flowers blooming, or celestial music filling the air, sending a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. "Giggle, giggle, master, don't be afraid." Tushan Susu covered her mouth and giggled, her charm irresistible, teasing Lin Chen, "I wouldn't dare eat you." Tushan Susu didn't bother to explain further. Instead, she glided over with graceful steps, her figure swaying, trailing an intoxicating fragrance, and approached a elegantly placed low tea table beside the sleeping quarters. "Sir, you've traveled a long way, you must be tired. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea to moisten your throat. We'll chat slowly." She spoke softly to Lin Chen, then sat down elegantly on the cushion beside the tea table. Lin Chen. Great. I've been led astray by this temptress again. With no choice, Lin Chen could only grit his teeth and go along with it. He walked over to the low table and sat down cross-legged, mimicking Tushan Susu's posture. Sitting on the soft cushion, facing a legendary demon king and a divine immortal, plus an absolutely stunning older woman, with her watery eyes fixed on him, he couldn't help but feel awkward. However, what happened next left Lin Chen both flattered and surprised. Tushan Susu's delicate hands reached for a set of purple clay teaware that looked extraordinary, and she began to warm the cups, place the tea leaves, and brew the tea with skilled and elegant movements. Every movement was a pleasure to behold. The aromatic tea fragrance mingled with the unique, subtle scent emanating from her body, filling the air and making one feel intoxicated. Lin Chen watched the scene before him, his heart filled with emotion. Who could have imagined? Who the hell could have imagined? That little white fox who was trembling in fear and on the brink of death in the back mountain, whom he had saved by chance. Now she had transformed into such a breathtakingly beautiful being, the most stunning among the demon clan, with power that had reached the terrifying level of a divine lord. And the most outrageous part is, this demon king, whose every step causes the entire 10,000 mountains to tremble, is now personally pouring tea for this lowly third-tier chi-gathering realm cultivator? This honor, this treatment. Lin Chen dares to swear. Even the current sect master of the Xintian Xianzong, Li Daoxian, couldn't enjoy such treatment. What has he done to deserve this? Tushan Susu seemed oblivious to the storm raging within Lin Chen's heart. She was focused on brewing tea, her lips curled into a faint, intoxicating smile. Soon, a cup of steaming hot tea, emitting a peculiar fragrance, with a faint spiritual glow flickering on its surface, was gently placed before Lin Chen by her delicate, bone-like hands. "Sir, please enjoy the tea." Tushan Susu's eyes were as gentle as water, gazing at Lin Chen with a loving expression, and she spoke softly. "This is the 9-turn nourishing spirit tea that I have treasured for many years. It is made from the flower buds of 9,000-year-old spiritual herbs, combined with the spring water of Qingqiu, and carefully brewed through 99 processes. Not only is the flavor sweet and mellow, but it also has the miraculous effects of nourishing the soul, cleansing the spiritual roots, and enhancing one's cultivation. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." Lin Chen looked at the clear and translucent tea in the cup, which clearly wasn't an ordinary brew, then glanced at Tushan Susu's eyes filled with anticipation and sincerity. Though he wanted to refuse, he couldn't bring himself to do so in the face of such beautiful eyes. Moreover, the Demon King himself had personally brewed the tea for you. If you kept refusing, that would be too ungrateful. Lin Chen nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a small sip.
The moment the tea touched his lips, boom! An indescribable sweetness and crispness, accompanied by an incredibly pure and vast gentle spiritual energy, exploded instantly in his mouth. Immediately afterward, this spiritual energy surged into his limbs and internal organs like a flood breaking through a dam. He felt the bottleneck of his third-level chi-gathering realm cultivation break loose under the impact of this spiritual energy. Then, crack! A faint, almost inaudible crack. The bottleneck of the third level of chi gathering was shattered. The golden true chi within his body surged wildly, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. Third tier peak of the chi gathering realm. Fourth stage of chi gathering realm, initial stage. It's done. All it took was a single sip of tea. It actually allowed him to break through an entire minor realm? From the third stage of chi gathering realm directly to the fourth stage? This tea. Lin Chen's face rarely showed any surprise. Tushan Susu watched Lin Chen's astonished expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, a trace of pride flashing in her eyes. Giggle, giggle. Master, how does this 9-turn nurturing spirit tea taste? Lin Chen set down his teacup and bowed respectfully to Tushan Susu. Thank you, Lady Susu, for your generous gift. This tea is incredibly precious. Lin Chen is truly grateful. This tea is absolutely priceless. Tushan Susu actually handed it over so easily for him to drink. This kindness is too overwhelming. Oh, my benefactor is being too polite to me again. Tushan Susu gave Lin Chen a coy glance, her allure nearly causing him to lose his composure. After speaking, Tushan Susu sighed softly, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of nostalgia and just the right amount of grievance. Back then, this servant was injured by that damned hunter, trapped in the mountains, alone and helpless, on the brink of death. It was you, my benefactor, who spared me despite my demonic origins, disregarded my blood-stained appearance, and saved my life. You tended to my wounds and even shared half of your dry rations with me. The kindness of that half piece of dry bread, Susu has never dared to forget. She paused here, lifting her watery phoenix eyes to fix them on Lin Chen, her voice trembling with anticipation. Do you remember, my benefactor? The little white fox you saved back then, that was me. After speaking, she tilted her delicate face upward, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous and triumphant glint, and she batted her eyelashes at Lin Chen, her breath fragrant as she coaxed. Master! Look at me now. Isn't it very different from that weak and pitiful little white fox back then? Looking at the stunningly beautiful face before him, Lin Chen felt his head buzz again, and his old face flushed red once more. This demoness. She is too good at this. Seeing Lin Chen's adorable expression of shock and embarrassment, Tushan Susu giggled again, her body trembling, and the astonishing curves of her chest rose and fell, making Lin Chen's mouth go dry. Enough, enough. I won't tease you anymore. Tushan Susu finally managed to stop laughing, her beautiful eyes still brimming with laughter. She picked up her teacup, took a delicate sip, then looked at Lin Chen and asked softly, Master, you came all the way to Qingqiu Fox Mountain specifically, and even brought the fox fur that was once my life-giving fur. There must be something you need my help with, right? Master, please speak freely. Whatever I can do for you, I will certainly do it for you. Her tone was firm, filled with unwavering sincerity. Lin Chen felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing her words. However, he dared not directly reveal that he was here to complete a system task and treat her leg injury. That would be way too outlandish. Lin Chen cleared his throat and quickly covered up. Cough, cough. It's really nothing important. I was just passing by the 10,000 mountains during the Outer Gate trials a few days ago. I remembered what happened back then, and coincidentally had that fox hair with me. I thought I'd drop by to check if that little white fox was indeed connected to the Qingqiu Fox Mountain. I never expected it, hee hee. Susu, you're actually that little white fox. Tushan Susu listened and felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. She rose directly from the cushion, took a few graceful steps, and came to stand beside Lin Chen, sitting down close to him. A more intense, intoxicating fragrance instantly enveloped Lin Chen. So you've been thinking about me all this time, my benefactor. Tushan Susu's voice was as soft as feathers, gently brushing against Lin Chen's heart, making his body burn with desire. I'm so happy. Master calls me Susie, but you've always called me Susie Empress. It feels so formal. Tushan Susu turned her head slightly, her watery phoenix eyes gazing intently at Lin Chen's eyes. Their eyes locked. Their breath was almost audible. The air was filled with an indescribable aura of intimacy and danger. Lin Chen could feel his heart racing out of control once again. This can't go on. If this continues, something bad is going to happen. He forced himself to suppress the pounding in his chest and changed the subject. Okay, Susie, speaking of which, you were so badly injured back then. Did you end up with any lasting complications? The words were out of his mouth. Lin Chen wanted to slap himself across the face. What the hell was I thinking asking such a stupid question? She's now a divine transformation heavenly lord. A divine transformation heavenly lord. Even if the minor injury she sustained 100 years ago wasn't fully healed at the time, with her current cultivation level, how could there still be any lingering effects? This is like rubbing salt into the wound. This is bad. This is even more embarrassing. Chapter 37, Traveling thousands of miles to treat a leg? The benefactor could have gone a little higher. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he regretted it deeply, wishing he could turn back time and take back those foolish words. There's nothing he can do. It feels like I've been led around by Tushan Susu today. This demoness. She's really too clever. Lin Chen had already braced himself for being teased by Tushan Susu. However, to his surprise, after hearing his words, there won't be any aftereffects, right? Tushan Susu not only didn't tease him, but her eyes, which had been filled with love and sparkled like diamonds, suddenly filled with tears. Immediately afterward, her exquisitely beautiful face, with its thousand charms, revealed a delicate, tearful expression that was so pitiful it made even onlookers feel sorry for her. Her red lips pouted slightly, her nose turned red, and her voice carried a hint of just the right amount of choked-up emotion and grievance. Whoa, how did you know, sir? I truly left behind some aftereffects. As she spoke, her previously straight and graceful figure suddenly collapsed, as if made of delicate willow branches, and she fell directly into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen! No way? This acting is way too over the top. You're the Divine Transformation Heavenly Lord, for crying out loud. The Divine Transformation Heavenly Lord. Even if there are real aftereffects, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Lin Chen instinctively reached out to help her up, but then thought better of it. But if he didn't help her and let her fall like that, so fragile and boneless, what if she really pulled off the scam? Would he end up tied to the bed with her, having little fox cubs? Such a thing seems pretty thrilling. In the blink of an eye, Tushan Susu's intoxicatingly fragrant body had already just so nestled itself into Lin Chen's arm. That soft touch, that astonishing elasticity. Lin Chen felt his arms go rigid as if struck by an electric current. Master, my legs are still sore from the aftereffects, and they hurt a bit. Tushan Susu buried her tear-streaked, delicate face in Lin Chen's chest. She even adjusted her angle to appear even more vulnerable and helpless, her voice trembling with tears as she continued. It's the spot where I was injured by that hunter years ago. It's never fully healed. It occasionally throbs, making it hard for me to eat or sleep. As she spoke, she gently rubbed her exquisite cheek against Lin Chen's chest, like a kitten seeking comfort. Lin Chen. He was completely numb. Believe you? Not a chance. You're so bad. Even if the physical body of the Divine Transformation Heavenly Lord were to lose an arm or a leg, it could regenerate instantly. After effects? This after effect is probably just a trick to lure me in, isn't it? But the act has gone this far. If he doesn't play along, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? No, it doesn't hurt. Lin Chen said dryly, trying to comfort himself. Just then, an even more shocking scene unfolded, leaving Lin Chen speechless and his blood boiling. There, nestled in his arms, was Tushan Susu, her tears streaming down her face like raindrops on a pear blossom, looking utterly helpless and pitiful. Dared to, right in front of him. She gently lifted her jade-like hand and directly lifted the hem of her fiery red palace robe. Sigh. Lin Chen suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. Beneath the skirt hem, a pair of long, straight, round, and firm legs, with skin as smooth and delicate as the finest white jade, shimmering with an alluring glow, were fully exposed to the air. That perfect leg shape. That astonishing curve. Lin Chen felt his nose grow warm. He couldn't take it anymore. Lin Chen quickly turned his head away. Don't look where you shouldn't, don't look where you shouldn't, he silently repeated the ice heart mantra in his mind. However, that fleeting glimpse of breathtaking beauty was etched into his mind like a brand, impossible to erase. Sir! Tushan Susu saw that Lin Chen had turned his head away and wasn't looking at her. Her tempting red lips pouted slightly once more, her voice filled with grievance and a hint of subtle reproach. Are my legs not beautiful? They're beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lin Chen covered his eyes, shaking his head vigorously like a metronome, and hurriedly said, Just kidding. If they weren't beautiful, then there wouldn't be any beautiful legs in the world. He cleared his throat, trying to sound calm. Cough, Susie, put your skirt down first. Let's talk this out. I'm really not the kind of person who takes advantage of kindness. And I'm just a lowly chi condensation realm cultivator over 100 years old. What qualifications do I have to dare to defile someone as divine as you? He spoke with such sincerity, almost swearing on his life. However, after hearing his words, Tushan Susu not only refused to lower her skirt, but instead quietly straightened her body and wrapped herself around Lin Chen's neck like a beautiful snake. Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Lin Chen's cheek, causing him to lock eyes with her. Those soul-stealing phoenix eyes were shrouded in mist, exuding a seductive charm that was almost irresistible. Tushan Susu parted her crimson lips, exhaling a fragrant breath, and in a voice so seductive it could make any man surrender on the spot, she whispered softly into Lin Chen's ear. My savior! Why belittle yourself so? Without you back then, where would Susu be today? To Susie, you are like a parent who gave me a second chance at life. Don't even mention looking at my legs. Even if Susu were to offer herself in marriage, it would not be too much. Benefactor. Tushan Susu spoke, slightly lifting her proud chest, gazing at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with endless temptation and anticipation, her voice as soft as a dream. Why not let Susu offer herself in marriage to repay your life-saving grace? Boom! Lin Chen felt his mind explode completely. Offer oneself in marriage? This is happening way too fast. To be honest. Facing this stunningly beautiful, naturally seductive nine-tailed fox demon king who was actively throwing herself at him. If Lin Chen were to say he wasn't the least bit tempted, he'd be lying through his teeth. No man could resist such temptation. If he just nods his head now, he'd be living the life of a kept man, enjoying endless wealth and luxury. He might even ascend directly to become the king's consort of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. It's not impossible. But absolutely not. He, Lin Chen, a proud man of 7 feet tall. How could he possibly live off others? This soft life. Lin Chen would rather jump off a cliff and die than eat a single bite. Most importantly, his path to immortality isn't about relying on others, but about forging his own way step by step. And it should be the woman he protects who benefits from that. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took a deep breath, and his eyes regained their clarity. Lin Chen reached out his hand and, under the astonished gaze of Tushan Susu, gently pinched her exquisitely beautiful face, which was as smooth as warm jade. Then, he wore an incredibly serious expression. Susu. The help I gave you back then was merely a small favor. I never intended to use it as a means of repayment. I came here today simply to check on your well-being. However, Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's righteous demeanor and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This benefactor is truly a blockhead. But it was precisely because of this that she found him even more appealing, more captivating, and couldn't stop thinking about him. The Lin Chen she knew before was someone of impeccable character, the kind of person who was too good for his own good. But who knows how he is now? Therefore, Tushan Susu's previous actions were, to some extent, a test. But now it seems, he has kept her precious fox fur, which is her life essence, for 100 years. And when passing by Qingqiu Fox Mountain, he even went out of his way to inquire. Even after 100 years, her benefactor remains the same kind-hearted person he always was. Her benefactor is still the one who suits her best. The more she can't have it, the more she wants it. Thinking of this, Tushan Susu not only didn't back down because of Lin Chen's refusal. Instead, Tushan Susu's eyes flickered, and she once again displayed a pitiful, delicate appearance that made anyone who saw her feel sorry for her. Then she raised her delicate hand and, without hesitation, grabbed Lin Chen's hand and gently placed it on her smooth, delicate, warm, and jade-like thigh. Whoa, my savior. Tushan Susu squeezed out a few more crystal-clear tears, her voice trembling with emotion as she said pitifully, I really have after effects. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. Right here. The place where that hunter injured me back then still aches faintly. As she spoke, she gazed at Lin Chen with her watery, almond-shaped eyes, her expression filled with sincerity and anticipation. Then, in a voice so seductive and full of endless illusion that it could drive any man mad on the spot, she whispered softly, My savior. If you'd like, you could look up just a little bit higher. Chapter 38, Mastering the Medical Classics. Blocked chi and blood, obstructed meridians, old injuries? Lin Chen's hand was involuntarily grabbed by Tushan Susu and gently placed on her warm, smooth, and incredibly elastic white leg. That sensation. Soft. Slippery. Warm and fragrant. It was like caressing the finest silk brocade. Lin Chen felt his head buzz, and an indescribable current surged from his fingertips, spreading throughout his entire body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Touching the leg of a divine transformation heavenly lord? Or the beautiful legs of the nine-tailed fox demon king? This is unbelievable. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone touch it. This was way too intense. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand back. However, just as he was about to make a move, just as Tushan Susu's soul-stealing phoenix eyes, filled with a hint of cunning and anticipation, softly murmured in a voice that was seductive to the bone, Sir, you can go a little higher, just to see if my old condition has returned. Ding! Without any warning, the cold, familiar system prompt sounded like a lifeline, exploding suddenly in his mind. Congratulations, host. Task, treat the white fox's leg injury, completed. Task reward, Xian Yi Jing Mastery, has been distributed. Xian Medical Classic, an ancient medical text passed down through generations, containing techniques such as pulse diagnosis, wound healing, identification of spiritual herbs, alchemy, acupuncture, and even poison formulation, creation, and neutralization. Upon mastering it, one can discern the mysteries of the human demon body, revive the dead, regrow bones, control life with a touch, and take lives with a flick of the wrist. Completed? Is that all? Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even started the treatment yet. He hadn't even figured out whether Tushan Susu actually had a leg injury or not. Just being grabbed by her hand and touching her thigh was enough to complete the task? This dog system's criteria are way too arbitrary. However, before Lin Chen could recover from the sudden task completion prompt, boom! A colossal torrent of information, vast and profound, filled with mystical wisdom and profound truths, surged into his mind like a river flowing from the heavens. It was everything about the Xian Yi Jing. From the most basic principles of pharmacology and herbal properties to the deepest laws of life and death. From common injuries and fractures to the complex 8 extra meridians. From master healers to poison masters. Countless pieces of knowledge. Countless techniques. Countless insights. Like a bolt of lightning, he absorbed, understood, and mastered it all in an instant. It was as though he had immersed himself in the art of medicine for thousands of years, already becoming a legendary master of medicine. The mysterious medical classic. Directly reaching perfection. Terrifying indeed. Lin Chen felt as though his entire world had been turned upside down in an instant. His 5 senses became sharper than ever before. His spirit became clearer than ever before. His perspective on the world around him and his understanding of the essence of life had been elevated to an entirely new level. It was as though the entire world had become clearer and more transparent in his eyes. And at that very moment, when his gaze unconsciously fell once again upon Tushan Susu's exquisite jade-like legs, which were still being caressed by him, in his eyes, now endowed with a newfound insight by the Xian Yi Jing great achievement. Beneath her flawless, jade-like skin, something seemed amiss. Deep within her seemingly vibrant and elastic jade-like legs, certain meridians were exhibiting an abnormal darkness and blockage. The flow of qi and blood within her body also seemed sluggish and obstructed, as if blocked by an invisible force. This situation, according to the records of the Xian medical classic, this is clearly the typical symptom of an old injury that has not healed, with stagnant qi and blood, and damaged meridians. Moreover, judging from the severity of the blockage and the dark hue, this old injury is quite severe? It may have even begun to affect her fundamental life force? Lin Chen was startled, and instinctively spoke up. You really have an old injury? Your qi and blood are not flowing smoothly, and your meridians are blocked and dark in many places. This is a recurrence of an old injury, and it is quite severe. However, the words had barely left his mouth. Not only was Lin Chen himself stunned, even Tushan Susu, who had been batting her eyelashes seductively and preparing to continue using her beauty to tease Lin Chen, was completely stunned on the spot. Her stunningly beautiful face, which had been so alluring and seductive, filled with teasing intent, was instantly replaced by a look of surprise and confusion. Tushan Susu instinctively tried to pull her leg back, but Lin Chen's hand remained just right where it was. Sir! Tushan Susu's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of unease. She looked into Lin Chen's piercing eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and dared not meet his gaze as she asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Finally, under Lin Chen's intense gaze, Tushan Susu finally answered honestly. "Alright, how did you know I have an old injury?" Facing Tushan Susu's eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of panic, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. It seems his judgment was correct. Tushan Susu truly had an old injury. And this old injury is likely a well-kept secret. Otherwise, with her cultivation level as a divine sovereign and her temperament, she would never have lost her composure like this. However, Lin Chen wasn't foolish enough to admit that he had discovered this through the system. Lin Chen spoke slowly. Ha ha. Well, years ago, I happened to obtain a fragment of an ancient medical text. Though the text is incomplete, it does record some basic principles of diagnosis: observing, listening, asking, and feeling, as well as rudimentary methods of sensing others' physical conditions through touch. Earlier, I accidentally noticed that your qi and blood were a bit off. His words were half truth and half lie, explaining why he could see her old injuries while attributing everything to a non-existent ancient medical text. Of course, this ancient medical text was something he now truly possessed, and it was the complete, perfected version. Tushan Susu listened to Lin Chen's explanation, and the astonishment in her beautiful eyes grew even more intense. An ancient medical text? Ability to sense another person's physical condition through touch? This, though it sounds hard to believe, the cultivation world is vast and full of wonders. Various lost ancient secret techniques do indeed exist. And more importantly, everything Lin Chen just said is true. There are indeed old injuries within her body. And they are extremely severe, even threatening her very essence. This matter is known only to her and the few highest elders of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Almost no one else is aware of it. Lin Chen, my benefactor, how did he notice? It seems my benefactor also harbors many secrets unknown to others. Tushan Susu's thoughts raced through her mind, and she quickly regained her previous seductive smile. She didn't want to dwell on this topic any further, nor did she want Lin Chen to see her most vulnerable side. Chapter 39, Chain Tasks. Consecutive wins? Earth Grade, Thousand-Faced Technique. Tushan Susu giggled again, her body as supple as if she had no bones, and she actively moved closer to Lin Chen. The intoxicatingly sweet fragrance grew even more intense.
Her delicate, supple body nearly pressed itself entirely against Lin Chen, causing his blood to boil and his mind to wander.
Oh my! My benefactor truly has eyes like a hawk.
Tushan Susu exhaled a fragrant breath, her eyes half closed in seduction, attempting to use her charm to divert Lin Chen's attention once more.
But this is just a little quirk of mine, it's nothing to worry about. It was you who startled me just now. However, this time, Lin Chen was no longer swayed by her beauty. Lin Chen looked serious, not backing down at all. Instead, he stared intently at Tushan Susu and said in a solemn voice, "Susu, your old injury is very severe. If not treated promptly, it may have irreversible consequences for your life and cultivation. I might be able to help you." If this had been before he obtained the Xian Yi Jing, Lin Chen would never have dared to make such a bold claim. Joking aside, treating the injuries of a Huatian Tianjun? He was just a Qi condensation realm cultivator, what could he possibly use? Powered by love? But now, with the Xian Yi Jing great achievement in his possession, the vast ocean of medical knowledge in his mind, along with the countless profound and mysterious healing techniques, have given him unprecedented confidence and self-assurance. Although his current cultivation level still pales in comparison to Tushan Susu's, but the art of medicine is vast and profound. Sometimes, cultivation alone does not determine everything. Moreover, he already had a treatment method in mind. When Tushan Susu heard Lin Chen's words, especially the phrase, "I might be able to help you," her seductive smile froze slightly. She looked into Lin Chen's deep, earnest, and concerned eyes, and her heart trembled violently. That vulnerability she had deliberately suppressed and hidden for hundreds of years nearly surged to the surface once more. The seductive charm on Tushan Susu's face gradually faded, replaced by a complex and bitter expression that she couldn't hide. A moment of silence fell.
Tushan Susu finally sighed softly and slowly revealed the long-buried story from hundreds of years ago.
My benefactor is unaware. This old wound of mine. It's a long story. It was hundreds of years ago, when my cultivation had reached the peak of the condensing vein realm and I was about to break through to the golden core realm. At that time, Qingqiu Fox Mountain faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Foreign enemies invaded, their power overwhelming, and the elders of our clan suffered heavy casualties, leaving us on the brink of extinction. To protect our clan and repel the enemy, I had no choice but to take a risk and forcefully trigger the heavenly tribulation to break through to the golden core realm. In the end, though, thanks to the bloodline talents of the nine-tailed celestial fox and a stroke of luck, I managed to break through to the golden core realm and slay that powerful enemy, saving Qingqiu Fox Mountain. However, due to the rushed nature of the breakthrough, my foundation was unstable. Subsequently, I suffered consecutive severe injuries, causing damage to my meridians and shaking the very core of my being, leaving behind an irreparable. Tushan Susu's voice carried a hint of hoarseness and exhaustion. Over the years, I have relied on my constantly improving cultivation to forcefully suppress the old injuries within my body. I have also sought out renowned physicians and gathered rare herbs and treasures, hoping to cure them completely. But all efforts have yielded little results, and due to missing the optimal treatment window, the old injuries have grown increasingly severe as my cultivation has advanced. This old wound has become like a festering sore clinging to my bones, constantly eroding the very essence of my being. Who knows when it might erupt completely? When that day comes.
Even with my current cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, I fear I may not be able to withstand it. Tushan Susu spoke these words, her stunning phoenix-like eyes brimming with endless melancholy and a faint hint of despair. This was her deepest secret. It was also her greatest weakness. She never expected that today, Lin Chen would uncover it with a single sentence. Just as Tushan Susu finished speaking, Lin Chen's mind was once again filled with the cold, mechanical sound of the system prompt.
Ding! Task triggered. New task assigned, rescue the little white fox second phase.
Mission background: 5 years ago, you rescued the critically injured little white fox Tushan Susu. 5 years later, you have successfully risen from a lowly disciple to one of the top inner disciples of the Xintian Xianzong sect. With your extraordinary talent and masterful medical skills, medical scripture master, you have gained fame within the sect and are poised to become the future senior disciple of the inner sect. At a critical moment when you were seeking to break through your cultivation, you once again encountered the little white fox Tushan Susu who had been ambushed by powerful enemies. That familiar feeling, along with the faint glow emanating from the fox hair she had given you, prompted you to act without hesitation to come to her aid. After a fierce battle, the little white fox successfully defeated the powerful enemy, but her old injuries had resurfaced, and the new wounds had piled up, leaving her severely weakened, on the brink of death, and possibly suffering from permanent internal injuries. Host, please immediately use the supreme techniques of the Xian Yi Jing to treat the white fox Tushan Susu's injuries, stabilize her essence, and help her survive this crisis. Task reward: Earth grade lower tier divine ability, Thousand Faces technique, breath imitation, appearance transformation, killing and plundering an essential item.
Another task? And it's the second ring task? Back to back? Wow! Have they turned the guide's progress into a task flow? Looking at this system task that popped up again, filled with plot holes and an odd timeline, Lin Chen could feel his head buzzing once more. But looking at the task, he glanced at Tushan Susu, who looked dejected. Though he couldn't help her before, maybe it's still possible now? Besides, given their current relationship, healing Tushan Susu would be entirely beneficial for him. This was a true divine lord. Of course, the main reason is Tushan Susu herself, a stunningly beautiful woman with long legs, not to mention her thunderous voice, animal ears, and fox tail. Who wouldn't love her? The mission rewards aren't bad either. A lower tier earth grade divine ability, the Thousand Faces technique. From the name, it seems to be a transformation technique. Such a spell is a must-have for every household outside. Lower tier earth grade, just the rank alone is enough to tell how precious it is. No matter the reason, Lin Chen has no reason not to help Tushan Susu. In simple terms, it's a mutual pursuit. After Tushan Susu finished speaking, she saw that Lin Chen remained silent. She reached out and gently tapped his handsome middle-aged face, which looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Speaking of which, sir, it's been over 100 years. How come you're only at the 3rd level of chi cultivation? No, I should say the 4th level. Hearing Tushan Susu's words, Lin Chen's face flushed red. Doesn't he want to be more powerful? He did want to. But his strength wouldn't allow it. His strength had only recently been unlocked. Chapter 40, The Voice of Unrealistic Desires. The great medical classic stuns the Demon King. Over the past 100 years, I haven't had it easy either. To be honest, if it weren't for my recent good luck, awakening a talent I hadn't noticed before, and my cultivation breaking through one after another, I would have probably died long ago. Lin Chen's words were half true and half false. Tushan Susu listened, and a flash of understanding and deeper sympathy crossed her beautiful eyes. So the benefactor had been through so much hardship all these years. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's face, which had returned to its middle-aged appearance but still bore traces of hardship, and couldn't help but ask softly, "Why didn't you come find me all these years? With the fox hair you left behind, I could have sensed your presence anytime you wanted." Lin Chen heard this and couldn't help but smile wryly. How was I supposed to know that the little white fox I saved on a whim back then would grow up to be the legendary Qingqiu Demon King? If it weren't for this chance encounter, I probably would have never known. Lin Chen's words were spot on. Back then, he truly had no idea about the little white fox's true identity. Later, with his low cultivation and precarious livelihood, he had no time to think about such things. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's helpless yet sincere expression. With her sharp intelligence, she naturally understood a great deal. She didn't dwell on the matter further but instead brightened her eyes with hope and asked Lin Chen, "Earlier, you mentioned that you have a way to help me heal my old injuries. Is that really true?" Tushan Susu's tone was a bit nervous. This injury, which had plagued her for centuries, like a maggot gnawing at her bones, could it truly be cured? But Lin Chen could tell that he definitely had some skills. At least, the so-called medical expert she had sought out before had no idea about her condition. She had to bring it up herself. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu and nodded with a smile. Although your old injury has been neglected for too long and has damaged the root, it is quite troublesome. But if the secret techniques in my medical text work, combined with some special rare herbs and treasures, and if I put in some effort and work on it, I can't guarantee 100% success, but there is at least a 70 to 80% chance of completely curing it. He wasn't speaking lightly. In the vast and intricate knowledge of the Shin Medical Classic Complete Edition, there are indeed several extraordinary therapies recorded for treating damage to the root source and blocked meridians. Though the process would be complex and extremely taxing, it was not impossible. 70 to 80%? Tushan Susu heard this and was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. Her stunning phoenix-like eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Over the past few centuries, she had sought out renowned physicians and spent countless rare treasures, yet none could cure her old injury. Even a master of alchemy had declared that her injury had penetrated to the bone marrow and was connected to her very essence, making it impossible to cure unless a divine elixir descended from heaven or a divine being intervened. And now, Lin Chen, her savior, had actually claimed there was a 70-80% chance of curing it? This is like music to her ears. Then, I must once again trouble you, my benefactor. Whatever heavenly treasures or rare herbs you require, no matter the cost, I will find them for you. Tushan Susu's tone was filled with trust and unwavering determination. As long as this old injury can be healed and she can escape this life-threatening crisis that could erupt at any moment, she will have the opportunity to strive for higher realms no matter the cost. Tushan Susu is willing to pay any price. Lin Chen looked at her excited expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. After a moment's thought, he listed the key rare herbs and auxiliary medicines needed for the treatment. Among them were some rare spiritual treasures that had long since gone extinct or only existed in legends. However, Tushan Susu listened intently and did not hesitate for a moment, not even furrowing her brows. She immediately waved her jade-like hand, and several sound transmission talismans flew out of the bedchamber. "Transmit my orders," Summon Qing Elder, Xian Elder, and Yu Elder immediately.
Bring all the spirit-nourishing herbs over 1,000 years old, 9-leaf dragon mushrooms, and 10,000-year-old stone stalactites, and everything else.
Bring it all here. No mistakes allowed, and no delays.
Tushan Susu's voice carried the authority and decisiveness befitting a demon king.
Within the Qingqiu Fox Mountain,
the elders of Fox Mountain, who were speculating about what their demon king and that human middle-aged man were doing inside, received the telepathic message and were startled for a moment. They immediately obeyed the order without the slightest delay. After making all the arrangements, Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen once more, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude and a hint of unnoticeable admiration.
Thank you, sir.
The great kindness you have shown me, Susu will never forget for the rest of my life.
Why not let Susu offer herself to you?
Giggle. Tushan Susu returned to her fox spirit form. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Susu is too polite.
This is just fate, there's nothing to it.
After speaking, Lin Chen paused for a moment before changing the subject, a gleam of eagerness flashing in his eyes.
Collecting those rare treasures will probably take some time. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? I'll give you a preliminary treatment first.
We can test the effects at the same time.
Preliminary treatment? Tushan Susu blinked curiously and asked, how do you do that?
Lin Chen gestured for Tushan Susu to lie down on the bed and relax her mind. Tushan Susu followed his instructions, and her delicate, alluring figure lying on the soft cloud-like silk quilt looked even more tempting. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the in his mind, and immersed his mind in the profound techniques of the Xian Yi Jing.
The next moment,
he extended his hands, his fingertips enveloped in a faint golden chi and a trace of ethereal green sword intent. With the sword intent as an aid, this technique was highly effective in unblocking meridians. Then, following the special massage and acupressure techniques described in the medical text, as well as the art of acupoint stimulation and meridian blockage, he gently applied them to the exposed, jade-like skin of Tushan Susu. The touch was warm and smooth, as delicate as butter. Lin Chen's heart fluttered slightly once more, but he quickly suppressed it.
A doctor's heart is like that of a parent. I am a doctor. A doctor.
Lin Chen repeated this to himself, focusing intently on treating Tushan Susu. As Lin Chen's hands pressed, kneaded, and tapped, streams of pure Gangjin true chi, mixed with sharp sword intent and the special life force recorded in the Xian Yi Jing, slowly flowed into Tushan Susu's body. It then began to clear the blocked meridians and stagnant chi and blood within Tushan Susu's body. At first, Tushan Susu felt a bit shy and nervous from Lin Chen's touch. But soon, an indescribable sense of relief spread from Lin Chen's fingertips throughout her entire body. The areas of her body that had once felt like needles piercing her skin began to tingle and warm, bringing a sense of comfort. It was as though parched seedlings had finally received the nourishing rain they had been longing for. That feeling was too comfortable. So comfortable that she couldn't help but ugh. A suppressed moan, tinged with pain, relief, and endless temptation, escaped involuntarily from the seductive red lips of Tushan Susu. The sound was melodious and sorrowful, filled with an unusual magical power. Soon, the sleeping quarters were filled with various strange sounds that were so erotic and arousing that they made one's blood boil. Chapter 41, The Healing Master. We really didn't do anything. Listening to the sounds coming from Tushan Susu, Lin Chen couldn't hold back anymore. His hands, which had been massaging her, stopped involuntarily. Tushan Susu, who had long been deprived of the sensation of relaxation, felt the large hands moving on her body stop and turned her head in confusion to look at Lin Chen and said, Sir? Susu, from now on, call me Lin Chen. Calling you sir all the time feels a bit odd. Also, keep your voice down. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tushan Susu's face flushed slightly and she silently lowered her head. But she couldn't resist the comfortable sensation and let out a soft moan. Although separated by the thick palace doors, the Fox tribe maidservants stationed outside the hall could still faintly hear some subtle sounds. They exchanged glances, their pretty faces flushing with suspicion, their eyes brimming with curiosity and envy. Did you hear that? There seems to be quite a commotion inside. Yes. Princess Susu seems really into it. Goodness. That human man is so strong. He actually made the Empress make that kind of sound. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the lady hear us. Just as the maids were whispering and daydreaming, several streaks of light flew from the distance and landed in front of the sleeping quarters. It was Qing Elder, Xian Elder, Yu Elder, and several other core elders of Fox Mountain who had been sent to deliver resources. Each of them held jade boxes or storage bags emanating a strong spiritual energy, clearly containing the rare heavenly treasures and precious herbs that Lin Chen needed. However, as they approached the palace gates, that intermittent, oddly alluring strange sound, filled with an unusual charm, clearly echoed in their ears. These Fox Mountain elders, who had lived for hundreds of years and seen countless things, all froze in place. Their eyes widened, their mouths gaped open, and their expressions were utterly astonishing. There was shock. There was disbelief. And a hint of helpless laughter?
This. The elder Qing pointed at the tightly closed palace gates, his voice stuttering. The Empress is with that human. Xian Elder also looked as though he had seen a ghost. Elder Yu gave a knowing look and said meaningfully. Cough cough, it seems we arrived at the wrong time. Not so? Elder Chang snapped out of it, lowering his voice with a touch of admiration. That was way too fast. From the moment that human entered until now, it hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. She had clearly misunderstood something. The other elders nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the sleeping quarters with a look of curiosity. Just then, inside the sleeping quarters, Lin Chen, who was intently performing deep treatment on Tushan Susu, raised an eyebrow. He sensed several powerful auras outside the door. At almost the same time, Tushan Susu, who was enjoying an unprecedented sense of comfort and was almost about to moan aloud, blushed slightly and reminded him. Master, it seems like Qing Elder and the others have brought the heavenly treasures. Tushan Susu was now completely limp and weak, her charming face flushed with a delicate blush. Her almond-shaped eyes were misty with desire, and her voice carried a hint of laziness and hoarseness, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this and withdrew his hands. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling that he had expended a great deal of energy. The healing techniques of the Xianyi Jing were indeed miraculous, but they also demanded an enormous toll on the practitioner's spiritual energy and mental strength. Alright, let them come in now. Lin Chen nodded, and with a flick of his thoughts, an invisible surge of spiritual energy swept out. Squeak! The heavy doors of the sleeping quarters swung open at the sound. Outside the door, Qing Elder and several other core elders stood there, exchanging glances with an extremely peculiar expression, hesitating whether to knock on the door. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open. They were startled when they saw the scene inside the sleeping quarters. They froze in place once again. There, in the center of the sleeping quarters, on the enormous bed made of 10,000-year-old cold jade marrow, their high and mighty, most beautiful woman of the demon clan, Tushan Susu. At that moment, her clothes were slightly disheveled, her fair face still flushed, her beautiful eyes hazy like water, her breathing slightly labored, her red lips slightly parted, looking as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle, ready to be plucked by anyone who dared to approach her. Standing not far from the bed was Lin Chen. Though his clothes were still relatively neat, beads of sweat were visible on his forehead, and his breathing was slightly uneven. This scene, this atmosphere, combined with the strange sounds heard earlier. It's a fox, no, it's an experienced being. Anyone could imagine what earth-shattering events had just unfolded here. Have we disturbed Her Majesty? Elder Qing felt his tongue tie in knots as he cautiously asked. The other elders also lowered their heads, dared not look up, afraid of seeing something they shouldn't and offending Tushan Susu. Lin Chen. He looked at the strange expressions on the faces of the Fox Clan elders, which seemed to say, we understand, we know what's going on, and go ahead, as if we're not here. And their expressions, trying so hard to suppress their laughter, but their lips couldn't help but curl upward wildly. Lin Chen instantly understood what the Fox Clan elder was thinking. Cough, cough. Elders, you must have misunderstood. Lin Chen explained, I was just treating Susuer, your empress, for her old injuries. We really didn't do anything. However, his feeble explanation, when heard by the few experienced Fox Clan elders, only served to make things worse? To cover up the truth? Nothing happened? Are you trying to fool the devil? Nothing happened, and yet the Empress is in this state? Nothing happened? Then what were those embarrassing sounds just now? Treating old wounds? Ha ha. Is it treating old injuries, or exploring new frontiers? The elders chuckled inwardly but nodded repeatedly with expressions that said, we know. Yes, we understand, we all understand. Master Lin's medical skills are extraordinary. Thank you for treating the Empress. You've worked hard. We've already delivered everything the Empress needs. We won't disturb her and Mr. Lin any further. Farewell. After speaking, the elders placed the rare treasures in their hands and hurriedly exited the palace chambers. They even kindly helped Lin Chen and Tushan Susu close the palace doors again. Lin Chen, looking at the palace doors that had closed tightly once more, and the nine-tailed fox demon king on the bed, gazing at him with eyes filled with desire and a look that seemed to say, you're so cruel, but I love you, Lin Chen felt completely overwhelmed. Lin Chen felt completely numb. No. Listen to me explain. We were really just treating old injuries in a very pure way. Chapter 42, The Thousand-Face Technique Mastery Obtained. My benefactor often comes to visit me. Inside the sleeping quarters, the atmosphere was incredibly intimate. Lin Chen looked at the palace doors that had closed once again, then glanced at the nine-tailed fox demon king on the bed, who was gazing at him with a look that seemed to say, my benefactor is so wicked, but I love you so much, her eyes as seductive as silk. He felt as though his blood was about to boil. This misunderstanding is huge. He opened his mouth, wanting to struggle and explain something. But seeing Tushan Susu's lazy, seductive expression, as if she had already tacitly agreed to something, Lin Chen ultimately gave up helplessly. Forget it. There's no point in explaining. Besides, it doesn't seem like I'm the one at a disadvantage. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his turbulent emotions, and refocused his attention on the treatment. Regardless of what the elders think, this old injury still needs to be treated. Susu, do you feel any better? Lin Chen tried to make his voice sound calm and professional. Tushan Susu heard Lin Chen finally speak to her again, and his tone seemed to have returned to normal, causing her heart to leap with joy. She slowly sat up from the bed, her slightly disheveled clothing adding a touch of allure, and her charming face still flushed with a delicate blush. She carefully sensed the condition of her body, and her beautiful eyes immediately filled with delight. Lin Chen. Tushan Susu quickly changed her tone, her voice sweet and playful. Your treatment is amazing. The stagnant sensation that's been building up in my body for years has actually eased significantly. Those blocked meridians feel like they've been cleared by a warm yet sharp force. It feels so good. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. Tushan Susu moved her slender legs, her face glowing with genuine joy. The deep, bone-aching pain and discomfort she had been feeling earlier had actually eased by more than half. This is simply unbelievable. You must know that for this old injury, she had spent countless precious herbs and treasures, and consulted numerous renowned doctors, yet the results were minimal. Who would have thought that Lin Chen's simple manual therapy could produce such an immediate and remarkable effect? What kind of divine inheritance is that so-called ancient medical text he possesses? Just as Tushan Susu was filled with astonishment and admiration for Lin Chen's medical skills, Lin Chen's mind was once again interrupted by the cold, mechanical system prompt. Ding! Chain quest, rescue the little white fox. Second phase, target's injuries have been temporarily stabilized, the host's reputation as a medical genius has begun to shine. Task completed. Task reward, Earth grade lower tier divine ability Thousand Faces technique ability to mimic and transform appearance, from elderly men to infants, countless transformations at will. Essential for home use, travel, assassination, and robbery, has been distributed to the system space. Completed? Lin Chen was startled upon hearing this. It's already done? He had assumed that at least he would have to wait until Tushan Susu's old injuries were completely healed before this chain task could be considered truly completed. But now, after just a preliminary treatment to alleviate her symptoms, the system has already deemed the task completed? This dog's system. Sometimes it's way too generous, isn't it? But upon further reflection, Lin Chen let it go. The tasks the system assigns are always so unreasonable and full of flaws. As long as it can be completed, who cares? And the reward this time? A lower tier divine ability of the Earth Realm Thousand Faces technique? Lin Chen's heart immediately grew hot. Divine ability. This was something far more profound and difficult to cultivate than martial arts techniques or combat skills. They often contain the application of some cosmic law. And this Thousand Faces technique can mimic one's aura and transform one's appearance. This is truly a divine technique. In the future, whether you want to hide your identity, infiltrate and investigate, or, well, engage in some murder and robbery activities, it'll be incredibly convenient. It's the ultimate method for survival and self-defense. Lin Chen felt overjoyed, utterly satisfied with this reward. However, when he turned to look at the bed, where the peerless Demon King was staring at him with a face full of surprise and gratitude, he secretly made up his mind. Although the system task had been completed, he had already promised to help Tushan Susu heal her old injuries, so he had to see it through to the end. This wasn't just about repaying a debt of gratitude. It was because, through the diagnosis in the Xian I Jing, he had clearly sensed that if Tushan Susu's old injuries were to fully erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might even endanger her life. Regardless, he had saved her back then. Now that he had the ability, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Moreover, this fox spirit, though seductive and clingy, has never done anything wrong to him. Lin Chen did not linger long at Qingqiu Fox Mountain. After performing the first initial treatment on Tushan Susu, he stayed at the Qingqiu Palace for another day, instructing her on some follow-up care methods and precautions. Of course, during this time, he couldn't escape the passionate teasing and subtle hints from this fiery Demon King, nearly causing him to lose his composure and flee in disarray on several occasions. Finally, on the third morning, Lin Chen used the excuse of needing to return to the Xiantian Immortal sect to submit an external sect task and bid farewell to Tushan Susu. Tushan Susu, though deeply reluctant to part, knew that Lin Chen could not stay at Qingqiu Fox Mountain indefinitely. She personally escorted Lin Chen to the gates of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, her soul-stirring phoenix eyes brimming with deep affection and a hint of unnoticeable resentment. Lin Chen! She called out softly, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness and magnetic charm. If you ever have the chance, please come back and visit me often. I'll miss you. Tushan Susu spoke softly, her voice barely audible, and her charming face flushed again. Lin Chen looked at her and couldn't help but sigh softly. This little demon. What a teasing little demoness. Lin Chen nodded and spoke gently, don't worry, Susu. Your old injuries won't heal overnight, they require ongoing treatment and care. I will come by once a month to conduct follow-up examinations and treatments.
Additionally, the rare herbs and treasures required for the treatment must be prepared in advance. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Tushan Susu's face immediately broke into a brilliant smile.
Once a month. That's wonderful. This was an absolute surprise. She had been worried that after Lin Shen left this time, he would disappear without a trace for another 100 years, just like before. But he actually took the initiative to suggest coming every month. Lin Shen, you can rest assured. Tushan Susu nodded repeatedly, as cute as a chick pecking at grain. I'll make sure to prepare all those rare treasures in advance. Then it's settled. You mustn't go back on your word. Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers, with a touch of playfulness and anticipation, wanting to make a promise with Lin Shen. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile at her girlish demeanor and reached out to gently link his fingers with hers. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. All right. Tushan Susu withdrew her hand contentedly, her beautiful eyes brimming with happiness. Tushan Susu thought for a moment and added, if you can't come over, I can come find you. After all, this old injury of mine is quite painful. Tushan Susu spoke, feigning a pitiful expression. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile wryly. Great. This fox spirit is determined to cling to me. However, he didn't refuse either. After all, traveling back and forth across the 10,000 mountains every month was indeed quite a hassle. All right, I'll do as you wish. Lin Shen nodded. After bidding a tearful farewell to Tushan Susu, Lin Shen displayed his martial arts skills and left Qingqiu Fox Mountain, racing toward the direction of the Xintian Immortal Sect. Several days later, Lin Shen returned safely to the Xintian Xianzong. When he arrived at the Outer Sect Affairs Hall to submit the task he had previously undertaken picking the 7-star grass, he found that the entire Outer Sect area was unusually bustling and excited. Countless Outer Sect disciples gathered in small groups, whispering and discussing animatedly. It seemed as though they were all discussing the same topic. Lin Shen listened carefully and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Outer Sect competition? It turned out that the Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Xintian Immortal Sect, held once every 3 years, was about to begin. This was a major event that the entire Outer Sect and even the Inner Sect would be closely watching. Its scale and importance far surpassed previous menial tasks competitions and trials for newly admitted disciples. Just as Lin Shen was deep in thought. The storage ring on his waist suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a transmission talisman inscribed with ancient runes, shimmering with a faint blue glow, automatically floated out of the ring and hovered before him. A clear and pleasant voice, yet tinged with a barely perceptible hint of joy and anticipation, echoed through the transmission talisman. It was Lu Ruyan. Has Lin Shen returned yet? Come to the Holy Maiden Peak. I have some good news to tell you. Lu Ruyan's voice was soft and melodious. Lin Shen was taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Ruyan is looking for me? And good news? Lin Shen was curious about what the good news could be. But he decided to submit his task first. Lin Shen headed to the affairs hall and submitted the task of picking the 7-star grass. The responsible disciple in charge, upon seeing Lin Shen's face, which had returned to its appearance of around 40 years old but still had a head of white hair, was startled once again, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Clearly, the various legendary tales about Lin Shen were already common knowledge among the outer disciples. Lin Shen paid no mind to the other's strange gaze. After submitting the task and receiving the meager reward of 10 low-grade spirit stones and a few chi-gathering pills, he headed straight toward the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak. Holy Maiden Peak. Still shrouded in mist and enveloped in a misty aura of divine energy. The mountain guards, upon seeing Lin Shen, adopted an even more respectful attitude than before, even tinged with a hint of awe. Clearly, Lin Shen's extraordinary performance during the Outer Sect trials had already reached their ears. Under the guidance of the mountain guarding disciples, Lin Shen entered the Holy Maiden Peak unimpeded and arrived at the familiar quiet courtyard. After several days apart, the beauty remained unchanged. Lu Ruyan was still dressed in her moon-white palace robes, her ethereal beauty radiating grace and elegance. Upon seeing Lin Shen arrive, a hint of uncontrollable joy flashed in her clear, autumn water-like eyes. She personally poured him a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, the very same 9-turn nurturing spirit tea that had helped him break through last time. Lin Shen accepted the cup without hesitation and took a sip. The familiar sweet and refreshing taste, along with the surging spiritual energy, once again invigorated him. Setting down the teacup, Lin Shen didn't beat around the bush. He cut straight to the point and asked, what was the good news Ruyan mentioned? He still wasn't used to calling Lu Ruyan by her first name. But he also didn't want to use the formal title Holy Lady anymore. However, their relationship had already taken a step forward. Continuing with the previous formality wouldn't feel right anymore. So Lin Shen just called her Ruyan directly. It takes some getting used to. Lu Ruyan seemed to notice the subtle change in his address. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a warmer smile. She set down her teacup and looked at Lin Shen, asking softly, Lin Shen, have you heard about the Outer Sect competition? Lin Shen nodded, I just heard the other disciples discussing it when I returned. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and continued, I called you here today because I have some news that's absolutely amazing for you. So what's the good news? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, even more curious. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Your performance in the outer sect trials was truly astonishing. Not only did you successfully obtain the golden core inheritance, but you also demonstrated combat power far surpassing your peers. Your standing among the sect elders is now unlike any other. Lu Ruyan paused here, her tone tinged with joy as she continued. I've heard that several inner sect elders, and even core elders, have taken a keen interest in you, Lin Chen. They said that if you can achieve outstanding results again in the upcoming outer sect competition and demonstrate sufficient potential, then they may break precedent and personally come forward to take you as their disciple. At that point, you wouldn't just be able to directly advance to inner sect disciple, even becoming a core disciple isn't out of the question. What? Lin Chen was startled upon hearing this. Elders taking on disciples? Directly promoted to inner sect? Even a core disciple? He looked at Lu Ruyan's excited face and the genuine joy in her eyes, and for a moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He, who had only been promoted to the outer sect at the age of 100, was actually noticed by the elders of the sect? And they want to take him as a disciple? This is ing. When did the world become so crazy? Lin Chen felt as though the world had completely transformed into a scene he could never have imagined. Lu Ruyan saw Lin Chen staring blankly and giggled softly. To be honest, when she heard the news, Lu Ruyan couldn't believe it either, but then she realized how happy she was. After all, she naturally hoped to see her beloved Lin Chen shine brightly, and ideally replace the position of the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect. At that point, Lin Chen's status and position would be equal to hers. Her little secret wish could finally come true. Of course, Lu Ruyan would never dare to share these thoughts with anyone. Lin Chen, so in the upcoming outer sect competition, you'd better perform well. Go for it. Chapter 43, I Become a Delicious Pastry? On the Holy Maiden Peak. The news brought by Lu Ruyan caused quite a stir in Lin Chen's heart. Being noticed by the sect elders, possibly taken as a personal disciple. Or even become a core disciple overnight? Such a thing, if it had happened in the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. However, now that he possessed the Dao grade talent, the Gangjin spirit body, unmatched sword cultivation potential, and the divine inheritances of the Blue Lotus Sword Manual and the Xian Medical Classic, it seemed that it might not be entirely impossible after all. Lin Chen pondered silently in his heart, feeling a hint of unexplainable anticipation for the upcoming outer sect competition. At the same time, in the core disciple area, within the majestic and magnificent hall of the Holy Sun suspended amidst the clouds, the atmosphere was icy and oppressive. The current Holy Sun, Fang Xian, was listening to his trusted subordinate inner sect disciple Xia Yu report on the outer sect trials and recent developments within the sect. When he heard that Lin Chen had been favored by several inner sect elders, including core elders, and might be taken as a disciple after the outer sect competition, Fang Xian's already somber, handsome face turned ugly in an instant. Poof. Fang Xian let out a cold laugh of unclear meaning, his eyes brimming with unhidden contempt and a hint of barely perceptible anger. A bunch of old fools. How could they possibly take notice of an old waste who only managed to break through the chi-gathering realm at over 100 years old, and is only able to cling to life thanks to a woman's favors? How utterly ridiculous. Fang Xian was filled with contempt. In his eyes, Lin Chen was nothing more than a lucky fool who had stumbled into a position of power. However, the 5 useless men he sent on the first mission failed, which was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since becoming a holy son. A mere outer disciple. An old man on his deathbed. How dare he, the high and mighty holy son, taste the bitter taste of failure for the first time? This is absolutely unforgivable. This holy son will see just how much of a surprise you old worthless piece of trash, can pull off in the outer sect competition. Fang Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, and his killing intent grew even stronger. He would not allow this Lin Chen to have any more opportunities to shine. He would not tolerate him being noticed by any elder and becoming an inner sect disciple, lest he lay his hands on Lu Ruyan, whom he had already designated as his own. Xia Yu. Fang Xian spoke in a cold, icy tone. Holy son. Xia Yu hurriedly bowed in response, his forehead already covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. He could clearly sense the terrifying anger and murderous intent emanating from the holy son. Go and handle one matter immediately. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed menacingly as he spoke slowly. Go tell those few disciples ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. Tell them that during this outer sect competition, no matter who they are, if they encounter that old man named Lin Chen on the battlefield, crush him mercilessly for this holy son. Humiliate him. Make him lose all face and become a complete laughingstock. Once the task is completed, anyone who contributes will be handsomely rewarded by this holy son. The one who performs the best will be granted an audience with this holy son. At that time, you may choose any heavenly treasures, divine artifacts, or magical weapons you desire. Fang Xian's voice was filled with temptation and an unquestionable air of authority. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's heart sank, and he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Yes. Holy Sun. I'll go do it right away." Xiaoyu knew that the Holy Sun was truly enraged this time. He had truly gone all out. The opportunity to personally audience the Holy Sun. Heavenly treasures and divine weapons of choice? Such a reward was enough to drive any outer disciple mad with desire. Soon, in a secluded cultivation cave within the outer sect area. As an inner sect disciple and a close confidant of the Holy Sun Feng Xian, Xiaoyu naturally held significant influence in the outer sect. He effortlessly gathered the top 10 prodigies in the outer sect, who were widely recognized as the strongest and most renowned, all to this location. Each of these 10 individuals exuded overwhelming aura and defiant gazes, all having reached at least the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm, with 3 of them even reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. But when it came to true combat power, each of them had absolutely surpassed the Qi condensation realm and reached the pulse condensation realm. They were the top contenders for the championship in this outer sect competition. "Senior brother Xia, may I ask why you have gathered us here today?" A tall, muscular young man named Kong Ming, whose aura was wild and violent, spoke first. He was the third-place finisher in last year's outer sect competition, renowned for his formidable strength and domineering personality. The others also turned their gaze towards Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of caution. Xiaoyu cleared his throat, a smug smile spreading across his face, and relayed the orders and promises of the Holy Sun Feng Xian to the 10 outer sect prodigies without any alterations. When they heard the words "Suppress Lin Chen, the Holy Sun will reward you generously, pay homage to the Holy Sun, and choose any divine weapon," the 10 outer sect prodigies, who had previously looked at each other with various expressions, almost simultaneously had their eyes light up. Their breathing even grew slightly. Their eyes were filled with unhidden heat and greed. "Senior brother Xia, is this true?" the young man named Kong Ming asked excitedly. "If we can thoroughly defeat that old man named Lin Chen in the grand competition, we'll gain the favor and generous rewards of the Holy Sun?" "Of course it's true," Xiaoyu said arrogantly. "The Holy Sun's words are as good as gold. How could he deceive you? That Lin Chen is nothing but a worthless who only managed to advance to the outer sect at the age of 100. Though he has recently had some luck and caused a bit of a stir, he is still no match for true strength. The Holy Sun merely deems it beneath him to personally deal with such vermin, hence granting you this opportunity to prove yourselves. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends entirely on you." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, the last remnants of doubt in the hearts of the 10 outer sect prodigies vanished completely. Dealing with an old man who only reached the Qi-gathering realm at 100 years old? Even if he had previously shown off his abilities, he could never be a match for them, the true elite geniuses of the outer sect. This was a gift, a reward handed to them on a silver platter. Plus, they could use this opportunity to climb the tree of the Holy Sun. Such a once-in-a-century opportunity, only a fool would miss it. "Senior brother Xia, rest assured." Kong Ming was the first to pound his chest in assurance. "If we encounter that Lin Chen in the grand competition, I, Kong Ming, will make him taste despair. I'll show him that the outer sect isn't a place for an old waste like him." "Exactly. A mere old geezer dares to act so brazenly in front of us? I, Qin Feng, won't stand for it." A young man holding a long sword, with a fierce demeanor and also at the 9th level of Qi condensation, spoke coldly. "Qin Feng, the top swordsman of the outer sect. The reward from the Holy Sun, I, Zhao, will claim it." A burly man, as sturdy as a tower, with muscles bulging everywhere, and at the peak of the 8th level of Qi condensation, laughed in a deep, booming voice. "And there's me, Li Meyer. I'll make sure that old man knows why the flowers are so red." A red-clothed woman with a seductive figure, a charming face, and cultivation that had reached the 8th level of Qi gathering covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. The other outer sect prodigies also chimed in, their words brimming with contempt for Lin Chen and their eagerness for the spiritual rewards he had bestowed. In their eyes, crushing Lin Chen was as easy as turning over one's hand. They had already begun to envision the glorious future of receiving Feng Xian's reward and ascending to greatness in one fell swoop. Xiaoyu watched them, their eager expressions and confident demeanor, and nodded satisfactorily. He knew his task was complete. Now all that was left was to wait and see how that old fool named Lin Chen would disgrace himself and become a laughingstock at the outer sect competition. Lin Chen, of course, knew nothing of the schemes being plotted against him. After returning from the Holy Maiden Peak, he resumed his reclusive life of cultivation. Inspired by the good news brought by Lu Ruyan and the potential threat of the Holy Sun lurking in the shadows, he threw himself into his cultivation with even greater diligence and dedication. Time passed quietly in the monotonous routine of daily cultivation. Before he knew it, another half-month had passed. During this period, Lin Chen relied on his innate talent for the Tao, his Gengjin spirit body, his unparalleled sword cultivation potential, and the assistance of numerous divine inheritances such as the Blue Lotus Sword Manual and the 5 Elements Body Forging Manual. Combined with an ample supply of pills and spirit stones, his strength once again experienced rapid growth. He has reached the initial stage of the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm. 4th tier mid stage of the Qi condensation realm. Half a month later, his cultivation had steadily advanced to the mid stage of the Qi gathering realm, just a single step away from the 5th stage. This astonishingly fast cultivation speed left Lin Chen speechless. Sigh. Those past 100 years were truly wasted. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he had possessed such talent and opportunity back then, he might already be able to punch Yuan-ing cultivators and kick Huashan cultivators by now. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. There are no ifs in this world. To have reached this point today was already a tremendous blessing. Feeling the increasingly refined and powerful golden true Qi surging within him, along with the sharper and more ruthless sword intent he had cultivated to a preliminary level, Lin Chen was filled with confidence for the upcoming outer sect competition. Ruyan said that if I perform well in the competition, I might catch the attention of an elder and be taken as a disciple. If I could truly become a disciple of a powerful elder, that would be a solid backing. Then that so-called holy sun wouldn't dare to touch me again. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Though he didn't know why the holy sun Fang Xian was targeting him, he wasn't some pushover to be pushed around. Since the other party had already made their move, he naturally had to prepare accordingly. And this outer sect competition was the perfect stage for him to showcase his abilities and secure a powerful backer. So this time, he had to give it his all. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation of countless outer sect disciples, the Xiantian Xianzong sect's triennial outer sect disciples grand competition officially kicked off. The entire outer sect area was immersed in an atmosphere of fervor and tension. Dozens of massive green stone battle platforms stood tall on the vast training ground. The area around the platforms is already packed with people, a sea of heads as far as the eye can see. Not only are there thousands of participating outer sect disciples, there are also numerous inner sect disciples who have come to watch the spectacle, and even some core disciples and sect elders are hidden among the crowd or seated on high platforms, preparing to observe this grand event. Lin Chen still wore the moon-white robes of an outer sect disciple. Though his white hair made him somewhat noticeable in the crowd, he paled in comparison to the already renowned prodigies whose names were already legendary. After all, there were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, and there were countless talented individuals. Although he had caused some commotion in the menial tasks competition and the new disciple trials, his fame was quickly overshadowed by the more prominent names in this grand event. At that moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the 10 top prodigies who had already gained fame in the outer sect and were regarded as the favorites to win the competition. Look! It's senior brother Kong Ming. He was the 3rd place winner in the last competition. It's said that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds over the past 3 years, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Qi gathering. He's definitely aiming for the top spot this time. Senior brother Qin Feng is here too. The number 1 swordsman in the outer sect. His sword is as swift as a soaring eagle, sharp beyond compare. It's said he's already touched the threshold of sword intent. And Zhao Hu's senior brother. His golden body of invincibility makes him unmatched among peers. Senior sister Li Meyer is so beautiful. Her strength is also incredible. Her Red Lotus Inferno technique has burned countless opponents. Who do you think will be the champion of this outer sect competition? It must be senior brother Kong Ming. His foundation is the deepest. I'm not so sure. Senior brother Qin Feng's sword is the strongest. Senior brother Zhao Hua's defense is impenetrable. The training ground was buzzing with excitement and loud voices. Countless disciples were arguing fiercely for their favorite prodigies, their faces flushed red and spit flying everywhere. Everyone was firmly convinced that the person they supported would definitely win first place. Lin Chen listened to the discussions around him, his gaze unconsciously drawn to those people. Indeed. At first glance, it was clear that none of them were ordinary. Almost everyone had an incredibly powerful aura, far beyond what a Qi condensation realm expert could emit. Some of them were even on par with those in the pulse condensation realm. No wonder they're among the top 10 of the outer sect. Each one is incredibly powerful. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Compared to himself, who was just a wallflower, these were the true geniuses. But then again, who is the true genius? It's probably only Lu Ruyan, right? After all, she's a 100-year-old Yuan infant. Even if she were in the outside world, she would be a renowned figure. As for Lin Chen, he looked at the 10 outer sect prodigies who were also scanning the crowd for his figure. When they spotted him, all 10 of them wore a sly smile. Is this the Lin Chen? He doesn't look so impressive. 4th tier Qi condensation at 100 years old? If I were him, I would have already found a rock to smash my head against. Excellent, excellent. I can't wait. Though I don't know how this old man offended the Holy Sun, it doesn't matter. As long as we suppress this old man, we'll gain the Holy Sun's favor. This is wonderful. Old man, enjoy the time you have left. Things won't be so easy for you from now on. Ha ha ha. One after another, these thoughts echoed in the minds of the 10 outer sect prodigies. Their gazes toward Lin Chen were like those of wolves eyeing a piece of meat. Chapter 44, Your Confidence. The next chapter will change everything. The martial arts arena was buzzing with noise, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, along with inner sect disciples and core disciples who had come to watch the spectacle, and even some sect elders, all fixed their gaze on the dozens of massive green stone platforms. The Xiantian Xianzong sect's triennial outer sect competition had officially begun. On the high platform, Wang Yuanshan, the senior elder in charge of hosting the competition, cleared his throat, and his powerful voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. All disciples, silence. Today is the day of the outer sect disciples' grand competition of the Xiantian Xianzong. This competition aims to test the fruits of your 3 years of arduous cultivation, select the true prodigies and outstanding talents, and inject new blood into the sect. The rules of the competition remain the same as previous years. First, all participating disciples must stop upon being touched. The focus should be on exchanging techniques, and no one is permitted to intentionally use lethal force or endanger the lives of fellow disciples. Any violations will be severely punished without mercy. As Wang Yuanshan spoke these words, his tone grew exceptionally stern, and a flash of pressure characteristic of a golden core realm expert swept through the air, causing all the participating disciples to feel a chill run down their spines. He continued. Second, no cheating is allowed during the competition. This includes swallowing forbidden pills that temporarily enhance one's strength or using heretical techniques that damage one's foundational cultivation. Anyone found guilty will be immediately disqualified and dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Additionally, all other methods, whether they be magical artifacts, talismans, or personal techniques, may be freely employed. Among the outer sect disciples participating in this grand competition, the top 10 in terms of strength will be granted stronger privileges and will undergo a special random draw system to determine their match order. The remaining disciples will be randomly matched. If one draws an opponent far stronger than themselves, they can only blame their bad luck. Upon hearing this, the ordinary disciples participating in the competition below the stage immediately let out a chorus of lamentations, secretly praying that they would not be matched with any of the top 10 outer sect prodigies who had already made a name for themselves. That was practically a death sentence. Enough with the formalities. Wang Yuanshan waved his hand grandly. The outer sect competition officially begins. Please invite the attendant disciples to start the first round of random matchmaking. As his words fell, several attendant disciples holding jade tablets began to announce the matchups aloud. First match, Ring 1, Sun Yu, the 10th ranked fast sword from the outer gate, faces off against Wang Tao. Whoa! As the first name was announced, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. The outer sect disciple named Wang Tao, upon hearing his name paired with swift sword Sun Yu, turned pale in an instant. His body went limp, and he let out a piercing scream before fainting on the spot. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly during the subsequent draws. Many ordinary disciples, upon hearing that they would have to face one of the 10 heavenly geniuses, either surrendered on the spot or simply refused to step forward. It could be said that the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect advanced effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. This left the surrounding disciples with a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a privileged strong individual and the despair brought by sheer strength. Lin Chen mingled among the crowd, watching the farce unfold, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This outer sect competition doesn't seem as serious as it looks. Just then. Round 9, Platform 3, outer sect's 9th golden body of invincibility, Li Hu, facing off against. When the name Li Hu was announced, the atmosphere on the field grew even more intense. Li Hu was also one of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect. His cultivation of the invincible body technique is said to have reached the initial stage of mastery, granting him an incredibly powerful physique that ordinary swords and blades cannot harm. Among peers of the same rank, few can match him. Everyone was curious to see which unlucky soul would draw the short straw and face this renowned defensive powerhouse. The attendant disciple paused for a moment, glanced at the jade slip, and then announced the next name in a loud voice. Lin Chen. Lin Chen? The moment that name was uttered, the entire training ground fell into a moment of complete silence. Then, like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, it erupted into chaos. Yes, here. Which one is Lin Chen? Who else could it be? It's that old freak who only advanced to the outer sect at 100 years old, then slaughtered everyone during the outer sect trials and even stole the golden core inheritance. Holy crap, it's him? He is facing off against senior brother Li Hu in the first round? Ha, this is going to be a good show. One is a renowned defensive powerhouse, and the other is a mysterious, 100-year-old newcomer with unimaginable combat power. Do you think Lin Chen can pull off another miracle this time? No way. Senior brother Li Hu's golden body is no joke. They say even a full power attack from a peak 9th tier Qi condensation realm cultivator wouldn't scratch him. Exactly. While Lin Chen has shown impressive skills before, he is still only at the 3rd level of Qi condensation realm. Facing senior brother Li Hu, there is only one possible outcome: he'll be defeated. The crowd buzzed with speculation. And some people had already turned their gaze toward Lin Chen.
Their eyes were filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Li Hu, who had been chosen to fight Lin Chen, was grinning from ear to ear. His rugged face betrayed his unbridled joy and savagery. Ha ha ha, heaven is on my side. I actually got this old man as my first opponent. Li Hu laughed wildly in his heart. He was the one who had been assigned a task by the Holy Sun. He had been worried about not having a chance to prove himself. He never expected this first victory to be handed to him on a silver platter. As long as he could humiliate and suppress Lin Chen in front of the entire sect, the Saint's son's reward would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Thinking of this, Li Hu's gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with greed and cruelty. The other 10 outer sect prodigies who had also been assigned tasks by the Holy Sun, upon seeing the results of the draw, all revealed expressions of regret and envy on their faces. Damn it, Li Hu beat me to it. Damn it, I should have chosen the ninth sign too. Li Hu, I'll trade you 3 lower grade martial arts techniques for this Lin Chen. Qin Feng, the top swordsman of the outer sect, even spoke up directly, wanting to swap opponents with Li Hu. However, Li Hu wasn't about to agree. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Hu flatly refused. Senior brother Qin is joking. Such a good thing, how could I, your junior, dare to keep it all to myself? Let's stick to the draw results. The other prodigies, seeing this, could only sigh in frustration, secretly cursing Li Hu for his good fortune. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, were even more curious. What's going on with the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect today? Why is everyone rushing to be Lin Chen's opponent? Could there be some secret about Lin Chen that they didn't know? Lin Chen took it all in, his mind filled with thoughts. These guys' reactions? I'm not some piece of meat. Is this really necessary? Could it be that the Holy Prince has secretly intervened again? They really won't give up, will they? They're up to something behind our backs again. Well, that's fine. This will be the perfect opportunity to test the results of my training over the past 2 weeks using you so-called heavenly geniuses. On the high platform, the intersect elders and core elders who had developed a keen interest in Lin Chen cast their gazes toward the lone white-haired figure in the crowd upon seeing the results of the draw. When they saw Lin Chen remain composed and unruffled in the face of such a situation and the hostile glances from those around him, the elders couldn't help but flash a hint of admiration in their eyes. This young man has a good temperament. A core elder stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Even if a mountain collapses before him, he remains unfazed. Facing a powerful enemy, he still maintains this composure and calmness. He truly has the makings of a late bloomer. Exactly. His ability to remain unruffled in the face of change is far beyond that of ordinary young disciples. This young man is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Several elders exchanged glances, their impressions of Lin Chen improving further. The first round of the outer sect competition was proceeding smoothly. As expected, those ordinary disciples who had drawn the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect almost without exception chose to surrender voluntarily. This left the few prodigies who had been eager to suppress Lin Chen but ended up with a by feeling frustrated and annoyed. Finally, it was time for the 9th match. Lin Chen faced off against invincible body Li Hu. The atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena was instantly ignited to its peak. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two who were about to step onto the stage. They were all curious. This mysterious, miracle-making 100-year-old newcomer, Lin Chen, facing Li Hu, a renowned outer sect martial artist known for his defensive prowess. Will he create another miracle? Or would he concede defeat voluntarily to preserve some dignity? The elders on the high platform also turned their attention to the scene. If Lin Chen lacks the courage to challenge and chooses to surrender directly, then the interest and favor the elders had previously felt toward him will likely vanish into thin air. After all, a cultivator without a spirit of challenge and who fears stronger enemies, no matter how talented or composed they may be, is destined to never become a true master. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Chen and Li Hu stepped onto the third stage, one after the other. Li Hu still looked as rough and fierce as ever. He looked at the white-haired Lin Chen, who was half a head shorter than him and appeared rather slender, and a savage, cruel smile spread across his face. Ah, old man, your luck really isn't very good. You drew me, Li Hu, in the first match. Li Hu flexed his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds, exuding explosive power. But don't get too tense. He changed his tone, his voice tinged with the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Considering your age and the fact that you still insist on participating in the grand competition, I'll try to go easy on you when we start fighting. Of course, if you kneel down and beg for mercy right now, I might spare you this time and let you off with just a few bruises. His words were full of insult and provocation. Make Lin Chen kneel down and admit defeat in person. If he does that, he will surely be disgraced and ruined. The goal will be perfectly achieved. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems this guy is really targeting me. And his purpose seems to be more than just defeating me? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he spoke calmly. There's no need. I won't concede either. Oh?
Li Hu heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes before erupting into an even more laugh. Ha ha, good. No wonder you're the first genius in a century to advance to the outer sect at the age of 100. Your resolve to pursue the Tao is indeed unwavering. Li Hu spoke words of praise, but the mockery and disdain in his tone were unmistakable. Since that's the case. Li Hu let out a savage laugh, his eyes flashing with malice. Then I'll grant you your wish. But don't come begging for mercy later, crying and begging for mercy. Ha 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 ha. You don't know when to stop. Since that's the case, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Li Hu made up his mind. Once the battle begins, he would strike with the force of a thunderbolt, crushing this old man in an instant. Then, slowly, he would torture and humiliate him. He would not give him even the chance to admit defeat. He would make him lose all face in front of the entire sect, turning him into a complete laughingstock. Just as Li Hu was daydreaming about his glorious future, the outer sect elder overseeing the match, seeing the situation, glanced at Lin Chen, took a deep breath, and announced loudly. The 9th match. Lin Chen versus Li Hu. The match begins. The moment the words fell, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the two figures on the stage. They're really going to fight. Has Lin Chen lost his mind? However, given his spirit of challenge, even if he is defeated, it would be understandable. His dedication to the path is truly commendable. Of course. Most people believe that Lin Chen is overestimating his abilities, trying to stop a moving truck with his bare hands. After all, Li Hu's invincible physique is too deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. The elders on the high platform exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Some inner door elders and core elders who were rooting for Lin Chen nodded slightly. They were eager to see how Lin Chen would perform next. They wanted to see if this late bloomer, who had surprised them all, could demonstrate any exceptional abilities when facing opponents whose cultivation and strength far surpassed his own. Could he maneuver skillfully in a desperate situation, or even find a sliver of opportunity to counterattack? As for defeating Li Hu? Ha ha. This thought has never even crossed the minds of ordinary disciples, let alone the seasoned elders. Because it's simply impossible. On the stage, the moment the attendant disciple announced the start of the match, boom! Li Hu had already moved instantly. Li Hu stomped his foot, instantly sending a visible shockwave rippling across the entire stage. His entire body transformed into a black shadow, hurtling toward the slender figure of Lin Chen at breakneck speed. In the surrounding vision, everyone even felt that if Li Hu were to collide directly with Lin Chen, he might instantly knock him unconscious, spitting blood and dying on the spot. The difference in their combat prowess was simply too great. However, facing Li Hu charging toward him, Lin Chen merely lowered his body slightly, and the Gengjin Lingjian in his hand emerged slightly from his body. A mysterious aura quietly emanated from him. Chapter 45. The invincible golden body cannot stop a single lotus flower. Li Meier? On the stage, a violent gust of wind swept toward them. Li Hu's massive frame charged forward like a cannonball, carrying the force of 1,000 tons, straight toward Lin Chen. His muscles bulged, shimmering with a faint bronze glow, and an indomitable, overwhelming aura erupted from his body. This was his pride and joy, the body forging technique he had spent years perfecting, the invincible golden body. Though only at the initial stage of mastery, its defensive power was sufficient to withstand the slashes of ordinary magical artifacts and ignore the full force of a peak 9th tier Qi condensation realm cultivator's attack. Old man! Die! Li Hu let out a deafening roar, his massive fist crashing down like a battering ram toward Lin Chen's seemingly fragile form. He aimed for a single punch to crush this reckless old man on the spot. The crowd below witnessed Li Hu's earth-shattering strike and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What a powerful aura! Is this the true strength of senior brother Li Hu? Lin Chen probably won't even have time to react. It's over. This old man is definitely going to be knocked out with one punch. Even the inner sect elders and core elders on the high platform couldn't help but nod slightly at the sight. Now, facing Li Hu's overwhelming strike, how would Lin Chen respond? However, just as the fist, carrying terrifying force, was about to strike Lin Chen's face, Lin Chen remained as calm as ever, his expression as still as an ancient well. It seemed as though he hadn't even noticed Li Hu's ferocious attack. The next moment, Lin Chen's body sank slightly, and his right hand slowly raised to grasp the hilt of the at his waist. A mysterious and sharp aura, like a sleeping dragon awakening, began to quietly spread out from his body. Putting on a show? You dare to be so arrogant even as death approaches? Seeing Lin Chen's leisurely demeanor, Li Hu's eyes flashed with contempt and cruelty. In his eyes, this old man had clearly been scared senseless by him, forgetting even the most basic defense and evasion. He could already envision the next moment, Lin Chen being shattered by his fist and sent flying through the air. The disciples around them shared the same thoughts. They watched Lin Chen's posture, which seemed to have given up resistance, and their faces all revealed expressions of mockery and contempt. I thought this old man had some hidden tricks up his sleeve, but he's just a silver-plated wax gun. Facing senior brother Li Hu's full force attack, he didn't even bother to dodge? That's asking for death. Sigh, I had some expectations for him, but now it's clear, he's nothing special. However, just as everyone thought Lin Chen was doomed and Li Hu was about to claim victory, a sudden twist occurred. Hum. A sound like a sword's cry, as if coming from the heavens above or the primordial chaos of ancient times, suddenly echoed throughout the entire training ground. In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes, which had been as still as a well, suddenly burst forth with two dazzling beams of green divine light. The colossal golden true chi within his body, which had just broken through to the mid-fourth level of the chi condensation realm, surged like a flood breaking through a dam, raging wildly. The light of his Gangjin spirit body grew brilliant. His unparalleled sword cultivation potential was fully unleashed. The Gangjin spirit sword in his hand seemed to come to life at that moment, emitting a loud humming sound. One after another, profound and mysterious green runes, like dancing dragons, flowed and flickered along the sword's surface. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, a crystal clear, translucent blue lotus flower, as if carved from lapis lazuli, yet brimming with boundless vitality and extreme sharpness, quietly bloomed at the tip of Lin Chen's sword. That blue lotus is breathtakingly beautiful. It is breathtakingly beautiful. It floats there quietly, as if it were the most perfect work of art in the world. But the faint yet terrifying aura emanating from it, as if capable of slicing through everything and extinguishing all existence, sends a chill down one's spine. Earth Grade Upper Tier Sword Technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Manual. Gungjin Lingti. Gangjin Spirit Sword. The three united as one. And it carries a hint of the sword intent of minor achievement. Go! Lin Chen softly uttered a single word. Whoosh! The blue lotus flower suspended at the tip of the sword transformed into a faint blue sword light, so thin it was almost imperceptible, moving at a terrifying speed beyond the limits of human vision, silently colliding with Li Hu's unstoppable, seemingly unbreakable golden iron fist. The two collided. Time itself seemed to slow down in that instant. The savage grin on Li Hu's face froze. The mocking and disdainful voices of the crowd below remained clear. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No explosive burst of energy. Only put. A sound like a piece of cloth being effortlessly torn apart by the sharpest scissors. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Li Hu's pride and joy, his so-called invincible bronze-colored iron fist suddenly crumbled like tofu, pierced inch by a faint green sword light, starting from the tip of his fist and penetrating without any resistance. Ah! A piercing scream filled with unbearable pain erupted from Li Hu's mouth. The savage grin on his face was instantly replaced by sheer terror and horror. He watched helplessly as that seemingly beautiful green lotus flower, like the smile of death, effortlessly tore apart his fist. It tore apart his pride, the invincible body. That unstoppable, all-consuming terror surged into his body, ravaging his meridians. Impossible! Li Hu let out a scream, spitting blood from his mouth as his body flew backward like a boom! A deafening explosion. Li Hu crashed heavily onto the edge of the stage, more than 10 meters away, shattering the hard blue stone slabs and leaving a massive crater. He lay in the crater, covered in blood, barely breathing, inhaling less than he exhaled. Defeated. Li Hu, ranked 9th among the outer disciples and a practitioner of the invincible golden body technique, had been defeated in a single move by Lin Chen? The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence once again. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Their faces were filled with shock. If Lin Chen had previously killed Wang Tang, a chi condensation realm cultivator, with a single sword strike, they could still attribute it to Wang Tang being careless and underestimating his opponent, or Lin Chen hiding his true cultivation level. But now, Li Hu, who had activated the invincible golden body technique, Lin Chen still managed to completely subdue him with a single move. This isn't something that can be explained away by simply hiding one's cultivation level. This is a direct attack from a higher dimension. On the high platform, those inner sect elders and core elders who had previously maintained a cautious observation stance toward Lin Chen, all of them suddenly stood up. The calm and composed expressions on their faces have vanished. Instead, they were filled with shock and a hint of uncontrollable joy and excitement. Is that the aura of a Gangjin spirit body? A core elder with expertise in physical constitution blurted out in astonishment. That's correct. It's definitely the Gangjin spirit body. Another elder echoed excitedly. And that blue lotus, it's definitely the earth grade sword technique. And he has already cultivated it to such a level. A prodigy. With only the mid-4th level of chi gathering cultivation, he used the earth grade sword technique to instantly kill someone at the peak of the 9th level of chi gathering who had cultivated the invincible golden body technique. Such insight. Such talent. Such combat power. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. The elders spoke one after another, their voices filled with excitement. Their gaze toward Lin Chen had completely changed. No longer the previous observation and approval, but as if they were looking at a piece of raw jade. This Lin Chen had surpassed their expectations by far.
The outer disciples surrounding them, hearing the elders' discussions, felt as though they had been struck by bolts of divine lightning from the heavens, completely frozen in shock. A special spiritual body? Earth-grade sword technique? How could Lin Chen's natural talent be so extraordinary? But the facts were right before their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. At this point, the first round of the outer sect competition came to a temporary standstill due to Lin Chen's earth-shattering battle. The news that Lin Chen had defeated invincible body Li Hu with a single strike from his blue lotus flower spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire Xiantian zone, once again causing a massive stir throughout the entire sect. Within the Holy Sun's Hall, Fang Xian listened to his subordinate's report on Lin Chen's stunning performance, his face turning ashen with anger. Useless. Li Hu is a complete failure. Fang Xian was speechless. Invincible body? Nonsense. He couldn't even block a single move. This Holy Sun will see for himself. Let's see if those few remaining individuals can still bring any surprises to this Holy Sun. Fang Xian's eyes flashed with cold light, and his intent to kill Lin Chen only grew stronger. As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. Lin Chen had just finished his daily cultivation in the small courtyard newly assigned to him in the outer sect. Although today's battle had been easily won, it had also given him a clearer understanding of his own strength. The power of the Blue Lotus sword technique was indeed far beyond his imagination. Just as he was about to rest, dong, 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 the courtyard gate was gently knocked upon. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Who could it be at this hour? When he opened the gate, he saw a familiar yet stunning figure standing elegantly outside. It was Lu Ruyan. She was still dressed in a moon-white palace robe, her ethereal beauty radiating grace, but under the moonlight in the night sky, she seemed even more mysterious and alluring. Lu Ruyan was holding a delicate food box in her hands. Lin Chen, may I come in? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her delicate face flushed with a faint blush, and she asked playfully, batting her eyelashes. Lin Chen was taken aback, though slightly surprised. He stepped aside to let her enter. Why are you here, Ruyan? Lin Chen closed the courtyard gate and asked curiously. I heard about your performance at the grand competition today, so I specially asked the spirit chef to prepare some of your favorite spirit dishes and brought some 100-flower fine wine I brewed myself to celebrate with you. Lu Ruyan placed the food box on the table, lifted the lid, and an enticing aroma immediately filled the air. Several exquisitely prepared dishes. A pitcher of clear, fragrant wine with a subtle floral aroma. Lin Chen looked at all this and couldn't help but feel a warm glow in his heart. This girl really knows how to show her care. Lin Chen smiled, his tone softening considerably. Ruyan, there was really no need to go to all this trouble. The two sat facing each other, bathed in moonlight as soft as water, with the aroma of wine filling the air. The atmosphere grew warm and intimate in an instant. Lu Ruyan seemed to be feeling the effects of the wine. After a few cups of fine wine, her stunningly beautiful face was flushed red, her eyes were dreamy and hazy, exuding an intoxicating charm. Then she stood up, moved the chair, and placed it beside Lin Chen. Her body swayed slightly, and she leaned directly against his shoulder. The soft, fragrant embrace of a woman. Lin Chen's body stiffened, about to make a move. But Lu Ruyan spoke in a voice that sounded like a dream, tinged with the innocence of intoxication, whispering softly in his ear. Lin Chen, you're so amazing. But you still need to keep trying. When you become stronger, strong enough to become the new holy son of the Xian zone, then we can be together forever, flying side by side. As Lu Ruyan spoke, her voice grew fainter, and her breathing became steady, as if she had truly drunk herself into a stupor. Lin Chen's body trembled violently upon hearing her words. He lowered his head to look at Lu Ruyan, who was leaning against his shoulder, her sleeping face serene and beautiful. The softest string in his heart was violently tugged. Become the holy sun. Fly together forever? He could clearly feel the unabashed, even somewhat humble, deep affection Lu Ruyan harbored for him, as well as the equally intense feelings of the nine-tailed fox from Qingqiu Fox Mountain, Tushan Susu, who was equally devoted to him and possessed innate allure. In the past, faced with such feelings, he might have chosen to flee. Because he was just an old with a short lifespan and no talent, unworthy of their favor. But now things were different. He now possessed divine talent and potential, unlimited possibilities and a bright future. He was no longer the lowly ant struggling at the bottom. He, Lin Chen, destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. So what reason does he have to betray the women who truly care for him? This world has never been about monogamy. It is a world where the strong reign supreme. True strength grants everything, including beauties. What if they refuse for some reason in the future? Humph. Then suppress them all. Take them all with you. He. A flash of unprecedented domineering resolve flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. At that moment, his Dao heart seemed to grow even more clear and complete because of this sudden realization. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Chen awoke. Lu Ruyan had already vanished without a trace. The second round of the outer sect competition officially began.
Following Lin Shan's earth-shattering battle the previous day, the atmosphere at the martial arts arena today was even more intense. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Shan. They all wanted to see what kind of surprises this mysterious 100-year-old dark horse would bring them today. Who will be his next opponent? Soon. The results of the draw appeared once again on the water mirror atop the high platform. When everyone saw who Lin Shan's opponent was for this round, the entire martial arts arena was once again completely stunned. What? Did I see that correctly? Lin Shan is facing off against senior sister Li Meyer? Li Meyer, the 7th-ranked prodigy among the 10 heavenly geniuses of the Outer Sect, renowned for her Red Lotus Inferno technique, the fiery demoness? Is this good luck or bad luck? The Outer Sect disciples were buzzing with excitement. Li Meyer is the most famous beauty in the Outer Sect, blooming with vibrant beauty, and the dream girl of countless Outer Sect disciples. No one expected that Lin Shan would face off against Li Meyer in the second match. Chapter 46, Secretly Communicating in Whispers. Let me act. Can I get a chance to be near her? Li Meyer. The only woman among the top 10 geniuses of the Outer Sect. Her beauty is renowned far and wide, earning her the titles of Outside Sect's First Beauty and Fiery Demoness. Not only is her cultivation profound, having reached the peak of the 8th layer of chi condensation, but her technique, the Red Lotus Inferno Sutra, is utterly domineering and limitless in power. But more importantly, she is simply breathtakingly beautiful. On the other side of the stage, Li Meirui glided gracefully onto the platform. Today, she wore a tight-fitting, fiery red palace robe that accentuated her already curvaceous, irresistibly alluring figure to perfection. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed ready to break. The 2 full mounds at her chest seemed ready to burst through the palace attire. Her long, straight legs were faintly visible through the slit in her skirt, sparking endless imagination. Combined with her stunningly beautiful face, with its delicate features and seductive eyes, and the effortless grace and allure she exuded with every movement, she is truly a walking aphrodisiac. A walking hormone. Countless outer disciples below the stage were so captivated they could barely speak, their eyes fixed on her in awe. They longed to rush onto the stage and embrace this fiery demoness, tasting her sweet lips. If this had been yesterday, facing such intense stares, Li Meyer might have felt a touch of pride and enjoyment. But at this moment, her heart was filled with gravity and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on the other end of the stage, where Lin Shan stood, still clad in his moon-white robe, his white hair flowing in the breeze, his expression calm and composed. The scene of Lin Shan defeating Li Hu with a single blue lotus yesterday was still vividly etched in her mind. She knew all too well how powerful Li Hu's invincible golden body technique was. Even Li Hu couldn't withstand that bizarre blue lotus's single strike. Although she, Li Meyer, boasted that her strength was no weaker than Li Hu's, and even surpassed him in attack power, when faced with that enigmatic, bottomless Lin Shan, she had absolutely no confidence. But the reward from the Holy Sun Fang Xian is something she cannot refuse. That was an opportunity to audience with the Holy Sun. It was a promise of heavenly treasures and divine weapons. If she could gain the favor of the Holy Sun, she could rise to the heavens in one step, escape her outer sect status, and even become the Holy Sun's consort. At that point, the entire Xiantian Xianzone would be at her mercy. For this goal, she, Li Meyer, is willing to pay any price. Even if it means sacrificing a little of her charm? She has absolute confidence in her face and figure. She doesn't believe that with her charm, she can't handle a man who looks so full of vigor and vitality. At this thought, a resolute gleam flashed in Li Meyer's eyes. She looked at Lin Shan, her lips curling into a seductive smile. The next moment, just as the disciple in charge of supervising the match was about to announce the start of the competition, a seductive and suggestive voice, like a loveress whisper, quietly entered Lin Shan's mind. Lin Shan, my junior brother. No, I should call you Lin Shan, my senior brother. Sound transmission. A rather profound secret technique. Lin Shan's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly, and the gaze he cast toward Li Meyer added a touch of amusement. What does this woman want? Only Li Meyer's seductive voice continued to echo in his ears. Senior brother Lin Shan, your younger sister knows that your battle yesterday was truly awe-inspiring. I am truly no match for you. However, my younger sister has no choice but to participate in the competition this time, and she must achieve a good result. So, I was wondering if we could discuss something, senior brother? Would that be okay? Li Meyer's voice was sweet and soft, filled with a hint of petulance. Oh? What's the matter? Lin Shan remained expressionless, responding in a whisper. Giggle giggle. Li Meyer giggled softly and continued in a whisper, it's actually quite simple. I just want to ask senior brother Lin Shan to put on a little show on the stage later. Senior brother, you just pretend to be no match for your little sister, let me, hit you a few times, and then surrender willingly, okay? Of course, to make it more convincing, senior brother might have to endure a little humiliation, like letting me accidentally step on your foot a time or two. As long as senior brother agrees, I'll definitely reward you handsomely afterward. For example, tonight the moonlight is so beautiful. I could invite you out for a private date, have a drink, and talk about our life aspirations. By the end, Lee Mayer's voice had grown even more suggestive and filled with innuendo. She even added a touch of well-timed shyness. If you're interested in taking things further, that's not out of the question either. After speaking, Lee Mayer flashed Lin Chen a playful wink with her alluring peach blossom eyes, sending him a subtle glance. Lin Chen listened to Lee Mayer's conditions and felt even more curious and amused. Acting? Pretend to be defeated? And get kicked a few times? And then you can go on a date with her? Even engage in deeper conversation? These conditions are way too generous, aren't they? Lee Mayer is at least one of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect, with both beauty and a great figure. Yet she is willing to pay such a price just to lose a fight. It seems that the holy son Fang Xian has invested heavily to suppress me. I wonder what benefits he promised these so-called prodigies. What could be so compelling that they would go to such lengths, even sacrificing their own dignity, to target an old man like me? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face betrayed a hint of feigned interest and surprise. Oh? Is that really true? Lee Mayer saw that Lin Chen seemed to have taken the bait, and her heart filled with joy. She hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Of course it's true. I, your younger sister, keep my word. As long as you're willing to cooperate, tonight I'll be at your disposal." Lee Mayer said this while tossing another seductive glance at Lin Chen, brimming with confidence and triumph. In her eyes, no man could resist her charm. This Lin Chen, though he looked a bit old, was still a man after all. He couldn't possibly escape her grasp. Lin Chen looked at Lee Mayer's smug expression, as if she had already claimed him as her own, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Lin Chen nodded first and whispered, "All right, I." Upon hearing this, Lee Mayer was overjoyed. It's done. This old man couldn't resist her charm after all. All she had to do was cooperate a little later, and she could easily advance in rank. And she'd also gain the favor of the Holy Sun. It's truly a double blessing. However, just as Lee Mayer was daydreaming about her bright future, thinking that Lin Chen had already agreed, Lin Chen's leisurely response finally drifted over. "I refuse." "What?" Lee Mayer's smile froze instantly. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were filled with disbelief. Refuse? He actually refused? How is that possible? In the face of her overt advances, this old man remained completely unmoved? Could it be that my offer wasn't generous enough? Or is this old man simply not interested in women? Just as Lee Mayer was in a state of shock, unable to make sense of it all. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry rang out. Lin Chen's Gangjin Lingjin had already left its sheath, its icy blade pointing directly at Lee Mayer. He expressed his refusal with the most direct and cold-hearted action. Lee Mayer looked at the long sword emanating a chilling aura, feeling the icy killing intent radiating from Lin Chen's body. She finally came to her senses. She had been played by this old man. "You!" Lee Mayer's fair face flushed scarlet in an instant, then turned ashen. A surge of indescribable humiliation and anger welled up within her. She, the seventh-ranked outer disciple, the flaming demoness Lee Mayer. When had she ever endured such a humiliating insult? Good. Very good. Lee Mayerue laughed bitterly in her rage, her peach blossom eyes brimming with malice. "Old fool, you're refusing the wine and asking for the punishment. Since you refuse to accept my kindness, don't blame me, Lee Mayer, for being merciless." Before she could finish speaking, boom! A scorching, violent, terrifying aura erupted suddenly from Lee Mayer's body. Crimson-red flames of true chi surged forth like a volcanic eruption, enveloping her entire body in a blazing red lotus of hellfire. The overwhelming pressure of an 8th-tier peak cultivator was unleashed without restraint. "Die, old fool!" Lee Mayer shouted, her figure flickering as she transformed into a fiery shadow, charging toward Lin Chen with a terrifying might that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. However, facing Lee Mayer's furious, all-out attack, Lin Chen's face remained as calm as ever, with not a single ripple of emotion. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The next moment, the in Lin Chen's hand trembled lightly. Hum. The sword intent of the Shao Chang realm condensed, releasing the embryonic form of sword intent. This time, there were no swirling blue lotuses or dazzling sword lights. Only a sword intent embryo, refined to its absolute limit, seemed capable of piercing the heavens and severing the cycle of reincarnation. Whoosh! That seemingly weak yet containing boundless sharpness sword intent embryo appeared before Lee Mayer's body in an instant, as if teleporting. Then, under her stunned and disbelieving gaze, the sword intent prototype effortlessly pierced through her prideful red lotus inferno protective chi and her seemingly impenetrable magical robe defense. Finally! Bang! Lee Mayer felt a terrifyingly sharp aura emanating from the tip of the Gangjin Lingjin sword. Even Lee Mayer felt the terrifying aura of death enveloping her. But fortunately, in the end, the terrifying sharp energy from the sword tip transformed into waves of energy, sending her flying backward. Thud! Only when she hit the ground did Lee Mayerue come to her senses, spitting out a mouthful of blood from her cherry-red lips, her peach blossom eyes staring in disbelief at Lin Chen on the stage. That sword strike! How terrifying! Below!
All the outer disciples watched as Lee Meyer was defeated in a single move once again, leaving them all speechless.
One move. Another move. Clean and decisive.
Not a single trace of smoke or fire.
On the high platform, those inner sect elders and core elders, upon witnessing this scene, they fell silent once again.
Their faces were filled with shock and ecstasy 10 times more intense than when they had witnessed Lin Chen effortlessly defeat Li Hu earlier.
Sword intent in its embryonic form? No. That's not right.
This is definitely not just the rudimentary form of sword intent. The level of refinement, the sharpness, this is clearly the sword intent of someone who has already mastered the art.
He has actually grasped the essence of the sword?
And he is just one step away from mastering it.
Excellent. Excellent.
A special spiritual body. A earth-grade sword technique. And now, this terrifying sword cultivation talent.
If this young man doesn't meet an untimely end, his future achievements will be limitless. Take him as a disciple.
We must take him as a disciple. If we let such a raw gem slip away, I will regret it for the rest of my life. The few inner sect elders who had merely been tempted earlier could no longer contain themselves. The gaze they cast upon Lin Chen was like that of starving wolves upon the most delicious lamb, filled with unbridled desire and possessiveness.
You must understand. Across the entire outer sect of the Xiantian Xianzong,
Qin Feng hailed as the first under the heavens in sword arts. His talent in the sword arts had only just begun to touch the threshold of understanding the essence of the sword.
Yet this Lin Chen has already cultivated his sword intent to such an extent?
Such prodigious talent.
Though he is only 100 years old,
he is undoubtedly a classic example of a late bloomer.
What a pity!
If he had shown such talent at the age of 10 or 15, that would have been even better.
Perhaps he could have become the second holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect. A single sword strike defeated Li Meyer.
Lin Chen sheathed his sword and leaped gracefully off the stage. At that moment, the people around him saw a completely different look in their eyes. They no longer felt that Lin Chen was overestimating himself or that he was nothing special.
Everyone seemed to be witnessing the rise of a new star.
In this world, the strong ultimately reign supreme.
Somewhere else,
Lu Rian watched as Lin Chen defeated Li Meyer and did not hold back or do anything else out of respect for Li Meyer's beauty. She nodded with a smile. Lin Chen really won't hold back just because the opponent is good looking.
No wonder he asked Lin Chen. As she spoke, Lu Rian looked at Lin Chen's figure. Lin Chen brother is truly becoming more and more outstanding. Meanwhile, on the other side,
among the top 10 outer sect prodigies, the 9th and 7th ranked prodigies had both been defeated by Lin Chen, and all in a single move. This caused others to look at Lin Chen with a serious expression.
Interesting.
He's already formed the rudiments of sword intent and is about to reach the entry level.
That old man has been hiding his true strength all along.
Qin Feng stared intently at Lin Chen's back and said. The third-ranked Kong Ming, standing beside him, heard Qin Feng's words and licked his lips.
Qin Feng, what's wrong? You don't feel threatened, do you? As for me, defeating Li Hu and Li Meyer is nothing.
If I were to face him, that old man would be killed with a single move by me. You're no match for him. Next time you encounter him, give me the opportunity to show off my skills. Qin Feng snorted coldly, glancing at Kong Ming and said, I think you'd better not be so confident. That old guy might still have more powerful techniques up his sleeve. If you underestimate him, you might end up like Li Hu and Li Meyer.
He. Just admit you're scared. Don't scare me here.
Kong Ming finished speaking, his eyes darting around, fixated on Lin Chen's back. I'll show you right now how I subdued that old man.
Kong Ming spoke.
Just as the attendant disciple was about to announce the start of the match, he spoke up.
Wait. Chapter 47, the third Kong Ming challenges.
The sword intent of the beginner revealed.
Astonishing the world.
On the martial arts field, the atmosphere had reached its peak after Lin Chen once again defeated the 7th ranked outer sect disciple, Li Meyer, with a single move. The gazes of countless outer sect disciples toward Lin Chen had shifted from initial contempt and mockery to deep reverence. This old man who had only recently been promoted to outer sect at the age of 100 was not some lucky. He was a prehistoric beast in sheep's clothing, an unfathomable monster of the ages.
On the high platform,
the inner sect elders and core elders were so excited they could barely contain themselves.
Special spiritual body.
Earth-grade sword technique. And that sword cultivation talent far surpassing his peers.
This Lin Chen is truly an unpolished gem of unparalleled beauty.
He is the future hope of the sect. They had already made up their minds no matter what, they would recruit this prodigy into their sect. Just as the responsible disciple was about to announce the start of the next match and continue the grand competition, suddenly, a voice filled with arrogance and defiance erupted like a thunderclap, echoing across the bustling training ground.
Wait! This unexpected voice instantly captured everyone's attention.
Everyone turned to look, only to see a young man with a towering build, a defiant expression, and a body radiating a violent aura slowly rising from his seat among the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect.
It was none other than the third-ranked outer sect disciple, whose strength was beyond measure, Kong Ming. It's senior brother Kong Ming. What is he doing? Is he going to challenge that Lin Chen too? Under the gaze of countless astonished and uncertain eyes, Kong Ming's sharp, eagle-like gaze locked onto Lin Chen, who had just stepped down from the stage and was preparing to rest. A cruel smile curled the corners of his lips as he spoke in a tone brimming with challenge and contempt. Lin Chen, is that you? You old man, you're not completely useless after all. You actually managed to defeat those two good-for-nothings, Li Hu and Li Meyer, one after another. But Kong Ming changed his tone, speaking with even greater arrogance and contempt. That only proves how useless they are. The reputation of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect of the Xiantian Xianzong is not something you can trample on at will. Today, I, Kong Ming, will personally step forward to restore the honor of the 10 heavenly geniuses of our outer sect. Old man, dare you fight me? Kong Ming's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire training ground. Every word was filled with unabashed provocation and unwavering confidence in victory. As the words fell, the entire arena erupted into chaos. He's gone mad. Has this senior brother Kong Ming also lost his mind? He's actually challenging this psychotic old man Lin Chen? After all, Li Hu and Li Meyer were both killed in a single move by Lin Chen. Although the empty void senior brother is ranked third, his strength surpasses both Li Hu and Li Meyer, and he has reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi condensation, with his cultivation realm approaching the pulse condensation realm. But facing that enigmatic Lin Chen, who seems to have countless hidden cards up his sleeve, does he really have a chance? Everyone is staring at Kong Ming, who has voluntarily challenged the opponent on the stage, with the same expression as if they were looking at a madman. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He turned to look at Kong Ming, who stood there with an arrogant expression, his eyes brimming with challenge and a hint of deeply hidden arrogance. In his heart, he understood everything. Another fool being used as a pawn by the holy Sun Fang Xian. For such a meaningless, time-wasting battle, Lin Chen had no interest at all. He didn't even bother to respond, merely glancing at Kong Ming with a faint smile before preparing to turn and leave. However, Kong Ming saw that Lin Chen seemed unwilling to acknowledge him. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he snorted coldly. His figure flickered like a ghost, directly blocking Lin Chen's path. Old man, what do you think you're doing? Do you look down on me, Kong Ming? Or are you afraid? Kong Ming's tone was arrogant and intimidating. This battle today is inevitable. You must fight me. Lin Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. He didn't like trouble. He especially hated being provoked time and again by such a petty troublemaker. Get out of the way. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet tinged with an unwavering coldness. I 1T move. If you've got the guts, step over me. Kong Ming sneered. Not an inch. Just as the two were on the verge of a showdown, the tension was palpable. A hoarse yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out from the high platform. Ha, since the disciple is so eager to fight and wants to test his skills against a stronger opponent, why not? The speaker was an elderly elder with snow-white hair and a demeanor of an immortal, standing at the center of the platform. He looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with admiration and a hint of curiosity. Young friend Lin Chen, I see that you also possess a spirit body imbued with the metal element, and you have unique insights into the way of the sword. This is what I propose: if you can defeat this disciple in battle, I shall grant you a fragment of a earth-grade lower-tier body forging technique that is highly compatible with your spiritual body, the Gengjin Jianti, as a gift. Gengjin Jianti? A fragment of a lower-tier earth-grade body forging technique? At those words, not only did Lin Chen's eyes light up suddenly, but even the disciples watching the battle and the other elders couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. An earth-grade cultivation technique. That was a treasure that could drive countless cultivators mad with desire. Even if it's just a fragment, its value is incalculable. This core elder actually used such a precious treasure as a reward. He must truly have high hopes for this Lin Chen. This core elder wouldn't just give away such a benefit for nothing. His true purpose is actually quite simple. To see just how far this Lin Chen, who has repeatedly created miracles and brought them endless surprises, can go. Upon hearing the words Gengjin Jianti, the slightest trace of impatience vanished from Lin Chen's heart, replaced by intense passion and longing. He now possesses Dao grade talent, a Gengjin spiritual body, and unmatched sword cultivation potential. In terms of attack, he had the Earth grade upper tier Blue Lotus sword technique. In the medical arts, he possesses the mysterious and profound Xianijing. However, in terms of physical strength, despite possessing the Gengjin spirit body and the 5 elements body forging technique, he still lacked a truly top-tier body cultivation method. And this Gengjin sword body, just by its name, it is clearly the ultimate body forging manual perfectly suited for him. If he can obtain it, his physical strength will soar once again. At that point, he would achieve a perfect balance of offense and defense, nearly invincible. This technique has come at the perfect time. Excellent. Lin Chen hesitated not a moment, responding aloud, since the elder has shown such kindness, this disciple humbly accepts your offer. With that said,
Lin Chen turned to look at Kong Ming, a flash of fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes.
I accept this challenge. Kong Ming was startled for a moment upon hearing this, then his heart filled with joy. Excellent. This old man actually agreed. And he did it in front of all the elders and disciples. Now he couldn't even back out if he wanted to. Kong Ming sneered inwardly. He had been worried that the old man would avoid the fight and let him miss this opportunity, but he never expected a core elder to step in and help him out. Truly, heaven is on my side. As long as he could crush Lin Chen under his feet in front of everyone, he wouldn't only complete the task assigned by the Holy Sun and receive a generous reward, but he could also impress the many elders present. Who knows, he might even gain the favor of the elders and the Holy Sun's approval, which would be like ascending to heaven in a single step. Thinking of this, Kong Ming's battle intent surged to its peak. Kong Ming glared at Lin Chen and sneered, "Alright, old man, you've got guts. Let this young master give you a proper lesson." The next moment, the two once again climbed onto the stage, facing each other from a distance. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere below the stage was tense to the extreme. Everyone wanted to know how this showdown would end. The match begins. The attendant disciple announced loudly. Boom! Kong Ming showed no hesitation, immediately unleashing the terrifying aura of his peak 9th level chi gathering cultivation. The martial art he practiced was a fierce technique called the Baron shaking the mountains, and as his true chi surged, his entire body seemed to swell by a full circle, brimming with explosive power. His combat power had already surpassed the chi gathering realm, reaching the true level of the pulse condensation realm. Old man, get down on your knees. Kong Ming roared, stomping his foot on the ground. The hard green stone platform cracked open. His massive body charged forward like a mountain tiger, emanating an unstoppable, domineering aura, colliding fiercely toward Lin Chen. He intended to crush Lin Chen completely using the most direct and brutal method. However, facing Kong Ming's earth-shattering attack, Lin Chen's face remained as calm as ever. He didn't even move a single step. Only the Gangjin Lingjian in his hand trembled lightly once more. A sword intent aura more refined, sharper, and more harmoniously refined than during his previous battle with Li Meier suddenly erupted from his body. It was no longer the raw, fledgling form of before. It was truly a breakthrough into the realm of mastery. Sword intent entry level. What? The core elders on the high platform, who had remained relatively composed, could no longer maintain their composure upon sensing this pure, flawless sword intent of the first stage. One after another, they leaped from their seats like cats whose tails had been stepped on. Their faces were filled with disbelief, horror, and wild joy. Entry-level sword intent. Did I see correctly? This is actually the true entry-level sword intent? Heavens! This young man's talent in the way of the sword has reached such a level? At the mid-stage of the 4th level of chi gathering, he has already grasped the basic sword intent? This is a sword art prodigy rarely seen in a century. Qin Feng, that young man hailed as the top swordsman of the outer sect, has trained diligently for years and has only just begun to touch the threshold of the rudiments of sword intent, yet this Lin Chen has already cultivated sword intent to the entry-level realm? A demonic prodigy. Our Xiantian Xianzong is about to produce a future sword immortal. The elders were completely speechless. The gaze they cast upon Lin Chen was no longer one of mere admiration or longing. They were now gazing at him as if he were an unparalleled treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the entire sect. Just as the elders were shaken to their core and could no longer control themselves. On the stage, facing Kong Ming, who charged forward like a wild bull, Lin Chen finally drew his sword. Once again, it was the Blue Lotus sword technique. But this time, it is no longer the graceful Blue Lotus of before. But, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A sky filled with blue lotuses, blooming suddenly like a downpour. Each lotus flower contains the supreme sharpness of the introductory sword intent. Each lotus flower emanates the sharp aura of a spirit body. Each lotus flower carries the profound and mysterious essence of the Blue Lotus sword technique. Blue lotuses like rain. Sword chi like a rainbow. In an instant, the entire stage was engulfed by an endless sea of blue lotuses. The once formidable and domineering Kong Ming, as he charged into this sea of lotuses, suddenly felt like a giant elephant trapped in mud. His prideful Baowang Shanju and the terrifying power he had attained at the pulse condensation realm were utterly overwhelmed by the swirling blue lotus sword chi filled with extreme sharpness. It actually looks incredibly fragile. No match for him. SSSH, SSSH, SSSH. Countless fine sword marks appeared on his body, which was as hard as iron. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Kong Ming's furious protective chi, as fragile as paper, was easily torn apart. Impossible. Kong Ming let out a despairing roar amidst the green sword rain. He tried to resist and struggle. But before this endless, seemingly all-consuming green lotus sword rain, all his efforts seemed utterly futile. After a few breaths, the blue lotus sword rain slowly dissipated, revealing the scene at the center of the stage.
There stood Lin Chen, still standing with his hands behind his back, his white hair flowing in the wind, his expression calm, as if the terrifying sword technique that had just shattered the heavens and earth had not come from his hands. Several zhang away from him, Kong Ming, the third-ranked outer disciple and a prodigy of unimaginable strength, now lay covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, limp like a rag doll, collapsed on the stage. His body was covered in countless deep sword wounds that exposed his bones, and his breath was weak and faint, having lost all ability to fight. Another strike. Though the scene was even more grand and dazzling than before. But the outcome remained the same. One strike decided the winner. The entire arena once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the white-haired figure on the stage with disbelieving eyes. The basic sword intent. It was actually the genuine entry-level sword intent. How many more hidden cards does this Lin Chen have up his sleeve? Even Qin Feng, who was hailed as the top sword cultivator of the outer sect, now looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. Entry-level sword intent that was the realm he had been striving for but could never reach. Is the introductory sword intent Lin Chen's limit? No. Far from it. Lin Chen's sword intent had already reached the initial stage of mastery. When fully unleashed, he could even fight against those in the true Qi condensation realm. In simple terms, although he was currently only at the 4th level of Qi gathering, in terms of combat power, he could even claim to be invincible in the outer sect. Excellent! 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 The elder who had previously imparted the core technique of the Gangjin sword body cultivation method to Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim 3 times upon witnessing this scene. Gangjin Lingti. Entry-level sword intent. With the 4th level of Qi gathering, he can already comprehend a earth-grade sword technique. Such intuition, such combat power, and considering that Lin Chen had only been in the outer sect for a mere 2 or 3 months before breaking through from Qi gathering stage 1 to stage 4. Such talent. This is undoubtedly the manifestation of an extraordinary prodigy. The core elder stepped forward to Lin Chen, his face kind and gentle, and said, "Lin Chen, this is the Gangjin sword body technique we agreed upon." Chapter 48. The first sword artist of the outer sect, Qin Feng, has arrived. His minor achievement in sword intent stuns the entire arena. On the stage, Lin Chen looked at Kong Ming's pitiful state, his expression unchanged. He calmly took the jade slip containing the fragments of the Gangjin Jianti technique from the core elder's hand. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. Golden runes flickered faintly on its surface, emanating an unstoppable sharpness. "Thank you for your kindness, elder." Lin Chen bowed respectfully to the core elder, neither humble nor arrogant. The core elder's aura was vast and boundless, like an ocean, and every movement he made carried an overwhelming pressure that made one's heart race. His cultivation level was at least at the Yuanling realm. Such a figure, if placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly be a peerless powerhouse, capable of shaking an entire region with a single step. The core elder watched as Lin Chen accepted the jade slip, his face breaking into a warm, friendly smile, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration. No need to be so formal. He stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. "I am Wan Xiang. You may address me as Elder Wan Xiang." Disciple Lin Chen greets Elder Wan Xiang. Lin Chen bowed respectfully once more. Though he now possessed numerous hidden cards and limitless potential, he knew that proper etiquette was essential when facing such a venerable elder. Elder Wan Xiang nodded approvingly, his gaze growing more and more fond as he looked at Lin Chen. This young man not only possessed extraordinary talent but also had a steady temperament, remaining humble and composed in the face of both praise and criticism. He was exactly his type. The Wanxiang elder paused for a moment, then spoke slowly in a tone filled with expectation and temptation. "Lin Chen, I have observed your extraordinary potential. You are truly a once-in-a-lifetime cultivation prodigy. I intend to take you as my disciple. What are your thoughts on this? Of course, I am also aware that after today, there will likely be other elders who wish to take you as their disciple. The other elders are likely eyeing you as well. Take your time to consider it carefully. There is no need to rush your response." The words of the Wanxiang elder were extremely direct and confident. He was confident that, given his status and influence within the sect, Lin Chen would not refuse his offer to take him as a disciple. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. He never expected this. This elder Wanxiang had actually been so direct in extending an olive branch to him. Moreover, from the way he spoke, it seemed as though the other core elders also shared this intention. For a moment, Lin Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Back then, he had spent 100 years toiling away on the menial peak, enduring scorn and ridicule, unable even to become an outer disciple. Who would have thought that one day, he would be sought after by the core elders of the sect to become their disciple? This treatment was like night and day. The disciples watching the scene grew even more envious upon hearing Elder Wanxiang's words, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. To be taken as a personal disciple by a core elder? That was an honor they dared not even dream of. How lucky is this Lin Chen? However, just as everyone was envying Lin Chen's extraordinary opportunity and assuming the matter was settled. Wait a moment. Another earth-shattering "wait a moment" froze the atmosphere on the scene once again. Swish.
Everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the voice. There, on the seats reserved for the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect, the young man who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, his posture as straight as a sword, and his aura sharp and unmatched, slowly opened his eyes. With a single step, his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing at the edge of the stage. In his hand, an ancient-looking long sword, gleaming with cold light and emanating a chilling sword chi, had appeared out of nowhere. The sword was already drawn. Its edge was fully exposed. The sword chi pierced the heavens. It was none other than Qin Feng, the undisputed first disciple of the outer sect and the unrivaled prodigy of the outer sect Qin Feng. Senior brother Qin Feng? What is he doing? Could it be, could he also? Everyone was completely taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden action. Qin Feng's eyes, as sharp as swords, were fixed firmly on Lin Chen. There was no trace of contempt or disdain in his eyes, only intense battle intent and a faint, barely perceptible hint of longing. Qin Feng bowed slightly toward Lin Chen, his voice cold and firm. Senior brother Lin Chen. He actually addressed Lin Chen as senior brother. I am Qin Feng, an outer disciple of the Shintian Xianzong sect. Though I am unworthy, I currently hold the first position among the outer disciples. Today, I had the honor of witnessing senior brother display your entry-level sword intent, which was truly breathtaking. I am deeply inspired and my battle intent has been ignited. Please do not hesitate to instruct me and grant me the honor of a battle. Qin Feng's words rang out with authority. He wasn't as arrogant and self-important as Kong Ming, nor as foolish and greedy as Li Hu. He was a true swordsman. Qin Feng challenged Lin Chen to a duel, hoping to borrow Lin Chen's entry-level sword intent to help him break through his current limitations and finally step into the coveted realm of entry-level sword intent. He had a premonition. If he could fight Lin Chen, he might truly gain some enlightenment. As he finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted once more. Completely stunned. No way? Are all 10 of today's top geniuses from the outer sect on something? Or have they all been driven mad by Lin Chen, that 100-year-old old man? First, Kong Ming challenged him to a fight and was defeated in a single move. Now even Qin Feng, the acknowledged top disciple of the outer sect and the one with the highest sword cultivation talent, has also actively challenged Lin Chen? And he's showing such respect toward Lin Chen. What the hell is going on here? On the high platform, the elder Wanxian looked at Qin Feng, who had actively challenged him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had naturally heard of Qin Feng, the top prodigy of the outer sect. He possessed extraordinary talent and a resilient mindset in the path of sword cultivation. He was indeed a rare talent. But he never expected him to choose this moment to challenge Lin Chen? The elder of the 10,000 phenomena looked at Lin Chen with interest. How would Lin Chen respond to this challenge from the top disciple of the outer sect? Lin Chen had no intention of continuing the fight at that moment. He had just obtained the fragment of the Gangjin sword body technique and was itching to find a place to seclude himself for intensive training. He had no time to waste on these young upstarts' so-called sparring games. Therefore, he merely glanced at Qin Feng and spoke calmly. There is no need. There is no need for us to fight. What? Qin Feng heard this and his brows immediately furrowed tightly. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Senior brother Lin Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you afraid? Or do you look down on me, Qin Feng, and refuse to fight me? Qin Feng's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of anger. You must know that as a swordsman, one must possess the pride of never bending and the sharpness of charging forward without hesitation. If you lack the courage to fight and harbor fear in your heart, then your path in the way of the sword will likely come to a halt. Qin Feng's words were spoken with such force and conviction that they echoed through the air. However, Lin Chen merely smiled and shook his head. Fear? Disdain? Poof. Lin Chen chuckled softly, looking at Qin Feng's expression, which seemed to say, if you don't fight me, it means you look down on me and dishonor the way of the sword, and found it rather childish. Qin Feng, is that right? You seem to have misunderstood something. Lin Chen spoke again, his voice soft but clear enough for everyone present to hear. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Chen moved. He did not draw his sword. Nor did he release any earth-shaking aura. He simply and effortlessly unleashed the terrifying sword intent he had cultivated to the small achievement realm, without holding back a single ounce. Hum. 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 In an instant, a blade intent 10 or 100 times more terrifying than his initial sword intent erupted from Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary body, as if an ancient sword god that had been dormant for billions of years had awakened. The terrifying sword intent swept across the heavens and earth, enveloping all directions. Within a 1,000-mile radius, whether it was the ordinary iron swords held by the disciples on the training grounds, or the magical swords and spirit swords nurtured in the various caves and chambers of the sect, even the ancient divine swords hidden deep within the sect's forbidden territories, which had long since attained sentience and possessed their own consciousness. At that very moment, all of them trembled violently and emitted mournful cries. They seemed to sense a call and suppression emanating from the depths of their souls. or as if they were paying homage to their supreme sovereign. All swords submit. Sword energy pierces the heavens. This scene completely stunned the entire crowd. Whether they were ordinary outer door disciples, or the seasoned inner sect elders who had seen it all, or the high-ranking core elders whose strength was beyond comprehension. When they felt the pure, refined, harmonious, and domineering small achievement sword intent that seemed to touch the very essence of the swordway, they all froze in place as if struck by a petrifying spell. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Xiao Chang Jiani? Am I seeing things? This is actually the small achievement realm of sword intent? My heavens! To comprehend the small achievement sword intent at the mid-stage of the fourth chi gathering realm? Is this even human? It's a demonic prodigy. Madness. This world has gone mad. I've cultivated for hundreds of years and have only barely touched the threshold of the sword intent's embryonic form. He's already achieved the minor achievement of the sword intent, and at the fourth stage of chi gathering? I'm already at the golden core realm. The elders were completely overwhelmed. They all glared angrily, speechless, staring at Lin Chen as if he were a living monster. They finally understood why Lin Chen had been able to so easily kill Li Hu and Li Meier, and even crush Kong Ming, and why he had remained so calm and unconcerned in the face of Qin Feng's challenge. It turned out he wasn't even playing in the same league as them. Xiao Cheng Jiani. What does that even mean? That's a realm of sword cultivation that can only be touched by sword cultivators at least at the late golden core realm, or even the nascent soul realm. And this Lin Chen had already grasped it at the mere fourth level of the chi gathering realm? This is unbelievable. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in this world? And at this very moment, Qin Feng, who was directly hit by Lin Chen's terrifying sword intent pressure, was completely stunned. He stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. Qin Feng's eyes, which had once been as sharp as swords, were now filled with endless confusion, shock, and a deep sense of defeat. Sword intent at the minor achievement stage. It was actually the small achievement sword intent. Qin Feng had previously assumed that Lin Chen had at most refined the basic sword intent to its peak, but he never imagined that the other party had already left him far behind. He had reached a terrifying realm that Qin Feng dared not even dream of. The gap. A gap as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Realizing this, Qin Feng couldn't even muster the slightest thought of challenging him again. Clang! The spirit sword that had been Qin Feng's pride and joy, accompanying him for years, emitted a mournful cry. Then it began to tremble violently, beyond his control. The sword was trembling. It represented his sword heart, which had been completely suppressed and shattered by Lin Chen's terrifying preliminary sword intent. The battle had not even begun. Qin Feng, the top prodigy of the outer sect of the Xiantian Xianzong, the unrivaled master of the sword path, defeated without even fighting. Lin Chen looked at Qin Feng's dazed and disbelieving expression, slowly retracting his astonishingly powerful sword intent, then spoke calmly. Do you understand now? It's not that I refuse to accept your challenge. It is because you have no chance of defeating me. Boom! Lin Chen's words, though spoken calmly, were filled with boundless arrogance, like the final straw that completely ignited the entire martial arts arena. The entire arena erupted into chaos. Holy crap! That is so domineering. This is the true demeanor of a true master. Senior brother Qin Feng doesn't even have the courage to fight back. Minor mastery of sword intent? My goodness, there's actually a disciple with minor mastery of sword intent among us outer disciples. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the inner sect elders and core elders, after a moment of shock, quickly snapped back to reality. Each of them was breathing heavily, their eyes burning with intensity. The next moment. Swish. 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 Several figures darted down from the high platform like starving tigers pouncing on their prey, disregarding their status and appearance, nearly all at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Chen completely. Lin Chen, young friend, become my disciple. I am an elder of the inner hall S. Danhua Hall. I can provide you with any you desire. Nonsense. What S. the Danhua Hall? Lin Chen, come to my sword pavilion. I'll personally teach you the supreme sword classic. All of you get out of the way. This young man has a karmic connection with my Wanxiang peak. The Gangjin sword body he practices was given to him by me. He should naturally become my disciple. The Wanxiang elder glared angrily, refusing to budge an inch. Lin Chen, if you're willing to take me as your master, I'll guarantee you'll reach the golden core realm within 10 years and the nascent soul realm within 100 years. Pa! 100 years to reach the Yuanling realm? With Lin Chen's talent, 50 years are more than enough. Choose me, and you'll have the power of the core enforcement hall elder. A group of elders who usually acted so high and mighty, with an air of divine grace, were now acting like street vendors fighting over cabbages, arguing fiercely over who would get Lin Chen as their disciple. Are you kidding me? At the fourth level of Qi gathering, he has already grasped the essence of the sword intent. Such talent! Such potential! He was almost destined to become at least a golden core cultivator in the future, and there was even a high chance he could break through to the nascent soul realm. Having a disciple who could reach the golden core realm would be a tremendous honor and boost for these elders. Let alone someone with the potential to become a Yuan Ling Jinjuan. Who wouldn't want such a priceless gem? Chapter 49, The Top Disciple of the Outer Sect. A close encounter with the Holy Maiden in the bamboo forest? The martial arts arena fell deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the white-haired figure surrounded by several core elders and inner sect elders who were vying to offer him olive branches. Lin Chen. This name will echo throughout the entire Xiantian Xian zone from this day forward. At the mid-stage of the fourth layer of qi condensation, he had already grasped the essence of the sword intent. With a single move, he defeated his opponent without even fighting, causing the first prodigy of the outer sect, Xin Feng, to lose all courage to even attack. Such talent! Such combat prowess! Such charisma! Unheard of, unseen before. His future achievements are limitless. Somewhere. The Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan gazed at Lin Chen, who was surrounded by a crowd like a moon surrounded by stars, her clear eyes as pure as autumn water, sparkling with uncontrollable joy and pride. This is the treatment her brother Lin Chen deserves. She knew that as long as she gave her brother Lin Chen a chance, he would shine so brightly that the entire world would be dazzled by his brilliance. Those who once mocked him, looked down on him, and despised him. They must be regretting it bitterly now. Lu Ruyan's lips curved into a charming smile, her heart brimming with sweetness. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, surrounded by the elders at the center, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He looked at these so-called elders of the sect, who were usually so arrogant and aloof, now fighting over him, their faces red with anger, spitting venom, and almost coming to blows. The scene was truly shocking. Cough, cough. Elders, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Lin Chen cleared his throat, bowed deeply to the elders, and spoke in a humble yet firm tone. However, this disciple is ignorant and lacks talent. I dare not trouble the elders with such undeserved favor. However, he shifted his gaze to the venerable elder who had previously gifted him the fragment of the Gengjin sword body text, his eyes fixed on the ethereal and otherworldly figure before him. Elder Wanxiang not only generously gifted me this treasure but also has always guided and supported me. This kindness I will never forget. If the Wanxiang elder does not deem me too foolish, this disciple, Lin Chen, humbly requests to become a disciple of the Wanxiang elder and listen to your teachings. As soon as he spoke, the voices of the elders who had been arguing around him fell silent. One after another, envious, jealous, and even resentful glances all turned toward the Wanxiang elder. The Wanxiang elder, who had been called out, was momentarily startled, then his face broke into an uncontrollable expression of joy. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent. The Wanxiang elder clapped his hands and laughed loudly, his voice booming like a bell, filled with pride and satisfaction. He stepped forward and personally helped Lin Chen to his feet, his gaze growing increasingly satisfied and admiring. My good disciple, rest assured. By joining my disciples, I will never let you regret your choice today. From now on, with your master by your side, no one in the entire Xiantian Xian zone will dare to look down on you. His words were spoken with unparalleled arrogance, yet they also brimmed with absolute confidence in Lin Chen. Immediately, the Wanxiang elder turned around, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of outer disciples below the stage who were still in shock and stupor, as well as the colleagues on the high platform with various expressions. Clearing his throat, the Wanxiang elder announced in a tone that brooked no argument. I hereby declare. The ultimate champion of this year's Outer Sect Disciples Grand Competition is none other than Lin Chen, my personal disciple from the Wanxiang Peak. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The elder of the 10,000 Phenomena's voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire martial arts arena. The entire arena fell silent. All the disciples looked at each other in disbelief. In favor? Nonsense. Lin Chen's displayed strength was utterly overwhelming. Who dared to oppose him? Oppose? Are you kidding? Even Xin Feng, the first-ranked outer disciple and the top swordsman, was defeated without a fight by his terrifying preliminary sword intent. Who dares to oppose him even slightly? That's like lighting a lamp in a dung heap looking for. We have no objections. No one knew who spoke first, but soon a deafening chorus of agreement echoed through the heavens. At this point, the outer sect competition of the Xiantian Xianzone this year came to a close in an unprecedented, dramatic, and highly unpredictable manner. And Lin Chen, this mysterious 100-year-old dark horse, claimed the top prize with an undeniable victory. Under the gaze of the crowd, the senior elder of the outer sect, Wang Yuanshan, personally presented Lin Chen with the top prize of the competition. As usual, the rewards included some spirit stones, pills, and a high-grade Xin-grade upper-tier magical robe. Though these items were no longer particularly valuable to the current Lin Chen. However, they were still the honor he deserved. After the award ceremony, the elder of the 10,000 Phenomena once again approached Lin Chen, his face still adorned with a warm smile. He took out a jade talisman shimmering with a faint white light and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, My good disciple, this is the jade token of my personal disciple. Go back and pack your things, and handle the matters of the outer sect. Once everything is ready, simply infuse a thread of spiritual energy into the jade talisman, and I will personally come to fetch you and return you to the 10,000 phenomena peak. From this day forward, you shall be my final disciple of the Wanxiang Jinjuan and also a core disciple of the Xuantian Xianzong. Core disciple. Lin Chen heard this and his heart stirred slightly. This change in status is happening way too fast. From a menial servant to an outer disciple, and now to a core disciple. He had achieved all this in less than half a year. The disciple's awakening. The benefits to himself were clearly visible. Thank you, Master. Lin Chen took the jade token and bowed deeply to the elder of the 10,000 phenomena with great respect. This time, Lin Chen called him Master with genuine sincerity. Ha ha ha. Good disciple, no need for formalities. The Wanxiang elder was in a great mood, laughing heartily as he helped Lin Chen to his feet and said, the formal initiation ceremony will be held after you settle into the Wanxiang peak. I must inform the sect master of this matter first. You may go about your business for now. I will inform the sect master on your behalf. With that said, the Wanxiang elder did not linger further. He gave a satisfied bow to the inner sect elders and other core elders still staring longingly at Lin Chen, then vanished into the sky with a flash of light, leaving behind a group of elders beating their chests in frustration, regretting their slowness. Lin Chen looked at the elders still surrounding him with fervent eyes and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He could only bow his hands in apology one by one, speaking earnestly that if given the opportunity in the future, he would personally pay a visit to seek guidance. The elders, though still feeling some resentment, knew that Lin Chen's decision to become a disciple of Wanxiang was final, and further insistence would be futile. In the end, they could only sigh and disperse. The Grand Outer Sect competition had finally come to a close. Lin Chen politely declined the invitations from other Outer Sect disciples who wished to befriend him and returned alone to his secluded courtyard in the Outer Sect area. The news of Lin Chen winning the Outer Sect competition and being taken as a personal disciple by the core elder Wanxiang Jinjuan spread throughout the entire Xintian Xianzong in less than half an hour. Whether it was the Outer Sect, Inner Sect, or core disciple areas, almost everyone was discussing this legendary 100-year-old prodigy filled with mythical aura. Those disciples who were unaware of the details were left speechless upon hearing his exploits, filled with envy and resentment to the extreme. The elders who had not been present to witness the grand competition were even more distraught upon learning that Wanxiang Jinjuan had beaten them to the punch and secured such a rare gem. They all secretly cursed the old man of the Wanxiang Peak for being too lucky. It must have been that fragment of the Gingjin Jianti that won Lin Chen's favor, leading him to ultimately choose to join the Wanxiang Peak. What a pity! Why didn't they have any secret techniques or divine abilities related to the Gengjin spirit body? Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Chen found that the usually quiet place was now swarming with disciples from the Xintian Xianzong sect, all there to observe. Hearing the faint murmurs of discussion from outside, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Had he truly become famous? But he didn't bother to pay attention to them. Fame is nothing but an illusion. Power is the only thing that matters. Lin Chen focused his mind on his storage ring and began to carefully count his loot from this trip. The reward for winning the low-ranking disciples competition, the golden inheritance from the Outer Sect trials, a copy of the 5 elements body forging technique, the loot from killing 5 swordmen, the reward for winning the Outer Sect competition. Plus the items previously gifted by Lu Ruyan and Tu Shan Susu. Lin Chen looked at the mountain of spirit stones, pills, magical treasures, and cultivation technique jade slips piled up in his storage ring, his mouth almost splitting into a wide grin. This was truly a windfall. He felt that he no longer needed to worry about cultivation resources for his Qi condensation realm. Even the resources needed to break through to the Qi condensation realm were more than sufficient. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. However, just as Lin Chen was basking in his joy, feeling that his future was bright and that he was about to take off steadily and thrive, the dog system has once again issued a task. Ding! Detected that the host's heart is stirred by spring, and their Dao heart is unstable. The following task is issued to help the host consolidate their Dao heart and understand the subtleties of yin-yang harmony. Task name, Moonlit Bamboo Grove, a date with a beauty. Task description, tonight, you are 19 years old, in the prime of your youth, full of vitality. It is time to experience the enchanting beauty of a young maiden. Please invite Lu Ruyan to the small bamboo grove outside the outer gate at midnight tonight for a soul-stirring intimate encounter. Task hint, the small bamboo grove is a serene and moonlit place, perfect for cultivating emotions, deepening understanding, and exploring the great harmony of life. The host must seize this opportunity, take the initiative, and strive to achieve success. Task reward, Enlightenment Opportunity X1 can be used to select any martial art, technique, or divine ability for a profound, enlightening experience, equivalent to a century of arduous cultivation. When Lin Chen clearly saw the task panel before him, he was completely stunned. He was even petrified or fossilized. It took several breaths. He finally gasped in shock. No. Lin Chen's lips twitched. Intimate contact? What kind of intimate contact? You better tell me clearly, you bastard. Deep into the soul? Exploring the harmony of life? Damn system. Are you sure you're not some kind of malfunction? And he's only 19.
The old man looks like he's 40 now, but he's actually over 120 years old.
He's a 100-year-old virgin, that's Lin Chen. Complaining is one thing, but the rewards from the system are never skimpy.
When Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the golden task reward, his eyes lit up.
Enlightenment Opportunity X1. And it can be used to choose any martial arts technique, skill, or divine ability for in-depth comprehension?
The effect is comparable to a century of arduous cultivation.
Whoa! This reward is simply too damn tempting.
Lin Chen could feel his heart racing uncontrollably, pounding wildly in his chest.
What does he need most right now? Time. An opportunity to quickly enhance his strength.
And this epiphany opportunity was tailor-made for him. If he could use it on the Blue Lotus sword technique or fuse and complete the 5 elements body forging technique with the Gengjin sword body, his strength would definitely undergo another qualitative leap.
Lin Chen couldn't possibly refuse.
But when he thought about the task, inviting Lu Ruyan to the small bamboo grove for a close encounter, Lin Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably.
Sure enough,
this dog system has never been reliable.
What about experiencing the beauty of a girl? Even though I'm theoretically still a 100-year-old virgin, I've at least experienced it, right? Tushan Susu, that stunning older woman, was incredibly proactive. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about how to ask Lu Ruyan out, suddenly, Lin Chen's vision suddenly went blurry. Immediately afterward, a familiar yet breathtakingly beautiful figure appeared before him as if by teleportation.
Dressed in a moon-white palace gown, she exuded an ethereal grace and otherworldly beauty.
It was none other than the holy maiden Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan stood gracefully before Lin Chen, her eyes as clear as autumn water, tinged with a faint smile.
Lin Chen! Could this be the legendary daydreaming by day, dreaming by night? No, he hadn't even slept at all. So, just like before, Lu Ruyan must have come to find him secretly? What a coincidence! Lu Ruyan had no idea what Lin Chen was thinking. She playfully winked at him, then noticed him staring blankly at her and teased, "Lin Chen, what are you staring at me for?" Cough.
Lin Chen snapped back to his senses upon hearing this, cleared his throat, and said helplessly, "Ruyan, next time you come in, please knock first instead of just walking in.
It's just that I was so eager to celebrate for brother Lin Chen."
Ruyan is here to congratulate Lin Chen on winning the outer sect competition and becoming a disciple of the Wanxiang Elder, and now he's one of the core disciples of the sect. After speaking, Lu Ruyan turned her jade-like hands. A beautiful food box was already in her hands. Seeing the food box Lu Ruyan had brought out, Lin Chen, who had been struggling with how to complete his task, suddenly perked up. As Lu Ruyan was about to open the box, he hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, Ruyan."
Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen in confusion.
Lin Chen pretended to look around and smiled at Lu Ruyan, saying, "I'm also very happy today, but the house is too stuffy.
Why don't we eat outside?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked around. She didn't feel it was stuffy at all. However, since Lin Chen had suggested it, Lu Ruyan didn't refuse. She nodded and asked, "Sure, where would you like to go to celebrate, Lin Chen?" Chapter 50. Wait, something's off about your physical contact. Watching Lu Ruyan carry the food box and ask eagerly where they should go to celebrate, Lin Chen was torn inside. The system's ridiculous task was still fresh in his mind. This task was clearly inappropriate no matter how he looked at it. But that epiphany made him drool with desire, making it impossible to refuse. How could he suggest going to the bamboo grove? Lin Chen reminisced about the past, and suddenly a vision of someone guiding him in the bamboo grove flashed before his eyes. Lin Chen immediately had an idea and smiled at Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, do you remember many years ago, when you first started practicing the Xian Shui sword technique, I guided you in the outer bamboo grove? Let us go to that bamboo grove." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she also wore an expression of reminiscence. "That's right. Back then, brother Lin Chen seemed pretty strict." As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of a young girl's playful teasing, as if she had returned to those innocent days of her youth. Lin Chen shrugged. "A strict teacher produces outstanding students, after all. Why don't we go there? We can enjoy the delicious food you prepared while revisiting old places and reminiscing about the past." He felt a bit embarrassed by his own words. Too contrived. Lu Ruyan listened and paused for a moment. She instinctively looked up at the window. The sky was gradually growing dark, and the moon had quietly climbed up the branches. Going to the small bamboo grove at this time. Dinner? Ever since Lin Chen came to find her, things had felt a bit off. Earlier at the Holy Maiden Peak, he had suddenly mentioned wanting to guide her in practicing the most basic Xian Shui sword technique. What does Lin Chen want to do now? Lu Ruyan felt a bit puzzled, but when she looked at Lin Chen's eyes, which held a hint of anticipation and a certain indescribable tension, suddenly, Lu Ruyan's face flushed red. Could it be? Lin Chen wants to. But wouldn't it be better at home? But who cares? As long as I can be with Lin Chen, it doesn't matter where we go or what we do. At this thought, Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face broke into a smile as pure and radiant as morning dew. Alright, I'll do whatever Lin Chen says. Huff. Lin Chen saw that Lu Ruyan had agreed and sighed in relief. The first step was finally successful. The two didn't linger. Lin Chen led the way, with Lu Ruyan carrying the food box, walking side by side like a young couple from next door, leaving Lin Chen's small courtyard and heading toward the bamboo grove in the southeast corner of the outer gate. Soon, they evaded all the watchful eyes and arrived in the bamboo grove. This bamboo grove was indeed as described in the mission prompt, a serene environment far from the hustle and bustle, with only the rustling of bamboo leaves and occasional chirping of insects. The bright moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows that added a touch of mystery and intimacy to the atmosphere. Lu Ruyan seemed quite satisfied with the surroundings. She then gently waved her jade-like hand, and an invisible barrier was seamlessly cast, completely isolating this small area from the outside world, ensuring that no one or any unsuspecting small animals would disturb their rare moment of privacy. Lin Chen didn't notice a thing. The two of them found a relatively flat and clean patch of grass deep within the bamboo grove. Lu Ruyan took out a piece of white, soft silk brocade with a faint fragrance from her storage ring, spread it on the ground, and then sat down with Lin Chen. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the bamboo leaves, and occasionally a few emerald green bamboo leaves drifted down, landing on the ground. This serene scene made Lu Ruyan feel even more joyful and relaxed. She opened the food box and carefully arranged the exquisitely prepared spiritual dishes, each a masterpiece of flavor and presentation, along with the jar of fragrant 100-flower wine, on the silk brocade. Lin Chen, try some of this. These are all specially prepared by the spirit chef according to your taste from back then, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, pouring a cup of wine for Lin Chen with her own hands. Lin Chen looked at the familiar dishes before him, inhaling the long-lost fragrance, and felt a surge of emotion. He never imagined that after nearly a century, this young lady would still remember his preferences from back then. Lin Chen didn't hesitate, picking up the jade chopsticks and taking a piece of spirit-infused beast meat into his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, and the spiritual energy was abundant. It was indeed the taste of years past. Delicious. Lin Chen praised sincerely. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, smiled even more brightly. The two of them savored the fine wine and delicacies while chatting casually, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Lu Ruyan seemed to be getting a bit tipsy. After a few cups of the 100-flower wine, her already fair and snow-white face turned a deep crimson, her eyes were dreamy and watery, exuding a captivating charm. She looked at Lin Chen beside her, at his white hair that had regained its youthful vigor, at his deep, weathered eyes. Unconsciously, memories of their time together on the menial peak flashed through her mind. Back then, he was still a low-ranking disciple with a difficult life. But he always acted like an older brother, silently protecting her and taking care of her, bringing her the only warmth and light in those dark days. As she thought about it, Lu Ruyan's eyes grew slightly moist. Lu Ruyan suddenly put down the wine cup in her hand and stood up. Under Lin Chen's surprised gaze, she flipped her jade-like hand, and the ice-cold, translucent sword, the ice-soul-cold light sword, her life-bound spirit sword, appeared in her hand. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and a hint of tension and anticipation. Back then, you taught me the Xian Shui sword technique. Today, I also want to dance the sword for Lin Chen, brother. Is that okay? Dance for me? Lin Chen was startled by her words. Looking at the graceful figure before him, with her ethereal beauty, holding a spiritual sword, bathed in moonlight and resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, the Holy Maiden. He once again felt the deep affection of Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan was the holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong, an idol admired and worshipped by countless disciples, and the dream partner of countless celestial geniuses and divine sons. And now, she was actually dancing with a sword for him, a senior disciple who had just been promoted to the core reserve? If word got out, every male disciple in the Xiantian immortal sect would turn into jealous lemons, drowning him in envy. Lin Chen was moved. Looking at Lu Ruyan's eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of shyness, he nodded and smiled gently. All right. It is my honor to witness your sword dance, Ruyan. Upon receiving Lin Chen's consent, Lu Ruyan's smile bloomed like a snow lotus, pure and exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. She hesitated no longer, her slender body twirling gracefully. The ice-soul-cold light sword in her hands emitted a clear, resonant sword chirp. In an instant, under the moonlight, amidst the bamboo grove, a stunning figure appeared, robes flowing in the wind, sword light like a rainbow, dancing gracefully. It was still the most basic of the basic Xian Shui sword technique. However, when performed by Lu Ruyan, a Yuanling stage powerhouse who holds a special affection for this sword technique, it takes on an entirely different charm. Wherever the sword light passed, bamboo leaves fell gently, yet they were drawn and swirled around her by an invisible force, like dancing fairies. Lin Chen watched quietly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Lu Ruyan's talent in the way of the sword was indeed extraordinary.
This Xian Shui sword technique in her hands, though not yet reaching the true pinnacle of perfection, had already touched the peak of the initial stage.
It only needed a single opportunity to fully master it.
At this thought, Lin Chen's heart stirred. This time, he truly wanted to offer some guidance to Lu Ruyan. After all, this girl had truly impressed him. So when Lu Ruyan was halfway through her gentle rain technique, her sword movements became slightly sluggish, as if she was running out of steam. Lin Chen suddenly spoke, his voice gentle as he offered guidance.
Ruyan, this move should be like spring rain, moistening everything silently yet penetrating every crevice.
You're too focused on the power of the sword technique, which has caused you to lose its essence. Lu Ruyan heard this and paused for a moment, then adjusted her understanding of the move according to Lin Chen's words.
Indeed. The next moment,
Lu Ruyan felt that the sword in her hand suddenly became much lighter, and her sword techniques became more fluid and natural, with its power not diminished but enhanced.
Thank you, brother Lin Chen.
Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Chen's casual words of guidance gave her a sudden epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes. No wonder he had cultivated his sword intent to the level of minor achievement. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the sight and continued his guidance.
There's also this move, surging waves crash against the shore.
The key lies in the momentum, not the force.
As he spoke, Lin Chen stood up and walked behind Lu Ruyan, extending his hand to demonstrate the trajectory and power techniques of the sword move. However,
just as his hand began to rise, preparing to mimic Lu Ruyan's sword grip and offer guidance, coincidentally, Lu Ruyan, who was deeply immersed in her understanding of the sword technique, unconsciously moved slightly.
Their hands accidentally touched each other. Warm, soft, and delicate.
Lin Chen felt a smooth, slippery sensation in his hand, as if he were holding a piece of fine warm jade. Meanwhile, when Lu Ruyan felt the touch on the back of her hand, that sensation belonging to Lin Chen, tinged with a hint of heat and masculine energy. Her delicate body trembled violently. Her delicate face turned as red as a ripe apple.
Intimate contact?
The keywords of the system task flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He was about to say something to ease the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere.
Ding! Without warning, the system prompt sounded in his mind.
Detected that the host has engaged in close contact with the mission target, Lu Ruyan, in the bamboo grove outside the outer gate under the moonlight.
Task, Moonlit Bamboo Grove, date with the beauty completed. Mission reward, Enlightenment Opportunity X1. Reward distributed. Lin Chen? Wait, this isn't. Is that it? What about the promised deep soul exploration? What about the exploration of the great harmony of life? It's just a quick touch, and it's done? What a crappy system. I bought a watch last year. Are you kidding me?
I actually thought there'd be at least a kiss, or a close hug, or something to feel the balloons after, to count as completing the task.
And this is it? That's it?
Lin Chen felt like he'd been thoroughly played by this damn system. That restless old heart of his instantly grew cold. But then he thought about it again, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
Hey! I didn't even think about it. This dog system, which looks so unprofessional on the surface and posts tasks that are so, well, thought-provoking, turns out to be a pure-hearted little system. Chapter 51, 5 Elements Body Forging merges with the Gangjin sword body. Sudden enlightenment astonishes the holy maiden.
But he kept his thoughts to himself. Completing such a seemingly difficult task, one that even made him daydream so easily, left Lin Chen feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. After all, the reward for sudden enlightenment was simply too tempting. What he needed most now was the foundation and time to quickly enhance his strength. Just as Lin Chen was mocking the system in his heart and rejoicing over completing the task, Lu Ruyan, whose jade-like hand had been accidentally touched by him, was experiencing an entirely different sensation at that very moment. When Lin Chen's palm, tinged with a hint of heat, gently brushed against her delicate, jade-like hand,
Lu Ruyan felt as though her entire body had been struck by a faint yet incredibly clear electric current.
A sensation of tingling and palpitations, indescribable in words, spread from the point of contact on her wrist like ripples, swiftly radiating throughout her limbs and every bone in her body.
Her delicate body trembled involuntarily. Her legs grew weak, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Lin Chen.
Lu Ruyan instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Chen's hand remained firmly over hers, as if possessed by some magical force that left her unable to resist. Her already flushed face, which had turned a deep crimson from drinking the 100-flower elixir, now blushed even more intensely, like a ripe apple, almost as if it were about to bleed. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes were now veiled in a hazy mist, gazing intently at the spot where their palms touched.
Lin Chen, my brother, he touched my hand on purpose. Even if it was just an accident. But this feeling is so strange, but also, so nice. Lu Ruyan's heart was completely in disarray. However, just at that moment, a vast, overwhelming, and terrifying Tao essence filled with endless mysteries and profound truths erupted suddenly from Lin Chen's body without any warning, as if an ancient deity that had been dormant for billions of years had awakened. This Tao essence was formless and intangible, as if it contained the most primordial laws of the universe. As soon as it appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire small bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves ceased their gentle swaying. Lu Ruyan sensed the sudden terrifying Tao essence, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her dazed eyes instantly regained their clarity. As she regained her senses, Lu Ruyan's clear eyes quickly turned to disbelief and shock. This is Tao essence? So pure, so vast. Lin Chen, what is he doing? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen beside her in shock. At that moment, Lin Chen maintained the posture of holding her hand, but his expression was solemn, his countenance dignified, and his entire being seemed to have completely merged with the surrounding world. Moreover, a mysterious Taoist aura emanated from his body. Even more astonishingly, this Tao essence materialized into a tangible form, condensing above his head into an illusory celebratory cloud. The cloud descended with countless auspicious rays, creating a dazzling display of supernatural phenomena. Enlightenment. Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene, and her mind was struck by a thunderclap, instantly flashing those two words. The young heart that had been racing wildly from their close encounter was now overwhelmed by an even more intense and extreme shock. Could this be the legendary sudden enlightenment opportunity, one that is said to be rare and elusive, so rare that even among billions of cultivators, perhaps not a single person might encounter it? Though she was the sacred maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect, having seen much in her life, she had only ever encountered scattered mentions of enlightenment in the most ancient sect texts. Legend. Once one enters the realm of enlightenment, cultivators can resonate with the great Tao of heaven and earth, their souls soaring through the void, and in an instant, they gain profound understanding of all mysteries. A single moment of enlightenment leads to instant sainthood. Though somewhat exaggerated, the benefits of enlightenment for cultivators are undeniable. It can make a previously obscure and difficult to understand martial art technique instantly comprehensible. It can transform a stagnant martial art into something extraordinary in an instant. It can even allow a cultivator's cultivation realm to break through a bottleneck and advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. What's even more terrifying is that enlightenment might fundamentally elevate the rank of a cultivation technique or martial art. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is what countless cultivators have longed for, yet can never attain. Lu Ruyan never could have imagined it. Her own Lin Chen brother, his fortune had actually defied the heavens to such an extent? To have stumbled upon such a legendary enlightenment opportunity so effortlessly? Just as Lu Ruyan's mind was shaken to its core, Lin Chen's mind was simultaneously filled with the system's prompt. Enlightenment state activated. Please select the martial arts technique, skill, or divine ability you wish to cultivate through enlightenment. Lin Chen heard this and couldn't help but twist his lips. Wow! You have to use the reward immediately after receiving it. At least give us a heads up. However, it was fortunate that he had already made plans earlier. Lin Chen knew that such an epiphany was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and absolutely couldn't be wasted. He had to choose the direction that would benefit him the most at the moment. Therefore, he had already made up his mind. The Great Sun Gangjin breathing technique was already at the earth grade level, sufficient for his current needs, and as his primary cultivation technique, it wasn't something that could be improved overnight. The Blue Lotus sword technique was at the upper earth grade level, with immense power. If it could be further refined, that would be ideal. But it was sufficient for now. What he lacked most at present was physical strength. Although the Gangjin spirit body is powerful, it is ultimately just physical constitution. If he could obtain a top-tier physical cultivation technique that perfectly complements it, he could fully unlock the true potential of the Gangjin spirit body. Most importantly, enhancing physical strength would lead to a comprehensive improvement in both cultivation speed and combat power. System, I choose to fuse the 5 elements body forging technique with the Gangjin sword body incomplete version. The 5 elements body forging technique. Earth grade lower tier, golden core lineage, encompassing all phenomena, containing the principles of the 5 elements creation and transformation. Gunjin Jianti. Earth grade lower tier incomplete, gifted by the elder of the 10,000 phenomena, perfectly compatible with Lin Chen's Gangjin spirit body, emphasizing ultimate sharpness and immortality. By seamlessly merging these two powerful body forging techniques through this moment of enlightenment, combining their strengths and weaknesses, and innovating upon the old, what kind of earth-shattering body forging technique will ultimately emerge? Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Confirmed selection. Fusion and enlightenment of the 5 elements body forging technique and the Gangjin sword body fragment begin. As the system prompt sounded. Boom! The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Chen's body suddenly became even more overwhelming, as multicolored auroras and Gangjin sword chi collided and fused wildly around him. Vaguely, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls, along with the clangor of swords and armor, seemed to emanate from within his body. Even more astonishingly, the mystical phenomena of the 5 elements rotating and the universe renewing itself continuously evolved and transformed within the celebratory clouds above his head. Lu Ruyan was once again utterly stunned by the fusion phenomenon before her eyes. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, then she stared intently at Lin Chen, her heart filled with curiosity and awe. What kind of heaven-defying martial arts technique or skill is Lin Chen brother mastering? This phenomenon is way too terrifying. However, something unexpected happened that left Lu Ruyan speechless. She saw the vast aura of the Tao emanating from Lin Chen's body, enveloping her and attempting to draw her into the realm of enlightenment. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled violently. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes were instantly filled with disbelief and overwhelming emotion. Lu Ruyan was no naive novice. She knew how precious and rare an enlightenment opportunity was. The greatest taboo during enlightenment was any external disturbance. If interrupted, at best, the enlightenment would fail and all previous efforts would be wasted. In severe cases, one's mind and spirit would be shattered, leading to spiritual derangement and eternal damnation. And sharing the opportunity for enlightenment is unheard of. Because not only would it dilute one's own insights, but it would also make it easier for the mind to become scattered, leading to the failure of enlightenment. The risks involved are simply unimaginable. But now, Lin Chen is actually taking the risk of failing to achieve enlightenment at such a critical moment and voluntarily sharing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could change one's destiny with me? At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt her heart melting. She looked at Lin Chen, who was trying to pull her into the realm of enlightenment. Her heart was filled with nothing but endless gratitude. Lin Chen, my brother. How could you be so kind to me? In reality, Lin Chen's enlightenment was a system reward and couldn't be interrupted in any way. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan didn't know that, but the fact that Lin Chen could share it showed how much she meant to him. A mutual pursuit, how delightful. Chapter 52, Heavenly Grade Upper Tier, Innate Gangjin Sword Body. Fang Xian was furious with shame. In the small bamboo grove, the aura of the Tao permeated the air, and extraordinary phenomena abounded. Lu Ruyan suppressed the overwhelming emotions surging in her heart and let go of her body and mind, immersing herself in enlightenment. Since Lin Chen was willing to share this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with her, she absolutely must not let him down. The two remained in their previous posture, their palms touching and their bodies pressed closely together. In that moment, their minds seemed to be connected through the mystical aura of the Tao, forming an indissoluble bond. Lin Chen sensed that Lu Ruyan had also successfully entered the state of enlightenment and nodded satisfactorily. After all, it's better to share joy with others than to enjoy it alone. And besides, how she felt about him was already clear. Being able to give her a helping hand and help her gain some insights was also a way to repay her for her previous assistance. Subsequently, Lin Chen immersed his entire mind in the fusion and refinement of the 5 elements body forging technique and the Gangjin sword body technique. In his mind, the 2 earth-grade lower-tier body forging techniques collided and merged like 2 brilliant stars. The essence of the 5 elements body forging technique lies in the interdependence and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, forming an endless cycle that refines the physical body, making it as resilient as metal and stone, endlessly regenerating. The essence of the Gangjin Jianti lies in channeling the energy of Gangjin into the body, transforming it into a sword, sharp beyond compare, immortal and indestructible. These 2 entirely different yet subtly interconnected body forging techniques, under the terrifying influence of Lin Chen's Tao grade talent and his enlightenment state, had their core principles gradually stripped away, analyzed, and countless mystical runes flicker and vanish in his mind. Countless profound truths flow through his mind. At this moment, Lin Chen seemed to have transformed into a divine craftsman who had split the heavens and created the world, using the most exquisite techniques to forge a perfect, unprecedented divine body. Time itself seemed to lose all meaning in that moment. No one knew how much time had passed. It could have been an instant. Or it could have been 10,000 years. Finally, a clear and pleasant system notification sounded loudly in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Enlightenment state ended. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused the 5 elements body forging technique Earth grade lower tier with the Gangjin sword body Earth grade lower tier fragment. A brand new body cultivation technique has been created. Innate Gangjin sword body heaven grade lower tier. Innate Gangjin sword body, born from the innate Gangjin essence, it integrates the marvels of the 5 elements transformation. Cultivating this technique forges an unparalleled sword body, with a physique as indestructible as divine weapons, boundless vital energy as vast as the sea, and the ability to spontaneously generate Gangjin sword chi sharp beyond compare, capable of slaying gods and demons. This technique holds limitless potential and a promising future. Lower tier of the heavenly grade. Looking at the golden, majestic words innate Gangjin sword body on the system interface, Lin Chen felt an indescribable joy erupting from the depths of his heart, surging toward the crown of his head. Lin Chen felt an indescribable surge of joy erupting from the depths of his heart, like a volcano erupting. He couldn't help but want to let out a loud cry to the heavens. This is too amazing. This enlightenment is way too incredible. Using just a complete lower-tier earth-grade cultivation technique and a fragment of a lower-tier earth-grade cultivation technique, he had actually fused them into a genuine lower-tier heaven-grade body cultivation divine technique? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No, it's a billion to one shot. A heaven-grade cultivation technique. What does that even mean?
In the Great Wasteland realm, even Earth-grade cultivation techniques are already sufficient to serve as a sex-treasured artifact, driving countless cultivators into a frenzy. Heaven-grade cultivation techniques, on the other hand, are mere legends, as rare as a phoenix's feather or a chelan's horn. It is said that even those sacred lands and divine dynasties that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, with unimaginable depths of cultivation, may not even possess more than 5 heaven-grade cultivation techniques.
And he, Lin Chen. Now he possesses one.
And it's perfectly suited to his own physical constitution, the innate Gangjin sword body.
Once he masters this technique, the strength of his physical body will reach an unimaginably terrifying level.
At that point, techniques like the invincible golden body or the barren shaking mountain technique would likely be as fragile as paper in his presence. Lin Chen's heart was filled with endless excitement. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Chen's gaze shone with a brilliant light, as if countless stars were being born and extinguished within them. However, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Lu Ruyan's gentle, concerned eyes, which held a hint of affection. She seemed to have just awakened from a state of enlightenment, her delicate face still flushed with a hint of lingering passion.
Their gazes met.
Lu Ruyan blushed even more, her face as red as a startled rabbit.
She finally realized that she was still holding hands with Lin Chen, her body tightly pressed against his in an intimate embrace.
Lu Ruyan let out a startled cry and hurriedly tried to step away from Lin Chen, but due to her haste and the lingering daze from her enlightenment, she stumbled and nearly fell. Lin Chen acted swiftly, instinctively reaching out to catch her, steadying her delicate, supple body.
"Be careful,"
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lu Ruyan's face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed, her head bowed low, dared not look at Lin Chen's eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Chen looked at her shy and adorable expression and couldn't help but smile. This little girl.
Even at the Yuanling stage, she is still so easily embarrassed.
Lin Chen let go of her hand, breaking the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere, and pointed at the already cooled spiritual dishes on the stone table, smiling, "The food has gone cold.
Shall we go eat?"
On the other side, the Holy Sun's Hall. Fang Shen listened to his subordinate's detailed report on the final results of the outer sect competition, his expression as dark as the sky before a storm. Especially when he heard that Lin Chen not only won first place but was also taken as a personal disciple by the core elder Wanxiang Jinjuan in front of everyone. He had ascended directly to the ranks of core disciples in a single step.
Fang Xian's once flawlessly handsome face twisted in anger, with veins bulging on his forehead. A bunch of good-for-nothings.
Fang Xian slammed his palm down, shattering the 1,000-year-old iron table beside him into dust. Terrifying fluctuations of true energy rampaged through the hall, causing Xia Yu and the others kneeling on the ground to tremble uncontrollably, daring not to breathe a single breath.
Kong Ming, Xin Feng, Li Hu, Li Meyer. The top 10 geniuses of the outer sect? Ha!
They're nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Useless trash.
This holy sun gave them such a great opportunity. Promised them such generous rewards. Yet they couldn't even handle an old man who took 100 years to reach the chi condensation realm?
Instead, they let him trample their faces and steal the spotlight.
Soar to the heavens? Fang Xian was so enraged that his entire body trembled, feeling as though his lungs were about to explode. He, the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong sect. The future leader of the sect. Yet he had been humiliated time and again by a mere outer sect disciple? The first time he was sent to ambush and kill him, the entire team was wiped out. The second time, he tried to humiliate him at the outer sect competition, only to end up making him the biggest winner, stealing all the glory. This is an utter disgrace. This is the greatest defeat Fang Xian has ever suffered in his entire cultivation journey. Lin Chen.
Fang Xian clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent and a hint of gravity that was almost imperceptible. He had to admit that this Lin Chen was indeed beyond his expectations. Not only was his strength mysterious and unpredictable, but his luck seemed absurdly strong. Moreover, he had now aligned himself with the Wanxiang Jinjuan, becoming a core disciple. Under such circumstances, even as the Holy Sun, he could no longer openly suppress him at will in the outer sect. Core disciples held a certain status within the sect. Although the Wanxiang Jinjuan does not meddle in worldly affairs and focuses solely on cultivation, his status and influence within the sect are no less than any of the powerful elders. Anyone who dares to touch his direct disciple must consider the consequences. Fang Xian's chest rose and fell violently as anger and frustration nearly consumed him. Taking several deep breaths, Fang Xian forced himself to suppress his violent emotions, his gaze growing increasingly cold and ruthless.
Very well. Lin Chen. You've got some nerve. Since you're still an outer disciple, this holy sun can't handle you. But once you enter the inner sect and become a core disciple, this holy sun will have even more ways to deal with you, though they'll just be more subtle. Then we'll see how you dare to move. Just wait and see what this holy sun has in store for you. A chilling intent to kill spread throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 53, Entering the 10,000 Phenomena Peak. Arriving with a grand entrance.
The moonlight in the small bamboo grove, the ambiguous atmosphere, the unexpected completion of the system task, and the enlightenment opportunity comparable to a century of arduous cultivation all left Lin Chen's heart in turmoil. Especially the vague barrier between him and Lu Ruyan seemed to have been pierced slightly once again. Lin Chen slept soundly in his outer courtyard. The next morning, Lin Chen stepped out of his room feeling refreshed, sensing the pure and powerful true qi within his body, as well as the mysterious and profound lower-tier body cultivation divine technique, the pre-heavenly Gengjin sword body within his soul. His heart felt at ease. However, now that everything was in order, it was time to head to the 10,000 Phenomena Peak. Lin Chen took out the jade token given to him by the Wanxiang Elder the previous day from his storage ring, then infused a thread of pure golden true qi into it. The jade token suddenly emitted a brilliant white light, which then transformed into a streak of light that shot into the sky and vanished. Lin Chen watched the white light and nodded slightly. This should be to notify the Wanxiang Elder. Lin Chen tidied his appearance and stood quietly at the entrance of the small courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the Wanxiang Elder. After a dozen breaths, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming, bottomless terror descending from the heavens. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure with the demeanor of an immortal, his face kind and gentle, appeared outside his small courtyard. It was none other than the core elder, Wanxiang Jinjuan. Disciple Lin Chen, I humbly greet my master. Lin Chen stepped forward and bowed deeply to the Wanxiang Elder with utmost respect. Good disciple, no need for such formalities. Wanxiang Jinjuan smiled warmly, gently placed his hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, and scrutinized him closely. When he sensed the refined and pure qi condensation realm, 4th stage, mid-level cultivation on Lin Chen's body, as well as the faintly emanating aura of the sword body, the satisfaction and admiration in Wanxiang Elder's eyes grew even more intense. Excellent, excellent. Elder Wanxiang stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. It seems that the fragment of the Gengjin sword body I bestowed upon you has already begun to yield results. Although your age, although you started late, your insight and talent are truly unparalleled in my lifetime. What's even more remarkable is that your cultivation seems to have improved further, and your appearance even looks several years younger than yesterday. Elder Wanxiang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Lin Chen is truly a treasure. Every time they met, he brought him new surprises. Yesterday he still looked like a typical middle-aged man in his 40s, but today he seemed to have aged backward by several years, exuding the charm of a young prodigy in his 30s. Though his hair remained entirely white, such a transformation was more than enough to prove the terrifying potential of his innate talent. Master, you flatter me. I merely had a moment of enlightenment by chance. Lin Chen said humbly. No need to be modest, the Wanxiang Elder waved his hand and smiled. Come on, I'll take you to Wanxiang Peak. From today onward, you are my direct disciple of Wanxiang and also a core disciple of the Xintian Xianzone. Yes, master. Lin Chen replied, his heart filled with anticipation. The Wanxiang Elder swept his sleeves, and a gentle yet powerful force enveloped Lin Chen. The two transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, and raced toward the core area of the Xintian Xianzone. Compared to the relatively sparse spiritual energy and ordinary buildings of the outer sect area, the core area was like a completely different world. Here, sacred mountains rise majestically, and palaces of jade and marble stand tall. Exotic flowers and rare plants bloom everywhere, and immortal cranes and spiritual deer can be seen roaming freely. The air is filled with such a dense aura of spiritual energy that it seems almost tangible. Even just taking a single breath leaves one feeling refreshed and invigorated, with one's cultivation advancing. Soon, the two arrived before a majestic mountain peak towering thousands of meters high, standing tall and imposing, piercing the clouds. The entire mountain was shrouded in thick clouds, with golden light flickering faintly at the peak, accompanied by beams of rosy light, exuding an air of mystery and grandeur. This was the exclusive cultivation site of the core elder, Wanxiang Jinjuan Wanxiang Peak. Lin Chen gazed at the peak before him, which resembled a celestial realm, brimming with supreme authority and boundless spiritual energy, and couldn't help but sigh in awe. Wow! This is truly a divine paradise. Compared to this place, the outer sect area is nothing but a dog's den. Lin Chen now finally understood why so many people were willing to break their heads to become core disciples. The cultivation environment and the resources and here were simply on a completely different level. How about it? Does my Wanxiang Peak hold up to your expectations? Wanxiang Elder looked at Lin Chen's astonished expression and couldn't help but smile with pride. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise sincerely, such a divine paradise this disciple is truly speechless. Wanxiang Elder laughed heartily and flew directly to the peak with Lin Chen. The peak offered a vast view, with the most concentrated spiritual energy. And atop it stood a vast complex of ancient yet majestic palaces. The elder of the 10,000 Phenomena pointed to one of the independent pavilions that looked exceptionally elegant and luxurious, and smiled at Lin Chen. That is the residence prepared for you, named Tingtao Pavilion. You will reside there for your secluded cultivation. My main hall is located on the peak behind your elegant pavilion. If you have any matters, you may come to find me at any time.
If I have any matters to discuss with you, I will simply send you a mental message. Thank you for your kindness, master. Lin Chen bowed deeply once more. No need to be so formal. The elder of the 10,000 phenomena smiled and waved his hand, then his expression turned serious as he said, "By the way, now that you have become my disciple, we must hold a formal initiation ceremony to announce it to the sect. I have already set the date for 3 days from now. At that time, the sect master and all the elders will attend the ceremony. As per tradition, there may also be some friendly sparring among peers. In the meantime, focus on your cultivation on the peak, adjust your state, and solidify your cultivation. Don't forget to." Elder Wanxiang didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Chen understood the unspoken meaning perfectly. This disciple understands. I will not disappoint your expectations. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Elder Wanxiang nodded in satisfaction, then briefly explained the rules and precautions on the peak before flying away. It was clear he was heading to prepare for the 3-day initiation ceremony. Lin Chen watched the elder of the 10,000 phenomena depart, then began to carefully examine his elegant pavilion, named Tingtao Pavilion. He didn't know until he looked. But upon closer inspection, he was startled. This wasn't just a simple pavilion. It was a miniature cultivation cave. The entire pavilion was adorned with a Xian-grade spirit gathering array. As the array activated, it continuously drew in the spiritual energy from within a 100-mile radius. The spiritual energy within the pavilion is so dense it's almost tangible, forming a mist of pure energy. Taking a single breath feels like your cultivation bottleneck is loosening. And the furniture and decorations inside the attic are all of the highest quality. The tables, chairs, beds, and benches are all crafted from 1,000-year-old spiritual wood, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. On the walls hang several scrolls depicting profound sword techniques, as if containing the profound truths of the sword path. Wow! This is what true cultivation life is like. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim again. After indulging in this luxurious cultivation environment, Lin Chen quickly composed himself and sat cross-legged. He had no time to waste. The master-apprentice ceremony in 3 days' time promised to be another challenge. However, the difficulty shouldn't be too great. What mattered most was that Lin Chen couldn't wait to try out the power of the heavenly grade lower tier primordial Gengjin sword body cultivation technique. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. With a flick of his mind, his consciousness sank into his spiritual sea, and he began to carefully study the heavenly Gengjin sword body technique. Born from the primordial essence of merging the wondrous transformations of the 5 elements. The cultivation difficulty of the Xian Tian Gung Jin Jianti far surpasses any technique Lin Chen has encountered before. However, with the support of his Dao grade talent and the Gengjin spiritual body, Lin Chen found it relatively easy to comprehend, with no obstacles in his way. As Lin Chen's understanding of the technique deepened, his Gengjin spirit body began to be developed at an unprecedented speed. Boom! A terrifyingly sharp and indescribable aura suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's body. The aura felt like an ancient divine sword that had been dormant for an unknown period of time had awakened in that moment. Golden Gengjin sword chi surged out of his body like tangible energy, swirling, spiraling, and slicing through the air, enveloping the entire Tingtao pavilion in a sea of golden sword chi. Even more terrifying sword intent surged skyward, intertwining with the golden sword chi to form a golden sword pillar that pierced the heavens. Humming. In an instant, the entire Wanxiang peak trembled violently under the terrifying sword intent and sword energy. Within a 100-mile radius, all spiritual objects, treasures, and even mountains, rocks, and plants containing metallic attributes emitted agonizing cries, as if they were about to be shattered by this unparalleled sharpness. Such a terrifying and earth-shaking phenomenon. Instantly, it alarmed the entire core region of the Xiantian Xianzong sect. Countless core elders and disciples who were in seclusion for cultivation were all startled awake from their cultivation states by this sudden terrifying aura. They rushed out of their caves and gazed in shock toward the direction of the 10,000 phenomena peak. What is that? What a terrifying sword intent! What a domineering sword chi! It's coming from the direction of the Wanxiang peak. This aura, a spirit body? Could it be the disciple Lin Chen that the Wanxiang elder recently took in? Impossible. He just became a disciple recently. How could he cause such a commotion? At that very moment, the Wanxiang elder, who had just left the Tingtao pavilion not long ago, felt this familiar yet unfamiliar terrifying aura and rushed out of the main hall. Arriving at Lin Chen's location, the Wanxiang elder stood in mid-air, his gaze fixed on the Tingtao pavilion below, which was shrouded in endless golden sword chi and terrifying sword intent. His face instantly betrayed his shock. What the hell? Even with the composure of a Yuan Lingjinjuan like Wanxiang elder, he couldn't help but let out a curse. I told him to cultivate properly. He comes here and pulls this on me? Chapter 54, Passive Triple Attack Boost. Slaughtering the condensing pulse realm like slaughtering dogs. At the peak of the 10,000 phenomena peak, within the listening to the waves pavilion, Lin Chen was currently immersed in an unprecedentedly mystical state.
As the primordial Gangjin sword body technique circulated, he felt that every bone and muscle in his body was being continuously refined and reshaped by a pure and domineering primordial Gangjin energy, as well as the ever-flowing five elements' transformative power. Pain was present. But what was even more overwhelming was an indescribable sense of comfort and fulfillment. It was as though parched land had finally received the nourishing rain of a long-awaited downpour. Lin Chen even experienced a strange illusion, feeling as though he had returned to the womb, enveloped by the purest life force, warm and reassuring. This sensation left him utterly captivated. What surprised Lin Chen even more was, as the Xian Tian Gung Jin Jian Ti continued to circulate, the sword intent within his body, which had already reached the initial stage of mastery, began to undergo a strange transformation. His original sword intent, though sharp, was ultimately attributeless, like a rootless floating leaf, lacking the extreme characteristics of perfection. But now, under the relentless nourishment and assimilation of the overwhelmingly domineering energy, his small achievement sword intent was transforming at a visible speed, becoming even more sharp and unmatched, as if it could sever all worldly constraints and pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That pure, extreme sharpness even caused him to feel a pang of fear in his heart. So that's it. Lin Chen's mind suddenly cleared. This innate Gangjin sword body not only refines my physical body but also nourishes my sword intent, allowing it to perfectly harmonize with my Gangjin spiritual body and unleash even greater power. Once my sword intent completely transforms into sword intent, my strength might increase by another tenfold. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement. By then, even a true condensed pulse realm expert would hold no fear for me. I could even slay them with a single strike. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen was immersed in the rapid enhancement of his strength, completely unaware of the outside world, outside the Tingtao Pavilion where he was, at the peak of the Wanxian Peak, there were already countless figures, bustling with activity. Following the Wanxian Elder. One after another, the Golden Core Elders who were as elusive as dragons, seen only in glimpses, appeared. One after another, Yuan Core Elders with depths of aura as vast as the sea and whose might shook the region. All of them had been drawn here by this sudden, terrifying phenomenon filled with extreme sharpness and domineering sword intent. They floated in the void, their eyes fixed intently on the listening to the waves pavilion below, which was shrouded in endless golden sword chi and terrifying sword intent. Their faces were filled with shock and intense envy and hatred. Damn it! Old One! A peerless demonic genius. A red-faced elder who was familiar with the Wanxian Elder and also a core elder couldn't help but blurt out another curse, his tone dripping with envy. It's only the first day of his apprenticeship, and he's already causing such a commotion? What about us old-timers? Exactly. Another core elder, slightly hunched but with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, nodded repeatedly, his voice dripping with envy. My disciples, who have been cultivating for over 100 years, haven't even touched the threshold of sword intent. Yet your disciple comes in and performs a 10,000 swords paying homage right away. Are you trying to drive us to our graves? Wanxian senior brother, be honest. Did you already know this kid had extraordinary talent and deliberately kept it hidden, just waiting to surprise us today? I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Old One has always been the type to play the fool and then strike hard. A group of elders who usually stood aloof and looked like immortals were now gathered around Wanxian Elder, chatting animatedly and giving him friendly criticism. Meanwhile, Wanxian, the elder at the center of the crowd, was overjoyed inside, but on the surface, he maintained the composure of a sage. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, Wanxian Elder waved his hands repeatedly at the other elders, speaking with humility. You all flatter me too much. Lin Chen may have some talent, but he is still just beginning. He has a long way to go. His meager skills are nothing but a display of ignorance in front of you all, merely a source of laughter. He still needs your guidance and support in the future. Ha 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 ha. Though the elder of the 10,000 phenomena spoke of how far he was from the mark, the corners of his mouth curled upward, and his eyes, which were nearly closed in laughter, betrayed his true thoughts. What a fine disciple I have. You've brought such honor to your master. On the very first day, he has already arranged such a grand display for his master. I dare not even think about the future. The elder of the 10,000 phenomena grew increasingly delighted, his joy nearly overflowing. The other elders around him, seeing the Wanxian elder acting so smug and arrogant, were so angry they were ready to explode. They wanted to charge at him and have a real fight. But there was nothing they could do. Who could blame him for being so lucky, snatching such a prodigious talent before anyone else? All they could do now was watch enviously, while silently cursing the Wanxian elder's ancestors to the nth generation in their hearts. Meanwhile, aside from these disturbed old monsters, within the inner sect of the Xiantian immortal sect, the top-ranked prodigies and the true prodigies in the core disciple area. After sensing the terrifying anomalies emanating from the Wanxian Peak, they all turned their gaze toward it. When they learned that such an earth-shaking commotion was caused by a newly initiated disciple who had just joined the ranks of the Wanxian elders and was reportedly a 100-year-old senior disciple during his cultivation.
These prodigies and prodigies who had always looked down on others and held themselves in high esteem suddenly felt a surge of displeasure in their hearts. What's the big deal? A newcomer just caused such a commotion? Humph. Just trying to attract attention and draw a crowd. Exactly. True masters cultivate in secret, never revealing their true strength. Someone like him, who can't wait for the whole world to know he's practicing, what real ability could he possibly have? He lacks the composure and awareness expected of a core disciple of the immortal sect. He is tarnishing the image of our core disciples. Though they speak like this, who knows what they truly think in their hearts? Probably just jealous. After all, someone capable of causing such a terrifying phenomenon isn't an ordinary person. Perhaps this newcomer, the so-called old man, might actually pose a threat to their future status and resources. The commotion outside was all news to Lin Chen, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. At that moment, he was fully immersed in the profound teachings of the Xian Tian Geng Jin Jian Ti technique. As the technique continued to circulate, he felt his physical body undergoing a terrifying transformation, as if it were being completely reborn. Strength, defense, recovery. All were surging at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Lin Chen finally awoke from his cultivation state, he was thrilled to discover his previously lower-tier heavenly-grade primordial Gengjin sword body had been successfully cultivated to the beginner realm. And with the mastery of the technique, a terrifying power so immense it seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and severing the cycle of reincarnation surged through every limb and bone of his body. What surprised him even more was, after reaching the entry level, the Xian Tian Geng Jin Jian Ti also came with an incredibly powerful passive effect. Attack power was permanently increased by 3 times. Whoa! Lin Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, his eyes filled with disbelief and wild joy. 3 times the attack power. This is insane, way too overpowered. And this is just the beginner's level. If one were to cultivate to the minor achievement, major achievement, or even the perfect realm, how terrifying would that power be? Lin Chen could feel his heart racing out of control. He is currently at the mid-stage of the 4th level of Qi Gathering Realm. He possesses the small achievement Sword Intent, which has evolved into the Gengjin Sword Intent. He has mastered the Earth Grade Upper Tier Sword Technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Manual. Now, with the 3-fold attack power boost granted by the Xian Tian Gengjin Sword Body Technique, he felt, even if he were to face a true pulse condensation realm expert, he could slaughter them as easily as cutting vegetables, like slaughtering dogs. Chapter 55, The Grand Ceremony of Becoming a Disciple. First encounter with the Holy Sun Fong Xian. Within the Listening to the Waves Pavilion, the golden light faded, and the sword intent retracted. Lin Chen felt the 3-fold increase in attack power brought by mastering the Xian Tian Geng Jin Jian Ti, as well as the brand new physique perfectly harmonized with the Geng Jin Ling Ti, filling his heart with comfort and delight. This feeling was like a fierce tiger that had been trapped in a cage for a long time, finally breaking free from its bonds and about to roam the mountains and forests. Awesome! Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a low shout as he punched out with all his might. Without using a single thread of true qi, he relied solely on the power of his physical body. Boom! The air was instantly shattered, emitting a deep, muffled sonic boom. The entire Tingtao Pavilion seemed to tremble slightly under the force of that single punch. What incredible strength! Lin Chen's eyes flashed with intense light. He could clearly feel that after mastering the basics of the Xian Tian Geng Jin Jian Ti, the strength of his physical body had at least increased tenfold. Even without using any true qi or sword intent, he was confident that he could go head-to-head with a high-tier qi condensation realm cultivator using only his physical body. If he were to combine this with the partially mastered Gengjin sword intent, the Earth-grade upper-tier Qinglian sword technique, and the 3-fold passive attack boost, Lin Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Even against a cultivator at the pulse condensation realm, he could kill them. Lin Chen flickered his thoughts and summoned his system's personal information panel. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20. System assigned, actual age over 120, appearance over 30. Talent, Dao grade. Cultivation level, Qi Gathering Realm, 4th tier mid-stage. Constitution, Gung Metal Spirit Body. Cultivation technique. Main cultivation technique, Great Sun Gengjin Breathing Method Earth grade. Body cultivation technique, the Primordial Gung Metal Sword Body Heavenly Grade Lower Tier Beginner Passive Effect, permanent 3-fold increase in attack power. Sword techniques. The Blue Lotus Sword Manual Earth Grade Upper Tier Minor Achievement. The Mystic Water Sword Technique Mastery. Wood Spirit Sword Technique Mastery. Layered Wave Sword Technique Mystery Grade Middle Tier Uninitiated. Martial Arts. Tempering Fist Technique Mastery. Thunderbolt Fist Yellow Grade Mastered. Gale Step Yellow Grade Mastered. Divine Ability Thousand Faces Technique Earth Grade Lower Tier Unmastered. Sword Intent Minor Achievement in Gengjin Sword Intent. Comprehensive combat power assessment can easily overwhelm a Chi condensation realm 9th tier cultivator, hold his own in direct combat against an early stage pulse condensation realm cultivator, and with full burst, may be able to slay a mid stage pulse condensation realm cultivator.
Looking at his attribute panel, which was so dazzling it was almost overwhelming, and the final combat strength assessment that sent his heart racing, Lin Chen nodded in complete satisfaction. This was true transformation. Just as Lin Chen was filled with boundless ambition and endless anticipation for the future. Whoosh! A familiar streak of light descended from the sky like a teleportation, landing in his small courtyard. It was none other than the core elder, and Lin Chen's current master, the Wanxiang Jinjuan. At that moment, there was not a trace of the humility and composure he had shown earlier on Wanxiang Jinjuan's face. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Chen was as though he were beholding a priceless treasure, brimming with unbridled affection and profound pride. Good disciple. The Wanxiang elder stepped forward, gave Lin Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder, and exclaimed with joy. You've truly brought honor to your master. You've only just become my disciple, without even a proper ceremony, and on your first day staying at the Wanxiang Peak, you've already given your master such a huge surprise. I don't even know how to praise you enough. Earlier in the main hall, I was surrounded by a group of old comrades congratulating me. The feeling was better than drinking 10 casks of 10,000-year-old monkey wine. Lin Chen, seeing this, bowed respectfully to the Wanxiang elder and smiled. Greetings, master. Master, I was practicing a new technique earlier and accidentally triggered an anomaly. Please forgive me. He didn't know how big a commotion he had caused. But seeing the elder of 10,000 Phenomena's excited expression, as if he were about to jump out of his skin, and the powerful fluctuations of energy still lingering outside, he knew it must have been quite a spectacle. Forgive? Ha ha ha. How can you say forgive? The Wanxiang elder laughed heartily again, waving his hand dismissively, his expression bold and unconcerned, as if to say, go ahead and do as you please, your master will take care of it. The commotion you caused wasn't big. Not at all. You did very well. Your master is growing more and more eager to see your performance at the initiation ceremony in 3 days. He looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of expectation and encouragement. Just focus on strengthening your cultivation, don't bother with the chaos outside. With me here, everything will be fine. After the elder of the 10,000 Phenomena finished speaking, he encouraged Lin Chen a few more times before leaving once again with a satisfied expression. He now had to go and show off to those old fellows. Lin Chen watched the glowing light of the Wanxiang elder fade away, unable to help but smile and shake his head. It seems that even core elders with profound cultivation and exalted status can't escape the competitive and face-saving nature of ordinary people. However, well, that's fine too. Isn't that what life is all about, to prove oneself? Lin Chen no longer dwelled on it, instead gathering his focus once more as he crossed his legs and sat down, beginning to carefully consolidate the newly acquired primordial Gengjin sword body technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. Today was the day Lin Chen officially became a disciple of the Wanxiang Jinjuan and held his initiation ceremony. The entire Wanxiang Peak was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, Wanxiang Peak was already adorned with lanterns and decorations, with celestial music filling the air, creating a joyful and harmonious scene. Countless senior disciples of the sect, who were rarely seen on ordinary days, arrived in groups to attend the ceremony and offer their congratulations. Those core elders and inter-sect elders who were close to the Wanxiang elders need not be mentioned. Even Li Daoxian, the current patriarch of the Xiantian immortal sect, a legendary figure as elusive as a dragon, who holds absolute authority over the entire sect as a 9th-ranked Yuanling cultivator, had personally arrived at the 10,000 Phenomena Peak. This left Lin Chen utterly astonished. He never imagined that his own initiation ceremony as a newly promoted core disciple could attract the sect master himself. This favor. Is it really that big? It seems that the attention he had attracted from his previous actions during the outer sect competition and his cultivation was far greater than he had imagined. The ceremony, of course, was accompanied by a series of elaborate rituals. Lin Chen, dressed in the brand new embroidered robe specially prepared by Elder Wanxiang to symbolize his status as a core disciple, completed the solemn and reverent initiation ceremony under the gaze of everyone present. The elders in the sect Master Li Daoxian who had come to witness the ceremony also spoke, expressing their praise and expectations for Lin Chen, this late bloomer disciple. Ha, Wanxiang, congratulations! To have such an outstanding disciple is truly enviable. Indeed, indeed. Though Lin Chen did not show his true potential until he was 100 years old, his innate talent and latent potential are unparalleled in my lifetime. Given time, he will undoubtedly become the pillar of our sect. Indeed, with Lin Chen's temperament and insight, his future achievements will be limitless. Everyone chimed in, lavishing praise without reservation. Though some of it might be out of respect for Elder Wanxiang, most of it was genuine recognition of Lin Chen's abilities and a hint of investment. After all, a potential candidate who might one day become a golden core cultivator, or even a nascent soul cultivator, was someone worth cultivating a good relationship with in advance. Lin Chen responded humbly to each compliment, maintaining proper etiquette and remaining neither arrogant nor timid. The atmosphere of the master-disciple ceremony was joyful and harmonious, with everyone delighted. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak and everyone believed the ceremony was about to conclude smoothly, a voice out of place suddenly echoed from beyond the gates of the Wanxiang Peak. Xuanti Xianzong's holy son Fang Xian has come to congratulate Elder Wanxiang on his new disciple. Though the voice was not loud, it rang out like thunder, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the once bustling atmosphere at the peak of Wanxiang Peak came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's faces betrayed their astonishment. The holy son Fang Xian? How could he be here? As the direct disciple of the sect Master Li Daxian, the holy son Fang Xian holds an extremely exalted status. He rarely ventures out and seldom participates in such ceremonies for elders to take on disciples. Yet today, he has personally come to offer his congratulations? This is truly unexpected. The Wanxiang elder and sect Master Li Daxian were also slightly startled, exchanging glances with each other, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, standing beside Elder Wanxiang. Upon hearing the words Holy Son Fang Xian, a cold gleam suddenly flashed in his previously calm and profound eyes. Here it comes. The mastermind behind the repeated attempts to kill him. Are we finally going to meet today? Lin Chen's heart was filled with a faint, mocking smile as he slowly turned around and looked toward the entrance of the Wanxiang Peak Mountain Gate. He wanted to see for himself just who this legendary holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect truly was. Chapter 56. I wonder what the relationship is between Lin Chen and the Holy Maiden. At the entrance to the mountain gate of the Wanxiang Peak. As the announcement echoed, a figure emerged, surrounded by a crowd of core disciples, and slowly stepped forward. The figure wore a robe adorned with patterns of black and gold dragons, stood tall and straight, with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He exuded an air of nobility and grandeur, yet also carried an innate arrogance and authority. He was none other than Fang Xian, the current holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect. As Fang Xuanti appeared, the previously lively atmosphere at the peak of Wanxiang Peak seemed to freeze slightly. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to him. Truly the holy prince. What presence! This might. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Lin Chen's gaze immediately fell upon this old acquaintance. Although it was their first formal meeting, through previous incidents, Lin Chen was no stranger to this holy son. Lin Chen could clearly sense that the moment Fang Xian stepped onto the Wanxiang Peak, his seemingly casual glance sweeping across the entire crowd was like two invisible swords, striking with pinpoint accuracy directly at him. That gaze concealed a hint of profound coldness and murderous intent. Though it was but a fleeting moment. But Lin Chen was no ordinary person, he had already noticed everything. Hoof. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. It seems that this holy son has quite a grudge against this unexpectedly risen old man. Fang Xian's heart was indeed in turmoil, wishing he could tear Lin Chen to pieces right there for making him fail his plans twice and lose all face. But he was, after all, a holy son, with depths of cunning that ran deep. On the surface, Fang Xian maintained his usual composed, elegant, and refined demeanor. He quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to the sect Master Li Daxian and the Wanxiang Jinjuan seated on the main seat, and spoke with a voice as clear as jade. Disciple Fang Xian greets the sect master and the Wanxiang elder. I have heard that the Wanxiang elder has recently taken on an outstanding disciple, and I have come to offer my congratulations. He then turned to the surrounding core elders and inner sect elders, smiling and greeting each one with proper etiquette, leaving nothing to be desired. The demeanor and bearing of a saintly son were displayed to the fullest, earning him nods of approval from many elders. Finally, after greeting all the elders, Fang Xian seemed to notice Lin Chen for the first time, turning his gaze toward him. After sizing him up from head to toe, Fang Xian's face lit up with a perfectly measured expression of admiration and approval. He smiled and said, I presume this must be Lin Chen, the disciple who has recently gained fame throughout the sect and created countless miracles? Indeed, you are truly a man of exceptional talent and extraordinary bearing. To be chosen by senior uncle Wanxiang as his personal disciple, your future is undoubtedly limitless. His words were heartfelt, as if he were genuinely delighted for Lin Chen. If someone unaware of the situation heard this, they might genuinely believe that this holy son was such a down-to-earth and caring senior toward his fellow disciples. But he quickly changed the subject, his tone taking on a hint of serious advice, as he casually remarked. However, Lin Chen, my junior brother, I have heard that you are already of advanced age, and achieving such success is no small feat. You should cherish it all the more. In the future, within the sect, you should remain steady and keep a low profile. After all, someone like you, who has just joined the core disciples and caused such a stir, drawing the attention of the entire sect. For a young disciple just starting out, this seems a bit inappropriate. He emphasized the words young with particular emphasis, the sarcasm and warning implicit in his tone. These words seemed like advice, but they were actually a subtle rebuke of Lin Chen for being reckless and seeking attention, and a veiled warning not to be too flashy. The elders around them reacted with various expressions upon hearing Fang Xian's words.
Some sharp-witted individuals had already sensed something amiss. It seems that the Holy Sun has a special interest in this newly promoted core disciple, Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened to Fang Xian's words, which were meant to be wise and enlightening, but he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a holy sun! What a fine piece of advice! Though he knew the words were not sincere, Lin Chen remained composed on the surface, instead flashing a smile of feigned surprise. He bowed slightly to Fang Xian and said with a forced smile, "Thank you for your guidance, Holy Sun." To receive such attention from the Holy Sun, Lin Chen truly feels both honored and humbled, filled with awe and trepidation. Lin Chen's words seemed respectful, but they were tinged with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Fang Xian naturally detected the distance and disdain in Lin Chen's words, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes, but he maintained his gentle smile. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew tense and currents of tension began to stir, everyone around them sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant announcement echoed from beyond the gates of the Wanxiang Peak. The Holy Maiden has arrived. What? The Holy Maiden has arrived as well? At those words, the entire peak of Wanxiang Peak once again erupted into chaos. Everyone's gaze turned toward the mountain gate entrance. There, dressed in moon-white palace robes, with ethereal grace and otherworldly beauty, stood a stunning figure. Surrounded by several attendants from the Holy Maiden Peak, she descended like a celestial maiden from the heavens, walking slowly toward them. It was none other than the current Holy Maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Lu Ruyan. The moment she appeared, it seemed as though the entire world had lost its luster. Her cold yet sacred aura caused all the male cultivators present to feel their hearts tremble and their own inadequacies exposed. Ruyan pays her respects to the sect master, to the Wanxiang elder, and to all the elders. Lu Ruyan moved gracefully forward, bowing elegantly before the sect master and the elders, her voice clear and melodious, like the sound of heaven. "Ha, little Ruyan has arrived as well. Please rise." The sect master, Li Daoxian, wore a gentle smile on his face. The Wanxiang elder also hurriedly smiled. The presence of the Holy Maiden at this ceremony truly honors our Wanxiang Peak. After exchanging greetings with the elders, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes couldn't help but fixate on Lin Chen amidst the crowd. When she saw Lin Chen's brand new core disciple robe and his increasingly steady and confident demeanor, Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly sparkled with uncontrollable joy and pride. She hurriedly walked up to Lin Chen, disregarding the many elders and fellow disciples present, her voice brimming with sincere delight. "Lin Chen, congratulations! Being accepted as a core disciple under the guidance of Elder Wanxiang is truly wonderful." Lu Ruyan's unrestrained affection and enthusiasm left the surrounding disciples and elders speechless with astonishment. Look at that! The Holy Maiden seems to know this newly promoted core disciple, Lin Chen? And their relationship seems rather special? Standing beside him, Fang Xian. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan appear and walk straight toward Lin Chen to engage in such an intimate conversation, his previously calm and handsome face instantly darkened. The veins on his forehead pulsed uncontrollably. The jealousy and murderous intent in his heart surged like a volcano about to erupt. Just as he had suspected. There was definitely an illicit relationship between Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, with Lu Ruyan's cold and aloof nature, she had never shown such closeness and warmth toward any male cultivator before. Fang Xian forced himself to suppress the rage and murderous intent that threatened to consume him, forcing a gentle smile onto his face. He looked at Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan and casually asked, "Ha, Lin Chen, you really are a lucky fellow. Not only did you gain the favor of senior uncle Wanxiang and be taken as his personal disciple, it seems your relationship with Ruyan is also quite special. I wonder, what is the nature of the relationship between Lin Chen and Ruyan?" Fang Xian had already investigated Lin Chen and knew the general background of Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. But he still had to ask. As for why he did so? Once Lin Chen admits that his relationship with Lu Ruyan is not ordinary, Lin Chen would inevitably become the enemy of all disciples in the Xiantian Xianzong who harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan. At that point, Fang Xian wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The alone would be enough to give Lin Chen a headache. The surrounding disciples and elders, upon hearing Fang Xian's words, all perked up their ears, their gazes darting back and forth between Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, filled with curiosity and anticipation. They were also curious. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, about to speak. However, just then, Lu Ruyan, who had been standing beside Lin Chen, stepped forward and stood in front of him. The exquisite and stunningly beautiful face of Lu Ruyan no longer bore the tenderness and joy she had shown toward Lin Chen. Instead, it was now cold and sacred, untouchable. Looking at Fang Xian and the curious, gossiping glances from those around them, Lu Ruyan parted her red lips, her voice cold and resolute, echoing across the entire peak like the sound of heavenly music. Senior brother Fang Xian is joking. Lin Chen, he, is my brother. Chapter 57, Fang Xian's warning. Be careful. The peak of the Wanxiang Peak. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence after Lu Ruyan's shocking declaration, "He is my brother." Everyone's gaze darted back and forth like searchlights between Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and the pale-faced Saint Sun Fang Xian. Brother? The Holy Maiden actually referred to this newly initiated, enigmatic figure named Lin Chen as her brother? That's way too much information.
Lin Chen was also taken aback, his mind filled with surprise. He never expected Lu Ruyan to act so decisively and use this method to save him. And she did it in front of so many sect elders and disciples, directly revealing the special close relationship between the two of them.
This blatant favoritism. Does that count as protecting her husband?
A warm wave surged through Lin Chen's heart once more.
Meanwhile, Fang Xian, who stood opposite Lu Ruyan, couldn't maintain the forced smile on his handsome face after hearing her admit it outright.
His lips twitched violently several times, and the veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms, throbbing wildly. A surge of uncontrollable anger and jealousy erupted within him like a volcano about to erupt, raging wildly in his chest.
Brother? What a brother! He, Fang Xian, had spent years scheming and striving to win Lu Ruyan's affection, yet she had never once shown him the slightest hint of kindness. Even approaching her within 3 feet would cause her icy, saintly aura to push him back. And this Lin Chen, this old good-for-nothing who emerged from some obscure corner of the world, dares to have Lu Ruyan publicly acknowledge him as her brother? If there's no trickery involved here, he'd rather die than believe it. Fang Xian's murderous intent reached its peak at that moment.
But he was, after all, the Holy Son, with depths of cunning that ran deep. He knew this was not the time to act impulsively. Fang Xian forced himself to suppress the raging anger in his heart, almost grinding his teeth as he squeezed out a single sentence, his voice still striving to maintain its usual calm and magnanimity.
Ha, so that's how it is. Ruyan's discernment is truly exceptional.
Although Lin Chen, my junior brother, is, well, a late bloomer, now that he has been accepted as a core disciple under the guidance of the Wanxiang senior uncle, his future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. Though his words seem like praise, the sarcastic undertone in his voice, coupled with the deliberate emphasis on the words late bloomer, left no one in doubt of his true intentions.
The disciples and elders present, after a moment of shock, finally caught on. Immediately afterward, the entire peak of the 10,000 phenomena peak erupted once more. My goodness! Did I hear that correctly? The Holy Maiden actually called that Lin Chen her brother? Is that true?
This is way too shocking.
No wonder the Holy Maiden personally came to observe the menial tasks competition.
She even personally inspected the menial tasks peak and publicly rewarded that Lin Chen with pills. So there is such a deep connection between them after all.
Wow!
So that means Lin Chen's background isn't just that of a direct disciple of the Wanxiang True Lord after all.
Exactly.
Anyone the Holy Maiden would publicly acknowledge as her brother must have an ironclad relationship.
In an instant, everyone's gaze once again focused on Lin Chen.
But this time, their expressions were completely different from before. If before, their shock and awe toward Lin Chen were primarily due to his unparalleled strength and talent.
But now,
upon learning that he was actually the older brother of the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan,
their eyes now held a hint of envy, along with flattery and sycophancy. Are you kidding me?
The Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan's status within the Xiantian Xianzong is no less than that of the Holy Son Fang Xian. In fact, due to her even more extraordinary talent, her future achievements might surpass his, and in the eyes of some elders, she holds even greater weight than Fang Xian.
And this Lin Chen, not only is he the direct disciple of the core elder Wanxiang Jinjuan, he's also the older brother of the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan. This background, it's so solid it's terrifying, so solid it's infuriating. Those disciples who had previously chosen to stay out of it due to the tense atmosphere between Lin Chen and Fang Xian, now that they've figured out Lin Chen's connection, where's the slightest hesitation? One after another, they rushed toward Lin Chen like cats smelling blood, their faces lit up with the most enthusiastic and sincere smiles. Senior brother Lin Chen, we've heard so much about you. I am Zhang San.
To witness senior brother Lin Chen joining the ranks of the Wanxiang elders is truly a once-in-a-lifetime honor.
Senior brother Lin Chen, I am Li Si from the inner sect.
If there is ever anything you need help with, please do not hesitate to ask.
I will risk my life for you.
Senior brother Lin, your robe as a core disciple is truly majestic and befits your noble demeanor. Flattery, sycophantic remarks, and attempts to ingratiate themselves poured toward Lin Chen like a tidal wave. Those who had once looked down on him, even harboring jealousy, now donned fawning expressions, eager to call him brother. This is reality. This is the survival law of the cultivation world. Power, background, neither can be lacking. And Lin Chen now seemed to possess both in abundance. Fang Xian watched the dramatic scene unfold before him, seeing his fellow disciples who had been bowing and scraping before him just moments ago now turning to flatter Lin Chen.
The anger in his heart surged once again.
But he forced himself to maintain the composed and magnanimous demeanor befitting the Prince of the Holy Sun. He knew that today, with Lu Ruyan and the Wanxiang Jinjuan present, and Lin Chen having just become a disciple and riding high on his newfound fame, if he were to force the issue, he would not only gain nothing but risk losing face and inviting criticism. He had no choice but to endure.
Fang Xian took a deep breath, forcing all his anger and killing intent deep into the depths of his heart. After a series of twists and turns, the master-disciple ceremony finally reached its conclusion. The elders and disciples who had come to witness the ceremony began to bid farewell and depart. The holy son Fang Xian was no exception. He walked up to Lin Chen with his few disciples, who also looked rather glum. Fang Xian still wore his usual gentle and scholarly smile, as if none of the unpleasantness that had occurred earlier had ever happened. Haha, Lin Chen, my junior disciple, it is indeed a joyous occasion for you to be accepted into the discipleship of Master Wanxiang today. From now on, we are both core members of the sect. I hope you will work hard and not disappoint the sect and our great grandmaster. His words were polished and flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Chen looked at his insincere expression and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Thank you for your kind words, holy son. I will remember them. Lin Chen responded with equal politeness. The two locked eyes, and the air seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. Just as Fang Xian turned to leave, and was about to leave with his men, a cold, warning voice suddenly echoed through the air, silently transmitted through a secret technique of sound projection, directly into Lin Chen's ears. You of the Lin clan, this holy son doesn't care what kind of nonsense brother-sister relationship you have with Ru Yan. You had better know your place and stay away from her in the future. Ru Yan is not some old good-for-nothing like you who stumbled into good fortune. She is not someone you can casually touch or get close to. If I ever catch you daring to harbor any improper thoughts toward her or foolishly clinging to her, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Take care of yourself. Fang Xian's voice was filled with unhidden threats and intense murderous intent. After saying this, Fang Xian didn't even glance at Lin Chen once more. He turned and left without looking back, accompanied by his few trusted subordinates, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly departing from the 10,000 phenomena peak. Lin Chen listened to Fang Xian's threatening and warning words, but his expression remained unchanged. As he watched Fang Xian's receding figure grow distant, the originally calm and profound eyes of Lin Chen slowly narrowed into a dangerous curve. A smile filled with amusement and coldness curled the corners of his lips. The holy son Fang Xian? Interesting, truly, more and more interesting. Chapter 58, Tushan Susu's Invitation. Master, hurry up and give it to me. I want it. At the peak of Wanxiang Peak, the commotion of the master-disciple ceremony gradually subsided. Lin Chen watched Fang Xian's figure disappear into the sky with a look of reluctance, and the mysterious smile on his lips slowly faded. As long as Fang Xian didn't personally intervene, sending some minor foils his way was merely a chance to gain experience and equipment, nothing more than a transport team for him. It would be better to use this opportunity to enhance his strength. Being noticed and favored is undoubtedly a good thing, as it signifies that one's future cultivation resources and sex status are well secured. But the greater the expectations, the greater the pressure. He must quickly elevate his strength to a level where he could disregard any obstacles. At the very least, he must gain the confidence to face Fang Xian, that troublesome figure. Just as Lin Chen's thoughts were swirling in his mind, a clear, pleasant voice tinged with concern sounded softly beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you okay? Lu Ruyan had somehow appeared beside him. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes fixed on Lin Chen as she asked with concern, did Fang Xian just say something to you in private? Lu Ruyan had noticed the subtle change in Lin Chen's expression after Fang Xian and Lin Chen had parted ways. Given her understanding of Fang Xian's vengeful and narrow-minded nature, it was impossible for him to have simply offered a simple congratulations. Lin Chen felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing this. This girl is truly observant. Lin Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan, his face softening into a gentle smile as he shook his head lightly. Nothing. The Holy Son merely encouraged me with a few words, telling me to cultivate diligently in the future and not disappoint the expectations of the sect and my master. There was no need to say such things and cause Lu Ruyan unnecessary worry. Really? Lu Ruyan furrowed her delicate brows, clearly not believing Lin Chen's explanation. She knew Fang Xian too well. That man was outwardly polite and refined, but inwardly cunning and malicious, with an extremely strong sense of possession. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment before deciding to remind Lin Chen. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Chen might think Fang Xian was a good person. Fang Xian has always been my admirer. Over the years, he has confessed his feelings to me several times, wanting me to be his spiritual partner. But I have no feelings for him, and I've rejected him outright every time. As a result, he seems to have developed an obsession toward me. Before I became the Holy Maiden, he secretly targeted disciples who had interacted with me, even those from other sections. Lu Ruyan said this, her beautiful eyes flashing with disgust and helplessness. Today, our relationship has been made public. Given his personality, he might grow jealous of Lin Chen and even secretly try to undermine him. So, Lin Chen, you must be extra cautious in your actions within the sect and never fall into his trap. Lu Ruyan said solemnly. Lin Chen listened to Lu Ruyan's words and felt a slight stir in his heart. As expected, Fang Xian is really just a sycophant of Lu Ruyan? And he's the kind who can't get what he wants. This is getting interesting. Watching Lu Ruyan's anxious expression, Lin Chen's feelings for her grew even deeper. Lin Chen's face broke into a confident smile. He reached out and gently ruffled Lu Ruyan's hair, a gesture he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, then spoke softly. Don't worry. If he dares to come looking for trouble, I'll make him regret it. But you. Lin Chen changed the subject, looking at Lu Ruyan's delicate face, which had turned slightly red from his affectionate gesture. His eyes grew slightly deeper as he smiled. I've taken note of your kindness. As long as I'm here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Lin Chen spoke with unwavering resolve. It was not only a promise to Lu Ruyan but also a declaration of the growing feelings within his own heart. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, especially the last sentence filled with possessive dominance, Lu Ruyan's heart raced wildly like a frightened deer. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed with 2 blushes of intoxicating red, and her eyes sparkled with endless shyness and sweetness. Lu Ruyan knew it. Lin Chen truly had her in his heart. Lu Ruyan nodded firmly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The two exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. After spending a few more tender moments with Lin Chen, she reminded him to be careful of Fang Xian in the future. Only then did Lu Ruyan reluctantly bid farewell and depart. Before leaving, she didn't forget to invite Lin Chen once more. Lin Chen, you can come to the Holy Maiden Peak to play anytime you like. Anyway, everyone already knows about our relationship now, so there's no need to worry about what others might say. Lu Ruyan emphasized the word relationship with extra emphasis, her eyes brimming with teasing and anticipation. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in response. After seeing Lu Ruyan off, Lin Chen turned around and returned to his Tingtao pavilion. He needed to process the gains from today's initiation ceremony and strategize how to deal with this narrow-minded, vengeful holy son. Although Lin Chen claimed not to regard Fang Xian as a threat, strategically he must underestimate the enemy, but tactically he must take them seriously. After all, the other party was a holy son, and the resources and power he could mobilize far surpassed what Lin Chen currently possessed. He must focus on enhancing his strength as soon as possible. Lin Chen crossed his legs and sat down, preparing to activate the primordial Gengjin sword body technique to consolidate his cultivation. Suddenly, the storage ring at his waist trembled slightly once again, without any warning. Immediately afterward, a specially crafted sound transmission jade talisman, flickering with an eerie red glow, automatically floated out of the ring and hovered before him. The jade talisman emitted a familiar yet intoxicatingly alluring aura. It was Tushan Susu. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Calculating the time, it had been nearly a month since their last parting at Qingqiu Fox Mountain. How punctual! Lin Chen sent a thread of his divine consciousness into the jade talisman. The next moment, Tushan Susu's voice, as seductive as bone and as tender as water, echoed directly in his mind. Master! Tushan Susu's voice was as melodious as a song, sending shivers down his spine, making Lin Chen's bones feel like they were melting. Your servant has already arrived outside the Xiantian Xianzong. The core area of your Xiantian Xianzong is too heavily guarded. I can't get in. Master, please come out quickly. I can't wait any longer. I want it. Those last 2 words were filled with endless temptation. It was like a starving kitten begging its owner for a beloved fish treat. Lin Chen heard Tushan Susu's words, which were enough to turn any man into a wolf on the spot, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. This fox spirit. Do you have to be so direct? What do you mean, I want it? What do you want, you? Just tell me clearly. Lin Chen could feel his head starting to throb again. This fox spirit is indeed more powerful, and her methods are more direct and better at stirring up emotions than 9-tailed heavenly fox demon king. This is practically going to kill him. However, he also knew that the old injuries within Tushan Susu's body indeed required regular treatment. Moreover, the initial treatment last time had shown significant results, and this fox demon had tasted the sweetness of success, naturally becoming eager for more. Here she comes. Lin Chen responded with a thought on the jade talisman, then stood up and prepared to head outside the Xiantian Xianzong. It seems his reputation as the master of medicine is here to stay. Well, so be it. Anyway, I'm just idle. I'll just consider it doing a favor for the people. No, it's doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, right? Lin Chen straightened his robes and left the Wanshan Peak, exiting the core area of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, heading toward the location agreed upon in the jade talisman of Tushan Susu outside the sect. Chapter 59, The Pure Tushan Susu. Lin Chen followed the location specified in Tushan Susu's jade talisman, leaving the mountain gates of the Xiantian Xianzong sect and arriving at a secluded mountain range. This mountain range was densely forested and rarely visited by humans, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. After venturing hundreds of meters into the mountain range, Lin Chen swept his divine sense and spotted an absolutely breathtaking figure that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison, standing in a clearing amidst the trees. Dressed in a fiery red palace gown, her already alluring and seductive figure was accentuated to perfection, exuding an irresistible charm. Her skin was as white as snow, her features as delicate as a painting, and especially her narrow, phoenix-like eyes, whose every glance seemed capable of stealing one's soul. 9 fluffy white fox tails swayed gently behind her, adding an air of mystery and allure. She was none other than the ruler of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the 9-tailed fox demon queen Tushan Susu. She seemed to have been waiting here all along, now standing with her back to Lin Chen, gazing into the distant horizon, lost in thought. Even just her silhouette was enough to captivate everyone, leaving them spellbound. Lin Chen was just about to speak. Suddenly, Tushan Susu seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. The moment she saw Lin Chen, the lazy and pensive expression in her almond-shaped eyes vanished, replaced by an indescribable brilliance. Lin Chen, my benefactor. A delicate laugh. The next moment, before Lin Chen could react, Tushan Susu's fiery red figure darted forward like a flash, appearing before him in an instant. Immediately afterward, a refreshing, intoxicating fragrance that stirred the soul suddenly swept toward him. Then, Lin Chen felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and his entire face was plunged into a sea of indescribable warmth, softness, and the breathtaking fullness and elasticity of something he couldn't quite identify. Is it face wash? And it's the 9-tailed fox brand facial cleanser of the Divine Lord level? Feeling the intoxicating fragrance in his nostrils and the astonishing softness and pressure on his cheeks, Lin Chen felt his mind go blank. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to surge uncontrollably toward a certain place at that moment. Sis, you're being way too forward. Do you have to be so passionate? I can't handle this. However, Tushan Susu had no idea what Lin Chen was thinking at that moment. She simply held Lin Chen tightly, resting her stunningly beautiful face on his shoulder, as if she wanted to melt into his body, expressing the mountain of longing that had built up over the past month. Lin Chen, my benefactor, it's been a month since we last saw each other. It feels like 3,000 years have passed. Tushan Susu whispered softly in Lin Chen's ear with a seductive voice. Lin Chen could clearly feel the astonishing heat radiating from Tushan Susu's delicate, curvaceous body, along with the intense passion that was almost enough to melt him. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This fox spirit. She really doesn't play by the rules. Lin Chen gently patted Tushan Susu's delicate, bone-soft shoulder and spoke. Susu. Can we separate for a moment? I can't breathe. Lin Chen's voice muffled from within her embrace. It was clear. Cough, cough, Tushan Susu's chest is so spacious. Upon hearing this, Tushan Susu felt a warm breath on her skin, causing her body to grow weak. However, she quickly regained her composure and released Lin Chen. Her pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes were filled with love, gazing at Lin Chen with such tenderness that it seemed as though she wanted to swallow him whole. Lin Chen was overwhelmed by her bold, aggressive gaze, feeling waves of emotion surge through his heart. Such affection. How could one possibly betray it? Susu, could you please not be so sudden in the future? What if I lose control one day and do something beastly to you? That wouldn't be good at all. Lin Chen's words were half sincere and half joking. However, Tushan Susu didn't show the slightest hint of shyness or retreat. Instead, her mesmerizing phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and, even more intense allure. Tushan Susu parted her red lips, exhaling a fragrant breath, and in a voice filled with endless temptation and innuendo, she whispered softly into Lin Chen's ear. He, does Lin Chen want this servant? As long as Lin Chen, my benefactor, desires me, I am always ready. Boom! Lin Chen felt his mind explode once again from the fox spirit's seductive words. Any time? Does she have to be so direct? How dare she be so bold? Lin Chen quickly took a deep breath, forcing down the restless energy that was about to burst out of his body, shook his head, and then said seriously. No. Su, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, my cultivation is still too low, and my strength is too weak. I don't feel worthy of you yet. I want to wait until I become stronger, until I truly deserve to stand by your side and protect you from the storms, then I'll officially claim you. Lin Chen spoke with unwavering resolve. This was also his most genuine thought. With his current cultivation level, if he were to be with Tushan Susu or Lu Ruyan, he would only become their weakness. Lin Chen would never become a burden to anyone. Moreover, there's still plenty of time. No need to rush. Let him enjoy the good life with Tushan Susu, the Divine Lord of Transformation, and even take advantage of her completely. He just can't bring himself to cross that mental barrier. Tushan Susu was taken aback by Lin Chen's words. Then, a complex gleam flashed in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, a mix of emotion, affection, and a touch of helpless laughter. Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Lin Chen's forehead, her tone tinged with both playful scolding and teasing as she said, Lin Chen, my benefactor, you really are. It's not the time for such macho behavior. I don't care about these things. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Chen, upon hearing this, straightened his chest and said seriously, this is a matter of principle. The woman I marry must be someone I bring home with honor and dignity. She must never suffer the slightest injustice. She must never be looked down upon by others. although he hadn't yet decided how many he would marry in the future. But his attitude must be unwavering.
Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's appearance and felt both annoyed and amused, but more than anything else, she felt intense sweetness and love.
The next moment, Tushan Susu moved her body. Immediately afterward, two soft, warm, and elastic lips pressed against his lips with perfect precision. Lin Chen! Exclamation point. His entire body stiffened. Boss, forcing himself on her? I've been forced by a female fox? At the same time, Tushan Susu's voice, filled with triumph and a hint of cunning, echoed in his mind. He, since my benefactor doesn't want to eat me yet, it wouldn't be too much for me to ask for a little interest first, would it?
Lin Chen blinked. He could clearly feel the astonishing heat emanating from Tushan Susu's soft lips, along with that intoxicatingly unique fragrance. However, just as Lin Chen thought Tushan Susu was about to make her next move, Lin Chen was stunned to discover Tushan Susu didn't seem to have any further moves? Then there was no then. Is this even called a kiss? This is at most just nibbling on the lips. Lin Chen was completely baffled again. He couldn't help but laugh and gently pushed away the nine-tailed fox demon king in his arms, who was still closing her eyes, her face flushed red, and seemed to be lingering on the moment. Looking at her, she appeared seductive and alluring. Mature and irresistible to the extreme, yet in certain aspects, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. I said, Susu, you, haha. You look so mature and so good at teasing, yet you're so pure? HM? Tushan Susu heard this and blinked her big, watery almond-shaped eyes in confusion, her pretty face filled with bewilderment and confusion. What did Lin Chen mean by that? Was there something wrong with her actions just now? Isn't that how it's done in the storybooks? Lin Chen looked at her adorable, dazed expression, and the last remnants of his anger were completely ignited. It seems I need to give you a proper lesson today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen reached out and wrapped his arms around Tushan Susu's slender waist. This time, he was no longer passive. Instead, he took the initiative. Conquering and capturing. Tossing and turning. Delving deeply into the matter. Tushan Susu felt her mind go completely blank. An indescribable, unprecedented sensation, like an electric current, coursed through her limbs, leaving her body weak and trembling, almost melting into Lin Chen's embrace. She had no idea how much time had passed. So long that Tushan Susu felt she was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen. Lin Chen reluctantly released her lips, which were already swollen and red, dripping with desire. Looking at the woman in his arms, who was already completely lost in desire, her face flushed, her eyes hazy, her breath coming in gasps, and her body trembling as if she were about to collapse into a pool of water, he couldn't help but smile. A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. How about it, Susu? Have you learned your lesson now? Chapter 60, Should I help you get rid of this so-called holy sun? Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of horse magnetism. Tushan Susu felt her ears itch, making her already delicate and supple body grow even softer. A soft moan escaped her lips. Tushan Susu gently rubbed against Lin Chen's neck, her voice as soft as a whisper, filled with endless seduction. Tushan Susu felt as though she had opened the door to a whole new world. So, it turned out that doing such things between a man and a woman could be so pleasurable. It was more thrilling than practicing alone for hundreds of years. What if they took it further? What kind of experience would that be? At this thought, Tushan Susu's mesmerizing phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of desire. She instinctively extended her delicate pink tongue and gently licked her own lips, still lingering with Lin Chen's scent. This casual gesture, combined with her seductive, half-closed eyes and the fragrant breath escaping her lips. Instantly, she exuded an astonishing charm that could drive any man mad. Lin Chen watched Tushan Susu, who seemed to be savoring every moment and even wanting one more time, and felt his throat go dry, unable to control himself as he swallowed hard. No! If this continues, he might truly lose control and devour this fully ripe nine-tailed fox on the spot. Though he desperately wanted to. But Lin Chen was a man of principles. At least, he must finish the important matter first. Cough cough. Lin Chen forced himself to suppress the surge of desire that was about to burst out of him, breaking free from Tushan Susu's embrace, and said solemnly, Susu, the important matters come first. Let us tend to your old injuries first. Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen backing out at the last minute again, and a fleeting glimpse of resentment and amusement flashed in her eyes. What a clueless woodenhead. But there's plenty of time in the future. She wasn't in a hurry. After all, Tushan Susu had made up her mind she would never let go of this man who had kept her captivated for a century and brought her endless surprises and new experiences. Alright, I'll do as you say, Lin Chen gong. Tushan Susu complied readily, her voice still tinged with a hint of lazy seduction. She slowly rose from Lin Chen's embrace. Her delicate, curvaceous figure, wrapped in a fiery red palace robe, was even more stunning, utterly irresistible. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand,
An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the clearing in the forest, completely blocking out any prying eyes or disturbances from the outside world. Immediately afterward, she retrieved a soft, fragrant bed from her storage artifact. It was several zhang in size, exuding a gentle aroma. The bed seemed to be woven from the fur of rare spiritual beasts and the wings of immortals, its appearance alone making one yearn to lie down and sleep soundly. Tushan Susu gave Lin Chen a charming smile, then lay down on the soft bed like the most elegant cat, moving with grace and ease. Her crimson palace robe opened slightly due to the movement, revealing the breathtakingly white expanse of her chest and the deep, bottomless, alluring cleft beneath. A pair of long, straight legs, as if carved from the finest warm jade, smooth and flawless, were casually crossed together, exuding a deadly allure. These were undoubtedly a pair of legs that should only exist in heaven, impossible to describe with any words. Tushan Susu lay lazily on the bed, propping her cheek with one hand. Her soul-stealing phoenix eyes gazed at Lin Chen with a seductive glance. She gently lifts her slender, silk-clad leg, her toes lightly touching the ground, and speaks to Lin Chen in a voice filled with endless allure, her words soft and seductive. Lin Chen, my benefactor. Come quickly. Your servant is ready. Lin Chen stared at the vibrant, alluring scene before him, a sight so breathtakingly beautiful that it could drive any man mad with desire, losing all sense of reason. He could feel his nose growing warm once again. A demon. What a teasing demon. Lin Chen, of course, knew that Tushan Susu was posing in such a tempting manner primarily to make it easier for him to administer the treatment. But her tone, her gaze, and the countless alluring glances she cast his way, it was impossible not to let his imagination run wild. Lin Chen took another deep breath, forcing himself to suppress those unhealthy thoughts in his mind. Walking to the bedside, Lin Chen looked into Tushan Susu's eyes and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. I'll begin clearing your meridians and treating your old injuries right away. As he spoke, Lin Chen activated the techniques from the Xian Yi Jing, extending his hands with fingertips enveloped in pure true qi and sharp sword intent, carefully beginning the treatment for Tushan Susu. With the experience from last time, Lin Chen's techniques were now more skilled and daring. With the Xian Yi Jing, this heaven-defying inheritance in his hands, coupled with the rare and precious heavenly treasures that Tushan Susu had prepared in advance, Lin Chen was confident that he could completely cure her old injuries. As the treatment progressed, Tushan Susu's face, which had previously been tinged with tension and shyness, gradually relaxed. In its place came endless comfort and enjoyment. She could clearly feel a warm, life-giving energy flowing endlessly into her body through Lin Chen's hands. The meridians blocked for hundreds of years were being gradually unblocked. The damaged source of her being, which had been damaged for hundreds of years, was being repaired bit by bit. This feeling was simply too wonderful. So wonderful that she couldn't help but let out that same enchanting, dreamlike sigh once more. In this enchanting and healing environment, Tushan Susu suddenly spoke up, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of laziness and concern. By the way, Lin Chen, the noble gentleman, how have you been at the Xiantian Xianzone lately? Have you encountered any trouble? Or is there anything I can help you with? If any insolent fools dare to bully you, just let me know, and I'll make sure they beg for mercy. Tushan Susu spoke casually, but her tone was filled with an undeniable air of authority and a strong sense of protection. Clearly, with just a single word from Lin Chen, this nine-tailed fox demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm would not hesitate to clear away all obstacles for him. Lin Chen felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing this. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Susu. I've been doing pretty well lately. A few days ago, I participated in the outer sect competition of the Xiantian Xianzong and managed to secure first place. Now, it seems my luck has turned, and I've been taken as a personal disciple by one of the sect's core elders, the Wanxiang Jinjuan, and officially became a core disciple. Core disciple? Tushan Susu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Although she wasn't very familiar with the hierarchical structure of human sects, she knew that core disciples were the highest-ranking and most talented individuals within the sect. How could Lin Chen, the benefactor, have risen from an outer sect disciple to a core disciple in such a short time? That's simply unbelievable. Lin Chen nodded, then shifted the topic with a playful tone. It's just that. It seems like he accidentally offended someone recently. Tushan Susu heard this and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Who did you offend? Is someone jealous of Lin Chen's growing influence and looking for trouble? Lin Chen saw this and didn't hide anything, recounting the unpleasant incident that occurred during the master-disciple ceremony between him and Fang Xian, as well as Fang Xian's warning to him. Of course, he also mentioned Lu Ruyan. After listening to Lin Chen's account, a cold, murderous intent flashed through Tushan Susu's beautiful phoenix-like eyes. The holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect? Fang Xian? Tushan Susu spoke, her lips curling into a seductive yet dangerous smile. A mere saint son of a Xianzong sect. Dare you show off your strength in front of my benefactor, Tushan Susu? Lin Chen, my benefactor. Tushan Susu turned to look at Lin Chen, her soul-stealing phoenix eyes brimming with unhidden murderous intent and a hint of eagerness. Shall I take care of this blind fool of a holy son right now? So he won't bother you again in the future.
Lin Chen heard Tu Shansusu's domineering declaration and was momentarily stunned before shaking his head in amusement.
Wow! She is willing to kill the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect just because of a disagreement? If she actually succeeds, that would be a real mess.
Lin Chen's face broke into a confident smile. He reached out and gently squeezed the pair of long, slender legs that had become even smoother and more supple due to his healing, their astonishing elasticity evident.
Ah!
Tu Shansusu let out a delicate cry, her face flushing crimson as she shot Lin Chen a playful glare. Lin Chen laughed heartily, his tone tinged with teasing yet confident as he said,
Susu, such a small matter, why bother you? I can handle it myself.
You've only just recovered from your injuries, and your vital energy hasn't fully restored yet. It's best not to engage in a major battle lightly, lest all the previous treatments go to waste. Don't act recklessly, lest you bring trouble to Qingqiu Fox Mountain. After all, if a holy son of the immortal sect were suddenly killed, that would be quite troublesome.
Chapter 61. When will I get to meet the holy maiden sister? In the clearing between the trees, on the bed.
Tu Shansusu felt Lin Chen's large hands, slightly calloused yet brimming with strange power, firmly pinch her jade-like legs. Her delicate face once again involuntarily flushed with an intoxicating blush. She could clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from Lin Chen's palm, as well as the unwavering confidence and a hint of dominance in his words. This man sometimes seemed like an insensitive block of wood, and other times like a shy, innocent teenager. But deep down, he always harbored a proud arrogance that looked down on the world and an unyielding strength that refused to be challenged. When Lin Chen said, a mere Fang Xian was no match for him, and he could handle it easily, he told her to rest and recover, and not to worry about it. Tu Shansusu felt both moved and a hint of sweetness in her heart. Tu Shansusu obediently nodded her head, her voice soft and seductive. Yes, I'll do as Lin Chen, my benefactor, says. She naturally believed that Lin Chen had the ability to do so. After all, the old injury that even she, a Huatian Tianjun, found troublesome had already shown initial signs of improvement under his care. What could a mere holy son of the Xintian Xinzong possibly be? However, Tu Shansusu's mesmerizing phoenix eyes flickered slightly. She casually asked in a lazy, indifferent tone. By the way, Lin Chen, you mentioned earlier that Saint Sun Fang Xian was targeting you because of a saintess named Lu Ruyan, right? When can I meet the holy maiden sister? Although the focus of the previous conversation had been on Fang Xian's threat to Lin Chen, Tu Shansusu naturally picked up on the key name Lu Ruyan. And judging from the tone and expression Lin Chen used when mentioning this holy maiden earlier, their relationship was probably not simple. This made her, the self-proclaimed main wife, feel a tinge of curiosity and a hint of caution. Lin Chen stiffened suddenly upon hearing Tu Shansusu's unexpected question. His expression also grew somewhat awkward. This fox spirit. Does she have to be so unconventional in her focus? We were just discussing how to deal with the holy son Fang Xian. How did we suddenly shift the topic to Lu Ruyan? And you even called her holy maiden sister? Your ability to be so familiar with someone so quickly is way too strong. Lin Chen was mentally ranting, but for the moment, he really didn't know how to respond. His relationship with Lu Ruyan was indeed a bit complicated. If you call them siblings, it seemed to go beyond the ordinary sibling bond. To call them a couple, neither of them had ever explicitly acknowledged their feelings. But more importantly, he wasn't ready yet. How could he let Tu Shansusu and Lu Ruyan, two women of completely different styles but equally deeply in love with him, meet so soon? What if things get out of hand and turn into a chaotic mess? He'd be in a real pickle. Lu Ruyan's side is a bit easier to handle since she doesn't even know about Tu Shansusu's existence yet. But Tu Shansusu, with her seductive eyes and a look of curiosity and gossip, she has clearly developed a strong interest in that holy sister. Lin Chen could feel a dull ache beginning to throb on his forehead. Tu Shansusu looked at Lin Chen, who was hesitating to speak, his face flushed with embarrassment and even a hint of guilt, and she couldn't help but understand what he was thinking. In her soul-captivating phoenix eyes, a flash of understanding crossed her gaze. She pouted her red lips and spoke in a voice tinged with a hint of resentment. Oh my! Lin Chen, my benefactor, why are you so nervous? I wouldn't dare eat your sacred maiden sister. But... Tu Shansusu changed the subject, her gaze growing ambiguous and full of meaning. I think I understand now. I mean, Master Lin, before, when I threw myself at you like this, why were you always so unromantic and unmoved? So you were hiding a beauty in a golden house, already having a saintly sister as beautiful as a fairy at home. No wonder you never touched me. Tu Shansusu spoke in a sarcastic tone, filled with teasing and a hint of subtle jealousy. Lin Chen looked at Tu Shansusu upon hearing this. Who said I don't eat? The reason was already explained earlier. Besides, my relationship with Ruyan isn't settled yet, and she doesn't even know you exist. Giggle giggle. Tu Shansusu heard Lin Chen's explanation and couldn't help but let out a series of silver bell-like, seductively charming giggles.
She laughed so hard that her body trembled, and the two full, breathtaking curves on her chest rose and fell unpredictably, making Lin Chen's mouth go dry. He quickly averted his gaze. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Tushan Susu finally managed to stop laughing, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of approval in her eyes. Lin Chen, you're more honest than I imagined. She paused for a moment, then suddenly summoned a jade cup from her storage artifact, pouring a fragrant elixir into it. She also took out 2 crystal-clear jade cups. Tushan Susu personally poured a cup for Lin Chen, then poured one for herself. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of a mysterious smile as she said to Lin Chen, "Actually, I'm not such a stingy person. That holy maiden sister, since she truly cares for you and is your sister. As your elder sister, I naturally won't treat her unfairly either. Perhaps in the future, the two of us sisters could share a bed and, discuss the Tao together. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?" By the end, Tushan Susu's voice was extremely low, filled with endless temptation and innuendo. Those soul-stealing phoenix eyes stared intently at Lin Chen, as if they were about to devour him whole. Boom! Lin Chen felt as though his head had been struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. Completely blown away. Sleeping in the same bed? Share? This fox spirit. What kind of lewd words is she spouting? Lin Chen could feel his blood boiling uncontrollably. A surge of indescribable heat rushed straight to his forehead. Looking at the fox demon queen before him, with her innate allure, bold and fiery demeanor, and unrestrained speech, Lin Chen could only feel shock upon shock. And a hint of anticipation he couldn't even deny to himself? No. Stay calm. Stay calm. Lin Chen quickly took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress that strange thought in his heart. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, picked up the wineglass in front of him, and downed it in one gulp. Only then did he awkwardly avert his gaze from Tushan Susu's aggressive stare. Susu. Let us talk about this later. It's getting late, I should be going now. With that, Lin Chen made his move to leave. Giggle. Tushan Susu watched Lin Chen's embarrassed expression and let out another seductive giggle. Tushan Susu no longer teased him further, but instead stretched lazily, her delicate and curvaceous figure, wrapped in a fiery red palace robe, appearing even more stunning and irresistibly alluring. She gave Lin Chen a playful glance, her eyes brimming with allure. Pfft, coward. All you do is run. Never mind. I won't tease you anymore. Remember what you said. You must come visit me often in the future. And the old wounds on my body, they're all thanks to you. Tushan Susu rose gracefully from the bed, tidied her slightly disheveled clothes, and left. Lin Chen watched Tushan Susu's alluring, provocative figure as she walked away, along with the 9 snow-white fox tails gently swaying before his eyes. He couldn't help but raise his hand to gently stroke his nose, a helpless yet indulgent smile spreading across his face. This teasing little demon. After bidding farewell to Tushan Susu, Lin Chen did not linger in the 10,000 mountains and returned directly to the Xintian immortal sect. Upon returning to the Wanxiang Peak, he entered the Tingtao Pavilion. Lin Chen entered a state of cultivation. He immersed all his mind and spirit into the comprehension and cultivation of the primordial Gengjin sword body. Time flew by swiftly in the monotonous yet fulfilling cultivation. Before he knew it, another day had passed. This was the day after Lin Chen had officially become a disciple of the Wanxiang Jinjuan and held his initiation ceremony. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the quiet room of the Listening to the Waves pavilion, his body shimmering with golden light and sword chi surging around him, clearly in the midst of cultivating the Xiantian Gengjin Jinti. Suddenly, a faint sound of a telepathic symbol, audible only to him, rang out in his mind. Immediately afterward, the voice of Elder Wanxiang, tinged with a hint of warmth, echoed in his ears. "Disciple, come to the main hall with me. There is something I must discuss with you." Lin Chen heard this and slowly withdrew his energy, opening his eyes. In his eyes, a golden sword beam, more refined and sharper than yesterday, flashed briefly. "Master is summoning me?" Lin Chen felt puzzled. However, he quickly stood up, tidied his slightly disheveled clothes, and pushed open the door of the quiet room. He then hurried toward the main hall on the peak where the elder of the 10,000 phenomena resided. Chapter 62, The Wanxiang Elder's Qingyun Sect Mission. Moments later, Lin Chen arrived at the majestic main hall of the Wanxiang sect, shrouded in ethereal mist. Disciple Lin Chen pays respects to his master. Lin Chen bowed to the Wanxiang elder seated on the main seat. No need for formalities, my disciple." The Wanxiang elder smiled warmly and gestured for Lin Chen to rise. His gaze swept over Lin Chen carefully. When he sensed the aura emanating from Lin Chen, one that was far more composed and reserved than the day before, yet still hinting at a sharp, unyielding strength, the admiration and astonishment in the Wanxiang elder's eyes grew even more intense. Excellent. Elder Wanxiang stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly, his heart overflowing with joy. "In just one night, your cultivation aura has improved by a thread, and I sense that the strength of your physical body has also undergone significant changes." He was a Yuanling true immortal. His spiritual perception was incredibly sharp.
He could naturally sense that Lin Chen's current state had already improved significantly compared to yesterday. Such terrifying cultivation speed and insight. It's truly unheard of. Unseen before. He really has struck gold this time. Reporting back to the master, your disciple gained some insights last night through meditation and has made slight progress in cultivation. My physical body has also undergone some refinement. Lin Chen replied humbly. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't mention the system or his sudden enlightenment, he could only attribute it to the cultivation technique and his own luck. What a fortunate insight! Upon hearing this, the Wanxian elder couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, saying, "You young fool! Ordinary disciples would need to spend years, even decades, of arduous training just to master the basics of a earth-grade body cultivation technique. You, on the other hand, have already gained a glimpse of the basics in a single night, and you dare to call it mere luck?" If the other so-called genius disciples heard this, they'd probably be so ashamed they'd want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although the elder of the 10,000 phenomena spoke these words, the pride and satisfaction in his tone were impossible to hide. To have such a prodigious disciple. As his master, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Lin Chen heard this and chuckled, saying nothing more. After laughing, the Wanxian elder admonished. Disciple, although you are exceptionally talented and far surpass your peers in strength, the path of cultivation is long and perilous. It is not something that can be achieved merely by secluding yourself and practicing relentlessly. True masters are forged through countless life and death trials and the hardships of the mortal world. Therefore, I have summoned you here today to entrust you with a task. Go down the mountain and experience the world. This will also serve as a test of your resolve. Please give me your orders, master. Lin Chen asked curiously. Staying within the sect may be safe, but it is ultimately like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to endure the true storms of life. Appropriate external training is of great benefit for broadening horizons, gaining knowledge, and even gaining insights into the ways of heaven. But if you're giving me a task, just tell me what to do. Why boast so much? What you're saying is true. But after all, you're the one in power now, so I have to show some respect. The elder Wanxian nodded satisfactorily, took out a jade tablet and a jade bottle, and handed them to Lin Chen. On this journey, you are to go to the Qingyun sect and personally deliver the 9-turn revival pill inside this jade bottle to the person named in the jade tablet. His name is Shen Meng, a golden core realm elder of the Qingyun sect. He is a gentle man and has some old ties with your master. Your task is simply to deliver the pills. You may return on your own. If you encounter any opportunities along the way, feel free to take them. I will not interfere further. Lin Chen took the jade tablet and the jade bottle. When he heard the name Shen Meng, his eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. For some reason, he felt that he had heard this name before, but he couldn't quite place it. But he couldn't recall where for the moment. It felt like a distant memory that had been sealed away for ages, now blurred and indistinct. However, now was not the time to dwell on it. Yes, master. Lin Chen carefully put away the jade tablet and jade bottle, then responded loudly to the elder of the 10,000 phenomena. This disciple promises to deliver the elixir safely to Elder Shen Meng. Go ahead. The Wanxian elder nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand. Be careful on the road. Your safety comes first. This disciple takes his leave. Lin Chen bowed respectfully once more to the Wanxian elder before turning and leaving the Wanxian main hall. He planned to return to the Listening to the Waves pavilion first to pack his belongings, then depart immediately for the Qingyun sect. However, just as he stepped out of the main hall of the Wanxian palace, ding! The familiar system notification sound rang out in his mind once again, completely without warning. New task assigned. Mission name, reunion with an old friend, the Jade Flute Connection. Recalling the past, as the strongest inner disciple of the celestial sect, you traveled through the mortal world. One day, you witnessed an injustice and drew your sword to help, rescuing a helpless and vulnerable mortal woman from a group of bandits. The woman, deeply grateful for your life-saving deed, had nothing to offer in return, so she gave you the only valuable item she possessed, a jade flute passed down through her family. She made a promise with you: should you ever have the opportunity to travel to the territory of the Qingyun sect in the future, you may bring this jade flute to the gates of the Qingyun sect, and she will do everything in her power to repay your great kindness. Now, you happen to be on a sect mission that requires you to go to the Qingyun sect. Please find the jade flute from back then and, within the Qingyun sect, hold it in your hands and reunite with that woman. Task reward: any martial art skill can be directly upgraded to the minor achievement realm. The new mission was clearly displayed before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen stared at the mission description and the incredibly generous reward, leaving him speechless once again. He even felt a bit amused and exasperated. Isn't this task at least a tiny bit more normal compared to those previous absurd ones? At least there were no more phrases like, at the age of 19, or soul-stirring intimate contact. However, Lin Chen's brows quickly furrowed tightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that the plot and the formula of this mission had a strong sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Tushan Susu. Another ordinary mortal woman he saved by chance years ago?
Another family heirloom? Another promise to repay the favor in the future? This is way too coincidental, isn't it? Could it be? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This ordinary woman he had saved years ago, could she have transformed into some powerful figure like Tushan Susu? Holy crap! If that's the case, then this dog system shouldn't be called the Invincible Life System. Just rename it the Freeloader System. But complaining is one thing. When his gaze fell upon the glittering task reward, Lin Chen couldn't help but let his eyes sparkle. Any martial art technique can be directly upgraded to the minor achievement realm. This reward was simply too damn tempting. Although he currently possessed numerous martial arts techniques, only his sword intent and the Blue Lotus Sword Manual had reached the minor achievement realm. The rest were all lower-tier martial arts techniques of the yellow rank. And the heaven-grade lower-tier body cultivation divine technique he had just begun to learn, as well as the earth-grade lower-tier divine ability he had yet to cultivate, the Thousand Faces technique, were both still at the uninitiated or just begun stage. If he could use this minor achievement reward on these two top-tier martial arts and supernatural abilities, his strength would undoubtedly undergo another qualitative leap. Especially the Xian Tian Gung Jin Jian Ti. This was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Upon mastering it, it grants a threefold increase in passive attack power. If he could cultivate it to the small achievement stage, the power would be beyond imagination. At that point, his physical strength might truly be able to match a magical artifact and overwhelm peers of the same level. Plus that even more terrifying passive attack boost. Lin Chen felt his saliva almost flowing out of his mouth. No way. This mission must be completed. It's just finding an ordinary woman, right? No big deal. Even if she's really become some big shot now, we still have that ancestral jade flute as proof, right? We can just ask that Golden Core Elder to help us find her later. Lin Chen made up his mind instantly. He immediately began searching through his storage ring with care. Chapter 63, Seeking Guidance with the Jade Flute. What? She's already dead? Within the quiet room of Tingtao Pavilion, Lin Chen carefully searched through his storage ring for a long time. Finally, in a corner he had almost forgotten about, he found an old wooden box covered in dust. He opened the wooden box. Inside lay a jade flute, entirely emerald green in color, with a smooth luster and intricate carvings. The jade flute faintly emitted a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance. Phew, thank goodness it's still here. Lin Chen picked up the jade flute and examined it carefully for a moment. Upon confirming that it was indeed the item given to him by that mortal woman years ago, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. If I hadn't found it, the system quest would truly be stuck. Carefully putting the jade flute away, Lin Chen didn't linger. He briefly communicated with the Wanxiang Elder and then left Wanxiang Peak, heading toward Qingyun sect. Along the way, with his cultivation at the mid-4th level of the Qi-gathering realm, the mastery of the Gale Step technique, and the initial mastery of the primordial Gengjin sword body, Lin Chen's speed was extraordinary. Additionally, his physical body was now incredibly strong, and his vital energy was abundant, allowing him to fight almost endlessly. Just a few days later, he had already traversed tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountain gates. Though the Qingyun sect couldn't compare to the colossal Xiantian Xianzong, it was still a fairly renowned large sect, and its mountain gates exuded a rather imposing aura. Lin Chen presented the identity token of a core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong and a personal letter from the Wanxiang Elder. The mountain guards, after verifying the credentials, adopted an extremely respectful attitude, daring not to show the slightest disrespect, and immediately reported to the sect's higher-ups. Soon, an elder in charge of external affairs from the Qingyun sect personally came to greet him, politely inviting Lin Chen to the main peak of the Qingyun sect and guiding him all the way to his destination, the exclusive mountain peak of the Golden Core Elder Shinmeng, Mengxia Peak. Mengxia Peak was picturesque, with abundant spiritual energy, and at its peak stood an elegant palace. Upon the elder's announcement, Lin Chen soon found himself in the main hall of the palace, where he met his intended target, senior disciple Shenmeng of the Qingyun sect. This elder Shenmeng appeared to be in his early 30s, with a beautiful and dignified appearance, a gentle and composed demeanor, and a pale blue palace robe that added an air of otherworldly elegance. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, making him a highly respected and powerful figure within the Qingyun sect. Lin Chen, a core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong, greets elder Shenmeng. Lin Chen bowed respectfully to Shenmeng without any trace of arrogance or subservience. "Ha, young Lin, there is no need for such formalities." Senior Shenmeng smiled warmly and gestured for Lin Chen to take a seat. "I have read the letter from Senior Wanxiang. Thank you for traveling such a great distance to personally deliver this 9-turn revival pill. I am deeply grateful." Senior Shenmeng spoke as he took the jade bottle from Lin Chen. He opened the stopper. Instantly, a rich and pure fragrance of the pill filled the air. This filled her eyes with joy. The 9-turn revival pill was a miraculous healing elixir, and it was indeed of great use to her. Lin Chen exchanged a few polite words. After Elder Shin Meng carefully put away the pill and the letter, he finally made his request. He took out the jade flute from his storage ring. Lin Shen handed the jade flute forward and said, "Senior Shin, on this journey, besides fulfilling my master's orders to deliver the medicine, I also have a personal matter I would like to ask the senior for assistance with. This jade flute was given to me by an ordinary woman from the Qingyun sect's territory during my travels many years ago. She said it was a family heirloom, and if I ever came to the Qingyun sect, I should bring this jade flute to meet her, so she could repay the debt of saving my life. However, I have been separated from that young woman for many years and no longer know her name or whereabouts. Would the elder be willing to inquire within the sect to see if we can locate the owner of this flute?" Lin Shen spoke with perfect precision, clearly stating his purpose without revealing the existence of the system task. However, just as Lin Shen pulled out the jade flute, the elder Shin Meng, who had been smiling gently upon seeing the flute's appearance, his expression froze slightly. Elder Shin Meng's gentle eyes widened slightly, her gaze filled with surprise and a hint of sadness. This jade flute. Elder Shin Meng's voice sounded bitter. He stared at the jade flute in Lin Shen's hand. The next moment, Elder Shin Meng's gaze grew peculiar as she looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was startled by Shin Meng's sudden unusual gaze. He looked at Shin Meng in confusion, not understanding why she was reacting this way when he had merely taken out the jade flute to ask her for help finding someone. Why was she looking at him like that? Moreover, it seemed like Elder Shin Meng recognized the owner of the jade flute. Just as Lin Shen was filled with confusion, Elder Shin Meng took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions in her heart, but her voice still carried a faint trace of sadness as she spoke slowly. "Lin Xiaoyu, the person you're looking for is probably no longer here?" "What?" Lin Chen froze. "What does that mean?" "Lin Xiaoyu, I won to hide it from you. The owner of this jade flute, she was my most beloved and most promising disciple." "What? Personal disciple?" Lin Chen was once again stunned by the words. He never would have imagined that the ordinary mortal woman he had saved by chance years ago could be the personal disciple of this golden core cultivator. There's something to this. But what does "no longer here" mean? Just as Lin Chen was thinking this, Elder Shin Meng continued. "Linger passed away 10 years ago, having attained enlightenment and ascended to the Tao." "What? Fallen? She's dead?" Lin Chen heard this and was completely stunned on the spot. His mind went blank. No. What kind of international joke is this? Is it over? What about his system quest and the reward for mastering the martial arts technique? Are they gone? The person is already dead. And he died 10 years ago. How am I supposed to recognize them now? How am I supposed to complete the tasks? Are we supposed to recognize each other in the underworld? Damn system. You're messing with me, aren't you? Lin Chen felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 1,000 curses raced through his mind, roaring and never stopping. He was completely stunned. After a long while, Lin Chen slowly came to his senses from the immense shock and absurdity. Looking at Shin Meng's bitter expression, the frustration and madness he felt gradually gave way to a hint of sympathy and sorrow. Sigh. The path of cultivating immortality is indeed filled with unknowns and uncertainties. Not everyone who crosses paths with you will be like Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu, who rise swiftly through the ranks, defying fate, ultimately achieving supreme glory, and then turning around to provide you with endless support and assistance. More people are likely like this unknown jade flute maiden, who, in the long and cruel journey of cultivating immortality, meet with various accidents and perish prematurely, leaving the stage in sorrow. This is perhaps the norm in the cultivation world. Senior monk Shin Meng seemed to notice the change in Lin Shen's mood. She took a deep breath, forcing down the bitterness in her heart, and gave Lin Shen a faint smile. "Please forgive me, young Lin." Shen Meng looked at the jade flute in Lin Shen's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness and a touch of sorrow. "My disciple was named Qingling. She was gifted with intelligence and a pure heart, and she was the one I had always regarded as my most promising successor. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, while she was out training, she accidentally entered a treacherous secret realm and was ambushed and killed by a group of villains. She met her tragic end, her soul returning to the heavens. Upon hearing the news, I rushed there immediately, but all I could bring back was her lifeless body. Now her grave lies in the bamboo grove on the back mountain of my dream mist peak." At this point, Senior monk Shen Meng's gaze fell upon Lin Shen, a fleeting expression of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Shen Meng recalled his disciple Qingling, who had mentioned during her initiation ceremony that she had once been saved by a mysterious immortal brother who had given her a family heirloom jade flute as a token of their bond, promising to meet again one day. Could this young man before him be the immortal brother who had saved Qingling and whom she had always cherished as her savior? At the thought of this possibility, Senior Shin Meng looked at Lin Shen and asked curiously, "Lin Xiaoyu, are you the immortal brother who saved Qingling back then?" Lin Chen nodded in response. In that case, perhaps you should go visit Qingling's grave." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sighed softly and nodded. "She's already dead. It might be worth a visit." Perhaps there is still a chance for that ridiculous system quest to turn around? What if we recognize each other at the grave?
Senior Shin Meng, seeing this, couldn't help but smile slightly with a touch of relief.
He nodded and led Lin Chen toward the bamboo forest at the back of Mingxia Peak. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded and elegant bamboo grove. A solitary grave stood quietly there. A stone tablet stood before the grave. The words Qingling's tomb were clearly visible.
Elder Shin Meng looked at the grave, his eyes filled with bitterness. Meanwhile, upon seeing the grave, the familiar yet anticipated system notification sound rang out.
Ding! Detected that the host has arrived at the mission objective, Qingling's resting place. Successfully obtained the jade flute and conducted a special recognition across the realms of the living and the dead. Mission, reunion with the departed, jade flute affinity completed. Mission reward, any martial art skill can be directly upgraded to the small achievement realm. Reward has been distributed. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Lin Chen. Listening to the cold system prompt in his mind, along with the crystal clear words, mission complete, in bold. Lin Chen was completely speechless once again. He even felt like laughing. Damn it! Recognizing each other at the grave? Is that even possible? Damn system! You bastard, you're really a little genius. Chapter 64, you call this a little insight? Your insight is a bit twisted. Zuantiang Xianzong, the Holy Sun's Hall. Has he gone to the Qingyun sect now? Fang Xian asked. Reporting to the Holy Sun, yes.
According to reports from Wanshan Peak, Lin Chen has accepted a mission from Wanshan Jinjuan and is heading to Qingyun sect to deliver a pill to an old friend.
Xia Yu bowed and replied. The Qingyun sect. A cold gleam flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. Very good. Take this jade token and deliver it to my family. Have them dispatch 5 condensed pulse realm cultivators to eliminate this Lin Chen. Fang Xian no longer wanted to play any games of suppression or humiliation. He wanted Lin Chen to disappear from the outside world altogether. Within the sect, it was still manageable. But now that he was outside, if he died, he died. It's the Holy Sun. Xia Yu's heart sank, and he hurriedly obeyed the order and left. 5 condensed pulse realm experts. And they were elite assassins from the Holy Sun's own clan, trained to kill with precision. It seems that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has truly set his sights on that Lin Chen and is determined to kill him. Unfortunately, Fang Shen, who believed his arrangements were foolproof, had no idea that the current Lin Chen was no longer the old he once thought he could manipulate at will. His plan is doomed to fail once again. At the same time, Qingyun sect, the bamboo forest behind Mingxia Peak.
Senior monk Shin Meng stared at the lonely grave before her. After a moment, she slowly gathered her thoughts and turned her gaze to Lin Chen beside her. His gaze still carried a hint of strangeness and curiosity. Earlier, when she had speculated that Lin Chen was the immortal brother mentioned by Qingling and the savior of his life, she hadn't thought much of it. But now that it was confirmed, the curiosity and confusion in her heart erupted like spring bamboo shoots after rain. Qingling had told her about that incident nearly a century ago. Which meant, the man before her, who looked no older than 30, with his extraordinary demeanor as a disciple of the Xiantian immortal sect, his true age was likely at least 120 or 30 years old? Only a few decades younger than herself, a senior elder at the mid-golden core realm? Senior monk Shin Meng could clearly sense that the cultivation aura emanating from Lin Chen was only at the mid-stage of the qi-gathering realm, not even having touched the threshold of the pulse condensation realm. Over 100 years old. The cultivation level of the 4th stage of the qi-gathering realm. And yet he could become a core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong? And be taken as a personal disciple by a Yuanling stage powerhouse like Wanxiang Jinjuan? Are you kidding me? When did the standards for the Xiantian immortal sect become so low? Lin Chen naturally felt the strange and probing gaze of Elder Shin Meng. He couldn't help but smile wryly. At the same time, he finally understood. Why had Elder Shin Meng looked at him so strangely earlier? It seemed that his advanced age of over 100 years indeed made it easy for others to misunderstand and suspect him. Lin Chen cleared his throat and spoke up first. Senior Shin, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Upon hearing this, Elder Shin Meng realized her own, and she smiled awkwardly. She did not hide her doubts and asked directly. Ha, Ling young friend, please don't blame me. I was just curious. According to what Qingling said back then, you must have saved her nearly a century ago, right? Which means that you, Lin Xiaoyu, are now over 100 years old? At the age of 100, yet only at the mid-4th level of the qi-gathering realm to be frank, this doesn't seem particularly outstanding in the cultivation world. Yet you managed to become a core disciple of the Xiantian immortal sect and were even taken as a personal disciple by the venerable Wanxiang. Could there be some reason I'm unaware of? She asked this in a rather tactful manner. Lin Chen heard this. A look of I knew it flashed across his face. Lin Chen did not hide anything and explained honestly. Senior Shin has keen eyes. This junior is indeed of advanced age and has wasted a century of his life. In my youth, I was of mediocre talent, and my path of cultivation was fraught with obstacles. I couldn't even hope to become a core disciple, let alone an outer disciple. If it weren't for a stroke of luck recently, which allowed me to awaken my hidden physique and make rapid progress in my cultivation, breaking through one after another, I would have exhausted my lifespan and turned into a pile of dust. To put it bluntly, I guess you could say I'm a late bloomer.
Lin Chen's words were 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood.
I see. A late bloomer, then.
Upon hearing this, Elder Shen Meng's face immediately lit up with a look of sudden realization. She looked at Lin Chen, and the strangeness and confusion in her eyes vanished completely, replaced by deep admiration and astonishment. No wonder. I knew that someone chosen by the venerable Wanxiong to be his personal disciple couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. So it turns out that young Lin has been building up his strength all along, and with a sudden epiphany, he has awakened his supreme talent.
Such an opportunity, such perseverance, truly admirable.
Senior Shen Meng sighed, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Lin Chen.
The cultivation world truly has no limits. There are prodigious youths who soar to the heavens with blinding brilliance. And there are those like Lin Xiaoyu, who have been lying low for a century, only to emerge and astonish the world with their late blooming talent. With your extraordinary talent and potential, your future achievements will be truly limitless.
Lin Chen smiled modestly at the praise.
This excuse of being a late bloomer. It gets better with each use.
Seeing this, Lin Chen bowed respectfully to Elder Shen Meng and said,
"Thank you for your kind words, Elder Shen."
Speaking of which, at the grave of Qingling Xianzi, I felt a deep connection, as if I had gained new insights into my own cultivation.
May I borrow this sacred place on Mingxia Peak for a while? To meditate for a moment?
Lin Chen also wanted to use the system reward of mastering any martial art to a basic level as soon as possible. After all, this was something that could greatly enhance his strength.
A sense of inspiration?
Senior Monk Shen Meng heard this and paused slightly, a look of surprise flashing across his face.
No. Can one gain insights even by facing a grave? That's way too bizarre.
But upon further reflection, she let it go. The enlightenment opportunities of cultivators are inherently mysterious and indescribably profound. Sometimes it might be as simple as seeing a falling leaf, hearing a bird song, or even just daydreaming and letting one's mind wander. Any of these could suddenly transport one into that mystical state of oneness with the universe. Since Lin Chen said he felt something in his heart, he must have truly gained some insight. Moreover, he was the savior of her disciple, so there was no reason for her to refuse such a small request.
Of course not.
Senior Monk Shen Meng smiled gently and nodded. Young friend Lin, if you wish to meditate here, feel free to do so. My Dream Mist Peak may not compare to your sect's 10,000 Phenomena Peak, but it still has ample spiritual energy.
The listening to the rain pavilion at the peak is where I usually seclude myself for meditation. The environment is serene and undisturbed, making it perfect for you to quiet your mind and gain insights.
Thank you, Elder Shen.
Lin Chen expressed his gratitude upon hearing this.
Lin Chen never expected Elder Shen Meng to be so accommodating, not only agreeing to let him use the sacred site but also offering up his own secluded meditation chamber.
He would remember this kindness.
Under Shen Meng's personal guidance, Lin Chen soon arrived at the Listening to the Rain Pavilion, a place located at the peak with an extremely elegant and serene environment. After thanking Elder Shen Meng once more, Lin Chen entered the meditation room and sat down in the lotus position. Without any hesitation, he immediately communicated with the system and said in a solemn voice, "System, I wish to use the mastery of any martial art reward.
Target for enhancement innate Gangjin sword body. Ding. Host has confirmed the use of the mastery of any martial art reward to enhance the proficiency of the Xiantian Gangjin Jianti.
Enhancing proficiency of the Xiantian Gangjin Jianti. Congratulations, host. The innate Gangjin sword body heavenly grade lower tier has successfully been upgraded to the mastery realm."
Boom. Almost the moment the system prompt sounded.
A terrifyingly sharp aura and boundless vital energy, 100 times more terrifying than when Lin Chen first mastered the Xiantian Gangjin Jianti at the beginner level, suddenly erupted from his body without any warning. Golden divine light surged forth like a tidal wave from every pore of his body, bathing him entirely in a golden glow, transforming him into an unparalleled war god forged from molten gold. The bones within his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if undergoing some divine transformation, becoming even more indestructible and brimming with explosive power. Lin Chen's blood surged like thunder. Every flow seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. And his Gangjin sword intent, which had already reached the initial stage of mastery, surged wildly at this moment, as if it had been nourished by an unparalleled force. Vaguely, it seemed to have touched the threshold of the great achievement sword intent. Wave after wave of golden sword chi ripples, visible to the naked eye, surge out from Lin Chen in all directions. Boom! The entire Mengxia peak trembled violently under this terrifying phenomenon. The clouds at the peak were instantly torn apart. In the sky, the clouds and winds changed color, and thunder roared and lightning flashed. Countless golden sword shadows appeared, intertwined, and collided in the void, as if billions of divine swords were paying homage to their newly born sovereign. Such a terrifying and earth-shaking phenomenon instantly alarmed the entire Qingyun sect. At that very moment, Senior monk Shen Meng, who was standing outside the listening to the rain pavilion, preparing to protect Lin Chen and prevent him from being disturbed, upon witnessing this sudden, earth-shaking phenomenon, he was completely dumbfounded. Senior monk Shen Meng widened her gentle eyes, her cherry lips slightly parted, staring at the listening to the rain pavilion, which was shrouded in endless golden divine light and terrifying sword chi, as if she were looking at a monster. In Shen Meng's mind, there was only one thought at that moment. What? You call this a little insight? Your enlightenment is a bit twisted. Chapter 65, Feng Xian's Arrangements. 5 Condensed Pulse Realm Cultivators? You really think highly of me. At the peak of Mingxia Peak, outside the listening to the rain pavilion, Senior monk Shen Meng gazed at the elegant pavilion shrouded in endless golden divine light and terrifying sword chi, her beautiful face still bearing traces of shock. She had lived for hundreds of years, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and prided herself on her vast experience. But someone like Lin Chen, who had merely gained some insight from staring at a grave, could unleash such a terrifying phenomenon that nearly overturned the entire mountain peak. She had never seen anything like this before. This Lin Chen. Where was the late bloomer? This is clearly a demonic prodigy disguised as a 100-year-old old man. An old pervert who doesn't play by the rules. Just as Senior monk Shen Meng's mind was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. Whoosh! 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 Several streaks of light, emanating powerful energy, broke through the sky from all directions of Qingyun sect. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the peak of Mengxia Peak. At the forefront was an elderly man dressed in a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, his face gaunt and his eyes as deep as the starry sky, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He was none other than the current patriarch of the Qingyun sect, Yun Haizhenren. A genuine early-stage Yuanling stage powerhouse, and behind him followed several core elders of the Qingyun sect, all of whom were top-tier experts at the late stage or even peak of the Jindan realm. They had clearly been startled by the terrifying sword intent and the unusual phenomenon of energy that had swept through the entire Qingyun sect earlier. Shin Shimi, what's going on? Did you take on a demonic disciple? As soon as Yun Haizhenren landed, he fixed his gaze on Shen Meng, the elder, and asked with a hint of excitement and joy in his voice. The other elders also turned their gazes toward Shen Meng, waiting for her explanation. Seeing that the sect master and the other senior disciples had been startled, Shen Meng hurriedly composed herself, bowed respectfully to Yun Haizhenren and the other elders, then pointed at the listening to the rain pavilion, which was still shimmering with golden light and filled with sword energy, and explained with a wry smile. Reporting to the sect master and senior disciples. The one who caused this extraordinary phenomenon is not my disciple. He is the newly adopted personal disciple of Wanxiang Jinjuan, a core elder of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Lin Chen, a young friend. He came to my dream mist peak today for 2 reasons, to deliver a pill and to find someone. Lin Xiu is looking for the child Qingling. After I brought him to Qingling's grave, he paid his respects and said he had some insights. He asked to borrow my sacred place to meditate and contemplate, but. Senior monk Shen Meng said this, looking both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected this either. Lin Chen's brief meditation had actually caused such a commotion. The direct disciple of the Wanxiang Jinjuan of the Xiantian Xianzong? I've heard of him. It is said that his name is Lin Chen. He only ascended to the outer sect at the age of 100, and then made a stunning debut in the outer sect competition, after which he was taken as a disciple by the Wanxiang Jinjuan. He has come to our Qingyun sect? And he is here with you, Shin Shimi, to attain enlightenment? Yun Haizhenren and the other elders were all taken aback upon hearing this. They had heard some legendary tales about Lin Chen before, but they had always assumed they were exaggerated rumors. But they never imagined. This Lin Chen is truly a prodigy. Simply by closing himself off to meditate and gain insight, he could trigger such an earth-shaking phenomenon? Such talent. Such potential. It's utterly shocking. No wonder he's from the Xiantian immortal sect. Yun Haizhenren gazed at the listening to the rain pavilion, bathed in golden light and surging with sword energy, and couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation. One of the top immortal sects. Their depth of cultivation is truly beyond imagination. A mere core elderess newly recruited disciple, yet during cultivation, he can already emit such an astonishing and world-shaking phenomenon. Such talent is truly defying the heavens. The other elders nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the listening to the rain pavilion, filled with awe and a touch of envy. They naturally did not believe that this was merely Lin Chen's individual achievement. In their eyes, the true key to cultivating such a prodigious disciple lay in the Xiantian immortal sect's bottomless depths of heritage and tradition. Unfortunately, they did not know. Lin Chen was an exception. He wasn't cultivated by the Xiantian Xianzong at all. He is simply a cheat code using cheat. That's it. Because of an unexpected epiphany,
Lin Chen's name, along with his reputation as a prodigy at the age of 100, began to spread among the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect. Even the holy maiden of the Qingyun sect, who had been in seclusion for years, devoted solely to cultivation, and rarely concerned herself with worldly matters. And the prodigiously talented Saint Sun, hailed as the future hope of the Qingyun sect, upon hearing of this, also developed a faint curiosity toward this Lin Chen from the Xintian Xianzong.
Within the quiet chamber of Tingyu Xian,
Lin Chen had no idea that his minor insight had once again sparked such immense attention outside. At that moment, he was fully immersed in the indescribable sense of comfort and power brought by breaking through to the minor achievement realm of the primordial Gangjin sword body technique. A heaven-grade lower-tier physical cultivation technique. The minor achievement realm. The enhancements it brought were comprehensive. Not only had his physical strength surged by dozens of times, rivaling that of a humanoid beast, but his vital energy was now as vast and boundless as a river or sea, endlessly flowing and regenerating at an otherworldly rate. But more importantly, the passive effect that was merely 3 times attack power when first learning the technique. After breaking through to the minor achievement realm, it has been upgraded again, surging directly to a full 5 times. A 5-fold increase in passive attack power.
What does that even mean?
This means that Lin Chen can now unleash a single punch with a power equivalent to 5 times his previous strength. If he combines this with his equally transformed, razor-sharp small achievement Gangjin sword intent and the Earth-grade upper-tier Blue Lotus sword technique, Lin Chen felt, even if he were to face a true 8th tier or even 9th tier peak, condensed pulse realm expert,
he would absolutely dare to confront them head-on.
He could even cut them down with his sword. The feeling of his strength being greatly enhanced once again filled Lin Chen with immense joy. Slowly withdrawing his energy, Lin Chen stood tall, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence.
It's time to go back.
Lin Chen glanced out the window. The sky was already growing dark. His mission at Qingyun sect had been completed, and he had unexpectedly gained such a tremendous boost. He had truly reaped a bountiful harvest, and it was time to bid farewell to Elder Shen Meng and return to the Xintian Xianzong. As Lin Chen pushed open the door to the quiet room, he saw Senior Monk Shen Meng waiting outside with a complex expression on his face.
Senior Shen, thank you for lending this sacred place to this junior for cultivation. I have benefited greatly.
Lin Chen bowed respectfully to Shen Meng and expressed his gratitude sincerely.
Lin, you're too kind.
Meng looked at Lin Chen, whose aura was now more subdued yet still hinted at a sharp, unsettling edge, and felt a mix of emotions. This young man. No, this old monster, his future achievements will likely surpass everyone's imagination. Elder Shen Meng's face softened into a gentle smile as he said, if you don't mind, young friend Lin, feel free to visit my Dream Mist Peak whenever you have the time.
I'll always welcome you.
Certainly, certainly. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, taking it as a polite gesture. After exchanging a few more polite words with Elder Shen Meng, Lin Chen took his leave. Elder Shen Meng did not insist, personally escorting him to the foot of Mengxia Peak. After leaving Qingyun sect, Lin Chen rushed straight toward the direction of Xintian Xianzong. However, just as Lin Chen had left the boundaries of the Qingyun sect's mountain gates and entered a vast, unbroken range of primordial mountains, roughly 100 li later, his sword intent suddenly trembled slightly.
A faint yet icy and malevolent killing intent.
It silently locked onto him from all directions. A total of 5. And the master of each killing intent had reached the condensation vein realm, though all were only at the initial stage of that realm. However, with 5 of them acting together, their combined strength was absolutely no joke. Lin Chen's advancing figure came to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over the seemingly calm yet secretly treacherous forest. A cold smile filled with mockery and disdain curled at the corners of his lips.
5 condensation vein realm cultivators? You really think highly of me, don't you? No need to guess. Besides that Saint Sun Fangxian, who had repeatedly tried to kill him. He couldn't think of anyone else who would go to such lengths, dispatching 5 condensed pulse realm experts to ambush him, a mere 4th-tier chi-gathering realm cultivator. It seems that this holy sun is truly desperate.
Chapter 66, 1 sword, 1 small pulse condenser.
The unbelievable strength of the Fang clan.
Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure flickered through the dense forest, drawing the 5 pursuing chi condensation realm auras into a more remote, desolate valley filled with.
You've followed me for so long.
It's time to show yourselves, isn't it? Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on a massive boulder, his voice calm yet clear, echoing through every inch of the surrounding air. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh! 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 5 figures dressed in identical black robes, their faces concealed by grotesque demon masks, emanating a cold, murderous aura, emerged silently from different directions like ghostly apparitions. They surrounded Lin Chen completely. 5 powerful auras belonging to early-stage condensed pulse realm experts were released without restraint, instantly sealing off the entire valley and cutting off all of Lin Chen's escape routes.
I didn't expect you, old man. Your perception is quite sharp. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke in a hoarse voice, tinged with mockery. He surveyed Lin Chen from head to toe, his tone carrying a hint of condescending scrutiny. For us to dispatch 5 condensation core realm experts to deal with you, you can consider yourself dying a worthy death. It seems your strength is indeed no joke. No wonder the young master is so fixated on you. They seem to be quite familiar with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, feigned a look of sudden realization and asked rhetorically, "The young master you mentioned, could it be Fong Xian Xingzi?" The 5 Fong family condensed pulse realm experts heard this and burst into a piercing cold laugh. The leader, a black-clad figure, spoke in a grim tone. "Old man, don't you already know the answer? When you go to hell and are reincarnated, remember to keep your eyes open and don't offend those you shouldn't." As soon as he finished speaking, "Attack!" At the leader's command, the black-clad figures sprang into action. 5 condensed pulse realm experts erupted into action almost simultaneously. Sword flashes, blade shadows, fist auras, palm winds. 5 distinct, ruthless attacks swept in like a storm, descending from 5 different directions with lethal intent, aiming to overwhelm Lin Chen. They clearly intended to leave him no chance to react or resist. They aimed to crush him with overwhelming force in an instant. However, facing the combined attack of the 5 condensed pulse realm experts, Lin Chen's face showed no trace of panic or fear, and even a faint smile curved his lips. "Ha ha! Come on! This is the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of my newly mastered innate Gangjin sword body against you blind fools of the condensed pulse realm." At the same time, Lin Chen had already made up his mind to spare the black-clad man who had spoken earlier and interrogate him thoroughly. What to ask? Of course, the address of the Fong family. As for the other 4, let them die. In the blink of an eye. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry, filled with unmatched sharpness, suddenly echoed throughout the entire valley. Lin Chen's Gangjin Lingjian had already left its sheath. In an instant, an indescribable terrifying pressure erupted from his seemingly ordinary body, like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. Golden true chi at the mid-4th level of the chi-gathering realm surged like a raging river. The 5-fold passive attack power boost granted by mastering the primordial Gangjin sword body technique was instantly activated. The Gangjin sword intent at the minor achievement realm was unleashed without reservation. The Earth-grade upper-tier sword technique, the Blue Lotus Sword Manual, was unleashed. This time, it was no longer the poetic image of a single blue lotus, nor the swirling blue lotus sword rain of before, but a single blue sword light. Just one. Swish. The blue sword light flashes and vanishes. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the 5 condensed pulse realm experts charging at full force couldn't even react. They only felt a flash of blue light before their eyes. Then, there was nothing else. Put. 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 4 dull sounds of blades slicing through flesh echoed almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, under the horrified and disbelieving stares of the remaining black-clad men deliberately left behind by Lin Chen, the 4 companions whose strength was on par with his own and who were also at the pulse condensation realm. Their bodies froze in mid-air as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell. A faint trickle of blood began to seep from their necks. Instantly, 4 heads flew into the sky. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from their headless necks, staining the scattered rocks in the valley red, and also staining their eyes with fear and despair. One sword strike. Instant kill. Not even the 5 people present could see how the sword had been drawn. For genuine condensed pulse realm experts were beheaded without even a scream, their souls returning to the underworld. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence, with only the black-clad figure deliberately spared by Lin Chen standing frozen in place, as if he had seen a ghost. The ghostly mask on his face had long since fallen to the ground, revealing a young face twisted in extreme fear and endless horror. Fangmu stared wide-eyed at the 4 lifeless, headless bodies on the ground, twitching and growing cold, then looked back at Lin Chen, who stood before him with his hands behind his back, expression calm, as if he had merely swatted away a few flies. Fangmu's body began to tremble violently beyond his control. A chill so intense it defied description surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, leaving him feeling as though he had been plunged into an ice cave. How is this possible? 4 condensed pulse realm cultivators. Killed in an instant with a single sword strike? What the hell kind of monster is this? He was only at the 4th level of chi gathering realm, wasn't he? How could he unleash such terrifying combat power? From that fleeting flash of blue sword light just now, he clearly sensed a terrifying sword intent that made his soul tremble. That was definitely the sword intent of the minor achievement realm. And the sword light contained at least earth-grade martial arts energy, along with what seemed like unstoppable, everything-tearing Gangjin power. Special spiritual body. Earth-grade sword technique. Minor achievement in sword intent. Such profound foundations. Could this be a disciple who has just become a core member of a divine sect? Gulp. The lone Fangmu struggled to swallow, feeling his throat grow dry and his breathing grow labored. He watched Lin Chen, who held the Gangjin spirit sword and approached him with an icy gaze as cold as death, and his fear reached its peak. Now. Lin Chen stepped forward, the tip of his sword pointing at the four corpses on the ground, his voice calm and indifferent. Can you answer my question now? Fang Mu trembled violently upon hearing Lin Chen's voice.
He looked into Lin Chen's emotionless, icy eyes and at the Gangjin Lingjian sword still emanating a chilling aura. The instinct to survive overrode all thoughts of family honor or the young master's orders.
Fang Mu immediately knelt down on the ground. He bowed his head repeatedly. All he wanted now was to stay alive. Lin Chen saw Fang Mu's state and let out a cold smile. Where exactly is your Fang family's residence? And what other moves has your Fang Xinxingzi made recently? Now that the mask has been torn off, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't bother with any more niceties. This Fang Xian had tried to kill him time and again. Does he really think he's an easy target? At this stage, he can't directly take action against Fang Xian or the Fang family as a whole. But assassinating these individuals is absolutely no problem. He must make Fang Xian and the Fang family suffer properly. Fang Mu sensed the unbridled killing intent emanating from Lin Chen and dared not hide or hesitate in the slightest.
Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, he revealed everything he knew, including the Fang family's hideouts and their recent activities, in meticulous detail. Lin Chen listened quietly, his eyes flashing with cold light, his killing intent palpable. Moments later, after Fang Mu had revealed all the information he knew, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Looking down at Fang Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, Lin Chen merely smiled at him and spoke words that sent a chill through his heart. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, you may go in peace. Before the words had even finished, whoosh! A flash of green sword light streaked across the sky once more. Chapter 67, I'll have to return to the sect later. Cultivating the Thousand Faces technique. In the chaotic rock valley, the air was filled with the stench of blood. Lin Chen looked at the last lifeless body on the ground, its body growing colder by the second, his face expressionless. 5 Fang family experts at the condensed pulse realm were gone. They couldn't even cause him a single scratch. Fang family, Fang Xian. Lin Chen murmured these two names softly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. As the family that had produced the saint's son Fang Xian, the Fang family's heritage and strength were by no means to be underestimated. Although his own strength had greatly increased, he was still only at the mid-stage of the Qi-gathering realm, far from being able to act with impunity. Going head-to-head was for the reckless. This was a matter for the cunning. Lin Chen had always preferred to plan carefully before acting, aiming for a decisive strike. It seems I need to practice the Thousand Faces technique first. Lin Chen thought to himself. Earlier, on Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the system task for healing Tushan Susu's old injuries rewarded him with a lower-tier Earth-grade divine technique, the Thousand Faces technique. This supernatural ability to alter one's appearance and mimic others' aura is precisely what he needs right now. As long as he can master the basics of the Thousand Faces technique, even a simple change in appearance would be enough for him to blend into the Feng family's territory undetected. At that point, the so-called young geniuses of the Feng family would be no more than lambs awaiting slaughter in his eyes, to be disposed of at his whim. Start with the smaller ones first, collect interest slowly, no need to rush. With that thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. After quickly clearing the battlefield, he immediately carved out a simple temporary cave dwelling on a nearby hill. After setting up several warning barriers, Lin Chen crossed his legs and sat down, immersing his mind in the study of the Thousand Faces technique. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Within the cave, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. A peculiar expression appeared on his face as he raised his hand to touch his own face. Under his control, the muscles and bones of his face were undergoing a strange transformation. Moments later, a face that was completely different from his previous one, slightly aged, appeared on his face. Is this the effect of mastering the Thousand Faces technique? Lin Chen summoned a water mirror and looked at the unfamiliar face in it, his brows furrowing slightly. Although his appearance had indeed changed, it still felt unnatural and fake. It was as if he were wearing a poorly made human skin mask, filled with traces of alteration, unnatural, and easily detectable. The entry-level Thousand Faces technique is indeed lacking in depth. Relying solely on spiritual energy to forcefully alter facial features is ultimately a lower-tier technique. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This level of disguise might fool ordinary mortals. But to deceive those with profound cultivation and keen spiritual perception? That's sheer folly. It seems I must continue my cultivation. At least I must reach the initial stage of mastery. Lin Chen closed his eyes once more, immersing himself once again in the profound study of the Thousand Faces technique. The terrifying innate talent for cultivation once again manifested itself in full force. Time slipped away quietly in the monotonous yet focused contemplation. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within the cave, Lin Chen's body underwent another strange transformation. The muscles on his face no longer twitched stiffly as before. Instead, they seemed to have gained a life of their own, beginning to adjust and reshape themselves in an extremely subtle and natural rhythm.
The gaps between his bones, the texture of his muscles, and even the pores of his skin were undergoing profound transformations under his precise control. This was no longer a simple illusion created by spiritual energy. It was true metamorphosis. No one knew how much time had passed. When Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, his face had completely transformed into that of a middle-aged merchant, appearing to be around 50 years old, with an ordinary appearance but eyes that betrayed a hint of shrewdness and world-weariness. Lin Chen once again gathered the water mirror and examined his reflection carefully. This time, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. The person in the mirror, whether it was the contours of his features or his demeanor and aura, was completely different from his previous appearance. Moreover, this transformation was extremely natural and seamless, as if he had been born with this appearance, leaving no trace of any disguise. The Thousand Faces technique has indeed reached the realm of minor mastery. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise it silently in his heart. According to the records of the Thousand Faces technique, this divine ability is divided into 4 realms. At the entry level, one can only roughly alter their appearance using spiritual energy, with obvious flaws. At the minor achievement stage, one can precisely control their facial muscles and bones to make meticulous adjustments, forming an appearance that seems as though it were born naturally, seamless and flawless, capable of deceiving even the spiritual sense of a golden core cultivator. At the advanced stage, it becomes even more terrifying, not only able to alter one's appearance but also mimic another's bloodline aura and even soul fluctuations, making it nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't discern the difference. As for the pinnacle of this art, that is even more astonishing, as one can mimic not only cultivation realm, aura, and pressure, but also every movement, word, and deed, making them indistinguishable from the real person, truly achieving limitless transformation at will. However, for Lin Chen at present, the minor achievement realm of the Thousand Faces technique is more than sufficient. In his current guise as a merchant, even if the elder of the 10,000 phenomena were to stand before him, he might not be able to recognize him at a glance. Excellent. Fang Jia, Fang Xian. It's my turn to surprise you all. Lin Chen smiled lightly, then withdrew the restrictions on his cave residence. His figure flickered and vanished into the remote hills. Several days later, the Tianfeng mountain range region. This was the ancestral home of the holy son Fang Xian, where the Fang clan had been entrenched for thousands of years. As Lin Chen had suspected, the Fang clan's foundations and strength were immense. Nearly a third of the Tianfeng mountains were considered their private domain, shrouded in layers of restrictions and surveillance. Ordinary cultivators dare not approach lightly. At the foot of the Tianfeng mountains lies a bustling city, Tianfeng City. This city serves as the Fang family's primary hub for external communication and control over the surrounding regions. At that moment, a young cultivator, appearing to be in his early 20s, with an ordinary yet handsome face, dressed in simple blue robes, carrying a plain long sword on his back, and exuding a restrained aura indicative of a cultivation level of the second or third layer of the Qi condensation realm, was strolling leisurely through the bustling streets of Tianfeng City. He was none other than Lin Chen, who had altered his appearance and demeanor. Having mastered the Thousand Faces technique to a certain degree, Lin Chen had not only altered his appearance but also adjusted his physique and subtle, habitual movements. At this moment, he was unrecognizable from his former self and bore little resemblance to his true form as a 100-year-old elder. Dressed as a young wandering cultivator, though his cultivation was not high, he blended in seamlessly. In Tianfeng City, where cultivators came and went like a stream, no one gave him a second glance. Lin Chen strolled through the city, carefully observing the shops, cultivators, and the patrol disciples dressed in Fang family attire. Soon, Lin Chen found himself in a rather upscale establishment called Welcoming the Immortals, where cultivators gathered in large numbers. From the lively conversation of several cultivators at the neighboring table, he overheard a piece of information that piqued his interest. Have you heard, fellow cultivators? The Fang family has struck it rich recently. A sharp-faced, monkey-faced cultivator lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Oh? What do you mean? Wang Daoyu, hurry up and tell us. A cultivator dressed in fine robes immediately asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The sharp-faced cultivator, Wang, smiled smugly, took a sip of spiritual wine, and continued, It's said that the Fang family has joined forces with the other 2 major cultivator clans of the Tianfeng mountain range, the Wang family and the Li family, to jointly develop an ancient secret realm left behind by cultivators from the ancient times deep within the Tianfeng mountain range. What? An unexplored ancient secret realm? At this, the few cultivators at the same table, as well as those eavesdropping at nearby tables, couldn't help but let out a low gasp of astonishment. An unexplored secret realm. That often meant an abundance of heavenly treasures and rare herbs, and might even hold lost cultivation techniques. This was an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. That's right. The cultivator surnamed Wang, seeing the shocked expressions of the others, grew even more arrogant. It's said that the secret realm is filled with an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy, with rare spiritual herbs growing everywhere. Some even claim that the complete lineage of an ancient powerhouse might be hidden there. Wow, if that's true, the Fong family, Wang family, and Li family would rise to the heavens.
A cultivator sucked in a breath of air, his tone filled with envy.
Exactly.
The Wang surnamed cultivator lowered his voice and continued, currently, the Fong, Wang, and Li families have completely sealed off the entrance to the secret realm, with strict security measures in place.
Not even a fly can get in.
Only the core disciples and elite clan members selected by the three families are allowed to enter in batches to seek their fortune. It's said that in 2 days' time, the three families will officially open the core area of the secret realm and begin a large-scale treasure hunt. Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
The Fong family? The Wang family? The Li family? Jointly opening the secret realm? Mass entry to search for treasures? This is like heaven itself is helping him.
He had been thinking about how to cause trouble for the Fong family. But now the opportunity has come knocking on his door. In a secret realm cut off from the outside world filled with unknown dangers. The possibilities are endless. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. He made up his mind immediately. This so-called ancient secret realm.
He must infiltrate them.
Then capture all the members of the Fong family who have entered the secret realm to seek treasure.
Not a single one should be spared. Wipe them all out. Chapter 68, Searching for Targets. Infiltrate the Wang family. They're all cut from the same cloth.
In Tianfeng City, the streets were bustling with people.
Lin Chen, disguised as a young wandering cultivator in his early 20s, walked leisurely among the crowd.
His spiritual sense spread out like invisible tentacles, quietly gathering information about the three major families, the Fong family, the Wang family, and the Li family. He knew that the best way to infiltrate the ancient secret realm about to open without being detected was to replace the identity of a young heir from one of the three major families who was eligible to enter the secret realm. This way, he could not only easily obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm but also use this opportunity to get close to the core members of the Fong family, laying the groundwork for his future revenge plan.
I need to find someone easy to target.
And it has to be someone fairly high up, so I can get information about the Fong family. Lin Chen calculated silently in his mind. As he strolled through the city, seemingly at random, he kept a close eye on the young disciples dressed in the attire of the Wang early families, trying to select a suitable candidate to replace. Just as he arrived at a bustling marketplace area, suddenly, a loud argument erupted from a stall selling talismans nearby, immediately catching Lin Chen's attention.
Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and approached discreetly.
Before him stood a young man dressed in luxurious robes, his face bearing a hint of arrogance, shouting angrily at the stall owner. Behind him were several henchmen, equally arrogant and obsequious, grinning sycophantically. The stall owner, a middle-aged wandering cultivator who looked honest and meek, was now flushed red, dared not speak up, and kept his head bowed.
You old fool, are you deaf?
The young man in the brocade robe pointed at the vendor's nose and shouted arrogantly.
This young master has taken a liking to your fire seal. That's a favor I'm doing for you. And you dare ask me for spirit stones? Do you know who I am? Do you think I'm joking?
With a single word from me, I can have your shabby stall wiped off the face of Tianfeng City. The vendor trembled slightly at the words, a hint of fear flashing across his face, but he mustered his courage and whispered in defense. Sir, this fire seal is no ordinary item. It's worth 10 low-grade spirit stones each, and I won haggle.
You took 5 of them just now and didn't give a single spirit stone. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? How dare you?
A sharp-faced, monkey-faced henchman stepped forward from behind the well-dressed young man and shouted at the stall owner.
You blind fool, dare you speak back to our young master Wang? Let me tell you, our young master is the direct descendant of the Wang family of Tianfeng City, Wang Haiba.
The fact that young master Wang deigned to look at your worthless talismans is a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes.
You dare ask for spirit stones? I think you've had enough of living. Wang Haiba, the young master of the Wang family?
Upon hearing that name, the vendor's face turned as white as paper and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He dared not utter another word. He could only grit his teeth, swallow his blood, and accept his misfortune. Meanwhile, Wang Haiba, seeing the stall owner's terrified and cowering state, grew even more arrogant and burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
You old fool knows your place. Remember, keep your eyes open around this young master in the future.
Don't dare to be ungrateful. Let us go.
With that, Wang Haiba strode away like a victorious rooster, accompanied by his henchmen, leaving the vendor behind, unable to hold back his tears. The surrounding cultivators, though most of them looked displeased, dared not utter a word of criticism.
After all, the Wang family's influence in Tianfeng City was second only to the Feng family, something ordinary wandering cultivators like them couldn't afford to provoke.
Lin Chen took it all in, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Wang Haiba? The eldest son of the Wang family? Oof. The target is clear now.
Lin Chen curved his lips into a meaningful smile, then vanished in a flash, silently following Wang Haiba and his group.
He didn't act immediately.
Instead, he planned to first get a good understanding of Wang Haiba's background and character.
If he turned out to be a scoundrel, then Lin Chen wouldn't hesitate to send him on his way. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Over the next half-day, Lin Chen moved like a ghost, keeping a safe distance behind Wang Haiba, allowing him to gain a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the glorious deeds of this young master of the Wang family. This guy is nothing but a complete scum of the earth. Abusing his status as the Wang family's eldest son, he ran rampant in Tianfeng City, committing every imaginable evil. He harasses virtuous women, robs merchants of their belongings, and beats innocent cultivators. He was a master of every vice: drinking, gambling, and prostitution. Bullying men and oppressing women is as common as eating and drinking. The number of cultivators and commoners in Tianfeng City who have been victimized by him is no less than 800, if not 1,000. The people are boiling with anger and complaints are everywhere. But out of fear of the Wang family's influence, no one dares to speak out. He's truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Chen listened to the numerous accounts of Wang Haiba's misdeeds, and the last remnant of hesitation in his heart vanished completely. Originally, he had thought that if Wang Haiba's crimes did not warrant death, he would only take his title and spare his life. After all, Lin Chen wasn't some bloodthirsty monster who killed innocents without mercy. But now it was clear. Such scum are nothing but a menace to society. Killing him would be doing the people a favor. Moreover, judging from Wang Haiba's actions, the Wang family probably isn't much better either. They're all snakes and rats, colluding with each other. Since that's the case, Lin Chen will take it upon himself to uphold justice and give these scum a lesson they'll never forget. It would be best if they turned on each other and killed one another. That would be truly entertaining. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen felt no further psychological burden. He patiently waited for the best opportunity to act. Finally, as night fell and the streetlights came on, Wang Haiba, the tyrant of the city, was indulging in debauchery with a group of dissolute friends at the largest brothel in the city, drinking and carousing all afternoon. Finally, satisfied, he staggered out, dragging along two equally drunk henchmen, heading toward the Wang family mansion. The road was quite secluded, with few passers-by. It was the perfect opportunity to act. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as his figure moved like a ghost, silently appearing in a dark corner along the path that Wang Haiba and his group must pass through. He suppressed all his aura, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Soon, Wang Haiba's unsteady figure came into his line of sight. Hee, little beauty, don't run, let this old man give you some tender loving care. Wang Haiba mumbled incoherently, his words slurred with drunkenness, clearly completely intoxicated. The two henchmen by his side were also stumbling around, their minds clouded. Now was the moment. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He acted decisively. Whoosh! A streak of green sword light, fast beyond belief, silently shot toward Wang Haiba's throat. Though he hadn't used his full strength, this strike contained all the true chi of his 4th-tier chi condensation cultivation and a hint of his partially mastered Gangjin sword intent. It was more than enough to instantly kill any cultivator below the 9th level of chi condensation realm. However, just as the blue sword light was about to pierce Wang Haiba's throat, an unexpected change occurred. In Wang Haiba's embrace, a jade pendant that looked utterly ordinary suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. Immediately afterward, a thick golden light barrier instantly enveloped Wang Haiba's entire body, completely sealing him within. Whoosh! Lin Chen's sword light, sharp enough to instantly kill a high-tier chi condensation realm cultivator, struck the golden light barrier with tremendous force. The light barrier trembled slightly before being completely repelled. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A life-saving trump card? Who would have thought that this spoiled brat would possess such a powerful protective artifact? It seems the Wang family truly cares about this precious young master. Just as Lin Chen's attack missed its mark, Wang Haiba, who had been drunk and disoriented, suddenly sensed the sudden, life-threatening danger and the intense vibration caused by his protective jade pendant being activated. His entire body felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water. He snapped out of it instantly. He snapped back to his senses completely. Who is that? Wang Haiba was utterly terrified, all traces of drunkenness gone. He looked at the golden light shield floating around his body and the green-clad wandering cultivator in front of him, who held a long sword and emanated a cold, murderous intent. He was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. His soul seemed to leave his body. Who are you? Why are you trying to assassinate this young master? Wang Haiba asked tremblingly, his body involuntarily retreating step by step. The two henchmen by his side had already been startled awake by the sudden turn of events, trembling in fear as they hid behind Wang Haiba, not daring to breathe a single breath. Lin Chen looked at Wang Haiba's terrified and cowardly expression, a cold smile curving his lips. You want to know who I am? Ha ha! Go ask the king of hell in the underworld. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen gave Wang Haiba no chance to beg for mercy. Boom! The Gangjin sword intent at the Shaochang realm erupted without reservation. The fivefold passive attack power boost granted by mastering the innate Gangjin sword body technique was instantly activated. The Gangjin spirit sword in his hand emitted a clear, piercing sword cry filled with unparalleled sharpness. Earth grade upper tier sword technique, the Blue Lotus sword technique. Full power. Whoosh! A blue sword lotus, even more brilliant, more refined, and filled with the ultimate sharpness and aura of annihilation, appeared before Wang Haiba like a teleportation. No! Wang Haiba's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He wanted to flee. He wanted to resist. But before this terrifying blue lotus, which seemed capable of extinguishing everything, all his struggles seemed so feeble and powerless. But there was no suspense at all. That beautiful blue sword lotus effortlessly pierced through Wang Haiba's defenses and completely shredded his heart. Wang Haiba's body collapsed limply. Life force fled like a receding tide. Until his last breath. Wang Haiba didn't even know who he had offended. The two cowardly henchmen beside him, who had already been terrified into stupidity, were not even worth a second glance from Lin Chen. With two casual sword chi strikes, he sent them on their way. Several dozen breaths later, in the quiet corner of the street, moonlight cast flickering shadows. Under the tree's shadows, a figure identical to the arrogant and domineering Wang Haiba emerged slowly. It was Lin Chen, who had mastered the Thousand Faces technique to a certain degree, perfectly disguised as Wang Haiba. Lin Chen glanced down at the luxurious brocade robe he wore, then raised his hand to touch his new face, which now bore the arrogant and defiant features of a young nobleman. A smile filled with amusement and anticipation curled at the corners of his lips. Ha, the young master of the Wang family? This identity isn't too bad. I hope the things that come next will be even more interesting. Chapter 69, Wang Haiba, the young master, has changed his ways? As night fell, the streets of Tianfeng City grew deserted. Lin Chen, having mastered the Thousand Faces technique to a basic level, perfectly disguised himself as Wang Haiba, the eldest son of the Wang family, and strode confidently toward the Wang family mansion. He clearly remembered the detailed information he had forced out of the real Wang Haiba, including his daily habits, the layout of the mansion, and even the characteristics of some of the servants. Though the process was far from pleasant, the results were undeniable. The Wang family mansion was located in the eastern district of Tianfeng City, covering a vast area. With its red gates, high walls, and intricate roof structures, it exuded an air of grandeur, showcasing the immense wealth and influence of the Wang family as one of the three major clans of Tianfeng City. When Lin Chen, disguised as Wang Haiba, staggered to the mansion's gates with a hint of drunkenness, the two burly guards at the gate, upon recognizing the visitor, immediately plastered their faces with fawning smiles, bowed deeply, and slowly opened the heavy gates. Welcome home, young master. Lin Chen sniffed disdainfully, mimicking Wang Haiba's arrogant and domineering demeanor, striding confidently inside. The mansion was brightly lit, with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and flowing streams, each step revealing a new scene, all exuding extreme luxury. A middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a respectable steward, appearing to be in his late 40s or early 50s with a shrewd expression, had already heard the news and was waiting at the entrance to the inner courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Haiba return, the butler hurried forward, his face betraying just the right amount of respect and eagerness. Young master, you're back. The middle-aged butler bowed and said, the midnight snack is ready. It's your favorite jade dragon soup, along with a few newly arrived spiritual fruits. Shall I escort you back to your room? Lin Chen couldn't help but silently praise him in his heart. No wonder he's the butler of a prominent family. His service is truly impeccable. At the same time, he felt that his earlier interrogation of Wang Haiba, forcing him to reveal every detail about the mansion, had been a bit of a waste of time. If he had known someone would be so thoughtful to guide him all the way, why bother going through all that trouble? But better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. If given another chance, Lin Chen would probably still choose to keep all the information under his own control for the safest option. Lin Chen mimicked Wang Haiba's slightly hoarse and impatient tone as he waved his hand. Please follow me, young master. The middle-aged butler hurriedly responded, then cautiously asked, does the young master require any ladies to attend him tonight? As per your instructions, the new batch of maids who arrived yesterday have all been properly trained. They're all fresh and lively, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Chen heard this and raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Bedtime companions? This Wang Haiba sure knows how to play the game. Although Lin Chen despised this decadent and extravagant lifestyle, he forced a look of interest on his face to avoid revealing his true intentions. Oh? How many options are there? What kinds of styles are available? The middle-aged butler, upon hearing this, saw the shrewd smile on his face turn even more suggestive and lecherous. He thought to himself, this young master of ours truly can't change his ways. It seemed that tonight would once again be a night of debauchery, surrounded by 100 beauties. The middle-aged butler quickly lowered his voice, leaned close to Wang Haiba's ear, and chuckled in a tone that only men would understand. Reporting to the young master. Except for those few who were overindulged by you a few days ago and haven't fully recovered yet, making them unsuitable for such activities. The rest are all yours to choose.
Slim and graceful, curvy and voluptuous, pure and innocent, seductive and alluring, gentle and delicate, fiery and passionate, every style imaginable, we have it all. Roughly speaking, there are nearly 100 stunningly beautiful women here, all at your disposal, young master. The middle-aged butler finished speaking and gave Lin Chen a knowing wink, wearing a lecherous expression that said, "You know what I mean." Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips uncontrollably upon hearing this. Nearly 100? And from the butler's tone, it seemed like this was just the regular inventory? What the hell is this? Is this the decadent lifestyle of the wealthy landowner and the tyrannical young master? It's utterly appalling. Lin Chen's hatred for this Wang family he had never met, and for the real Wang Haibao whose bones he had ground to dust, deepened even further. Such a family, such scum, they're nothing but a menace to society. Lin Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his heart. Though he, Lin Chen, was technically still a century-old virgin who had lived for over 120 years. But he had his principles and his limits. To associate with such scum and indulge in the blood and tears of those unfortunate women, he couldn't do it. Moreover, beneath this Wang Haiba facade, there was the noble and pure soul of Lin Chen. How could he possibly give away his precious first time in such a place? At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He looked at the middle-aged butler in front of him, who was still winking and waiting for him to pick a card, and spoke in a cold, slow voice. "Those women. Let them all go." "What?" The middle-aged butler's lecherous smile froze on his face, and he stood there motionless. He scratched his ears, doubting he had heard correctly. Release them? Release those nearly 100 meticulously selected, hard-to-come-by stunning women? Is this really the same Wang Haiba, the young master who treated women like playthings, was moody and unpredictable, and even beat and abused them to death? The sun is rising in the west? Young master, you didn't say that, did you? The middle-aged butler stammered, his face filled with disbelief. You mean let all those women go? The middle-aged butler cautiously confirmed again, afraid he might have misunderstood and angered this unpredictable young master. After all, even if Wang Haiba grew tired of a woman, he would never simply let her go. He would either give them as gifts to a trusted subordinate or sell them to even more unsavory places. But today, to release all the women and from the sound of it, even compensate them? This was an unprecedented first. Didn't you hear what I said? Lin Chen looked at the butler's expression, which was as if he had seen a ghost, his voice growing colder, tinged with impatience. Or are you trying to keep them all for yourself? Feeling the icy chill and faint hint of murderous intent in Lin Chen's tone, the middle-aged butler's body trembled violently. He hurriedly bowed his head and said in a trembling voice, No, please calm down, young master. I'll go handle it immediately. I'll go right away." Though the middle-aged butler was filled with countless doubts and confusion, but he dared not disobey the young master's orders. If he angered this master, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Lin Chen replied indifferently, then added, "Remember, not only must you let them leave the Wang family, you must also compensate them adequately to ensure they can live in peace and no longer be bullied by others. If I find out you dare to withhold even a single penny or go back on your word." Lin Chen didn't finish his sentence, but the threatening tone in his voice sent a chill down the middle-aged steward's spine once again. Yes. I understand. I will follow your orders to the letter. I dare not be the slightest bit negligent." The middle-aged steward bowed repeatedly, his cold sweat almost dripping down his back. He was completely baffled by his young master's behavior. Not only release the people, but also provide compensation? Could it be? Had the young master been influenced by something outside? Has he changed his ways? The middle-aged butler was filled with shock and suspicion, but dared not ask another word. He could only speculate in his heart. Sigh. It seems the young master has truly grown tired of those women this time. No wonder. There must be nearly 100 of them. Even an iron body couldn't withstand such treatment. This time, not only will he release them, but he'll also have to compensate them. He's probably looking to replace them with fresher, more vibrant ones. Upon reaching this conclusion, the middle-aged butler nodded in understanding. It must be that way. No wonder he's the young master. When you get tired of them, just replace them. You even know how to use this method to keep it under wraps. Impressive. That's truly impressive. Chapter 70, The Secret Realm opens. Proactively provoking the Fong family's pulse heavenly genius. Wang family mansion. Within Wang Haiba's exclusive luxurious courtyard, Lin Chen lay leisurely on a recliner crafted from thousand-year-old warm jade, with beautiful maidservants carefully peeling the skin off spiritual fruits and feeding them into his mouth. These past few days, he had truly lived the life of a god, with everything done for him. To better portray the role of Wang Haiba and avoid inadvertently revealing his true identity, Lin Chen chose to stay indoors and minimize contact with other members of the Wang family. Apart from the middle-aged butler who served him with utmost respect and was always at his beck and call, he had hardly seen any of the core members of the Wang family. However, this suited him perfectly. He enjoyed the peace and quiet, spending his days in this courtyard brimming with spiritual energy and extreme luxury, indulging in the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy young master that he had never dared to dream of before. Every day, a dedicated spirit chef prepared exquisite dishes infused with powerful spiritual energy. Various rare spiritual wines, fruits, and grains, some of which were so valuable that they were impossible to obtain outside the estate, were provided in abundance, as if they were free. Lin Chen didn't hesitate to accept them all. He devoured all these foods rich in pure energy, then circulated the Great Sun Gangjin breathing technique and the primordial Gangjin sword body to perfectly refine and absorb the energy within. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. He even felt that his cultivation efficiency over the past few days was several times higher than when he was in the core area of the Xintian Xianzong sect in the Tingtao Pavilion. After all, he was enjoying top-notch cuisine while his cultivation level was steadily rising. Where else could one find such a good thing? Under such a luxurious and decadent lifestyle. In just a few short days, Lin Chen's cultivation, which had already reached the mid-stage of the qi-gathering realm, broke through once again. It was as natural as water flowing down a channel, directly entering the 5th level of the qi-gathering realm. Feeling the golden true qi within him grow even more refined and powerful, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel elated. This wicked life of a wealthy family is actually kind of sweet. Finally, after enjoying several days of a pampered life where everything was done for him. One morning, the middle-aged butler once again approached his courtyard with utmost respect. "Young master, the family head has issued an order. The secret realm will officially open today. Please proceed immediately to the family training ground to assemble and prepare for departure." Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating and consolidating his cultivation, heard the middle-aged butler's words and suddenly opened his deep eyes. A dazzling beam of light flashed briefly. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile filled with anticipation. Is it finally beginning? Lin Chen stood up, tidied his luxurious brocade robe, a symbol of his status as the eldest son of the Wang family, and pushed open the door, striding out with purpose. He had been waiting impatiently for quite some time. Upon arriving at the Wang family's martial arts arena, they saw hundreds of the Wang family's young elite disciples already waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Chen transformed into Wang Haiba, they all revealed expressions of reverence and a hint of fear, bowing deeply in greeting. "Greetings, young master." Lin Chen raised his nose in the air, snorted through his nostrils, and mimicked Wang Haiba's arrogant demeanor as he strode directly to the front of the crowd. Beside him stood several elders of the Wang family, their auras steady and their cultivation levels at least in the mid to late stages of the condensation vein realm. They were the guardians tasked with leading the group and protecting the Wang family disciples as they entered the secret realm. Upon seeing Wang Haiba, they all smiled and nodded, their eyes filled with expectation and reliance. Clearly, this young master of the Wang family held a position of great importance within the clan. Soon, the group assembled, and under the guidance of several elders, the Wang family contingent set off in a grand procession toward the depths of the Tianfeng Mountains, heading toward the entrance of the secret realm. The Feng family and Li family were also preparing similarly. Nearly 1,000 young elites from the 3 major clans, plus dozens of elders at the condensed pulse realm protecting them. Such a scale was truly immense. During these few days of leisure, Lin Chen had already instructed the middle-aged steward who obeyed him without question to gather information on the young geniuses from the Feng and Li families who were eligible to enter the secret realm this time. The results were as he had expected. The Feng family. The most formidable among the younger generation was naturally the holy son Feng Xian, who was already renowned far and wide from his distant home at the Xintian immortal sect. However, due to his exalted status, Feng Xian would naturally not personally participate in such a high-level secret realm exploration. Besides Feng Xian, the 2 young leaders sent by the Feng family this time are worth paying special attention to. One is named Feng Tianlong. At just 25 years old, he has already reached the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm. He possesses innate divine strength and practices the family-transmitted Xian grade upper-tier cultivation technique, Balong Zhanti. His personality is arrogant and domineering, and he is said to have few equals among his peers. The second is Feng Yuling. At just 23 years old, she has also reached the peak of the 4th level of the condensed pulse realm. She is a once-in-a-century genius alchemist from the Feng family, with a cold and calculating nature. She is skilled in poison and various mysterious techniques, making her extremely difficult to deal with. On the Li family's side, there are also 2 prominent figures. One is Li Jiani, also at the 4th level of the condensing vein realm. Obsessed with sword cultivation, he is reclusive and taciturn, but his sword of the fleeting swan technique is as swift as lightning, and he is ruthless in battle. The other is Li Wanner, at the peak of the 3rd level of the condensing vein realm. She is beautiful and graceful, skilled in seduction techniques and array formations. These 4 are the leaders of the Feng family and the Li family on this secret realm expedition. Meanwhile, on the Wang family's side, upon learning the intelligence, Lin Chen also found it hard to believe. The entire younger generation of the Wang family. There was only the Wang Haiba he was currently portraying, a cultivator at the 6th level of the qi condensation realm, holding up the family's reputation. The rest were mostly still stuck at the chi-gathering realm, with not even a single cultivator at the initial stage of the pulse condensation realm. No wonder the real Wang Haiba had developed such a arrogant and domineering personality, looking down on everyone. As the sole pillar of the Wang family's younger generation, the family's only hope for the future, and the recipient of all the family's favor, if he doesn't get arrogant, who will? Soon. The three major clans' forces gathered at the entrance of a massive valley shrouded in thick mist deep within the Tianfeng Mountains. At the entrance to the valley, a faint, shimmering light barrier, pulsating with spatial law fluctuations, was slowly rotating. It was clearly the entrance to the secret realm. As soon as the three groups met, before they could even speak, the air was already thick with tension. After all, the three major clans had been engaged in open and covert struggles in Tianfeng City for centuries, harboring deep-seated grudges and viewing each other as rivals. Now, they had temporarily united for a common goal, but they couldn't stand the sight of each other, especially the younger generation of disciples, who exchanged glances filled with defiance and contempt. Wang Haiba, you worthless coward who only knows how to bully women, you dare to lead the team here? Fang Tianlong of the Fang family was the first to direct his hostility toward Lin Chen, who had transformed into Wang Haiba, his tone brimming with contempt. Exactly. I heard you recently killed several ordinary people in the soul-shattering cave? You're a disgrace to the cultivators of Tianfeng City. Li Jianyi of the Li family, though usually taciturn, couldn't help but sneer coldly. Clearly, Wang Haiba's infamous reputation was already well known to all. Lin Chen looked at these prodigies filled with hostility toward him, but he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Excellent. This situation was simply perfect. The more they dislike me, the more they look down on me, the Wang family's eldest son. It'll be easier to fight later, and there'll be no psychological burden. Lin Chen's gaze swept back and forth between Fang Tianlong and Fang Yuling. A cold, amused smile curled the corners of his lips. Today, I, Lin Chen, will use your own methods against you. Let the Fang family taste this too. The taste of being stabbed in the back and dying without even knowing how you died. Thinking of this, Lin Chen mimicked Wang Haiba's arrogant and domineering demeanor, looking down on Fang Tianlong with disdain. He spat out a contemptuous "p" and then spoke in a provocative tone. Fang Tianlong, what kind of trash are you? Dare you bark like a dog in front of this young master? Do you believe me? Once we enter the secret realm, I'll be the first to break your legs and make you beg for mercy on your knees. Chapter 71, Beat him to a pulp. Almost triggered a major battle. Valley entrance. The three major clans gathered, the atmosphere tense and charged. When Lin Chen, transformed into Wang Haiba, spoke in an arrogant and domineering tone, pointing at Fang Tianlong, the prodigy of the Fang family, and declared he would break his legs and make him beg for mercy on his knees, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with eyes as if he were a madman. He's gone mad. This Wang Haiba must be mad. How dare he publicly challenge Fang Tianlong, the first prodigy of the Fang family? Doesn't he know that Fang Tianlong is not only a fifth-rank cultivator of the condensation vein realm but also has a brutal and vengeful temperament? Although Wang Haiba is also at the sixth level of the condensing pulse realm, he has grown accustomed to wielding power and oppression within the Wang family. But compared to Fang Tianlong, his strength and background are no match for him. Fang Tianlong at the fifth level of the condensing pulse realm defeating Wang Haiba at the sixth level is as easy as pie. Such a provocation. Isn't that like looking for trouble in a dark alley? What did you say? As expected. Fang Tianlong, tall and imposing with a violent aura, heard Lin Chen's words filled with insult and provocation. His face, which had previously carried a hint of arrogance, instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. A surge of uncontrollable rage and murderous intent erupted from his eyes like a volcano. Wang Haiba, you worthless piece of trash who only knows how to toy with women. You dare say that again? Fang Tianlong roared so loudly it deafened the ears, his true energy surging wildly within him. His muscles bulged, and his bones cracked with a series of loud pops. A terrifying, domineering aura swept out in all directions. Clearly, he had been completely enraged by Lin Chen's words. However, facing the enraged Fang Tianlong, Lin Chen, transformed into Wang Haiba, showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into an even more contemptuous and disdainful smile. Lin Chen extended his little finger, scratched his ear, then flicked it toward Fang Tianlong with a lazy tone. This young master said, kneel down and beg for mercy. What? Didn't you hear me? Or are you not only a worthless in terms of strength, but also deaf, a deaf fool? Boom! At those words, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone was completely stunned by Wang Haiba's reckless and suicidal attitude. This guy he's really not afraid of dying. Looking for death. Fang Tianlong could no longer contain himself. He let out a bestial roar, his eyes bloodshot, completely consumed by rage. Wang Haiba. Today, I will tear you to pieces. No sooner had he finished speaking. Fang Tianlong stomped his foot violently, causing the ground to crack. His entire body transformed into a furious afterimage, emanating a terrifying might that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, charging viciously toward Lin Chen.
Dominating Dragon Fist. Fong Tianlong unleashed a punch. The air was instantly shattered.
A hideous dragon head, formed from a colossal surge of true energy, roared as it crashed down toward Lin Chen's face. This punch was unmatched in power. It was more than enough to effortlessly kill any cultivator of the same rank. The elders of the Fong family witnessed this scene. Though they also felt Fong Tianlong was acting impulsively before the secret realm opened, giving this arrogant Wang Haiba a lesson wouldn't be too much of a problem.
In fact, they even welcomed it. However, the elders of the Wang family paled slightly and prepared to intervene at any moment.
Fong Tianlong's attack closed in the blink of an eye. However, just as everyone thought that Lin Chen Wang Haiba would be severely injured by that punch, Lin Chen finally moved. He looked at the ferocious dragon head rushing toward him, a cold, disdainful glint flashing in his eyes.
With such meager strength, you dare to bark at me?
Lin Chen didn't even bother to draw his Gengjin Lingjian sword. He simply raised his right hand.
Then he met Fong Tianlong's earth-shattering punch head-on.
He struck back with the same punch. This punch seemed ordinary and unremarkable, with no flashy moves. But it was enveloped in a faint yet incredibly sharp and immortal golden divine light. The innate Gengjin sword body. Five-fold attack power boost. The mastery of the Gengjin sword intent. All of it, infused into this single punch. Boom! Two fists of vastly different sizes collided violently in mid-air. No stalemate at all. Nor was there the earth-shattering roar one might have imagined. Only the sound of bones shattering, crack, a bone-chilling sound that made one's teeth ache. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, Fong Tianlong's unstoppable Baolong fist, along with his massive arm covered in the true essence of the Baolong Zhanti, shattered like fragile glass. Shattered inch by Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary, even slightly frail fist, with the force of a whirlwind. Ah! A piercing scream filled with endless pain and disbelief erupted from Fong Tianlong's mouth. The rage and ferocity on Fong Tianlong's face were instantly replaced by sheer terror and horror. He watched helplessly as his arm twisted like a twisted rope, eventually turning into a cloud of blood. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's unstoppable terrifying force, after shattering his arm, continued unabated, slamming into his chest with relentless force. Put! Fong Tianlong violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body felt as though it had been struck head-on by an ancient divine mountain. He flew backward at a speed even faster than when he had arrived. Boom! On the ground dozens of meters away, Fong Tianlong crashed down violently, shattering the hard rock ground and creating a massive human-shaped crater. He lay in the crater, barely clinging to life, breathing weakly, with more exhalations than inhalations. Though he was not dead, his Dantian Qi and all his meridians had been completely destroyed by Lin Chen's single punch. His cultivation was completely ruined. Silence. Deadly silence. The entrance to the valley was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. One punch? Just one punch? That man, who in their eyes was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid who bullied others and abused women, Wang Haiba, had actually knocked out Fong Tianlong, the second young master of the Fong family, who had cultivated the Baolong Zhanti technique and possessed overwhelming strength, with a single punch? What the hell is going on here? Has this world completely lost its mind? After a moment of stunned silence, the elders of the Wang family were overcome with unbounded joy. Excellent! See tyrant! Ha ha ha! Well done! The elders of the Wang family were so excited their faces turned bright red. Their family's prodigy, the pillar of their generation, when did he become so formidable? This was truly a sign of ancestral blessings. Meanwhile, the elders of the Fong family, after coming to their senses, had their faces instantly covered in raging anger and unimaginable murderous intent. Wang Haiba! How dare you! How dare you lay such heavy hands on our Fong family's prodigy? The lead elder of the Fong family, with hair and beard standing on end, roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying pressure of the 9th level of the condensed pulse realm, crushing toward Lin Chen. However, before his pressure could even reach Lin Chen, the senior elder of the Wang family stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen's path, and released a powerful aura that completely neutralized the pressure. Elder Fong, your words are misguided. The senior elder of the Wang family sneered. It was your Fong Tianlong who provoked us first and struck first, with every move aimed to kill. What? Now that you've been beaten into a useless state, you want to turn the tables and blame us? Your Fong family is being way too domineering. Lin Chen looked at the Wang family elder standing in front of him, defending him, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed. There is really an advantage to being under a big tree. This feeling of having someone to rely on is truly wonderful. Following that, Lin Chen mimicked Wang Haiba's fearless, reckless demeanor, peeking out from behind the Wang family elder and addressing the enraged Fong family elder with a smirk and a provocative tone. Hey! Old man!
Why are you shouting so loudly? He couldn't take a hit, he's as weak as paper. What's it to me? Besides, it's just a worthless piece of trash. What's the big deal? If you're not satisfied, why don't you send that little woman from your Fong family, the one called Fong Yuling, up here to try again? This young master guarantees that I'll hit him even harder. You. When the Fong family elders heard Lin Chen's words, they were so enraged they nearly suffered a heart attack on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Lin Chen, trembling all over, too enraged to speak. The other members of the Fong family behind him glared angrily, nearly ready to attack on the spot, sparking a family feud. Fortunately, they were eventually forced to hold back by the other elders of the Fong family. The two geniuses from the Li family, Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu, watched the dramatic scene unfold before them, completely stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing nothing but shock and confusion in each other's eyes. When did Wang Haiba become so powerful and so bold? He had knocked out Fall Tianlong with a single punch and dared to openly challenge the entire Fong family? Doesn't he fear sparking a full-scale war between the three major clans? In the end, the senior elder of the Fong family could only swallow his anger. After all, when one is outmatched, further words are only an invitation to humiliation. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen, then ordered his men to carry away Fong Tianlong, who had been beaten into a pulp, and announced that he would no longer be allowed to enter the secret realm. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to the Fong family disciples. All members of the Fong family, heed my orders. Once inside the secret realm, stop at nothing to keep a close eye on that Wang Haiba. If the opportunity arises, show no mercy, kill him outright. Avenge Tianlong. Upon hearing this, the members of the Fong family flashed a cold, murderous intent in their eyes and nodded in agreement. When had the Fong family ever suffered such a humiliating defeat? This Wang Haiba is as good as dead. Meanwhile, the senior elder of the Wang family, seeing the Fong family's humiliation, felt greatly relieved. He turned to Lin Chen and the other disciples of the Wang family and instructed them. Haiba did well, but do not grow complacent. The Fong family never forgets a grudge. Once we enter the secret realm, they will certainly target you. Be extremely cautious. All other Wang family disciples, listen carefully. Once inside the secret realm, all actions must follow Haiba's orders. No mistakes are permitted. Yes, senior elder. The Wang family disciples responded in unison, their eyes filled with admiration and trust as they looked at Lin Chen. Just as the three factions, each harboring their own agendas, were at the height of tension. Boom! From the entrance to the valley shrouded in thick fog ahead, a sudden, deafening roar erupted. Immediately afterward, the faintly visible spatial light barrier burst into brilliant light. A colossal surge of energy erupted from within. The secret realm. It has opened. The secret realm is open. Hurry inside. The senior leaders of the three clans shouted in unison upon seeing this. The next moment, the three major clans, with nearly 100 disciples, surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing toward the secret realm shimmering with endless treasure light. Chapter 72. Focus on the younger generation of the Fong family. A massacre begins. Boom! As the spatial light barrier at the entrance to the valley trembled violently, nearly 100 young elite disciples from the three major families surged into the secret realm filled with unknown dangers and opportunities, like a school of fish crossing a river. After a dizzying spatial teleportation, Lin Chen felt his feet finally touch solid ground once more. He slowly surveyed his surroundings. This was a vast, untouched primeval forest, with ancient trees towering into the sky and vines twisting like dragons. The air was thick with an extremely concentrated spiritual energy, mingled with a faint, primal, dangerous aura. No wonder this was a secret realm that had been preserved. The concentration of spiritual energy here was almost on par with the core region of the Xintian Xianzong. Behind him, the young disciples of the Wang family gradually recovered from the dizziness of the spatial teleportation and began to curiously examine their surroundings. Not far away, the Fong and Li families groups were also teleported to this area almost simultaneously. The three groups once again formed a clear standoff, each side firmly in position. Humph! Within the Fong family's ranks, dressed in luxurious alchemist robes, with a cold expression and an arrogant demeanor, Fong Yuling was the first to emit a disdainful snort upon seeing Lin Chen transformed into Wang Haiba. Several core disciples of the Fong family standing beside her also directed unhidden hostility and murderous intent toward the Wang family's side. Clearly, the humiliation of Fong Tianlong being beaten into a cripple in public had left them seething with hatred toward Wang Haiba. Fong Yuling stepped to the front of the group, her icy eyes fixed on Lin Chen, and spoke in a tone brimming with threat. Wang Haiba, don't think that just because you've gained a little advantage outside, you can act however you please. This secret realm is no place for recklessness. Swords and blades have no eyes. Life and death are predetermined. You'd better take your worthless Wang family scum and learn to behave yourselves. And don't dare to lag behind. Otherwise, you might end up missing an arm or a leg, or even lose your life here. Fong Yuling's words were filled with unhidden threats and warnings. However, Lin Chen burst into laughter upon hearing this.
He mimicked Wang Haiba's arrogant and lawless demeanor, using an even more flippant and aggressive gaze to freely scan Fang Yuling's delicate and curvaceous body, especially her full breasts that were slightly heaving with anger.
Is that so?
Lin Chen licked his lips and said to Fang Yuling in a lecherous tone.
You little wench, you're quite the looker, aren't you? What? So concerned about this young master's safety? Have you taken a liking to me? Don't worry. When the time comes, this young master will definitely take good care of you. You'll get to taste the ecstasy of heaven and hell.
Lin Chen's words were crude and vulgar, utterly depraved, perfectly portraying the image of a spoiled, wicked young master.
You're shameless. Disgusting. Fang Yuling had never endured such verbal teasing and insult before.
Her icy cold face flushed bright red in an instant, and she trembled with anger, her full breasts rising and falling violently. Had it not been for her concern for the orders of the clan elders and her desire to avoid causing a major conflict in the newly opened secret realm, she would have attacked Lin Chen on the spot.
Humph.
Fang Yuling finally forced herself to suppress her rage, glared at Lin Chen with hatred, and coldly snorted. With her heart filled with anger and murderous intent, she led the Fang family's troops into the depths of the jungle.
Let's go. Don't bother with this worthless trash. The two prodigies from the Li family, Li Jiani and Li Waner, witnessed everything.
They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of gravity and caution in each other's eyes. This Wang Haibao not only had powers that had become mysterious and unpredictable, but his behavior had also become so reckless. He dares to provoke the Fang family to the point of no return. It's best to stay away from such a madman. The two of them, in perfect sync, said not a single word and silently led Li's group in another direction, quickly leaving this troubled place. They decided that this secret realm expedition would have nothing to do with the rivalry between the Wang and Fang families. A struggle between two rivals. They'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Soon, the original spot was left with only Lin Chen and the hundreds of young disciples of the Wang family behind him. The young master is so powerful. The young master is so domineering. The Wang family disciples, seeing their young master defeat the arrogant Fang family prodigy with just a few words, leaving him red-faced and fleeing in disgrace, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, and began to praise him enthusiastically. Just then, two older-looking disciples of the Wang family, both at the fourth level of the condensation realm, stepped forward. These two were named Wang Lei and Wang Mang, considered the two strongest young disciples of the Wang family, aside from Wang Haiba.
Brother Haiba. Wang Lei bowed respectfully to Lin Chen and asked, the people from the Fang family and the Li family have all left. What should we do next? Please enlighten us, Brother Haiba. Wang Mang also looked at Lin Chen with eager anticipation.
Clearly, Lin Chen's earlier earth-shattering punch had completely subdued them, causing them to willingly follow Lin Chen's lead. However, Lin Chen looked at their pleading expressions, raised an eyebrow, then waved his hand dismissively and said in an impatient tone, how should we proceed? You two figure it out yourselves. From now on, this team will be under your two command. Go and loot the rare treasures within this secret realm. As for this young master, Lin Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile.
I'll be acting alone. What? Act alone? Wang Lei and Wang Mang were stunned upon hearing this.
The other Wang family members behind them were also filled with confusion and disbelief.
How could that be? Is the eldest young master going to act alone? This secret realm is filled with dangers. Going alone is way too risky. Lin Chen finished speaking and didn't bother to explain further.
He had no particular fondness for these Wang family scions. In his view, they were no different from the Fang family, all cut from the same cloth. The only reason he was keeping them around now was to have them work for him first, to plunder the resources of this secret realm. Once the time came, he would harvest them all together. Not a single one would be allowed to leave alive. Lin Chen sneered coldly in his heart, his figure flickering, and he vanished from the sight of the Wang family members. All that remained were a group of Wang family disciples, staring at each other in confusion and disarray. After breaking away from the main force of the Wang family, Lin Chen felt like a dragon returning to the sea. His target was clear. The Fang family disciples. Soon, he spotted a small group of several Fang family members carefully surrounding and attacking a demon beast at the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm. Lin Chen hesitated not a moment. He struck at the moment when the battle between them and the demon beast reached its most intense point. Whoosh! A faint green sword light, as swift as a ghost, flashed out of the shadows. Put! Put! Two disciples from the Fang family, who were responsible for perimeter surveillance at the 7th level of Qi condensation realm, didn't even have time to utter a scream before they were struck in the forehead by the sword and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Who? The others in the group finally snapped out of their shock, their faces filled with horror. However, what awaited them was the deadly sword light. Lin Chen's figure flickered through the crowd like a ghost. Every swing of the Gangjin Lingjian in his hand inevitably claimed a life. The Blue Lotus sword technique. Sword intent at the minor achievement stage. 5-fold attack boost. Under such terrifying, overwhelming power, These arrogant and self-important young elites of the Fong family, who had always lorded over others, were utterly helpless before him, like lambs led to the slaughter.
In less than 10 breaths, this group of over a dozen Fong family elites, along with the demon beast at the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm, had all been reduced to cold corpses. Lin Chen calmly sheathed his sword and efficiently cleaned up the battlefield. Then his figure flickered. He vanished once more into the depths of the dense forest. Over the next half-day, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly in every corner of this secret realm. One after another, young disciples of the Fong family were assassinated by Lin Chen with overwhelming force, completely unaware of what was happening. Almost none of them could escape a single strike. Some didn't even know how they had died. Much later, at a predetermined gathering point deep within the secret realm, Fong Yuling, the leader of the Fong family, stood there with a cold expression on her face, waiting for the arrival of her clan members. According to her previous instructions, all members of the Fong family must gather here once every 6 hours. First, to confirm everyone's safety. Second, to compile and collect the resources gathered, and entrust the most valuable portions to her, the strongest and most reliable person for safekeeping. However, as the agreed-upon time passed by a stick of incense, only a handful of Fong family members had gathered. The once massive group of nearly 300 people now numbered less than 100. A full 2/3 of the people are missing. What's going on? Where are the others? Why haven't they arrived yet? Fong Yuling felt a strong sense of unease rise within her. She shouted harshly at the other Fong family members in front of her, who were equally confused and frightened. Sister Yuling, we don't know either. We didn't see any other clan members along the way. That's right, it's so strange, as if many people had vanished into thin air. The surviving members of the Fong family were also filled with fear and confusion. Fong Yuling listened to their words, her expression growing increasingly grim. Finally, the image of that figure who had taunted her arrogantly at the entrance to the secret realm, speaking in lewd tones, uncontrollably flashed through Fong Yuling's mind. Wang Haiba. It must be him. It must be him who did it. Fong Yuling's eyes blazed with endless anger and murderous intent. She was certain that all of this was the work of Wang Haiba and his worthless clan, scheming behind the scenes. No one else. Fong Yuling couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to act so brazenly and strike such a deadly blow against the Fong family. Her guess was indeed correct. It wasn't Lin Chen leading the Wang family's disciples who did it. It was Lin Chen acting alone. Just as Fong Yuling's anger was boiling over and her murderous intent was surging, preparing to immediately lead her men to settle the score with the Wang family, a familiar voice filled with amusement and mockery drifted softly from the dense forest nearby. Ha ha! It seems everyone has arrived, huh? Everyone heard the voice and was startled, turning around abruptly. There he was. Wang Haiba was slowly emerging from the shadows, moving at a leisurely pace. It was Lin Chen in disguise. Lin Chen looked at the less than 100 young members of the Fong family before him, each of them wearing expressions of fear and anger, and a smile like that of a demon appeared on his face. You've gathered nicely, everyone. Perfect. This saves me the trouble of searching for each of you one by one. Chapter 73, Fong Yuling dies by a single sword strike. The Li family's two geniuses are stunned. Deep within the dense forest, the air was thick with murderous intent. Lin Chen emerged from the shadows in the guise of Wang Haiba, his face adorned with a playful and mocking smile. At the same time, at a hidden tree canopy dozens of zhang away, the two prodigies of the Li family, Li Jiani and Li Waner, were quietly hiding there, suppressing their entire aura. They had been drawn by the commotion caused by the gathering of the Fong family's disciples and had intended to investigate. But they never could have imagined they would witness Lin Chen taking on the entire Fong family camp alone. Wang Haiba, he dares to confront the Fong family's forces alone? He's mad. Li Waner's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. She lowered her voice and whispered to Li Jiani beside her. Although Li Waner felt that Wang Haiba was indeed strong for defeating Fong Tianlong with a single punch, she couldn't help but think that challenging the entire Fong family camp alone was simply too arrogant and disrespectful. This guy isn't just arrogant, I think he's lost his mind. Li Jiani's usually stoic, expressionless face was now filled with confusion and bewilderment. He simply couldn't figure it out. Where did Wang Haiba get the nerve and courage to face nearly 100 elite members of the Fong family, including Fong Yuling, a genius at the peak of the 4th level of the condensation vein realm, alone? Isn't this just asking for death? Does he really think the people of the Fong family are made of paper? The Li siblings exchanged glances, seeing a hint of absurdity and anticipation in each other's eyes. They decided to hold their ground for now and see what tricks Wang Haiba had up his sleeve. Fong Yuling was also taken aback when she saw Lin Chen appear. Wang Haiba? She never expected this. This guy, Wang Haiba, actually dared to show up alone in front of them so brazenly. When she heard Lin Chen's words filled with mockery and murderous intent, Fong Yuling's icy, beautiful face suddenly twisted into a furious smile. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Fong Yuling let out a cold laugh that was as crisp as silver bells, yet filled with endless icy coldness and murderous intent. Good, you truly live up to your reputation as Wang Haiba. I didn't expect you to come alone. It seems defeating Fong Tianlong has made you arrogant beyond measure. You dare to come here to your death. She looked at Lin Chen with eyes as cold as ice, her tone brimming with contempt. You dare to show up alone to cause trouble for the Fong family? What? Do you think you can face our Fong family's nearly 100 elite disciples alone? As Fong Yuling finished speaking, the other Fong family disciples behind her also reacted. One by one, their faces twisted into savage, cruel grins. You fool! How dare you come here alone? Kill him! Avenge young Master Tianlong! Boom! 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 Nearly 100 members of the Fong family erupted with their chi simultaneously. Wave after wave of powerful pressure, belonging to the late and peak stages of the chi condensation realm, converged together, surging like a tidal wave and crushing down on Lin Chen with overwhelming force. However, facing this terrifying pressure and overwhelming killing intent that would make any early-stage chi condensation realm cultivator pale with fear, Lin Chen's face remained as calm as ever, even carrying a hint of a smile. He seemed completely unaffected by the pressure, instead watching the Fong family elites before him with interest, their fierce outward appearances masking their inner cowardice. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes filled with mockery and cruelty, Lin Chen nodded slowly and spoke with a smile. Indeed. Dealing with you lot of good-for-nothings. I alone am enough. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen didn't even wait for Fong Yuling and the other Fong family disciples to react to his even more arrogant words. Lin Chen moved. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry, filled with unparalleled sharpness, suddenly echoed throughout the entire forest clearing. The in Lin Chen's hand had already left its scabbard. A surge of Gangjin sword intent, filled with the aura of annihilation, erupted violently. Sword intent! How is that possible? Fong Yuling sensed the sword intent emanating from the Wang Haiba before her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her expression filled with disbelief. From this sword intent, Fong Yuling sensed an unprecedented, life-threatening danger. She was about to open her mouth to warn everyone to be careful. But it was already too late. All she heard was Lin Chen's voice, filled with endless dominance and icy intent, ringing in her ears. Immediately afterward, she felt a sudden chill at the back of her neck. As if something incredibly sharp had gently sliced across her skin. There was no pain at all. Not even the slightest sensation. The next moment, Fong Yuling's vision began to tilt uncontrollably. Spin. Roll. Finally, she saw a familiar figure. Is this my body? Then what am I doing now? As Fong Yuling's final thought faded, the next instant, darkness engulfed her completely like a tidal wave. At the scene, all the young members of the Fong family were already speechless, their bodies numb with cold. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror. Each of them was like a duck with its throat squeezed shut, mouth wide open but unable to utter a single sound. Their eyes were fixed on the beautiful head lying on the ground, still maintaining the mocking and disdainful expression it had at the moment of death. Fong Yuling, one of the leading figures of the younger generation of the Fong family. Had she really been beheaded by Wang Haiba right before their very eyes? Beheaded by Wang Haiba with a single sword stroke? Without even a chance to fight back? How is this possible? On the other side, Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu, the siblings of the Li family hiding among the treetops, also gasped in shock upon witnessing the bloody and shocking scene before them. Their pupils contracted sharply. A chill that defied description surged from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, leaving them shivering uncontrollably and trembling with fear. Instant kill. And it was done in front of nearly 100 elite members of the Fong family, effortlessly dispatching Fong Yuling, whose strength was on par with theirs, with a single sword strike. Such sword technique. That speed, so fast that even they couldn't track its trajectory. And that terrifying sword intent that made them feel their hearts race in despair. This is definitely not something that Wang Haiba, the worthless heir of the Wang family, could possess. At the very least, it's definitely not the Wang Haiba they know, the one who only knows how to eat, drink, and play, bullying men and women. Who is this Wang Haiba? Lin Chen paid no heed to what others were thinking. After dealing with Fong Yuling, he slowly turned his gaze toward the stunned, even trembling, younger generation of the Fong family in front of him. Lin Chen smiled, staring at them and said slowly, "Alright, it's your turn now." Chapter 74, Massacre complete. 2 days of trembling. Lin Chen's calm yet icy voice, like the judgment of death, echoed clearly in the ears of every Fong family member. "No, you monster. We'll fight you to the death. Let's all charge together and avenge Sister Yuling." After a brief moment of silence, the remaining 100 or so Fong family disciples finally broke free from the extreme fear caused by Fong Yuling's decapitation with a single sword strike, erupting into a desperate, frenzied struggle. Their eyes blazed red as they roared and charged forward, channeling all their true energy into their most powerful martial arts techniques, charging toward Lin Chen like madmen. However, In the face of overwhelming superiority, their desperate struggle was nothing but a pitiful joke. Hidden in the shadows, the Li siblings, Li Jianyi and Li Wan'er, were staring intently at the center of the battlefield with eyes filled with terror and horror. Suddenly, facing the relentless assault of nearly 100 Fong family elite disciples who seemed possessed by demons, Lin Chen's face showed not even a hint of seriousness. He stood there quietly, his lips curling into a cruel and contemptuous smile. The blue lotus blooms. Lin Chen murmured the cold words. The next moment, a surge of sword intent, more terrifying and vast than any previous time, erupted violently. The spirit sword in his hand emitted a joyful yet bloodthirsty hum. Whoosh! 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 A sea of blue lotuses filled the sky. As if summoned by some mysterious force, they bloomed once more out of thin air. 1, 10, 100. Countless crystal clear, translucent blue lotus flowers, filled with the aura of annihilation, appeared silently across the battlefield like ghostly apparitions. Then, at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, they gently glide toward the charging Fong family disciples. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Like a fairyland. But in the eyes of the Li siblings, this beautiful sea of blue lotus flowers was more terrifying than the 9 hells of the underworld. Because every single delicate, beautiful blue lotus flower represents death. Plop! 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 The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out densely like raindrops. Those elite disciples of the Fong family, who moments ago were charging forward with fierce determination, shouting vows of revenge for Fong Yuling, were instantly overwhelmed. The moment they came into contact with the blue lotus flowers, their prideful protective chi and their high-grade defensive robes were torn apart as easily as paper. Immediately afterward, their bodies were instantly sliced and shredded by countless sharp blades. Blood and internal organs. Dismembered limbs. Like fireworks in mid-air, they bloomed brilliantly. Screams of agony. Wails of despair. Pleas for mercy. It all ended in less than 30 breaths, leaving the battlefield completely transformed into a bloody battlefield. The thick, putrid stench of blood filled every inch of the air, almost making one vomit upon inhaling it. And at the very center of this blood-soaked fog, resembling a hell on earth, a figure stood there, sword in hand, untouched by dust. The simple blue robe he wore was not stained with a single drop of blood. The ancient looking in his hand remained as white as snow, its cold gleam piercing the air, as if the brutal slaughter that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. This intense visual impact left the Li siblings hiding in the shadows, feeling as though their scalps were about to explode. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and a bone-chilling coldness swept through their entire bodies. Such power. Such ruthless tactics. This is definitely not the worthless playboy they knew, who only cared about eating, drinking, and bullying others. Wang Haiba. Who is this guy? What is his background? Just as Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu were filled with horror and frantically speculating about Lin Chen's true identity, the terrifying Wang Haiba, whom they had feared, suddenly turned his head slowly. A pair of calm, indifferent yet piercingly penetrating eyes locked onto the tree canopy where the two were hiding. Immediately afterward, a calm voice filled with amusement and mockery drifted over. You two have been enjoying the show for quite some time. It's time to come out, isn't it? Boom! At those words, Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu felt as though their hearts had been gripped by an invisible hand. Their hearts stopped beating instantly. Have they discovered us? The two of them shuddered violently, their hair standing on end, nearly screaming out loud in shock. They had always believed their techniques for concealing their presence were highly refined. Plus, the environment here was complex, and the distance was great. In theory, even a late-stage chi condensation realm expert might not have detected their presence. Yet Wang Haiba had actually spotted them. In an instant, the last shred of hope in their hearts was completely shattered. They had originally planned to wait until this Wang Haiba left, then slip away quietly, pretending they had seen nothing. But now it was clearly impossible. A sense of impending doom unlike anything they had ever experienced before instantly engulfed their hearts. Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu exchanged glances, seeing a hint of bitterness and deep fear in each other's eyes. They knew they had no choice left. In the face of overwhelming power, any attempt to flee or resist was futile. The two could only grit their teeth and leap down from the hidden treetops. Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu landed on the ground, gazing at the blood-soaked battlefield before them and the indifferent-looking Wang Haibao, whose eyes were as sharp as swords. Unconsciously, a hint of respect crept onto their faces. Li Jianyi instinctively wanted to address him as Wang Haiba, but the words were forced back into his throat before they could escape his lips. Are you kidding me? How could this demon of death possibly be that worthless Wang Haiba? But if not Wang Haiba, what else could he call him? For a moment, the two stood there, caught between advancing and retreating, their cheeks flushing red from tension and embarrassment. However, Lin Chen seemed completely oblivious to their little thoughts. He simply looked at them calmly and spoke in a casual tone. There's no need to be nervous. I have no ill will toward your Li family. My only target is the Fong family. Of course. Lin Chen paused, then curved the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. the Wang family isn't any better. Therefore, before the Secret Realm expedition concludes, all the young members of the Feng and Wang families will be eliminated.
Lin Chen spoke these words casually. But upon hearing this, Li Jianyi and Li Wanyu's hearts trembled violently once more.
All of them will disappear? He actually intends to eliminate all the elite young disciples from the Feng and Wang families who entered the Secret Realm this time, all by himself? That's way too much. No, wait. Given the situation just now. For him, it's practically a piece of cake, right?
As the two were stunned, Lin Chen's voice echoed again.
You too can imagine it. After the Secret Realm expedition ends, the young elites of the Feng and Wang families will all perish, leaving their clans severely weakened. It will take decades for them to recover. By then, the entire Tianfeng city, and even the entire Tianfeng mountain range region, will be dominated by a single family. Boom!
Lin Chen's words struck the Li siblings like a thunderclap, shattering their hearts. Yes. If the young elites of the Feng and Wang families were all lost here, then wouldn't the Li family be able to effortlessly claim the title of the first family of Tianfeng City? Lin Chen looked at the flickering light in their eyes and knew they were already tempted. He waved his hand dismissively, as if discussing a trivial matter, and continued. I will personally handle the people from the Feng and Wang families, leaving not a single one behind. As for how your Li family will explain this to the outside world and handle the aftermath, that is your own business. Lin Chen finished speaking, glancing at the two men's fearful expressions, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. The reason he chose to spare the Li siblings was not because he had suddenly developed a sense of mercy. Rather, it was because, before arriving, he had already gained a general understanding of the three major families through information from the Wang family. The Feng family was domineering and ruthless, holding grudges to the death. The Wang family was decadent and corrupt, oppressing men and women. These two families can be said to have committed countless evils and deserve to die. Only the Li family. Though they can't exactly be called a noble and upright family, their conduct and actions are relatively benevolent by comparison. Most of its descendants are well behaved, with no one committing heinous crimes that would provoke the wrath of heaven and earth. Given his current strength and abilities, and his previous personality, he could easily eliminate everyone in this secret realm without a trace, then sneak back to the Xiantian immortal sect. Who would ever know it was him? Chapter 75, Time to Reap the Reward. The three great clans suffered devastating losses, shocking Tianfeng City. The clearing in the forest was shrouded in blood. Li Jianyi and Li Wana looked at the mysterious Wang Haibao, who stood before them with a calm expression yet had just decided the fate of the two major families with a casual smile, filled with endless awe and a hint of fervor. This proposal was like a huge gift from heaven for the Li family. An unprecedented opportunity that could allow the Li family to dominate the entire Tianfeng City region for decades, even centuries to come. They had no reason to refuse. Elder. Li Jianyi took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to Lin Chen, and even changed his form of address. Senior, your kindness will be remembered by the Li family for all eternity. This matter, my brother and I will handle it flawlessly. We will not leave any loose ends for you, Senior. These words clearly stated the Li family's stance. Very good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Those who recognize the times are the wise. Lin Chen spoke no further, paying no heed to the two Li family prodigies whose hearts were already in turmoil. With a flick of his sleeve, an invisible force swept out. The storage bags left behind by the nearly 100 Feng family disciples who had perished on the ground were drawn toward him as if by an invisible force, all flying into his hands. After completing this, Lin Chen did not spare the Li siblings another glance. His figure flickered, and he vanished like a ghost, leaving no trace in this blood-soaked battlefield. Only Li Jianyi and Li Wana remained, staring at the scattered limbs and the thick, overpowering stench of blood in the air, unable to recover for a long time. It was now time to harvest the younger generation of the Wang family. Lin Chen maintained his appearance as Wang Haiba, and in this vast secret realm, he began his hunting expedition. Soon, he located the main force of the Wang family, led by Wang Lei and Wang Meng. Master Wang, you're back. Wang Lei and Wang Meng saw Wang Haiba return safely and unharmed. Their faces immediately lit up with joy as they rushed forward to greet him. How was it, young master? Did you discover anything? The other members of the Wang family behind them also cast curious glances in his direction. In their eyes, their young master must have gone deep into the secret realm to seek out some extraordinary opportunity. However, what they received was a chilling response that sent shivers down their spines. I found quite a lot. Lin Chen, transformed into Wang Haiba, wore the same arrogant and cruel smile as usual. For example, I found you worthless trash who no longer have any value. What? Wang Lei and Wang Meng were stunned by his words, their faces filled with confusion and a hint of unease. Brother Haiba, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Lin Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. What I mean is, you can all go to hell. Before he could finish speaking, boom! The terrifying blue lotus sword rain erupted once more. Young master, have you lost your mind? Why? Why are you attacking your own people?
Ah.
The young members of the Wang family, overcome by endless fear, confusion, and despair, followed in the footsteps of the Fang family's disciples.
They couldn't fathom it even as they died.
Why would their own young master, the future hope of the Wang family, turn on his own kin and kill them so brutally? They felt that their young master must have gone mad. Of course, they would never know the truth. As the last blue lotus bloomed and faded away, all the young members of the Wang family who had entered the secret realm, except for Lin Chen, the imposter, were completely wiped out. Lin Chen stood calmly amidst the chaos of corpses, once again efficiently cleaning up the battlefield.
He collected all the storage bags belonging to the Wang family. Having completed all this,
Lin Chen finally clapped his hands in satisfaction.
That's a wrap. This secret realm expedition had been a highly rewarding experience for him.
He had thoroughly searched through the storage bags of nearly 400 elite disciples from the Fang and Wang families. Though the individual wealth of these individuals might not be overly substantial, but quantity made up for it.
Lin Chen roughly counted the items.
The low-grade spirit stones alone totaled over 100,000. Various cultivation pills like chi-gathering pills and pulse-condensing pills were piled up like a small mountain. Additionally, there were numerous rare refining materials, spiritual herbs, and even some divine metal ores, as well as several high-grade mystical artifacts. This haul alone made him rich beyond his wildest dreams.
Even the inner sect elders of the Xiantian Xianzong might not have as much wealth as he did now.
Holy Sun Fang Xian, you really are my money-making fairy.
Lin Chen felt utterly delighted.
After resolving all the issues, Lin Chen did not linger in the secret realm. He found a secluded spot, dispelled the thousand faces technique, and restored his true appearance. Then, he slowly made his way out of the ancient secret realm. He did not immediately return to the Xiantian immortal sect but instead found an inconspicuous inn in Tianfeng City to stay for the night, intending to rest and recover for a day.
He also took the opportunity to see what kind of commotion this incident would cause within Tianfeng City. Sure enough, just one day later,
a shocking piece of news capable of sending shockwaves throughout Tianfeng City and even the entire Tianfeng mountain range spread like a whirlwind, sweeping across the region with unprecedented ferocity. The ancient secret realm being explored by the three major clans has encountered a catastrophic disaster.
The Fang family, the Wang family.
The two families had sent nearly 400 of their young elite disciples into the secret realm, and every single one of them had perished inside, with not a single survivor.
The Li family fared no better.
They suffered equally devastating losses. Only the two prodigies of the family, Li Jiani and Li Wanyu, who were severely injured and on the brink of death, managed to escape from the ancient realm by sheer luck.
The news spread like wildfire. The entire Tianfeng city erupted into chaos. Countless cultivators were left speechless with horror. My goodness, is this true? The young elites of the Fang and Wang families, all dead? It's absolutely true.
Apparently, upon hearing the news, the heads of both families were so enraged they spat blood 3 times and nearly fainted.
What on earth happened? Could there be some terrifying restrictions or legendary beasts in that secret realm?
No. I heard from the Li family that someone infiltrated the secret realm and deliberately targeted the Fang and Wang families.
What? Someone infiltrated? Who? Who has the audacity and strength to do such a thing?
Soon, a truth deliberately spread by the survivors of the Li family began to circulate throughout the city.
It is said, the Fang family and Wang family had somehow offended a mysterious archenemy in an unknown location.
That enemy, using unknown means, managed to infiltrate the younger generation who entered the secret realm this time. Then, within the secret realm, they unleashed a massacre. Acting alone, they ruthlessly wiped out all the young elites of the Fang and Wang families. The Li family, however, managed to survive because they had always kept a low profile and treated others with kindness. They narrowly escaped the killer's blade and managed to bring back the news.
This truth sounds so absurd.
So much so that the vast majority of cultivators in Tianfeng City, upon hearing it, immediately refused to believe it.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. One person?
Taking on hundreds of elite disciples from the Fang and Wang families, including geniuses like Fang Tianlong and Fang Yuling who have reached the condensed pulse realm?
Are you kidding? Who the hell is that powerful?
Exactly. Even a fully realized condensation vein realm expert might not be able to pull off something like that. I'm sure it's a lie fabricated by the Li family to justify their attempt to annex the territories of the Fang and Wang families. The crowd buzzed with speculation and conjecture. But no matter how they speculated, the fact remained that the young elites of the Fang and Wang families had all perished, leaving their clans severely weakened, a fact as certain as death itself.
Inside the inn room,
Lin Chen listened to the rumors about himself outside, a playful smile curving his lips. He was quite surprised by the behavior of Li Jiani and Li Wanner, the brother and sister. These two are actually willing to go all out. They actually went so far as to injure themselves severely and nearly die before emerging from the secret realm? Their acting and determination were indeed worthy of talent.
As for the other disciples of the Li family and how they disappeared, Lin Chen didn't want to know and didn't bother to care. No doubt the Li siblings had paid a price to make the performance more convincing. But none of that concerned him anymore. This trip to Tianfeng City not only allowed him to vent his anger at being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Fang Xian, but also brought him a massive amount of cultivation resources, greatly enhancing his strength. It could be said that he had gained a great deal. He was thoroughly satisfied. Isn't cultivation all about achieving clarity of mind and settling scores with ease? Lin Chen stretched lazily, feeling his entire being refreshed and invigorated. He glanced out the window. He checked the time. He had been out for nearly a month this time. It was time to return to the Xiantian immortal sect. If he didn't go back soon, his chief master, the Wanxiang Elder, would probably be worried enough to come looking for him himself. Chapter 76, Plan failed. The main clan severely wounded? Fang Xian was stunned. Just as Lin Chen was returning to the Xiantian Xianzong with a bountiful harvest and a satisfied heart. Core region. The majestic yet icy hall of the Holy Sun. The atmosphere inside was oppressive to the extreme. Fang Xian sat solemnly on a throne crafted from 10,000-year-old mystical ice, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spines of all present. The 5 Fang family experts at the Condensed Pulse realm who had been sent by the main clan to intercept and kill Lin Chen in the Qingyun sect's territory had already departed several days ago. By now, they should have already reported back with good news. Yet, to this day, there was still no word from them. This caused a sense of foreboding to rise in Fang Xian's heart. Just then, a figure entered the Holy Sun's hall. It was Fang Xian's trusted confidant, inner disciple Xiaoyu. Holy Sun, news from your family has arrived. Xiaoyu respectfully presented a jade token and said. Fang Xian nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. It seemed like it had succeeded. However, after reading the message inside the jade token, Fang Xian suddenly stood up from his throne, his voice filled with disbelief. Impossible. The message inside the jade talisman was not the good news Fang Xian had anticipated regarding Lin Chen. Instead, it reported that the 5 Condensed Pulse realm experts who had ambushed Lin Chen had their soul lamps shattered on the same day, and the ambush had failed. Additionally, there was a line filled with astonishment and confusion. Master, is the intelligence you provided incorrect? Is Lin Chen really only at the Qi Gathering realm? 5 Condensed Pulse realm cultivators joined forces to ambush him. Even a late-stage Condensed Pulse realm cultivator would have no chance of survival. Why were they completely wiped out? That Lin Chen is his strength really only at the Qi Gathering realm? Boom! Fang Xian felt his head buzz like it had been struck by an invisible hammer. His body swayed slightly, his face filled with endless horror and disbelief. Defeated? Defeated again? He had meticulously planned what he believed to be an infallible, surefire killing move. He had dispatched 5 genuine, battle-hardened Fang family condensation realm experts to ambush a mere Qi condensation realm cultivator named Lin Chen. And yet, they were completely annihilated again? How is this possible? A bunch of useless fools. Fang Xian roared angrily once more, his true energy erupting uncontrollably, causing the entire hall to tremble with a deafening roar. Such a powerful lineup. And yet they couldn't even handle a 100-year-old old man? And they were even counterattacked and killed by the enemy? However, before Fang Xian could recover from the shock of this defeat. Sure. A clear bird call suddenly pierced through the layers of restrictions outside the Holy Sun's hall, clearly echoing within the chamber. Immediately afterward, a spirit pigeon, its entire body engulfed in faint golden flames and moving at lightning speed, darted directly toward the Holy Sun's hall. It's the family's golden flame spirit dove. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed, and the ominous in his heart reached its peak. The golden flame spirit dove was a top-tier messenger spirit beast cultivated by the Fang family at great cost. It was extremely fast and could penetrate most restrictions, specifically used to transmit the highest-level emergency military intelligence. They were never to be deployed lightly unless the family faced a major crisis. Yet here it was, appearing at this very moment. Outside the Holy Sun's hall. A disciple responsible for guarding the area immediately leaped into the air upon seeing the golden flame spirit dove, carefully catching it in his hands. He removed the specially crafted jade tablet tied to the dove's leg with blood-red silk threads. Upon seeing the family crest of the Fang clan, imprinted with divine soul energy, signifying the highest level of urgency, on the jade tablet, the disciple's expression changed drastically. He dared not delay for a moment, immediately transforming into a streak of light and rushing into the hall. Report to the Holy Sun. The disciple even forgot to bow, hurriedly exclaiming, "It is the highest level, blood-red urgent order sent from your ancestral home, the Fang family, in Tianfeng City. Blood-colored urgent order." Fang Xian's heart skipped a beat once more. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the disciple, snatching the communication jade tablet from his hands. When his divine sense probed the jade tablet and clearly saw its contents, he was completely speechless. Inside the jade talisman was a shocking message that left him speechless. Urgent report from Tianfeng City. The three major families, the Wang family, the Li family, and our family who jointly explored the ancient secret realm, have encountered a catastrophic disaster. The young elites from our family and the Wang family, totaling nearly 400 people, have been completely wiped out. Not a single one survived. Among them, Tianlong was beaten into a cripple in front of everyone, and Yuling was decapitated, dying a gruesome death on the spot. According to survivors from the Li family, a mysterious archenemy infiltrated the secret realm and unleashed a massacre, single-handedly annihilating our two major clans. Young master, have you offended any powerful figures at the Xintian Xianzong? Please respond immediately. Fang Shen finished reading and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The young generation of the Feng family, the future of the clan. The entire army was wiped out? Even his most cherished cousin, Fang Tianlong, and his cousin, Fang Yuling, are one dead and one crippled? How is this possible? Those were the future hopes of the Feng family, nurtured over centuries of effort. All gone in a single secret realm expedition? What does this mean? It means that the younger generation of the Feng family has been completely wiped out. Except for Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xintian immortal sect, who is far away. The entire Feng family will have no heirs for decades, perhaps even centuries to come. This is an absolutely devastating blow for a cultivating clan. Who did this? Fang Xian breathed heavily, lowering his voice coldly. He racked his brain, going over every rival he had made over the years, every enemy he had crossed paths with, every grudge he had harbored. The other prodigies and saints from the major immortal sects who were his peers? Though they were competitors, they had always maintained a degree of restraint and would never resort to such extreme measures as exterminating the younger generation of another clan. This could very well trigger a full-scale war between the two top-tier sects. No one can afford the consequences. Are they demonic sorcerers? Or some ancient monsters hiding in seclusion? That's unlikely. Although the Feng family has been ruling with an iron fist in Tianfeng City, they wouldn't dare provoke such a powerful entity. Moreover, the enemy acted with such ruthlessness yet spared the Li family. There must be something fishy going on here. Who could it be? Suddenly, a figure with white hair flashed through his mind like lightning. Fang Xian's body trembled violently. A thought so absurd and unbelievable that even he couldn't control it surfaced unbidden. Could it be that Lin Chen? Impossible. The moment the thought appeared, Fang Xian ruthlessly squashed it. Fang Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with denial. Are you kidding me? That Lin Chen is just an old who barely broke through the qi-gathering realm at the age of 100. Even if he had the most extraordinary talent and the most bizarre combat prowess, he was still just a mere qi condensation realm cultivator at the 4th or 5th level. How could he possibly, on his own, eliminate nearly 400 elite disciples from the Feng and Wang clans including Fang Tianlong and Fang Yuling, prodigies of the pulse condensation realm, in just a few days, without a single soul noticing? This defies all logic. It's absolutely impossible. This is definitely not something he could have done. It must be the work of some unknown, terrifying enemy lurking in the shadows. Right. It must be. Fang Xian refused to believe, and dared not believe, that the mastermind behind all this could be Lin Chen, the man he had always looked down upon and regarded as insignificant. However, what Fang Xian didn't know was the very suspicion he had instantly dismissed as the most unlikely and absurd possibility was actually the answer closest to the truth. And it was entirely correct. Chapter 77, Humans and Demons discover the ancient secret realm of Water Moon Heaven. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to return to the Xintian immortal sect, in the deepest part of the core area of the Xintian immortal sect, within the sect master's hall shrouded year-round by clouds and mist and surrounded by supreme array formations. At that moment, the sect master of the Xintian immortal sect and the other elders were discussing something. Within the hall, divine energy swirled, and the essence of the Tao flowed naturally. The sect master of the Xintian immortal sect, Li Daoxian, sat upon the sect master's throne carved from a 10,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood. Below him, over a dozen core elders of the sect including the Wanxiang Jinjuan, the Danhua Hall Elder, the Jianga Elder, and the Enforcement Hall Elder sat in rows, their expressions solemn. Fellow disciples, I have gathered you here today to share some momentous news with you. The sect master, Li Daoxian, spoke slowly, his voice soft yet seeming to contain some profound truth of the heavens and earth, echoing clearly throughout every corner of the hall. Upon hearing this, all the elders were startled, their gazes fixated on the sect master, awaiting his next words. Li Daoxian's face broke into a rare smile as he continued. Not long ago, this master and the demon king of Qingqiu from the depths of the 10,000 mountains, Tushan Susu, joined forces during a joint exploration of an ancient ruin and successfully broke through a highly secret ancient restriction. Beyond that barrier, we discovered an ancient secret realm unknown to the world. This secret realm is called the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Water Moon Heaven? Upon hearing this name, all the core elders present couldn't help but narrow their eyes in shock. Master, are you referring to the legendary ancient Water Moon Immortal Palace, the place said to hold the secrets of immortality? An elder from the Danhua Hall stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. That's correct. Li Daoxian nodded firmly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although it has not yet been fully explored, based on the Taoist aura emanating from its interior and the vast and boundless spatial laws, there is an 80% chance that this is one of the legendary Watermoon Immortal Palace ruins. Moreover, after preliminary investigations by this one and the Qingqiu Demon King, the spiritual energy within the Watermoon Cave Heaven is incredibly dense, and there are countless rare treasures that have been extinct in the outside world for tens of thousands of years. Most importantly, Li Daoxuan's tone grew unusually solemn. We have sensed a terrifying fluctuation of opportunity that transcends the Yuanling realm and may have reached the Huatian realm at the core of this secret realm. The Huatian opportunity. Boom! These 4 words struck every core elder present like thunder from the heavens. Their breathing grew rapid, and their eyes burned with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. Divine transformation. That was a legendary realm. It was the supreme path that these Yuanling Jinjuan had spent their entire lives pursuing, yet remained utterly out of reach. And now, an ancient secret realm that might hold the key to spirit transformation has suddenly appeared before them? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Wanxiang Jinjuan was also deeply shaken.
He forced himself to suppress his excitement and asked, Master, since this secret realm was discovered jointly by our sect and Qingqiu Fox Mountain, how should its ownership and exploration quotas be distributed? This was the most critical question. Li Daoxian nodded in approval upon hearing this. Wanxiang, you've hit the nail on the head.
As for the Demon King of Qingqiu, Tushan Susu, whose strength is beyond measure, I have negotiated with her and reached an agreement. This expedition to the Watermoon Heavenly Realm will be split evenly between our 2 sects, with both sides exploring together.
Any opportunities gained will be claimed based on individual merit.
Our Xiantian Xianzong will be able to obtain a total of 10 spots to enter the secret realm.
10.
Although the elders found the number somewhat insufficient, they quickly realized that this was an ancient secret realm where the opportunity to attain the divine transformation realm might exist.
Having 10 spots was already an extremely rare opportunity.
These 10 spots are invaluable, we must not let them slip away.
Li Daoxian swept his gaze over the crowd and smiled. Therefore, I have decided. 2 of the spots will be directly granted to our sect's holy son Fang Xian and holy daughter Lu Ruyan.
They are the leading figures of our sect's younger generation, possessing unparalleled talent and divine favor.
They are the most likely to obtain that supreme opportunity.
The elder council members had no objections to this decision. The holy son and holy daughter represent the future of the sect and should naturally receive the best resources.
As for the remaining 8 spots, Li Daoxian's gaze fell upon Wanxiang Jinjuan and the other core elders.
They will be selected through a fair competition among your own direct disciples, the core disciples of our sect. You will now inform your most promising disciples of this decision. 3 days from now, a preliminary selection match will be held at the core training ground. The 8 who emerge victorious will be granted entry into the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. This matter concerns the future fortune of our sect for the next 100 years.
I implore all of you to give it your all.
Yes, Sect Master. All the elders responded in unison, their eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Just at that moment, Lin Chen had just returned to the Xiantian Immortal Sect. As soon as he arrived at the Tingtao Pavilion on Wanxiang Peak and had barely sat down, the figure of Wanxiang Elder appeared before him. You're back just in time, disciple.
The Wanxiang Elder looked at Lin Chen, his face brimming with unhidden excitement.
He relayed everything that had been discussed earlier in the Sect Master's Hall regarding the matters of the Watermoon Heavenly Realm and the selection of core disciples, leaving out no detail.
Watermoon Heaven? The opportunity to attain the divine transformation realm? Selection of core disciples?
Lin Chen's heart was also stirred by the news. He never expected that upon his return, he would encounter such a tremendous opportunity. Just as Lin Chen was filled with joy.
Ding, task assigned.
Befriend the outer disciple of the Yaoqi Xianzong sect, Ling Jiar, and present her with 50 Qi Tidan pills and 10 spirit stones. There will be a great surprise in the future. Task reward, Mysterious Steps Earth Grade Lower Tier. Lin Chen stared at the task panel that suddenly appeared before him, completely taken aback.
Ling Jiar? Yaoqi Xianzong? Who is this?
Lin Chen furrowed his brows, frantically searching through his vast memory bank.
But he had no clue. He knew about the Yaoqi Immortal Sect.
It was a renowned sect of beautiful immortals filled with celestial maidens.
However, as for Ling Jiar, he had no recollection of that name whatsoever.
But, based on this dog system's usual behavior, Lin Chen was well aware of its tricks. After all, the system never gives tasks without warning.
Ling Jiar.
There will be a huge surprise in the future. Clearly, if things had developed according to the normal timeline, he would have definitely been considered an investor in Ling Jiar. But since the system didn't show up at that time, he probably wouldn't have done the things that came later. Whether Ling Jiar remembers him or not, Lin Chen isn't entirely sure. The other party is probably an important figure in the Yaoqi Xianzong now. Never mind. Anyway, when I encounter the Yaoqi Xianzong in the future, I'll just complete the task then.
However, am I really not the main character? I just happened to save a little fox, who turned out to be the future nine-tailed fox demon king, and then I also saved the direct disciple of a golden core cultivator. Although he fell. There's even a saintly maiden from the Xiantian immortal sect who's like a childhood sweetheart by my side. Now another character named Ling Jiar from the Yaoqi Xianzone has appeared. Who knows what other sacred land princesses or divine dynasty princesses will show up in the future. This system is basically a red-haired confidant binding system. But enough complaining. When Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the golden task reward, his breathing couldn't help but grow. Earth-grade lower-tier body technique, mysterious steps. Body technique. It's actually an Earth-grade body technique. Lin Chen's heart surged with joy. He now had the Blue Lotus sword technique for his attacks. For physical cultivation, he had the Xiantian Gongjin Jianti. In medicine, he had the mysterious medical classic. He had the Thousand Faces technique for disguise. The only area where he was still lacking was in body movement and speed, where he was still relying on the outdated yellow-grade martial art technique Swift Wind Step, which had long since failed to keep pace with his growing strength. This has always been his weak point. But now, the system has directly rewarded him with a Earth-grade lower-tier body movement technique? This is like a lifeline in a crisis, perfectly addressing his final weakness. Once he masters the mysterious steps, Lin Chen will reach a whole new level in terms of attack, defense, speed, and support abilities. A true six-sided all-round warrior. No way. This reward must be obtained. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with determination, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented desire. It's just about finding a disciple named Ling Jiar from the Yaoqi Xianzone sect to deliver some pills and spirit stones, right? No big deal. Chapter 78, The Holy Maiden Ling Jiar of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect. Indeed, Lin Chen is no ordinary man. Just as Lin Chen was preparing for the upcoming Water Moon Heavenly Realm selection and the sudden task involving Ling Jiar, tens of thousands of miles away from the Xiantian Immortal Sect, in another sacred immortal realm, the Yaoqi Xianzone. This sect is on par with the Xiantian Immortal Sect, both being among the top powers of the Donghuan continent. However, the Yaoqi Xianzone was unique in that it was almost entirely composed of female disciples, each of whom was exceptionally beautiful and graceful, earning it the reputation of the first beauty sect of the Eastern Wastes, a name that echoed throughout the world. At this moment, on the sacred Maiden Peak, the most central and spiritually vibrant part of the Yaoqi Xian sect, within an elegantly decorated yet charmingly adorable pavilion, a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, was carefully unfolding a recently printed portrait. This young girl was exquisitely beautiful, adorable to the extreme. Her delicate, doll-like face was so smooth it seemed as though it could be pinched, with a hint of natural baby fat that made one want to reach out and touch it. Her large, lustrous black eyes shone like the purest black gems, clear and brimming with spiritual energy. However, in stark contrast to her slightly innocent and youthful face was her remarkably well-developed figure, almost to the point of being excessive. Even the pale pink palace attire could not conceal her breathtakingly voluptuous curves. Childlike face, voluptuous curves. These two seemingly contradictory traits are perfectly blended together on her, creating a unique and irresistible allure. She is Ling Jiar, the current holy maiden of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, hailed as the sect's most precious treasure. At this moment, the Yaoqi holy maiden was completely focused on the painting before her. The figure in the painting was a man wearing the robes of a core disciple of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, with white hair and a striking, handsome appearance, estimated to be in his late 30s. He stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and steady, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Even in the painting, one can sense his unflappable composure and the majestic presence of a master. Ling Jiar stared at the figure in the painting, her large, dark eyes growing even brighter. Her breathing grows slightly rapid with excitement. Ling Jiar extended her delicate fingers, gently and cautiously, to touch the face of the man in the painting. Though it bore traces of hardship, his features remained sharply defined. Moments later, her adorable, doll-like face broke into a smile as bright and pure as sunlight. That's him. That's the look. That's the feeling. It's definitely Lin Chen from back then. Ling Jiar was so delighted she nearly jumped off the spot. She clutched the portrait tightly to her chest, as if holding a priceless treasure, spinning around in circles while emitting a series of silver bell-like, crisp, and melodious laughs. In recent days, the exploits of Lin Chen, the newly promoted core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzone, had spread like wildfire across the entire Donghuang region. At the age of 100, he had only recently been promoted to outer disciple. In the menial tasks competition, he defeated a Qi condensation realm disciple with a single sword strike. During the outer sect trials, he rode alone and seized the golden inheritance, becoming a core disciple by being accepted as a disciple by a core elder. In the outer sect competition, he demonstrated the initial mastery of sword intent, subduing his opponents without even fighting, leaving the first prodigy of the outer sect, Xin Feng, in awe.
One after another, these remarkable feats quickly made Lin Chen's name a hot topic of conversation among disciples of all major sects during their leisure time, and sparked intense curiosity about this mysterious 100-year-old prodigy. Curious individuals even created portraits of Lin Chen based on various rumors, which circulated among the major sects. It was precisely through this that the portrait, by a stroke of luck, made its way to the Yaoqi immortal sect and eventually fell into the hands of Ling Jiar. And Ling Jiar only glanced at it once. From the deep yet gentle eyes of the figure in the painting, she recognized the silhouette buried deep in her memory, the one who had changed the course of her life. Ling Jiar clutched the portrait and sat back down by the bed, her large, dark eyes fixated on Lin Chen in the painting. Unconsciously, scenes from decades ago began to play out in her mind. At that time, she was not yet the exalted holy maiden of the Yaoqi palace. She was just an ordinary, insignificant disciple of the Yaoqi immortal sect, even bullied by others due to her unique physique that prevented her from cultivating energy into her body. On that occasion, the three great sects, the Yaoqi immortal sect, the Xiantian immortal sect, and the Qingyun sect, jointly organized a comprehensive trial for the menial disciples and outer sect disciples. The trial took place at an ancient battlefield ruin teeming with danger. For the outer sect disciples, this might have been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain opportunities and temper their skills. But for them, lowly miscellaneous disciples who could only follow behind, doing menial tasks and manual labor, it was a nightmare. Not only did they have to constantly watch out for the dangers lurking within the ruins, but they also had to be wary of the outer sect geniuses who treated them like trash and were unpredictable in their moods. At that time, Ling Jiar, due to years of malnutrition, was dark-skinned and emaciated, dressed in ragged clothes, looking like an abandoned beggar. During the trials, she was ruthlessly abandoned by an outer sect senior sister from the same clan due to a minor mistake, leaving her alone to face a fierce demon beast. Just when she thought she was doomed. Just as she was about to be devoured by the beast, a figure appeared before her like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. It was a young man who looked equally downtrodden, dressed in the robes of a menial servant from the Xiantian Xianzong sect, and whose cultivation seemed to be no particularly high. It was Lin Chen. He remembered the Lin Chen from back then, though he seemed quiet and reserved, his eyes were unusually clear and gentle. He didn't look down on her or mock her because of her lowly status and weakness like others did. Instead, he had extended a helping hand to her when she was at her most desperate and helpless. He effortlessly slew the demon beast that she had deemed too powerful to defeat. Then, he looked at her trembling form, comforted her gently, and even gave her a spiritual pill to restore her strength. Lin Chen didn't say much either. He simply stood by silently, protecting her and allowing her to recover in peace. From that point onward, throughout the entire trial, Lin Chen remained at a distance, neither too close nor too far, always staying nearby. Though there was little verbal exchange between them. But every time he encountered danger or was bullied by disciples from other sects, he would always appear before him first. Using his not particularly broad shoulders, he would create a small yet incredibly warm shelter for me. The kindness of the spiritual pill. The silent, protective figure. For defending me, he was beaten to a pulp by disciples from other sects, yet he refused to back down even an inch. Scene after scene, as vivid as yesterday. Deeply etched into Ling Jiar's soul. And it was precisely after that miscellaneous task and outer sect comprehensive trial. It was as if fortune had turned, and misfortune had given way to prosperity. In an unexpected accident, she accidentally awakened the Yaoqi Xianzong's once-in-a-thousand-years supreme physique, the Yin-Ling body. This physique naturally nurtures the essence of all things, allowing cultivation to progress at an astonishing pace, with virtually no bottlenecks. From that point onward, her cultivation began to skyrocket. Qi gathering, body tempering, qi condensation, pulse formation, golden core. In just a few decades, she rose from a lowly disciple who was constantly bullied to become a rising star. She has become the brightest new star in the Yaoqi immortal sect. Her cultivation has reached the peak of the golden core realm. She is now just a single step away from the legendary Yuanling realm. In the end, she outshone all the prodigies of the sect and became the new holy maiden of the Yaoqi immortal sect. Her status is revered, and her brilliance shines brightly. But no matter how her status or cultivation level changes, in her heart, she could never forget the young man named Lin Chen from the Xiantian immortal sect, who had given her warmth and hope during her most desperate and helpless moments. She had even sent people to the Xiantian immortal sect to investigate. But the news she received broke her heart. It was said that the disciple named Lin Chen, due to his lack of talent, had stagnated in his cultivation for 100 years, his lifespan nearly exhausted, and was now waiting for death in a corner of the menial peak. Ling Jiar had also considered going to find Lin Chen to repay him. But Ling Jiar had asked around to find out. She couldn't find Lin Chen at all. Ling Jiar even suspected that Lin Chen might have already passed away and left this world. After all, among the menial disciples, someone like her, who rose to prominence so exceptionally, is almost non-existent. Most simply fade into obscurity. However, Ling Jiar never expected. She never imagined
Her older brother Lin Chen didn't die quietly like an ordinary person. Instead, he had been building up his strength all along and finally made a stunning debut. He emerged with a force that shook everyone to their core. Ling Jiar snapped back to reality from her memories. She extended her delicate fingers and once again traced the weathered yet gentle features of Lin Chen's face in the portrait. That adorable, chubby baby face broke into a smile that was incredibly bright, incredibly cute, and incredibly happy. Holding the portrait tightly to her chest, Ling Jiar murmured in a voice only she could hear, filled with joy and pride. I knew it. I knew Lin Chen wasn't just an ordinary person. Chapter 79, Tushan Susu comes at night. Give me a heavenly surprise? A moment later, Ling Jiar finally walked to the window with the portrait, pushed open the window carved from spiritual wood, and looked out at the mist-shrouded, ethereal Yaoqi sacred realm. Her large, lustrous eyes were filled with unprecedented anticipation and brilliant light. Water Moon Cave Heaven. A playful yet eager curve formed at the corner of Ling Jiar's lips. The Xiantian immortal sect must also send their most talented disciples to enter there, right? Lin Chen, now that he's a core disciple of the Xiantian immortal sect, he must be going too, right? He. Thinking of this, Ling Jiar couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like giggle. Lin Chen, you must go. When the time comes, Jiar will give you a big surprise inside the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. We'll be able to meet again very soon. The young girl's voice, filled with endless anticipation, drifted away on the wind amidst the mist of the Yaoqi Xianzone. At the same time, Zuantiangxianzing, Wanshan Peak, Tingtao Pavilion. After bidding farewell to his master, Wanshan Elder, Lin Chen could not calm his heart for a long time. Water Moon Heavenly Realm. The opportunity to transform into a divine being. This was undoubtedly another opportunity for a breakthrough. However, just as Lin Chen was filled with boundless ambition, preparing to adjust himself and compete for a spot in the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. The storage ring at his waist suddenly trembled without warning. Immediately afterward, a specially crafted sound transmission jade talisman, shimmering with an eerie red light and emanating a seductive aura, floated out of the ring and hovered before him. That familiar yet heart-stirring aura, it was Tushan Susu. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a touch of surprise. This fox spirit. Why has she come again? Lin Chen curiously sent a thread of his divine sense into the jade talisman. The next moment, Tushan Susu's voice, as seductive as ever and as gentle as flowing water, echoed directly in his mind. Lin Chen, my benefactor. The voice wound around his mind in 9 twists and 18 turns, soul-stirring and bone-melting, as if countless invisible hands were gently tickling the tip of his heart, making his bones feel like they were about to melt away. Your servant has come to visit you. Come out quickly. I miss you so much. Hearing these seductive words echoing in his ears like a haunting melody, Lin Chen felt his blood surging uncontrollably. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose, muttering under his breath. Damn it, this deadly seductress. Though he said this, a faint glimmer of anticipation? After all, being with Tushan Susu, this 9-tailed fox demon king with profound cultivation, direct methods, and obvious intentions toward him, was indeed both incredibly stressful and incredibly thrilling. Lin Chen shook his head to dispel those unhealthy thoughts from his mind. He didn't linger any longer. His figure flickered, and he left the Tingtao Pavilion, flying toward the mountain peak outside the sect where he had agreed to meet Tushan Susu. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the peak of the mountain. Under the moonlight, a stunning figure dressed in fiery red palace robes, with a seductive posture and radiant beauty, stood gracefully at the edge of the cliff, gazing toward the direction of the Xiantian Xianzone. The 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails swayed gently in the night breeze, adding an air of mystery and allure. Upon seeing Lin Chen's figure appear, the mesmerizing phoenix eyes of Tushan Susu suddenly burst into an incredibly brilliant light. Lin Chen, my savior! Tushan Susu cried out in delight. Before Lin Chen could react, Tushan Susu's fiery red figure darted forward like a flash, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant and appearing directly before him. Then, a facial cleanser filled with elasticity and pressure once again firmly landed on Lin Chen's face. Not only that, this time, Tushan Susu seemed even bolder than before. After the wave of facial cleanser, she actually cupped Lin Chen's face and, with her lips radiating a deadly allure, began to devour him with wild passion. Shoo! 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 Lin Chen! Exclamation point. Lin Chen was completely numb. His mind went blank. Feeling the warm, soft sensation on his cheeks and the unique, aggressive fragrance filling the air, he felt as though he was about to be completely melted by this fiery, seductive fox spirit. After a long while, Lin Chen finally managed to snap out of Tushan Susu's passionate embrace. He gently pushed away Tushan Susu, who was clinging to him like an octopus, creating some distance between them. At that moment, Lin Chen was panting heavily, with several clear lipstick marks still lingering on his cheeks. Looking at the stunning demon king before him, her face flushed, her eyes hazy, her breath rapid, and her expression clearly unsatisfied. Lin Chen felt both annoyed and amused. He then spoke in a tone filled with helplessness and indulgence. I said, Su. Is that how you treat me? You reward me like this the moment we meet? My old bones can't take this kind of treatment.
Tushan Susu heard Lin Chen's words, but instead of restraining herself, she extended her delicate pink tongue and gently licked her cherry lips, which had become even more vibrant and alluring from the kiss. She took another step forward, extending her delicate, bone-like arms to tightly embrace Lin Chen's arm. The two breathtakingly full mounds on her chest pressed tightly against his arm, sending a wave of astonishing elasticity that made his heart tremble. Tushan Susu lifted her face, which was so beautiful it could drive any man mad, and smiled sweetly at Lin Chen, her voice filled with endless seduction. Giggle. Lin Chen, you like it too, don't you? If you really like it, why not just give in? Tonight, why not just take me? What do you say? Stop. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hands upon hearing this, feeling as though his nose was about to bleed. If this fox spirit continued, he might truly lose his resolve and transform into a wolf right there. Lin Chen interrupted the topic and then asked Tushan Susu. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Let us talk business. What brings you here today? Tushan Susu nodded and explained. I came to see you, sir, because of the matter concerning the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Have you heard about the matter concerning the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, Lin Chen? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. I came here today to inform you in advance. Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen nod and, having said this, smiled mischievously, winking at him and revealing a sly grin before continuing. I have specially left a huge surprise for you in the Water Moon Heaven. A surprise? Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of surprise? Giggle if I tell you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Tushan Susu extended her slender finger and gently tapped Lin Chen's forehead, speaking in a seductive tone. In any case, my benefactor, you'll just have to wait and see. I promise I won't let you down. After speaking, Tushan Susu tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm once more, greedily inhaling his scent before preparing to leave. Alright, I came here specifically to tell you this. I'm leaving now. Don't think too much of me, my benefactor. Tushan Susu prepared to release Lin Chen's arm. However, at that very moment, Lin Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed her delicate, bone-soft hand. Tushan Susu turned her head in confusion, looking at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Lin Chen looked at her, a smile on his face, and said, What's the rush? You're already here. Let's treat your old injuries first. Chapter 80, Selection for Spots. Feng Xian, get your neck ready. Under the night sky, the moonlight was as serene as water. Lin Chen held Tushan Susu's delicate, bone-like hand tightly, a smile on his face. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's slightly domineering expression in those deep, piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything, and the slightest thought of leaving vanished instantly. In their place came endless shyness and sweetness. Her face, so beautiful it could drive any man mad, flushed with a delicate blush. She lowered her head slightly and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz yet filled with endless allure. But I came here in a hurry and didn't bring the precious herbs and treasures for treatment from last time. However, Lin Chen, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes at her disdainfully. His other hand reached out and gave a light yet firm slap on her firm, elastic, and incredibly smooth skin. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Tushan Susu let out a delicate cry, her body trembling violently. Her mesmerizing phoenix eyes instantly filled with mist, and her charming face turned as red as a ripe apple, seeming as though it could drip with juice. This benefactor. He's getting worse and worse. But she was growing more and more fond of him. You little devil. Lin Chen looked at her seductive appearance and forced himself to suppress the ripples in his heart, speaking in a tone laced with affection. What kind of relationship do we have? Why are you saying this to me? If you didn't bring any resources, does that mean I won't treat you? Don't mention this time. Even if you don't bring anything in the future, I'll still treat you. I have resources on me now, I don't need your help. Tushan Susu listened to Lin Chen's declaration filled with love, and the heart that had already been lost to him was once again deeply moved. Her eyes, already misty with emotion, shimmered with tears, overflowing with endless gratitude and unbearable affection. This man. How could he be so kind? The resources she needed for her treatment weren't just a little bit. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu, who was so moved that she was about to offer herself to him, and felt a surge of helplessness. He sensed that if he didn't take some action soon, tonight might end in a passionate encounter. Lin Chen pinched Tushan Susu's delicate cheek. Enough. Don't look at me like that. Hurry up and bring out your big bed. If you keep standing there like that, I really won't be able to control myself anymore. Giggle. Tushan Susu was once again tickled into laughter by Lin Chen's adorable, tough on the outside, soft on the inside expression. She no longer teased Lin Chen. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the familiar soft bed reappeared in the clearing. She gave Lin Chen a seductive glance and whispered in a sweet voice. Mr. Lin Chen, I'm not refusing to give you food. Look how anxious you've made yourself. Stop hitting me. Lin Chen felt his nose was about to bleed.
This fox spirit never stops teasing me. Lie down properly and stop fooling around.
Lin Chen frowned and spoke in a serious tone.
You, the demon king of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the divine lord of transformation.
If your subordinates saw you like this now, their jaws would drop in shock.
Humph.
Tushan Susu, upon hearing this, gave a seductive little snort, wriggled her snake-like waist, and lazily flopped onto the bed, assuming an even more alluring pose. She turned her head. With her soul-stealing phoenix eyes, she gazed at Lin Chen with a seductive glance, her voice tinged with arrogance and intense possessiveness.
So what? Anyway, with this appearance, only you, Lin Chen, can look at me. If anyone else were to see this, I'd gouge out their eyes and kill them. She spoke lightly, but her words were filled with a chilling intent to kill. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This fox spirit.
Lin Chen said no more, focusing intently on treating Tushan Susu.
After a night of treatment, both host and guest were thoroughly satisfied. Lin Chen's medical skills were thoroughly tested and refined.
Tushan Susu's old injuries were once again greatly alleviated and nourished. Time flew by in Lin Chen's disciplined and fulfilling cultivation routine, and before he knew it, the day of the core disciple selection had arrived. On this day, the core area of the Xiantian Xianzong sect buzzed with activity. The core training ground was crowded with people, their auras powerful. A total of 20 disciples, all direct disciples of the core elders from various sects, had already gathered here. They were there to compete for the 8 precious spots to enter the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. Lin Chen was among them. He was still dressed in his moon-white core disciple robe. With his black and white hair, he appeared to be in his late 30s, exuding a calm and reserved demeanor. Standing among the crowd, he stood out prominently.
There's nothing to be done about it. Who could blame him, with all the aura and labels surrounding him? A centenarian. A late bloomer. Champion of the menial tasks. Leader of the outer sect. Direct disciple of the all-encompassing True Lord. The older brother of the Holy Maiden.
Additionally, upon becoming a core disciple, he caused an earth-shaking commotion on the very same day. These labels, brimming with legend and the extraordinary, all converge on a single individual.
It's no wonder he can't help but attract attention.
And to make matters worse, among the 20 contestants present, aside from him, the lowest ranked among the remaining 19 had already reached the initial stage of the condensation vein realm. Among them, several were even mid-stage or late-stage peak practitioners of the pulse condensation realm.
And he, Lin Chen,
a mere mid-stage chi-gathering realm cultivator mingling among them, he was like a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. He stood out like a sore thumb.
Is that guy the Lin Chen?
That's him, the one who only advanced to the outer sect at the age of 100. I wonder what Elder Wanxiang was thinking, taking such an old as a disciple.
He's just lucky. Exactly. 4th stage chi condensation realm? He dares to come here and compete with us for a spot in the Watermoon Heavenly Realm? He's delusional. Many core disciples looked at Lin Chen with expressions of contempt and disdain.
Even though he had caused such a stir that day. In their eyes, Lin Chen's so-called achievements were nothing more than bullying newbies in the beginner's village. They weren't worth mentioning. Now, in their true high-level arena, this Lin Chen would definitely be beaten back to his original form. Of course, what they didn't know was, if it came down to actual cultivation time, Lin Chen had gone from a lowly physical training servant to his current cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi condensation realm, plus his partially mastered Gangjin sword intent and a body of secret techniques. The total time he had actually spent on cultivation was probably less than 2 months. If this cultivation speed were to be revealed, it would truly be shocking, enough to drive any prodigy to despair.
Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation, several streaks of light flashed across the high platform. The sect master Li Daoxian, the Wanxiang Jinjuan, and other core elders, along with the holy son Fang Xian and the holy daughter Lu Ruyan, all were present. Their arrival instantly silenced the entire martial arts arena. All the disciples bowed deeply, their expressions filled with reverence. After the holy son Fang Xian took his seat, his eyes, filled with darkness and coldness, immediately locked onto Lin Chen in the crowd like a venomous snake. Fang Xian looked at Lin Chen, who remained calm and unconcerned, as if he hadn't noticed him at all, and a cruel smile curled up at the corners of his lips. The next moment, a voice filled with endless hatred and icy intent exploded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, we meet again so soon.
This journey to the Watermoon Heavenly Realm will be led by this holy son personally.
When we meet in the secret realm, you'd better clean your neck and wait for me. Chapter 81, The Holy Maiden's Unabashed Indulgence. Making enemies.
Lin Chen heard the chilling, murderous intent echoing in his mind, but his expression remained unchanged.
He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid.
He simply stood there quietly, as if what he had just heard was nothing more than the barking of an irrelevant dog.
Clean your neck and wait?
Lin Chen chuckled inwardly.
With just you, Fang Xian?
What else can you do now besides acting like a clown, pulling some underhanded tricks behind people's backs, and spouting empty threats?
In front of all these sect elders, dare you touch a single hair on my head? As for entering the Watermoon Heavenly Realm? Who will be the one to clean their neck and wait then? That's anyone's guess. At that time, standing outside the water moon heavenly realm will be a genuine divine transformation heavenly lord. Although Lin Chen disdains relying on his woman's strength, Tu Shan Susu certainly won't stand idly by. Lin Chen is truly not afraid of any threats from Fang Xian. Even if Fang Xian is a golden core realm expert, perhaps the holy prince himself should be more concerned about his own safety. Just as Lin Chen was dismissing Fang Xian's threats with contempt, suddenly, a familiar figure filled with joy and concern appeared before him, drawing the envious and admiring glances of the other core disciples. It was Lu Ruyan. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan gracefully walked to Lin Chen's side. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, filled with unhidden joy. She tilted her exquisite face upward, looking at Lin Chen with a voice as clear and pleasant as a bell, tinged with a touch of playfulness. Lin Chen, you must try your best. Try your best to secure a spot, and then we can go to the water moon heavenly realm together. At that moment, Lu Ruyan bore no resemblance to the aloof, ethereal maiden she usually portrayed. There was no trace of the overwhelming aura of a Yuanling Jinjuan-level powerhouse. She was nothing but a young girl cheering on the man she adored. This scene left the disciples around them, who had already been envious of Lin Chen, gawking with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They gritted their teeth, clenching their fists so tightly they cracked, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen with nothing but jealousy. Why? Why does this old man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere deserve such intimate treatment from the pure and untouchable princess they hold in such high esteem? This isn't fair. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the holy son Fang Xian watched as Lu Ruyan displayed her unabashedly girlish demeanor, and the tender, loving gaze she cast upon Lin Chen. He felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his chest with tremendous force. A suffocating sensation washed over him. Fang Xian's chest began to rise and fall violently beyond his control. His eyes turned slightly red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. A terrifying aura of power belonging to a golden core realm expert surged uncontrollably from his body, causing the air around him to freeze solid. Fang Xian now desperately wanted to charge down from the high platform and, without hesitation, crush Lin Chen, who he viewed as no better than an ant into dust. The other elders on the platform naturally sensed the nearly uncontrollable aura emanating from Fang Xian. They were all seasoned veterans, watching this dramatic scene filled with love and hatred unfold before them. Their faces betrayed their enjoyment of the spectacle, and a few elders even shook their heads in amusement. Young people just can't keep their cool. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian, the sect master seated at the main position, raised his eyebrows imperceptibly, casting a deep glance at Lin Chen, who was closely surrounded by Lu Ruyan. However, he remained silent, his gaze profound, lost in thought. As for the Wanxiang elder, seeing his beloved disciple, who was so favored by the holy maiden, the elder's face broke into a wide smile. He stroked his beard, looking proud and delighted, his heart overflowing with joy. Cough cough. It was ultimately the sect master, Li Daoxian, who cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Li Daoxuan's authoritative voice echoed throughout the training ground. Enough. The selection for the water moon heavenly realm is now underway. After speaking, Li Daoxian casually waved his hand toward the training ground below. Boom. The entire central martial arts arena trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a massive battle platform, standing 1,000 meters tall, crafted entirely from an unknown divine metal, its surface engraved with mystical array patterns, and emanating an ancient and powerful aura, gradually grew larger as divine light surrounded it, before stabilizing and hovering in mid-air. The rules for this selection process are simple. Li Daoxian swept his gaze over the 20 core disciples below, who were standing in formation, and spoke in a cold tone. Step forward. Each of you will fight alone, engaging in free combat. Use any means necessary to defeat your opponents. Half an hour later, the last 8 still standing on this battle platform. Those who do so will earn the right to enter the water moon heavenly realm. Begin now. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire arena erupted in chaos. Free sparring? A chaotic free-for-all? The last 8 standing win? The rules are simple, brutal and the truest test of one's true strength. Because in such a chaotic free-for-all, you not only have to face attacks from all directions but also watch out for potential backstabs at any moment. Those who survive to the end are truly the strongest. Interesting. Let us go. The spot in the water moon heavenly realm is mine. Almost the moment Li Daoxian finished speaking, the 19 core disciples at the condensed pulse realm could no longer contain their battle intent. One after another, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, and landed on the massive green battle platform. At the same time, one after another, defiant glances, sharp as swords, all turned toward Lin Chen, who still stood in place, lingering with the holy maiden. Clearly, in their minds, Lin Chen, the Soul Qi Gathering Realm cultivator, had become their first target to eliminate. Lin Chen looked up at the hostile gazes on the platform and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Turning his head, Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who was still cheering him on beside him, and said in a teasing tone, Ruyan, this is great. You've really made me enemies by the dozen. I'm sure as soon as I step on stage, I'll become the target of everyone's attacks. Lu Ruyan, of course, noticed the challenging glances from the core disciples on stage and knew that her earlier actions had indeed caused Lin Chen no small amount of trouble. On her stunningly beautiful face, a hint of embarrassment flashed, and she stuck out her delicate pink tongue playfully, her voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, Lin Chen. I was just too excited earlier and couldn't control myself. She paused for a moment, then tilted her adorable little head and asked tentatively. Why don't I go tell the sect master and ask him to change the rules so we can compete one at a time? Given her status as a holy maiden, the sect master and the elders would surely grant her this favor. However, Lin Chen shook his head after hearing this, his eyes brimming with confidence. No need. No need to go through all that trouble? Lin Chen spoke, glancing at the core vein realm disciple on the stage, and softly said to Lu Ruyan. Ning my realm. Just killing a chicken. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes lit up instantly. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light, filled with wonder. This was her Lin Chen brother. Good. Go, Lin Chen. I believe in you. Lin Chen, you're unbeatable. Lin Chen heard Lu Ruyan's words, which were filled with filters, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He muttered to himself in disbelief. I'm invincible? My meager abilities are nothing compared to you, a genuine Yuan Lingzhenjuan. That's what you call killing a chicken, right? You're the real freak here. Chapter 82, Minor Achievement in the Sword Body. Minor Achievement in the Sword Intent. A single sword cannot block it. After that, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He nodded confidently at Lu Ruyan, then his figure flickered, and he appeared on the massive green battle platform suspended mid-air as if by teleportation. The moment he stepped onto the platform, he instantly became the focal point of the entire arena. The 19 core disciples of the Condensing Pulse realm who had already taken the stage all turned their gaze toward him. Their gazes were filled with unhidden hostility. In their eyes, as true prodigies, Lin Chen was not worthy to compete with them on the same stage. The fact that he was standing there was an insult to them. And to think he had usurped the spot of the pure and flawless holy maiden in their hearts. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. On the high platform, the sect master, Li Daoxian, looked down at the tense, ready to explode atmosphere below, yet his face remained expressionless. He spoke calmly, his voice resonating like the voice of heaven, echoing throughout the entire training ground. The rules are clear, no further explanation is needed. The selection trials begin now. Boom! Almost the moment Li Daoxian finished speaking, 3 overwhelming figures appeared on the battle platform, like 3 tigers bursting out of a gate, charging toward Lin Chen from 3 different directions, their eyes filled with murderous intent. These 3. Their cultivation levels were all at the 5th level of the condensation vein realm. A 6th level condensation vein realm cultivator. The leader had even reached the terrifying 7th level of the pulse condensation realm. Ha ha ha. You've come at a good time. This old fool has been blinded by the Holy Maiden's grace and actually thinks he's invincible. Today, we will show him what it means to be a true core disciple, and what it means to know one's place in the world. The 3 of them sneered inwardly, unleashing merciless killing moves. Sword lights flashed like streaks of lightning. Fists like mountains. Palm prints like raging waves. 3 terrifying attacks, each containing a different realm of intent, closed off all of Lin Chen's retreat routes from 3 directions, descending upon him like a canopy. Upon seeing this, the elder of the 10,000 phenomena grimaced. How shameless! 3 people teaming up to ambush a junior disciple at the Qi condensation realm? And all of them are late-stage pulse condensation realm experts? This is utterly unethical. On the high platform, many elders who witnessed this scene couldn't help but furrow their brows. One of the elders couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head, saying, Sigh, it seems that Lin Chen is still too young and impetuous. He's been dragged down by the Holy Maiden. That's right. Another elder beside him agreed, as the saying goes, beauty often brings misfortune. The Holy Maiden's unabashed affection for him is indeed a great blessing, but it has also brought him endless trouble. The sect master, Li Daoxian, heard this and merely smiled faintly. His gaze fixed on Lin Chen on the battlefield, he spoke in a calm tone. The favor of a beauty is hard to repay. It all depends on whether he has the ability to handle it. The elder of the 10,000 phenomena pretended to remain calm. He stroked his beard, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled broadly, saying, Ha, my fellow disciples, do not rush. My disciple is a natural-born sword cultivator. His combat prowess is so formidable that it cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Just wait and see. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Fang Xian stared intently at the figure of Lin Chen on the battlefield, who was about to be overwhelmed by 3 terrifying attacks. His heart was filled with schadenfreude. It would be best if Lin Chen were eliminated now. To spare me the sight of him. On the battlefield, the other core disciples all acted in perfect unison, refraining from intervening. Each of them was watching with a smirk, eager to witness Lin Chen's elimination firsthand. However, The next second, a shocking turn of events occurred that left everyone's eyes wide with disbelief. Facing the terrifying attacks rushing toward him from three directions, attacks powerful enough to easily obliterate any mid-stage chi condensation realm cultivator, Lin Chen's face remained as calm as ever, with not a single ripple of emotion. As if those three attacks were nothing more than three insignificant gusts of wind and rain. Just as the three attacks were about to touch his body, he finally moved. Hum. A terrifying sword cry, as if from the primordial chaos filled with unparalleled sharpness and immortal divinity, suddenly erupting from within Lin Chen's body. In an instant, a golden stream of sword energy, brimming with extreme sharpness and domineering might, erupted from every pore of his body like a volcano erupting. Boom! The Xian Tian Gengjin Jianti technique, cultivated to the initial stage, was instantly activated. The terrifying pressure unique to the heaven-grade body-tempering divine art swept out violently. The massive green battle platform, towering 1,000 meters high, seemed to be completely enveloped by an invisible, icy sword domain in that instant. The air above the battle platform seemed to freeze solid. All the direct disciples on the platform held their breath in unison. However, this was merely the beginning. Before anyone could recover from the sudden terrifying pressure. Hum. Another even higher pitched, more mystical sword cry echoed through the air, as if it could resonate with the heavens and earth. Lin Chen unleashed his Gangjin sword intent, which had reached the Shaochang realm, without holding back. In an instant, the void above the entire core training ground erupted with a deafening roar. The skies darkened. Heaven and earth fell silent. Countless illusory swords, some real, some ethereal, materialized above Lin Chen's head. They were so numerous that they obscured the sky. Then the sword hilts bowed downward in submission. 10,000 swords converge. This was the astonishing phenomenon that could only be summoned by the small achievement of sword intent. And it had been completely transformed by the primordial Gangjin sword body, becoming the small achievement Gangjin sword intent, brimming with extreme sharpness and killing intent. Below. The core elders, who had remained relatively composed until now, could no longer maintain their composure upon witnessing this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. They knew that Lin Chen had comprehended the sword intent. But they never imagined that Lin Chen's sword intent had already reached such a terrifying level. Just as everyone's minds were shaken to the core and they could no longer control themselves, the figure on the battlefield, surrounded by countless sword shadows, finally drew his sword. The Blue Lotus sword technique. Lin Chen murmured those cold words softly. The in his hand trembled slightly. Hum. The Blue Lotus bloomed. But this time, the lotus blossoming from the Qinglian sword technique was no longer a vibrant, lively green lotus. Instead, it was a golden lotus formed from the purest, sharpest Gangjin energy in the sword intent of a partially mastered Gangjin sword, its entire body ablaze with brilliant golden flames. The golden lotus seems to have been cast from the golden essence of the sun god. It radiates an awe-inspiring power of immortality, dominance, and the annihilation of all things. Whoosh! The golden lotus blooms. It directly confronts the three core disciples, unleashing three terrifying attacks. Whoosh! 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 There was no suspense whatsoever. Those seemingly invincible sword lights, fist auras, and palm prints. Before the golden lotus filled with extreme sharpness, they were easily sliced and obliterated. Immediately afterward, the golden lotus continued its relentless assault, smashing into the three core disciples who had already been terrified out of their wits, their faces pale as death. No! The three were filled with terror. They strained every ounce of their strength to activate their protective true energy and defensive artifacts in an attempt to block the attack. But it was all in vain. Crack! Crack! The defensive artifacts of extraordinary rank they carried shattered instantly upon contact with the might of the golden lotus, cracking like fragile eggshells and exploding into pieces. Their protective true essence couldn't even withstand a single breath. They were completely torn apart. Puff! 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 3 jets of blood shot into the sky. The 3 arrogant disciples of the core disciples of the condensed pulse realm who had joined forces to attack Lin Chen. Like 3 broken kites, they flew backward, spitting blood, and crashed heavily onto the ground below the battlefield. Their robes had long since been shredded to shreds by the terrifying sword chi, hanging in tatters on their bodies, revealing the blood-soaked, scarred flesh beneath. Disgraceful! Had Lin Chen not deliberately held back and restrained most of his killing intent at the last moment, the 3 of them would have been instantly shredded into a cloud of flesh by the Qinglian sword technique. In an instant, the entire core training ground fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone present, whether it was Li Daoxian or the core elders, all eyes were fixed on the figure on the battle platform, whose robes fluttered in the wind, untouched by dust. Their minds went blank. Completely frozen. Holy crap! What kind of combat power is this? And that sword technique just now. Ugh, it must be at least an Earth-grade sword technique, right? And that sword domain, it's definitely something only someone who's cultivated a Earth-grade or higher body-tempering sword technique could pull off. This guy. How deep does he really go? 4th tier chi condensation. He actually managed to instantly kill core disciples at the 5th, 6th, or 7th tier of pulse condensation realm? Goodness gracious. This terrifying combat power. Defying the heavens. Chapter 83. Anyone else daring enough to try? Even a 9th tier condensation vein cultivator couldn't escape a single sword strike. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the battle platform, on that figure with flowing robes and not a speck of dust on him. One move. 3 powerful condensation vein realm experts, among the elite of the core disciples, were effortlessly sent flying as if they were mere flies? What the hell is this? Is this really the combat power of someone at the mid-stage of the chi-gathering realm? This Lin Chen. What is his background? How many more hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? On the battle platform, Lin Chen looked at the 3 disciples he had knocked off the stage, now lying on the ground with torn clothes and spitting blood. Though they were not dead, they were severely injured and had completely lost the ability to fight. His face showed no emotion. He slowly sheathed his sword and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was as if the earth-shattering, awe-inspiring strike he had just unleashed had nothing to do with him. Lin Chen did not press his advantage to attack the remaining 16 core disciples on the stage, nor did he utter any more defiant words to provoke the crowd. In truth, Lin Chen's purpose was clear. As long as he could become one of the 8 who stood on this battlefield at the end and secure a spot to enter the water moon heaven, that was enough. As for the process in between, should he take the initiative and sweep the entire arena? Or passively defend and emerge victorious in the end? It didn't matter. As long as no one comes to provoke him, he wouldn't even bother to draw his sword a second time. However, Lin Chen wanted to let the matter drop, but the core disciples remaining on stage clearly didn't share his view. They watched Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, as if he didn't even acknowledge their existence, and recalled his meager cultivation at the 4th level of the chi condensation realm. And below the high platform, the adoring gaze of the holy maiden Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were almost heart-shaped and had been fixed on Lin Chen the entire time. These prodigies, who had always looked down on others and held themselves in high esteem, felt the flames of jealousy and pride as a stronger individual burning fiercely within them once again. Fellow disciples. Suddenly, a voice filled with contempt echoed across the silent battlefield, shattering the silence. Everyone turned to look, only to see a young man dressed in black, with a stern expression and emanating a terrifying aura of the 9th level of the condensed vein realm, stepping forward from the crowd. It was none other than Qin Fan, one of the top 5 strongest disciples participating in the selection, whose strength was more than enough to rank among the top 5. Is that senior brother Qin Fan? What is he doing? Qin Fan ignored the cries of those around him. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, he coldly barked. Everyone, don't be intimidated by this old man's tricks. He's merely a 4th tier chi condensation realm cultivator. Even if his talent is truly extraordinary and his hidden cards are powerful, he absolutely cannot possess the strength to overwhelm us, who are all at the pulse condensation realm. In my opinion, the technique he just used was undoubtedly some kind of explosive secret art with immense power but equally terrifying consumption. Right now, he is most likely all bark and no bite, with his spiritual energy already depleted. He is just putting on a show here. Qin Fan's voice was filled with incitement and rational analysis. He paused for a moment. His gaze swept over the other disciples around him, whose faces were equally grim and filled with resentment, and he shouted again. And don't forget, the sect master, the elders, and the holy maiden are all watching from below the platform. Are we just going to stand by and watch as this old man, who came out of nowhere, tramples on the faces of all our core disciples and steals the spotlight? Are we going to let the holy maiden think that the core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong are nothing but a bunch of useless fools who can't even defeat a chi condensation realm cultivator? Today, we must unite and crush him completely, sending him back to where he belongs. Let the holy maiden and everyone in the sect see clearly that he is nothing but a lucky fool, while we are the true prodigies. Qin Fan's words were passionate and highly inflammatory. Instantly, they ignited the pride and jealousy in the hearts of many core disciples present. That's right. Senior brother Qin Fan is correct. We can't let this old man get any more arrogant. He is just bluffing. Let us all attack him together and bring him down. As Qin Fan raised his arms in a rallying cry, 3 more core disciples stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. These 3. 2 were at the 6th level of the condensing vein realm. 1 was at the 7th level of the pulse condensation realm. All were elite disciples. Combined with Qin Fan, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the pulse condensation realm. A total of 4 late-stage condensation vein realm experts have joined forces to form a terrifying lineup. This force. Don't even mention dealing with a mere chi-gathering realm cultivator. Even when facing a true first-tier golden core realm expert, they could hold their ground for quite some time and perhaps even match them. And Lin Chen, in their eyes, is merely at the 4th level of the chi-gathering realm. The difference in strength is clear. Excellent. Qin Fan looked at the 3 allies beside him, their faces filled with determination, and a confident smile appeared on his face.
He then turned to face Lin Chen across from him, who remained calm and indifferent, as if he hadn't even noticed them. He sneered. "Old man, now let's see how you'll keep up the act. Attack!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the four of them erupted simultaneously. Like a thunderous storm, they once again closed in on Lin Chen. Below the battlefield, Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene, and the heart she had just let go of tightened once more, though she had nearly blind faith in Lin Chen. But this time, the opponents were no less than four experts at the mid to late stages of the condensation vein realm. The leader, Qin Fan, is a peak-level expert at the 9th stage of the condensing pulse realm, just a single step away from the golden core realm. Even if it's Lin Chen, can he really handle them all? Below the high platform, the core elders who witnessed this scene all shook their heads in disbelief. Sigh, this time, Lin Chen, that kid is really in trouble. That's right. Qin Fan's strength is among the top 5 among the core disciples. With the other 3 joining forces, even someone who has just entered the golden core realm would have to avoid them for now. Although Lin Chen has shown remarkable talent before, the gap in cultivation realm is simply too great. It seems he's destined to stop here this time. Most of the elders did not hold much hope for Lin Chen. The Wanxiang elder was so furious that he was blowing his beard and glaring angrily, pointing at the 4 disciples on stage who were attacking together, and shouted angrily, "Dishonorable! Shameful! 4 against 1. Do you have any shame left?" Only the sect master, Li Daoxian, remained calm and composed. His deep, starry eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage, who had remained absolutely calm from start to finish. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, amused smile. "Hoof! This is interesting." Facing such a desperate situation, he still remains unfazed, his heart unmoved. This youngster's resolve is far more resilient than I ever imagined. I'll see just what kind of surprises you have in store for me. On the battlefield, facing the attacks rushing in from all 4 directions, each more terrifying than the last, Lin Chen's face finally betrayed a hint of impatience. Is this never going to end? Do you really think I'm a pushover, someone anyone can pick on? A flash of determination gleamed in Lin Chen's eyes. Since that's how you want it, then I'll grant you your wish. The next second, he held nothing back. Boom! The Xian Tiangung Jin Jin Ti at the Shaochang realm was fully activated. A 5-fold increase in passive attack power erupted. A golden divine light, more terrifying than any previous instance and filled with a destructive aura, suddenly erupted from his body like the sun. Immediately afterward, a sword cry so powerful it seemed capable of severing the cycle of reincarnation and obliterating all existence echoed throughout the heavens. The sword intent of the minor achievement realm surged forth once more. Countless sword shadows reappeared. This time, the countless sword shadows no longer simply submit. Instead, transforming into golden streams of sword energy, merging into the Gangjin spirit sword in Lin Chen's hands. Blue Lotus sword technique. Raging Lotus burns the heavens. Lin Chen uttered a few icy cold words. The Gangjin Lingjian in his hand suddenly pointed skyward. In an instant, a gigantic golden lotus, over 100 zhang tall, formed entirely from the purest Gangjin essence and Gangjin sword intent, as if cast from the golden essence of the sun god and burning with blazing golden flames, erupted with a thunderous boom at the center of the battlefield. That golden lotus was sacred, majestic, domineering. It emanated a terrifying power capable of incinerating the 8 directions and obliterating the 6 realms. What? Qin Fan and the other 4 core disciples, who were charging forward with all their might, saw the 100-foot-tall golden lotus and their pupils contracted to their limits. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. With a deafening roar, the massive golden lotus exploded with a deafening roar, transforming into an endless golden sword chi storm that engulfed the sky, sweeping away Qin Fan and the 4 core disciples around him, as well as the 4 or 5 core disciples who were too close to dodge in time, all of them being violently swept away. Put! A series of coughing sounds rang out densely. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, Qin Fan, along with the other 8 core disciples at the condensed pulse realm, a total of 9 people, like 9 torn sacks swept away by a fierce wind, they spat blood and screamed as they were violently hurled off the massive green battle platform. The battle platform instantly became empty. Of the original 20 contestants, only 11 remained, and 9 of them had been directly knocked off by Lin Chen's single move. What the hell? Clearing half the field with a single move? Below, those elders who were previously shaking their heads in disbelief, holding no hope for Lin Chen. At this moment, they were as if struck by a petrification spell, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a duck egg inside, their eyes bulging round, and their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Even the holy son Feng Xian, his once handsome face filled with schadenfreude, now had his pupils suddenly contracting, his face a blank canvas of confusion. Chapter 84, Forcing the Water Moon Heavenly Realm Spot. He's a monster. A few breaths later, the entire core training ground erupted into chaos.
Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. This time, he was facing 4 experts at the mid to late stages of the condensing pulse realm. The leader, Qin, was at the peak of the 9th level of the condensing pulse realm, a top-tier powerhouse whose strength could rank among the top 5 core disciples. Such a terrifying lineup. And yet he had disposed of them all with a single move. He even cleared out nearly half of them? This is unbelievable. This is no longer something that can be described as simply defying heaven or being a prodigy. This is simply a monster. Just as the entire arena fell into silence, with everyone too stunned to speak. From below the high platform, a loud laugh filled with endless triumph and satisfaction suddenly echoed through the sky, shattering the silence. Ha ha ha. The elder of the 10,000 phenomena could no longer contain his joy, his hair and beard standing on end, as he laughed out loud at his stunned colleagues, who stood beside him as if petrified by a magical spell. What do you think? Fellow disciples. I told you so. My disciple is a natural-born sword cultivator, whose combat prowess is beyond comprehension. Who was it who said my disciple Lin Chen was no good? All of you, step forward. Take a few steps forward. Let me take a good look at you. Where was the dignity and composure of a core elder in Wanxiang Elder at that moment? He was like a common old man bragging about his child getting a perfect score, beaming with pride and arrogance, as if he were about to carve the words, "My disciple is amazing," directly onto his face. The other elders around him, hearing the Wanxiang Elder's mocking words filled with a sense of superiority, couldn't help but twitch their lips wildly, their faces turning bright red, yet they couldn't utter a single word in response. What could they say? The truth was right before their eyes. All their previous judgments and analyses seemed laughable in the face of Lin Chen's 100-foot golden lotus that could destroy the heavens. At the same time, on the battlefield, the remaining 11 core disciples finally began to recover from their extreme shock and horror. They looked at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, as if he had merely brushed off some dust, then glanced down at the 9 former disciples below, whose fates were unknown and whose condition was pitiful beyond description. Everyone shuddered involuntarily. Immediately afterward, a shameful thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Run! Stay away from this monster! Swish! 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 The next moment, a scene that was both laughable and pitiful unfolded. The remaining 11 core disciples of the condensed pulse realm scattered in all directions, like mice fleeing from a cat, almost simultaneously moving away from Lin Chen's direction. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of several dozen feet centered on Lin Chen, an eerie vacuum zone formed. Lin Chen watched the absurd scene before him, observing his fellow disciples who were desperate to distance themselves from him. His expression remained calm, but he couldn't help but feel a hint of embarrassment deep down. No. Am I really that terrifying? He had originally just wanted to quietly and discreetly secure a spot to enter the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. He hadn't even planned to take the initiative to act. But, in the end, you guys all rushed over here one after another, forcing me to act. Now look at us. You can't beat me. Scared again? Can you blame me? Lin Chen muttered to himself in frustration, but on the surface, he still maintained his enigmatic master's demeanor. Below the battle platform, the core elders now saw Lin Chen as a humanoid beast cloaked in the skin of a chi-gathering realm cultivator. Just now, that sword strike. The elder of the Manhwa Hall took a deep breath, his voice still tinged with disbelief. The power of that sword strike must have come dangerously close to, or even truly touched the threshold of the golden core realm, right? That's right. The elder of the sword pavilion nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of fervor. That seamless, effortless sword intent, that terrifying sword technique that transforms green into gold, and his mysterious body-forging sword technique. And that terrifying amplification, at least 3 times stronger, whose origin is unknown. These forces have perfectly combined to produce a destructive power that has indeed surpassed the realm of the chi condensation stage. At the 4th level of chi gathering, a single sword strike can unleash power comparable to the threshold of the golden core realm. A core elder muttered to himself, his face filled with disbelief. This is a battle power that has completely transcended 2 major realms, chi gathering and pulse condensation, a truly heaven-defying feat. What kind of monster is this kid? For a moment, all the core elders turned their gaze to the Wanxiang elder beside them, who was still basking in his triumph, his tail nearly touching the sky. Their eyes once again brimmed with uncontrollable envy and hatred. Some even regretted their decisions so deeply they could have turned green with envy. Old one. You've truly struck gold this time. No way. Once the grand competition is over, I'm going to your Wanxiang Peak to study your precious disciple thoroughly. Count me in. I'm going too. They were now completely captivated by Lin Chen's unimaginable potential. On the high platform, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes were now sparkling brightly, as if adorned with countless stars. She gazed at the figure on the battlefield, the one revered by all, shunned by all, yet still standing tall and unmatched in his brilliance. A faint blush spread across his flawlessly beautiful face. Her heart felt as though she had eaten the sweetest honey. Sweetness filled her very soul. He truly was her Lin Chen brother. No matter where he was, no matter what difficulties he faced, he was always so dazzling. The subsequent matches turned into a complete farce. Because of Lin Chen's presence, the entire battlefield was clearly divided into two distinct areas. One was within a radius of several dozen feet around Lin Chen, an absolute safe zone where no one dared to step foot. The other was the remaining 10 core disciples, engaged in fierce combat within the narrow space. Lin Chen stood there motionless, hands behind his back, eyes closed in meditation, as if he were an outsider. The other core disciples, in perfect harmony, dared not approach him, the very embodiment of death. Even when they were fighting each other, they would deliberately avoid the direction where Lin Chen was standing, fearing that a stray blow might accidentally hit him, only to summon a 100-foot-tall golden lotus to greet him. That would truly be dying without even knowing how. Thus, the entire core training ground was filled with an extremely bizarre yet hilarious scene. A mere 4th-tier Qi condensation realm cultivator, mingling among a group of top-tier pulse condensation realm experts, not only avoided being surrounded but instead enjoyed an exclusive vacuum zone as if he were a king. Meanwhile, those who were once arrogant and unbeatable, the prodigies of the pulse condensation realm, were now crammed on the other side, fighting tooth and nail for the remaining 7 spots, their heads bloodied and their bodies in disarray. This scene is simply bizarre. Yet it was happening right before their eyes. The core elders watching from below couldn't help but laugh and cry at this absurd yet shocking scene. All that remained in their minds was a single thought. This Lin Chen. He's really a monster. Chapter 85, The 100-Year-Old Demon. Daoist talent, Gengjin spirit body? Holy crap! On the battlefield, the great battle finally came to an end. In the end, there was no doubt about it.
Lin Chen, relying on his domain that no one dared to approach, easily and comfortably secured one of the 10 spots to enter the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. When the sect master Li Daxian announced the end of the selection and revealed the final list of 8, the entire training ground erupted in cheers and discussions. And all the discussions centered on one person, Lin Chen. Senior brother Lin is so powerful. He single-handedly suppressed the entire arena. That's so domineering. It's not just domineering. It's utterly unbelievable. A 4th-tier Qi condensation realm cultivator made over a dozen core disciples at the Qi condensation realm dare not approach. From now on, senior brother Lin Chen is my idol. Under the gaze of countless eyes filled with awe and admiration, Lu Ruyan couldn't contain her joy and, like a joyful butterfly, was the first to approach Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I knew you could do it. Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Chen. Seeing Lu Ruyan's unabashedly affectionate demeanor, the other male disciples who had also secured their spots, who should have been brimming with pride and basking in the admiration of the crowd, felt an unbearable pang of envy. It felt like they had just downed an entire barrel of 1,000-year-old vinegar, leaving them sour from head to toe. They felt like they were living lemons. The holy maiden was smiling so sweetly and happily at that old man, but toward them, she always maintained that aloof, otherworldly demeanor, keeping them at arm's length. If only the holy maiden could smile at them with such warmth. Even just once, they would gladly give up 10 years of their lives. Alas! There are no ifs. In the holy maiden's eyes, there has always been only that figure. After the selection process ended, Lin Chen politely declined the invitations from other core disciples who wanted to befriend him and returned directly to the 10,000 Phenomena Peak. However, as soon as he stepped into the Listening to the Waves pavilion, a group of uninvited guests arrived shortly after. They were none other than the core elders who had shown keen interest in him during the discipleship ceremony. Ha, Lin Chen, my disciple. Your master has come to see you. The elder of the 10,000 phenomena led the way, striding in with a radiant expression, looking so proud and triumphant that he resembled a child king showing off his prized possession. How majestic he appeared. Following closely behind him were several other core elders of equally prestigious status, including the elders of the Danhua Hall and the Jangha Hall. Each of them wore kind smiles on their faces, but their gazes toward Lin Chen were like those of people admiring a rare treasure, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Cough, cough. Elder Wanxiang, your disciple is truly unexpected. Indeed, indeed. I was nearly scared out of my wits watching from below. Lin Chen, come here quickly. Let me take a good look at you. What is your body made of? How could you unleash such terrifying combat power? A group of elders who were usually so high and mighty now gathered around Lin Chen like curious children. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at the scene. However, these were all core elders of the sect, and he couldn't afford to offend any of them. With no choice, he could only let these old monsters examine him like some rare species, using their vast divine sense to scan his body thoroughly. At first, the elders were merely amazed and puzzled by Lin Chen's combat power, which far exceeded what was considered normal. But soon, when one of the core elders, who specialized in detecting innate talent, enveloped Lin Chen's entire body with a special secret divine light, his face, which had been relatively calm, suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, his pupils contracted to their absolute limit. His breathing became incredibly rapid. Pointing at Lin Chen, his lips trembling, as if he had witnessed the most unimaginable sight in the world, he spoke in a voice filled with utter horror.
Dao. Dao grade talent? He's actually the legendary Dao grade talent. Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. The entire Tingtao pavilion instantly fell into a deathly silence. All the elders, including Lin Chen's master, the 10,000 phenomena true lord, stood frozen in place. Their faces were filled with shock. What? What did you say? Dao grade talent? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dao grade talent is something that only exists in legends, something that might not appear even once in tens of thousands of years. Old Li. Did you see wrong? After a brief moment of silence, even more intense chaos and doubt erupted. The elder surnamed Li was also trembling with excitement. He activated his secret technique once more, carefully examined everything, and then spoke with an unwavering tone. There's no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. That aura resonating with the Tao of heaven and earth, returning to its purest form, it is undoubtedly a Tao grade talent. And he is also a Gangjin spirit body. A Tao grade talent combined with a Gangjin spirit body, this kind of potential is likely already surpassing that of an ordinary Tao grade prodigy. Sigh. After confirming this fact, all the elders present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Their gaze toward Lin Chen had completely changed. If before they had merely regarded Lin Chen as a rare, unpolished gem, then now, in their eyes, Lin Chen was a walking treasure trove, a rare and precious treasure capable of suppressing the future fortune of the entire sect for 10,000 years. Even the elder of the 10,000 phenomena was speechless, his mind a blank. Though he knew his disciple possessed heavenly talent, he never imagined it could be so extraordinary. Tao grade talent? Holy crap! Have I stumbled upon a divine being? Lin Chen looked at the elders' expressions, as if they had seen a ghost, and couldn't help but smile wryly. He could only bring up the old excuse of late bloomer again and awkwardly explained. Cough, elders, after awakening my spiritual body, I have not tested my talent again, so I was unaware of this matter. It's just that the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy is indeed many times faster than before. Ah, I see. No wonder. No wonder. The core elders finally understood upon hearing this. All the previous doubts were perfectly explained in that moment. No wonder he could, at the age of 100, achieve such rapid progress in his cultivation within just a few months. No wonder he could unleash combat power rivaling the Golden Core realm with only the 4th level of Qi condensation. No wonder he could effortlessly comprehend the Earth-grade sword technique and even achieve a preliminary mastery of sword intent. It turned out that all of this was because he possessed the rare Tao-grade talent that had not been seen in 10,000 years. Once they realized this, all the core elders turned their gaze toward Lin Chen, their eyes burning with intense desire. Their eyes were filled with unhidden desire and possessiveness. Lin Chen. No. Lin disciple. It was Wanxiang's senior brother who acted too quickly earlier. It's not too late to become his disciple now. Come to my Danhua Hall. I'll make sure you eat so many pills you'll vomit. Nonsense. What does a sword cultivator need so many for? Lin Chen. Come to my sword pavilion. My sword pavilion is your true home. All of you get out of the way. Once a master, always a father. Lin Chen is already my disciple of the Wanxiang Hall. None of you dare to poach him. Seeing this, the Wanxiang elder quickly shielded Lin Chen behind him, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, glaring angrily at the other elders with a look of extreme vigilance. A more intense and shameless battle for disciples erupted once again. The entire Tingtao pavilion was thrown into chaos by these old monsters. It took half an hour. The farce finally came to a close under the relentless defense of the elder of the 10,000 phenomena. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Chen's innate talent for the Tao and his two extraordinary qualities, the Gangjin spirit body, spread like wildfire among the core elders, who swiftly disseminated it throughout the entire Xiantian Xianzone. In an instant, every member of the sect, from the reclusive supreme elders to the newly initiated menial disciples, was utterly shaken to its core. Countless disciples, upon hearing the news, cried out in shock, their worldviews shattered. On the Holy Maiden Peak, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing the news, was so excited that she jumped up and down, completely losing her usual cold and sacred demeanor. Her older brother Lin Chen was indeed the best. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Holy Sun's Hall, Fang Xian, upon hearing the news, saw his hands tremble uncontrollably, his face turning pale as paper. His face was filled with disbelief. Tao level talent? Gangjin spirit body? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fang Xian muttered to himself in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had always been wary of Lin Chen, he had always been able to comfort himself by dismissing him as an old man past his prime whose potential had been exhausted. He had always believed Lin Chen was nothing more than an old has-been who had gotten lucky, someone he could dispose of with ease. But now, when the 4 words Tao grade talent crashed down on him like an ancient divine mountain, all his pride, all his confidence, all his sense of superiority. In this moment, it all crumbled to dust. He knew he had been completely wrong. This Lin Chen was no old has-been. He was a true prodigy, a threat to his own position as the sacred son. Lin Chen. A look of unprecedented madness and ruthless intent flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. You must die. Chapter 86, The Three Great Demon King Clans. Lu Ruyan senses something amiss. Several days later, the day arrived when the core disciples set off for the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. The massive floating warship of the Xiantian Xianzone, thousands of feet long and crafted entirely from black iron crystals, slowly departed from the sect's headquarters. On the deck of the warship stood the sect master Li Daoxian, the Wanxiang Jinjuan, and several other core elders, along with the 10 prodigious disciples who had successfully secured their spots. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a moon-white palace robe, exuded an ethereal beauty, her grace and elegance unmatched. Her eyes darted around, and she soon spotted the figure that had been haunting her dreams. Lu Ruyan glided forward with graceful steps, carrying a faint fragrance, and approached Lin Chen directly. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen. Her exquisitely beautiful face deliberately wore an expression of profound sorrow, and her beautiful eyes also held a touch of perfectly timed hurt. You really kept this from me so well. Lu Ruyan extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Lin Chen's chest, scolding him playfully. Taoist talent. Gengjin spirit body. Such an important matter, and you never told me. You made me worry about you all this time, running around for you, bringing you this and that. Turns out you're the real hidden master all along. Admit it, you knew all along, just waiting to see me get worked up over you, to laugh at me. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's accusatory expression, which was actually just a cute way of complaining, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Lin Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender, his face flushing with embarrassment as he explained. Ruyan, you're really misunderstanding me. I really didn't know before. I was completely in the dark myself. Back when I was on the menial peak, I couldn't even manage to channel qi into my body. How could I have ever dreamed of having a talent for the Tao? After awakening my spiritual body, I only thought it was the enhanced cultivation speed brought by the spiritual body. I never even considered the possibility of a talent. If it weren't for Master Wanxiang and the elders using a secret technique to investigate me this time, I probably wouldn't have known until now. Lin Chen wasn't entirely lying. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen's sincere yet slightly embarrassed expression and couldn't help but understand his true feelings. Her face, which had been filled with resentment, suddenly burst into laughter. Her smile bloomed like 100 flowers. Bright and enchanting. All right. I know. I was just teasing you. Lu Ruyan shot Lin Chen a playful glance, her eyes brimming with endless charm. I always knew my Lin Chen brother wasn't just an ordinary guy. One day, he'll soar to the heavens and astonish everyone. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes brimming with unhidden pride and joy. She was genuinely happy for Lin Chen. The other core disciples who had also secured their spots watched the scene before them, filled with the sweet stench of love, and each of them felt unbearably miserable inside. It felt like watching their own pure, untouchable goddess being taken by another man. At the same time, tens of thousands of miles away from the Xiantian Xianzone, deep within the 10,000 mountains range, before a massive spatial fissure shrouded in thick mist and ancient restrictions. At that moment, demonic energy surged into the sky, and a murderous aura filled the air. Besides the Fox Clan's elite troops led by the Demon King of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, Tushan Susu, who had been waiting here all along, there were suddenly two more groups of Demon Kings with equally powerful auras and massive formations. One of these groups consisted of towering figures as massive as mountains, their bodies covered in bulging muscles, emanating a wild and oppressive aura. They were the Black Wind Ridge Clan, renowned throughout the 10,000 mountains for their unparalleled physical strength and boundless power. At the forefront stood a massive black bear, 3 zhang tall, as sturdy as an iron tower. He was the ruler of Black Wind Ridge, a demon king at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm. Black Bear King, Black Ba. The other group was even more peculiar. Each of them had pig heads and human bodies, wielding 9-pronged pitchforks. Though they looked somewhat comical, the greedy and ferocious demonic energy emanating from their bodies made no demon dare to underestimate them. They were the pig demons dwelling in the Yunzhan cave lineage of the 10,000 mountains. Their leader is also a powerful demon king at the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, Pig Wujing. At that moment, the pig demon king swung his 9-pronged pitchfork and addressed Tushan Susu in a deep, booming voice. He. I say, Queen Susu. This Water Moon Heavenly Realm is an ancient secret realm left behind by the ancients. Those who see it are entitled to it. You and those humans from the Xiantian Immortal Sect discovered it, but how dare you think of keeping it all to yourselves? Exactly. The Black Bear King Heba, standing nearby, grumbled in agreement. Such a great opportunity, this old bear, I must have a share. Clearly, the emergence of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm had caused an enormous commotion. Although Tushan Susu and Li Daoxian had immediately joined forces to seal off the news. But it was still detected by these two demon kings, who were also rulers of the 10,000 mountains. They eventually forced their way to the door.
Tushan Susu looked at these two uninvited guests, and a flash of displeasure crossed her soul-stealing phoenix eyes. But she also knew that keeping it all to herself was no longer possible. Just then, a massive streak of light broke through the sky in the distance. The floating warship of the Xiantian Xianzong had arrived. As the warship slowly descended, the sect master Li Daoxian and the Wanxiang Jinjuan saw that besides the Qingqiu Fox Mountain below, there were also the two great demon king clans of the Black Bear King and the Pig Demon King. Li Daoxuan's brows immediately furrowed tightly. He exchanged a glance with Tushan Susu, who responded with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Li Daoxian nodded in understanding, clearly realizing that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. After a brief yet tense round of friendly negotiations, the four factions finally reached a new agreement. The Black Bear Clan and the Pig Demon Clan, after paying a certain amount of resource compensation, also obtained the qualification to enter the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, though their quota was smaller than that of the Xiantian Immortal Sect and the Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Li Daoxian informed Lin Chen and the other core disciples of this decision. Everyone present understood immediately. They knew that matters involving the interests of the sect and the Demon King's clan were not something they, as disciples, could decide. Let things take their course. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tushan Susu, who had just concluded her negotiations and returned to her own Qingqiu Fox Mountain camp. Her eyes, filled with tender affection, immediately pierced through the crowd and landed precisely on the figure she longed for within the Xiantian Xianzong ranks. Then, Tushan Susu subtly winked at Lin Chen with a playful glance. That gaze was filled with endless allure and longing. Lin Chen, seeing Tushan Susu's bold hint, felt his heart race. This demoness. Does she have to be so bold? This is in broad daylight. All around were the sect masters and elders of the Xiantian Xianzong. Plus, the other two great demon king clans are watching us closely. You're flirting with me? Lin Chen quickly shook his head in the direction of Tushan Susu, signaling her with his eyes. This is a public place. Mind your manners. Don't cause a scene. Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen's adorable expression, both nervous and helpless, and her heart immediately filled with joy. She giggled softly, her voice like an enchanting melody, causing many demon clan members and human disciples with weaker cultivation to feel their hearts flutter. She then gave Lin Chen another seductive glance before finally satisfied, withdrawing her fiery gaze. Lin Chen sighed in relief upon seeing this. However, he had no idea. The brief exchange of glances between him and Tushan Susu had already been caught by a gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of suspicion. By Lin Chen's side, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes were fixed intently on him. Her two delicate eyebrows, as graceful as distant mountains, had unnoticed begun to furrow slightly. Strange. Lin Chen, what was he doing? Was he just exchanging glances with someone, flirting? Lu Ruyan followed the direction of Lin Chen's gaze and saw the group of seductive and alluring Qingqiu fox demons, as well as the nine-tailed fox demon king, Tushan Susu, who was surrounded by the fox demons, dressed in a fiery red palace robe, radiating beauty and charm. Lu Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed even deeper. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off between her older brother Lin Chen and that demon king from Qingqiu Fox Mountain. That look in his eyes. This is definitely not something that would happen between ordinary people. But how could this be possible? How could Lin Chen, my older brother, be connected to an otherworldly demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm? One is a core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong sect. The other is the ruler of the demon clan of the 10,000 mountains. There's no way they could be connected, right? It must be a misunderstanding on my part. Lu Ruyan thought to herself uncertainly. Chapter 87, Entering the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Chaos from the start. As the four factions reached an agreement, the massive light barrier enveloping the valley entrance, filled with spatial law fluctuations, finally stabilized. The Water Moon Cave Heaven has opened. Enter! Someone shouted from the crowd. The next moment, the four major factions Xiantian Xianzong, Qingqiu Fox Mountain, Heifeng Ridge, and Yunjian Cave with nearly 100 prodigious disciples in total, rushed forward like a school of fish, transforming into streaks of light and charging into the mysterious and endlessly alluring spatial light barrier. After a dizzying whirlwind and the stars shifted in the sky, Lin Chen felt his feet once again touch solid ground. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a strange world brimming with vibrant life yet tinged with a touch of desolation and ancient grandeur. In the sky hung a bright moon and a dazzling sun, their light shining together, casting a cool yet gentle glow. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost tangible, drifting gently in the breeze. Various rare flowers and plants, long extinct in the outside world for tens of thousands of years, grew here as abundantly as weeds, vying for beauty. In the distance, majestic mountains rise, waterfalls cascade from the heavens, and the crumbling ruins of palaces and towers made of jade and marble appear and disappear amidst the mist. Truly the ruins of an ancient celestial palace. Even the outer periphery of this area is already so astonishing. One can only imagine what kind of earth-shaking spectacle must await in the core of this secret realm.
Perhaps the so-called opportunity for spiritual transformation truly exists here.
Meanwhile, by Lin Chen's side, Lu Ruyan, Fang Xian, and the other 8 core disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect gradually recovered from the dizziness caused by the spatial teleportation. Each of them was deeply shaken by the magnificent sight before them.
How dense the spiritual energy is! What an astonishing feat! No wonder it's the water moon heavenly realm. I feel like a day of cultivation here is worth a month of arduous training outside. Everyone, be careful. Though this place is filled with opportunities, it must also be accompanied by immense danger. We should stay together and watch out for one another. Fang Xian glanced around and immediately suggested in a solemn voice.
This suggestion was agreed upon by most of those present. After all, they represented the Xiantian Xianzone. In such a mysterious realm filled with unknowns and competition, banding together for mutual support and advancing or retreating as one was undoubtedly the best choice. To avoid being picked off one by the 3 Demon King clans. However, just as everyone had reached a consensus and was preparing to venture deeper into the secret realm together,
Fang Xian's voice, filled with goodwill yet carrying a hint of unwavering certainty, rang out once more.
He wore a gentle and scholarly smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Lin Chen.
Fellow disciples,
within this water moon heavenly realm, our human race is outnumbered and outmatched. Unity and mutual support are indeed the way forward. However, to better preserve our strength and prepare for any potential dangers or competition with the 3 great Demon King clans,
this Holy Sun proposes.
Why don't we take turns, with one person leading the way ahead of the group each time? This way, the main force can remain in optimal condition, avoiding unnecessary losses that could put us at a disadvantage when facing powerful enemies.
Fang Xian's words were well spoken and reasonable, leaving no room for criticism. Many core disciples nodded in agreement, impressed by Fang Xian's foresight and wisdom.
However, what Fang Xian said next caused everyone's expressions to grow somewhat peculiar. He shifted his tone, smiled at Lin Chen, and continued in a tone filled with praise and expectation.
As for the first person to be responsible for scouting and clearing the way for the team,
in my humble opinion, our very own Lin Chen, who has recently shown extraordinary talent and possesses unparalleled combat strength, is the best candidate. Although Lin Chen's cultivation is only at the 4th level of Qi gathering, his strength is something we all have witnessed firsthand.
With such a combat prodigy like Lin Chen leading the way for us, there should be no issues, right?
Of course. Fearing his suggestion might seem too deliberate, Fang Xian hurriedly added.
Everyone, rest assured that this will be a rotation.
After we've scouted a section of the path, we'll switch out to someone else.
We won't let Lin Chen take on all the risks alone. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell into an eerie silence.
Sending a disciple at the 4th level of Qi condensation realm to scout ahead for a group of seniors at the pulse condensation realm? This was clearly a setup to send him to his death. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen, their eyes filled with sympathy, pity, and a hint of schadenfreude. Those core disciples who harbored hostility and jealousy toward Lin Chen, after a moment of shock, began to nod in agreement one after another, their eyes gleaming with excitement.
That's right, the Holy Sun is absolutely correct.
Lin Chen is exceptionally talented. He even defeated senior brother Qin Fan, who was at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, with a single move.
Having him go first is the most appropriate choice. Exactly. Those who are capable should take on more responsibilities.
I believe that with Lin Chen's strength, scouting ahead is no problem at all. They spoke with such conviction, as if they were truly considering the good of the team. But deep in their eyes, there was no trace of malice or anticipation. They couldn't wait for Lin Chen, the one who had stolen their spotlight, to go ahead and scout the path, only to encounter some powerful restrictions or terrifying demon beasts and be severely injured or even near death.
You! Lu Ruyan looked at the ugly faces of the people before her. Her face turned icy cold. How could Lu Ruyan not see that Fang Xian was deliberately targeting Lin Chen?
And these so-called fellow disciples were actually adding insult to injury, aiding and abetting the villain.
Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward, standing in front of Lin Chen.
Her clear, autumn water-like eyes were now filled with icy anger. She coldly addressed Fang Xian and the other core disciples.
What are you up to, Fang Xian? How dare you say that?
Lin Chen is only at the 4th level of Qi condensation realm, while all of you are at the pulse condensation realm. How dare you send a Qi condensation realm disciple to scout ahead for you, a bunch of pulse condensation realm seniors?
Are your faces made of iron? Lu Ruyan spoke without holding back. However, Fang Xian faced Lu Ruyan's accusation without a trace of panic on his face.
Instead, he shook his head slightly, wearing an innocent expression that seemed to say, "Ruyan, you've misunderstood," and smiled as he began to persuade her.
Ha, Sister Lu Ruyan, you're mistaken. How could one judge Lin Chen's strength by ordinary standards?
His innate talent for the Tao, his mastery of the sword intent, his Gengjin spiritual body, and those mysterious and enigmatic earth-grade sword techniques and body-refining divine arts. Which of these isn't the mark of a true prodigy? To be blunt, among all of us here, there are probably few who could match Lin Chen in combat.
Having him lead the way is precisely because he is the strongest and most reliable. Exactly. The Holy Sun is absolutely right. Lin Chen's senior brother's power is unmatched among us, he is the strongest. With him leading the way, we can rest easy. Exactly, Holy Maiden. We know you care about Lin Chen, after all, he is your brother. But this is a matter of the entire team's safety. You can't let your feelings for him cloud your judgment. Other core disciples chimed in, echoing each other, piling on one after another with high-sounding phrases like, those who are capable should take on more responsibilities and consider the bigger picture, all aimed at Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. You shameless scoundrels. Lu Ruyan looked at their twisted, shameless faces and her beautiful face grew even colder. She knew it was pointless to reason with these people. Since that's the case, let's settle this with strength. Lu Ruyan's icy eyes fixed intently on Fang Xian, who wore a gentle smile, and the rage in her heart could no longer be contained. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly erupted from Lu Ruyan's seemingly fragile body. Although the special rules of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm suppressed her cultivation, preventing her from fully unleashing her Yuan Infant True Immortal Realm, but she could still unleash the full power of her cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. That terrifying pressure, a mix of the true intent of the Yuanling realm and the supreme laws of the mystic water, surged forward like a raging river, engulfing Fang Xian. All of this was orchestrated by Fang Xian behind the scenes. He was deliberately targeting Lin Chen. If that's the case, then today, she would make this guy pay. Her Lin Chen brother isn't someone anyone can bully. However, facing the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Ruyan's angry gaze, Fang Xian's face showed not a hint of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile filled with mockery and disdain. Ha ha! Ruyan, my junior sister, have you finally decided to get serious? Unfortunately, this is the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, not the outside world. Here, we are both the same. Before he could finish speaking, boom! A equally powerful and terrifying pressure, filled with domineering and imperial aura, suddenly erupted from Fang Xian's body. Golden Core Realm, great perfection. He had always been at this cultivation level. Now Lu Ruyan was also at this cultivation level. Who fears whom? Two equally terrifying auras, both having reached the peak of the Golden Core Realm, collided violently in mid-air, sending out wave after wave of energy ripples visible to the naked eye. Chapter 88, since the Holy Sun is deliberately making things difficult for us. Let's go, Ruyan. The entrance area of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. The entire space seemed to freeze and grow oppressive due to this standoff. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Xintian Xianzong sect had suddenly clashed without a word. This dramatic scene left everyone present trembling with fear, daring not even to breathe a single breath. Lin Chen watched as Lu Ruyan, who was willing to completely sever ties with Fang Xian and even unleash her full power to protect herself, and he was stunned for a moment before feeling moved deep down. This foolish girl. She always goes to such extremes to protect me. Lin Chen knew he couldn't let her continue to put herself in such a difficult position. As a core disciple's internal conflict was about to erupt completely, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He was about to step forward to pull Lu Ruyan away and confront this arrogant prince who didn't know his place. However, at that very moment, a familiar voice filled with endless charm, yet tinged with a touch of laziness and teasing, echoed through his mind as if it had traversed the distance of space, sounding without warning directly within his consciousness. Giggle giggle. Lin Chen, you human beings are truly more interesting than us demon clan members. Since this so-called Holy Sun doesn't seem to care much for you, then forget about him. I want Lin Chen and Gong. Come to our Qingqiu Fox clan. Sister, I'm waiting for you here. That voice. Is that Tu Shan Susu? Lin Chen was startled by her words. He instinctively looked around, but saw no trace of Tu Shan Susu. No. Shouldn't that fox spirit be outside the secret realm? How could she be transmitting her voice to me within the Water Moon Heaven, which is shrouded in ancient restrictions? Could it be? Did she also enter? Lin Chen's mind was flooded with countless thoughts. He recalled what Tu Shan Susu had mentioned earlier, the incredible surprise she had prepared for him. In an instant, he finally understood. This fox spirit must have used some special method he didn't know about to follow him into this Water Moon Heavenly Realm. And from the way she spoke, it seemed like she was nearby. This discovery completely dispelled the last remnant of doubt in Lin Chen's heart. Originally, he had only planned to confront Fang Xian head-on, to dampen his arrogance and prevent him from daring to pull any more underhanded tricks. But now, with Tu Shan Susu, a divine transformation Heavenly Lord level super backup, what was there to hesitate about? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's face broke into a smile filled with amusement. He no longer hesitated in the slightest. Under the stunned and puzzled gazes of everyone present, he took a step forward and directly approached Lu Ruyan, who was currently locked in a standoff with Fang Xian. Then, in front of everyone, he reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's delicate, bone-soft, jade-like hand. This scene. left everyone present with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Especially Fang Xian and the core disciples who harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan. Their eyes turned red in an instant. If looks could kill, Lin Chen would have been reduced to ashes and tortured to death tens of thousands of times by now. That old man. He actually dared to hold the holy maiden's hand in public? How dare he? However, Lin Chen seemed completely oblivious to their murderous expressions. Holding tightly to Lu Ruyan's small hand, which was trembling slightly from shock and embarrassment, Lin Chen turned his head to look at Fang Xian, whose face had already turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he revealed a smile filled with mockery and disdain. You're Fang Xian, the Holy Sun, right? Since the Holy Sun treats us this way, then I think this group isn't worth staying in. Let us go, Ruyan. With that, Lin Chen didn't even give Fang Xian or anyone else a chance to react. He directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's still dazed and stunned body, turned around, and strode away in the opposite direction of the Xiantian Xianzong group, leaving with a flourish. All that remained were the stunned disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong, their hair disheveled in the wind, and the holy son Fang Xian, his face ashen, trembling all over, and so enraged he was about to explode on the spot. Held tightly by Lin Chen's strong, masculine hand, Lu Ruyan felt her mind go completely blank, as if her brain had stopped functioning. Her delicate face flushed as red as the evening sky. Her heart raced wildly, pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Lin Chen, he actually took my hand on his own? Lu Ruyan felt as though she were floating on a cloud, light as a feather, filled with an unreal sense of sweetness and endless bliss. She waited until Lin Chen had pulled her away from the Xiantian Xianzong group and walked a considerable distance before she finally came to her senses. Lu Ruyan finally snapped out of the overwhelming happiness and shock. Looking at Lin Chen's broad back and the hands tightly intertwined between them, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, but her rationality gradually returned. She couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling with a hint of worry. Lin Chen, are we just leaving the group like this? What should we do next? The water moon heaven is filled with dangers, and the 3 demon king clans are lurking nearby. With just the 2 of us, if we encounter them, we might not be able to handle them. Lu Ruyan knew that under the suppression of this secret realm's rules, she couldn't possibly unleash the full extent of her Yuanling Jinjuan cultivation. If we really encounter the main force of those 3 demon king clans, even she would have no choice but to flee in disarray. Lin Chen heard Lu Ruyan's words filled with concern, stopped in his tracks, and turned around. He looked at Lu Ruyan's adorable expression, which was both shy and worried, and a smile filled with confidence and mystery appeared on his face. Don't worry, Ruyan. Who said we're only 2 people? I've already found new allies. What? New allies? Lu Ruyan heard this and her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. However, Lin Chen did not explain further. He simply took Lu Ruyan's hand and hurried in the direction indicated by the seductive voice of Tushan Susu. Along the way, the 2 encountered numerous powerful demon beasts unique to the secret realm. However, under the terrifying power of Lin Chen's partially mastered Gangjin sword intent and the Blue Lotus sword technique, all of these demon beasts were instantly slain with a single strike. This left Lu Ruyan, who was following behind him, with her eyes sparkling in awe. Of course, Lu Ruyan also took action. Soon, under Lin Chen's guidance, the 2 of them swiftly traversed a dense forest and arrived at a spacious valley filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, where spiritual energy swirled in the air. Within the valley, at that moment, dozens of graceful and stunningly beautiful figures were gathered. Each of them wore colorful silk robes, their figures graceful and alluring, with their natural seductive charm. The fluffy fox tails trailing behind them added an extra touch of mysterious allure. Clearly, this was the temporary camp of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain clan in this area. Lu Ruyan gazed at the group of fox maidens before her, each unique and utterly captivating. She was completely speechless. Especially when she saw the 9-tailed fox demon queen Tushan Susu, surrounded by the fox maidens like a queen, smiling gently at them, her sharp mind froze completely. She instinctively turned her head and looked at Lin Chen beside her with a mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of suspicion, as if to say, have you been fooling around outside? Lu Ruyan's gaze seemed to say, no. Lin Chen, my brother. The new ally you mentioned. Are they those fox spirits? Chapter 89, The Demon King and the Holy Maiden's Battlefield. However, just as Lu Ruyan's mind was in turmoil, her head buzzing, and she hadn't even had a chance to speak up and question them, the peerless demon king Tushan Susu had already glided forward with graceful steps, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, and approached with a smile. Giggle giggle, Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Susu has been waiting for you for ages. Tushan Susu's voice was seductively sweet, as if it carried a magical charm that made one's bones tingle. Her mesmerizing phoenix eyes first swept over Lin Chen with a tender gaze, filled with endless longing and affection. Then, as if just noticing Lin Chen's companion, Lu Ruyan, she shifted her gaze slightly and fixed it on Lu Ruyan. When she saw Lu Ruyan's ethereal beauty, pure and divine, whose appearance and demeanor were no less stunning than her own, A fleeting glimpse of caution and hostility flashed through Tushan Susu's seductive almond-shaped eyes. The next moment, under the stunned and disbelieving gaze of Lu Ruyan, the demon king of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, the revered ruler of the Fox clan, made a bold move that left everyone present speechless. She extended her jade-like arm, as graceful as a snake emerging from its den, and slipped past Lin Chen's front, then reached out with unparalleled intimacy and naturalness to wrap her arm around his other arm. Immediately afterward, she deliberately thrust out her two breathtakingly full breasts, burying Lin Chen's entire arm deeply and fiercely into that suffocatingly soft and fragrant flesh. This single action was filled with unabashed possessiveness and blatant provocation. As if silently declaring her claim to ownership to Lu Ruyan, the sacred maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong sect. Boom! When Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene, she felt her head buzz like an explosion had gone off in an instant. Her clear, beautiful eyes, which had previously held a hint of confusion and puzzlement, suddenly widened in shock, her pupils nearly popping out of their sockets. Lu Ruyan stared intently at Tushan Susu's jade-like hand wrapped around Lin Chen's arm, then looked at Lin Chen's arm, which was deeply embedded in the astonishingly full flesh, almost invisible. A surge of indescribable anger and resentment erupted from the depths of her heart, like a volcano erupting. Her delicate body trembled violently beyond her control. A terrifyingly cold aura belonging to the peak of the Golden Core realm erupted from her center, sweeping across the entire valley. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted to freezing point. The fox maidens with weaker cultivation bases were terrified by the overwhelming pressure, their faces turning pale as they retreated in panic. However, Lu Ruyan remained silent. She stood there, her face as cold as ice, unmoving. Then, with a gaze that seemed to want to devour someone alive, she glared at Tushan Susu, and also at Lin Chen, who was caught between them, looking awkward. Tushan Susu naturally sensed the unhidden hostility and terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Ruyan. But she was a Huatian Tianjun. Although her cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the Golden Core realm in this place, her soul realm and understanding of the laws far surpassed Lu Ruyan's. This pressure was nothing more than a gentle breeze to her. Instead of showing any fear, she gave Lu Ruyan an even more seductive and provocative smile. Giggle giggle. Tushan Susu giggled softly, her voice clear and pleasant yet tinged with a hint of laziness and the arrogance of a victor. You must be the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect, Lu Ruyan, right? Indeed, you have a beautiful face. So delicate and ethereal, even I find her charming. Tushan Susu paused for a moment, deliberately tightening her grip on Lin Chen's arm and pulling it deeper into her softer flesh before continuing slowly. It seems Lin Chen hasn't had the chance to explain our relationship to you yet? Lu Ruyan listened to Tushan Susu's words, which were filled with subtle insinuations and oozed with green tea vibes. She clenched her teeth in anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Her once icy cold face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Suppressing the urge to draw her sword and strike, Lu Ruyan ground out a few icy words through clenched teeth. So, what exactly is your relationship with my older brother Lin Chen? Me? Tushan Susu, upon hearing this, feigned surprise and batted her soul-stirring phoenix eyes. Instead of answering Lu Ruyan directly, she turned her head and gazed at Lin Chen beside her with a look filled with endless love, her voice as sweet as honey. What kind of relationship do my benefactor and this servant have? Do I need to say it? Lin Chen, my savior, he is the one who saved my life. He is the man I have secretly loved for 100 years and have decided to marry. Her words were heartfelt and deeply moving. However, the next moment, clang! A clear and piercing sword cry rang out. A sword radiating terrifying pressure suddenly drew from its sheath. It hovered silently before Lu Ruyan's body. The terrifying pressure intensified and spread once more. The fox maidens around her, whose cultivation levels were only at the chi-gathering realm and pulse condensation realm, couldn't withstand such pressure. One after another, they let out shrieks, like leaves swept away by a gale, stumbling and falling to the ground. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with a sudden burst of springtime scenery. A sea of snow-white flashes. Long, white legs and smooth, jade-like arms were clearly visible. Lin Chen looked at the provocative and alluring scene before him, feeling his nose grow hot once again, unable to control himself. He quickly averted his gaze and frantically recited the Ice Heart mantra in his mind. You're all such foxes. This scene. This is way too outrageous. When Tushan Susu sensed that her worthless subordinates behind her dared to seduce her master Lin Chen, her face turned icy in an instant. She gave a cold snort. In a voice brimming with authority, she scolded them. All of you, get up. You worthless, Tai foxes. What a disgrace. Dare to use your cheap seduction tricks to tempt Lord Lin Chen again, and I'll skin you alive. The fox maidens lying on the ground, hearing their demon king scolding, were all terrified, their faces pale with fear. They quickly scrambled to their feet and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Then, in perfect unison, they all turned their heads toward Lin Chen, who was pretending to be oblivious, and gave him a playful wink. Their eyes were filled with seduction and provocation.
Among them were the three sisters Tushan Xingqing, Tushan Mayer, and Tushan Ling, who had been saved by Lin Chen in the secret realm earlier.
Lin Chen. I really appreciate it. On the other side, Lu Ruyan watched the scene before her. Her fair and delicate face had already turned bright red. She was so angry. And so ashamed. She could see it clearly. This nine-tailed celestial fox named Tushan Susu. And her group of shameless fox spirits. The relationship between her and her Lin Chen brother is definitely no ordinary one. It might even have reached a point she dared not imagine. A wave of indescribable bitterness and resentment surged through Lu Ruyan's heart. Her once clear, water-like eyes were now shrouded in a layer of crystal-clear mist. Lu Ruyan's voice was muffled, filled with a heavy nasal tone, as she asked in a pitiful voice. Lin Chen. So? What's going on here? Chapter 90, I did kiss you, you know. You're still far from being the Holy Maiden sister. The atmosphere in the valley had frozen to a standstill. On one side stood the Holy Maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, looking wronged and emitting an aura that warned others to keep their distance. On the other side was the Fox Demon King of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, naturally seductive, smiling sweetly, yet brimming with intense possessiveness and a provocative aura. And Lin Chen was caught in the middle. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. He looked at Lu Ruyan's clear, beautiful eyes, which were clouded with tears from her sense of injustice and anger, and felt a mix of helplessness and pity. He knew that the current situation could only be resolved by him. Lin Chen was also well aware that despite the tense standoff between the two, the likelihood of them actually fighting was virtually zero. Tushan Susu, though bold in her actions, was far from foolish and would never provoke Lu Ruyan without cause. As for Lu Ruyan, though her heart was filled with anger and resentment, her kind nature and concern for the bigger picture prevented her from actually engaging in a battle with the demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm over such a trivial matter. The two are merely posturing. It's merely a declaration of dominance. Lin Chen cleared his throat awkwardly, flashing an extremely embarrassed smile, and began to explain. Cough, Ruyan, calm down first. It's not what you think. I do know Su from before. Earlier, I went to Qingyun's sect on a mission. On the way back, I happened to pass by the 10,000 mountains, so I thought I'd stop by to check on the whereabouts of that little white fox from back then. As fate would have it, we ended up reuniting with Susu. Lin Chen spoke while letting out exclamations filled with astonishment and disbelief. You can't be any less convincing. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan would probably kill him. To be honest, I still can't believe it myself. Who could have imagined that the little white fox I found dying on the back mountain and saved on a whim would one day become the renowned demon king of Qingqiu, with such astonishing destiny? His explanation was entirely true. Except for the system part. However, after hearing his words, Lu Ruyan glared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes, still filled with resentment. She snorted lightly and said in a sour tone. So it's because you're too kind, Lin Chen. Ordinary people would avoid demon beasts like the plague who would go out of their way to save one? Only you big fool, would overlook the difference between human and demon and treat an unknown fox spirit like a treasure. On the surface, she was complaining about Lin Chen being too kind, but in reality, she was subtly mocking Tushan Susu for being an unknown fox spirit. Upon hearing this, the seductive phoenix eyes of Tushan Susu flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. Not only was she not angry. Instead, she clung to Lin Chen's arm even tighter. The breathtaking curves of her chest rubbed against Lin Chen's arm repeatedly without any hesitation. Then Tushan Susu smiled sweetly at Lu Ruyan and said in a tone brimming with pride and triumph. Giggle, what should we do now? I just love Lin Chen's unique kindness. That's why I'm so devoted to him. You. Lu Ruyan heard Tushan Susu's provocative words and was so angry that her teeth clenched tightly, and her chest rose and fell violently. That damn fox spirit. How shameless. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes darted around, and she finally noticed that Tushan Susu's delicate, bone-like arm was still tightly wrapped around Lin Chen's arm, and moreover, Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth in fury, like a kitten guarding its food, and shouted at Tushan Susu. Let go of my brother Lin Chen's arm. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, such public displays of affection, what kind of behavior is this? Giggle. Tushan Susu, upon hearing this, burst into laughter once more, her laughter causing her to tremble like a blossoming flower. She looked at Lu Ruyan's adorable expression, both angry and anxious, and the teasing look in her eyes grew even stronger. Oh my, holy maiden sister, you've spoken out of turn. What's wrong with crossing your arms? To be honest. Tushan Susu paused deliberately at this point, then spoke in a voice brimming with endless innuendo. Lin Chen and I have done even more intimate things than that. Boom! Those words struck Lu Ruyan like a thunderbolt, crashing down on her head with a deafening roar. More intimate things? Lu Ruyan's pure mind, as white as paper, instantly froze in shock. Her fair face turned from crimson to a deep red, and finally so red it seemed as though it might bleed. They had already done that? Impossible. Absolutely not. Lin Chen isn't that kind of person. Just as Lu Ruyan was shaken to her core, her worldview shattered, and she was on the verge of collapsing on the spot. Tushan Susu's teasing voice, filled with malicious intent, rang out again. What? The holy maiden doesn't believe me? Or maybe. She glanced up and down at Lu Ruyan's figure, which was equally stunning but seemed slightly more innocent compared to her own, and asked with a curious tone. Holy maiden sister, have you also been with Lin Chenen? I. Lu Ruyan was startled by his words. Her mind, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, had never been exposed to such harsh words before. For a moment, she had no idea how to respond. What should I do? That kind of thing, how could she just do that? Tushan Susu watched Lu Ruyan's adorable expression of shame and confusion, and the mischievous delight in her heart was thoroughly satisfied. Tushan Susu giggled again and kindly explained to Lu Ruyan. Oh, my silly little sister. Of course it's about sharing a bed and exploring the harmony of life. Boom! Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with heat, almost as if it were about to steam. Sleeping in the same bed? Discuss the great harmony of life? This fox spirit has no shame. How could she speak of such a thing so casually? After a long while, Lu Ruyan finally snapped out of her extreme shame and shock. Once she realized what had happened. She finally realized that she had been teased by this damn fox spirit. After all, Lin Chen was staring at her with a smirk on his face. And he had actually done it. How could Lin Chen not tell her? How despicable. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth tightly, suppressing the shame in her heart, and coldly retorted to Tushan Susu. So what if I haven't done it? You definitely haven't either. I believe Lin Chen. He is definitely not that kind of person. Although Lu Ruyan spoke with confidence, her slightly trembling voice betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Giggle. Tushan Susu looked at Lu Ruyan, her mesmerizing phoenix eyes flashing a hint of approval. She then nodded and admitted frankly. You're right. This servant has indeed not yet fulfilled her desires. She then cast a seductive glance at Lin Chen, who was standing beside her, pretending to be a piece of wood, and continued in a voice filled with resentment and petulance. I do want to. But alas, Lin Chen, our benefactor, insists on being a great man who stands tall and proud, saying he'll only take me once he's strong enough to protect us properly. Doesn't he sound like a heartless block of wood? These words not only explained why she hadn't yet succeeded but also cleverly established Lin Chen's responsible and noble image. Lu Ruyan felt the anger and jealousy in her heart fade away for some reason. There was even a hint of sweetness and acceptance? So that's how Lin Chen really felt. However, just as Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief, Tushan Susu suddenly unleashed her long-prepared ultimate move. She curved her lips into a sly and triumphant smile, delivering the final blow to Lu Ruyan. But, though I haven't taken that final step yet. But, what should be done, and what shouldn't be done? We've all tried it, haven't we? And Lin Chen's benefactor is quite skilled at it. For example, we kissed. Kissed? Upon hearing those two words, Lu Ruyan's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again struck by a bombshell. It exploded instantly. She froze once more. In her mind, only the words kissed and he's good at it kept repeating over and over again. After a long while, Lu Ruyan stiffly turned her head. Then, with a gaze filled with endless grievance, resentment, and the accusation of how could you cheat on me behind my back, she glared intently at Lin Chen, who had been pretending to be unconscious the entire time. Chapter 91, Equal on the Spot. Within the valley, the battlefield remained as chaotic as ever. The air was filled with Lu Ruyan's resentment and Tushan Susu's provocative allure. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's eyes filled with endless grievance, resentment, and the accusation of how could you cheat on me behind my back, and couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he also knew, if he didn't take some action to break the deadlock, today's situation might truly spiral out of control. Though he was certain these two women wouldn't come to blows. But letting them continue to stand there in a standoff wasn't a solution either. Especially Lu Ruyan, this girl had clearly suffered a huge emotional trauma. The way she looked, on the verge of tears, was simply too heartbreaking. Sigh, these two troublesome little devils. Lin Chen sighed helplessly in his heart. He turned his head first, looking at Tushan Susu, who was still clinging to his arm with a smug expression as if she had won a battle. He reached out his hand and gently tapped her smooth, full forehead with just the right amount of force. Thud. A soft sound echoed. Ouch. Tushan Susu let out a delicate cry, covering her forehead in pain. Her mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. Master, why did you flick me? Lin Chen glared at her and whispered, Stop teasing Ruyan. Look what you've done to her. After speaking, Lin Chen ignored the fox spirit, who was still holding her forehead, looking innocent but secretly smiling inside, and turned to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still teary-eyed and looking pitiful. Immediately, under Lu Ruyan's shocked gaze, Lin Chen performed an action that left her completely dumbfounded, her mind going blank in an instant. He stepped forward, extended his strong, muscular arm, and wrapped it around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, which was so delicate it seemed almost too fragile to hold. He then forcefully pulled her soft, delicate body, which carried a faint, cool, and fragrant scent, into his embrace. Then, in front of Tushan Susu, in front of the dozens of equally stunned fox maidens, he lowered his head and kissed Lu Ruyan's two lips, which were slightly parted in shock and exuded a deadly allure, with perfect precision and intensity. He turned her head sideways, deeper, explore, dominant, yet gentle. Ugh, ugh. Lu Ruyan felt as though her entire world had exploded in that moment. Her mind went blank. All the grievances, all the anger, all the bitterness were completely overwhelmed by an unprecedented, electric-like sensation that spread throughout her entire body. She even forgot to resist. She forgot to breathe. She could only allow Lin Chen to conquer and roam freely in that pure, untouched territory that had never been touched by another person. She had no idea how much time had passed. So long that Lu Ruyan felt she was about to suffocate from lack of oxygen, her body growing weak and trembling, nearly collapsing into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen finally reluctantly let go of her, releasing her slowly. He looked at the stunningly beautiful maiden in his arms, her face flushed red, her eyes dreamy, her breath coming in quick gasps, her gaze filled with shyness, confusion, and a hint of sweetness. Lin Chen reached out his hand, gently tucking the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead behind her ear, then curved his lips into a smile filled with tenderness and a hint of mischief. He whispered softly in her ear. "All right. Now, we're even." Bang! Lu Ruyan felt her head explode like a firework that had been lit. A wave of indescribable shame swept over her like a tidal wave. She could no longer bear the intensity, letting out a faint whimper before burying her face, which was red as if it might bleed, deep into Lin Chen's broad, warm chest. She dared not show her face to anyone. It was too embarrassing. If she could, Lu Ruyan would have dug a hole in the ground and buried herself right there. Meanwhile, Tushan Susu, who had witnessed the entire shocking reversal, after a moment of disbelief and shock. A fierce flame of jealousy ignited in her beautiful phoenix-shaped eyes. A strong sense of bitterness welled up from the depths of her heart. She had clearly arrived first. No. Absolutely not. After all this time, she had barely initiated anything herself. And to act so domineering. Tushan Susu's heart was filled with jealousy, and she couldn't care less about her demon king-esque demeanor. She took another graceful step forward, like a butterfly fluttering toward a flower, and moved closer to Lin Chen. She extended her delicate arm and wrapped it around his other arm, speaking in a voice filled with hurt and petulance. "It's not fair. It's not fair. Master, you're being biased. I want it too. I want what you just did." As she spoke, she rubbed her stunningly full figure against Lin Chen's arm. Upon hearing Tushan Susu's shameless words, Lu Ruyan snapped out of her extreme shyness. Her protective, motherly instincts were once again aroused. Lu Ruyan lifted her head from Lin Chen's embrace. Though her face was still as red as an apple, her eyes had regained their cold and vigilant expression. She immediately pushed Tushan Susu aside and, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, shielded Lin Chen behind her. Then Lu Ruyan gave Tushan Susu a cold snort and scolded her in a delicate voice. "What do you want? Didn't you already kiss him earlier? Now you're not allowed to ask for it anymore, and you're definitely not allowed to ask for it in front of me." Her words were spoken with unwavering conviction, exuding the authority of a legitimate wife. However, Tushan Susu was the divine lord of transformation. A nine-tailed celestial fox who has lived for over 1,000 years. In terms of cultivation, tactics, or thick-skinnedness, how could Lu Ruyan, this pure and innocent saintly maiden, possibly compare? Moreover, in this battle for the position of legitimate wife, how could Tushan Susu possibly back down easily? Seeing Lu Ruyan's adorable expression as she guarded her food, Tushan Susu not only didn't get angry, but instead giggled softly. "Oh my, holy maiden sister, you're mistaken. What happened earlier was just interest. How could that count as the main course? Besides..." A flash of cunning and absolute confidence flickered in her eyes. "What this king desires, can you stop me?" Before she could finish speaking, whoosh! Tushan Susu's figure suddenly transformed into a pink streak of light, moving at a terrifying speed that Lu Ruyan couldn't react to, instantly breaking through her defenses. Then, under the stunned gaze of Lu Ruyan's wide-eyed beauty, it directly appeared before Lin Chen. And then it simply landed there. This time, it was very deep. Very skillfully. Clearly, she had mastered the essence of what Lin Chen had taught her earlier. It lasted for quite some time. Tushan Susu finally ended this intimate moment filled with a sense of victory, though she was still reluctant to stop. Meanwhile, the fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, upon seeing their demon king once again emerge victorious. They all batted their eyelashes seductively, extending their slender fingers to touch their own alluring red lips, and repeatedly sent flirtatious glances toward Lin Chen, who was being fought over by the two peerless beauties and now looked utterly exasperated. Their eyes seemed to say, "Kissing one is the same as kissing two. Why not kiss us too?" Lin Chen. He was completely flustered. No way. If he lets this group of little devils keep this up, he might really end up getting into trouble today. He quickly took a deep breath and forced himself to change the subject. Enough, stop fooling around. Let's talk business. Su, how did you get in here? Isn't the water moon heavenly realm supposed to have ancient restrictions that force cultivation levels to be suppressed below the peak of the golden core realm? If you came in with your true form, what if something dangerous happens inside because of the restrictions? That's absolutely out of the question. Chapter 92, Body Outside the Body. It feels almost like the real thing, doesn't it?
Facing Lin Chen's concerned and slightly reproachful questioning, Tushan Susu not only showed no sign of guilt, but instead stuck out her delicate pink tongue and seductively licked her own luscious red lips once more. Her soul-stealing phoenix eyes deliberately swept a triumphant glance at Lu Ruyan, who was still in a state of confusion and shame. That gaze was filled with the triumphant arrogance and provocation of a victor. As if to say, "Did you see that? Little girl, your benefactor cares most about me." Lu Ruyan, seeing her seductive demeanor, clenched her teeth in anger. But upon recalling how Lin Chen had embraced and kissed her so forcefully earlier, a hint of sweetness welled up in her heart, leaving her in a complex emotional turmoil. After enjoying Lu Ruyan's adorable expression of anger and helplessness, Tushan Susu finally turned her head with satisfaction, gave Lin Chen a coy smile, and explained, He, Master Lin Chen, please rest assured. I'm not that foolish. How could I risk my true form? The one you see before you isn't my true form. This is my external manifestation." An external manifestation? Lin Chen was startled upon hearing this. He instinctively looked down at his arm, which was still tightly embraced by Tushan Susu and deeply immersed in that breathtakingly intense sensation. That real sensation. That astonishing elasticity. That intoxicating warmth. This feels almost like the real thing. If this were a transformation, what about the real thing? As Tushan Susu watched Lin Chen's expression of astonishment mixed with a hint of nostalgia, the smile on her face grew even more smug. She straightened her chest and continued in a tone brimming with pride and a touch of educational enthusiasm. You don't know, sir. On the path of cultivating immortality, after reaching the nascent soul stage, one proceeds to the spirit transformation stage. And this transformation of the divine essence is the very essence of our external avatars. Once one enters the spirit transformation realm, one can split their divine soul, condense their spiritual energy outside the body, and forge a physical form that is in perfect harmony with one's mind and possesses immense power. This avatar not only possesses 7 or 8 times the strength of the original body but can also perform 2 tasks simultaneously, fighting 2 enemies at once. Its power far surpasses that of a Yuanling true immortal. Therefore, my benefactor, you have no need to worry about me. Even if this avatar were to perish within the water moon heavenly realm, it would merely be a loss of some vital energy for my true form. With a few years of rest, I would recover fully. Lin Chen listened to Tushan Susu's explanation and was deeply shocked. No wonder he's a divine transformation heavenly lord. To possess such a divine technique as an external avatar. It's like having an extra life, and not just any life, but a high-level avatar that can be summoned at any time to scout ahead, fight, or even do other things. Too powerful. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing the words external avatar, her eyes, which had been filled with hostility and caution, suddenly lit up. She seemed to think of something, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Outward projection of the body? Humph. That means the kiss just now wasn't from this fox spirit's true form? Then it doesn't count. Right. Absolutely not. Lin Chen kissed only an illusion. But I was the one who was truly kissed by Lin Chen. Thinking about it that way. In an instant, the intense pang of jealousy and grievance in Lu Ruyan's heart dissipated by more than half. In their place arose renewed determination and a hint of urgency. No. That damn fox spirit has already reached the spirit transformation realm and can manifest an external avatar. And I'm still stuck at the nascent soul stage. The gap is too vast. If I don't hurry up and cultivate harder, then, when it comes to competing for Lin Chen's affection, I'll be at a disadvantage in every way. That despicable fox spirit. I, Lu Ruyan, will never give up. Lin Chen is mine. Lu Ruyan made up her mind in her heart. Tushan Susu seemed to sense the hint of curiosity in Lin Chen's gaze, as well as his curiosity toward her physical form. Her soul-stealing phoenix eyes flashed with a sly smile once more. Suddenly, Tushan Susu leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered in a voice so seductive and suggestive that it could make one's soul tremble, a voice only the two of them could hear, and said softly, Giggle, giggle. Lin Chen, my benefactor. This physical form of mine, though merely an avatar, has the same bodily structure and sensations as the original body. Would you like to try it out yourself, Master Lin? Boom. Lin Chen felt his mind once again being violently shaken by the demonist's seductive words. Try it? What was there to try? He instinctively glanced at the person beside him, Lu Ruyan, who had seemingly returned to her usual composed demeanor but whose ears were suddenly perked up, clearly eavesdropping.
Lin Chen's survival instinct kicked in instantly. He shook his head frantically. Are you kidding me? There was a ticking time bomb standing right next to him. If he dared to nod, the next second, Lu Ruyan would definitely lose her temper on the spot, and the Water Moon Heavenly Realm might end up witnessing an epic showdown between the Holy Maiden and the nine-tailed fox in her transformed form before its time. Seeing Lin Chen shake his head, Tushan Susu giggled again, her heart brimming with endless pride and satisfaction. She knew this benefactor was just a cold-hearted, yet secretly pure and adorable, reserved and shy wooden block. Tease him. It was simply too amusing. After laughing, Tushan Susu's expression gradually grew serious. She knew that business came first. Tushan Susu spoke softly to Lin Chen. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get down to business. Lin Chen, my benefactor, I specifically used my external avatar to infiltrate here. First, to sweep away all the rare treasures within this Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Second, it's for the most important item here. That legendary Divine Transformation Inheritance. Is there really a Divine Transformation Inheritance within the Water Moon Heavenly Realm? Lin Chen was also slightly startled upon hearing this. He had previously heard the sect master Li Daoxian mention this matter, but he had assumed it was merely speculation. He never expected it to be true. Of course. Tushan Susu nodded matter-of-factly. Although this servant has also managed to enter the Divine Transformation Realm by sheer luck. But the path to the Huanshan Realm is long and perilous, every step as treacherous as walking on thin ice. If I could obtain the Huanshan inheritance of an ancient great being, to cross-reference and learn from each other, it would bring immeasurable benefits to my future cultivation. At this point, Tushan Susu paused for a moment, then shifted the topic. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes once again filled with tenderness and a hint of pride. During our previous exploration of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm with your sect master, I was able to roughly pinpoint the possible location of that Divine Transformation Inheritance using the special innate talent of my nine-tailed fox clan. And this information. She turned to Lin Chen, flashing a seductive smile that could charm anyone, her voice brimming with endless temptation. It is the great surprise I mentioned earlier that I intend to present to you, my benefactor. I wish to use this Divine Transformation Inheritance to help you, my benefactor, attain the Divine Transformation Realm as soon as possible. Then, Tushan Susu stopped speaking at this point, instead gazing at Lin Chen with her watery, almond-shaped eyes, her expression brimming with unspoken meaning. She finished speaking and was about to, as before, actively press her body against Lin Chen's and give him some tangible rewards. However, just then, a cold, disdainful snort filled with jealousy suddenly rang out from the side. It turned out that Lu Ruyan had quietly stepped forward once more, grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve, and pulled him toward herself. Then she raised her stunningly beautiful face, brimming with arrogance and confidence, and said to Tushan Susu, "No need. Even without your so-called worthless Divine Transformation Inheritance, Lin Chen can still cultivate to the Divine Transformation Realm. After all, my Lin Chen brother possesses the invincible talent of the Gangjin Spirit Body and Dao Grade Innate Talent." Chapter 93, The Infant Condensing Fruit. Lu Ruyan's cold words, filled with endless pride and confidence, thundered like a clap of thunder in the ears of Tushan Susu and the dozens of fox maidens behind her. What? Gangjin Spirit Body? Daoist Grade Talent? Lin Chen, the honorable gentleman, is actually the legendary, once in 10,000 years possessor of Dao Grade Talent? Tushan Susu's already seductive phoenix-like eyes were instantly filled with a shock and horror she had never experienced before. Her tempting red lips parted slightly, and she froze in place. The fox maidens behind her were no exception, every single one of them froze in place, their faces brimming with disbelief. Daoist talent. What does that even mean? It was a divine talent that existed only in the most ancient legends, powerful enough to drive any sacred land or divine dynasty into madness. Those who possess such a talent, as long as they don't meet an untimely end, will at the very least become a great power in the future, and there is even a high chance they could ascend to the Supreme Emperor realm. And this Lin Chen, is he actually such a legendary existence? Tushan Susu stared at Lin Chen, her mind going blank. It took her a long while to slowly snap out of her utter shock. Tushan Susu looked at Lu Ruyan and asked her again for confirmation. Ruyan's sister. Are you really serious about what you just said? Is Lin Chen really a natural talent in the Dao? Lu Ruyan looked at Tushan Susu's adorable expression, stunned into a daze, and the bitterness and frustration in her heart vanished instantly. In their place came endless pride and satisfaction. She lifted her snow-white, delicate chin, like a little peacock that had won a battle, and hummed proudly twice. Is there any doubt about that? This matter was personally confirmed by the core elders of our Xiantian Xianzone. Everyone in the sect knows about it now. After speaking, she deliberately gave Tushan Susu a strange look, sizing her up from head to toe, and said with a teasing tone, "Oh my, I thought you said you and Lin Chen were in a special relationship, even doing more intimate things together? How could you not know about such a major matter as Lin Chen brother possessing the innate talent of the Dao realm? It seems like you don't know Lin Chen brother very well after all." Lu Ruyan felt that she had finally gained the upper hand against this damn fox spirit. However, to her surprise, after hearing her provocative words, Tushan Susu not only showed no signs of anger or resentment. Instead, her eyes, which had been filled with shock, were suddenly filled with an even more intense and passionate admiration and love. She completely ignored Lu Ruyan's provocation, instead turning her head and staring intently at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with endless tenderness and joy. Lin Chen, my benefactor, I knew you were extraordinary. Taoist talent. Gengjin spiritual body. Is this your true talent, Sir Lin Chen? Indeed, it is so astonishing, so captivating. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen with eyes that seemed to be gazing at a treasure so precious it could drive the entire world mad. That admiration and joy from the depths of her heart were impossible to hide. Lu Ruyan saw Tushan Susu not only unaffected by her words but even more admiring and obsessed with Lin Chen. She exploded on the spot. She was completely thrown off balance. I mentioned Lin Chen's extraordinary talent not to make you fox, admire him even more. It was just to tease you. Make me feel better, damn it. You jerk. This script is all wrong. Looking at Tushan Susu's adoring expression, her fair face flushed with embarrassment, as if she couldn't wait to pounce on him and devour him whole. Then he glanced at the girl beside him, Lu Ruyan, whose face was puffed up with anger from the failed plan, looking as adorable as a pufferfish. Lin Chen felt both annoyed and amused. Lin Chen reached out and gently rubbed the tops of both women's heads. Enough. Stop acting silly. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu and said softly. Susu, we can't waste time here. The opportunity at the Water Moon Cave is urgent. The matter of my innate talent was only recently discovered by my master and the others. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it myself. I was actually planning to tell you first as soon as I found the opportunity. I didn't expect that today, Ruyan would tell you first. As expected. Tushan Susu listened to Lin Chen's words, and the smile on her face grew even sweeter. Taoist talent. Lin Chen, of course, knew that. But back then, it wasn't that impressive yet, you had to play it safe. Now there's no need to hide anymore. Then he was unexpectedly detected. Might as well just expose it. The tension between the two women finally eased. Tushan Susu, the nine-tailed fox demon queen who had lived for over 1,000 years, also displayed the grace and dignity befitting her status. Tushan Susu looked at Lu Ruyan, her face adorned with an elegant and graceful smile, and extended her delicate, bone-like hand. Ruyan's sister. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Tushan Susu, the demon queen of Qingqiu Fox Mountain. My cultivation, well, it's nothing special, I've just entered the divine transformation realm. It seems like we'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. Please take care of me in the future. These words were both a formal introduction and an implicit invitation to form an alliance. Lu Ruyan looked at the hand Tushan Susu extended to her, then glanced at Lin Chen beside her, who was smiling contentedly. She couldn't help but snort inwardly. Cunning fox spirit. Don't think you can make me acknowledge your status this way. However, Lu Ruyan was well aware. Look at this fox spirit clinging on so stubbornly, insisting she won't marry anyone but Lin Chen. Getting her to leave on her own is probably impossible. Since that's the case, rather than having another relentless rival, it's better to temporarily form a united front and establish a sisterhood alliance. First, we must keep a tight leash on Lin Chen. We absolutely cannot let him go out and flirt with other women again. Right. Let's do it. Thinking this through, Lu Ruyan made up her mind. Though she still felt reluctant deep down, she eventually extended her delicate hand and gently clasped it with Tushan Susu's soft little hand. Tushan's sister, you're too kind. Next. Under the guidance of Tushan Susu, who had already conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan followed the Qingqiu Fox Mountain group, venturing deeper into the secret realm. This Water Moon Heaven truly lived up to its reputation as the ruins of an ancient divine palace. The vastness of its space far exceeded everyone's imagination. Moreover, it was not only rich in spiritual energy and teeming with rare treasures, but also had countless powerful ancient restrictions and terrifying demonic beasts left behind from the ancient era. Along the way, they encountered several dangerous situations. However, under the guidance of Tushan Susu, a divine transformation heavenly lord though only in her avatar form, and with the assistance of Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, two equally powerful and abnormal support characters, all dangers were narrowly averted one after another. Just as they had ventured hundreds of miles deeper into the secret realm. Suddenly, in the valley ahead, a dazzling purple divine light, brimming with vibrant life energy and profound Taoist aura, shot into the sky. The purple light, resembling a divine pillar, pierced through the heavens and earth, illuminating the surrounding area for tens of miles into a dreamlike purple sea. A strange fragrance wafted through the air, and even a single whiff left one feeling mentally refreshed and their cultivation enhanced. What is this? Tushan Susu's alluring phoenix-like eyes narrowed sharply. The next moment, her stunningly beautiful face betrayed a look of astonishment. This scent, this extraordinary phenomenon, could it be the Ningying fruit? What? The infant condensing fruit?
Upon hearing those three words, her exquisitely beautiful face was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of shock and joy.
The Ningying fruit.
It was a supreme heavenly treasure specifically targeted at cultivators at the Yuanling realm. It is said that this fruit blooms once every 1,000 years, bears fruit once every 1,000 years, and takes another 1,000 years to mature. A single mature Ningying fruit contains such vast amounts of life energy and cosmic laws that it can allow a cultivator at the initial stage of the Yuanling realm to break through a minor realm without any side effects. Even for those true lords who have been stuck at the peak of the Yuanling stage for years, unable to break through. This Ningying fruit holds an extremely high likelihood of helping them break through their bottleneck and catch a glimpse of the legendary secrets of the Huanshan realm.
Its value is truly priceless. It is simply immeasurable. Lu Ruyan never imagined she could encounter such a legendary, heaven-defying opportunity within the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Chapter 94, Encountering the Pig Demon Clan. Water Moon Heaven. In a certain valley, the dazzling purple light shooting into the sky was like a beacon in the night, instantly illuminating the sky for miles around. The strange fragrance it emitted, filled with a rich life force and mysterious Taoist aura, drifted on the wind, drawing the attention of countless creatures. Such an earth-shaking celestial phenomenon naturally did not attract only Lin Shen's group. In a dense forest dozens of miles away from the valley, a group of dozens of pig-headed, human-bodied creatures, each wielding a 9-pronged pitchfork and emanating a greedy and ferocious demonic aura, also simultaneously spotted the purple divine light shooting into the sky. At the forefront was an abnormally tall figure, with bulging muscles, a massive pig's head, and 2 ears as large as fans. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, a terrifying pig demon. He was the sole son of Pig Demon King Zhu Wujing, the young clan leader of the cloud-stable cave lineage of the 10,000 Mountains Zhu Wuning. This. Zhu Wuning's already small pig eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of greed and madness the moment he saw the dazzling purple light. He sniffed sharply. He inhaled the strange fragrance carried by the wind into his body, and the fat on his face trembled violently with excitement. It's the infant condensing fruit. It must be the sign of its maturity. This is truly heaven helping me, heaven helping me. Zhu Wunan let out a deafening, maniacal laugh. He was currently at the peak of the Golden Realm, just a single step away from the legendary Yuan realm. But this final step was as insurmountable as a natural barrier, trapping countless prodigies and demons. For a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm like him, the Ningying fruit was the best tonic, the supreme elixir to step onto the path of the Yuanling realm. If he could obtain it, he, Zhu Wunan, would have absolute confidence to break through the bottleneck, condense his Yuanling, and become a true demonic powerhouse. You all, pay attention to this young master. Zhu Wuning's eyes gleamed with greed as he brandished the cold, gleaming 9-pronged pitchfork in his hand, pointing toward the direction where the purple light was erupting, and roared excitedly. There is a legendary treasure emerging ahead. Whoever brings it to me will be richly rewarded. Charge for this young master. At his command, dozens of pig demons, as if injected with adrenaline, let out a series of excited grunts and charged forward with heavy footsteps toward the source of the purple light. At the same time, Lin Shen, Lu Ruyan, and Tushan Susu, leading the Qingqiu Fox clan, had also followed the purple light and the strange fragrance to the depths of the valley. After traveling several miles forward, they finally came to a halt before a vast cliff face. Before them stood a strange, translucent tree, as if carved from purple crystal, standing only a few feet tall. The tree's branches and leaves were lush and vibrant, each leaf seeming to contain countless stars, twinkling with points of purple light. Among the lush foliage, there were only 3 fruits. The fruits were roughly the size of an infant's fist, their bodies a dreamlike purple, with mystical patterns swirling across their surfaces. The overwhelming life energy and intense fragrance emanating from them were almost tangible. Even a single glance left one feeling mentally refreshed and utterly at peace. The infant condensing fruit tree. A fox maiden with extensive knowledge among the group couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment the moment she caught sight of the precious tree. Heavens! It's actually the legendary infant condensing fruit tree. And there are 3 ripe infant condensing fruits on it. All the fox maidens were overjoyed. Even Tushan Susu, in her current form, couldn't hide the surprise and joy on her stunningly beautiful face. Tushan Susu turned to look at Lin Shen beside her, her eyes half closed in a seductive glance, and giggled. It seems like we're in for some good luck this time, Lin Shen, our benefactor. Lin Shen smiled and nodded in agreement. He was well aware of the effects and value of the condensed infant fruit. Such a heavenly treasure was an unparalleled opportunity for Lu Ruyan, who was at the Yuanling realm, something that could only be encountered by chance and never sought after. If she could obtain it, it would be enough to advance her cultivation by a significant margin. However, Lin Shen's gaze did not linger on the tempting Ningying fruits. Instead, it slowly settled on the trunk of the Ningying fruit tree.
There, on the translucent purple trunk, coiled a massive serpent covered in purple scales, with a single horn on its head, its eyes tightly closed, and an aura so powerful it made one's heart race. The giant serpent seemed to have fused with the entire Ningyin fruit tree, making it nearly impossible to notice without careful observation. And from the faint yet menacing aura emanating from its body, this was none other than a golden core realm peak level condensed infant purple python. Clearly, this purple mantis is the guardian demon beast of the Ningyin fruit tree. To pluck the Ningyin fruit, one must first overcome it. Lin Chen looked at the purple mang, which seemed to be in a state of slumber, and his eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He sighed helplessly and said, "Luck is indeed on our side. But it seems a bit troublesome." However, as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, "Humph, humph, humph," a series of urgent, greedy, and heavy gasps suddenly echoed from the dense forest behind them. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake violently. Dozens of pig demons, each wielding 9-pronged pitchforks, with pig heads and human bodies, and exuding a fierce demonic aura, charged out of the dense forest like tanks. At the forefront was none other than the young tribal chief of the Yunzhan cave, Zhu Wuning. As Zhu Wuning burst out of the forest, his tiny pig eyes immediately locked onto the tree, emitting an endless glow of treasure, the condensed infant fruit tree. His already swollen pig face was instantly covered in uncontrollable joy and greed. "Ha ha ha, it's really the Ningyin fruit. We're rich. We're rich. This young master is going to strike it big." Zhu Wuning roared excitedly, drool nearly dripping to the ground. However, when his gaze shifted from the Ningyin fruit tree to the group of seductive, alluring Qingqiu fox maidens below the tree, a more intense, more lecherous gleam flashed in his greedy pig eyes. "Oh my! Aren't these the little fox spirits from the Tushan lineage of Qingqiu Mountain?" Zhu Wuning's lecherous little eyes roamed freely over the stunning beauties like Tushan Susu and Lu Ruyan. His gaze was filled with raw, unbridled desire. "Ah, excellent, excellent. This is truly a stroke of luck. This young master was just worried that this trip would be boring and uneventful, with nothing to entertain me. Who would ve thought I'd stumble upon you lot here, the legendary fox spirits renowned for your exceptional service. This is the ultimate delicacy, served right to me." Zhu Wuning swung his 9-pronged rake in his hands, pointing at Tushan Susu and Lu Ruyan, and burst into a wild, lecherous laugh. "You lot! Listen up! Later, we won't just steal the Ningyin fruits. We'll also capture all these little fox spirits alive for this young master. This young master has long heard that the taste of the Tushan fox spirits is unmatched in the world. This time, you lot of Thai foxes will finally get to serve your pig grandfather properly." Chapter 95, Lu Ruyan's first display of power. Within the valley, the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. As Zhu Wuning's lecherous and greedy roar echoed through the valley, the dozens of pig demons behind him, who had been holding back their excitement, now had green light in their eyes. They charged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, emitting excited growls and swinging their pitchforks, turning into a black torrent that rushed toward Lin Chen and his group with wild abandon. "Humph, a bunch of stupid pigs who don't know when to quit. Sisters, form a circle and kill these filthy beasts." The fox maidens of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain lineage glared at the ugly, filthy pigs who dared to speak so boldly, their beautiful eyes filled with icy intent to kill and deep loathing. It was clear that they had long since grown to despise the pig demons of the Yunzhan cave lineage. Not only were they ugly, but they were also lecherous, and in the 10,000 Great Mountains, they had committed countless acts of abducting innocent women and bullying the weak. Today, they dared to set their sights on their Qingqiu Fox Mountain? They were simply courting death. In an instant, dozens of fox maidens summoned their magical treasures, formed battle formations, and charged toward the charging pig demons. Sword lights and rake shadows intertwined, demonic power collided with seductive arts. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, rolled her eyes and turned to look at Tushan Susu, who was lazily nestled in Lin Chen's arms, seemingly oblivious to the intense battle unfolding before her. She snorted coldly and asked, "Aren't you going to intervene? After all, they are your kin." Tushan Susu, upon hearing this, giggled, her soul-stealing phoenix eyes lazily glancing down at the battlefield below, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Oh my, Ruyan sister, you're wrong about that. True champions aren't bred in a greenhouse. You've pampered them too much. It's time to let them face some challenges and toughen them up." Tushan Susu paused, her gaze falling on Zhu Wuning, who was wielding a 9-pronged rake with fierce momentum, charging straight toward Lu Ruyan. A playful curve formed at the corner of her lips. "Besides, those lowly minions below can handle them themselves. As for that foolish pig at the peak of the Golden Core realm, my avatar here is at least at the spirit transformation realm. If I were to intervene, it would be too beneath me. Besides, there is the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect here. She shouldn't stand by and let these villains run amok, should she? Let us use that guy to warm up your skills and stretch your limbs. What do you say?" After speaking, Tushan Susu deliberately snuggled closer into Lin Chen's embrace, finding a more comfortable position, and contentedly stepped back to let him handle things. "You!
Lu Ruyan heard Tu Shansusu's words and was so angry that her face turned dark. This damn fox spirit. Not only did she shirk her duties, but she also wanted to dump the toughest task on her? This is utterly unreasonable. But she also knew that Tu Shansusu had a point. As a divine transformation heavenly lord, she indeed deemed it beneath her to confront a mere golden core cultivator. And at this moment, the only one who could stand up to that golden core grand perfection pig, Zhu Wuneng, was indeed herself. Just as Lu Ruyan was seething with anger, the young clan leader of the Yunjian cave, Zhu Wuneng, had already roared and charged toward her. Earlier, amidst the crowd, he had not gotten a clear look at Tu Shansusu's peerless beauty. Instead, he was immediately captivated by Lu Ruyan's cold, ethereal aura, her pure and otherworldly demeanor, and her equally flawless, breathtaking figure. In his eyes, among all these women, the one who looked the coldest and holiest was undoubtedly the most exquisite. And also the hardest to conquer. If he could just get her, the rest would be a piece of cake. He. Little beauty. Zhu Wuneng's small piggy eyes gleamed with an incredibly lecherous light. While swinging his 9-pronged rake, he grunted and laughed in a vulgar tone filled with obscene words. Come here, come into Piggy Grandpa's arms. I'll take good care of you. I'll make you so happy you'll forget everything. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ruyan, who had already been seething with anger over Tu Shansusu, heard Zhu Wuneng's words filled with insult and lewdness. The anger in her heart erupted completely. You're asking for death. A cold, icy rebuke filled with endless chill and murderous intent rang out from Lu Ruyan's mouth. Her stunningly beautiful face was now covered in frost. Clang! A clear and piercing sword cry. Her life-bound spirit sword, the ice-soul-cold light sword, which was entirely translucent and emanating an extreme chill, suddenly drew from its scabbard, then transformed into a dazzling ice-blue streak of light, carrying a terrifying coldness that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path, charging straight toward Zhu Wuneng. Shut your pig's mouth. Then get out of here. Lu Ruyan's voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Oh? A little firecracker? I like it. Zhu Wuneng, far from being intimidated, grew even more excited. He let out a wild laugh, swinging his 9-pronged rake, which weighed 10,000 pounds, with such force that it created a whirlwind of winds, colliding with Lu Ruyan's razor-sharp sword light. Clang! 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 The sword and rake collided in mid-air multiple times, producing deafening clashes of metal and sparks of energy flying in all directions. Lu Ruyan's sword techniques were both elegant and deadly. Each strike seemed to summon the icy power of the heavens and earth. Wherever the sword light passed, the air froze instantly, crystallizing into shimmering ice crystals. And that Zhu Wuneng was indeed a demonic powerhouse at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The 9-pronged rake in his hands was powerful and heavy, swinging wide and forcefully. Though it looked somewhat clumsy, each strike contained terrifying strength capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. The two exchanged several blows, and for a moment they were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhu Wuneng grew increasingly alarmed as the battle continued. He never expected that the delicate-looking, ethereal fox maiden from Qingxia would possess such overwhelming power. The terrifying icy power within her sword strikes could even penetrate his protective demonic energy, invading his meridians and making him feel as though his blood was about to freeze. Who are you? Zhu Wuneng asked in horror. Ordinary fox maidens could never possess such power. Lu Ruyan heard this and replied in a cold voice. Xian Yuan Xianzong. Lu Ruyan. What? The holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Lu Ruyan? Upon hearing this name, Zhu Wuneng's small pig eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom it. The holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong. How could she be mixed up with these fox spirits from Qingqiu Fox Mountain? What on earth is going on here? Just as his mind was momentarily distracted, Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes, and she held nothing back. Xianbing sword technique. Freeze 1,000 miles. A cold, piercing shout rang out. The ice-soul-cold light sword in her hand burst into a brilliant glow. A sword intent more terrifying and colder than any previous attack erupted with overwhelming force. In an instant, the temperature in the entire valley seemed to plummet by dozens of degrees. Countless ice-blue sword chi, formed from the purest ice energy, engulfed Zhu Wuneng's entire body in an instant. This is bad. Zhu Wuneng let out a desperate scream. He could clearly feel a terrifying chill, powerful enough to freeze his very soul, instantly penetrating every bone in his body. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. Crack! 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 A series of bone-chilling sounds rang out densely. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant and tyrannical young clan leader of the Yunjian cave, Zhu Wuneng, along with the 9-pronged rake in his hands, was completely frozen into a lifelike giant ice sculpture. Lu Ruyan slowly sheathed her sword, standing tall and straight, her delicate face still covered in a layer of icy frost. She looked at the massive ice sculpture, snorted coldly, and didn't give it another glance. Lin Chen took it all in.
Watching Lu Ruyan effortlessly defeat her opponent, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, with the force of a thunderbolt, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Truly the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect. Although she was suppressed to the peak of the Golden Core realm within this secret realm, the combat talent and underlying strength she demonstrated were still so overwhelming. From the moment she struck to the end, the entire battle lasted less than 10 moves. She had already easily decided the outcome. She's too strong. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. And this was with her cultivation suppressed. If she were to unleash her true Yuan Ling Jinjuan cultivation, how breathtakingly magnificent would she be? How terrifying would she be? However, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Weneng. This guy dared to set his sights on her younger sister, Xian. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Chapter 96, Selling Piglets. Just as Lin Chen was scheming in his mind about how to teach this stupid pig a lesson, Tushan Susu, who had been lazily nestled in Lin Chen's arms, watching the scene unfold, suddenly spoke up. Her soul-stealing phoenix eyes lazily glanced at the massive ice sculpture, and the corners of her lips curled into a playful smile. In a professional tone, she said in a sweet voice, "Oh my, Ruyan sister, you're quite skilled. This technique of the mystic ice sword art is not bad at all, it's barely passable." Tushan Susu's words seemed like praise, but her tone was filled with the condescension of an elder toward a junior, as if Lu Ruyan's previous battle was nothing more than a child's play in her eyes. Lu Ruyan had just finished dispatching her opponent cleanly and efficiently, and her mood was high. Hearing Tushan Susu's sarcastic words, the already icy expression on her face grew even colder. Turning her head, Lu Ruyan glared at Tushan Susu with a hostile expression. Tushan Susu, however, seemed completely oblivious, continuing to lecture in her expert tone. "However, there is still a tiny flaw. For example, your earlier move, Ice Seal 1,000 miles, while the sword intent was sufficiently icy, the application of the law's power was somewhat awkward and lacked fluidity. If you could infuse the ice law energy into the sword chi in a spiral pattern at the moment of striking, forming an ice vortex, the power would increase by at least 30%. Moreover, it would freeze the demon core and divine soul within that foolish pig, leaving it no chance to perceive its surroundings." Tushan Susu spoke with such authority, as if she were the true master of the sword art. Lu Ruyan was startled by her words. Because, with her sword art talent and the knowledge of her Yuanling realm, she could naturally discern the truth. Every word the fox spirit spoke made perfect sense. If she were to follow her method exactly, the power of her technique, Ice Seal 1,000 miles, would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. But how could she admit in front of Lin Chen, her beloved brother, that she was inferior to this damned fox spirit? To accept guidance from this fox spirit? Impossible. Absolutely not. Lu Ruyan's pride wouldn't let her bow her head. Lu Ruyan gave Tushan Susu a cold snort and said in a harsh tone, "You don't need to spread your demonic words here. How I wield my sword is my own business. What is it to you?" Giggle giggle giggle. Tushan Susu, seeing this, burst into laughter once more, her eyes brimming with teasing. "Oh my, Ruyan sister, are you getting angry because you're embarrassed? I was just trying to help you out, and you're not even grateful? Who needs your advice?" Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth tightly, her chest rising and falling violently. The two women once again faced off against each other. Lin Chen watched the scene unfold before him, feeling both amused and exasperated. These two women were truly natural enemies. However, seeing them like this, though they refused to back down verbally, they hadn't actually come to blows. Lin Chen felt an odd sense of closeness in his heart. He shook his head and didn't bother to pay any more attention to the two women's intense standoff. His gaze shifted to the battlefield on the other side. There, the fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain were indeed formidable, each with their own unique abilities and working seamlessly together. However, when facing the thick-skinned, fearless pig demons, they were temporarily locked in a stalemate. Several fox maidens, who were not skilled in direct combat, suffered minor injuries from the pig demons' brutal attacks and looked rather disheveled. "I'll have to step in." Lin Chen smiled inwardly. The next moment, his figure flickered, and he appeared in the midst of the chaotic battlefield as if he had teleported. "Who are you?" The pig demons, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, were startled to see this unfamiliar human suddenly appear. However, what awaited them was a one-sided slaughter. "Guess?" Lin Chen wore a smile on his face. The next moment, a golden light flashed from his body. The Xian Tiangung Jin Jian Ti at the Xiaochang realm activated with a thunderous roar. A five-fold increase in attack power instantly bolstered his body. The Gangjin spirit sword in his hand was casually swung forward. No sword techniques. No technique. Simply the most ordinary, simplest basic attack. Whoosh! A golden sword chi, fast to the extreme, flashed by in an instant. A pig demon at the second level of the condensed pulse realm, wielding a 9-pronged rake and preparing to ambush a fox maiden, suddenly stiffened. The next moment, he let out an agonizing scream and was instantly blasted away, crashing to the ground with more incoming breath than outgoing. Clearly, he was severely injured and on the brink of death.
Instant defeat. And it was done with such ease. What? The surrounding pig demons were all stunned by the scene. However, before they could recover from the shock of their comrades being defeated in an instant, Lin Chen's figure had already moved again like a ghost. He strolled casually across the battlefield, his Gengjin Lingjian sword swinging effortlessly in his hand. Every swing of his sword unleashed a dazzling golden sword chi. Every time the sword chi flashed, a pig demon would have their weapon severed, be knocked flying, spit blood, and lose all combat ability. Even a few pig demons who had reached the peak of the condensation vein realm, when faced with Lin Chen's terrifying sword chi, which had been enhanced with 5 times the attack power and contained the essence of the Gengjin sword intent. They are as weak as chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. In just a dozen breaths, those dozens of arrogant and domineering pig demons were completely defeated by Lin Chen, utterly losing their combat ability. The entire battlefield fell silent. Those Qingqiu fox maidens who had been fighting fiercely and even looked somewhat disheveled earlier. Now, their beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and their charming faces were filled with endless adoration and love. Lin Chen, the savior of Susu the fox, was simply too powerful and too handsome. After dispatching all the minor foes, Lin Chen leisurely walked up to the ice sculpture of Zhu Wuning, still frozen in place. He then signaled to Lu Ruyan to release Zhu Wuning from the ice. Lu Ruyan nodded in response. She waved her jade-like hand, and the ice seal was broken. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Zhu Wuning escaped, he began coughing violently, gasping for breath, his face filled with relief at having survived and deep fear. Who are you? Zhu Wuning took a breath and immediately turned to look at Lin Chen for answers. Just then, Tushan Susu's voice, filled with laziness and seduction, drifted over. She glided over to Lin Chen's side, once again wrapping her arm around his, then turned to the group of pig demons on the ground, especially Zhu Wuning, and gave them a seductive smile that could charm anyone. Stupid pig, you've been here for so long and didn't he even notice or recognize this king? As she spoke, a unique bloodline pressure, both noble and terrifying, emanated from Tushan Susu's body. Nine-tailed heavenly fox? The demon king of Qingqiu? Tushan Susu. Zhu Wuning felt the bloodline pressure and saw Tushan Susu's familiar, breathtakingly beautiful face, instantly terrified out of his wits. He never could have imagined Tushan Susu had actually entered the water moon heavenly realm. Damn it! Everything he had done earlier, hadn't she seen it all? It's over. Plop. Zhu Wuning no longer cared about his dignity as the young clan leader. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Tushan Susu and begging for mercy. Su, please spare my life. It was this pig who didn't recognize your greatness. I offended you. Please, queen, spare my life for the sake of my father, Zhu Wujing. I'll never dare again. Tushan Susu looked at his pitiful, tear-streaked face and lazily waved her hand, speaking in a tone as if shooing away a fly. Enough. Stop wailing like a ghost here. Out of respect for your father, I will spare your lives today. But if I ever hear that you dare to target the son of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain again, you'll know the consequences. Tushan Susu finished speaking. A terrifying intent to kill instantly sent Zhu Wuning into a state of terror, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Zhu Wuning, trembling with fear, hurriedly nodded and said, "Thank you, your majesty. Thank you for sparing my life." As he spoke, Zhu Wuning prepared to lead his group of survivors, who had narrowly escaped death, and fled the area in a hurry. However, just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Wait. It was none other than Lin Chen who spoke. Looking at the group of pig demons preparing to flee, Lin Chen curved the corners of his mouth into a playful smile and uttered words that made Zhu Wuning feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Su, just let you go like this? We have wasted all our effort. I think we should tie them all up and take them to that pig demon king to trade for some cultivation resources. That'd be even better, wouldn't he it? What? Use us as bargaining chips? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuning felt a darkness descend before his eyes and nearly fainted on the spot. If we really get tied up and sent back to the Cloud Stable Cave, his face as the young clan leader would be completely ruined. His father, Zhu Wujing, would surely hang him up and whip him to death. No, please don't. Elder, master. Zhu Wuning begged for mercy, frantically kowtowing. I swear on heaven, I, Zhu Wuning, promise that I will never, ever dare to lay a finger on any of the immortals of Qingqiu Fox Mountain again. Please spare me this time. However, upon hearing Lin Chen's genius proposal, Tushan Susu's beautiful phoenix-like eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Letting these idiots go would be pointless. But if we use them to trade with that old fool Zhu Wujing for resources, given that old man's prideful nature, he'd definitely bleed dry to redeem his precious son. This deal is a steal. It's too good to pass up. She wouldn't listen to Pig Wunung's nonsense. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen with admiration and affection in her eyes, then decisively adopted his plan. She waved her hand at the fox maidens behind her, who were equally excited and expectant, and smiled seductively. All right, stop standing around. Tie up these money-bringing pigs and bind them securely for this king. Yes, your majesty. The fox maidens giggled, pulled out their special ropes, and walked toward the group of pig demons, who were already as pale as death and had lost all will to live. Xu Wunang let out a heart-wrenching cry. It's over. This was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. Not only did he fail to steal the Ningyin fruit, but he was about to be sold as a piglet himself. It's all that damned human man's fault. But then he thought about it again. Xu Wuning suddenly froze. Something's wrong. The holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong sect mixing with the Qingqiu Fox Mountain Group is one thing. But this doesn't make sense. But now, when did the Qingqiu Fox Mountain Group gain such a human man with such abnormal strength? Who is this guy? Chapter 97, Picking the Condensed Infant Fruit. One each. Within the valley. Chaos reigns. Tushan Susu looked at the pig demons bound tightly with special ropes by her fox maidens, tied up like pigs waiting to be slaughtered, especially the pig demon Zhuwonen, who was still kneeling and begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. She couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She waved her hand, signaling the fox maidens to keep an eye on these spoils of war. Once they exited the secret realm, they would negotiate the ransom with the pig demon king, Zhu Wujing. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had initially been stunned, gradually accepted the reality of this kidnapping and extortion. She looked at Lin Shan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Her brother Lin Shan was not only exceptionally powerful but also had such an unconventional and surprising style of doing things. She realized she was growing increasingly fond of him. Just then, Lin Shan's gaze once again fell upon the tree growing beneath the cliff, its entire body emanating an alluring purple glow. At this moment, the greatest threat in this area was no longer the pig demons. It was the guardian demon beast that had been coiled around the Ningying fruit tree from the very beginning, seemingly in a deep slumber, a golden core perfection level Ningying purple mang. Perhaps it was the commotion from the previous battle, or perhaps it sensed the aura of the Ningying fruit nearing full maturity. The golden core purple mantis, which had kept its eyes tightly closed, suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, its vertical pupils, as large as lanterns and filled with coldness and brutality, slowly opened. SSSS. Its crimson snake tongue flickered in and out. A terrifying aura belonging to a demon beast at the peak of the golden core realm surged forth like a tangible gale, sweeping out violently. This caused all the fox maidens present to feel a sudden pang of fear and suffocation. Trouble. The guardian demon beast has awakened. Condense the infant purple mantis. Everyone, be careful. The fox maidens all wore solemn expressions, instinctively taking a few steps back and forming a defensive formation. Even Lu Ruyan's face grew solemn. The ice-soul-cold light sword in her hand emitted a clear, piercing sword cry once more as she prepared for battle. She knew that this Ningying Zimong had spent years alongside the Ningying fruit tree, absorbing its scattered spiritual energy and Tao essence, making its strength far surpass that of a pig demon of the same rank. Even with her current strength, suppressed at the peak of the golden core realm, defeating it would require her utmost effort. Meanwhile, Zhu Wuning, bound like a dumpling and lying nearby, saw the condensed infant purple mang awaken. A glint of schadenfreude flashed in his tiny piggy eyes. Fight! Fight! It's best to fight to a draw. Who knows, maybe I'll have a chance to escape in the chaos. However, just as the tension reached its peak and everyone was on high alert, Lin Chen moved. He turned to Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu beside him and spoke, a gleam of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Golden core perfection. Let me try first. With that, Lin Chen took a step forward. Alone, he faced the purple-scaled beast emanating overwhelming ferocity. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan saw this and her heart tightened, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. Although she knew Lin Chen's strength was beyond compare, that was still a guardian demon beast at the peak of the golden core realm. Could he really handle it alone? Sigh. The condensed infant purple mantis saw that Lin Chen, this little upstart, dared to attack it. It let out a piercing screech, and its massive snake tail, as thick as a water barrel, carrying enough power to shatter mountains, transformed into a purple lightning bolt, slamming toward Lin Chen with overwhelming force. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The air was instantly sucked out, producing a series of sharp sonic booms. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Lin Chen's face couldn't help but show a serious expression. The Gangjin spirit sword drew from its sheath. Immediately afterward, a golden light flashed around his body, activating the Xian Tian Gangjin Jin Ti technique at the initial stage of mastery. A fivefold increase in passive attack power was instantly bestowed upon him. He watched the massive serpent tail hurtling toward him and swung his Gangjin Lingjin Shenglian sword technique. Seeing Lin Chen actually daring to confront the condensed infant purple mantis head-on, the fox maiden screamed, "Has Lin Chen gone mad?" Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether it was the fox maidens, Lu Ruyan, or even the bound Zhu Wuning, was completely stunned by Lin Chen's act. To directly confront the full power attack of a golden core great perfection demon beast? With his cultivation level, isn't this suicide? Lu Ruyan's life-bound spirit sword emitted a cold glow. She was ready to act at any moment. However, the next moment, A shocking, earth-shattering transformation occurred that left everyone's eyes wide with disbelief. Boom! The golden lotus formed by Lin Chen's Gengjin Lingjian collided violently with the massive snaketail resembling a purple divine whip in mid-air. However, contrary to expectations, Lin Chen was not swept away by the tail, leaving a gruesome scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Instead, the condensed infant purple mantis let out a piercing scream filled with endless pain and disbelief. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of terror and destruction echoed through the air. Suddenly, its massive serpentine tail, harder than iron and capable of shattering mountains, shattered into countless fragments the moment it came into contact with the golden lotus formed by Lin Chen's Gengjin Lingjian. It shattered into countless pieces like fragile ice, shattered and exploded by the extreme sharpness contained within Lin Chen's sword, turning into a purple mist of blood filling the sky. A single sword strike shatters the tail of a golden core great perfection level condensed infant purple mantis? How is that possible? The fox maidens were stunned. Even Lu Ruyan widened her eyes in disbelief. Only Tu Shan Susu looked at the protagonist with admiration. If it weren't for the lingering aura of a Huatian cultivator on his body, one might truly believe that this was all Lin Chen's doing. The Ningying Zimon let out a painful screech, its icy vertical pupils filled with endless fear and horror. It couldn't comprehend. How could this human, whose aura didn't seem particularly powerful, wield a sword with such terrifying force? SSSS. The purple mang retracted its snake-like head and emitted a series of hissing sounds, urging Lin Chen to retreat. However, how could Lin Chen possibly retreat? Sorry. The Ningying fruit, I must obtain it. Lin Chen spoke, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Clang! A dazzling golden sword lotus, fused with the sword intent of the small achievement of Gengjin and the fivefold attack power enhancement from the primordial Gengjin sword body, appeared instantly on the massive head of the Ningying purple mang. Then the golden lotus crashed down. Put! There was no suspense whatsoever. The massive, hideous serpent head of the condensed infant purple mang shot skyward. The massive headless serpent's body crashed to the ground. A guardian beast of the golden core great perfection realm met its end. The entire valley once again fell into a deathly silence. All the fox maidens stared at Lin Chen with eyes filled with awe and wonder, as if they were looking at a divine being or a monster. Even Lu Ruyan, at this moment, looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with shock and confusion. With Lin Chen's strength, how could he possibly have so easily slain a golden core grand perfection demon beast? This defies all logic. And Zhu Wunim, who was bound nearby, was completely dumbfounded, his pig snout wide open. No! This human male is so overpowered. Killing a golden core cultivator at the Qi condensation realm? I can't believe it. Did I see that correctly? Lin Chen ignored everyone's shock. In fact, he knew exactly what was happening. How could he kill the condensed infant purple mantis so easily? Lin Chen walked up to the condensed infant fruit tree, extended his hand, and the 3 condensed infant fruits, emitting an alluring purple glow and brimming with colossal life energy, automatically fell into his hands. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned and walked back to Lu Ruyan and Tu Shan Susu. At that moment, the gazes of the 2 peerless beauties were all fixed on the 3 Ningying fruits in Lin Chen's hands. Though neither of them spoke, their eyes betrayed a faint hint of anticipation. Especially Lu Ruyan. She was currently in the early stages of the Yuanling realm, and these Ningying fruits were like a tailor-made treasure for her. If she could obtain just one, it would be enough to significantly enhance her cultivation in a short period of time. As for Tu Shan Susu, although she had already reached the Huatian Tianjun realm, the fragments of the Taoist law and life essence contained within the Ningying fruit would also be of great benefit to her in stabilizing her cultivation realm and healing her old injuries. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Lin Chen looked at the 2 women, whose eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of competition, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Chen hesitated not a moment, taking the 3 Ningying fruits in his hand, selecting one, and handing it to Lu Ruyan with a gentle smile. Ruyan, take this one. You are currently at the early stage of the Yuanling realm, and this item will benefit you the most. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes filled with endless joy and sweetness. She didn't hesitate for a moment, took it, and smiled sweetly at Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen then handed another Ningying fruit to Tu Shan Susu. This one is for you, Susu. Although you are already a Huatian Tianjun, the life energy contained within should also be of great benefit to the recovery of your old injuries. Giggling. Does this servant also get one? Then this servant will gratefully accept your kindness. Tu Shan Susu looked at the Ningying fruit in her hand, her eyes filled with desire, and laughed so hard she trembled like a flower in the wind. Lin Chen's impartial gesture left both of these peerless beauties feeling deeply satisfied and delighted. After all, this was the legendary Ningying fruit. Lin Chen didn't even bat an eyelid before giving one to each of them. This gesture alone was enough to prove their status in his heart. However, just as the 2 women were filled with sweetness and joy, feeling victorious, their gazes inadvertently met again in mid-air. In an instant, The previously harmonious and warm atmosphere suddenly changed. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan looked at Tushan Susu, her cold eyes flashing a hint of caution and provocation. Meanwhile, Tushan Susu looked at Lu Ruyan, her alluring phoenix eyes brimming with mockery and battle intent. The two of them looked at each other, then, in perfect unison, let out a cold, disdainful snort filled with hostility. Humph. Humph. Chapter 98, The Ruins of the Dao Sect. Sword intent breaks the restrictions. Within the valley, the atmosphere grew tense once more after the synchronized cold snort. However, what Lin Chen said next caused Lu Ruyan to glance at Tushan Susu with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Susu. Although I know you're worried about me getting into danger, there's no need to suppress him to that extent just because I want to fight a Golden Core Grandmaster. Defeating a Golden Core Grandmaster in 2 moves? No one would believe that. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Tushan Susu's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. She then looked away and said, Master Lin Chen is joking. I didn't even lift a finger. Alright, you didn't intervene. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, finally understood. She had wondered what was going on. Even if Lin Chen was as powerful as he was, there was no way he could defeat a Golden Core Great Perfection Demon Beast in just a few moves. Especially not a guardian beast like the condensed infant purple Mang. Even she, who had descended from the Yuanling realm to the Golden Core realm, would have to fight seriously. Let alone the protagonist, who was only at the Qi Gathering realm. So it was you. Lu Ruyan muttered under her breath, then regretted not helping Lin Chen earlier. Clearly, her previous action had once again revealed her feelings for him. A miscalculation. This fox spirit. It seems she really shouldn't be underestimated. Lin Chen was unaware of the two women's thoughts. He stored the last remaining Ningyiang fruit into his storage ring. Such a rare treasure would greatly benefit his cultivation, so he couldn't afford to waste it. Alright, ladies. Lin Chen spoke again. We've obtained the Ningyiang fruit, and the trouble here has been resolved. Now, shouldn't we go check out the big surprise you mentioned, Susu? He turned his gaze toward Tushan Susu. That so-called divine transformation inheritance was the very thing he had been most eager to obtain on this journey. Of course. Upon hearing this, Tushan Susu turned her head and gave Lin Chen a seductive smile that could charm anyone. She seemed too lazy to continue arguing with Lu Ruyan. After all, in the face of important matters, such trivial matters of love could be put aside for now. Lin Chen, my benefactor, Ruyan's sister, and all you little foxes, follow me closely. Tushan Susu called out to everyone, then led the way with graceful steps, walking leisurely toward a certain direction within the secret realm. Behind her, a group of Qingqiu fox maidens hurriedly escorted the pig demons, who were bound tightly like dumplings and looked utterly dejected, following closely behind. Lu Ruyan saw this and snorted coldly, pulling Lin Chen's sleeve as she followed closely behind. Under the guidance of Tushan Susu, who had conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, the group bypassed several ancient prohibitions filled with danger. After half a day, they finally arrived before a massive mountain range shrouded in thick mist. This mountain range was completely different from the other areas within the secret realm. There were no towering ancient trees or exotic flowers and plants. Instead, there were only ruins of ancient buildings, each exuding an air of decay and age. Cracked stone pillars, collapsed palaces, moss-covered squares, and scattered skeletal remains that had been weathered for countless millennia. A chill, ancient, and awe-inspiring aura of the Tao swept over them. Standing here alone, one feels as though their very soul is being crushed by the overwhelming weight of history. Where are we? Lu Ruyan gazed at the vast, majestic ruins before her, her clear eyes brimming with astonishment. The ruins of the Dao sect. Tushan Susu's face also betrayed a mix of solemnity and excitement. According to my investigations, the legendary divine transformation inheritance should be deep within this ancient Dao sect ruins. And to enter, we must first break through the protective array enveloping the entire ruins. Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers, pointing toward the seemingly calm yet actually swirling with countless mystical runes and emitting terrifying fluctuations of dense mist. This was the final barrier of this Taoist sect's ruins. A terrifying restriction even she, a divine transformation heavenly lord, found daunting. I'll go first. Lu Ruyan, bold and skilled, looked at the ancient restriction before her, her competitive spirit ignited. She wanted to impress Lin Chen, to turn the tide of the previous setback. And she wanted to show that annoying fox spirit beside her the true strength of the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect. Before she could finish speaking, clang! The ice soul cold light sword suddenly drew from its sheath. A terrifying icy cold sword intent belonging to the peak of the Golden Core realm erupted violently. Xian Bing Jianju. Break the sky! Lu Ruyan shouted fiercely, and the spirit sword in her hand transformed into a dazzling ice blue streak of light, carrying enough power to freeze everything in its path, and struck fiercely at the seemingly fragile mist barrier ahead. Boom! A deafening explosion. The entire mountain range trembled violently under the earth-shattering strike of the sword. However, to everyone's astonishment, That seemingly ordinary mist barrier, after withstanding Lu Ruyan's full force strike, it merely rippled like water. It then returned to its original calm state? Not even a single crack appeared. What? Lu Ruyan, seeing this, couldn't help but show a look of shock on her face. The sword strike she had just unleashed, though her cultivation had been suppressed, preventing her from unleashing the full power of a Yuanling Jinjuan, was still the strongest attack she could muster at the peak of the Jindan realm. It was more than enough to easily split a mountain in two. Yet such power couldn't even scratch the surface of this restriction? Ruyan's sister, it seems your sword isn't sharp enough yet. The teasing laughter of Tushan Susu, filled with mockery, sounded as expected. Humph. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, blushed slightly and snorted in defiance. If you think you're so good, go ahead. If you're so confident, come on. Tushan Susu gave Lu Ruyan a seductive glance with her eyes half closed, then quickly put away her laziness and playful demeanor. A serious expression flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a fiery red phoenix spirit sword appeared in her hand. A terrifying aura, equally powerful at the peak of the Golden Core realm but fundamentally far more profound and mysterious than Lu Ruyan's, erupted violently. Heavenly Fox Divine Fire. Incinerate the heavens. Tushan Susu let out a sharp rebuke. Endless pink fox-like flames, as if capable of incinerating the 8 corners of the universe, ed in the void, then coalesced into a lifelike, majestic 9-tailed celestial fox made of flames. Lean. The 9-tailed celestial fox let out a piercing cry, carrying the terrifying power to shatter the heavens and earth, and collided fiercely with the mist barrier. Boom! This commotion was several times more intense than when Lu Ruyan had struck with her sword earlier. The entire heavens and earth trembled violently under the impact of the flame 9-tailed celestial fox. However, the result was still in vain. The seemingly fragile mist barrier, after withstanding this earth-shattering blow, merely trembled violently for a moment before returning to calm once more. This time, both Tushan Susu and Lu Ruyan were completely stunned. Even Tushan Susu's avatar, which possessed the enlightenment of the divine transformation realm, couldn't break through this barrier with a full power strike? The ancient Taoist Sex Mountain defending array is truly terrifying. Could they be trapped here by this barrier today, missing out on the legendary Huanshan inheritance? Just as the two women were at a loss, a voice filled with eagerness rang out. Let me try? It was none other than Lin Chen. Lin Chen, older brother savior? Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu heard this and both froze slightly, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. Even the two of them working together couldn't budge the restriction at all. What could a cultivator at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm possibly do? Lin Chen didn't bother to explain. He simply walked forward slowly until he reached the mist-like barrier. Then he extended his hand and gently touched the seemingly intangible yet indestructible barrier. He then closed his eyes. The sword intent of the small achievement realm of the Gangjin sword intent, along with the extraordinary perceptual ability granted by the Xianijing that allowed him to discern the true nature of all things, were both pushed to their absolute limits. Within his perception, the massive barrier before him, composed of countless mystical runes and seemingly seamless, began to reveal the complex yet orderly energy patterns within, resembling a spider's web. He had previously attempted some rudimentary array formations on occasion. The results were, as expected, highly successful. But he had no idea how this ancient barrier would hold up. The result seems to work. Moments later, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A dazzling golden sword beam flashed briefly in his eyes. He had found it the fatal weak point among the countless operational nodes of this ancient restriction. This is it. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with intense light. He hesitated not a moment. Clang! The Gangjin spirit sword suddenly drew from its sheath. He channeled all his minor achievement in Gangjin sword intent, along with the terrifying 5-fold power boost granted by the minor achievement realm of the primordial Gangjin sword body, into the tip of the sword. No earth-shaking phenomena. No dazzling sword light. Only a sword strike refined to its purest essence. Break! Lin Chen uttered a single word softly from his lips. The in his hand transformed into a barely perceptible golden streak of light, striking at an angle so devious and fast it was almost impossible to track, piercing precisely at the flaw he had detected in the restrictions mechanism. Whoosh! A crisp sound like silk being torn. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu, that terrifying ancient restriction, which even the combined efforts of the two of them couldn't budge an inch. Suddenly, like a balloon pierced by a needle, it began to crack from the point where Lin Chen's sword tip had struck, revealing countless fine fissures. Then, boom! The Dao Sex Mountain guarding restriction dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. One sword. Breaking the barrier. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu stared at the unbelievable scene before them, completely speechless. They couldn't comprehend it. How did Lin Chen do it? However, before Lu Ruyan could recover from the immense shock, the next moment, a scene unfolded that made her jealous beyond belief. Tu Shansusu suddenly pounced toward Lin Chen. Then, with a look of confusion on Lin Chen's face, her two red lips pressed firmly against his cheek. Peck. Lin Chen, my savior. I love you so much. Chapter 99, The Divine Transformation Inheritance. The Innate Soul Body. Smack. Before the ruins of the Tao sect, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense due to Tu Shansusu's reward kiss. Lin Chen felt the lingering warmth and fragrance on his cheek, belonging to the nine-tailed fox demon king, and felt both annoyed and amused. This little demoness really won't take a single loss. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, glared at Tu Shansusu's smug expression, as if she had won a battle, her teeth clenched tightly and her chest heaving violently. No way. I absolutely cannot lose to this fox demon. Lu Ruyan was swiftly overtaken by an unprecedented sense of competitiveness. She looked at Lin Chen, whose stunningly beautiful face had, unnoticed, been tinged with a charming blush. Under the mocking and provocative gaze of Tu Shansusu, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. The next moment, she actually mimicked Tu Shansusu's actions, taking a bold step forward. Then, under Lin Chen's startled gaze, she tiptoed up, gathering all her courage. She pressed her own delicate, yet faintly cool and fragrant cherry lips firmly against Lin Chen's other cheek. Peck. A crisp, pleasant sound echoed through the air. After the kiss, Lu Ruyan's charming face was so red it seemed like it might bleed. She dared not look at Lin Chen again, quickly taking a step back and lowering her head. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz and tinged with shyness, she said to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, you're amazing." After speaking, Lu Ruyan fled like a startled rabbit, daring not to utter another word. Lin Chen. He touched his left and right cheeks. One side was where Tu Shansusu had left her lips, leaving a mark filled with a seductive fragrance. The other was the kiss mark left by Lu Ruyan, carrying a cool, delicate fragrance. He felt as though his heart, which had been dormant for a century, had finally bloomed in that moment. This happiness. Was it coming too suddenly? Meanwhile, Tu Shansusu, watching Lu Ruyan's unwillingness to be outdone even mimicking her own actions, was slightly startled. She then giggled softly, her gaze toward Lu Ruyan now tinged with a hint of recognition from a fellow conspirator. It seems that this holy maiden sister isn't as unromantic as she appears. Let us go inside. Lin Chen spoke first. Otherwise, we'd probably end up dragging this out. The seal has been broken. The divine transformation inheritance must be inside. The two women heard this and a look of solemnity and anticipation flashed across their delicate faces. They nodded and followed Lin Chen into the ancient and desolate ruins of the Tao sect. The fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain saw this. They also dragged the pig demons, including Zhu Wuneng, who looked utterly dejected, closely behind them. As soon as they entered the ruins, everyone was deeply shocked by the scene before them. It seemed like a small world separate from the outside. Though the ruins were strewn with crumbling walls and debris, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay, the spiritual energy in the air was several times more concentrated than outside. Moreover, within this vast ruins, countless ancient spiritual herbs and medicines that had long since vanished from the outside world were still thriving. Goodness! It's the 9-leaf purple rasher. This is the primary ingredient for refining of the Yuanling realm. And over there, a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Consuming just one can cause a qi condensation realm cultivator's vital energy to surge and their physical strength to multiply several-fold. Look! There's a pool of spirit-nourishing divine milk here. If we take this out, any sect would go mad for it. The fox maidens let out a series of excited and disbelieving shrieks. They were like dragons in a treasure trove, their eyes gleaming as they began to scavenge these easily obtainable heavenly treasures. Even Lu Ruyan and Tu Shansusu, upon seeing some ancient treasures and spiritual pills that could greatly benefit their own cultivation, couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in their beautiful eyes. Even the fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain found a perfectly preserved, fragrant pill with the grade of earth rank upper tier in a collapsed pill room. This was an unparalleled treasure pill that could increase the chances of a golden core cultivator breaking through to the nascent soul stage by 30%. Zhu Wuneng, who was bound nearby, saw the Ningying pill and his tiny pig eyes turned red instantly. He struggled frantically, emitting urgent woo-woo-woo sounds, filled with endless desire and greed. This Ningying pill was, to him, the very stairway to the path of the Yuanling realm. However, no matter how much he struggled, it was all in vain. Tu Shansusu merely gave him a lazy glance before casually tossing the priceless Ningying pill to Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan's sister, this thing is of no use to me. I'll give it to you as a token of our meeting," Tu Shansusu said casually. It was as though she had tossed away not a treasure pill capable of driving countless golden core cultivators mad with desire, but an ordinary candy bean. Lu Ruyan looked at the Ningying pill in her hand, feeling a warmth in her heart. She bowed her head slightly toward Tu Shansusu and thanked her. The relationship between the two women grew even closer. Thus, the group continued their exploration and looting through the vast ruins of the Tao sect. It could be said they were reaping a bountiful harvest. However, to everyone's surprise, They had practically turned the entire outer and central regions of the Tao sect ruins upside down. Yet they still hadn't found the legendary Huatian inheritance. Forget about the inheritance. Not even a single intact palace that might have housed the inheritance was found. Strange. How could this happen? 2. Shansusa's brows furrowed slightly. Her alluring phoenix-like eyes were filled with confusion. According to my previous investigations, the strongest trace of the Tao essence should have originated from the deepest part of this ruins. How could there be nothing left? Lu Ruyan and the other fox maidens all looked disappointed and confused. Could it be that the Huatian inheritance had already been claimed by someone else? Or, it wasn't here at all? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, carefully observing his surroundings, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell upon the central part of the ruins, a massive stone statue that had long since been shattered and was nearly reduced to sand by the elements. The statue stood 100 feet tall, carved to resemble a Taoist sage with a brush in hand. However, due to the passage of time, it was now unrecognizable, its original form long since obscured. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, curiously asking.
Lin Chen did not respond, merely staring intently at the massive stone statue, his eyes flickering with an odd light.
Just now, his keen Shao Cheng Gengjin sword intent, as it passed by this stone statue, had sensed an extremely faint yet distinctly different strange fluctuation emanating from the seemingly ordinary, lifeless statue. That fluctuation was filled with profound and vast spiritual energy.
Lin Chen closed his eyes and slowly extended his divine sense and sword intent toward the massive stone statue, probing inward.
Moments later, he opened his eyes once more. A look of understanding spread across his face. I've found it.
Lin Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu, who were both looking confused, and pointed at the massive stone statue before him with a firm tone, speaking slowly.
The divine transformation inheritance. It's inside this stone statue. What? Inside the statue? Tushan Susu was startled by his words.
Her powerful divine transformation perception surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the massive stone statue.
Lu Ruyan did the same, releasing her Yuanling-level divine consciousness without reservation. However, just as their divine awareness touched the surface of the stone statue, a colossal counterforce erupted from the stone statue, striking their divine souls with the force of 2 invisible giant hammers. Ugh! Ugh!
The 2 women almost simultaneously let out a pained groan, their fair faces instantly turning deathly pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, nearly causing them to stumble. Their spiritual awareness had been violently rebounded by the terrifying power contained within the stone statue.
How is that possible?
One was at the spirit transformation stage, and the other was at the nascent soul stage. Even if their divine souls were truly at the Huanshan stage, they shouldn't be able to be so easily repelled like this. Lin Chen, seeing this, furrowed his brows in confusion.
Something's wrong. When he used his sword intent to sense them earlier, he hadn't encountered any obstruction or rebound at all. Could it be that this stone statue only repels spiritual sense probes?
Just as Lin Chen was filled with doubt and released his sword intent to probe again.
Boom!
A colossal, ancient, and boundlessly profound information, brimming with the supreme essence of the Tao, surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The Tao is merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. Yet the soul has compassion, capable of dividing into countless forms, roaming the void, enduring countless calamities without perishing, and enduring reincarnation without decaying. I am the 9th patriarch of the soul void Taoist. Now, sensing that my lifespan is nearing its end and the great Tao is beyond reach, I leap behind all my lifetime's teachings, along with my life-bound divine technique, the primordial soul body within this stone statue, awaiting those of destined connection. Those who come after me, if they can use their soul to resonate with the stone statue, shall inherit my teachings.
Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained the ancient Taoist lineage. Obtained the heaven-grade intermediate tier soul cultivation technique pre-heaven soul body. Chapter 100, Condensing the Primordial Soul. At full mastery, one can achieve a minor enlightenment. Tao sect ruins.
Before the shattered stone statue. As the vast, ancient, and overwhelming information surged into Lin Chen's spiritual sea, his entire being seemed to plunge into a mysterious and profound realm. The countless profound techniques and profound truths of the heavenly grade mid-tier soul cultivation divine art, the primordial soul body, were being absorbed, understood, and integrated by him at an unimaginable speed. The primordial soul body, an ancient secret of the primordial Tao sect, it is the supreme manual for cultivating the soul. It draws primordial energy, refines the soul, transforms the postnatal into the primordial, and forges an unparalleled soul body. Entry-level realm, soul power surges, perception becomes keen, and there is significant assistance and enlightenment effects for condensing the Yuan infant. The realm of minor achievement, able to differentiate the soul and spirit, condense the divine body, with a resilient and immortal soul and spirit, providing a decisive bonus effect for breaking through to the transformation of the soul stage and condensing an external avatar. Great Achievement Realm, the soul and body are nearly perfected, resonating with the heavens and earth, roaming freely through the void. One can frequently enter a near enlightenment state, comprehend all laws, and achieve unparalleled success in all endeavors. The realm of perfection, the soul and body are completely transformed into the primordial state, merging with the Tao.
They endure countless calamities without being eroded, and the divine soul remains undestroyed.
One can then reincarnate through a drop of blood, truly achieving the immortality of the divine soul. After Lin Chen fully understood the terrifying effects of this primordial soul and body technique, his heart, already stirred by obtaining a heavenly grade cultivation method, was once again swept by a tidal wave of excitement. After achieving perfection, one can enter a mystical state of enlightenment like a minor enlightenment at any time? This is simply too defying of heaven. This is essentially a portable, permanent enlightenment cheat code. If one could cultivate it to perfection, what would he worry about? Difficult martial arts techniques to master? Worry about breaking through cultivation bottlenecks? The value and significance of this primordial soul body are even greater than any cultivation technique he had obtained before. Even more terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu, who had been watching Lin Chen awaken from the inheritance state and saw the uncontrollable joy on his face, both brightened their eyes with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Chen, how was it? Was that really the divine transformation inheritance inside the stone statue? Lu Ruyan was the first to speak, asking impatiently. Lin Chen looked at the two girls' eager expressions and didn't hide anything. He smiled brightly and nodded. Yes. And it's even more precious than I imagined. It's a mid-tier heaven-grade soul refining divine technique. It's called Primordial Soul Body. Mid-tier heavenly grade? Soul refining divine technique? The two women were once again utterly stunned by his words. Their charming faces were filled with disbelief. Mid-tier heavenly grade. Such a high-grade technique, not only would they never have heard of it, but even if they searched the entire eastern wastelands, they might not find more than a few copies. This opportunity is simply too great. Just as the two women were still reeling from the shock and struggling to compose themselves, Lin Chen made a gesture that moved them even more deeply and made them even more devoted to him. He extended his finger and gently touched the smooth, full foreheads of Lu Ruyan and Tushan Susu. Hum. Hum. Two golden beams of divine light instantly vanished into the two women's brows. It was the complete cultivation techniques and insights of the heavenly grade mid-tier soul refining divine art, the primordial soul body. He had actually shared this supreme divine technique, which could drive the entire cultivation world into a frenzy, with them without holding back anything? Lin Chen, older brother. You. Lin Chen, our benefactor. You. As mentioned earlier. The cultivation world. Even those who had confirmed their cultivation partners had come to blows over precious herbs. Yet Lin Chen hesitated not a moment to share a lineage capable of causing even the first-rate sect of the Xiantian immortal sect to fight fiercely over it. It truly moved them deeply. The two women felt the vast and mysterious flood of information surging through their minds. Realizing the power of their innate soul bodies, their delicate bodies trembled violently, and their beautiful eyes were instantly filled with endless emotion and overwhelming love. Especially Tushan Susu. Looking at Lin Chen, she felt a mix of emotions. Originally, she had used her external avatar to sneak in this time, intending to present this divine transformation inheritance as a surprise to Lin Chen, thereby binding his heart to hers. But she never could have imagined. Before she could give him the surprise, she had already received a priceless, thousand-fold surprise. This man was always like this. He always manages to do things that move her to tears and make her fall deeply in love with him. How could she not be completely captivated by him? On the other side, while Lin Chen and his group were reaping a bountiful harvest and even deepening their bonds, the holy son Fang Xian and the Xiantian Xianzong sect he led were not faring well. After parting ways with Lin Chen, Fang Xian, in an effort to demonstrate his abilities and quickly find an opportunity to outshine Lin Chen, chose a path that appeared to be the most spiritually abundant and deepest. Little did they know that this path was actually the most dangerous dead-end path in the entire Watermoon heavenly realm. Along the way, ancient prohibitions from the primordial era emerged one after another. Powerful demon beasts with strength rivaling late condensed vein realm, and even peak-level beings, appeared one after another as if they were worthless. This made their journey exceptionally arduous and disheveled. In just half a day, several core disciples had already been severely injured, completely losing their ability to fight further. Even Fang Xian himself, after repeatedly activating his magical treasures and depleting his energy, looked pale and exhausted. Damn it! Fang Xian looked at the dense forest before him, still teeming with danger, his heart filled with endless frustration and rage. He couldn't understand. Why was his luck so terrible? And that Lin Chen. Why was he able to keep getting such incredible opportunities? Just as his anger was about to boil over, suddenly, the sound-transmitting jade talisman at his waist trembled slightly. Fang Xian's heart stirred, and he quickly took it out, probing his divine sense into it. The next moment,
His face was instantly replaced by an uncontrollable surge of joy. It was the transmission from the young master of the Black Bear clan, Black Bear 2. Fong Xian, my brother. We've found that brat's trail. He's with that group of fox spirits and the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect at a Taoist sect ruin site roughly 300 li to the east of your location. It looks like we're in for a big haul. Can we move now? That's great. This is truly wonderful. Fong Xian was overjoyed. He had already made contact with the Black Bear King Heba of the Black Wind Ridge through special channels. During their time training outside, they had become acquaintances through their mutual admiration for each other's powerful and dominant strength and style, and eventually developed a close bond. Before entering the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, Fong Xian had secretly sent a message to Heba, asking him to keep an eye on Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan's whereabouts and promising a hefty reward. Little did he expect that results would come so quickly. Hoof. Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan. A cold gleam flashed in Fong Xian's eyes, accompanied by a sickening sense of possessiveness. He put away the jade talisman, revealing a cold smile on his face, his heart filled with excitement. He was on his way. As for where to go? Of course, he would first meet up with that fool, Heba. Then he would put on the show he had meticulously planned, the ultimate heroic rescue of the damsel in distress. That's right. He's already discussed it with Black Boss. At that time, Black Ba and his brutal bear demons will play the role of the ruthless villains. They'll launch a deadly surprise attack on Lu Ruyan and her useless older brother. Make sure the scene is as dangerous and desperate as possible. Then, just as Lu Ruyan is in a life or death crisis, at her most helpless and in desperate need of rescue, he, Fong Xian, will descend like a god from heaven, riding a blinding divine light, making a powerful entrance. In the most stylish, domineering, and unmatched manner, he will drive back Heba and the others. He will rescue Lu Ruyan from the depths of despair. He believes, as long as this heroic rescue of the damsel in distress is executed flawlessly, it will be a resounding success. Even if Lu Ruyan's heart were made of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, it would still be completely melted by the blazing flames of my love. By then, her proud and icy heart would be at his mercy, to be plucked at will. Thinking of that delightful scene, Fong Xian felt his body growing hot with anticipation. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 101, The Black Bear Clan Intervenes. No involvement with the Fox Clan. The ruins of the Tao sect. Before the shattered stone statue. After successfully obtaining the heavenly grade mid-tier soul cultivation technique, the primordial soul body, Lin Chen's mood was at its peak. This trip to the Water Moon Heavenly Realm had yielded far more than he had ever imagined. Now he had obtained such a heaven-defying soul-refining divine technique. Attack, defense, and soul. All three aspects were advancing in tandem, leaving almost no weaknesses. Now, he finally had the confidence to challenge even the top prodigies and the older generation of powerful beings. Alright, the opportunities here have come to an end. We should depart now. Lin Chen looked at the two extraordinary beauties beside him, whose eyes were still sparkling with admiration for his generous sharing, and spoke with a smile filled with endless sweetness and emotion. Lu Ruyan and Tu Shan Susu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Their gains this time were no small feat either. Especially Lu Ruyan, who not only obtained a condensing infant pill that could greatly enhance her cultivation, but also gained a glimpse into the primordial soul body through Lin Chen's sharing, gaining a clearer understanding of the realm beyond the nascent soul stage. She had truly benefited greatly. As for Tu Shan Susu, while the Xian Tian Hun Ti had limited benefits for her cultivation at the Wanshan realm, the soul refining techniques it contained offered immeasurable advantages for repairing the damage to her soul caused by her old injuries. The group, satisfied with their gains, prepared to depart from the desolate and ancient ruins of the Taoist sect. However, just as they stepped out of the ruins and entered a vast forest clearing, boom, 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 a series of thunderous footsteps, as heavy as if mountains were collapsing and the earth splitting apart, suddenly echoed from all directions. Immediately afterward, dozens of towering figures, as muscular as mountains, exuding a wild and oppressive demonic aura, surged out of the dense forest like a black tidal wave. They completely blocked the path of Lin Chen and his group. At the forefront stood a terrifying bear demon over 3 zhang tall, wielding a massive axe that gleamed with a cold light. Its cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. His bear-like eyes, as large as copper bells, were filled with unbridled savagery and icy intent to kill. It's the Black Bear clan of Black Wind Ridge. The fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, upon seeing the arrivals, all paled slightly and let out a startled cry. Clearly, the Black Bear clan of Black Wind Ridge was a fearsome force even within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Black Bear 2, what do you want? A fox clan guard beside Tu Shan Susu stepped forward and shouted at the lead bear demon. The bear demon at the front was none other than the second in command of Black Wind Ridge Black Bear 2, the son of Black Bear King Heba. Upon hearing this, Black Bear 2 merely grinned, revealing a hideous smile. His bear-like eyes, filled with savage intent, swept over Tu Shan Susu in her transformed form and the group of fox maidens behind her. His voice boomed like thunder, saying, "Ha, so you're the fairies of Qingqiu Mountain. This matter has nothing to do with your fox clan. Please grant us your kindness and depart first. He paused, then shifted his gaze, which now resembled two icy blades, fixating intently on Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. Our target is these two humans. Today, we will settle the blood debt owed to my Black Bear clan members who were brutally killed by human cultivators. The voice of the Black Bear was filled with righteous indignation and a deep-seated hatred. His words were spoken with such grandeur and righteousness. Those who didn't know the truth might actually believe that the Black Bear clan had suffered such a great injustice. Lin Chen listened to these words, but his face betrayed a look of interest. He watched the Black Bear clan member, who was filled with righteous indignation, as if he were truly seeking justice for his clan, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This reason is way too flimsy. Why come now, of all times, to settle old scores with these two humans? And they even specifically mentioned that it had nothing to do with the Fox clan, telling them to leave first? This was clearly aimed at him and Lu Ruyan. This Black Bear heir, could he possibly know Fang Xian? This feels way too familiar. It seems that the Fang Xian Holy Son is already eager to begin his performance. Tushan Susu, standing nearby, heard Black Bear 2's words and let out a dismissive snort. Settling old scores? Her mesmerizing phoenix eyes lazily glanced at Black Bear 2, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Black Bear heir, why don't you tell this king about it? Over the years, how many of your Black Bear clan have died at the hands of human cultivators? Or have more human cultivators died under your bear paws? If you really want to settle the score, shouldn't you wait until the human cultivators from the major sects come knocking on your door, and then you'll have to hand over your bear head willingly and let them do as they please? Tushan Susu's words were like daggers to the heart, showing no mercy. She stripped away the false veneer of righteousness from Black Bear heir, leaving him exposed. You! He Xiong'er was so stunned by Tushan Susu's words that he couldn't speak for half a moment. He looked at the stunning fox maiden before him, though her cultivation aura was also suppressed to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Her demeanor and words exuded an overwhelming sense of authority and oppression. For some reason, he felt an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation in his heart, and a hint of fear deep within his bloodline. Strange. Who was this fox maiden? When did Qingqiu Fox Mountain produce such a formidable figure? Just as He Xiong'er was filled with doubt and awe, overwhelmed by Tushan Susu's overwhelming presence. Suddenly, several sounds filled with grievance and urgency echoed from the rear of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain group, interrupting his thoughts. He Xiong'er instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw what was making the sound, his bare eyes, as large as copper bells, widened in shock. There, behind several fox maidens, several pig-headed, human-bodied creatures were bound tightly with ropes, and the one at the front, bound the most securely with a piece of ragged cloth stuffed in his mouth, could only emit muffled whimpers. It wasn't the young tribal chief of the Yunjian cave, Zhu Wuning. Who else could it be? Zhu Wuneng? Black Bear 2 was completely dumbfounded by the absurd yet shocking scene before him. He pointed at Zhu Wunem, who was frantically signaling him with his eyes, his face filled with despair, and shouted in a voice filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it! Zhu Wuneng! What the hell are you doing? How did you get captured by these little fox spirits? Aren't you a golden core cultivator? What happened to the dozens of pig demons under your command? Are they all dead? Zhu Wuning heard He Xiong'er's concerned greeting and was furious. He grunted a few times, twisting his body wildly, his eyes filled with endless frustration and bitterness. Do you think I want this? I didn't want to either. There's nothing I can do. Who told me I'm not as strong as others? Who would have known that among this group of seemingly delicate little fox spirits, there were actually two super perverts hiding, one of whom was an old demon? Chapter 102, Tushan Susu Strikes. A single finger subdues Black Bear 2. Black Bear 2 looked at Zhu Wuning's pitiful state, filled with shock and confusion. However, his true purpose for coming here was not to rescue this stupid pig. He was here for his friend, to put on a show. Just as Black Bear 2 was deep in thought, preparing to speak again and force the Qingqiu Fox clan to make way, the group of Qingqiu Fox maidens who had been guarding the pig demon seemed to have heard some kind of command from their queen. They moved aside in perfect unison, creating a narrow gap. This not only exposed Zhu Wuning but also the dozens of other pig demons behind him, who were similarly bound and lying on the ground like dead dogs, all now within the sight of He Xiong'er and his group of Black Bear demons. When Black Bear 2 got a clear look at the scene, his bare eyes, as big as copper bells, suddenly widened to their fullest, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He pointed at the group of pig demons, his voice trembling with shock. What the hell is going on here? The overall strength of the pig demon clan was by no means inferior to that of the Black Bear clan. Especially Zhu Wuneng, who was a Golden Core Grandmaster. Yet he and all his elite subordinates were silently wiped out by this group of seemingly delicate little fox spirits? What on earth is going on? As the Black Bear clan was in complete disarray, utterly shocked by the unimaginable scene before them, the one who had been clinging to Lin Chen's side, seeming like an outsider, Tushan Susu, finally spoke slowly. Giggle, Lin Chen, my benefactor. Tushan Susu lifted her stunningly beautiful face, which could drive any living creature mad, and looked at Lin Chen with a voice that was seductive to the bone. It seems like this big, clumsy fellow is here for you and Ru Yen's sister, doesn't he? Since that's the case, let me handle it for you. She extended her slender fingers, gently pointing toward He Xiong, and continued in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. These muscle-brained brutes are the most troublesome. But they're easy to deal with. Just beat him up until he is subdued, and he'll behave himself. Tushan Susu paused for a moment, then turned her head and looked at Lin Chen with her mesmerizing phoenix eyes, curiously asking, I wonder what this big guy came here to do. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu's seductive expression, as if she had everything under control. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Chen reached out and gently rubbed the soft, furry fox ears that trembled slightly at his approach, feeling their exquisite texture. Haha, who knows? Lin Chen said with a smile, you've worked hard, Susu. Giggle giggle, it's no trouble. Serving my master is my honor. Tushan Susu was utterly enchanted by Lin Chen's affectionate gesture, her entire delicate body seeming to melt away beside him. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had witnessed the entire scene filled with infidelity and indulgence. Her already icy cold face turned 3 shades darker. She coldly snorted, and the ice-soul-cold light sword in her hand emitted another piercing sword cry filled with resentment. You don't need to pretend to be kind here. This guy, I can handle him alone. She spoke as she prepared to push through the crowd and confront that reckless black bear second. Lu Ruyan wanted to show Lin Chen that she was no fragile flower in need of protection. She too could shield him from the wind and rain. However, before Lu Ruyan could act, the lazy and clingy Tushan Susu, who had been nestled in Lin Chen's arms, had already moved first. She remained in her lazy, seductive posture, not even fully separating her body from Lin Chen's. Tushan Susu simply extended her crystal-clear, slender finger, as delicate as young green shoots, and gently tapped the air toward the black bear, who was on high alert and ready for battle. Since Ru Yen's sister wants to show off so much, then I'll go ahead and finish warming up this stupid bear for you. Tushan Susu's voice was soft yet brimming with unquestionable authority. In an instant, a pink divine light, seemingly gentle yet harboring terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and earth, erupted from her fingertips. The divine light expanded in the air as it met the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying pink light finger, hundreds of feet tall, as if it could pierce the heavens. On the giant finger, mystical runes of divine laws swirled, emanating a terrifying pressure unique to a divine sovereign, though it was suppressed to the level of a golden core cultivator at the peak of perfection. However, its essence and the profundity of its laws were far beyond what ordinary golden core cultivators could imagine or withstand. This is bad. The moment Black Bear 2 saw the pink light giant finger, his pupils contracted to their absolute limit. He sensed a deathly threat from that seemingly beautiful giant finger that could obliterate his very soul. Roar! Black Bear 2 dared not hold back in the slightest. He let out a deafening roar, channeling his demonic energy, which had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, to its absolute limit. The massive axe in Black Bear Air's hands shone brightly, transforming into a black axe shadow dozens of zhang in size, carrying the terrifying power to split mountains and shatter rocks, and charged head-on toward the pink light-colored giant finger that was crushing down. The black bears behind him all let out terrified shouts. However, all was in vain. In the face of absolute, fundamental power, any resistance seemed utterly feeble and powerless. Boom! A deafening explosion. That seemingly invincible black axe shadow, the moment it came into contact with that pink-hued giant finger, it shattered into countless fragments like fragile glass. It shattered completely. The pink glowing giant finger, after shattering the axe shadow, continued its momentum unabated. Under the gaze of Black Bear 2, filled with endless fear and disbelief, it crushed down upon his chest with brutal force. Put! Black Bear 2 violently spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His towering, iron-like body couldn't even withstand a single breath before being ruthlessly crushed from mid-air by that unmatched terrifying force, smashing him violently into the ground. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently. A massive crater appeared where he had stood. And Black Bear 2, the second in command of Black Wind Ridge, a demonic beast of the Golden Core realm at its peak, now lay in the center of the pit, covered in blood, his bones shattered, unable to move as he was being crushed by the pink-hued giant finger that still emitted a terrifying aura. One finger. Just one finger. The outcome was decided. Tushan Susu finished all this as if she had merely swatted a fly, calm and composed. Tushan Susu tugged on Lin Chen, who had been slightly startled by her move, then turned to Lu Ruyan, who was still staring in disbelief, and called out, "Let us go, Ruyan's sister. Let us go take a look." Saying this, Tushan Susu gracefully made her way toward the massive pit. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, she looked down at the black bear, who was now cowering at her feet, its eyes filled with nothing but fear and terror. On her stunningly beautiful face, she revealed a seductive smile that could captivate anyone. But her tone was icy cold, filled with supreme authority and indifference. "Bear blind. Open your bare eyes and look clearly. Who do you think I am? Chapter 103, Fong Xian Xingzi arrives just in time. In the deep pit, Black Bear 2 was being held down by that terrifyingly powerful pink finger, unable to move an inch. He heard Tushan Susu's icy, indifferent question, filled with supreme authority, and the entire bear was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Bear blind? Black Bear 2 struggled to lift his head. When he saw the stunning fox maiden standing high above him, gazing down at him with disdain, his bare eyes, as large as copper bells, were filled with endless fear and horror. That demonically beautiful, naturally seductive face, combined with the terrifying aura of a bloodline that seemed to surpass all demons, exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. And the earlier casual yet world-shattering divine might, where a single finger had completely suppressed him, a golden core great perfection expert. One clue after another flashed through his mind, which had grown sluggish from fear, connecting rapidly. Then, a name that nearly caused him to lose his mind in sheer terror erupted uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Is it you? Black Bear 2's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at Tushan Susu, whose rugged bear-like face was filled with fear and disbelief 10 times more intense than when he had been suppressed by a single finger earlier. The black bear stammered. Susu the Demon King? The moment those 4 words, Susu the Demon King, left his mouth, he felt as though his entire world had completely collapsed. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Damn it. Xingqiu Demon King, Tushan Susu. That was someone who was on par with their Black Wind Ridge leader, the Black Bear King Heba, and even more renowned throughout the entire 10,000 Mountains demon clan as a true divine transformation heavenly lord. Holy crap! How did he end up in the secret realm? Tushan Susu looked at He Xiong'er's cowardly expression, as if he was about to wet his pants, and curled the corners of her lips into a cold smile. Humph, it seems you're not entirely blind, you bear. Since you recognize this king, why don't you tell me what you know? Why did you dare to lay a finger on my benefactor? When she mentioned the word benefactor, she emphasized it deliberately and then nuzzled her cheek against Lin Shen's arm once more. That possessive gesture spoke volumes. Benefactor? He Xiong'er was startled once again upon hearing this. His gaze instinctively fell on Lin Shen, who had been affectionately held by this peerless demon king the entire time. This guy is the savior of Tushan Susu, the divine sovereign of the heavenly realm? Holy crap! This is defying the heavens. This is way too defying of heaven. He Xiong'er felt his brain was completely overwhelmed. He finally understood why that fool Zhu Wuning, along with all his elite subordinates, had been wiped out by this group of seemingly delicate little fox spirits. There's such a powerful deity here. Not even Zhu Wuning, let alone his father Zhu Wujing himself, would dare to show his true strength. And the Qingqiu Fox clan is cheating. A spirit transformation level expert snuck in. Did you know about this, old man? I've really hit a brick wall this time. And just then, Tushan Susu's voice rang out again. This time, she didn't even need Lin Shen to give her any instructions. She had already learned the essence of his previous kidnapping and extortion plan. She casually waved her hand at the fox maidens behind her, who were all watching the show with anticipation, and said, "Enough, stop standing there. Take these blind bears and tie them up with those stupid pigs. Once we're out of the secret realm, I'll personally go to Black Wind Ridge to have a proper discussion with that old bear, Black Ba, about the compensation for the spiritual distress caused by his son's offense against my benefactor." Yes. The fox maidens giggled at the command, each pulling out their binding ropes. Like joyful butterflies, they swooped toward the black bear demons, who were already trembling in fear and had completely given up resistance. No! Don't! The 2 black bears let out a despairing howl. But it was all in vain. His subordinates, though they also wanted to resist, but under the suppression of Tushan Susu's divine transformation, their resistance was as good as non-existent. Tushan Susu didn't even bother to move a second finger. Just a single glance. A gaze filled with supreme authority and terrifying divine soul pressure. It caused the souls of those black bear demons to tremble violently, completely stripping them of their ability to resist. In the end, the young elites of the Black Bear clan and the Pig Demon clan, these 2 great Demon King clans, had the honor of meeting their end in the same way. They were bound with divine ropes, tied up in a heap, and discarded like livestock awaiting slaughter. Zhu Wuning looked at the black bear demon beside him, whose face was equally devoid of life and whose eyes were hollow. In his small pig eyes, a hint of sympathy for their shared misfortune flickered. "Brother, you're here too?" Black Bear air was completely numb. He felt that his life had reached its darkest point in that moment. All he wanted to do was let out a loud cry to the heavens. What the hell is going on here? What kind of karma did I bring upon myself? All he did was follow his best friend Fong Xian's advice and come here to play the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. How? How did he end up getting himself into this mess? Just then, in this valley, where the atmosphere was both eerie and festive, a loud shout filled with justice and urgency suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Stop! Immediately afterward, several streaks of light, emanating powerful auras, shot through the air at an incredible speed. At the forefront was none other than the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Fang Xian, dressed in a robe adorned with patterns of black and gold dragons, his face handsome and his demeanor noble. Behind him were several core disciples. They had finally arrived. Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, upon seeing this, narrowed their eyes almost simultaneously. Their gazes, like two sharp swords, locked onto Fang Xian, who was rushing toward them at full speed. Especially Lin Chen. As he looked at Fang Xian, who was rushing over with a face full of urgency and righteous indignation, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Oof. He's putting on quite a show, isn't he? The timing of his appearance was truly impeccable. The main character has finally arrived. Unfortunately, your plan didn't work out. Judging by the Black Bear clan's demeanor, Fang Xian must know someone from the Black Bear clan, and it's highly likely that it's Black Bear 2. If Black Bear 2 were to normally order the Qingqiu Fox Mountain clan to step back, what happens next? It's likely that I'll be surrounded and attacked by the Black Bear clan along with Lu Ruyan. Then, our Fang Xian, the Holy Son, will then descend like a divine being, defeat Black Bear 2, and heroically rescue the beauty, earning a ton of goodwill from Lu Ruyan. Great. Perfect. The plan is set. Unfortunately, Fang Xian probably never imagined that he was closely connected to Tu Shan Susu, and that Tu Shan Susu had even personally transformed herself into the scene. Ha ha. Chapter 104, Xiong'er's eyes were filled with admiration for Fang Xian. But speaking of which, Fang Xian's acting skills would be wasted if he didn't go to the mortal world to perform. Just then, the Black Bear, bound tightly with the heaven-binding rope and lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly saw Fang Xian approaching. In that instant, his once dull, lifeless copper bell eyes burst forth with two dazzling beams of light, filled with endless hope. He's here! He's here! His good brother, the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect, Fang Xian, has finally arrived. Savior! Woo woo woo! Woo woo! He Xiong'er was so excited that his whole body trembled uncontrollably, emitting a series of urgent whimpers, frantically signaling toward Fang Xian's direction. At that moment, all Black Bear 2 could see was his beloved Fang Xian. In his heart, he was screaming wildly. Hey, buddy! You finally showed up. Hurry! Quick, save me! This demoness from Qingqiu Fox Mountain is nothing but an unreasonable madwoman. But it doesn't matter. No matter how powerful she is, she must at least show some respect to your Xiantian Xianzong sect, right? You're the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong. I'm so sorry, my good brother. I didn't handle this matter properly for you. Fang Xian naturally noticed the desperate and pleading movements of He Xiong'er. But he had no time to deal with this good-for-nothing who only caused trouble. His entire focus, ever since he arrived, had been completely captivated by the breathtakingly beautiful figure in the Qingqiu Fox Mountain troop, a figure that filled him with awe and fear. Fang Xian's gaze fell upon Tu Shan Susu. In that moment, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. How could this be? This woman isn't she Tu Shan Susu, the peerless demon king of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain, a divine-level demon lord? How could she be here? Especially. Fang Xian looked at Tu Shan Susu with a mix of shock and doubt, as she was holding Lin Chen's arm in an incredibly intimate manner, even pressing her breathtakingly full figure tightly against his body in a highly suggestive pose. Boom! Fang Xian's pupils contracted sharply once more. A thought that was even more unbelievable, filled with jealousy, erupted wildly from the depths of his mind. This Lin Chen, this 100-year-old worthless old man whom he had always looked down upon as a mere insect, was actually involved with an otherworldly demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm? His backer was not only the Wanxiang Jinjuan and Lu Ruyan? There's also a demon king at the Huatian demon king level? How is this possible? Fang Xian felt his scalp tingling with shock. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom how Lin Chen, a mere Qi condensation realm cultivator, could possess such divine charm and abilities to captivate a demon king of the spirit transformation realm? This doesn't make sense. Something is terribly wrong. Fang Xian forced himself to suppress the overwhelming jealousy that was nearly making him grind his teeth in fury. He knew that no matter what strange abilities Lin Chen possessed, the person before him was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Fang Xian quickly composed himself, adopting a respectful yet composed expression as he bowed slightly toward Tu Shan Susu and greeted her in a clear voice. This junior, Fang Xian of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, greets Demon King Susu. However, Tu Shan Susu merely glanced at him with the corner of her eye and responded with a casual Her attitude was filled with contempt and disregard. For someone who had repeatedly attempted to assassinate her benefactor, she would not spare him a single kind glance. She didn't directly strike him down. It was all because Lin Chen had said she should handle it herself. Otherwise, once he stepped out of the Xiantian Xianzone, no one could protect him. Tu Shan Susu didn't bother with Fang Xian anymore. She simply waved her hand at the group of fox maidens behind her and said in a lazy tone, "Take all these spoils with us. We should head to other places to continue our treasure hunt." Yes.
The fox maidens giggled in response and prepared to escort the pig demon and bear demon, who looked utterly despairing, away from the area. Wait! Just then, Fang Xian hurriedly spoke up again to stop them. He knew that if he let Tu Shan Susu take He Xiong'er away today, his relationship with He Xiong'er would be completely ruined. Susu the Demon Queen. Fang Xian forced a smile and said with a trembling voice. Internal conflicts within the demon clan are not something a junior like me should meddle in. But Fang Xian changed the subject, pointing at He Xiong'er, and spoke in a tone filled with sincerity and loyalty. But this black bear heir is a good friend I made during my travels outside the clan. I do not know what he has done to anger the Demon King so greatly. I humbly beg the Demon King to spare him this time, for my sake. His words were heartfelt and full of loyalty. Those who didn't know would truly believe that he and Black Bear Heir had a life or death bond. The Black Bear's second brother, seeing this, was deeply moved. What a true brother! If he escapes this crisis, he will surely regard Fang Xian as a true brother. However, Tu Shan Susu, upon hearing his words, flashed a cold, piercing glare in her mesmerizing phoenix eyes, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was covered in frost. Oh? Black Bear Heir is your good friend? Tu Shan Susu looked at Fang Xian, her lips curling into a seductive yet dangerous smile, her voice cold and deliberate as she said. Then that's perfect. He dared to lay a hand on my benefactor, which is already a capital offense. Since you're his good friend, you must be cut from the same cloth. Then I'll teach you, you ignorant fool, a lesson as well. That's enough. Before she finished speaking, boom! A terrifying aura, far more terrifying than the one that had suppressed the black bear second earlier, erupted suddenly from Tu Shan Susu's seductive avatar, sweeping across the entire battlefield. This is bad. Fang Xian felt the terrifying pressure that nearly froze his soul, causing his expression to change drastically. He never could have imagined. This Tu Shan Susu dared to act so unreasonable. So domineering. Without a word, she dared to attack him, the holy son of the Xintian Xianzong? He was about to speak up and invoke the name of his sect and his master to suppress the other party. But it was already too late. Suddenly, Tu Shan Susu extended her crystal clear, delicate finger once more. She pointed it at Fang Xian from a distance. Kneel before me. In an instant, a terrifying pink light finger, as powerful as the one that had suppressed the black bear, once again materialized in the void, emanating a terrifying might that seemed capable of crushing everything and obliterating all existence. It caused Fang Xian's face to turn as pale as paper, filled with endless fear and despair. It crashed down upon him with overwhelming force. Boom! He had no ability to resist. Fang Xian was instantly crushed by the pink light finger, forcing him to kneel on the ground, and coincidentally, he knelt in the direction of Lin Chen. Lin Chen saw this, blinked, and glanced at the majestic, queenly-like Tu Shan Susu beside him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. This little fox. She's secretly taking revenge for me, isn't she? Chapter 105, Where's the brotherly bond we promised? Why did you just leave? The entire scene fell silent. Whether they were disciples of the Xintian Xianzong sect, fox maidens from Qingqiu Fox Mountain, or the pig demon and black bear demon bound like dumplings, everyone's gaze was fixed on that figure, pinned to the ground by a pink light finger, kneeling on both knees, looking utterly defeated. That was Fang Xian, the current holy son of the Xintian Xianzong. He was actually suppressed by a single finger. Kneeling in public? And it seemed like he was kneeling toward Lin Chen Fang Xian? This was more humiliating than killing him outright. Ah! Fang Xian felt the shocked, bewildered, and pitying glances around him, and his head felt like it was about to explode. An indescribable rage instantly consumed his rationality. Fang Xian suddenly raised his head. His once handsome face was now twisted into a hideous grimace, distorted by extreme anger and humiliation. Fang Xian glared intently at Tu Shan Susu, letting out a bestial roar. You! How dare you insult me like this? Even if you are the demon king of Fox Mountain, I am the holy son of the Xintian immortal sect. Do you not fear the retribution of our sect for your actions? Fang Xian invoked his greatest backing, attempting to use the prestige of his sect to salvage the dignity he had already shattered into pieces. However, Tu Shan Susu laughed derisively at his hollow threats. Her laughter was clear and melodious, filled with endless allure, but to Fang Xian's ears, it sounded more piercing than the demonic screams of the nine hells. The holy son of the Xintian Xian sect? So what? Tu Shan Susu cast him a seductive glance, her tone brimming with unhidden contempt and disdain. She extended her slender fingers and casually pointed at the bound prisoners nearby. This king has even bound the Black Wind Ridge's Xiong'er and the Cloud-Stable Cave's Zhuwoning without a second thought. Do you think I care about some worthless holy son like you? Got a problem with that? Tu Shan Susu curled the corners of her lips into a seductive smile, her voice cold and domineering. Go ahead. Once we're out of this water moon heavenly realm, you can go back and have your clan leader and all the great beings of your Xintian immortal sect come to my Qingqiu Fox Mountain. I'll be waiting there to settle the score with them. You! Fang Xian heard these words and was so enraged that his vision went black, nearly choking to death on the spot. With Tu Shan Susu's power as a divine lord and the terrifying influence of Qingqiu Fox Mountain and the 10,000 mountains, even the Xiantian immortal sect would never dare to declare all-out war just because their holy son had suffered a slight insult. This was a bitter pill to swallow. He was doomed today. Seeing that using his status to intimidate her wasn't working, Fang Xian's eyes darted around as he came up with another plan. Fang Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, his face contorted in a pained expression, and shouted sternly. Lin Chen! Holy Maiden! You too, as core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong, the Holy Maiden. Now, you stand by idly while outsiders bully your fellow disciples and insult our sect's holy son? You even associate with this demoness? Do you have any regard for the sect? Do you have any regard for your fellow disciples? Fang Xian attempted to use the sect's righteousness to coerce Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan into siding with him to confront Tu Shan Susu. However, Lin Chen burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Looking at Fang Xian's hypocritical, righteous facade, he mocked him with a look of contempt. Fang Xian, the holy son, your words are quite amusing. When you wanted to use me as cannon fodder and force me to scout ahead for you, why didn't you mention that we were fellow disciples? At that time, you kept saying that the capable should take on more responsibilities, as if you wanted me to die right there. Now that you're in trouble and can't win, you suddenly remember we're fellow disciples? Don't you think your own face is utterly ridiculous? Lin Chen's words were like slaps, each word landing hard on Fang Xian's face, turning his already red face from anger into a series of shades of blue and purple. It was utterly thrilling. You. Fang Xian pointed at Lin Chen, trembling with anger, unable to utter a single word. Tu Shan Susu, seeing this, flashed a look of impatience in her eyes. She didn't bother to waste any more words on this clown. Get out! A cold word escaped her red lips. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, sweeping everything in its path. Fang Xian and his henchmen didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying like broken kites, screaming in agony as the force slammed them into the ground. Put! Fang Xian coughed up another mouthful of blood mid-air, already suffering severe internal injuries. Forcing himself to steady his body, Fang Xian glared fiercely at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, then dared not linger for a moment longer. He fled in disgrace, dragging his equally battered men away as if escaping for their lives. Lin Chen watched Fang Xian's panicked retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. Tu Shan Susu, standing beside him, leaned in and whispered in a seductive voice. Sir, such a reckless fly is truly annoying. Why don't I go after him now and take care of him for you? With my divine transformation cultivation, I can eliminate him here without a trace. Even if the sect master of your Xiantian Xianzong personally arrives, they won't be able to find any clues and won't be able to do anything to me. Tu Shan Susu's words were brimming with absolute confidence in her own abilities. Lin Chen shook his head upon hearing this, a more confident smile spreading across his face. No need, Susu. He is just a mere Fang Xian. There is no need for you to get involved. Trust me, it won't be long before I can crush him under my feet. With that, Lin Chen no longer paid any attention to Fang Xian, who had already fled without a trace. His gaze shifted to the group of black bears still bound tightly on the ground, staring at him with eyes as if they were looking at a demon. Lin Chen smiled as he slowly approached the black bears. Alright, now. It's time for us to have a proper chat. Moments later. The valley echoed with black bears' blood-curdling screams. Ah! I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. At first, the second in command of Black Wind Ridge tried to rely on his thick skin and his lingering hope for his good brother Fang Xian, putting on a tough guy act, refusing to give in even in the face of death. However, when Lin Chen casually released a thread of his newly attained Gengjin sword intent, directly torturing his soul, the excruciating pain that felt like his soul was being completely sliced and torn apart instantly shattered all his mental defenses. He lasted less than 3 seconds. This second in command of Black Wind Ridge, tears streaming down his face, confessed every single detail of his collaboration plans with Fang Xian, including the heroic rescue plan. Lin Chen listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he chuckled coldly to himself. Good for him. I was right after all. This Fang Xian will stop at nothing to get his hands on my sister, Ru Yan. I never would have thought that the holy son of the top immortal sect would act so despicable and shameless. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had listened to the entire confession of He Xiong, her exquisitely beautiful face was already covered in frost, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Although Lu Ruyan had known before that Fang Xian was narrow-minded and despicable. But she never imagined he would stoop so low. To resort to such underhanded tactics to manipulate her and win her favor? It was simply disgusting. Shameful. At this very moment, Lu Ruyan had already completely blacklisted Fang Xian's name in her heart. Chapter 106, The Qingqiu Fox Clan's Deception. Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Outside the ruins of the Dao sect. Lin Chen. Tu Shan Susu. This holy son will never forgive you. Fang Xian raged wildly in his heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt wronged.
He couldn't stay in this water moon heavenly realm for another moment. He knew that with that unreasonable demoness Tushan Susu around, he not only couldn't do anything to Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, but he might even be humiliated again at any moment. Staying here is just asking for humiliation. Let's go.
Fang Xian coldly barked at the few core disciples behind him, their faces ashen and their morale completely shattered. He hesitated not a moment longer, crushing a specially crafted teleportation jade talisman of the sect and departing this secret realm where he had suffered such humiliation.
Outside the water moon heavenly realm,
before the massive spatial light barrier,
the four top-tier cultivators Li Daoxian, the sect master of Shantian Shenzong Tushan Susu, the demon king of Qingqiu in her true form He Xiong Wang Heba, the ruler of He Fengling and Zhu Wujing, the pig demon king of Yin Zhandong stood with their eyes closed, quietly awaiting the return of their junior disciples. Suddenly, the spatial light barrier trembled violently. Immediately afterward, Fang Xian and his few subordinates' figures plummeted out of the light screen. Li Daoxian and Tushan Susu, along with the others, opened their eyes almost simultaneously. When Li Daoxian saw Fang Xian's pale face, the obvious injuries on his body, and the uncontrollable rage burning within him, his brows furrowed. How long had they been inside? How could they have come out already? And he's injured? What happened?
Li Daoxian looked at Fang Xian, his voice heavy with concern as he asked in a low tone.
Master. The moment Fang Xian saw Li Daoxian, the anger and resentment he had suppressed for so long finally erupted completely. Fang Xian suddenly turned his head and glared at the alluring Tushan Susu with a furious expression. Immediately, Fang Xian pointed at Tushan Susu and shouted at the Black Bear King Heba and the Pig Demon King Zhu Wujing beside him. Senior Heba. Senior Zhu Wujing. Black Bear 2, Pig Wuning has been captured by the Qingqiu Fox Mountain clan in the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. And it was she who personally did it. You've all been deceived by this fox demon. She doesn't keep her word at all, she is just deceiving you. The Demon King of Qingqiu Fox Mountain, Tushan Susu, secretly used the technique of creating an external avatar to enter the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. What? Black Bear Air and Zhu Wuning have been captured by the Qingqiu Fox Mountain? Tushan Susu used her external body transformation technique to enter the Water Moon Heavenly Realm?
Upon hearing this, Black Bear King Heba and Pig Demon King Zhu Wujing, whose faces had been relatively calm, suddenly changed expression. They did not believe it at first. However, when Fang Xian produced the projection stone and displayed the images of the Dao sect ruins, Heba and Zhu Wujing, the two demon kings, immediately flew into a rage. Boom! Two terrifying demonic auras, both belonging to the level of Huanshan Tianjun, surged into the sky, causing the entire heavens and earth to change color. You filthy fox, how dare you! Black Bear King Heba, whose towering figure rose abruptly, let out a deafening roar. We agreed to send only the younger generation inside. Each must rely on their own abilities. You dare to cheat in secret? These fox spirits have always been cunning. The Pig Demon King, Zhu Wujing, also swung his 9-pronged pitchfork, his small pig eyes blazing with unhidden anger. Speak up. Are you trying to steal all the treasures from the Water Moon Heavenly Realm for yourself? Both of them felt thoroughly humiliated by Tushan Susu. This was a tremendous insult to their status as demon kings of their respective realms. However, facing the overwhelming anger and accusations of the two demon kings, Tushan Susu in her true form showed no sign of panic on her face. She simply rose lazily from the luxurious throne formed by the energy beneath her, then cast a faint glance at Fang Xian with her soul-captivating phoenix eyes. Then Tushan Susu finally turned her gaze toward Heba and Zhu Wujing, as well as Li Daoxian, who stood beside them with furrowed brows. Tushan Susu parted her red lips, her voice calm and indifferent yet brimming with unquestionable authority. What difference does it make that I entered in my avatar? Did we not agree during our discussions that avatars were not permitted to enter? At these words, the anger on the faces of the Black Bear King Heba and the Pig Demon King Zhu Wujing froze instantly. The two demons' massive bear and pig faces twitched uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. Right. It seems we never did mention that transformed forms weren't allowed. After all, who could have imagined that you, Tushan Susu, the mighty demon king of Qingqiu, would be so shameless? Shameful. Heba pointed at Tushan Susu with such ferocity that he couldn't utter a single coherent word for half a moment. Zhu Wujing chimed in, exactly. That's too shameless. Tushan Susu, upon hearing this, burst into a giggle, her laughter causing her to tremble like a flower in the wind, her natural allure radiating from every pore. She extended her slender fingers, tapping her own luscious red lips, then pointed to her row of neat, white teeth. She batted her seductive almond-shaped eyes at the two demons and said in a sweet voice, "Oh my, you two brothers, you shouldn't say such things. What do you mean, shameless? This lady has red lips and white teeth, perfectly aligned. Can't you see? Put." Heba and Zhu Wujing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. They felt like they were trying to reason with a fox spirit who had lived for thousands of years. It was like talking to a wall. Tushan Susu, stop trying to outwit us with your sharp tongue.
Heiba, suppressing his anger, roared, "Since you cheated first, release your avatar immediately and free my son He Xiong'er and Zhu Xianji." That's right. Release them immediately. Shu Wujing joined in the shout. Release them? Tushan Susu heard this and scoffed again, her eyes filled with contempt. Sure. You want me to release your two good-for-nothing sons? No problem. Tushan Susu paused here, the corners of her mouth curling into a cunning smile, her voice lazy as she said, "Bring resources to ransom them. They're now my spoils of war." You're pushing it too far. Heiba and Shu Wujing heard this and could no longer contain their rage. They felt as though, as demon kings of their own domains, they had been ruthlessly pinned to the ground and dragged back and forth by Tushan Susu. Tushan Susu. Since you refuse to follow the rules, don't blame this old bear for being ruthless. Today, this old pig will see just how powerful you, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, truly are. Before the words had even finished, two terrifying demonic energies belonging to the Huatian heavenly lords erupted violently. The two renowned demon kings, Heiba and Zhu Wujing, actually joined forces and launched an attack on Tushan Susu. A massive bear paw tore through the void. Sharp hooves churned the winds and clouds. However, Tushan Susu, seeing this, coldly snorted, a flash of icy coldness gleaming in her eyes. You two worthless fools dare to act so brazenly in front of this king? Do you really think I'm someone you can bully? Tushan Susu's lazy and seductive demeanor vanished instantly. In its place emerged the unparalleled majesty of the nine-tailed fox demon king. Boom! The terrifying battle between the three demon clan divine heavenly lords erupted suddenly in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the heavens split apart, and the sun and moon were obscured. Mountains within a 1,000-mile radius collapsed in a deafening roar under the terrifying collision of their world-shattering energy. The entire void trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Fang Xian, standing nearby, witnessed this earth-shattering scene, yet his face betrayed a cold smile. Fight! The more intense, the better. The more both sides are injured, and both perish together. Looking at the completely chaotic scene, Fang Xian couldn't help but recall the figure that had humiliated him in the secret realm, his heart filled with cold laughter. When that Lin Chen emerges and sees this scene, only to be held accountable by the sect. I'll see how you die then. At this thought, a gleam of determination flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. He immediately approached the solemn-faced sect master Li Daoxian, who was watching the battle, bowed deeply, and began to lodge a complaint in a tone of grievance and righteousness. Reporting to the sect master. This disciple has urgent matters to report. This disciple suspects that the newly recruited direct disciple of senior uncle Wanxian, Lin Chen, has been colluding with the Qingqiu Fox demon clan. After entering the Water Moon heavenly realm, not only did he disregard the bonds of fellow disciples, but he also seduced the holy maiden and caused her to abandon the group without permission. Furthermore, when fellow disciples of the same sect were being oppressed by the incarnation of the Qingqiu demon king, he stood by idly, refusing to come to their aid. His heart is deserving of punishment, and his actions are despicable. We implore the sect master to investigate thoroughly. Zhongzhu Li Daoxian listened to Fang Xian's one-sided accusation, and a fleeting gleam of sharpness flashed in his deep eyes. He naturally would not believe Fang Xian's words alone. However, there was indeed something suspicious about this matter. Li Daoxian's expressionless face furrowed slightly. He then shifted his gaze from the three demon kings who were fighting fiercely, and fixed it on the spatial light curtain that was still slowly rotating. His voice was calm as he said, "All right. However, we will discuss this matter further once Lin Chen and Ruyan emerge from the secret realm." Chapter 107, Tushan Susu transforms to deliver a message. Exiting the heavenly realm. Just as Lin Tian had finished interrogating the black bear, and Lu Ruyan had mentally blocked Fang Xian, and the others were heading to other places to explore, Tushan Susu, who was clinging to Lin Chen's body, suddenly trembled slightly, giggled once, and then spoke to Lin Chen, "Giggle giggle, Lin Chen, my benefactor, it's getting lively outside." Lin Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. He knew that the avatar and the true form of Tushan Susu must have some kind of mysterious connection, allowing them to share information in real time. "What's happening outside?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Nothing much." Tushan Susu spoke casually, with a touch of amusement. "It's that Fang Xian Xingzi. After he fled the secret realm in disgrace, he immediately rushed to the Black Bear King and the Pig Demon King and made up a story to accuse me. He accused me of cheating, using a clone to sneak in, and kidnapping their precious son. Now my true form is being surrounded and attacked by that stupid bear and that stupid pig." Tushan Susu paused here, then added with a playful tone. "Oh, and by the way, he also reported you to your clan leader. He said you colluded with our demon clan, disregarded our fellow sect ties, and refused to help when someone was in danger. Your heart is truly despicable." Lin Chen, ? Fang Xian didn't even try to stop him. Accusing the innocent first? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's already icy cold face was instantly engulfed in a raging inferno of anger. Shameful. Cowardly. Disgraceful. Lu Ruyan was so enraged that her entire body trembled.
She never imagined that Fang Xian, as the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong, would stoop so low in his actions. Not only had he secretly colluded with the demon clan to frame his fellow disciples. After the plan was exposed, he dared to twist the truth and turn the tables on her? This was utterly without any moral boundaries. Lin Chen watched Lu Ruyan's furious expression, about to lose control, but he smiled inwardly. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly to comfort her. It's okay, Ruyan. There's no need to get angry. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's eyes, filled with worry and resentment, and a mysterious smile filled with confidence appeared on his face. Don't worry. It's nothing. Dealing with such a petty troublemaker, I have my own ways to handle him. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, who seemed so confident and in control, and the anger and worry in her heart gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Tushan Susu watched Lin Chen with her alluring almond-shaped eyes, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Tushan Susu was also eager to know what kind of countermeasures her benefactor had prepared to strongly retaliate against such despicable tactics. But she didn't see Lin Chen doing anything to prepare either. However, facing the curious gazes of the two women, he merely gave a mysterious smile, teasing them, and did not reveal his plan. After the troublesome incident, the entire water moon heaven had become a completely unguarded, vast treasure trove for Lin Chen and his group. Over the next few hours, under the guidance of Tushan Susu, the living map, and with Lin Chen's keen senses, which rivaled those of a treasure-hunting mouse, the Qingqiu Fox Mountain team feasted to their heart's content, reveling in the abundance. Various rare treasures that had been extinct in the outside world for tens of thousands of years were plucked like cabbages and carried away in large quantities. The moonlight divine grass, imbued with the laws of water. Tide spirit flowers that greatly enhance physical strength. The essential divine material for refining high-grade magical treasures, water rhythm heavenly crystal. Even more astonishingly, they discovered a nearly matured, celestial-grade divine herb, the nine-hole crystal ginseng, near a hidden spiritual spring. Such a harvest, if spread, would be enough to make any sect envious, and the fox maidens of Qingqiu Fox Mountain were all grinning ear to ear, their eyes filled with endless admiration and affection as they looked at Lin Chen. Following the benefactor is truly a blessing. Finally, the entire water moon heavenly realm began to grow unstable, as if it were about to close. The group returned home satisfied, heading toward the exit of the secret realm. Outside the water moon heavenly realm, the terrifying battle between the three divine sovereigns continued unabated. At that very moment, the spatial barrier ahead suddenly erupted with intense fluctuations. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Tushan Susu in her transformed form, along with the rest of the Qingqiu Fox Mountain group, casually emerged from the light barrier. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others emerge, Fang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold, ruthless gleam. He immediately stepped forward, bowed deeply to the sect master Li Daoxian, and said in a voice filled with grief and anger, "Master, they've emerged. Please uphold justice, sect master." However, Li Daoxian ignored Fang Xian's words. His piercing gaze fixed on Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, his voice calm yet brimming with unquestionable authority. "Lin Chen, Ruyan. Fang Xian said that you. Is what he said true? What exactly happened?" Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, was about to speak up to expose Fang Xian's despicable and shameless actions. Lin Chen, however, shook his head gently at her, signaling her to remain calm. Then Lin Chen stepped forward and addressed the sect master Li Daoxian and all the elders present, recounting the entire matter in detail, without any trace of arrogance or fear. He began with how Fang Xian, after entering the water moon heavenly realm, had colluded with other core disciples to use him as a pawn. He then detailed how Lu Ruyan had stood up for him and confronted Fang Xian. And finally, how he had no choice but to leave the group with Lu Ruyan and seek new allies. He revealed everything. Lin Chen spoke clearly and logically, presenting his case with evidence. "Nonsense!" Fang Xian immediately jumped up after hearing Lin Chen's account, his face darkening as he coldly retorted, "Old man, don't slander me here and twist the truth. It was clearly you who colluded with the demon clan, disregarding our fellow disciples' bond, and refused to save me when I was in danger. And now you dare to slander this holy son? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Fang Xian began to frantically defend himself, trying to pin all the charges on Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen looked at Fang Xian's furious and ridiculous appearance, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Slander? Fang Xian, the holy son, are you sure I'm the one slandering you?" Lin Chen spoke slowly, then casually pulled out a crystal-clear, faintly glowing recording stone from his storage ring. "You!" The moment Fang Xian saw the recording stone in Lin Chen's hand, his previously furious, handsome face suddenly turned pale. Fang Xian stared intently at the shadow stone, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. "A shadow stone? He actually has a shadow stone? No way! How could this guy have a shadow stone?" Lin Chen ignored Fang Xian's expression, which was as if he had seen a ghost. He simply infused a thread of spiritual energy into the shadow stone. The next moment, a crystal clear light screen projected into the air.
The light screen displayed the entire sequence of events that had occurred earlier at the entrance to the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, how Fang Xian had suggested that Lin Chen go ahead to scout the area, how he had used words to coerce the other core disciples, and how Lu Ruyan had spoken up in opposition, leading to the final standoff between the two sides. Not a single frame was missed. In high definition and uncut. Even their expressions, gazes, and the malicious, scheming whispers were all clearly recorded by Lin Chen. This time, the truth was laid bare before the world. Li Daoxian and the elders of the Shen-Tian Xianzong who had come this time, along with the core disciples who hadn't participated, all turned their gaze toward Fang Xian, whose face had already turned pale, then red, then pale again. Their eyes were filled with contempt and deep disappointment. Humph. The sect master, Li Daoxian, looked at the scene on the light screen. The calm expression on his face finally gave way to a hint of uncontrollable anger. Li Daoxian glared at Fang Xian, his voice cold and piercing. Fang Xian, the Holy Sun. Do you have anything else to say? Fang Xian's lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. The evidence was irrefutable. He couldn't defend himself. Li Daoxian looked at him in disappointment and shook his head. As the Holy Son of the Shen-Tian Xianzong sect and the future role model of the sect. Instead of thinking about how to unite your fellow disciples and bring benefit to the sect. Instead, you act out of selfish desire, jealous of talent, scheming in secret to suppress your fellow disciples. Such a narrow-minded heart. Such behavior. You have truly disappointed this master and the sect. Although Li Daoxian spoke these words, he knew deep down that Fang Xian was, after all, the sect's holy son, someone the sect had invested countless resources to cultivate. If he were to be discarded over this matter, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire sect. Li Daoxian pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to impose a lighter punishment. Considering that this is your first offense. This time, I will spare you for now. Return to the disciplinary hall to accept your punishment. You will be confined to the reflection cliff for 1 month and have your annual saint's allowance deducted. This shall serve as a warning to others. Do you accept this punishment? Fang Xian heard the punishment and felt endless anger and resentment in his heart. But he knew. In the face of irrefutable evidence, he had no room to argue. Fang Xian could only grit his teeth, swallow his pride, and force out a few words. Disciple accepts the punishment. Chapter 108, 1 against 2, Unmatched. Is this the true strength of Tushan Susu? Just as Fang Xian finished speaking. Boom! Outside the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Accompanied by a deafening roar. The heavens and earth lost their color. The void trembled. The terrifying battle between the three genuine Huatian heavenly lords once again drew the attention of Li Daoxian and Lin Chen. The Black Bear King, Heba, unleashed his demonic power, each palm strike seeming capable of reducing a mountain to dust, causing the void itself to warp. The Pig Demon King, Zhu Wujing, wielded his 9-pronged pitchfork with unmatched divine might. Each swing unleashed endless gale force winds, as if intent on tearing this entire world apart. The two of them joined forces, their might so overwhelming that even any Huatian heavenly lord of the same rank would pale in fear and retreat to avoid the brunt of their attack. However, facing the joint assault of these two demon kings, Tushan Susu's breathtakingly beautiful face, which could captivate anyone, showed not a hint of fear. Instead, it radiated the supreme authority and absolute confidence of a 9-tailed fox demon king. Humph! Tushan Susu suddenly let out a cold snort, and the 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails behind her suddenly whipped into action like 9 divine whips piercing the heavens. Boom! 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 With each swing of her 9 tails, the heavens trembled, and the laws of the universe resonated. The pink fox divine fire collided fiercely in mid-air with the domineering bear paw and the razor-sharp pitchfork. Terrifying energy ripples, like waves of destruction, swept Li in all directions. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Li Daoxian, the patriarch of the Shen-Tian immortal sect, who swiftly cast a barrier to protect the surrounding warships and disciples, the aftereffects of the battle alone would have been sufficient to reduce all the golden core and condensed pulse realm cultivators present to a blood mist. Even so, the massive warships forged from black iron crystals trembled violently under the terrifying energy impact, as if they might disintegrate at any moment. This is too terrifying. Is this the true power of a Huatian Tianjun? On the warship, the disciples of the Shen-Tian Xianzong sect watched the 3 demon kings battling like gods before them, their faces ashen, bodies trembling, and eyes filled with terror. They felt. In the face of such world-shattering power, they felt as insignificant as ants, utterly worthless. The battle did not last long. Although Heba and Zhu Wujing's combined strength was indeed formidable. However, Tushan Susu, as a 9-tailed celestial fox with ancient demon bloodline, possessed far greater innate power and strength than her peers. Additionally, her old injuries had been gradually healed by Lin Chen. Her true strength was gradually being revealed. Suddenly, Tushan Susu seized an opportunity, unleashing all 9 of her tails, which transformed into a massive pink net that covered the sky, instantly binding the enormous bear paw and the 9-pronged pitchfork firmly in mid-air. Immediately afterward, she raised her jade-like hand lightly.
Two beams of pink divine light, imbued with terrifying divine soul power, erupted from her fingertips, directly piercing the brow centers of Heiba and Zhu Wujing. Ugh! Ugh! The two arrogant demon kings let out a painful groan almost simultaneously. Their bodies felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, stumbling backward dozens of steps before managing to steady themselves. Immediately, the faces of the two demon kings were instantly filled with horror and disbelief. Their souls had suffered significant injuries from that single strike. Defeated. In just a few exchanges, the two demon kings, who had joined forces, had actually been defeated by Tushan Susu? The power of this fox spirit. When did she become so terrifying? The battle is over. Tushan Susu, facing two enemies alone, overwhelmingly subdued the Black Bear King Heiba and the Pig Demon King Zhu Wujing. That unparalleled aura of dominance, looking down on the world with utter confidence, left everyone present in awe. The two defeated demon kings glared at Tushan Susu with intense hatred, yet dared not approach her again. And just then, Tushan Susu voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield. Tushan Susu's avatar, upon seeing her true form approaching, playfully winked at Lin Chen before giggling and vanishing into a pink glow. Tushan Susu's true form, with her soul-captivating phoenix eyes, first cast a tender glance at Lin Chen, then flickered and appeared beside him in an instant, her delicate white hands already wrapped around his arm. This scene left Li Daoxian, Wanxiang Elder, and everyone present wide-eyed in disbelief and confusion. Lu Ruyan's pupils also contracted slightly. After all, within the divine realm, Tushan Susu was merely an avatar and lacked such tangible presence. But now, seeing Tushan Susu, the genuine avatar of a demon king, so close to Lin Chen, if she could withstand it, that would be a miracle. Under the gaze of everyone present, this queen who had just suppressed two demon kings with thunderous might was now smiling at Lin Chen with a look of pure seduction. Tushan Susu bowed slightly, her voice soft and seductive, as if she could steal one's soul. Lord Lin Chen, your servant has fulfilled her mission. Those two blind fools outside have already been taught a lesson by me. Thank you, Lin Chen, for taking care of my avatar inside. Boom! These words echoed like a thunderclap. Everyone present, without exception, was completely frozen in place. And gone? Tushan Susu, a Qingqiu demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm, actually referred to Lin Chen, a core disciple of the Xintian Xianzong sect who was recently still a lowly menial, as Master Lin Chen? What on earth is going on? Has this world completely lost its mind? Everyone present was engulfed in a mental storm. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock and unable to calm down, Tushan Susu had already shifted her gaze back to the two demon kings, Heiba and Zhu Wujing, who were equally stunned and speechless, and began to extort them directly. Alright, you two. Your precious sons have emerged, and they are all in my hands. Now it's time for us to discuss the ransom, isn't it? Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers and spoke in a lazy tone. I won't ask for much. 1,000-year-old spiritual herb from each family, 10 high-grade mystical artifacts, plus 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Bring it, and I'll release them. If you can't. Tushan Susu paused here, a cruel smile curling the corners of her mouth. Then your two precious sons will have to stay on our Qingqiu Fox Mountain to serve as sandbags and practice our divine abilities. You! Heiba and Zhu Wujing were so enraged by this outrageous demand that they trembled all over, nearly vomiting blood again. But the situation was beyond their control. Their precious sons were still in her hands. And they couldn't defeat this madwoman on their own. After enduring a painful and humiliating struggle, the two once mighty demon kings had no choice but to grit their teeth, shed tears, and hand over the enormous ransom that would leave them crippled. After obtaining the resources, Tushan Susu kept her word and had the fox women release Zhu Woning and He Xiong. The two demon kings didn't even utter a single harsh word. They simply led their families away, leaving this place of sorrow and disgrace. However, after completing all this, she once again approached Lin Chen under the stunned gazes of Li Daoxian and the bewildered elders of the Xintian immortal sect. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the resources she had extorted from the two demon kings earlier appeared before everyone like a small mountain. The divine light emanating from these resources, almost blinding everyone's eyes. Then, under the envious gazes of all the core disciples of the Xintian Xianzong sect, whose eyes were nearly bleeding from jealousy, Tushan Susu casually split the mountain of resources into two. She then pushed half of it directly toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen, my benefactor. These are what you deserve. Chapter 109, The Husband Protecting Madwoman Tushan Susu. Outside the Water Moon Heavenly Realm. Due to Tushan Susu's astonishing action, everyone around her was completely stunned. All eyes were fixed on the mountain of treasures formed by 10,000 years of spiritual herbs, Xian-grade magical treasures, and 1 million mid-grade spiritual stones. At the same time, everyone's gaze also fell on Lin Chen, who had been forcibly given half of the treasure mountain by Tushan Susu and was now refusing it with a look of refusal on his face. This was a massive fortune extorted from the two great demon king clans. Its value was likely enough to rival the accumulated wealth of a small sect over several decades.
And now, this Qingqiu Demon King is handing over half of it to Lin Chen without batting an eyelid? That's way too generous.
Lin Chen looked at the small mountain of resources before him, radiating dazzling treasure light that nearly blinded his eyes, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. He hurriedly waved his hands at Tushan Susu and refused firmly.
Susu, how can this be? These are all things you earned with your own abilities. How can I accept them? No way. Lin Chen wasn't just refusing on the surface. He was serious. After all, being able to obtain the divine transformation inheritance in the Water Moon Heavenly Realm was already a huge achievement. Without Susu's guidance, it would have been impossible to find it. Not to mention, Tushan Susu also helped resolve a major issue. The Ningying fruit was also obtained through her secret efforts. In short, this time around, he's already made a fortune. How could he possibly refuse the resources Tushan Susu offered? However, Tushan Susu wouldn't just let the protagonist refuse. With her mesmerizing phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, she spoke in a seductive tone that left no room for refusal, teasingly saying, Lin Chen, how can you say that? If it weren't for you, how would I have had the chance to obtain these? Moreover, all my people are yours. Then everything I have is naturally all yours. If you don't accept them, it means you don't consider me one of your own. Susu will be heartbroken. Tushan Susu spoke while pretending to squeeze out a few crystal-clear tears. Anyone who saw her would be moved to pity. Lin Chen saw this and his lips twitched again. He could already feel it. The murderous glances from some of the male core disciples behind him. Stop fooling around. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Tushan Susu, then waved his hand at the resources in front of him and said, I'll take them. Tushan Susu finally smiled contentedly at Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the other core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong sect watched the scene before them, filled with flirtatious banter and forced buying and selling. One by one, their eyes turned red. Envy. Jealousy. Hate. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within them like an overturned jar of mixed spices. Why? Why does this Lin Chen not only gain the favor of the Holy Maiden, but also cause an peerless demon king of the Huatian Tianjun realm to become so infatuated with him? First, he's being given an inheritance. And resources. And he's even forcing it on him. Is there any justice left in this world? What does he deserve? And there's more. Benefactor? What on earth has Lin Chen done to deserve such a title from a demon king of the transformation realm? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with intense jealousy. After distributing the resources, Tushan Susu seemed to notice the hostile and jealous glances being cast at Lin Chen by the disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect behind him. A cold gleam flashed in her alluring phoenix eyes. Humph. A cold, authoritative snort echoed from her red lips. Boom. A terrifying pressure unique to a Huatian Tianjun descended like an ancient divine mountain, crushing the souls of the core disciples. Put. Ugh. Those few core disciples who had harbored resentment toward Lin Chen moments ago were instantly struck as if by lightning, their faces turning as white as paper. Had it not been for Tushan Susu sparing them, that single cold snort alone would have been enough to shatter their divine souls on the spot. This was the might of the divine transformation realm. Terrifying indeed. After doing all this, Tushan Susu remained as calm as ever. She then turned to Lin Chen once more, flashing him a seductive smile that could charm anyone, and spoke softly. Enough, benefactor. Susu should be heading back now. Don't forget to visit Qingqiu Fox Mountain often. The gates of Qingqiu Fox Mountain will always be open for you. With that, Tushan Susu lingered no longer, waving goodbye to Lin Chen with a reluctant smile. She then signaled to her group of fox maidens, who were also sending him flirtatious glances and batting their eyelashes, and they transformed into streaks of light, departing gracefully. The valley outside once again returned to calm. However, the atmosphere on the side of the Xiantian Xianzong was still incredibly eerie. Lu Ruiyan looked at the fox demon troop that had already vanished into the sky, then glanced at Lin Chen beside her, who had been forced to accept a treasure-filled mountain. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed slightly. With a gaze filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, she glared at Lin Chen. Then, with a proud and sulky expression, she turned her head away and sulked in silence. Humph. Fox spirit. She knows exactly how to use such tactics to seduce people. Lin Chen, you're just as bad. He actually accepted her gift. Look at how quickly you took her things just now. The faint sense of sisterhood that Lu Ruiyan had just felt toward Tushan Susu because they were on the same side vanished instantly. In its place was an even stronger sense of caution and jealousy. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruiyan's pouting expression, resembling a wronged little wife, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was about to say something to comfort his younger sister, the Holy Maiden. But the sect master Li Daoxian and the Wanxiang elder had already approached together. Haha, Lin Chen. The sect master Li Daoxian looked at Lin Chen, his expression as calm as a still pond, but his eyes sparkled with a mix of warmth and curiosity. He spoke in a gentle tone, as if addressing an outstanding younger generation, and asked, to have formed such a good connection with the demon king of Tushan from Qingqiu. This is a tremendous opportunity. Why didn't you inform the sect earlier? Lin Chen heard this and was speechless inside. Why would I tell you guys? Am I the benefactor of a demon king who has attained the divine realm? Even if I did, you probably wouldn't believe me, right? And who would go around spreading such a thing? Little cutie. Only you would do something like that. Li Daoxian saw that Lin Chen wasn't going to explain, so he didn't press the matter further. Never mind. Li Daoxian waved his hand and didn't press the matter further. He looked at Lin Chen, his tone growing earnest. Lin Chen, your friendship with the Demon King of Tushan is a tremendous blessing, both for you personally and for our entire sect. The stakes involved are something you must surely understand. I hope you will nurture this good relationship carefully. It is important for both you and the sect. The disciple understands. Lin Chen nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Even if Li Daoxian didn't say it, he would still treat Tushan Susu well. The relationship between himself and Tushan Susu was far more important than what Li Daoxian and the others could ever imagine. His wife. How could he not nurture it properly? Li Daoxian saw this and nodded satisfactorily. He then cast one last glance at the Water Moon Heavenly Realm before fixing his gaze on the core disciples, who were still in a state of shock and envy. With a sweep of his sleeves, he declared, "All right, matters here are settled. We should return to the sect as well." As soon as he finished speaking, the majestic floating warship reappeared before everyone. Li Daoxian was the first to board the ship, followed closely by the elders and disciples. Chapter 110, The Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect suddenly appears. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen was returning to the Xiantian Immortal Sect. On the other side, in another void approximately thousands of miles away from the ruins of the Watermoon Heavenly Realm, a massive floating warship, entirely crafted from moonlight divine wood and starlight essence gold, with an elegant and luxurious design exuding a feminine grace, was breaking through the clouds and racing toward the direction of the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. This was none other than the exclusive warship of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, the first beauty of the eastern wastes, the Yaoguang Immortal Vessel. At the bow of the divine vessel, a delicate figure dressed in pale pink palace robes, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, stood gracefully against the wind. Her delicate, porcelain-like face, which seemed as though it could be pierced by a single breath, now bore a hint of anxiety and distress. This woman was none other than Ling Jiar, the current holy maiden of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect. Behind her, dozens of other Yaoqi disciples, all dressed in the same robes of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, with striking features and ethereal beauty, gazed at their holy maiden with eyes filled with adoration and reverence. The holy maiden is truly breathtaking. Yes. That lively, elf-like silhouette, just looking at it brings a sense of peace to the soul. I wonder which man in this world could possibly be worthy of our Yaoqi treasure and win the favor of the holy maiden. Sigh, even the top saints from the most prestigious sacred lands might not catch the holy maiden's eye. The disciples of the Yaoqi Palace murmured inside to themselves. They were also curious why their own holy maiden, who had always lived in seclusion, dedicated herself to the path of enlightenment, and rarely involved herself in worldly affairs. Why would she suddenly make such a grand spectacle, personally piloting the Yaoguang divine vessel, and rush toward the direction of the Watermoon Heavenly Realm ruins, which had only just been reported? Could it be? Has the holy maiden also been tempted by the legendary opportunity to transcend the mortal realm? They naturally had no idea. In their eyes, this ethereal, otherworldly maiden was not preoccupied with the opportunity to ascend to divinity. All she could think of, day and night, was the figure who might appear in the Watermoon Heavenly Realm, the one she had been longing for over the past decades. It's all those sudden, pesky things' fault. Ling Jiar looked at the distant horizon, still out of reach, and couldn't help but pout her cute little lips, her heart filled with frustration. Originally, she had been sent by her sect to investigate a newly discovered ancient earth vein. The mission was proceeding smoothly, and she was about to complete it ahead of schedule, then head to the Watermoon Heavenly Realm to wait for her beloved Lin Chen. However, deep within the earth vein, a group of ghostly creatures with power rivaling that of late golden core cultivators suddenly emerged without warning. Although she eventually managed to eliminate all of them using her formidable strength and magical treasures. However, she had wasted a significant amount of precious time. All for the chance to meet him. Jiar had worked so hard. At this rate, by the time I arrive, the Xiantian Immortal Sect might have already left. Ling Jiar furrowed her delicate brows, her heart filled with a tinge of disappointment. She could only keep praying in her heart. Lin Chen, my brother. Please, wait for me. Perhaps Ling Jiar's prayers had truly taken effect. Just as she was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Suddenly, in the clouds ahead, a similarly massive, yet rugged and imposing black iron warship slowly came into view. And atop the bow of that warship, a massive banner embroidered with the characters Xiantian fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly. It was the warship of the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The Xiantian Immortal Sect's warship? Wonderful! Ling Jiar's large, lively black eyes lit up instantly, and her face broke into a brilliant, joyful smile. I never expected this. I really didn't expect it. We actually encountered it? Judging by their sailing direction, they must have just emerged from the water moon heavenly realm and are heading back to the sect, right? Then Lin Chen must be on the ship too. On the other side, on the floating warship of the Xiantian immortal sect, Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, along with the others, also spotted the Yaoguang Xianzhu heading straight toward them at nearly the same time. Ha! Is that the Yao Qi Xian sect's divine ship? How did they end up here? The core disciples on board all let out a chorus of surprised exclamations. Even the sect master Li Daoxian and the Wanxiang elder showed a hint of surprise on their faces. However, according to the unwritten rules of interaction between the top immortal sects in the cultivation world, when the warships of two sects encountered each other in the void, they should stop and exchange greetings as a sign of friendship. Li Daoxian immediately signaled the elder piloting the warship to slow down. The two equally majestic warships now faced each other at a height of 10,000 zhang. Li Daoxian looked at the pink figure at the bow of the opposing warship, surrounded by a cluster of stars and exuding a lively and spirited aura, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's the holy maiden of the Yao Qi immortal sect, Ling Jiar. He naturally recognized this young woman, whose beauty and fame were equally renowned among the younger generation of the eastern wastes. However, Li Daoxian couldn't help but wonder. Why had the holy maiden of the Yao Qi sect left her secluded mountain retreat to come to this desolate wilderness? And judging by the direction she was heading, it seemed she was heading straight for the water moon heavenly realm? The next moment, what surprised Li Daoxian even more happened. Before the Yaoguang divine ship had even come to a complete stop, the esteemed Yao Qi holy maiden Ling Jiar, seemingly unable to contain her excitement and anticipation, she transformed into a pink streak of light, disregarding all the dignity and grace of a divine maiden, and flew straight toward their Xiantian immortal sect's warship. Extremely proactive. Even, one might say she was eager to get there? Something major must be happening? Li Daoxian and Wanxiang elder exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Ling Jiar crossed the void in an instant and appeared before Li Daoxian and the Wanxiang elder. Ling Jiar curtsied gracefully and addressed Li Daoxian with respect. The holy maiden of the Yao Qi, Ling Jiar, greets the master of the Xiantian sect. There's no need for formalities, holy maiden. Li Daoxian raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Ling Jiar not to be so formal, then asked her curiously, "May I ask what brings the holy maiden here in such a hurry?" Ling Jiar blinked her lively eyes upon hearing this, her gaze suddenly shifting past Li Daoxian to look at Lu Ruyan behind him. To be precise, it was the middle-aged man with black and white hair standing behind Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing the figure she had been longing for, Ling Jiar almost couldn't resist rushing over to Lin Chen and reuniting with him. However, Ling Jiar ultimately retained a shred of rationality, suppressing her urge to rush forward, and replied to Li Daoxian, "Master, I am good friends with the holy maiden of the Xiantian immortal sect. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so I'm a bit excited." After that, Ling Jiar waved cheerfully at Lu Ruyan, who was still stunned behind her. Hi. Ruyan's sister. Chapter 111, Lu Ruyan Miao? On the warship of the Xiantian Xianzone, the atmosphere grew incredibly strange due to the unexpected arrival of Ling Jiar. Ling Jiar's lively and familiar voice rang out on the deck. She waved her little hands enthusiastically at Lu Ruyan, who was in a daze, her face radiating a brilliant smile. But Lu Ruyan was speechless. She stared at the young girl Loli, who had suddenly rushed over from the Yao Qi Xianzone warship and casually addressed her as sister. Her sharp mind momentarily froze. Sister? Do we even know each other? Are we close? How could I not remember her at all? In Lu Ruyan's mind, an uncontrollable voice filled with endless confusion emerged. Meow? She blinked her clear, autumn water-like eyes, her face filled with a big question mark. However, Ling Jiar didn't give her a chance to ask. Under the stunned and puzzled gazes of everyone present, Ling Jiar approached with unbridled enthusiasm, taking Lu Ruyan's delicate, bone-like hand in hers. "Ruyan's sister, it really is you. I was so far away just now that I thought I must have seen wrong." Ling Jiar shook Lu Ruyan's arm, speaking in a voice brimming with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. "We haven't seen each other in years, have we? You're still so beautiful. So elegant. You're so much prettier than me." Ling Jiar's words were filled with enthusiasm and warmth. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were close childhood friends with a deep bond. Lu Ruyan was completely taken aback by her sudden outburst of affection. She was certain. She absolutely, positively did not recognize this overly familiar Yao Qi holy maiden in front of her. But the other woman's familiar demeanor made her a bit suspicious. Could it be that she really does know this Yao Qi holy maiden? For a moment, Lu Ruyan's mind was spinning, and she could only let Ling Jiar hold her hand, forcing a slightly stiff polite smile on her face, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who had been standing aside and witnessing everything, glanced at Ling Jiar and blinked. Because Lin Chen had noticed something amiss. He could clearly sense that while the Yao Qi holy maiden was superficially engaging in enthusiastic small talk with Lu Ruyan, her mouth was moving nonstop like a machine gun. But her large, lustrous eyes, brimming with spiritual energy, were subtly glancing in his direction? Lin Chen, ? Is she after me?
The moment the idea crossed his mind, Lin Chen immediately dismissed it.
After all, she was the revered holy maiden of the Yaoqi Palace. What kind of man wouldn't she have? Why would she go after an old man like him? Ha ha. This isn't a novel.
Meanwhile, Ling Jiar was secretly glancing at Lin Chen out of the corner of her eye dozens of times. It seemed she had also noticed that her clumsy acting had been discovered by the real deal. A faint blush and a hint of guilt flashed across her adorable, doll-like face. However, Ling Jiar's eyes darted around quickly, and she immediately came up with a new plan. She stopped the awkward small talk with Lu Ruyan and changed the subject, as if she had just noticed Lin Chen beside Lu Ruyan.
She put on a perfectly timed expression of curiosity and asked Lu Ruyan. "Oh, right, Sister Ruyan.
Who is this senior brother?"
She pointed at Lin Chen, her big, round eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. "Someone who can stand beside you, Sister Ruyan, must be a prominent figure in the Xiantian Xianzone, right? Judging by his extraordinary demeanor, I wonder, what is this senior brother's honorable surname?"
As she spoke, she took lively steps, unnoticeably moving closer to Lin Chen. Her innocent and unreserved demeanor made her seem like a genuine young girl filled with curiosity and admiration for her senior brother.
Lu Ruyan watched her and grew instantly wary. "Wait. Why did you suddenly notice Lin Chen, who has such a low presence beside you?" Meanwhile, on the other side,
those core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzone who had been heartbroken and despairing because of Lu Ruyan's deep affection for Lin Chen. Upon witnessing this highly dramatic scene before their eyes, they were all completely stunned. Especially when they saw this other woman, whose status was equally exalted, whose beauty was equally breathtaking, and who seemed even more lively and approachable than their own holy maiden, the Yaoqi holy maiden Ling Jiar, actually showing such intense interest in their senior brother.
Their hearts froze for a moment. Then, an unprecedented surge of joy erupted uncontrollably within them. No! Is the holy maiden of the Yaoqi immortal sect really this approachable? Look at how sweetly and adorably she was smiling at that old man Lin Chen. She doesn't have a single trace of the arrogance of a holy maiden. Does that mean we have a chance too? In an instant, all the core male disciples of the Xiantian immortal sect had a gleam of admiration in their eyes. After all, she's the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Xianzone. In terms of appearance, demeanor, and status, she doesn't fall short in the slightest compared to our own already spoken for holy maiden Lu Ruyan. Moreover, due to her unique childlike face with voluptuous curves and her lively, adorable personality, in certain aspects, her appeal was even more captivating. If one were to somehow catch her favor, that would be like having a divine tree growing out of one's ancestral grave, sending up wisps of smoke. In an instant, all the core male disciples of the Xiantian Xianzone sect fixed their gaze on Ling Jiar with an intense heat. They straightened their spines, tidied their attire, and forced out what they believed to be their most handsome and charming smiles, all in an effort to catch the attention of this newly emerged goddess. The atmosphere on the entire worship instantly became strange and chaotic. "Senior brother. They're senior brothers too. Yaoqi holy maiden, please look at us. We're definitely better than that old geezer Lin Chen." However, no matter how hard the core male disciples of the Xiantian Xianzone sect tried to impress her, some even went so far as to engage in duels on the worship to showcase their graceful demeanor. But it was all in vain. Ling Jiar, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi pool, kept her gentle gaze fixed on Lin Chen from start to finish. Lin Chen also sensed something unusual, but he wasn't the type to be self-absorbed. Therefore, he calmly looked at Ling Jiar and replied with dignity, "I am Lin Chen. It is an honor to meet the holy maiden of the Yaoqi." Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's response, Ling Jiar's beautiful eyes sparkled. If not for the others around her, she would have rushed straight toward him. Chapter 112, Ling Jiar. "Nice to meet you." That's the voice. Though compared to her memories, there was an added touch of maturity and worldliness. But that familiar, gentle feeling that made her feel utterly at ease remained unchanged. It really was him. It's really my older brother Lin Chen. Ling Jiar forced herself to suppress the joy and excitement that were about to burst forth from her heart. She looked at Lin Chen, her big, round eyes filled with the purest and most intense anticipation. Ling Jiar made her voice sound as calm and playful as possible. She curtsied gracefully toward Lin Chen, her voice clear and pleasant. "Yaoqi Xianzone, Ling Jiar, greets senior brother Lin Chen. Nice to meet you." After speaking, Ling Jiar looked at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with anticipation, not blinking once. Ling Jiar hoped to see the response she longed for in his deep, piercing eyes. For example, that he recognized her as the little girl from back then. However, upon hearing the name Ling Jiar, Lin Chen merely gave a polite smile, showing no signs of recognition. Because the moment Ling Jiar finished speaking, the system prompt from the dog system had already appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed the task of meeting the target, Ling Jiar, an outer disciple of the Yaoqi Xianzone sect. Task: first meeting at the Yaoqi, Ling Jiar's gift, completed. Mission reward: Earth grade lower tier body technique, mysterious steps, has been distributed to the system space. Mysterious steps, created by the ancient carefree immortal, this footwork is as elusive as a shadow and as ghostly as a phantom.
When mastered, one can walk on the moon and leave no trace, making it the ultimate technique for self-defense, assassination, and stealth.
Done. Another Earth-grade divine ability obtained. And it's exactly the body technique he needs most right now.
Lin Chen's heart surged with joy.
Wonderful. With this Earth-grade lower-tier, mysterious footwork, his final weakness will finally be completely addressed. Now, whether it's attack, defense, spiritual essence, or body movement speed, he is perfect in every aspect. A true all-around warrior has been born.
And just as the notification sound signaling the completion of Lin Chen's task rang out, distant memories of Ling Jiao surged into Lin Chen's mind like a floodgate had been opened, flooding his thoughts. That pitiful little girl, who was dark-skinned, thin, and poorly dressed, trembling like a frightened little beast during the joint trial of the three great sects. The stubborn figure who was abandoned by her fellow disciples and faced fierce demon beasts alone, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. That thoughtful girl who, when she took half of his dry rations, devoured it greedily yet still managed to say thank you. Scene after scene replayed before his eyes, as clear as if they had happened yesterday. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly.
The feeling of déjà vu. No
wonder the holy maiden of thee looked at him so strangely. She was the little girl he had saved by chance back then, someone he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory. And when Ling Jiao noticed the slightest change in Lin Chen's expression, and the astonishment in his gaze toward her, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled down.
She knew. She understood.
Lin Chen had remembered. He remembered himself.
In an instant, a surge of indescribable joy and excitement, like a warm current, swept through Ling Jiao's entire body.
Her large, dark eyes were instantly veiled by a layer of crystal-clear mist, gazing at Lin Chen across the distance with a look of deep affection.
Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The silent communication between the two, spanning decades, was something others could never comprehend. However, just as the atmosphere was warm and filled with the joy of reunion, a jealous and unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. Cough, cough.
A young man dressed in the robes of a core disciple of the Xintian Xianzong sect, with a fairly handsome face and cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the condensation vein realm, suddenly stepped out of the crowd. He stood directly between Lin Chen and Ling Jiao, blocking their path. He severed the loving gaze between the two. This 9th-ranked disciple of the core disciples was one of those who had been incited by Qin Fan to surround and attack Lin Chen during the selection tournament, only to be knocked off the stage by the aftereffects of Lin Chen's 100-foot golden lotus. He had always harbored jealousy and resentment toward Lin Chen. Now, seeing that the holy maiden of the Yaoqi immortal sect was also showing favor to Lin Chen, even ignoring all their more outstanding fellow disciples, the bitterness and resentment in his heart could no longer be contained. Why? Why does this old man get all the good things? Isn't one holy maiden enough? Now even the holy maiden of the Yaoqi immortal sect is being lured away by him? No way. Absolutely not. He must stand up. He must make the seemingly innocent holy maiden of the Yaoqi sect see clearly who truly deserves her favor. The core disciple at the 9th level of the condensing vein realm forced a smile he deemed the most handsome and courteous, bowed slightly toward Ling Jiao, and spoke in a voice filled with magnetic charm. Ha, the holy maiden is indeed more beautiful in person than in reputation. Your divine grace and elegance are truly remarkable. I am Zhao, a core disciple of the Xintian immortal sect. However, before he could finish introducing himself, that Ling Jiao, who had been smiling sweetly at Lin Chen just a moment ago, as if she were a lively and adorable neighbor's little sister, upon seeing him suddenly interrupt and block her view of the deep gaze she shared with Lin Chen, the sweet smile on her delicate, adorable face vanished instantly. In its place was a bone-chilling coldness and indifference. Ling Jiao's large, dark eyes flickered slightly as she spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion, cold and piercing, addressing the core disciple before her who was striking what he thought was a handsome pose. You're blocking my view. Senior disciple. Ling Jiao didn't even bother to glance at him. As her words fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall froze instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Isn't that right? Whereas the neighborly saintly younger sister we were promised. How can you speak so coldly that it freezes people to death? Whereas your liveliness, your cuteness, your ethereal beauty like an elf? The core disciple surnamed Zhao was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Ling Jiao, who was as cold as ice toward him. He felt like he was definitely dreaming, and the nightmare hadn't ended yet. Holy maiden, I haven tea. The core disciple surnamed Zhao was about to say he hadn't properly introduced himself, but the next moment, Ling Jiao's tone froze him in place like a statue. Are we that familiar with each other that you just come up and talk to me? I'm not interested in you. I hope this core disciple of the Xintian Xianzong will behave yourself. Chapter 113, Is this how you treat people? Ling Jiao's icy, emotionless words felt like two invisible slaps across the face of the core disciple surnamed Zhao.
His face, which had been filled with confidence and a handsome smile, froze completely in an instant. He stood frozen in place, like a plaster statue frozen by the icy winds of the heavens, unable to move an inch. All that remained in his mind were Ling Jia's icy words, repeating endlessly in a loop. What? How could you speak in a way that could freeze someone to death? Why can you be so sweet to Lin Chen? And you treat me like this? This core disciple surnamed Zhao's mindset completely collapsed at that moment. He felt like a lovesick fool, eagerly trying to please a goddess, only to be slapped in the face in front of everyone and then told his hands were dirty. Embarrassing. This is absolutely humiliating. He could clearly feel the pitying, sympathetic, and schadenfreude-filled glances from his fellow disciples around him. He wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. Put. Unable to catch his breath, this peak-level 9th rank condensation vein cultivator suddenly choked on his own blood. He couldn't stay there any longer. With eyes filled with hatred and shame, he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed. Then he left, disoriented and dejected, without looking back. The core male disciples who had been preparing to act were so shocked by the scene that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The flame of hope that had just begun to burn in their hearts was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving them feeling utterly disheartened. Why? Why? Why does everything good always go to that old man Lin Chen? First, the holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong had shown him favor and been close to him. Now, another holy maiden from the Yaoqi immortal sect has come along, equally infatuated with him, even going so far as to publicly rebuke a core prodigy at the peak of the 9th rank of the condensing vein realm for him? Is there any justice in this world? Is this how you treat people? For a moment, all the core male disciples looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with endless envy and hatred. On the high platform, the holy Sun Fong Xian watched the scene unfolding below. His already sullen face grew even darker, as black as the bottom of a pot. The hands he had placed on the armrest of the throne were already clenched into fists beyond his control. His knuckles had turned white from the excessive force. Lin Chen. Fong Xian sneered inwardly. One Lu Ruyan wasn't enough. Now another Ling Jia? All the good women are yours, aren't they, Lin Chen? He felt as though his heart was bleeding. And just as everyone's minds were elsewhere. On the deck of the warship, the invisible battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. After initial confusion, Lu Ruyan finally sensed something amiss in Ling Jia's overly familiar and enthusiastic advances. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes narrowed slightly. Looking back. Earlier, this Yaoqi holy maiden had been speaking to her on the surface, but those large, lustrous eyes of hers kept glancing toward Lin Chen's direction, whether intentionally or not. That gaze was filled with curiosity, inquiry, and a burning intensity that made her feel incredibly on edge. Something was definitely off. This Yaoqi holy maiden is definitely up to something. Could she also be after Lin Chen? In an instant, Lu Ruyan's alarm bells were ringing loudly. She felt her status was under an unprecedented, massive threat. No way. Under no circumstances could she allow this mysterious little vixen to come anywhere near Lin Chen again. One Tushan Susu was already more than she could handle. How could she possibly let another one come along? At that thought, Lu Ruyan hesitated not a moment longer. In the blink of an eye, she moved seamlessly to stand between Lin Chen and Ling Jia, shielding Lin Chen firmly behind her like a protective mother hen guarding her chicks. She directly blocked Ling Jia's aggressive gaze. Ling Jia stared at Lu Ruyan's sudden, hostile, and possessive actions, momentarily taken aback. Her adorable doll-like face betrayed a hint of confusion and innocence. Ling Jia blinked her big, round eyes and looked at Lin Chen, who was being shielded by Lu Ruyan, with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Lin, sensing the increasingly tense and charged atmosphere between the two breathtakingly beautiful women in front of him. He also blinked his eyes. Then, a bitter smile filled with resignation and the acceptance of what had become routine spread across his face. Here we go again. Here we go again. This damn inescapable battlefield. Seeing Lin Chen's helpless expression, the sharp-witted Ling Jia immediately understood. It seems that the holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong and her Lin Chen brother have a relationship that is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Lin Chen could always stand by her side. But, so what? Lin Chen is the first man I, Ling Jia, have ever set my sights on. He's the man destined for me. I won't give up so easily. At this thought, a gleam of cunning and competitiveness flashed in Ling Jia's eyes. She decided to take the initiative. She would test the waters by hinting at their true feelings. She looked at Lu Ruyan, her face once again adorned with that innocent, harmless, and sweet smile. Tilting her cute little head, she asked in a curious tone. What's wrong, Ruyan's sister? You suddenly look so tense. By the way, you seem to be on good terms with this Lin Chen senior brother, don't you? What's your relationship? Here it comes. Finally. Lu Ruyan had been waiting for her to say that. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan not only showed no sign of panic but instead straightened her chest, emphasizing her full, proud figure.
Then, as Ling Jiao stared wide-eyed in shock, she reached out her delicate arm and, with the utmost naturalness, wrapped it around Lin Chen's arm from behind, adopting a posture that exuded absolute certainty and undeniable authority, the posture of a legitimate wife. Directly asserting her claim. Him? Lu Ruyan looked at Ling Jiao, her cold eyes gleaming with a victorious smile, her voice clear and firm as she said, "Lin Chen is mine. He's mine, Lu Ruyan's, the only Lin Chen." Lu Ruyan deliberately emphasized the words "my" and only with extra emphasis. The meaning behind her words was clear. After speaking, she seemed to feel it wasn't enough. She then fixed her gaze, filled with scrutiny and a hint of provocation, on Ling Jiao. Her red lips parted, launching a deadly counterattack. "As for the holy maiden, judging by your earlier expression, it seems you're quite interested in my brother Lin Chen as well? I wonder, how did the holy maiden come to know him?" Chapter 114, The Sect Master Intervenes. Mind the impact. On the floating warship of the Xiantian Xianzong, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense due to Lu Ruyan's declaration and counter-question, which carried the authority of the main wife. All eyes were fixed on the once lively and adorable Yaoqi holy maiden Ling Jiao, who had now fallen into silence. They were all curious. Faced with the possessive and provocative questioning from the Xiantian holy maiden, how would this equally noble and revered Yaoqi holy maiden respond? A holy maiden war without smoke was about to erupt. Ling Jiao heard Lu Ruyan's words and paused for a moment. She did not answer Lu Ruyan's question but instead turned her head and looked at Lin Chen, who was keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, with a gaze filled with resentment and accusation. That gaze seemed to say, "Lin Chen, my brother. How could you do this? You were the one who knew me first. You saved me first. How could you let another woman beat you to it now? You ungrateful man." Lu Ruyan looked at Ling Jiao's tearful, heartbroken expression, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world, and her heart suddenly gave a sharp pang. Her cold, delicate eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Strange. Why does this scene, this expression, this gaze, feel so familiar? In an instant, a warning bell rang loudly in Lu Ruyan's heart. She looked at Ling Jiao, then glanced at Lin Chen beside her. A thought that felt utterly absurd yet impossible to dismiss began to take shape in her mind. This Yaoqi holy maiden. Could she possibly have a hidden past with my brother Lin Chen? And judging by her dejected expression, their relationship must be more than ordinary. At this thought, Lu Ruyan felt an even stronger sense of caution and hostility welling up inside her. One scheming fox was already enough. Another rival. That's absolutely out of the question. Lin Chen, brother. Lu Ruyan's voice remained as cold and melodious as ever, but it now carried a hint of danger. It seems you also know this holy maiden of the Yaoqi Palace? How did you come to know her, Lin Chen? As Lu Ruyan spoke, the delicate hand that had been wrapped around Lin Chen's arm moved silently beneath his robe, slipping toward the soft spot on his waist. Then her slender wrist twisted. Her jade-like fingers pinched. Ah! Lin Chen felt an indescribable, piercing pain shoot straight to the top of his head. His face, which had been relatively calm, twisted into a contorted expression. His lips twitched violently. His scalp tingled with numbness. Damn it! This girl! You're being way too harsh. But she knows what she's doing. He's not the type to hesitate. Same as before. Just express your thoughts clearly. Lin Chen explained to Lu Ruyan. The circumstances of how I met Jiao are actually similar to yours. He was telling the truth. After all, Lu Ruyan, Tushan Susu, and Ling Jiao were all people he had saved by chance back then. It could only be said that Lin Chen himself didn't even realize that back then, whether he was traveling the world or within the sect, he had become a walking expert in saving female leaders. Meanwhile, Ling Jiao, who had been glaring at Lin Chen with resentment just moments ago, saw that Lu Ruyan dared to bully her beloved Lin Chen in public. That adorable little face instantly filled with a mix of pity and resentment. What's wrong with this Lu Ruyan? How could you squeeze Lin Chen so hard? Don't you know that hurts? If it were me, I wouldn't dare. Thinking this, Ling Jiao took a quick step forward, disregarding the etiquette and grace of a saintly maiden, and reached out her own delicate, bone-soft hand to grab Lu Ruyan's jade-like hand, which was currently inflicting pain on Lin Chen's soft spot. Then Ling Jiao looked at Lin Chen with a mix of pity and a hint of taking advantage of the situation, her voice sweet and soft as she said, Lin Chen, she is so mean, bullying you. Why don't you let Jiao take care of you from now on? I'm pretty strong now too, I'll definitely protect you from anyone. Ling Jiao's words were heartfelt and full of protective intent. But to Lu Ruyan, it sounded like a blatant attempt to poach her man right in front of her, the official wife. You! Lu Ruyan never expected this. This seemingly innocent and harmless Yaoqi holy maiden dared to be so bold, so shameless. Boom! A terrifyingly icy chill, characteristic of a Yuan Ling Jinjuan, erupted violently from her body. Ling Jiao, seeing this, did not back down either. A gleam of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. Boom! A equally powerful aura, brimming with vitality and energy, erupted from her petite frame.
The two terrifying auras, both having reached the Yuan infant realm, collided violently on the deck of the warship. It seemed as though they were about to engage in a fierce battle at any moment. Just then, cough cough. A faint cough filled with frustration and headache suddenly rang out. It was seen that the sect master, Li Daoxian, had appeared beside the two women at some point. The calm and spectator-like expression on his face had vanished, replaced by a bitter smile and an odd expression. Li Daoxian first shot a peculiar glance at Lin Chen, who was caught between the two women, as if to say, "You're quite the one," before turning to the two holy maidens who were on the brink of battle and tried to mediate. "Humph. Yaoqi holy maiden, Ruyan, this place is crowded and not suitable for catching up or casual chat. Why not have Ling Jiar, the holy maiden, accompany me to the VIP room on board the ship? You two can continue your discussion there. This would not be considered disrespectful to the holy maiden." Li Daoxian spoke with utmost politeness, but his intention to mediate was clear. Ling Jiar and Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced around. They then noticed that the disciples and elders of the Shen-Tian Xianzong sect were all staring at them with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. The two women's fair faces couldn't help but flush slightly. They finally realized that their earlier actions had indeed been a bit too inappropriate. The two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of reluctance and intense determination in each other's eyes. However, they eventually coordinated silently, simultaneously suppressing their aura, and nodded toward Li Daoxian. Zhongzhu Li Daoxian led Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and the Yaoqi holy maiden Ling Jiar into the VIP reception room inside the warship. As the doors slowly closed, they completely sealed off the outside world, which was filled with shock, gossip, and fervor. However, on the deck, the intense atmosphere ignited by the dramatic scene earlier remained unabated for a long time. Once the three figures had completely vanished, the core disciples of the Shen-Tian Xianzong sect erupted into chaos. Chapter 115, Late Bloomer. Who wouldn't be jealous of that treatment? Holy crap! Did I see that right? That Yaoqi holy maiden, she was also after that old guy Lin Chen? Absolutely. Didn't you see the look in her eyes just now? The way she looked at Lin Chen and the way she looked at our senior brother Zhao, it was like heaven and earth. Exactly. She was smiling at Lin Chen like a flower, but she was as cold as a piece of 1,000-year-old ice toward Zhao's senior brother. That's way too two-faced. Why? Why is this happening? What gives her the right? A core disciple let out a furious shout, his voice filled with bitter resentment. First it was our holy maiden, now it's the holy maiden of thee. Why does all the good fortune have to go to that old man Lin Chen, who took 100 years just to gather his qi? Is this how you treat people? What are we lacking compared to him? That's right. In terms of talent, aren't we all above the spirit realm? In terms of cultivation, aren't we all condensed pulse realm experts? In terms of age, we're nearly 100 years younger than him. We have unlimited potential. But why do both holy maidens favor him so much? The core prodigies were utterly baffled, their hearts brimming with endless frustration and jealousy. They felt that everyone present today had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Chen, being dragged through the mud countless times. This treatment. Who wouldn't feel envious? Meanwhile, on the warship of the Yaoqi immortal sect, the female disciples of the Yaoqi sect, upon seeing their own holy maiden rushing so eagerly onto the Shen-Tian Xianzong warship and not returning for a long time, they all looked at each other in astonishment and confusion. What is the holy maiden doing? Even if she really knows the Shen-Tian holy maiden from before, there's no need to be so rushed, is there? And did you notice? The holy maiden seems to be staring at a man in the Shen-Tian immortal sect's ranks. Yeah, I saw it too. Her gaze is so strange. Just as the female disciples were buzzing with speculation, a Yaoqi guardian elder responsible for protecting Ling Jiar, whose cultivation had reached the Yuanling realm, felt the transmission jade talisman at her waist tremble slightly. She probed her divine sense into it. After a moment, her furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and she explained to the disciples around her, who were equally worried. Alright, stop speculating. It's a message from the holy maiden. She said she and the holy maiden Lu Ruyan of the Shen-Tian immortal sect are old acquaintances who haven't seen each other in years, and she misses her deeply. She wants to go and catch up with her. We are to wait here for a short while. Upon hearing the words of the guardian elder, the female disciples of the Yaoqi sect finally sighed in relief. Oh, so that's what it was. We were so scared. We thought the holy maiden had been kidnapped by some filthy man from the Shen-Tian Xianzong sect. They naturally wouldn't doubt their own holy maiden's words. What they didn't know was, the innocent holy maiden they see before them is already fully engulfed in a war where no smoke can be seen. And she really was kidnapped. Xuantiang Xianzong's warship. In the VIP reception room. After bringing Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar to this place, Li Daoxian did not linger for long. He merely eyed Lin Chen with a peculiar expression, then gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said to Lin Chen, "Ah, that's enough. This place is quiet and undisturbed. You three young people, feel free to chat here." As an old man, I won't meddle in your affairs." With that, he didn't even give the three of them a chance to respond, his figure flickering and disappearing into the room. All that remained were Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, their faces flushed red with shame and anger. And in between them, Lin Chen looked utterly exasperated. As Li Daoxian departed, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere froze to a standstill. It was also incredibly awkward. Lin Chen could clearly feel two pairs of eyes staring at him from both sides. Finally, it was Lu Ruyan who broke the suffocating silence first. Lu Ruyan let out a soft hum, her cold, beautiful eyes filled with resentment and accusation fixed on Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, big brother. What's the deal between you and this holy maiden of the Yaoqi Palace?" Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's expression, which seemed to say, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, this matter won't be settled today," and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But this was truly unexpected. He had originally thought that the task given by the dog system was just a simple introduction task. But then, the other party was also a holy maiden. And she was actually a girl he had crossed paths with before. Cough, Ruyan, it's like this. My situation with the Yaoqi holy maiden is actually similar to yours with Su Su. Lin Chen briefly recounted how, during the joint trials of the three great immortal sects, he had come across a helpless young girl being attacked by demon beasts, pulled out his sword to save her, and rescued that pitiful, emaciated little girl. What? After hearing Lin Chen's account, Lu Ruyan was once again speechless. Her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Another one he saved offhand? And it was decades ago, during the joint trial of the three great immortal sects? Lu Ruyan's mind flashed back to the memories of that time. She remembered. That joint trial, she hadn't participated in it at all. Because she had to complete an essential menial task at the time, she had perfectly missed it. It was actually at that time? How frustrating. It's truly infuriating. If only I had gone back then what would have become of the Yaoqi holy maiden? Lu Ruyan was filled with endless regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hearing Lin Chen recall those trivial matters from the past with such clarity, Ling Jiar's heart, already aflutter with excitement from their reunion, could no longer be contained. Lin Chen! The young girl let out a delicate cry filled with endless joy and emotion. She no longer cared about the dignity and composure of a saintly maiden. She threw herself into Lin Chen's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. She held him tightly. Her little face pressed against Lin Chen's chest, utterly delighted. Whoa. Lin Chen, do you remember me? Do you remember me? When you saw me just now, you didn't react at all. I thought you had already forgotten me. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Ling Jiar buried her adorable little face deeply into Lin Chen's embrace, feeling the familiar and warm scent, so overwhelmed that she was both crying and laughing. Meanwhile, when Lu Ruyan saw Ling Jiar throwing herself into Lin Chen's arms and being so intimate with her own Lin Chen brother, she was completely furious. One seductive fox was already enough to give her a headache. In the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, she had already declared her ownership over him, kissing and hugging him. Now, another one had appeared, a seemingly innocent-looking adult lowly with a deep and cunning mind and equally direct methods? And judging by her demeanor, her possessiveness toward Lin Chen seems no weaker than that fox spirit's. Enough! Enough already! Do you think I, Lu Ruyan, am dead? Chapter 116, A Demon Cultivator Appears in Tianfeng City? The Feng family produces another demon. On the floating warship of the Xiantian Xianzone, while a fierce battle for love was unfolding due to the arrival of the two holy maidens. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away in Tianfeng City and the entire Tianfeng mountain range, the power dynamics had undergone earth-shattering changes over the past few months. Since the last joint expedition by the three major clans into the ancient secret realm, where the young elites of the Feng and Wang clans were completely annihilated, leaving them severely weakened, Tianfeng City had completely entered an era of absolute dominance by the Li family. The two Li family prodigies who narrowly escaped the secret realm with life-threatening injuries, Li Jiani and Li Waner, after months of recuperation, not only fully recovered their injuries but also saw their cultivation reach new heights. The brother and sister duo now dominate the scene. They led the Li family with overwhelming force, ruthlessly seizing all the cultivation resources, market territories, and spiritual vein mines that had once belonged to the Feng and Wang families. Meanwhile, the Feng and Wang families, plagued by a severe generational gap among their younger members and a lack of successors, are utterly powerless to resist the Li family's relentless expansion. They could only watch helplessly as their family's assets were gradually devoured by the Li family. As one rose and the other fell, the Li family's strength grew rapidly in just a few short months, like a snowball gathering momentum. There is now a clear trend toward the Li family completely overshadowing the Feng and Wang families, becoming the sole rulers of Tianfeng City. On the surface, Tianfeng City appears to be on the brink of a new era of peace under the Li family's rule. However, today, a shocking piece of news that sent tremors through the entire city of Tianfeng erupted like a thunderclap, shattering the hard-won peace. A member of the Li family was tragically killed while on a family mission outside the city. Their bodies were found outside the city walls. The manner of their death, horrifying beyond description. According to the first cultivator to discover the body, the Li family member showed no signs of external injury, but his vital essence had been completely drained by some terrifying demonic entity. The entire body had turned into a withered, shriveled, and terrifyingly dry corpse, filled with endless fear and agony. The sight was utterly horrifying. Upon hearing this news, the entire Tianfeng city was thrown into chaos, with everyone feeling threatened. Because this bizarre and evil manner of death reminded everyone of a terrifying name that had long been lost to legend yet still struck fear into the hearts of all cultivators. Demon cultivators. Heavens! It's the demon cultists. It must be their doing. How is that possible? Weren't the demon cultists eradicated by the major sects over 100 years ago, completely wiped out? Yes. How could they suddenly appear in our Tianfeng city? It's over. We're doomed. Every time demon cultivators emerge, it inevitably leads to a bloodbath. Our Tianfeng city is about to face a great disaster. Panic spread like a plague throughout the entire Tianfeng city. Tianfeng City, Feng Family Mansion. In that underground chamber, the most heavily guarded and secretive place in the mansion. At that moment, an eerie atmosphere completely different from the panic outside filled the air. In the center of the chamber, a young man who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old sat cross-legged. His body was completely enveloped by a thick, blood-red energy so dense it seemed to solidify in the air. A chilling, brutal aura filled with terrifying intent to kill erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to seem tainted with an ominous crimson hue. Beside the youth, the head of the Feng family and several core elders of the clan stood there, their faces tense yet filled with endless anticipation, staring intently at him. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, when the blood-red energy enveloping the young man surged into his body like a tidal wave. Boom! A terrifying pressure far surpassing the chi-gathering realm, filled with brutal and overwhelming power, suddenly erupted from the teenager's body, instantly engulfing the entire secret room. Ningmai realm, first layer. Second layer of the pulse condensation realm. Third layer of the pulse condensation realm. After breaking through 3 minor realms in succession, that aura finally stabilized at the peak of the third layer of the pulse condensation realm. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of bloodlight darting across his pupils. Feeling the unprecedented, explosive power of the blood-red true essence surging within him, he couldn't help but burst into a laugh filled with endless excitement and joy. Chi gathering third tier. I've actually reached the third layer of chi gathering, and my foundation isn't weak. Master of the house and elders. The young man leaped to his feet from the ground, gazing at the head of the Feng family and the other elders across from him, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Feng Ling has succeeded. I've broken through to the third level of the condensation vein realm. In just 2 short months. From being stuck at the peak of the chi-gathering realm, unable to break through the bottleneck, to now soaring directly into the peak of the third level of the condensing veins realm. Such an astonishing breakthrough speed. It's simply unbelievable. Excellent. 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 The head of the Feng family, looking at this completely transformed family demon cultivator with overwhelming aura, was so excited that his face turned red, repeating the word good 3 times. The elders behind him were all beaming with joy, unable to contain their excitement. Ha ha ha. Heaven has not abandoned the Feng family. Heaven has not abandoned the Feng family. That's right. With Linger, such an unparalleled prodigy, how could our Feng family fail to rise again? The Li family. Humph. Let them gloat for a few more days. When the next secret realm trial begins, we will make them pay with their blood. The head of the Feng family looked at Feng Ling, who was full of vigor and confidence, and a cold, ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He spoke in an icy tone. Linger, you've done well. Continue your cultivation. Do not slack off. The family will spare no resources to help you enhance your strength. Next time, we will make the Li family pay the heaviest price for their previous actions. Yes, clan leader. Feng Ling heard this and a savage smile appeared on his face. This disciple will not disappoint the family's expectations. The few elders standing nearby watched this harmonious scene and spoke one after another, their voices filled with fervor and a hint of madness. That's right. As long as it can make the Feng family prosper once again. As long as it can make the Feng family become the sole ruler of Tianfeng City, and even the entire Tianfeng mountain range region. What's wrong with switching to demon cultivation techniques? Exactly. In this world of cultivation where the weak are devoured by the strong and the powerful reign supreme, the so-called distinctions between good and evil are nothing but the excuses of the victors. As long as our Feng family becomes the strongest, even if we become demon cultivators, we can still claim to be on the path of righteousness and have the entire world bow down to us. Chapter 117, Lin Chen, brother, so how many more acts of kindness do you have left? Zuwantiang Xianzong worship. In the VIP reception room. The atmosphere was tense due to Lu Ruyan's outburst and Ling Jia's possessive embrace.
Lin Chen was tightly embraced by Ling Jia, this adult busty loli, feeling the astonishing softness and elasticity of her body, as well as the pure, lotus-like fragrance emanating from her, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He could clearly sense the icy glare from beside him, almost as if it were about to slice him to pieces. It's over. This time, he was truly beyond redemption. No. Girl, why are you being so forward? Just as Lin Chen was about to forcefully tear the octopus from his arms, Ling Jia suddenly let go on her own. She lifted her adorable baby face, still glistening with tears, and shot a victorious glance at Lu Ruyan, who stood beside her with a frosty expression and an aura that made others keep their distance. Then she turned back to Lin Chen and said in a voice filled with reluctance and anticipation, "Lin Chen, do you miss me?" Lin Chen was about to speak. But Lu Ruyan coldly pulled Ling Jia away and snorted, "Not at all. Holy maiden, please behave yourself. Ruyan's sister, you're always by Lin Chen's side. Can't you let me talk to him properly?" Pulled away by Lu Ruyan, Ling Jia immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking at Lu Ruyan with a sad face. In Ling Jia's mind, Lu Ruyan must have been by Lin Chen's side the whole time. After all, Lin Chen has always been a disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, hasn't he? No. I can't. Looking at Ling Jia's adorable, cute face, Lu Ruyan struggled to look away. Just then, humming, a transmission jade talisman suddenly flew out from Ling Jia's embrace. Ling Jia scanned the sound-transmitting jade talisman with her divine sense. It turned out that the Yaoqi Xianzong had received word that Ling Jia had completed her mission but had not detected the warship's whereabouts, assuming something had gone wrong, and had immediately sent an urgent message. Seeing this, Ling Jia could only reluctantly put away the jade talisman. The immortal sect is looking for me. Lin Chen, my brother. Ling Jia cast a lingering glance at Lin Chen. Though she had already exceeded the purpose of her mission. Not only had she successfully reunited with the Lin Chen she had longed for, but she had also asserted her presence in front of this rival. But Ling Jia couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't how it should be. It should be closer. Closer. It would be best if Lin Chen would spoil her rotten. Seeing Ling Jia's expectant and reluctant gaze, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, walked up to her, and gently stroked her head. Go ahead. There's plenty of time in the future. You'll have your chance someday. Feeling Lin Chen's touch, Ling Jia's big eyes lit up instantly. That's right. There's plenty of time and opportunities ahead. Thinking of this, Ling Jia's heart was filled with joy. Then, under Lu Ruyan's wide-eyed gaze, Ling Jia tiptoed up and leaned close to Lin Chen's ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, filled with endless intimacy. Lin Chen, don't forget about me next time we meet, okay? Before he could react. Before Lin Chen could react. Peck. Her soft cherry lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, quickly kissed Lin Chen's cheek. Then Ling Jia giggled and transformed into a pink streak of light, breaking through the restrictions of the VIP room and racing toward the luxurious Yaoguang divine ship in the distance. The scene was left with Lin Chen, who was completely dumbfounded, his cheeks still tingling from the lingering warmth of her kiss. And Lu Ruyan, her eyes wide with shock, nearly spitting fire from her eyes. Lin Chen, big brother. After Ling Jia had left, Lu Ruyan's voice, squeezed out through clenched teeth, rang out. Looking at Lu Ruyan. Her eyes were filled with resentment and tears, looking as though she was grinding her teeth in anger, unsure of what to do next. Lin Chen looked at her on the verge of losing control and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew that if he didn't explain things clearly today, he might never be able to set foot on the Holy Maiden Peak again. Cough, Ruyan, let me explain. Alright. I'm listening. Lu Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Her proud, full figure looked even more majestic. I'll see just how many more of these acts of kindness Lin Chen has up his sleeve. She emphasized the words acts of kindness with particular emphasis. The bitterness in her words was almost enough to flood the entire VIP room. Lin Chen scratched his nose, his face breaking into an incredibly awkward yet sincere smile as he waved his hands repeatedly. There's none left. None at all. I swear. I swear. There shouldn't be any more, probably maybe none. And what happened earlier was beyond my control. But was there really any left? Lin Chen doesn't know either. After all, such distant memories, who could possibly remember them clearly? He doesn't even know how many people he saved back then. Not to mention there's this unpredictable system that keeps assigning him random family reunion missions out of the blue. Now he can only take it one step at a time. Finally, after some coaxing and returning a kiss to Lu Ruyan, she blushed and let Lin Chen go. Everyone rushed toward the Xiantian Xianzong. Zuantiang Xianzong. The Holy Sun Peak. As soon as Fang Xian returned to his palace, he could no longer contain the raging anger in his heart. Boom! He slammed his palm down on the table made of 10,000-year-old cold iron, reducing it to dust. Lin Chen. Tu Shan Su Su. Fang Xian gritted his teeth and growled coldly.
trying to catch a chicken but ending up losing the rice. This trip to the water moon heavenly realm not only failed to humiliate Lin Chen and win Lu Ruyan's favor. Instead, he was humiliated by that madwoman Tu Shan Susu, who forced him to kneel before everyone with a single finger. His reputation was completely ruined. He was also punished by the sect master with 3 months' salary deduction. He was also confined to his quarters for a month. As the Holy Son, his monthly salary was incredibly generous. Not only does he receive an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs, but also various rare heavenly treasures. Even someone as wealthy as him cannot afford to overlook such a loss. All of this. All because of that damned Lin Chen. Fong Xian grew increasingly furious. The more he thought about it, the more he hated him. The murderous intent in his heart surged like a tidal wave. Just then, a trusted disciple entered the hall from outside, bowed deeply, and reported, "Your Highness, the Holy Son. There is a man outside claiming to be an elder from your own Fong family seeking an audience with you. He claims there is an urgent matter of the utmost importance that must be discussed with you personally." An elder from the Fong family? Fong Xian heard this and furrowed his brows. Though he felt irritated, he forced himself to remain calm and coldly ordered, "Let him in." Soon, an elderly man dressed in Fong family attire, with a gaunt face and eyes that gleamed with a hint of malice, entered swiftly. His cultivation had reached the first level of the Golden Core realm. Fong De pays his respects to the young master. The clan elder bowed respectfully to Fong Xian. "Rise." Fong Xian waved his hand impatiently. "What is the matter?" The elder named Fong De glanced at the others standing by in the hall, such as Xia Yu, who seemed hesitant to speak. Fong Xian noticed this and dismissed the others. "Speak. What is the matter?" Fong De finally carefully pulled out an ancient manual from his robe. It was entirely dark red in color, covered with strange magical patterns, and emitted an evil and bloodthirsty aura that made one's heart race. Demon arts? The moment Fong Xian saw the manual, his expression changed drastically. "Fong De, how dare you bring such a demonic object into the Holy Sun's hall?" Fong Xian shouted harshly. Fong De sighed bitterly upon hearing this, then presented the manual and explained. "Young master, please calm down. This item was specifically sent to you by the family head. This is an ancient demonic art, the blood-devouring demon art, that our family recently discovered by chance at the ruins of an ancient demon cultivator's site. Though this technique is heretical, its cultivation speed is incredibly fast, and its power is boundless. The family head's intention is, this technique is perfect for cultivating a group of fearless, self-sacrificing warriors." Train elite warriors? Fong Xian heard this and felt a stir in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. What has happened to the family? Have we resorted to demonic arts? Fong De, upon hearing this, revealed a mix of grief and helplessness on his face, and recounted in detail the recent upheavals in Tianfeng City and the dire straits the Fong family now found themselves in. Fong Xian listened intently, his brows furrowing deeply. He never imagined that the situation in Tianfeng City had deteriorated to such an extent in such a short time. The Li family now held absolute power. His own clan had been forced to resort to cultivating demonic arts to nurture new talent and seek an opportunity to turn the tide? Have you found out yet? Who was responsible for the assassination of the young generation of the Fong and Wang families in the secret realm? Fong Xian asked in a cold tone. Fong De, upon hearing this, hung his head in shame, reporting to the young master, "To this day, we have no leads." Useless. Fong Xian snorted coldly, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. He looked at the book in his hand, which emanated an eerie, demonic aura, the blood-devouring demon arts, and remained silent for a moment. Ultimately, he slowly put it away. "Look at Fong De." Fong Xian spoke in a cold, unwavering tone. "All right, I've taken the item. But what happened today shall be forgotten. I, Fong Xian, am the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong, the future exemplar of the righteous path. How could I possibly cultivate such a vile demonic art? You may withdraw." Fong De understood immediately upon hearing this. He knew that the young master was silently accepting it. He said no more, bowed respectfully, and withdrew from the hall. He had merely come to deliver the items as per the family head's orders. As for whether the young master Fong Xian would actually cultivate or what he would do with this demonic art, that was none of his concern. Chapter 118, 3 months in the blink of an eye. Gathering Qi to the 8th level. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lin Chen's life could be described as exceptionally fulfilling and thrilling. On one hand, he kept his promise to Tu Shan Susu, sneaking out of the Xiantian Xianzong every month to travel to the 10,000 mountains for a deep healing session for her. With the aid of Lin Chen's fully mastered Xian Yi Jing and various rare heavenly treasures, Tu Shan Susu's century-old injury was recovering at an astonishingly fast pace, visible to the naked eye. As the old injuries heal, Tu Shan Susu's already profoundly mysterious Huatian Tianjun cultivation level is rising even higher, almost reaching the threshold of touching the second level of Huatian. As her strength grew, Tushan Susu's dependence on and possessiveness toward Lin Chen have grown increasingly intense. Every time she receives treatment, she can't help but cling to Lin Chen, constantly teasing and hinting at him in subtle ways. This drives Lin Chen, a century-old virgin, to the brink of madness, constantly testing the limits of his moral resolve. Of course, where there's give, there's take. Lin Chen's frequent outings naturally aroused the strong dissatisfaction of Lu Ruyan, the official wife. After observing the situation twice and growing increasingly concerned about Lin Chen's behavior, after following him out to find out what was going on, she immediately flew into a jealous rage. She forced herself to follow Lin Chen, claiming it was for protection. But in reality, she was spying on him. Thus, Lin Chen's one-on-one treatment turned into a tense trio filled with tension. Every time Lin Chen began treating Tushan Susu, Lu Ruyan would sit beside them with a cold expression, bringing a small stool. With her clear, autumn water-like eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, she stared intently, not blinking once, at Tushan Susu and Lin Chen's hands that were moving across Tushan Susu's body. The moment Tushan Susu uttered any unusual sound or made any suspicious movement, Lu Ruyan would immediately emit a cold, authoritative cough. She was trying to use this method to stop that shameless fox spirit from continuing to seduce her beloved Lin Chen. This turned every treatment into a harrowing battle in a battlefield of chaos. This has left Lin Chen physically and mentally exhausted, with two problems to deal with at once. Fortunately, the next month was like this. Besides this thrilling life filled with both pain and pleasure, Lin Chen's own abilities underwent a terrifying transformation over the past 3 months. He was already blessed with Dao-grade talent and possessed a Gangjin spirit body, and he practiced the Earth-grade Great Sun Gangjin breathing technique. On top of that, he had extorted an enormous amount of cultivation resources from the Feng family, the Wang family, and the 2 great demon kings, enough to make any core elder green with envy. His cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket. Qi Gathering Realm, 5th layer. Qi Gathering Realm, 6th layer. Qi Gathering Realm, 7th layer. In just 3 short months, he advanced at an astonishing rate of 1 level per month, propelling himself from the 5th level of Qi Gathering Realm all the way to the 8th level. Such an absurdly fast cultivation speed left his master, the Wanxiang Elder, completely speechless. When Wanxiang Elder conducted a routine check on his disciple and detected the thick, overwhelming qi on Lin Chen's body far surpassing the qi of the 8th level of Qi Gathering Realm just 3 months ago, this Yuanling Jinjuan, who had lived for hundreds of years, nearly pulled out his own beard, strand by strand. In all his years, he had never seen or heard of such an absurd thing. 3 months? Breaking through 3 realms in a single go? Have you been eating the bottleneck of the Qi Gathering Realm for breakfast? However, after the initial shock subsided, it was replaced by endless joy and pride. Looking at his abnormal disciple, the elder of the 10,000 phenomena couldn't stop smiling. He felt that the best decision he had ever made in his life was to recognize this prodigy at the outer sect competition and recruit him into his discipleship before anyone else. And within 3 months, in the distant city of Tianfeng, thousands of miles away, and throughout the entire Tianfeng mountain range, dark currents were swirling, and a storm of blood and chaos was brewing. A terrifying piece of news spread like a plague across the entire eastern wasteland south region. Traces of demon cultivators have been spotted in the Tianfeng city region. It is said that these demon cultivators employ extremely brutal methods, specifically targeting young wandering cultivators who have ventured out to train. These demon cultivators drain the essence and blood of the cultivators until they are completely drained, leaving behind nothing but lifeless corpses covered in terrifying human skin, their faces twisted in endless fear and agony. In an instant, the entire Tianfeng city region was plunged into chaos, with countless cultivators living in constant fear. Especially the weaker wandering cultivators, who were so terrified that they fled the area, daring not to approach the Tianfeng mountains even a single step. As the current rulers of Tianfeng city, the Li family suffered immense losses as a result. Many of their young disciples who had gone out on missions were brutally killed one after another. Even one of the Li family's 2 prodigies, Li Jianyi, a reclusive young man obsessed with sword cultivation and already at the 4th level of the condensation vein realm, was also ambushed while investigating the whereabouts of demon cultivators. He fought bravely but ultimately perished, his body reduced to a cold, desiccated corpse. The news sent the entire Tianfeng city into a state of utter panic. Even someone as prodigious as Li Jianyi fell victim to such a tragic fate. How could ordinary cultivators like them possibly escape unscathed? The demon cultivators have returned. This is an event that hasn't occurred in over a century. Every time demon cultivators appear, they are inevitably accompanied by endless slaughter and bloodshed. Regarding this matter, it quickly drew the utmost attention of the major righteous immortal sects of the Eastern Wastes. The Xiantian immortal sect was no exception. Upon learning of this, the sect's high-ranking officials immediately issued the highest level sect-wide expedition order. Mission name: eradicate the demon cultivators of Tianfeng city. Mission level: core level. Mission description: remnants of ancient demon cultivators have resurfaced in the Tianfeng city region, corrupting living beings and causing havoc in the area. We request our sect disciples to investigate the whereabouts of the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City and completely eradicate them, restoring peace to the region. Mission requirements: this mission is exclusively for inner sect elite disciples and core disciples. Task Hall. Lin Chen looked at the task posted at the top of the hall, his eyes flashing with a gleam of determination, then fell into deep thought. From the information gathered, it seems these demon cultivators are targeting the Li family specifically. The Wang family, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have suffered any losses. The Feng family is the same. I had initially assumed that after I left, the Li family would dominate alone. Though I didn't pay much attention at first, it did seem to be the case. But over the past 3 months, things seem to have taken a turn. Interesting. Now that my strength has advanced further, this mission comes at the perfect time. It's the ideal opportunity to test my abilities. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he opened his information panel. Host, Lin Chen. Age, 20. System assigned, actual age over 120, appearance over 30. Talents, Dao grade Gingjin spirit body, unmatched sword art potential. Cultivation level, Qi gathering realm, 8th tier. Constitution, Gingjin spirit body. Techniques. Primary cultivation technique, Great Sun Gung metal breathing technique earth grade. Body cultivation technique, innate gung metal sword body heaven grade lower tier minor achievement passive effect, permanent 5x attack power boost. Soul cultivation technique, innate soul body heaven grade, intermediate stage. Martial arts. Sword techniques. The blue lotus sword manual earth grade upper tier minor achievement. Mystic water sword technique mastery. Wood spirit sword technique mastery. Layered wave sword technique mystic grade, intermediate level beginner. Other martial arts. Body tempering fist technique grand master. Thunderbolt fist yellow grade mastery. Gale step yellow grade mastery. Mysterious tracking step earth grade, lower tier. Divine ability, thousand faces technique earth grade lower tier, minor achievement. Sword intent, minor achievement in Gengjin sword intent. Chapter 119, Fang Xian's departure causes a stir. Within the task hall, Lin Chen looked at his attribute panel, which was so dazzlingly impressive it was almost overwhelming, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. 8th tier Qi condensation realm cultivation. The heaven grade body cultivation technique Xian Tian Gengjin GNT at the minor achievement realm, granting a 5-fold attack boost. The earth grade upper tier sword technique Jinglian sword manual at the minor achievement realm. Gengjin sword intent at the minor achievement realm. And the earth grade body technique mysterious steps, which he had just obtained but had yet to cultivate. Now, whether it be his attack, defense, spiritual essence, or the body technique he is about to master, he has almost no weaknesses. Excellent. Lin Chen clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with overwhelming confidence. The demon cultivators of Tianfeng City. I accept this mission. Looking at the core level mission prominently displayed at the top, filled with danger and temptation, Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. He couldn't shake the feeling that this suddenly appearing demon cultivator, along with their peculiar actions targeting the Li family, were not as simple as they seemed. But it didn't matter. This would be the perfect opportunity to test his true strength against these so-called demon cultivators. Just as Lin Chen made up his mind to accept the mission and investigate Tianfeng City once more. Core area. Within the majestic yet icy hall of the Holy Sun. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like you could squeeze water out of it. A bunch of idiots. Fang Xian stared at the communication jade token in his hand, which recorded the recent situation of his family, so enraged that his entire body trembled and his handsome face was twisted with anger. The secret manual of the blood-devouring demon art in his hands was being squeezed so tightly that it creaked, as if it might be torn to shreds at any moment by his raging true energy. He never could have imagined that the fools of his family, after obtaining this demonic technique, would cause such a commotion? To practice demonic cultivation in the mortal world? Sucking human blood? Leaving behind desiccated corpses? Are they afraid no one knows it's them practicing demonic arts? Keep a low profile. Restrain yourselves. Do these two words not even exist in their minds? Now that things have escalated to this extent, not only has the entire Tianfeng city been thrown into chaos, but it has also alarmed the Xiantian immortal sect and even the other top immortal sects in the surrounding areas. Fools! What a bunch of irredeemable fools! Fang Xian raged wildly in his heart. He wanted to fly back to Tianfeng city immediately and strangle every single one of those self-important clan elders to death. Huff! After a long time, Fang Xian finally forced himself to suppress the violent emotions raging within him. He knew that getting angry now would accomplish nothing. The top priority was to find a way to handle this matter perfectly. Under no circumstances could anyone link this incident to the Fang family or to him, Fang Xian. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. He immediately summoned his trusted subordinate, Xiaoyu, handed him a communication jade token he had already engraved, and ordered in a cold voice. Immediately. Use the fastest means possible to return this item to the Fang family. Tell them to have all clan members who have cultivated demonic arts cease their practices immediately. Then find a place to hide them securely for this holy sun. Under no circumstances are they to show their faces until the matter is completely resolved. Yes, holy sun. Xia Yu hurriedly accepted the order, daring not to delay, and immediately transformed into a streak of light and departed. After Xia Yu had departed, Fang Xian slowly rose from the ancient ice throne. Gazing out the window at the mist-shrouded, ethereal scenery of the immortal sect, his eyes flickered with calculating light. It seems I must personally intervene this time to clean up the mess those fools have made. Although Fang Xian's heart was filled with resentment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a cold smile. For he suddenly realized that this seemed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity that could restore his reputation, earn him fame, and even eliminate his greatest threat. Demon cultivators are causing chaos, and innocent lives are being sacrificed. As the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong and a model of the righteous path, I must lead by example, head to Tianfeng City to slay demons and restore justice. In doing so, not only can I atone for my past mistakes and restore the dignity I lost in the Watermoon Heavenly Realm, but I can also gain a massive boost in reputation and the support of the people. It's a 2-for-1 deal. As for that Lin Chen. A cold gleam of murderous intent flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. I was originally planning to set you aside for now and deal with you later. But if this fool dares to accept this mission and head to the Tianfeng Mountains, then that would be even better. Then, in the chaos of this demon-slaying battle, you'll be carelessly drained of your essence by those ruthless demon cultivators, reduced to ashes. No one would dare suspect me, the righteous prince who acts solely for the greater good, would they? Ha 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 ha. Fang Xian thought of this and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh filled with triumph. He felt his plan was absolutely perfect. One day later, a sensational piece of news spread like a hurricane from the core area of the Xiantian immortal sect. It instantly sent shockwaves throughout the entire sect. The Holy Sun, Fang Xian, for the sake of all living beings and the peace of the righteous path, will personally lead the sect's elite to Tianfeng City to eliminate the remnants of the demonic cultivators who have been causing havoc in the region. Upon hearing this news, countless disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong, both inner and outer sect members, were all shaken to the core. Truly worthy of the title of Holy Sun. He cares for the people, has the courage to take responsibility, and the resolve to act. Indeed, this is the true demeanor of the Holy Sun of our righteous sect. The Holy Sun is mighty. This expedition will surely end in victory, and those demon cultivator remnants will be eradicated without mercy. Don't forget about the Watermoon Heavenly Realm. Yes, perhaps this is just a token effort to salvage some face. Countless disciples spoke up, expressing their highest respect and praise for Fang Xian's actions. Of course, some also sensed that Fang Xian's actions had a deeper meaning due to the Watermoon Heavenly Realm incident. However, regardless of the circumstances, as the face of a divine sect, the Holy Sun personally leading an expedition to subdue demon cultivators is undoubtedly a sign of great responsibility. Fang Xian's reputation seemed to have been cleansed of much of its tarnish in that moment. One crisis had not yet subsided when another arose. Just as the news of Fang Xian, the Holy Son of the Xiantian immortal sect, announcing his departure spread throughout the eastern wasteland's southern region, the other two top-tier immortal sects also responded almost simultaneously. Yao Qi immortal sect's holy maiden Ling Jiao immediately issued a statement, declaring that demon cultivators were the common enemy of the world, and everyone had the right to eliminate them. As the holy maiden of Yao Qi, she would lead the sect's elite to Tianfeng City to rid the people of this menace. Shortly thereafter, the third major celestial sect, slightly weaker than the Xiantian celestial sect and the Yao Qi celestial sect, the Qingyun sect, its current holy son, the peerless prodigy Shaoi, known as the Qingyun Sword Immortal, also spoke out, vowing to depart immediately for Tianfeng City to confront those so-called demon cultivators. In an instant, the entire eastern wasteland's southern region was thrown into complete upheaval. The sacred sons and daughters of the three top-tier immortal sects have all chosen to personally intervene over the matter of these demon cultivators in the small Tianfeng City. This was an unprecedented spectacle that had not been seen in centuries. Countless wandering cultivators and disciples from second and third-rate sects, upon hearing this news, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment and awe. They knew the upcoming events in Tianfeng City are bound to bring about a major upheaval. Yao Qi Xianzong, Holy Maiden Peak. Ling Jiao was lazily leaning against the window, her hands propping up her adorable, collagen-rich face. Her large eyes gazed toward the direction of the Xiantian immortal sect, filled with endless anticipation. Her tempting red lips curved upward slightly, forming a playful yet mischievous smile. He. Ling Jiao murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. That phony Fang Xian actually came in person. Such a big event with such a lively scene. My Lin Chen brother must definitely be coming too, right? Chapter 120, The Fang Family's Audacity. Just as Lin Chen accepted the sect's mission and prepared to revisit Tianfeng City to confront that so-called demon cultivator, the scene shifted. Tens of thousands of miles away, Within Tianfeng City, where people were in a state of panic due to the demon cultivator's whereabouts. The Feng family mansion. The main hall.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the Feng family's main hall was as oppressive as the dead silence before a storm. Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family, and over a dozen core elders of the family sat upright, their faces grim. Clearly, they had also received some news. Just then, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing outside the main hall. It was Xiaoyu, the trusted confidant of the Holy Sun, who had rushed here from the Xiantian immortal sect. He dared not delay for a moment, rushing into the hall and presenting a communication jade token emitting a special restrictive glow with the utmost respect into the hands of Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family.
Master Feng, this is an urgent message from the Holy Sun that I was ordered to deliver back immediately.
After speaking, Xiaoyu bowed and took her leave, once again transforming into a streak of light and disappearing. Feng Hai looked at the jade talisman in his hand, which had been personally crafted by his son Feng Xian and contained a special divine soul mark. The ominous foreboding in his heart grew increasingly intense. He took a deep breath and infused a thread of his true essence into it. The jade talisman flashed with light, and Feng Xian's voice, filled with icy coldness and overwhelming rage, echoed throughout the main hall.
A bunch of fools. Who told you to make such a commotion?
Not only the Xiantian immortal sect, but even the Yaoqi immortal sect and the Qingyun sect have already taken notice of the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City. The three top-tier immortal sects have simultaneously issued eradication orders and will soon dispatch their elite disciples to Tianfeng City.
Do you want to push the Feng family into the eye of the storm, dooming them to eternal ruin? Boom!
Upon hearing the news that the three great immortal sects have begun their purge of demon cultivators, every single elder of the Feng family present turned pale and jumped to their feet in shock.
What? The three great immortal sects have been alerted? Is this news actually true?
An elder's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling with endless panic.
It's over.
We're finished. The Xiantian, Qingyun, and Yaoqi sects are the three most powerful sects in Dongwang.
If they join forces to purge us, what can our tiny Feng family possibly do to resist?
Yes, once they discover our clan's secret cultivation of demonic arts, it will surely lead to the annihilation of our entire clan.
Another elder beat his chest in frustration, his face filled with endless regret. I told you so. Tell him to rein it in, rein it in. But he wouldn't listen. Now look at us.
All because of that drop of essence blood, we've caused such a commotion.
How are we going to clean this up now? Panic. Regret. Despair.
All sorts of negative emotions spread throughout the grand hall.
However, amidst this atmosphere of despair,
several cold snorts filled with disdain and arrogance suddenly rang out, completely out of place. Several elders, who appeared younger in age but exuded a brutal and bloodthirsty aura, showed no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they wore grins brimming with greed and madness.
What's the rush? One of them sneered.
They're just disciples of the three great immortal sects.
What's there to fear? Exactly. Another echoed, his eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glow.
We now have the blood-sucking demon technique in our hands, and our strength is growing by leaps and bounds.
Give us a little more time, and even a Yuanling true immortal won't be invincible. In my opinion, this is actually a golden opportunity.
Those so-called top disciples of the great immortal sects are all brimming with vital energy and have solid foundations.
To us, they're like walking tonics. As long as we can do it without anyone noticing. Our strength will definitely undergo another qualitative leap.
They dare to be so bold as to target the disciples of the three great immortal sects who came to eliminate the demon cultivators as their own cultivation supplements?
They're completely mad.
All of you, shut your mouths.
At that moment, Feng Hai, who had remained silent all along, finally let out a roar filled with boundless authority and rage.
His cold, piercing eyes swept over the elders who had spoken so boldly, his voice as cold as ice.
Is your brain filled with dung? Daring to lay a finger on the disciples of the three great sects? Do you want our Feng family to die even faster?
If you dare to touch them, don't even think about the Yuanling true immortals. Even those reclusive Huatian old monsters who never show themselves would be stirred from their slumber.
At that point, would there even be a place left for the Feng family in this world?
His words were like a thunderclap, instantly snapping the elders, who had been clouded by demonic arts, back to their senses. They were all drenched in cold sweat and dared not utter another word. Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family, looked at their cowardly expressions and snorted coldly, a flash of resolve and cruelty in his eyes.
He knew that it was too late to regret anything now.
The urgent priority was to find a way to escape. After a moment of silence, Feng Hai spoke slowly.
Transmit my orders.
Immediately select a few unscrupulous individuals with clean backgrounds but insatiable greed from among the scattered cultivators and ordinary people under our control. Teach them the simplified version of the blood-sucking demon technique. Give them some incentives to make their power skyrocket in a short time.
Then release them. Let them serve as scapegoats to draw the attention of the three great sects. As long as we can divert the attention of the three great sects away from our Feng family, then we'll still have a sliver of hope. As for taking action against the disciples of the three great sects, Fong Haidan paused, his tone growing icy cold. From this day forward, no one is to mention it again. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to clan regulations, with no mercy shown. What a clever maneuver! The elders, upon hearing this, lit up with excitement and nodded in agreement. This was indeed the only viable option at the moment. However, just as they had finalized this perfect plan and were about to begin implementing it, a young disciple from the Fong family rushed into the hall. Master of the family, elders, it's bad. There's the latest news from outside. The disciple was panting heavily, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Regarding the recent campaign to eliminate the demon cultivators, the holy maiden Ling Jiar of the Yaoqi Immortal sect, and the holy son Shaoi of the Qingyun sect, plus the young master. They are all personally leading their forces to come here. What? Upon hearing this, the entire Fong family main hall once again fell into a deathly silence. All the elders of the Fong family, including the Fong family patriarch Fong Hai, who had just been in full control and strategizing, were completely stunned. What? Out of nowhere, all these big shots showed up at once? Chapter 121, months have passed, and everything has changed. While the Fong family members were still reeling from the sudden news, Zuantiang Xianzong, Wanxiang Peak, Tingtao Pavilion. After accepting the core-level mission to eradicate the demon cultivators of Tianfeng City, Lin Chen did not depart immediately. Instead, he headed to the Holy Maiden Peak the next day to report to Lu Ruyan first. The news that Ling Jiar was heading to Tianfeng City had already spread. This time, he was heading to Tianfeng City. Who knew if he might just happen to encounter Tu Shan Susu along the way, or accidentally cross paths with Ling Jiar, who was also heading to Tianfeng City. If they ended up together. If Lu Ruyan found out. That jealousy would surely boil over on the spot. To avoid a chaotic situation that would be impossible to resolve later. And for his own safety, Lin Chen came to report it, at least to give Lu Ruyan some warning. At the foot of the Holy Maiden Peak, before the White Jade Steps, Lin Chen looked at the familiar scene before him and the two familiar figures, feeling a surge of emotion. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. It felt like the awakening of his golden finger had only happened a few days ago. The Holy Maiden Peak was still shrouded in mist, with cranes soaring through the sky, just as it had been when he first saw it. The two female disciples responsible for guarding the mountain, upon seeing Lin Chen's figure approaching from the distance at a leisurely pace, first froze slightly. The cold and wary expressions on their faces then melted away like snow and ice, transforming into endless reverence, enthusiasm, and a hint of genuine awe. Disciples humbly welcome Master Lin. The two of them almost simultaneously turned toward Lin Chen and performed a flawlessly executed sect-level bow with the utmost respect. Their attitude and expression were completely different from when they had stopped that 100-year-old old servant months ago. It was like night and day. Lin's direct disciple? Lin Chen was taken aback by the title, but quickly realized what it meant. He was now a direct disciple of the Wanxiang master, so being called a direct disciple was only fitting. Looking at the two female disciples before him, whose attitudes had undergone a complete transformation, Lin Chen smiled gently and waved his hand, gesturing for them to spare the formalities. Two junior sisters, there's no need to be so formal. Lin Chen paused for a moment before asking, I have come here today to request an audience with the Holy Maiden. Do I need to announce my arrival? No, there's no need. The two mountain-guarding female disciples, upon hearing this, shook their heads vigorously like a metronome. One of the more clever disciples, with a face full of smiles, respectfully said, Master Lin is joking. Your relationship with our Holy Maiden is already common knowledge. Why would you need to inform anyone? The Holy Maiden has already issued a personal order. As long as you are here on her behalf, all restrictions on the Holy Maiden's peak will be lifted for you. You may proceed without hesitation. She spoke with the utmost respect. Lin Chen heard this and felt a slight stir in his heart. He smiled and nodded at the two mountain guards. In that case, thank you very much. Thank you for your efforts. With that, Lin Chen did not linger further. He took a step forward and walked directly onto the white jade stone steps leading to the peak. Watching Lin Chen's tall and mysterious figure slowly disappear into the clouds, the two female disciples finally exhaled deeply. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of awe and emotion in each other's eyes. Senior sister, what kind of person is this Lin Chen really? One of the younger female disciples murmured in a voice filled with wonder and disbelief. I don't know. The other disciple also let out a heartfelt sigh. In just a few short months, he's undergone such a complete transformation. It's like he's been completely reborn. Back when he first arrived before the menial tasks competition, he was just a frail old man who looked like he was on his last legs, and even we didn't bother to give him a second glance. But now, he is not only the brightest new star of the Xiantian Xianzong, but also an unparalleled prodigy who has even captured the heart of the Holy Maiden. The contrast between before and after, the enormous difference. Truly, the world has changed beyond recognition.
By the end of her words, her tone was filled with endless sighs and a hint of inexpressible regret. The younger female disciple, upon hearing this, nodded in deep agreement. She looked in the direction where Lin Chen had disappeared, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a gleam of unbearable regret and unwillingness. She said enviously, "Ah, senior sister, if only we had known that this Lin disciple would turn out this way. Back then, when we first met him, if we had been nicer to him, even taken the initiative to pursue him, maybe the one standing by his side now would be us." Put. Her senior sister beside her nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. She shot her younger sister a disapproving glance, giving her a look that said, "You're daydreaming," and said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "My silly junior sister, you're really daydreaming. Let us not even talk about whether we're worthy of him or not. Even if we did have the ability to predict the future, would we still be here as lowly mountain disciples?" After saying that, she couldn't help but let out another sigh filled with envy and emotion. Sigh. But to be honest, this disciple of Lin is indeed someone we can't hope to match. As for the thoughts of the two mountain guardians regarding themselves, Lin Chen naturally had no idea. As the altitude continued to rise, Lin Chen finally arrived at the familiar Holy Maiden Hall. As soon as he reached the entrance of the hall, a familiar, pure, and elegant figure, as if standing alone in a world of her own, was already waiting at the door with a gentle smile and sparkling eyes. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly at Lin Chen as he approached, asking happily, "Lin Chen, why did you come? Did you miss me?" As she spoke the last words, her delicate face flushed red, yet she still carried a hint of playfulness. This wasn't a 100-year-old Yuanling true immortal. She was a love-struck young girl. A Yuanling true immortal. His spiritual energy alone could easily envelop 100 miles. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Ruyan had likely already sensed his presence. Lin Chen, upon seeing this, wasn't particularly surprised. Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the point with a smile and said, "This time, I mainly came to tell you, Ruyan, that I've accepted the task of purging the demon cultivators from Tianfeng Mountain Range in Tianfeng City. I plan to go there to test the cultivation I've improved over the past 3 months, and also contribute to the sect." Chapter 122, They finally crossed paths. Before the Holy Maiden's Hall. Upon hearing Lin Chen mention that he had accepted the task of eliminating the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City, Lu Ruyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes first froze in surprise. Then, her sharp and intelligent mind began to race at lightning speed. Tianfeng City. Isn't that where the holy maiden Ling Jiar of the Yaoqi immortal sect was also heading? She had heard with her own ears that Ling Jiar had said she would lead the disciples of the Yaoqi Xianzong to Tianfeng City to eliminate the evil. And now, Lin Chen, my brother, is also going? And at such a convenient time? In an instant, Lu Ruyan's heart alarm bells rang wildly once again. No. Absolutely not. A cunning fox with such high cultivation and no sense of shame was already enough to give her a headache. If Lin Chen and that seemingly innocent yet cunning and ruthless big-breasted Lolita were to happen to meet outside, then that would be disastrous. If they end up exchanging feelings or even deepening their connection out there, she'll be left with no tears left to cry. Lu Ruyan thought more and more. The more she felt a strong sense of crisis. Looking at Lin Chen, the already stunningly beautiful face of Lu Ruyan instantly hardened with determination. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan took a step forward, naturally wrapping her arm around Lin Chen's, speaking with a tone filled with righteousness and concern, her words firm and unwavering. The matter of the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City is of utmost importance and has caused havoc in the region. The demon cultivators are the sworn enemies of all righteous cultivators, they must be eradicated. Though you are exceptionally powerful, your cultivation is still too shallow. Going alone is simply far too dangerous. As the holy maiden of the Shintian Xianzong sect and the future role model of our sect, how could I stand by and watch Lin Chen go alone to face such danger? Therefore, Lu Ruyan paused here, her beautiful eyes flashing with an unwavering determination. This time, I will go with you. Together, we will eliminate every last remnant of those demonic cultivators and restore peace and order to Tianfeng City. Her words were so powerful. Those who didn't know her would truly believe she was an unparalleled heroine with a heart for the people and a sense of justice. Lin Chen listened to Lu Ruyan's declaration filled with righteousness, but he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He could see right through her. This girl was just afraid he'd run into Ling Jiar. It wasn't about slaying demons and monsters at all, it was about following her to keep an eye on himself and prevent himself from being lured away by other demons. However, Lin Chen wasn't particularly surprised by Lu Ruyan's suggestion. In fact, he had anticipated all of this long ago. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's adorable expression filled with righteous indignation, and smiled. All right. I'll do as you wish. With you, a true immortal of the Yuanling realm, accompanying me, I would be more than happy to. That's more like it. Lu Ruyan heard this and smiled contentedly. Soon, another even more sensational piece of news spread from the Holy Maiden Peak, once again sending shockwaves throughout the entire Shintian Xianzong.
Following the Holy Son Fang Xian, the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan will also personally lead a force alongside Lin Chen's direct disciple to Tianfeng City to eliminate the demon cultivators. Upon hearing this news, the entire sect was once again plunged into a frenzy of excitement. Goodness gracious, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden are actually going out together? This is an unprecedented event in hundreds of years. No wonder we are the Xian Tian immortal sect, the leader of the Eastern Wast's righteous path. Facing the chaos caused by the demon cultivators, our sect as Holy Son and Holy Daughter lead by example, putting the world before themselves. They truly are role models for our generation. That's right. With the Holy Son and Holy Daughter personally leading the charge, those petty demon cultivators will be no match for them. They won't stand a chance. Upon hearing this news, countless disciples felt a sense of pride and honor, with their sense of belonging to the sect and their pride reaching an unprecedented peak. The reputation of the Xian Tian Xianzong also soared once again because of this incident. Meanwhile, as the entire Xian Tian Xianzong was abuzz with excitement and passion over the matter, tens of thousands of miles away in Tianfeng City, the Feng family mansion, in a dark and blood-soaked underground chamber, the atmosphere inside was oppressively terrifying. Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family, and a group of core elders were staring at the dozens of cultivators sitting in meditation at the center of the chamber with eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. These cultivators were originally just homeless, talentless wanderers gathered from all over by the Feng family. However, after being forcibly brainwashed by the Feng family and taught the simplified version of the blood-devouring demon art, their strength was surging at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. In just a few short days, many had already broken through from the Qi-refining realm to the Qi-gathering realm. Of course, this power gained by burning their lives in essence blood comes at an unimaginable cost. If one cultivates too quickly, they will lose their mind completely, fall into madness, and become true monsters obsessed with slaughter and consuming essence blood. And this is precisely what Feng Hai had hoped to see. Ha ha ha. Feng Hai watched the experimental subjects, whose faces were gradually contorted with madness and bloodlust due to the sudden surge of power, and let out a chilling laugh. Almost there. Just give them some more powerful essence blood to absorb, and they'll lose control completely and start slaughtering everyone. By then, we'll be able to divert the attention of the three great sects completely. Even if those three divine sons and daughters were to arrive in person, facing such a ruthless army of demonic cultivators, they'd probably have a headache for a while, wouldn't they? And our Feng family can take this opportunity to slip away and completely shake off any suspicion. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The elders standing by also revealed sinister smiles, praising Feng Hai's brilliant strategy. They seemed to already envision the glorious future of the Feng family, rising once again to dominate the entire Tianfeng city with the blood-devouring demon art. Soon, the Feng family's bloodthirsty feast would begin. Several days later, Tianfeng City. This city, once merely a second-rate cultivation city in the eastern wasteland's southern region, was now bustling with unprecedented activity and noise. The inns and taverns within the city were already packed to the brim. The streets were teeming with people, and everywhere one looked, there were young cultivators with powerful auras and arrogant expressions. All of this stemmed from three earth-shaking pieces of news that had shaken the entire eastern wasteland's southern region just a few days prior. The Holy Son of the Xian Tian immortal sect, Fang Xian, and the Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyan. The Holy Daughter of the Yaoqi Xianzong, Ling Jiar. The Holy Son of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun Sword immortal Xiaoi. The three top-tier immortal sects, for prodigies renowned throughout the world at the level of Holy Sons and Holy Daughters, had all announced simultaneously that they would personally arrive in Tianfeng City to eliminate the demon cultivators causing havoc in the region. Chapter 123, Events unfold as expected. This news was like a bombshell, instantly sending shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. Countless cultivators swarmed toward Tianfeng City from all directions, like sharks sensing blood in the water. Some of them were there purely for the spectacle, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Holy Son and Holy Daughter, whose true forms were said to be as elusive as a dragon's tail. But the majority were young geniuses who had made a name for themselves in the eastern wasteland's southern region, arrogant and full of ambition. They weren't there to watch the spectacle. They had come to challenge. Within the welcome Immortal Pavilion, the largest inn in Tianfeng City. At this moment, the place was already packed to the brim, with distinguished guests filling every seat. Whispers and discussions about the upcoming Genius Summit echoed throughout the hall, rising and falling in waves. Have you heard? The young master of the Bao Dao sect, Lu Badian, has also arrived in Tianfeng City. It's said he's issued a challenge, wanting to face off against the Holy Son of the Xian Tian Xianzong, Fang Xian, to see whose fists are stronger. It's not just Lu Badian. The Crimson Lotus Fairy from Crimson Lotus Island has also arrived. I saw it with my own eyes. She killed a demon beast at the peak of the condensed pulse realm with a single move yesterday. Her fire attribute cultivation technique is truly domineering and unmatched. And there's Feng Wuing, the young master of the fast sword sect. His sword is said to be so fast that even its shadow can't catch up. He's clearly here to challenge Xiaoi, the Qingyun sword immortal of the Qingyun sect. A sword immortal showdown is inevitable. This is going to be quite the spectacle. The holy son, the holy daughter, the young master, the fairy, almost all the top young talents from the eastern wastes and southern regions are about to gather in one place. That's right. We have those reckless demon cultivators to thank for this. Without them, we wouldn't have the chance to witness such a grand spectacle. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces brimming with anticipation. They knew that the upcoming events in Tianfeng City would be a fierce battle, with waves of turmoil sweeping through the skies. Just as the entire Tianfeng City was buzzing with excitement due to the arrival of these prodigies from all over the world. Above the city walls, a dazzling ice blue streak of light, like a comet slicing through the sky, silently streaked across the heavens. Within the streak of light, a spirit sword, entirely translucent and emanating an extreme icy chill, was swiftly and steadily heading toward the exclusive headquarters of the Xiantian Xianzong within the city. Upon the sword's hilt stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure dressed in moon-white palace robes, her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor standing out against the wind. It was none other than the holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzong, Lu Ruyan. However, at this moment, her face, which should have been as cold and distant as a celestial being, was tinged with a heart-stopping blush. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, held a hint of a young girl's shyness and an indescribable sweetness. There was no trace of the usual majestic aura of a holy maiden. Instead, she resembled a young woman who had just fallen in love, a young woman experiencing her first stirrings of love. The reason for this? It was because behind her stood a man. A young man dressed in the robes of a court disciple, with black hair and an exceptionally handsome appearance, looking to be in his late 20s, was currently extending both hands to tightly embrace her slender waist, which was so delicate it seemed almost too fragile to hold. It was Lin Chen. Having broken through to the 8th level of Qi gathering, Lin Chen is growing younger and younger. Now, with his appearance resembling that of a young man in his late 20s, coupled with the awakening of his Gangjin spirit body, sword intent, and the innate Gangjin sword body, he truly embodies the aura of a prodigy. However, since Lin Chen has not yet cultivated earth-grade body techniques, he cannot sustain flight for extended periods. Lu Ruyan naturally used her life-bound spirit sword to carry her older brother Lin Chen with her, resulting in the current scene filled with ambiguity and allure. Soon, the ice-soul-cold light sword carried the two of them, landing smoothly in the exclusive courtyard of the Xiantian Xianzong sect located in Tianfeng City. As soon as they touched down, Lin Chen hurriedly released the hand that had been wrapped around Lu Ruyan's waist. His face, which had been cultivated to be as calm as a still pond, couldn't help but flush with a hint of embarrassment. This is so embarrassing. It was simply too embarrassing. Think of him, Lin Chen, a man of 7 feet tall, actually letting his woman ride a sword to carry him along the way? What's the difference between this and being a kept man? Lin Chen's desire to quickly improve his strength and firmly control everything in his hands had never been stronger. He could eat soft rice. But one can't actually think about living off others. Cough, cough. Ruyan, thank you. Lin Chen cleared his throat and thanked Lu Ruyan with a stiff smile. It's okay, Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan's face flushed red at that moment. She forced down the rapid beating of her heart, trying to look calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. Just then, an elder dressed in the robes of a disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, whose cultivation had reached the Golden Core realm, who had been waiting there for some time, hurried forward. This subordinate greets the holy maiden and Lin Chen, the direct disciple. The elder bowed deeply to both of them with utmost respect. When he saw Lu Ruyan's flushed face and the strange, ambiguous, and sweet atmosphere between the two, this Golden Core elder, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't help but let a smile escape his lips. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the rumors within the sect about the holy maiden and her mysterious older brother having an affair. It seems to be true after all. But he dared not utter such words aloud. Lu Ruyan looked at the elder's strange smile, which was full of meaning, and her face grew even redder. She quickly cleared her throat and regained the cold and majestic demeanor befitting a holy maiden. She then addressed the elder in a solemn voice. Elder Wang, there is no need for formalities. Immediately report all intelligence regarding those demon cultivators in Tianfeng City and the Tianfeng mountain range to us in detail. Yes, holy maiden. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's expression grew solemn, and he hurriedly complied. He then led Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan into the meeting hall of the base. He then began to report in detail all the information he had gathered over the past few days regarding the demon cultivators. Lin Chen listened carefully from the side. After all, the moment of his hunt was about to begin. Holy maiden, that's the situation. Besides our Xiantian Xianzong, the Qingyun sect and the Yaoqi Xianzong have also arrived recently. There are many traces of demon cultivators, but so far, no true demon cultivators have been spotted. After Wang Ji finished his report, he gestured to Lu Ruyan, indicating that the intelligence gathered so far was limited to that. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "It seems those fellows are quite reasonable. With all the commotion we've caused, if they still come out and act recklessly, they're truly courting death." "I agree. Is there any way to lure them out?" Lu Ruyan mused. Chapter 124, Ling Jia's Visit. Wang Ji, the steward, shook his head upon hearing this. Those demon cultivators seem extremely vigilant. They only target lone wandering cultivators each time they strike, and once they land a hit, they immediately flee without lingering. The reconnaissance teams we sent out have returned empty-handed multiple times. Interesting.
Lin Chen, standing nearby, stroked his chin, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Judging by this, these so-called demon cultivators must have a powerful mentor guiding them from behind.
Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
She was about to speak, intending to ask about the details of the fall of Li Jianni, the prodigy of the Li family.
Just then, an outer sect disciple responsible for guarding the outpost rushed in from outside, bowing deeply to Wang Ji and Lu Ruyan as he reported. Report to Wang Ji and the Holy Maiden.
The Holy Maiden Ling Jia of the Yaoqi Xianzong has arrived to pay a visit.
What? The Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi sect? How did she come here? Upon hearing that name, Lu Ruyan's cold, delicate brows furrowed instantly. This woman. We've only just arrived in Tianfeng City with Lin Chen for a short while, and she's already rushing to find us? What does she want? In an instant, alarm bells rang in Lu Ruyan's mind. Actually, there was no need to think about it.
Lu Ruyan knew exactly why Ling Jia had come in such a hurry. In the end, all of Lu Ruyan's emotions boiled over into a cold, resentful statement.
I want to see her.
Lu Ruyan coldly refused without hesitation. She didn't want to see that busty little girl who was trying to steal her older brother Lin Chen.
What?
The disciple who had come to deliver the message and Wang Ji, the attendant standing beside him, were both stunned by Lu Ruyan's decisive refusal.
No. Not see?
Wang Ji was so flustered that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurried forward and cautiously pleaded with Lu Ruyan.
Your Holiness, this might not be appropriate.
After all, Ling Jia is the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Immortal sect, representing the prestige of the Yaoqi Immortal sect. If we simply turn her away like this, and word gets out, it might harm the friendship between our two great sects.
Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, realized that her earlier reaction had indeed been a bit excessive. But to just let this person in so easily? She couldn't do it. After a moment of internal conflict, Lu Ruyan finally came up with a solution that satisfied both sides. She turned to Wang Ji and waved her hand, saying, Go tell her yourself, Wang Ji. Tell her that I arrived at the base with Lin Chen just now. Due to the long journey, we've already rested and are not available to receive guests at the moment. She didn't believe it. She had said it herself. How dare Ling Jia still insist on barging in? But
Wang Ji was startled again upon hearing this. He shot a highly unusual glance at Lu Ruyan, then looked at Lin Chen, who stood beside her with an innocent expression. His mind was filled with endless confusion.
What on earth is wrong with the Holy Maiden today? It felt like she really doesn't want to see that Yaoqi Holy Maiden?
However, though he was puzzled, he dared not ask further and could only grit his teeth and obey the order.
Finding an excuse is better than outright refusal.
After all, what happened on the returning warship that chaotic battlefield was witnessed only by the sect master and a few core disciples, and had not been widely spread. Therefore, Wang the attendant naturally had no idea that the two holy maidens had already developed a deep-seated grudge against each other over a certain man. Outside the stronghold gates, Ling Jia stood with her hands behind her back, tiptoeing on her toes, like a young girl waiting for her beloved to return home, her face filled with anticipation as she gazed longingly toward the stronghold. Soon, Wang Jishur emerged from inside with a troubled expression. Wang Jishur bowed respectfully to Ling Jia before repeating exactly what Lu Ruyan had said earlier. She is in seclusion and will not receive visitors for now.
However, after hearing this, Ling Jia showed not the slightest sign of disappointment or intention to leave.
Instead, her big, round eyes twinkled, and she broke into a smile that was utterly innocent and pure.
Oh, so Sister Ruyan and Brother Lin Chen are both resting? That's really too bad.
Ling Jia paused here, then continued in a tone filled with understanding.
But it's okay.
I'm best friends with Sister Ruyan, so we don't need to be so formal with each other. Since Sister Ruyan is tired, I'll just go in and find her myself.
And see if there's anything she needs help with. Having said that, before the stunned Wang Ji could react, this Yaoqi holy maiden simply barged in as if she were strolling through her own backyard, completely at ease.
Wang, the attendant, was left standing there dumbfounded, his hair blowing wildly in the wind.
Inside the council chamber, Lu Ruyan had thought that using the excuse of resting would be enough to make Ling Jia back down. But she never could have imagined. Just moments later, a figure in pink, the last person she wanted to see, appeared before her with a cheerful smile.
Lin Chen, big brother. As Ling Jia burst into the hall, the first thing she saw was the figure that had been haunting her dreams. Ling Jia let out a joyful cry filled with endless delight. Then, under the gaze of Lu Ruyan, whose eyes widened in shock, almost spitting fire, she darted forward like a swallow returning to its nest, and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms.
Whoa, Lin Chen, I finally see you again. I missed you so much.
Ling Jiar buried her adorable little face deeply into Lin Chen's chest, murmuring softly in a voice filled with spoiled dependence.
Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan completely lost it. This little fox spirit, daring to throw herself into his arms right in front of her? This is utterly outrageous.
Lu Ruyan quickly bit her lips and said, "Holy maiden, please behave yourself."
However, Ling Jiar, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words filled with resentment, seemed to only just notice her existence.
She slowly lifted her adorable baby face from Lin Chen's embrace and turned to Lu Ruyan with an incredibly sincere smile, tilting her head curiously and asking,
"Ha? Ruyan's sister, you're here too? Aren't you resting?"
"Put." Lu Ruyan nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing this.
This guy. He must have done it on purpose.
She was mocking herself for lying to her earlier. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to erupt with her infant energy again, ready to teach this tea art expert a lesson,
Ling Jiar suddenly did something that drove her even more mad.
Not only did she not let go of Lin Chen, but she hugged him even tighter. Ling Jiara used her exceptionally well-developed, incredibly elastic, full breasts to tightly embrace one of Lin Chen's arms. Then she gave Lin Chen a smile so sweet it could melt ice.
This time, Lu Ruyan was completely at a loss.
She knew that when it came to shamelessness and initiative, she couldn't possibly match this busty little girl in front of her, or that seductive fox from Qingqiu Fox Mountain. Chapter 125, Covert Investigation of the Three Great Families. At the headquarters of the Xintian Xianzong sect, within the council hall,
the atmosphere was tense with tension due to the rivalry between the two holy maidens.
Lu Ruyan's face was as cold as ice, glaring fiercely at Ling Jiar, who was clinging tightly to Lin Chen's arm with her astonishingly full figure. The coldness in her eyes was almost enough to freeze Lin Chen solid.
Ling Jiar, however, wore an innocent and sweet smile, clinging to Lin Chen's arm and glaring back at Lu Ruyan without flinching.
Her large, dark eyes were filled with dominance. Lin Chen, caught in the middle, felt a dull pain in his waist, no, in his heart. He knew that if he didn't speak up and break the deadlock, these two ladies might really end up having a fierce battle with their eyes alone.
Cough, cough.
Lin Chen cleared his throat loudly twice, forcing both women's attention back onto him. Breaking free from Ling Jiar's embrace, which was surprisingly elastic, Lin Chen gently patted Lu Ruyan's tense shoulders and said with a serious expression,
"All right, both holy maidens.
We didn't come to Tianfeng City to catch up with old friends.
Business comes first."
Lin Chen deliberately steered the conversation back to the core of their mission, the demon cultivators.
As expected,
upon hearing Lin Chen mention the matter at hand, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar temporarily set aside their mutual hostility. Lu Ruyan regained the cold and majestic demeanor befitting a saintess and asked Wang Ji, who had followed in earlier, "Wang Ji, aside from those things, are there any other clues regarding the demon cultivators?" Wang Ji shook his head and replied respectfully,
"Reporting to the Holy Maiden, there are no further leads at this time. The demon cultivators' movements are far too elusive, and the reconnaissance teams we dispatched have yet to uncover anything." Just then,
Ling Jiar, who had been standing nearby, also put away her lively and adorable expression. Her delicate, doll-like face grew serious as she spoke.
"The information we've received from the Yaoqi Immortal sect is similar. Those demon cultivators seem to have appeared out of thin air.
Aside from knowing that they are ruthless and feed on the essence blood of young cultivators, we know nothing else about them. Moreover, they seem to only operate in the outskirts of the Tianfeng Mountains, never venturing deep into the mountains or provoking disciples from major sects like us. They are extremely cautious." After hearing both sides' reports, the hall fell into silence once more. The leads seemed to have come to a complete dead end. Just as Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar furrowed their brows in deep thought, considering their next move, Lin Chen, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Since those demon cultivators are hiding like moles, refusing to show themselves, why don't we try a different approach?" Lin Chen looked at the two women, a confident smile curving his lips, and spoke slowly.
"As the saying goes, a strong dragon doesn't oppress a local snake.
After all, Tianfeng City is the territory of the Feng, Wang, and Li families, the three major clans. Those demon cultivators have been active here for months, causing such a commotion. I don't believe the three major families Wu Ti have any useful leads. Why don't we start by investigating these three major families first? Observe their reactions, we might just stumble upon something unexpected." His words were clear and to the point. Instantly, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar felt as though a veil had been lifted from their eyes, gaining sudden clarity. That's right. They had been so focused on tracking down the demon cultivators that they had overlooked the most crucial local powerhouse. Lin Chen is right. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she was the first to speak in agreement. The three major clans have been entrenched in Tianfeng City for thousands of years, with deep-rooted connections and access to information. They must know more than we do. Ling Jiar nodded repeatedly, her big eyes brimming with admiration and affection for Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you're so smart. You immediately thought of something we all overlooked." Lin Chen looked at the two girls' adoring gazes and awkwardly waved his hands. What's so special about that? However, he had more suggestions.
Lin Chen continued. And I suggest we try to make contact with the Li family first. Ha? Why? Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar both looked at him curiously. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "A few months ago, I happened to pass by here and had the opportunity to meet a prodigy from the Li family. This time, I can take the opportunity to pay them a visit and gauge their intentions." What? He had a brief encounter with a prodigy from the Li family? Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar were once again stunned by his words. They looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with astonishment and a touch of strangeness. Their own Lin Chen. How many people has he met out there? It feels like wherever he goes, he seems to have old acquaintances. Lin Chen looked at the two women's eyes filled with astonishment and doubt, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. What could he do? He's pretty desperate too. Who came up with this ridiculous system that gave him so many past connections? And this isn't really a past life connection, is it? However, though the two women were surprised, they didn't object to Lin Chen's suggestion. After all, they were completely at a loss right now. Since Lin Chen had a prior connection with the Li family, starting with them was undoubtedly the best option. Alright. Let us do as Lin Chen suggested. Lu Ruyan was the first to agree. Yes. I'll follow Lin Chen's lead. Ling Jiar hurriedly agreed, afraid of being left behind. Just as the three of them had just finalized their preliminary plan, Ling Jiar suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked at Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan and spoke up. "Oh, right, Ruyan's sister, Lin Chen brother. On my way here, I heard from a disciple of our sect. Tonight at the Welcome Immortals Pavilion in Tianfeng City, there's apparently a special banquet being held for us prodigies who've come to eliminate the demon cultivators. It's said that the host of this banquet is none other than the holy son of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun Sword Immortal Shaoi. Many prominent young geniuses from the Eastern Waste Southern region will be attending. Should we go check it out too? It would also be a good opportunity to gather intelligence on how other sects and clans view this matter involving the demon cultivators." A gathering of prodigies? Hosted by the holy son of the Qingyun sect? Lin Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The genius gathering from the novel filled with showboating, humiliation, conflict, and serendipity. He had always wanted to witness it firsthand. Imagine a group of these arrogant, self-important prodigies gathering together, engaging in open and covert struggles, exchanging sharp words, and even coming to blows. How thrilling that scene must be. As for why he hadn't gone to see it before? Ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself. Are you kidding me? Back then, he was a 100-year-old good-for-nothing who barely qualified to participate in the menial tasks competition. What did he have to offer at such a gathering of top-tier prodigies, where even the participants were saints and divine beings, young masters, and celestial maidens? He probably couldn't even touch the threshold. Chapter 126. Who is this kid? Tianfeng City, as night falls and the lanterns begin to glow. The largest inn in the city. The Welcoming Immortals Pavilion. At this moment, the Welcome Immortal Pavilion was already ablaze with lights, bustling with people, and lively beyond description. Outside the building, ordinary cultivators who had heard the news but lacked the qualifications to enter could only stand at a distance, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of the celestial prodigy. Inside the building. On the third floor, in the most luxurious banquet hall, the prodigies and celestial beings had already gathered in droves. Lu Badian, the young master of the Bao Dao sect, sat there arrogantly, with a broad-backed sword emanating a terrifying aura placed before him. His eyes were filled with arrogance and pride. The Crimson Lotus Fairy of Crimson Lotus Island, dressed in a fiery red silk gown, her figure alluring yet her face as cold as ice, sipped her spiritual wine indifferently, ignoring the passionate glances from those around her. Feng Wuying, the young master of the Fast Sword sect, stands quietly in the corner, eyes closed in meditation. He resembles a sharp sword sheathed in its scabbard though restrained. No one dares to approach him. Moreover, top geniuses from various second and third-rate sects and cultivating families of the Eastern Wasteland's southern region have also arrived. They gathered in small groups, some engaging in lively discussions, others raising cups and toast, and still others secretly competing against one another. The atmosphere in the hall was both lively and charged with a subtle tension. As the host of this gathering of prodigies, the current holy son of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun Sword Immortal Shaoi. At this moment, he was holding a jade cup and chatting animatedly with several other prodigies of equal stature. Dressed in a blue robe, with a handsome face and a scholarly demeanor, his eyes gleamed with the unique sharpness of a sword cultivator, making him stand out among the crowd. Many of the female cultivators present couldn't help but send him admiring glances. However, just as the atmosphere was lively, with everyone either making connections or secretly comparing themselves to one another, three figures suddenly appeared, like boulders dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Under the respectful guidance of the attendants of the Welcoming Immortals Pavilion, Shenyan Xianzong's Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan and Yaoqi Xianzong's Holy Maiden Ling Jiar, two legendary beauties renowned throughout the Eastern Wastes, revered by countless young cultivators as their dream goddesses, suddenly appeared, one on the left and one on the right. Like the most loyal bodyguards. They escorted a man slowly up the staircase. The man had flowing black hair, a handsome face, deep eyes, a tall and straight posture, and a calm demeanor with a touch of otherworldly elegance. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. It couldn't be anyone else but Lin Chen. As this visually stunning scene unfolded in the banquet hall, the once lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Everyone's movements froze in that instant. Their gazes were drawn like magnets, all fixated on the three figures. Especially the black-haired youth at the center, surrounded by the two peerless holy maidens, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. Silence. Deadly silence. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the prodigies, all the heirs of the great powers, upon witnessing this scene, were completely dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What the? Am I seeing this correctly? Those are the holy maidens of the Xiantian immortal sect, Lu Ruyan, and the Yaoji immortal sect, Ling Jiar? How could the two of them be so close to a man? Yeah. And they're even standing side by side, like personal attendants. What the hell is going on here? Who is that man? What gives him the right? After a brief moment of silence, the entire banquet hall erupted into chaos. Uncontrollable commotion and whispers filled the air, filled with endless jealousy. All the male cultivators who witnessed this scene felt their hearts shatter. They felt as though they had been simultaneously donned with two large, green hats. Why? The two most outstanding and talented holy maidens of Donghuang. In their daily lives, which one of them wasn't as cold and aloof as a goddess, keeping everyone at arm's length? Not only were they never surrounded by men, but even getting a single word out of them was as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. But now, they're both showing such affection toward a man who seems completely unknown? This is more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Who is this guy? I have no idea. Have we ever heard of such a person in the eastern waste southern region? Could he be from some reclusive ancient clan or the heir to an immortal empire? That's the only possibility left. Otherwise, how could he possibly have caught the attention of two holy maidens at the same time? As everyone was buzzing with speculation and wildly guessing Lin Chen's true identity, as the host, Xiaoyi witnessed this scene. That face, which had always been as calm as a still pond, exuding confidence and elegance, froze in place. He looked at Lin Chen, who was sandwiched between the two holy maidens on either side, yet remained calm and composed. His sharp eyes were filled with shock and confusion. No. A man accompanied by two peerless holy maidens, each of whom held positions and status nearly equal to his own? This display of prestige. This treatment. Across the entire eastern wasteland southern region, who the hell has that? Even Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect, probably couldn't pull that off, right? Lin Chen naturally felt it too, the sharp, jealous, and scrutinizing glances coming at him from all directions, as sharp as knives. There was not a single flicker of emotion in his heart. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it? He was likely about to become the target of everyone's hostility once again. But, so what? He was no longer the same person he once was, a 100-year-old lowly servant who had to constantly suppress his emotions and tread carefully in everything he did. He now possesses the innate talent of the Tao, a Gangjin spiritual body, and unmatched sword cultivation potential. He also possesses several supreme divine arts and secret techniques of the heavenly and earthly grades. His strength is now unrecognizable from before. He has more than enough confidence and strength to face these so-called prodigies with ease. Having already gained the favor of outstanding women like Lu Ruyan, Ling Jiar, and Tushan Susu, he has the confidence to handle any troubles that may arise. Why bother to pretend to be weak and hide his true strength anymore? Sorry. Lin Chen isn't playing those games anymore. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar escorted Lin Chen to the scene. As the host, Xiaoyi naturally couldn't be rude. Therefore, while everyone was stunned, Xiaoyi quickly stepped forward to stand before Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar. Xiaoyi bowed respectfully and smiled, saying, "Greetings, Princess of the Xiantian Holy Palace, Princess of the Yaoqi Holy Palace. I have heard of your great reputations. Today, seeing you in person, you truly resemble celestial maidens descended from heaven, leaving an unforgettable impression." Lu Ruyan nodded in response. "Greetings, Xiao Xingzi." Ling Jiar also called out in response. After exchanging greetings with Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, Xiaoyi's gaze immediately locked onto Lin Chen, the center of attention in the entire hall. Xiaoyi smiled at Lin Chen and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Lin Chen." Lin Chen smiled slightly at Xiaoyi. Don't hit a smiling face. Since others were being friendly, Lin Chen wasn't an idiot. He certainly wouldn't do anything to force an awkward situation or act superior. Chapter 127, Clash of Sword Intentions. Even a sword immortal falls short. The banquet hall of the welcoming immortals pavilion. When the two calm yet crystal clear words from Lin Chen reached the ears of every prodigy present, the entire hall fell into an instant of dead silence. Immediately, a roar erupted, more intense and filled with shock and disbelief than any previous outburst, reverberating through the hall. "Lin Chen? He's that Lin Chen? Which Lin Chen? Who else could it be? It's that 100-year-old demon genius Lin Chen who recently caused such a stir at the Xiantian immortal sect. Holy crap, is that the same Lin Chen who, at the age of 100, was promoted to outer disciple, then went on to create miracles in both the menial disciple competition and the outer disciple competition, and was ultimately taken as a personal disciple by the core elder Wanxiang Jinjuan? That's right, it's him. I never expected he actually looks like that. He doesn't even look older than 27 or 28. Of course not. Don't you see who's by his side? He's so close to both holy maidens. Do you really think he's an ordinary person? In an instant, everyone's gaze once again focused on Lin Chen. But this time, the gaze was no longer simply filled with jealousy and confusion. Instead, there was a hint of curiosity. They finally understood why the two peerless holy maidens would both favor him so greatly. It turned out he was the legendary prodigy of the Xiantian immortal sect, a once-in-a-century prodigy. However, new doubts began to arise in everyone's minds. The rumors about Lin Chen's close relationship with the Xiantian holy maiden Lu Ruyan were no secret to anyone. After all, Lu Ruyan had personally visited the menial peak to observe the grand competition, publicly rewarded him with pills, and even openly acknowledged their relationship. But what about Ling Jiar, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Xianzong? How did she end up getting involved with this Lin Chen? As the host of the event, Xiaoyi, the holy son of the Qingyun sect, couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in his sharp eyes when Lin Chen revealed his identity. So it was him. Xiaoyi understood everything. He then once again wore his usual gentle, jade-like smile, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar with obvious interest. Then, with a mix of kindness and teasing, Xiaoyi addressed Lin Chen with a smile. "Ha, so you are the renowned Lin Chen of the Xiantian Xianzong. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. I've heard much about your extraordinary talent and charisma. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation." He changed the subject, his tone growing more playful. "And Lin Daoyu, your love life seems a bit too prosperous, doesn't it? To have both the Lu Holy Maiden and the Ling Holy Maiden favor you? Such fortune is likely unmatched throughout the entire Donghuang southern region." Though his words seemed like a joke, he was subtly testing the true nature of the relationship between the three from the sidelines. However, before Lin Chen could speak, the two bodyguards by Lin Chen's side had already initiated a confrontation. Not even a little. Lu Ruyan's face turned cold, and without a moment's hesitation, she spoke up to answer for Lin Chen. On the other side, Ling Jiar, upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, couldn't help but giggle. Her laughter rang out like the tinkling of silver bells. Ling Jiar showed not a hint of shyness. Instead, she proudly thrust out her breathtakingly full chest and spoke with a tone of utter certainty. "Of course. Our Lin Chen brother is simply that outstanding. Isn't it normal for girls to like him?" Ling Jiar's words were an unabashed praise of Lin Chen. This scene, this charged exchange, sent all the prodigies present into an uproar once again. What the hell did I just hear? This is blatant. It's nothing but blatant jealousy. The two holy maidens are actually arguing in public over a man? Damn it, I feel like my heart has broken again. No, it's shattered into 8 pieces. All the male cultivators watched as Lin Chen was being pulled and tugged by the two peerless holy maidens, as if he were a toy, and the bitter envy in their hearts was about to overflow like a river. Even Xiaoyi was completely baffled once again. He had only intended to make a joke to test the dynamics between the three. But he never expected that the two holy maidens would actually start a fight right in front of everyone. He looked at Lin Chen, who was caught in the middle, looking awkward, and for the first time, his sharp eyes revealed unhidden envy and hatred. Why? As the holy son of the Qingyun sect and hailed as the Qingyun sword immortal, Xiaoyi was superior to Lin Chen in every aspect: talent, strength, appearance, and demeanor. Why couldn't he encounter such good fortune? A surge of uncontrollable competitiveness and a hint of dark thoughts began to grow silently within him. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of imbalance in his heart. He took another step forward, his face adorned with a kind and curious smile, and addressed Lin Chen. "Ha, it seems that Lin Daoyu truly is a man of extraordinary charm. May I ask if Lin Daoyu would be willing to share with me the secret to how you managed to win the favor of both holy maidens at the same time?" His words were spoken with wit and humor, as if he were genuinely seeking advice. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a terrifying sword intent, invisible yet sharp to the extreme, erupted suddenly from his body, which had been as smooth and gentle as jade. Boom! The sharp sword intent manifested itself, enveloping Lin Chen. Xiaoyi actually dared to use his own sword intent, which had already reached the initial stage of mastery, to secretly test Lin Chen's true strength. He even wanted to use this opportunity to make Lin Chen look foolish in front of the two holy maidens. If he could make the two holy maidens feel even the slightest bit of disappointment or contempt for this outwardly strong but inwardly weak individual, that would be even better. After all, he was accompanied by two peerlessly beautiful holy maidens. Such a blessing of having both of them. Who wouldn't want to taste it? However, just as Xiaoyi's intangible sword intent was about to touch Lin Chen's soul, Lin Chen smiled. He looked at the man before him, who appeared as gentle as jade, and a faint trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The next moment. A golden sword intent, equally intangible but far more domineering and sharp than Xiao Yi's fierce sword intent, erupted from Lin Chen's body like a primordial sword god awakening. No earth-shaking phenomena. No spectacular scene of 10,000 swords converging. Only the purest, most essential clash of sword intent. Whoosh! The two intangible sword intents, both having reached the initial stage of mastery, collided violently in mid-air. Then, within Xiao Yi's suddenly contracting pupils, his pride and joy, the Qingyun sword intent, suddenly shattered like fragile ice exposed to blazing sunlight. It shattered into pieces in an instant. That golden sword intent, brimming with immortality and domineering divine power, swept away all obstacles, completely crushing the Qingyun sword intent. Puff! An even more terrifying and sharper sword intent surged back. Xiao Yi felt as though his soul had been pierced by an invisible golden divine sword. Intense pain surged through him. Xiao Yi grunted, his face turning deathly pale. His feet stumbled backward 3 steps uncontrollably before he managed to steady himself. On the surface, it seemed as though he was unharmed. But deep within his heart, a tidal wave of chaos was raging. Defeated? He had actually been defeated in the very sword intent duel he prided himself on the most. Defeated? And so easily? How could this be possible? Xiao Yi stared at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, as if nothing had happened, with an expression of disbelief and horror. He could feel it clearly. Lin Chen's sword intent was also at the initial stage of mastery. But whether it was the level of refinement or the inherent quality of the sword intent itself, it far surpassed his own. The two were simply not in the same league. How was this possible? Chapter 128. The entire crowd was speechless. Yingzhen Pavilion, Banquet Hall. Under the stunned and disbelieving gaze of Xiao Yi, Lin Chen slowly retracted the overwhelmingly domineering Gangjin sword intent emanating from his body. He remained as calm as ever, his expression as still as an ancient well. As if the earlier invisible yet extremely dangerous sword intent clash had nothing to do with him. However, none of the prodigies present were pushovers. Although the clash had occurred in the blink of an eye, silent and formless. But Xiao Yi's suddenly deathly pale face, and his uncontrollable retreat of 3 steps in a disheveled posture, had already spoken volumes. In this sudden, top-tier clash of sword intent, the holy son of the Qingyun sect, hailed as the Qingyun sword immortal, Xiao Yi, had been outclassed. And it was a complete defeat. Sigh. Just now, something seemed to happen? I felt a terrifying sword intent flash by that made my soul tremble. That's right, I felt it too. It was Lin Chen, definitely Lin Chen. That sword intent was filled with immortality and sharpness, even more terrifying than Xiao Yi's sword intent. How is that possible? Xiao Yixing is an unparalleled sword immortal who has already mastered the small achievement sword intent. How could that Lin Chen possibly suppress him in sword intent? What kind of sword intent does that guy have? Why is it so domineering? After a brief moment of silence, the entire banquet hall erupted once again with shouts of shock and disbelief. The top-tier prodigies with profound cultivation and keen perception now looked at Lin Chen with completely changed expressions. No longer was it mere jealousy and disdain. Instead, there was a hint of gravity and disbelief. Xiao Yi, amidst the murmurs of astonishment and shock from the crowd, finally came to his senses after the immense shock. He took a deep breath, forcing down the overwhelming sense of dread surging within him. Then he raised his head once more to look at Lin Chen. This time, the sharp gaze in his eyes no longer held any trace of the previous disdain. Instead, there was the solemn determination and battle intent of a sword cultivator facing a stronger opponent. Hoof! Xiao Yi's face broke into a smile. He bowed respectfully to Lin Chen, his voice hoarse yet filled with sincerity. Lin Chen, fellow cultivator. Your reputation is indeed well deserved. It was I who was narrow-minded and presumptuous. Xiao Yi actually admitted in front of everyone that he had been showing off in front of a master? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted once more. No one had expected that Xiao Yi, the arrogant and proud Qingyun sword immortal, would admit his defeat so readily. Xiao Yi ignored the shock of those around him. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Chen, his eyes burning with an unprecedented intensity. To be honest, I never expected that you, Lin Daoyu, are also a sword cultivator. And your mastery of the sword arts has reached such an unparalleled level that even I can only look on in awe. Xiao Yi paused, the fiery battle intent in his eyes nearly solidifying into a tangible form. Lin Daoyu. I wish to engage in a true duel with you. Not for fame or fortune, not for victory or defeat, but for the sake of seeking the way. Simply to experience firsthand the true brilliance of your peerless sword intent. Is this possible? Everyone present froze once again upon hearing this. No. Xiao Yi actually initiated a challenge to Lin Chen? Seeing Xiao Yi dare to bully the younger and challenge his older brother Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could speak, Yao Qi Shengnu Lingjiar, who had been standing beside Lin Chen all along, like a lively little accessory, was the first to object. Her adorable doll-like face instantly filled with displeasure and caution. Ling Jiar took a step forward, blocking Lin Chen's path, then crossed her arms at her waist, puffing out her chubby cheeks, and spoke to Xiaoyi in a playful yet fierce tone. Hey! You with the surname Xiao. What do you mean by that? You, a renowned saint's son who has achieved the peak of the Golden Core realm, dare to challenge our Lin Chen brother? If you want to fight, come fight me. Xiaoyi looked at the busty little girl who suddenly jumped out to protect her food, and his lips twitched. However, before he could even begin to explain, another voice, even colder and filled with supreme authority, echoed in response. That's correct. Only to see Lu Ruyan gracefully step aside, coming to stand beside Lin Chen, shoulder to shoulder with Ling Jiar. Her cold phoenix eyes glanced at Xiaoyi with a faint expression, and a terrifying icy aura unique to a Yuan infant true lord instantly filled the entire hall. If Xiao Xingzi wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. This scene left the already stunned crowd speechless once again. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Their hearts were engulfed by a tidal wave of terror. Then that overwhelming sense of envy, so intense it felt like it could dissolve everything, engulfed them once more. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is there no justice in this world? Is this how you treat people? A man! Not only did he make two peerless, noble saintesses fight over him, now they're even willing to fight to the death with another saint of the same rank for him? What the hell kind of divine treatment is this? At that moment, all the prodigies present felt their spiritual cores shatter. The looks they cast at Lin Chen were filled with endless envy, jealousy, and hatred. As the one being challenged, Xiaoyi was also speechless at that moment. He looked at the two figures on either side of him, protecting Lin Chen like mother hens guarding their chicks, and glaring at his peerless holy maiden with a look of shared hatred. His heart was in agony. Xiaoyi hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and explained with a bitter laugh. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Both holy maidens, you've misunderstood. I'm just a mere golden core cultivator. How dare I fight two genuine nascent soul stage powerhouses like you? Although Xiaoyi was arrogant and proud, he wasn't foolish enough to challenge two Yuanling true immortal level holy maidens at the same time. That wasn't a friendly sparring match. That's suicide. I truly only wanted to have a friendly exchange of sword techniques with Lin Chen, nothing more. We'll stop at the first sign of injury, and we won't harm each other's feelings. Xiaoyi was afraid the two ladies would misunderstand, so he hurried to explain. However, before the two women could speak again, Lin Chen, who had been shielded behind them the entire time, finally spoke up. Lin Chen gently pulled the two holy maidens, who were arguing over him, aside, then looked at Xiao Yixing across from him, who was looking embarrassed and helpless, and gave him a faint smile. If Lin Chen didn't step forward now, this farce would probably never end. He didn't like being the center of attention like a monkey. All right. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyi and calmly uttered a single word. I accept your challenge. Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire venue erupted once more. Everyone's gaze, filled with disbelief, once again fixated on Lin Chen. The 100-year-old direct disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong had agreed. He actually agreed? He actually dared to challenge the Qingyun sword immortal Xiaoyi to a duel? You must know. Who is Xiaoyi? He is the sacred son of the Qingyun sect, a top-tier sword cultivator renowned throughout the eastern wastes. Even among all the prodigies present here, his strength is undoubtedly among the top 3. And Lin Chen? Although he has previously shown remarkable talent and combat prowess that defies belief. But he is ultimately just a newcomer who only recently ascended to this level at the age of 100. Is he truly fearless due to his ignorance? Or does he truly possess the absolute confidence to match the Qingyun sword immortal? Chapter 129, is it because our Xiantian immortal sect failed to discipline him properly? Welcoming Immortals Pavilion. As Lin Chen spoke those calm yet confident words, I accept your challenge. The entire hall once again erupted into a chaos of shock and disbelief. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Chen, as if they wanted to see through him completely. As the host, Xiaoyi was also taken aback upon hearing Lin Chen's unexpected acceptance. However, a smile filled with battle intent soon appeared on his jade-like face. Good. Lin Chen, you truly speak your mind. Since that's the case, then, please. Xiaoyi gestured toward Lin Chen with a pleased gesture. In the next instant, Xiaoyi's figure flickered, and he appeared in the center of the hall like a fallen immortal. By the side, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar furrowed their brows slightly at the sight. Lin Chen cast a reassuring glance at the two holy maidens beside him, who still looked concerned, then also took a few steps forward, walking leisurely to stand opposite Xiaoyi. The two stood 10 zhang apart, facing each other. One was Xiaoyi, the holy son of Qingyun sect, the renowned Qingyun sword immortal of Dongwang. Xiaoyi was tall and handsome, with a scholarly demeanor. In his hand was a green-hued long sword, its blade shimmering with a mystical light, clearly no ordinary weapon. The other was Lin Chen, the newly emerged prodigy of the Xiantian Xianzong, 100 years old. He exuded mystery and the unknown, yet in his hand was still the same ordinary looking he had used in the Xiantian Xianzong Grand Competition. This battle. All eyes are on them. Lin Daoyu, be careful. Xiaoyi barked a warning, no longer holding back. The green-hued long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a terrifying sword cry. A terrifying sword intent, equally at the peak of the first realm but filled with grace and vitality, erupted with overwhelming force, as if it could merge with the clear winds of heaven and earth. Xing Yun's sword technique. Wind passes without a trace. Xiaoyi thrust his sword forward. There was no earth-shaking momentum, nor dazzling sword light. Only a sword chi so fast it seemed to have completely merged with the air, formless and intangible yet omnipresent, surged forth. This sword strike was one of the Xing Yun sect's most renowned techniques. Renowned for its speed, cunning, and unpredictability. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even stand a chance against it, they wouldn't even notice the sword chi approaching them. However, facing this sword strike that could make any peer of the same level pale with fear, Lin Chen's face remained as calm as ever, as still as an ancient well. Well met. Lin Chen murmured 3 words. The next moment. Clang. The in his hand suddenly drew from its scabbard. A surge of Gangjin sword intent, even more domineering, sharper, and brimming with immortal divine essence than Xiaoyi's graceful sword intent, erupted violently. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen also thrusts his sword forward. Earth Grade Upper Tier. The Blue Lotus sword technique. But this time, he did not that magnificent Golden Lotus. Instead, he channeled all his sword intent, all his energy, and the 5-fold attack power boost from the into the seemingly ordinary sword strike. Hiss! A faint golden sword beam flashed by in an instant. The later strike arrived first. Under Xiaoyi's stunned and disbelieving gaze, the golden sword beam struck with pinpoint accuracy at the weakest point of his intangible sword energy. Clang! A crisp clang of metal rang out. Xiaoyi felt an unimaginable, terrifying sword intent filled with extreme sharpness and domineering power surging back through his sword tip with wild fury. The terrifying sword intent shattered his prideful Xing Yun sword intent in an instant. No! Xiaoyi was filled with terror and tried to withdraw his sword and retreat. But it was already too late. Lin Chen's sword, though appearing slow, was as swift as a bolt of lightning. After shattering Xiaoyi's sword intent, the sword's momentum did not waver. A small, exquisite golden lotus blossomed silently at the tip of the sword. Finally, the golden lotus flower gently imprinted itself on Xiaoyi's chest. Boom! An overwhelming, terrifying force erupted with tremendous force. Xiaoyi felt as though he had been violently struck by a primordial divine dragon awakening from slumber. He grunted in pain. A trickle of blood seeped from his mouth. His entire body flew backward like a. Finally. Clang! 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 Xiaoyi, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stumbled back 7 or 8 steps on the ground before managing to steady himself and avoid falling in front of everyone. He looked down at his chest. The robe, woven from silk spun by celestial silkworms, impervious to fire and water, and possessing astonishing defensive power, had completely disintegrated into dust, revealing the inner armor beneath, which was also engraved with defensive array patterns. The inner armor itself was now covered in fine cracks, its spiritual light dimmed, clearly beyond repair. Had it not been for this double layer of defense, which had absorbed most of the damage at the last moment, that single sword strike would have been enough to shatter his heart on the spot. Defeated. Defeated again. Whether it was the intent behind the sword or the sword techniques themselves, I have been utterly defeated. Xiaoyi raised his head, staring intently at Lin Chen across from him, who had sheathed his sword and stood there with an expression as calm as ever. At that moment, Xiaoyi's heart was filled with endless shock and bitterness. Silence. The entire Yingzhen pavilion once again fell into a deathly silence. Every face was frozen in utter stupor and numbness. If the earlier clash of sword intent had been merely an undercurrent, perceptible only to a few top-tier geniuses. But now, this open and honest duel. Its outcome was so clear, so direct, so shocking. The holy son of Xing Yun's sect, Xiaoyi, hailed as the Xing Yun Sword Immortal, was actually defeated in a direct sword strike by Lin Chen, the century-old demon genius of the Xiantian Immortal sect? What the hell? Has this world completely lost its mind? When Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiao witnessed this scene, the equally beautiful eyes of both women instantly burst into an incredibly brilliant and proud glow. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of triumph in each other's eyes. Then, without any prior coordination, they both let out a cold, dignified snort filled with the authority of a rightful wife. Humph. The two women hummed lightly, while their hearts were filled with sweet thoughts. No wonder, he's my man. Just as Xiaoyi's heart was filled with bitterness, and he was about to step forward to confront Lin Chen, ready to admit defeat and say something. Suddenly, a voice filled with justice and icy severity, yet utterly out of place, echoed from the staircase of the welcoming Immortals Pavilion. How dare you! Though you are a core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong, how dare you strike the sacred son of the Xing Yun sect so harshly at this gathering of prodigies? That's simply too rude. Do you not hold the Xing Yun sect in any regard at all? You've caused a conflict between the two sects. What punishment do you deserve? This sudden outburst instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xintian Xianzong. At that moment, he was accompanied by several of his core disciples, all with equally displeased expressions, slowly ascending the staircase. Fang Xian's face was filled with righteous indignation, as if he were truly standing up for the wrong Shaoi. It's Fang Xian, the holy son. How did he come here too? The crowd erupted into another round of gasps. Fang Xian ignored the stares of those around him, walking straight to Shaoyi's side. He felt the shocked and inquisitive glances from all directions, feeling supremely satisfied with himself. He felt that his entrance and timing were absolutely perfect. Fang Xian first turned to Shaoi, flashing a smile filled with apology and sympathy, and spoke in a tone brimming with a sense of the bigger picture. Shaoi, I'm truly sorry. It is my fault for failing to discipline my disciples properly at the Xintian immortal sect. Allowing him to act so arrogantly, bullying the weak, disregarding the situation, and showing no sense of propriety. I implore you, Shaoi, for the sake of the two sects, do not stoop to his level. Fang Xian spoke these words. It seemed like an apology, pleading on behalf of Lin Chen. But in reality, these individuals were speaking with malice. They directly labeled Lin Chen as arrogant, bullying the weak, and a villain. They even elevated the matter to the level of the sect's failure to discipline its members properly. Their malicious intent is evident for all to see. The surrounding prodigies, upon hearing Fang Xian's words, immediately wore strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Fang Xian, who stood there with an air of righteous indignation, then at Lin Chen, whose expression was indifferent, as if he didn't even acknowledge Fang Xian's existence. Even if they were as foolish as they seemed, they could see the truth now. It seems that this Lin Chen and their Xintian Xianzong's holy son Fang Xian don't get along at all. This isn't about poor discipline at all. This is clearly blatant public targeting. Chapter 130, Shaoi, don't slander me. I didn't. Fang Xian's words, filled with a sense of justice and the bigger picture, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. He had placed himself on a moral high ground. He then degraded Lin Chen into an arrogant, bullying, and ignorant villain. His heart is so malicious. His words were like a dagger to the heart. If someone unaware of the truth were to hear this, they might be completely swayed by his words, leaving Lin Chen in a position where he couldn't defend himself. The core disciples behind Fang Xian wore smug grins, eager to watch Lin Chen's downfall. However, Fang Xian had calculated everything meticulously, but he had overlooked one crucial detail. That was his so-called victim, the Qingyun sect's holy son Shaoi, who had been defeated by Lin Chen with a single sword strike. He wasn't following the script Fang Xian had written at all. After listening to Fang Xian's righteous apology, Shaoyi's already pale, handsome face, which had grown even paler from the defeat, suddenly froze in confusion. Wait a moment. What did this Fang Xian saint's son just say? What does "don't stoop to his level" mean? What does "it is my fault for failing to discipline him properly" mean? When did I ever show any hostility toward Lin Chen, my fellow cultivator? When did I ever think he was bullying the weak and looking down on others? I was clearly so impressed by Lin Chen's masterful sword techniques that I was completely convinced, ready to approach him humbly to learn from him and build a friendship, wasn't I? Your words, Fang Xian, are nothing but a public slander against me, Shaoi, accusing me of being a loser who can't take a loss, a petty-minded coward who needs others to save face for me? In an instant, Shaoi felt a surge of speechlessness in his heart. The look in his eyes toward Fang Xian grew utterly peculiar. Fang Xian, the holy son. Don't slander me. I didn't. Don't make things up. Of course, Shaoi dared only vent his frustration in his mind. After all, the other party was the holy son of the Xintian Xianzong, and he couldn't afford to embarrass him in public. Shaoi took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration and exasperation in his heart, and once again adopted his usual composed demeanor, as calm and composed as jade, with a serene expression. Shaoi turned to Fang Xian, gave him a faint smile, and spoke in a calm yet sincere tone. Fang Xian, you're too kind. Xiao has no intention of competing with Lin Chen, the fellow cultivator. At this point, Shaoi paused, shifting his gaze to Lin Chen, who still looked indifferent, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration. Rather, I should say, Xiao is deeply impressed by Lin Chen's mastery of sword techniques and his sword intent, which far surpasses my own. To have the opportunity to spar with Lin Chen is an honor for me. In this battle, Xiao has been thoroughly defeated. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bombshell, exploding once again among the crowd. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone's gaze darted back and forth between Fang Xian and Shaoi. What's going on? This script. Something's wrong again. Shouldn't Shaoi, the holy son, be harboring resentment toward Lin Chen, and then Fang Xian, the holy son, step in to uphold justice, and the two of them team up to suppress Lin Chen? Why is Shaoi, the holy son, not only showing no resentment but actually expressing admiration for Lin Chen in public? And he is even convinced? A brief moment of silence followed. Put! Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Soon, it spread like a contagious disease, with waves of mocking and derisive laughter erupting one after another, unable to be contained. All eyes turned to Fang Xian, whose smile froze on his face, his expression suddenly filled with embarrassment, so intense it was almost unbearable. A slap in the face. This was a blatant public humiliation. And it was delivered by the very person he had just defended so fiercely. The sound was loud and crisp. Fang Xian could feel his cheeks burning with pain. Fang Xian looked at Xiaoyi, then glanced at the surrounding crowd, whose eyes were filled with mockery and derision. His face turned ashen, and he ground out two words through clenched teeth. Is that so? By Lin Chen sighed. Lu Ruyan looked at Fang Xian's humiliated expression and couldn't help but feel speechless, almost bursting into laughter. This Fang Xian is truly an idiot. Ling Jiar, however, didn't hold back, wrinkling her cute little nose at Fang Xian with a look of disdain in her eyes. Lin Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. Anyone with eyes could see it. Fang Xian was trying to stir up trouble but ended up getting humiliated himself. Trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing a handful of rice. Embarrassing. This is absolutely humiliating. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Fang Xian changed. If before they had held him in awe as the Holy Son, now, that reverence had vanished completely. In its place was nothing but contempt. It seems that this so-called legendary Holy Son of the Xiantian Xianzong is nothing special after all. Narrow-minded and underhanded. And he doesn't even have a brain. Feeling the mocking and derisive glances from those around him, Fang Xian's handsome face alternated between red and white, so embarrassed that he could almost dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with his toes. The anger and murderous intent in his heart were slowly rising. However, Fang Xian knew he absolutely couldn't lose his temper now. Otherwise, he would only make himself look like a clown. Fang Xian took a deep breath. He took another deep breath. He forced himself to suppress the humiliation and murderous intent in his heart. Then Fang Xian turned his head and looked at Lin Chen, who had remained calm and composed throughout, as if watching a play. He forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Ha ha! It was this Holy Son who misunderstood. Please do not hold it against me, Lin Chen. Fang Xian took the initiative to apologize to Lin Chen. However, his tone was highly unusual. However, in the face of Fang Xian's humble apology, Lin Chen seemed to have not heard a word. He didn't even bother to give him a single glance. Instead, Lin Chen completely ignored Fang Xian, turned his head toward Xiaoyi beside him, and with a gentle smile on his face, asked, Xiaoyi, since the sparring has ended, may I now formally join this gathering of prodigies? Of course. Of course you can. Xiaoyi laughed heartily upon hearing this, his face brimming with genuine enthusiasm. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with the admiration and respect that only a sword cultivator could feel toward a worthy opponent. To be able to drink and discuss the ways of the sword with Lin Daoyu is truly a great honor for me. Lin Daoyu, please. Xiaoyi stepped aside to lead the way for Lin Chen. As for Fang Xian, was completely ignored by the two, left standing alone on the side, as if he were invisible air. Fang Xian watched as Xiaoyi greeted Lin Chen while ignoring him, and the peaceful expression on his face turned pitch black in an instant. Fang Xian snorted coldly and said to the people behind him, let's go inside. Chapter 131, Fang Xian takes the stage. As Xiaoyi, the host, personally led Lin Chen inside, his posture was extremely humble, and his words were filled with admiration for his fellow sword cultivator. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became even more tense and heated. Everyone's gaze was like a spotlight, fixated on Lin Chen. There was no doubt about it. At this moment, Lin Chen had completely replaced Xiaoyi, and even surpassed Fang Xian, becoming the undisputed main protagonist of this gathering of prodigies. After all, he was someone who could make the Qingyun sword immortal Xiaoyi acknowledge his superiority and even lower his own status to befriend him. His strength, talent, and future potential were beyond imagination. Not to mention, by his side are two women, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, two peerless beauties whose beauty could drive any man mad. What a welcome! Such a grand display. It's truly unparalleled in history. In an instant, countless prodigies raised their cups and approached him, eager to make the acquaintance of Lin Chen, the newly risen star. Ha ha, Lin Chen, I've long admired your reputation. I am Lu Badian of the Ba Dao sect. To meet you today is a great honor. I'll toast you with a cup. Senior brother Lin Chen, I am Qilian from Qilian Island. I have long heard of your legendary exploits at the Xiantian Immortal Sect. Meeting you today, it truly is, hearing about someone is no match for meeting them in person. Lin Daoist. Lin Chen's surroundings instantly became bustling with activity, as if a marketplace had sprung up. Countless celestial prodigies and divine maidens all wanted to establish a good connection with this future prodigy with limitless potential. Meanwhile, on the other side, the once focal point of the entire venue, the Holy Son Fang Xian, now found himself surrounded by an eerie silence. Even the few core disciples who had been fawning over him earlier had quietly slipped over to Lin Chen's side, trying to squeeze in and make a name for themselves. Fang Xian and his group sat on their luxurious seats, watching Lin Chen, who was being fawned over by everyone, chatting and laughing, and even had two peerless holy maidens by his side. Fang Xian's already sullenly handsome face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The jade cup in his hand was clenched so tightly it creaked, as if it might shatter at any moment from the violent true energy surging within him. Originally, he, Fang Xian, was supposed to be the star of the night. He had come to this gathering of prodigies with the intention of putting on a grand display. As a model of the righteous path, he intended to announce his heroic mission to purge the demon cultivators. And in the process, subtly mislead everyone about the direction of the investigation into the demon cultivators. Truly a 2-for-1 move. But what happened? That damned old man Lin Chen actually showed up as well. And as soon as he appeared, he stole all the spotlight. He even made him look foolish in front of everyone. His dignity was completely shattered. Now he's enjoying everyone's admiration and the favor of the two holy maidens? What gives him the right? Why does he, Lin Chen, deserve all of this? While I, Fang Xian, have to stay here, like a clown, ignored by everyone? No way. Absolutely not. Fang Xian's pride and self-respect won't allow him to lose to an old has-been in his eyes. He must take action himself. He would crush Lin Chen under his feet in front of everyone. He would make sure everyone saw clearly who was the true protagonist of this banquet and indeed, the entire young generation of the Eastern Wasteland's southern region. At this thought, a gleam of determination flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. Amidst the stunned gazes of his subordinates, Fang Xian suddenly stood up from his seat. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present. Immediately, under the stunned and puzzled gazes of everyone present, Fang Xian took one step at a time, walking toward Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd. The entire hall fell silent once again due to Fang Xian's sudden action. What is Fang Xian planning to do? Was he about to confront Lin Chen in public? As Fang Xian approached Lin Chen, he forced a gentle and scholarly smile onto his face. Looking at Lin Chen, he spoke slowly in a tone brimming with the demeanor and concern of an elder brother. Haha, Lin Chen, my junior brother, I never expected this. In such a short time, your strength has improved so much. You've truly left me in the dust, making me feel utterly inadequate. Fang Xian changed the tone of his voice, speaking with a sense of righteous indignation. Our Xiantian Xianzong has always advocated that outstanding disciples should engage in frequent exchanges and mutual verification to achieve collective progress. Today, we have this gathering of prodigies, and with Xiaoyi, our esteemed peer, setting such a fine example. As the Holy Son, I am eager to test my skills and would like to spar with you, Lin Chen. Would you honor me with your presence? Fang Xian spoke with such lofty rhetoric, leaving no room for criticism. It seemed as though he was truly a kind-hearted senior brother who cared for his fellow disciples and sought to nurture the younger generation. But the words he spoke left everyone present with a strange expression on their faces. All could hear Fang Xian looking at Lin Chen and continuing in a tone filled with fairness and understanding. Of course. This holy son will never bully the weak. I will suppress my cultivation to the Qi gathering realm. To match your current cultivation level. This way, it will be a fair duel. Stop when we touch. What do you think, Lin Chen? Lin Chen, what is your current cultivation level? A friendly spar? Lin Chen smiled and then slowly revealed his cultivation level. I'm not very good, but I broke through to the 8th level of Qi gathering 2 days ago. Boom! As Lin Chen finished speaking, the core disciples behind Fang Xian were instantly speechless with disbelief. What? 8th tier Qi condensation realm? You've already reached the 8th level of Qi condensation realm? This is impossible. When did this happen? During the trip to the Water Moon Heavenly Realm, he was only at the 4th or 5th level of Qi condensation realm. How long has it been? 3 months? He went from Qi gathering realm 4th or 5th layer to Qi gathering realm 8th layer in just 3 months? That cultivation speed, is he riding a rocket? The faces of the core disciples behind Fang Xian were filled with shock and disbelief. The surrounding prodigies, upon hearing the words of the core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong, instantly widened their eyes and contracted their pupils. According to what they said, Lin Chen had essentially advanced 1 level per month in the Qi gathering realm? Whoa! If that's true, that kind of talent must be at least saint grade, or even god grade. Defying heaven. But what shocked and excited them even more was that Fang Xian was actually going to step in personally to challenge Lin Chen. Wow! The Holy Son leading the charge, internal strife? This is a million times more thrilling than the earlier sparring match between Xiaoyi, the Holy Son, and Lin Chen. Interesting. This is damn interesting. In an instant, everyone's curiosity was ignited. Everyone turned their eyes toward Lin Chen with looks filled with anticipation and curiosity. They all wanted to know how he would handle Fang Yuan's fair challenge. Would he accept? Although Fang Xian had said he would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Lin Chen's Qi gathering realm, 8th tier. But everyone knew. This isn't a fair fight at all. Fang Xian is a genuine golden core grand perfection cultivator.
The quality of his true essence, his understanding of the laws of the universe, and his mastery of divine techniques and martial arts are all far beyond what an 8th tier chi condensation realm cultivator could ever hope to match. The gap between them remains as vast as an insurmountable chasm. If Lin Chen were to agree, his chances of victory would be pitifully slim. Chapter 132, Within the Same Realm. Not even 10 moves. As Fang Xian's words fell, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense and fervent due to Fang Xian's provocative challenge and Lin Chen's shocking revelation of his cultivation level. All eyes were fixed on the two figures standing face to face at the center of the arena. Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong. In battle. Lin Chen, the newly promoted core disciple of the Xiantian Xianzong, a prodigy of 100 years. This was undoubtedly the most anticipated and dramatic showdown of the entire genius gathering. Ha, Lin Chen, since you have reached the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, I shall also suppress my cultivation to the same level. Fang Xian once again wore his gentle and scholarly smile, but deep in his eyes burned a cold, murderous intent and an unwavering confidence in victory. He sneered inwardly. 8th tier Qi condensation realm? I, Fang Xian, am a golden core grand perfection level powerhouse. The quality of my true essence, my understanding of the laws of the universe, and my mastery of divine techniques and martial arts are all far beyond what you, a newly broken through old, could ever hope to match. A battle between equals? I'll still crush you under my feet. As Fang Xian's words fell. Fang Xian's aura suddenly changed. The terrifying pressure that had once belonged to the peak of the golden core realm was forcibly suppressed and contained by a secret technique, ultimately stabilizing at the 8th layer of the Qi condensation realm. Though his cultivation realm was suppressed, the arrogance and majesty of a saint's son remained undiminished on his person. Lin Chen, my junior brother, please. Fang Xian gestured to Lin Chen with a relaxed posture, exuding the confidence of a true master. The core disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong sect who were watching the battle murmured among themselves, with almost no one giving Lin Chen a chance. Although senior brother Lin Chen's cultivation has improved rapidly, this is still the holy son Fang Xian. That's right. Even if the Holy Son suppresses his cultivation to the same level, his combat power is still unmatched among peers. This battle is likely to end badly for senior brother Lin Chen. Even Xiaoyi, the Qingyun sword immortal who had just been defeated by Lin Chen with a single sword strike, now furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with gravity. Though he acknowledged that Lin Chen's sword cultivation far surpassed his own. But as the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect, Fang Xian's background and abilities were truly unimaginable. Can Lin Chen really win? Only Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar remained fully confident in Lin Chen. Go, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're the best. The two girls' cheers rang out crisply in the tense atmosphere. At the center of the battlefield. Since senior brother Fang Xian is in such a good mood, then, as your junior, I shall humbly comply. Lin Chen looked at Fang Xian, a faint smile on his face. The next moment, under Fang Xian's gaze, Lin Chen moved. Whoosh! The mysterious footwork beneath his feet began to move silently. It was the Earth-grade lower-tier body technique he had obtained earlier, the mysterious traces step. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure seemed to transform into a wisp of green smoke, flickering and elusive like a ghost, impossible to pin down. What a fast body technique! Fang Xian's pupils flickered slightly upon seeing this. But he was, after all, a saint's son, with vast combat experience. Humph! Fang Xian snorted coldly. Xianjin Dragon Claw Hand. His senior brother roared, and the vast true energy within his body, far surpassing that of his peers, surged wildly. His right hand formed a claw, with golden dragon-shaped true chi, filled with the domineering aura of the imperial way, coiling around it. Then, the dragon-shaped true chi transformed into a ferocious dragon claw capable of tearing apart mountains, carrying a terrifying might that ripped through the void, and lunged viciously toward Lin Chen. This claw strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, it sealed off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. However, facing this earth-shattering claw, Lin Chen's figure left only a blurry afterimage in its place, effortlessly dodging the fatal attack. What? Fang Xian's strike missed its mark, and his face betrayed his shock. His pride and joy, the Xianjin Dragon Claw technique, hadn't even grazed the tip of the opponent's robe? In that split second when his guard was down, Lin Chen's voice, filled with indifference and a hint of mockery, echoed softly in his ears. Senior brother Fang Xian, your speed seems a bit slow. It's my turn. Before the words had even finished. Clang! A piercing sword cry, filled with unparalleled sharpness, echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Lin Chen's Gangjin spirit sword had already left its scabbard. A terrifying Gangjin sword intent, even more refined, sharper, and already faintly touching the threshold of perfection compared to his previous battle with Xiaoyi, erupted without reservation. Blue Lotus sword technique. Lin Chen murmured the words softly. Hum. A golden lotus flower quietly bloomed at the tip of Lin Chen's sword. Then, the golden lotus flower, as if defying space, time, and everything else, glided toward Fang Xian with a terrifying posture. Humph, mere child's play.
Fang Xian, seeing this, flashed a gleam of sharpness in his eyes. Fang Xian looked on.
Lin Chen's move was nothing special.
Starry Sky Spell. Fang Xian's long hair flew wildly as he clenched an ancient seal in his hand. Instantly, starlight appeared around him, then transformed into a gigantic star-shaped hand, reaching out to grab the golden lotus, seemingly intent on crushing it. Seeing this, Xiaoyi and the surrounding prodigy's pupils contracted slightly. This move, although Fang Xian had unleashed it at the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm, its power had likely already reached the 7th or 8th layer of the pulse condensation realm. Whoa! No wonder he's the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect. Becoming a holy son is no joke. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Because just as everyone thought Fang Xian's attack was certain to succeed, the golden lotus shattered the star-shaped giant hand the moment they made contact, then continued its momentum unabated toward Fang Xian. What? Fang Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he let out an incredulous shout. Then Fang Xian immediately gave it his all, gathering all his true energy in front of him, attempting to form a final defense. However, all his struggles were in vain. His defenses were utterly powerless against this tiny golden lotus flower. Whoosh! There was no suspense at all. The golden lotus flower, containing Lin Chen's current peak combat power, effortlessly pierced through all of Fang Xian's defenses. Then it slammed into his chest with brutal force. Put! Fang Xian was struck head-on by an ancient divine mountain, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a boom. Fang Xian crashed heavily into the wall of the hall, leaving a massive human-shaped indentation in the wall made of a special material. Then Fang Xian staggered to his feet and landed on the ground. Fang Xian clutched his chest, his body swaying unsteadily, covered in blood, his breath weak and labored. He had suffered severe injuries. Fang Xian glared intently at Lin Chen. Finally, he struggled to raise his right hand. The palm that had previously been used to block the golden lotus was now a mess of blood and flesh, with bones clearly visible. Drop by drop, the crimson blood, tinged with a faint golden glow, continued to flow steadily from the wound. Chapter 133, The Two Husband-Protecting Madmen. Defeated. He, Fang Xian, the current holy son of the Xiantian Xianzone, a powerhouse at the peak of the Golden Core realm, who suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm. He was actually defeated in a direct confrontation by Lin Chen, this old who was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes? Not even 10 moves? How is this possible? Fang Xian stared intently at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Chen looked at Fang Xian's dazed and disbelieving expression, and silently shook his head. Is that all? With such meager strength, you dare to call yourself a holy son? Dare to compete with me for a woman? Lin Chen even felt that he had slightly overestimated this so-called holy son. He hadn't even had the chance to activate the passive fivefold enhancement of the Xiantian Gongjin Jinti yet. This guy couldn't even hold on any longer. He's just too weak. Meanwhile, the prodigies watching the battle had long since been completely petrified. They stood there motionless, like wooden statues. Their minds were completely blank. They had lost the ability to think. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the arena, as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Lin Chen, who was slowly sheathing his sword and standing there with an indifferent expression, then glanced at Fang Xian, who was clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his body in a pitiful state, his eyes filled with endless horror and disbelief. Holy crap! They didn't see wrong, did they? Fang Xian, the current holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect, a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the Golden Core realm. He had suppressed his cultivation to fight Lin Chen on equal footing. And he actually lost to Lin Chen? He couldn't even last 10 moves? This is unbelievable. How is that possible? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into an uncontrollable uproar filled with shock and disbelief. Did I see that correctly? Fang Xian Xingzi, he lost? Who is this Lin Chen? What's his limit? Too terrifying. A battle between equals ended so decisively with Fang Xian being defeated? Just then, a voice filled with shock yet tinged with a hint of sudden realization quietly echoed through the crowd. Wait a moment. Think about it. If Lin Chen can defeat Fang Xian so easily at the same cultivation level, doesn't that mean his talent and potential are actually far superior to Fang Xian's? If he hadn't been a late bloomer who didn't reach his full potential until he was 100 years old, but instead had shown this kind of heaven-defying talent from a young age like a normal saint's son or saint daughter, then wouldn't the position of holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect belong to Lin Chen instead of Fang Xian? Boom! This speculation was like a thunderclap. It struck everyone present like a thunderclap out of the blue. Exactly. If this Lin Chen hadn't been wasted for 100 years, given the extraordinary talent and combat prowess he has demonstrated, he would undoubtedly be worthy of becoming the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzone. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Fang Xian grew even more peculiar. Those eyes were filled with sympathy, pity, and a hint of schadenfreude that was hard to put into words. As if to say, "Holy son, you seem like a fraud. And at that moment,
Fang Xian, the center of attention, felt the strange and peculiar glances from those around him. Recalling the humiliation of his earlier defeat, his already arrogant and unyielding resolve, which could not tolerate any failure, nearly shattered in that instant.
Damn it! Fang Xian roared inwardly. He suddenly raised his head. His once flawlessly handsome face was now twisted and distorted by extreme anger and humiliation, his eyes turning slightly red. A terrifying killing intent, filled with brutality and destruction, erupted from his eyes with overwhelming force. Lin Chen, you have some skills. Fang Xian clenched his teeth, his smile forced and insincere. As Fang Xian spoke these words, a terrifying aura far surpassing the Qi condensation realm, filled with the power of the Golden Core realm's laws, began to quietly brew within him. Just as Fang Xian was about to disregard everything and unleash his true cultivation to humiliate Lin Chen here. Swish! Two stunning figures, emanating terrifying pressure, appeared as if by teleportation, one on each side, blocking Lin Chen's path. It was none other than Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar. Fang Xian, the Holy Sun. Lu Ruyan's face was as cold as ice, her clear, cold phoenix eyes filled with unhidden disgust and murderous intent. She looked at Fang Xian, who had already lost his senses, her voice icy and bone-chilling, devoid of any emotion. You have already lost. Are you really going to have no shame and use cultivation beyond Lin Chen's level to attack him? If you really do that, you'll bring shame upon the entire Xiantian Xian zone. Lu Ruyan finished speaking. On the other side, Ling Jiar, whose face should have been innocent and adorable, was now equally covered in frost and deep mockery. Ling Jiar looked at Fang Xian and sneered disdainfully. I think he is exactly planning to do that. Unable to defeat him at the same cultivation level, he wants to use his higher cultivation to intimidate him? TSK, the Holy Son of the Xiantian Xian zone, and that's all you've got? You! Being publicly scolded and mocked without mercy by Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar. Fang Xian's face alternated between pale and red. It was utterly humiliating. But the murderous intent in his heart was forced back by the equally powerful Yuan infant Qi emanating from the two women. He knew. With these two women present, he had no chance of harming Lin Chen even slightly today. Fang Xian took a deep breath, forcing down the killing intent and humiliation in his heart, and let out a cold snort. Then Fang Xian stubbornly declared, this Holy Sun is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. I, Fang Xian, have always acted with integrity and openness. After speaking, Fang Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Chen, who was being protected by Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar. He stared at Lin Chen and ground out the words through clenched teeth. Good, very good. Lin Chen, you truly live up to your reputation to be favored by so many core elders, and even by the venerable Wanxiang. Under the same circumstances, your strength is indeed superior. Today, it is your senior brother who is lost. However, Fang Xian changed the subject, his tone once again tinged with that condescending, superior mockery. Next time, once you've broken through to the Golden Core realm, we'll have a proper duel. I just hope that Lin Chen, my junior brother, will hurry up and cultivate. After all, you're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. After delivering those threatening and mocking words, Fang Xian didn't want to stay here another second. Every second he stayed there felt like torture, like a humiliation. Glancing once more at Lin Chen, who remained silent, Fang Xian turned on his heel, accompanied by several stunned core disciples, and left the welcome Immortals Pavilion without looking back, a place that had utterly humiliated him. Chapter 134, Appraising Treasures. As Fang Xian's figure disappeared at the staircase entrance, the oppressive atmosphere in the entire hall finally erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Too unbelievable. Who could have predicted this ending? After a brief moment of silence, the banquet hall erupted into a deafening roar, louder and more intense than anything that had come before, filled with shock and awe. All the prodigies stared at Lin Chen with expressions as though they were looking at a monster, while he remained calm and composed, as if he had merely done something trivial. Who could have imagined? The revered Holy Son of the Xiantian Xian zone, Fang Xian, had actually been utterly defeated by a core disciple of the same cultivation realm. And he even left in disgrace. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Fang Xian's departing direction grew strange and filled with sympathy. How pitiful. This time, Fang Xian didn't just lose a simple duel. What he lost was likely the dignity that comes with being a holy son. As everyone's hearts were still in turmoil, unable to calm down, Xiaoyi, the holy son of Qingyun sect, who was equally shocked, finally came to his senses. He looked at Lin Chen, whose face, as smooth as jade, was filled with genuine admiration. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, took a step forward, and approached Lin Chen of his own accord. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he bowed deeply to Lin Chen with utmost respect. Lin Chen, fellow cultivator. Xiaoyi's voice was filled with sincerity and respect. Today's battle has truly opened my eyes. It has also made me realize that there are always higher realms and greater beings in this world. Your mastery of the sword way far surpasses anything I could ever hope to achieve. I humbly request your continued guidance in the future.
Lin Chen looked at Xiao Yi's open and honest expression, and the slight annoyance he had felt toward him vanished completely. Lin Chen smiled gently, reached out to help Xiao Yi to his feet, and said humbly, "Xiao Yi, you're too kind. It was merely a stroke of luck." "Luck? Ha ha." Xiao Yi heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew it was far from mere luck. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, standing beside Lin Chen, watched the scene unfold. Their equally beautiful eyes sparkled with endless pride and admiration. No wonder they had chosen him. He was truly one of a kind. He was truly radiant. Lin Chen looked around at the crowd still fixated on him with fiery gazes, and at the two peerless saintly maidens beside him who seemed ready to cling to him with every fiber of their being. He felt a wave of embarrassment. This was making him feel like the main character of a destiny-driven story. He wasn't the protagonist. He had never intended to get involved in all this. He had just come here to quietly witness the so-called gathering of prodigies. Who knew that Xiao Yi would act first? Then Fang Xian insisted on stepping forward and sticking his face out for him to hit. Can I be blamed for that? Lin Chen rubbed his nose, eager to escape the awkward spotlight. He turned to Xiao Yi beside him and changed the subject. Cough, Xiao Yi, speaking of which, we're all here because of the matter involving the demon cultivators. May I ask, what other arrangements have you made for this gathering, aside from the martial arts competition? Xiao Yi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He knew Lin Chen was giving him an out in trying to regain control of the gathering, which had started to spiral out of control. Xiao Yi's admiration for Lin Chen grew even more. Xiao Yi laughed heartily and spoke aloud. Lin Daoyu asks a good question. As fellow cultivators gathered here, besides exchanging skills and engaging in martial arts debates to verify the Dao, of course, we must also have the thrilling treasure appraisal segment. Xiao Yi paused here, glanced at the prodigies present who were still eager to participate but hesitant to step forward, and joked half-heartedly. However, after witnessing Lin Daoyu's strength, I suppose none of the other cultivators present would dare to come forward and make a fool of themselves, right? His words were both self-deprecating and a subtle way of elevating Lin Chen's status. Sure enough. The surrounding prodigies nodded in agreement, their faces lit up with friendly smiles, and they once again began to flatter Lin Chen. That's right, that's right. With Lin Daoyu and Xiao Yishengzi as our role models, how could we, with our meager cultivation, dare to go up and make a fool of ourselves? That's right. Being able to witness these two battles today has already been a great benefit for us. It was well worth the trip. Lin Chen listened to the flattery and waved his hands repeatedly, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yi and asked curiously, Xiao Yi, what exactly is this appraising treasures you mentioned? What kind of treasure are they appraising? Xiao Yi noticed that Lin Chen seemed interested in the treasure appraisal process and smiled knowingly. Xiao Yi gently clapped his hands. Soon. A group of maidservants dressed in uniform, form-fitting robes that highlighted their graceful figures, with delicate and beautiful faces, walked out slowly from the back of the hall with light, lotus-like steps. Each of them held a tray made of premium spiritual wood, covered with thick red cloth. At Xiao Yi's gesture, the maidservants moved to the center of the hall, arranged the trays neatly, and then simultaneously lifted the red cloth. In an instant, a surge of ancient, sharp, and spiritually charged energies spread out in all directions. Upon the trays lay various odd and ancient artifacts, each unique in its own way. There were broken swords covered in cracks yet still emanating a fierce sword intent, broken alchemy furnaces with dim spiritual light but still exuding the fragrance of elixirs, and yellowed ancient scrolls with faded characters yet still hinting at the flow of Taoist principles. Of course, besides these ancient treasures that looked extraordinary at first glance, there were even more pieces of stone of various sizes and shapes, whose surfaces appeared indistinguishable from ordinary rocks. Xiao Yi looked at Lin Chan's curious expression and smiled knowingly, beginning his explanation. Lin Daoyu, this is the traditional ritual of our gathering of prodigies. Treasure appraisal. It's the appraisal of these ancient artifacts retrieved from various ancient ruins. Though these items appear broken and worn, they may harbor earth-shattering secrets and unimaginable opportunities. As for those stones, Xiao Yi's tone grew even more playful. That's even more thrilling stone gambling. These are all source stones mined from an extremely unique ancient mineral vein. Their interiors may contain legendary divine metals, rare spiritual ores, or even fossilized remains of ancient creatures. Of course, there is also a chance they're just ordinary, worthless rocks. It's either losing everything or striking it rich overnight. It all depends on your eyes and luck. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Yi looked at Lin Chen, his eyes flashing with a hint of sincerity and a desire to befriend him. He took another step forward, waved his hand grandly at Lin Chen, and spoke aloud. Lin Daoyu. We have met as old friends today, and it is a pity we did not meet sooner. To express my respect for you and to befriend you, you may choose any three of these ancient treasures and source stones. Regardless of their value or what they ultimately reveal. All of it will be paid for by me, Xiao Yi. Chapter 135, The Treasure Hunting Mouse. Xiao Yi's words, filled with sincerity and generosity, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Choose any three items. He'll pay for it.
Upon hearing this, the entire hall once again erupted into a stunned uproar. Xiaoyi, the Holy Sun, is being way too generous. Yeah, the ancient treasures and source stones in this appraisal segment are all quite expensive. This isn't just about making friends. It's clearly about throwing money around just to win a hero's smile. Damn it, comparing oneself to others is so frustrating. I've gone to such great lengths to befriend the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, yet I can't even get a single word out of them. But Lin Chen, my senior brother, can make even the Qingyun sword immortal lower himself to show such favor. This treatment is so envy-inducing. The gathered prodigies stared at Lin Chen, their eyes brimming with envy. As the recipient of such generosity, Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment after hearing Xiaoyi's words. He then waved his hand, his face betraying a mix of surprise and gratitude, and declined with a smile. Xiaoyi, this won't do. We only just met. How can I possibly accept such a generous gift without any reason? Owing someone else a favor for no reason was not his style. However, Xiaoyi's attitude was unusually firm. He stepped forward, looked at Lin Chen with utmost sincerity, and laughed aloud. Lin Daoyu, you are mistaken. We are both sword cultivators. To meet at this gathering of prodigies, to exchange swords as friends, and to engage in a thrilling duel that is a tremendous stroke of fate. What are 3 mere external possessions worth? Today, I, Xiao, simply wish to befriend you, Lin Chen. Please do not refuse. Xiaoyi's words were flawless, giving Lin Chen a way out while showcasing his own generosity and sincerity. Everyone else had already spoken so plainly. If Lin Chen were to refuse again, that would be too ungrateful. Since that's the case. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, then I shall not refuse. Ha ha ha. Good. Lin Daoyu, there is no need to be so polite. Xiaoyi, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and laughed heartily, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. Just then, the other prodigies who had been envying Lin Chen earlier, upon seeing him agree, quickly shifted their gaze and immediately thought of an opportunity to get closer to this peerless prodigy. Lin Chen, I am but a humble disciple with some knowledge of ancient artifacts. Perhaps I could offer my insights to you? Senior brother Lin, my family has been in the mineral business for generations, and I have some experience in gemstone appraisal. If you don't mind, I would be honored to assist you. Lin Chen, my great-uncle's second eldest son, was once a master appraiser. I've been exposed to it since childhood and have picked up a few basics. In an instant, several prodigies rushed over, each accompanied by the appraisers trained by their respective families or sects, all eager to assist. Each of them wore the most sincere smiles on their faces, eager to use their expertise to assist Lin Chen and thereby befriend this prodigy with limitless potential. However, before Lin Chen could even speak to politely decline these overly enthusiastic well-wishers, a clear, pleasant voice suddenly rang out from beside him. There's no need. Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped forward, elegantly blocking Lin Chen from view and keeping all the treasure appraisers with ulterior motives at bay. Lu Ruyan's cold phoenix-like eyes swept over the crowd indifferently, her lips curving into a confident smile tinged with a hint of pride. We appreciate your kindness, but will decline your offer. However, it's merely an appraisal, there's no need to trouble you all. What? No need? Those who had been refused the wrongly accused and the prodigies were all taken aback. Among them, an elderly man with white hair who appeared quite arrogant couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and spoke to Lu Ruyan in a professional and skeptical tone. Lady Lu speaks unwisely. I know, Holy Maiden, that you are exceptionally talented and have attained a high level of cultivation. However, the art of appraising treasures has little to do with one's cultivation level. It requires years of experience and the assistance of some special eye techniques. Although the Holy Maiden is naturally intelligent, you must not be very familiar with this art of appraising treasures, right? Without an expert to appraise them, relying solely on luck to pick out the true treasures from among these hundreds of ancient artifacts and source stones would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Though he spoke politely, the underlying implication of "you're just a young girl, what do you know?" was clear. However, Lu Ruyan, upon hearing his words, not only showed no sign of anger but instead smiled even more brightly and mysteriously. She looked at the white-haired old man and the other appraisers around him, who were all expressing doubt, then opened her lips and spoke slowly. You're right. You're right. I truly cannot. But, as Lu Ruyan spoke, she suddenly changed the subject. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes flashed a hint of pride. Even though I can't do it, there is something around me that can. As she finished speaking, under the stunned and puzzled gazes of everyone present, a golden light suddenly flashed around Lu Ruyan's body. The next moment, a tiny white mouse, no bigger than the palm of a hand, with round, sparkling eyes darting about, appeared out of thin air on her delicate, fragrant shoulder. It was utterly adorable, and its entire body emanated an indescribable, mystical aura. The little mouse, upon appearing, affectionately rubbed its fluffy little head against Lu Ruyan's cheek, emitting adorable chirping sounds. This adorable sight instantly captured everyone's attention. Especially Ling Jiar and the other fairies present, their eyes lit up with delight, utterly charmed by this adorable little creature, their hearts melting with tenderness. However, Those so-called treasure appraisers, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, froze in shock the moment they saw the snow-white mouse. Immediately afterward, their pupils contracted to their absolute limit. Their breathing became incredibly rapid. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief that was even more intense and extreme than when they had seen Lin Chen defeat Feng Xian earlier. This. The white-haired old man pointed at the snow-white mouse on Lu Ruyan's shoulder, his voice stuttering from excessive excitement and horror. This is the legendary, treasure-seeking mouse? What? Treasure-seeking mouse? The moment those words left his mouth, it was like dropping a ton of dynamite into a calm lake. The entire Yingzhan pavilion erupted into chaos. Treasure-hunting mouse? Sigh. Is it really a treasure-hunting mouse? In my lifetime, I actually get to see the legendary treasure-hunting mouse with my own eyes? Too precious. Such a divine pet must be worth as much as a heaven-grade magical artifact, right? Not just a heavenly-grade magical artifact apparently, a single treasure-hunting rat is said to be worth 3 divine transformation pills, each capable of increasing the chances of a Yuanling true immortal breaking through to the divine transformation realm by 30%. Whoa, the last time such a divine object appeared was over 100 years ago, right? All the prodigies and cultivators present fixed their eyes on the legendary divine pet perched on Lu Ruyan's shoulder with an intense, fervent gaze. Ling Jiar, standing beside her, after a moment of dazed cuteness, her big, round eyes were instantly filled with endless adoration. She looked at the adorable little mouse and asked Lu Ruyan enviously. Wow, Sister Ruyan, this little mouse is so cute. Where did you get it? I want one too. As soon as she spoke, everyone's attention was once again drawn back to her. Exactly. Such a divine pet. Even the sacred sons and daughters of the Holy Land would find it hard to possess. Where on earth did Lu Ruyan obtain such an unparalleled opportunity? However, after hearing Ling Jiar's question, did not answer directly. Instead, she slowly turned her head and looked at Lin Chen with a sweet expression. Looking at Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan finally opened her red lips to Ling Jiar, speaking sweetly with a strong sense of pride. Do you want it? Sure. Just ask Lin Chen. Because this treasure-hunting mouse was given to me by Lin Chen. Chapter 136, The Ancient Sword Technique. Lu Ruyan's words, Lin Chen gave it to me, felt like a million thunderbolts from the heavens, striking everyone present in the heart. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone's faces were frozen in shock and numbness. He gave it to her? That legendary treasure-hunting mouse, said to be worth 3 divine transformation pills, was actually a gift from Lin Chen to Lu Ruyan? What the hell kind of divine handiwork is this? After a brief moment of silence, the entire banquet hall erupted into chaos. Everyone's worldview was shattered in an instant. The treasure-hunting mouse was given by Lin Chen? You've lost your mind. This world has gone mad. That treasure-seeking mouse. It's an unparalleled divine pet that even a divine transformation heavenly lord would covet. And he just gave it away so casually. I finally understand. I finally understand why the Holy Maiden is so different toward Lin Chen. If it were me, and a man were to give me such a divine treasure as the treasure-seeking mouse, I wouldn't just offer myself in marriage, I'd even consider becoming his Tao companion on the spot. A stunningly beautiful fairy blurted out without restraint, her eyes brimming with endless envy and little stars. No wonder the Holy Maiden is so captivated by him. Such boldness, such generosity, who could resist? In an instant, all the prodigies present turned their gaze toward Lin Chen, their expressions completely transformed. If before they had merely felt jealousy and resentment toward Lin Chen, now, their hearts were filled with nothing but endless admiration and a deep sense of inadequacy. After all, in this world today, it was common for partners to turn against each other over a rare resource, and even more so to betray each other in secret. Yet Lin Chen had willingly given away an incredibly precious treasure-hunting mouse. His rise to prominence and his meteoric ascent are simply inevitable. This guy truly has the aura of a destined protagonist. Meanwhile, Ling Jiar, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words filled with a sense of show-off, her adorable doll-like face was instantly covered in envy. Her big, round eyes were almost shaped like lemons. Looking at the cute little mouse on Lu Ruyan's shoulder, then at Lin Chen, who was looking at Lu Ruyan with an indulgent and amused expression, the bitterness in her heart was about to overflow. No way. I want one too. Without caring about her composure or manners, Ling Jiar rushed forward, grabbed Lin Chen's arm, and wrapped her exceptionally well-developed, full arms around his arm, swaying back and forth and whining. Lin Chen, that's not fair. That's not fair. How could you give it to Ru Yin's sister and not give it to me? I really like this treasure-hunting mouse too. I want one too. Ling Jiar looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with longing and sparkle, her expression pleading. Lin Chen, if you find another treasure-hunting mouse next time, you must give it to me. Lin Chen looked at her adorable, spoiled expression and couldn't help but feel amused and helpless. This little girl. Does she really think treasure-hunting mice are as common as cabbages, just waiting to be found? Lin Chen reached out and gently tapped her smooth, full forehead. Alright. Lin Chen said with a smile, next time, if I can find it again, I'll definitely save it for you, okay? Ling Jia's eyes lit up at his words, and her face immediately broke into a dazzling smile. Hee, you said it yourself. You can't go back on your word. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruyan watched Ling Jia's delighted expression, having gotten what she wanted, and Lin Chen's indulgent smile. The pride and superiority she had just felt as the main wife were instantly replaced by a strong sense of caution and jealousy. She gave a light snort, glanced at Ling Jia, then slowly added with a cutting tone. I doubt there's another treasure-hunting mouse like her in this world. Jia, you'd better not get your hopes up too high. Lu Ruyan's words were a reminder to Ling Jia and to Lin Chen as well. Treasure-hunting mouse. Lu Ruyan, have one, and one is enough. There must not be a second one. Look at the treasure-seeking mouse on your shoulder. Lu Ruyan felt she had won this round. For the first time, she felt that this jealous rivalry was actually so refreshing and so satisfying. Let them envy her. Let them know that Lin Chen, her beloved, values her above all else. Hee. Next time she encounters that shameless fox from Qingqiu Mountain, she'll bring out the treasure-seeking mouse and flaunt it in front of her. Make her die of envy. Just as Lu Ruyan was basking in her own thoughts, scheming about how to use the spirit pet Lin Chen had given her to suppress the other rivals. Suddenly, squeak! A crisp cry rang out from her shoulder. The little treasure-hunting mouse, which had been gently rubbing its tiny head against Lu Ruyan's cheek, suddenly seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Its round, black gemstone-like eyes lit up instantly. Then, a golden flash of lightning shot out from Lu Ruyan's shoulder in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the treasure-hunting mouse dashed straight to the center of the hall, among the hundreds of ancient treasures and source stones, snuffling left and right with its tiny nose. Moments later, the treasure-hunting mouse seemed to have confirmed its target, directly picking up a piece of broken jade that looked ordinary, covered in cracks, and even had some dirt on it. Then it transformed into a golden flash and swiftly returned to Lu Ruyan's side. The treasure-hunting mouse presented the battered jade fragment to Lu Ruyan as if offering a precious treasure, emitting a series of chirping sounds in what seemed like a plea for praise. This treasure-hunting mouse. Have you found a treasure? Seeing this scene, everyone present held their breath in anticipation. Their eyes were fixed intently on the seemingly ordinary piece of jade. Truly the legendary treasure-hunting mouse. Could it really find the genuine treasure among these hundreds of ancient artifacts that were difficult to distinguish between genuine and fake? What kind of treasure could it be? Lu Ruyan watched the treasure-hunting mouse's adorable expression, as if begging for praise, and her eyes lit up. She stroked the mouse and took the shard of jade from its mouth. After doing all that, Lu Ruyan handed the jade fragment to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, upon seeing this, blinked and looked toward Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi laughed heartily and turned to the maidservants, saying, "I'll buy this piece of jade. Charge it to my account." The surrounding maids nodded in agreement. Xiaoyi finished speaking and looked at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen also nodded. Thus, the piece of jade was finally Lin Chen's. Then, under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone present, Lin Chen slowly infused a thread of his true essence into it. Those around him also wanted to witness this. Is the treasure-seeking mouse really as legendary as they say? As Lin Chen's true essence flowed into it. In an instant, the seemingly ordinary fragment of jade in Lin Chen's hand suddenly erupted with an incredibly brilliant and sharp sword intent, as if it could pierce the heavens and sever the cycle of reincarnation. One after another, ancient and profound sword Dao runes swirled and flickered across the surface of the shattered jade. Immediately afterward, a fragment of an ancient sword manual, filled with a sense of desolation and antiquity yet every word a gem, containing the supreme truths of the sword way, clearly appeared before everyone. Whoosh! This is an ancient sword manual? What a terrifying sword intent! What a profound and mysterious technique! This must be in Supreme Sword Manual of the Earth rank or higher. Heavens! A mere broken jade artifact contains such earth-shaking heritage? All the prodigies present, after sensing the vast sword cultivation information, couldn't help but gasp again, their faces filled with shock and fervor. They stared at the shattered jade in Lu Ruyan's hand, their eyes brimming with unhidden greed. No wonder it's the legendary treasure-hunting mouse. This treasure-hunting ability is simply defying the heavens. Chapter 137, even if it's just a fragment, isn't the level of comprehension too absurd? Lin Chen's eyes also flashed with intense heat. An ancient sword technique? Excellent! What an ancient sword technique! This treasure-hunting rat. Unbelievable! With the shattered jade in his hand, he had nearly mastered the Gangjin sword intent, and Lin Chen was fully aware that this sword technique was truly extraordinary. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. "This was always meant for you, Lin Chen." Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled as well, then hesitated no longer. He sat cross-legged in front of everyone. Then, Lin Chen gently pressed the shard of jade against his forehead. Lin Chen was actually preparing to begin comprehending this mysterious and powerful ancient sword technique right here, in front of so many prodigies. What is Lin Chen doing? What the hell? Has he lost his mind? This is an ancient sword technique of earth grade level. The sword intent and Tao essence within are vast and boundless. How dare he, a cultivator at the chi condensation stage, attempt to comprehend it directly? Doesn't he fear his soul being shattered? Exactly. And with so many people around, he's openly attempting to comprehend such an important inheritance in public? Doesn't he fear being interrupted and having his mind and spirit injured? Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Chan's audacious actions. Even Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar couldn't help but change their expression slightly. However, Lin Chen seemed completely oblivious to the whispers around him. His mind had already completely immersed itself in that fragment of jade. Boom! The moment his divine consciousness made contact with the sword art inheritance within the shattered jade, a terrifying aura, as if from the primordial chaos filled with boundless majesty and intent to slay, suddenly surged from his body and shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, four colossal sacred beast illusions, towering to the heavens and exuding supreme divine might, slowly took shape around Lin Chen. In the east, a brilliant blue divine light erupted, revealing a blue dragon with a body stretching for several zhang, its dragon might shaking the heavens, as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, roaring toward the sky. South. Scarlet flames surge to the heavens, and a vermilion phoenix, its body ablaze with immortal divine flames, spreads its wings wide enough to obscure the sky and earth, raising its neck to cry out. West. The aura of the metal element surges into the sky, and a white tiger with piercing eyes and a white forehead roars, its killing intent piercing the heavens, as if it could tear apart the ages. North. The mystical water laws permeate the air, and a tortoise-snake hybrid, bearing the weight of its thick tortoise shell, roars deeply, as if capable of suppressing the 9 hells and the yellow springs. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. The 4 sacred beasts. The legendary supreme sacred beasts that guard the 4 corners of the heavens and earth. At this moment, they have appeared here in the form of illusions? And it's all because Lin Chen has been studying a sword technique, triggering this celestial anomaly? What the hell? What level of sword technique is this? The entire welcome to the Immortals Pavilion has fallen into a deathly silence. All the prodigies stood frozen in place. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. 4 sacred beasts anomalies? Xiaoyi stared at the scene before him, filled with mythical elements, and was utterly speechless. Did I see that correctly? Merely by comprehending a fragment of a sword technique, one could actually summon the legendary 4 holy beasts phenomenon? This sword technique. Could it be? Could it be of the heavenly grade? Absolutely impossible. Qilian Xianzi gasped in disbelief, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A heaven-grade sword technique? That's something that only exists in legends. How could it possibly appear in the Shuiyu? But if it's not heavenly grade, how could it possibly summon such an astonishing phenomenon? All the prodigies felt their mouths go dry. They gazed at Lin Chen, surrounded by the illusory forms of the 4 sacred beasts, his appearance majestic and awe-inspiring, their hearts filled with nothing but envy. Just as everyone's hearts were shaken and they were discussing wildly, they witnessed an even more shocking scene. The 4 sacred beasts' illusory forms surrounding Lin Chen roared toward the heavens for several breaths. They began to resonate with Lin Chen in a mysterious and profound way. The sharp, piercing aura of the sword intent emanating from Lin Chen resonated with the ruthless killing intent of the western white tiger. The great Sun Gangjin breathing technique within his body was also beyond his control, forming an odd connection with the southern Juchue's immortal divine fire. Even his mystic water sword technique, which he had already cultivated to perfection, seemed to be drawn in, intertwining with the mystic water laws of the northern black tortoise. Lin Chen, have you entered the realm? A prodigy gazed at the unimaginable scene before him, murmuring in a voice that sounded like a dream. No way? It's only been just a few dozen breaths at most, right? In just a few dozen breaths, he's managed to grasp the basics of an ancient sword technique that's at least earth grade, and possibly even heaven grade? This is way too absurd. No. Even if one has boundless fortune, having a beauty by your side is one thing. But your talent is this abnormal too? The gap between people, can it really be this huge? Meanwhile, within Lin Chen's spiritual sea, the roaring illusions of the 4 sacred beasts, after resonating with his own power, they finally exploded with a thunderous crash, transforming into billions of golden light points filled with profound and mysterious Taoist rhythms. These light points rushed toward Lin Chen's soul like swallows returning to their nests. Finally, they reformed within his mind. They transformed into 4 ancient divine characters brimming with endless intent to slay. The White Tiger Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully deciphered the ancient sword technique fragment. Obtained the White Tiger chapter of the 4 symbols divine sword technique, the White Tiger Sword Technique. Rank, heavenly grade upper tier. Boom! When he clearly saw the true rank of this sword technique, Lin Chen's heart was once again swept by a tidal wave of emotion. Heaven grade upper tier? With just a quarter of the incomplete text, its grade has already reached heavenly grade upper tier? If he could gather the other 3 scrolls Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu in their entirety, unite the 4 symbols, then the true grade of this 4 symbols divine sword technique would be truly terrifying. Could it truly surpass heavenly grade? Lin Chen's heart began to race uncontrollably. He felt as though he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The terrifying nature of this opportunity was beyond imagination. This heavenly genius banquet. It was totally worth it. Not only did it prove Feng Xian wrong, but it was also a stroke of luck that he obtained such an extraordinary sword technique. Originally, Lin Chen had planned to search for some powerful sword techniques soon to expand his attack options. After all, relying solely on the Blue Lotus sword technique was too one-dimensional. Plus, it was too easy for enemies to find its weaknesses. Now, with the White Tiger sword technique joining the mix, Lin Chen has resolved his immediate crisis. Plus, there are 3 more 3-symbol sword techniques to collect, giving him something to look forward to. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Chapter 138, just a Earth Grade Sword Technique. The treasure hunting mouse's target is being fiercely snatched. As Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, the 4 sacred beast illusions surrounding him, filled with supreme divine might, dissolved into countless specks of light and retreated into his body. The entire hall once again fell into silence. However, the hearts of all the prodigies present remained unsettled for a long time. They watched Lin Chen rise slowly, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Daoist. As the host, Xiaoyi was the first to snap out of his shock. He hurried forward, looking at Lin Chen, whose face, as smooth as jade, was filled with uncontrollable curiosity. Lin Daoyu, the ancient sword technique you just comprehended? Xiaoyi asked cautiously, may I inquire about its rank? Such a question was indeed a bit presumptuous. After all, it was someone else's opportunity. But how could he resist such curiosity? Such an extraordinary phenomenon must be at least a Earth-grade sword technique. After all, even in the Xiantian Xianzone, an Earth-grade technique is a treasured inheritance of the sect. The moment he spoke, he instantly drew everyone's attention back to him. Exactly. That sword technique. That terrifying sword technique that can summon the legendary for sacred beasts phenomenon merely through comprehension. What level has its grade reached? Everyone's ears perked up simultaneously. Even Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar were now staring at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Chen looked at the fiery gazes of the crowd and smiled to himself. Tell you the truth? That was merely a quarter of the fragment, and its grade had already reached the unmatched sword technique of the upper tier of the heavenly grade? Are you kidding me? He must think he's living too long. The principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Lin Chen understands that. Although his current status and strength have long since surpassed his former self, and he no longer fears most petty foes, a sword technique of the super heavenly grade that could drive even a Huatian Tianjun, or even a Lianshu Hadel level old monster, into madness. Still, better to stay low-key. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. He looked at Xiaoyi and the other prodigies around him, their eyes filled with anticipation, and spoke in a tone that was slightly regretful yet couldn't hide his joy. Ha, I hope you won't laugh at me. This sword technique is indeed a powerful ancient sword technique passed down from the ancient times. Unfortunately, it is only a fragment. In my estimation, its original grade when complete should have been around the upper tier of the Earth realm. Now that it's incomplete, it's probably only at the lower rank of Earth grade. Upper Earth grade? Sigh. It was so close to reaching heaven grade. Even in its current damaged state, it can reach the lower tier of Earth grade. Its power must be unimaginable. We've struck gold. Upon hearing this answer, all the prodigies present were momentarily startled, then turned their gaze toward Lin Chen with a look of regret. However, some of them. No. A fragment of a sword technique from the upper tier of the Earth grade realm. Even if it's just a fragment. But you managed to grasp its basics in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? This is ridiculous. What kind of divine do you have? After a moment of astonishment, Xiaoyi once again bowed deeply to Lin Chen in admiration. Lin Daoyu's natural talent is something I can only dream of. Today's encounter. I finally understand what a true prodigy is. The surrounding prodigies all nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Lin Chen with genuine admiration. First, in a direct clash of sword intent, Xiaoyi was defeated by his opponent. Then, he defeated Feng Xian in a battle of equals. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had grasped the basics of a lower-tier ancient sword technique. Such talent and combat prowess left them no choice but to acknowledge him. However, a treasure-hunting mouse could find any Earth-grade lower-tier sword technique with ease. No wonder he's a treasure-hunting mouse. Snap out of it. Everyone turned their gaze toward the treasure-hunting mouse. Squeak! Squeak! A crisp chirping sound suddenly rang out. The treasure-hunting mouse, which had been sitting quietly on Lu Ruyan's shoulder after finding the treasure, now seemed to sense the admiration of the people around it. Its round, black gemstone eyes darted around. Then, it transformed into a golden flash and darted out in an instant. It's moving again. Look! The treasure hunting mouse is off on another treasure hunt. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to that golden flash. There it was again, dashing into the pile of ancient treasure stones in the center of the hall. This time, it didn't sniff around like last time. Instead, it had a clear target. It ran straight to a large stone that looked ordinary, gray-brown in color, and as big as a millstone. Then it stood upright, extended its furry little paws, and proudly tapped the large stone with a smug expression. It also emitted a chirp, chirp, chirp sound. As if to say, "Look! This mouse god has found another treasure for you all. Hurry! Come praise me." See this scene. The entire hall erupted once again. Holy cow! Found another one? It's this stone. Anything the treasure hunting mouse sets its sights on must be a treasure. I'll take this source stone. I'll pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Almost the moment the treasure hunting mouse's little claws touched the stone, Lu Badian, the young master of the Nanling Baodao sect, was the first to react. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out an astronomical price. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was enough to buy a decent quality mystical artifact. However, before he could finish speaking, another even more passionate voice rang out immediately. 10,000? These are source stones personally selected by the treasure hunting rat. I'll offer 15,000. The speaker was another young prodigy from a wealthy and influential family. 15,000? I'll offer 20,000. 25,000. I'll offer 30,000 plus 3 bottles of pulse condensing pills. In an instant, the entire banquet hall had completely transformed into a chaotic auction house. All the prodigies were bidding like madmen, raising their bids frantically. Their faces were filled with fervor and determination. The key was trust. Anything touched by the treasure hunting mouse, no matter what it was, they wanted it. Because it represents an opportunity. Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, filled with madness and absurdity, and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. He could even foresee it. Once today's genius banquet comes to an end, Lu Ruyan, armed with the earth-shattering news of the treasure-seeking rat, would spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the eastern wasteland south region in no time. At that point, he dared not imagine how many people would set their sights on Lu Ruyan. Those in the open might be manageable. After all, she had the backing of the Xiantian Xianzong and her status as a saintess. But what about those lurking in the shadows, the old monsters who would stop at nothing for gain, or even the demonic cultivators of the demon path with no moral boundaries? The innocent bear no guilt, but those who possess treasures are doomed. This principle, Lin Chen understood better than anyone else. It seemed that his previous gesture of presenting Lu Ruyan with a grand gift, allowing her to shine in front of everyone. But in reality, he might have pushed her into an incredibly dangerous situation. A fleeting look of gravity flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. If only he were strong enough, then he wouldn't fear any risks. Chapter 139, True Friends? Lu Ruyan, I am one of a kind. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. A plan began to take shape in his mind. That was to find a suitable opportunity in plain sight, first pretend to take the treasure-hunting mouse back from Ruyan's hands, and then return it to her once they were back. In this way, he could shift the immense risk and attention brought by the treasure-hunting mouse onto himself to the greatest extent possible. Even if others still didn't believe that the true owner of the treasure-hunting mouse was himself. But at least it would divert some of the attention and potential danger away from Lu Ruyan. Right. Let's do it this way. Lin Chen made up his mind silently. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, where everyone had plunged into a frenzy of bidding because the treasure-hunting mouse had chosen the second source stone, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He turned to Lu Ruyan, who was beaming with joy at the treasure-hunting mouse's performance, and whispered with a smile. Ruyan, let the treasure-hunting mouse move around a bit more. Then we'll leave? Lu Ruyan was taken aback for a moment before she understood Lin Chen's meaning. She looked at the prodigies around her, who had long since lost their senses and were arguing fiercely over the stones and ancient treasures selected by the treasure-hunting mouse, her clear eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile. She extended her slender fingers and gently tapped the little head of the treasure-hunting mouse perched on her shoulder, which was begging for praise. Go find a few more good items. Then we're leaving. Squeak! The treasure-hunting mouse understood Lu Ruyan's command, its eyes flashing with determination, and once again transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, diving into the pile of ancient treasure stones. Immediately afterward, the crowd erupted in commotion once more. Holy crap, it chose another one. It's a broken ancient sword. Hurry, I'll offer 50,000 spirit stones. Bull, this sword still carries remnants of ancient sword intent. 50,000 and you think you can take it? I'll offer 80,000. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Goodness. Another one. It's a piece of ordinary-looking divine forging iron. 1 million. This divine iron is mine. In an instant, the entire banquet hall erupted into a frenzy.
All the prodigies were as though they had been injected with adrenaline, frantically scrambling for the treasures marked by the treasure-hunting mice. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar took advantage of the chaos and the lack of attention to exchange a glance. Then, with perfect coordination, they quietly turned and left this chaotic and turbulent place. However, what surprised Lin Chen was the three of them had barely stepped out of the main gate of the Welcome Immortals Pavilion. A familiar voice filled with gentle laughter echoed from behind them. "Lin Daoyu, the two holy maidens, please stay." The three turned to look back. There stood Xiaoyi, the holy son of Qingyun sect, holding a jade cup in his hand, his face adorned with a sincere smile, as he hurriedly caught up. "What may I assist you with, Xiaoyi?" Lin Chen looked at him curiously and asked. Not at all, not at all." Xiaoyi waved his hand, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. "Earlier in the hall, with so many people around, I hadn't had the chance to exchange contact information with the three of you." As he spoke, he flipped his jade-like hand. Three specially crafted communication jade talismans, each emitting a faint green glow, appeared in his hand. Xiaoyi handed the jade talismans to Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar respectively. "These are my personal communication jade talismans. If you three do not mind, please accept them. In the future, if any of you three encounter any trouble or need my assistance while within the borders of the Qingyun sect, feel free to contact me at any time. Whatever is within my power, I shall not refuse." Xiaoyi spoke with genuine sincerity, clearly intending to form a friendship. Lin Chen looked into Xiaoyi's sincere eyes and knew he was genuinely seeking friendship. Such an open-hearted gentleman was someone Lin Chen would never turn away. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, accepting the jade token. "In that case, I shall thank Xiaoyi for your kindness." Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar saw that Lin Chen had accepted, so they didn't react much either. They merely nodded symbolically and also took the jade talismans. After all, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Xiaoyi saw that all three had accepted his communication jade talismans and couldn't help but smile sincerely. He knew that his investment today would definitely pay off. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Chen, then at the two peerless yet distinctly different holy maidens by his side, and a hint of the kind of ambiguity and envy that only men understand flashed in his eyes as he said, "All right, Xiao will no longer disturb Lin Daoyu and the two holy maiden princesses' leisurely enjoyment. Farewell." With that, Xiaoyi turned gracefully and re-entered the banquet hall. On the way back to the Xiantian Xianzong headquarters, Lu Ruyan looked at the adorable treasure-hunting mouse in her arms, which was happily munching on a spirit fruit, her charming face brimming with uncontrollable joy and affection. This gathering of prodigies was undoubtedly the most thrilling and satisfying experience of her life. All of this was thanks to Lin Chen, her older brother. And it was also because of the unique little treasure he had given her. Meanwhile, Ling Jiar watched Lu Ruyan's triumphant expression, her adorable childlike face brimming with unhidden envy. She also wanted a treasure-hunting mouse just as cute as that one. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, Lin Chen looked at the two beside him, one basking in success, the other envious beyond words, and felt like he had two heads. If he stayed any longer, he feared he'd be dragged into another round of chaos. So Lin Chen quickly found an excuse and said to the two women, "Cough, cough. I just obtained that ancient sword technique fragment, and I feel the need to seclude myself immediately to digest it. Jar, if you have nothing else to do, you should also go back and rest early. Ruyan, you too." Before the two women could react, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and he slipped back into his room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang, leaving behind a stunned Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar. Moments later, the two exchanged glances, and invisible sparks once again erupted in the air. "Humph." Ling Jiar looked at Lu Ruyan and let out a soft snort first. Her cute, doll-like face was filled with stubborn determination. She spoke to Lu Ruyan with confidence. "Don't get too cocky, Ruyan. I'll soon make Lin Chen brother willingly give me one too." After speaking, Ling Jiar turned away angrily and left. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan watched Ling Jiar's departing figure, her lips curling into a faint smile. She extended her slender fingers and gently stroked the soft fur of the treasure-seeking mouse in her arms, thinking to herself with delight, "Is the treasure-seeking mouse so easy to obtain? There's only one in the entire world. Only I have it, and it was given to me by Lin Chen." Chapter 140, Tushan Susu's Night Raid. Bang! As the door closed, it completely blocked out the two pairs of eyes filled with resentment from outside. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe and exhaled deeply. Phew! Finally, I've temporarily gotten rid of those two girls. He felt as though he had just survived a harrowing, soul-draining battle. This was a battlefield of hell. It was truly terrifying. However, after initially feeling helpless and frustrated, Lin Chen couldn't help but let a smile slip onto his face. First, at the Genius Gathering, he defeated the Sword Immortal with a single sword strike, defeating Fang Xian. He had truly made a name for himself, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy of the century. And by sheer coincidence, he obtained a top-tier celestial grade sword technique, the four-symbol sword technique, White Tiger chapter, from an ordinary piece of jade.
This white tiger sword technique specializes in slaughter and is unmatched in sharpness. It perfectly aligns with his Gangjin spiritual body and Gangjin sword intent. Once mastered, his attack power will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap forward. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Coming to Tianfeng City this time was truly the right decision. Not only did we humiliate that Feng Xian fellow, but we also gained a top-tier sword technique for free. It's like double good fortune, so thrilling it's hard to contain. Lin Chen thought to himself with a satisfied smile. Just as Lin Chen was overjoyed and preparing to continue his cultivation of the white tiger sword technique, suddenly, his soul, which had become incredibly sensitive due to his cultivation of the pre-heavenly soul body, stirred slightly. A sense of being watched surged through his mind. Lin Chen's expression changed. His deep eyes, like two drawn swords, instantly locked onto a certain spot within the room. His bed. There, on the massive bed made of 1,000-year-old warm jade, covered with soft cloud-like silk quilts, lay a stunning figure dressed in fiery red palace robes, her graceful form and curves perfectly defined. She lay there lazily, her body half exposed. She propped her cheek with one hand, her long, black hair cascading down the bed, adding an extra touch of allure. The already provocative palace robe was now half slip off her body. Large patches of snow-white, smooth, and supple skin were exposed to the air without any restraint. The breathtaking fullness, the deep, bottomless cleavages, the flat, firm abdomen, and the long, slender legs peeking through the sheer fabric. All of this combined to form a sensual painting that could make any man lose his mind and lose control. And the owner of this painting, upon realizing that Lin Chen had finally noticed her, not only did she show no trace of shyness. Instead, she playfully batted her soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes at Lin Chen, parted her red lips, and spoke in a voice brimming with endless allure and a hint of lingering sorrow. Giggle, giggle. Lin Chen, my savior, you finally noticed Su Su. Su Su has been waiting for you for so long. Tu Shan Su Su. Su Su, how did you end up here? Lin Chen, after recognizing the person, lowered his guard and asked in surprise. He never would have imagined. This bold and daring fox spirit had actually sneaked into their Xintian Xianzong stronghold undetected and was even lying on his bed? This is way too outlandish. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen's astonished expression and smiled charmingly. Tushan Susu slowly sat up from the bed, and her slightly disheveled clothing slipped further down due to the movement, revealing even more snow-white skin. Lin Chen, seeing this, hurried forward to pull her palace robe closed. Don't make a mess. Tushan Susu didn't move, gazing at Lin Chen with a look of deep affection, allowing him to act as he pleased while she smiled. Susu came here, of course, to ask you, my benefactor, to treat my old injuries. It's been so long, and you haven't contacted Susu at all. Susu. I've missed you so much that Master Lin Chen couldn't eat or sleep properly. Tushan Susu paused here, then changed the subject, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Besides, if I didn't come here in person to take a look, I wouldn't know how carefree and joyful your life has been. With the Holy Maiden of the Dark Heaven on your left and the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool on your right. What a great fortune. No wonder you've almost forgotten about this old servant of yours. Lin Chen heard Tushan Susu's complaints filled with flirtatious words and hurriedly waved his hands to interrupt her. Stop. 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 Susu, don't talk nonsense here. You know the relationship between me and Ruyan. We're fine. But with Jar, I've only just met her recently. It's not as exaggerated as you're making it out to be. Oh? Is that so? Tushan Susu heard this but didn't believe a word of it. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Lin Chen with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Then, her stunningly beautiful face suddenly contorted into a pitiful, tearful expression, and she continued in a helpless tone. Woo-woo. I don't care. Master, now that you have those two holy maiden sisters by your side, they are of noble birth and beautiful, so they must not like this old, useless fox spirit like me. Master, I hope you'll also pay more attention to Suzy in the future. Susu can't compare to those two holy maiden sisters. She doesn't have their noble lineage or their high status. Susu only has you, my benefactor. Tushan Susu's words were heartbreaking to hear, bringing tears to the eyes of those who listened. Those who didn't know the truth might have thought she was a pitiful young wife abandoned by a heartless man. Lin Chen watched her Oscar-worthy performance, feeling both annoyed and amused. He reached out and gently tapped her smooth, full forehead. Enough with the theatrics. You're a fox spirit who's been cultivating for over 1,000 years. How could you be worse than those two girls? If you're going to treat the wound, do it quickly. Don't linger here. Giggle, giggle. Tushan Susu saw that her self-sacrifice ploy had been ruthlessly exposed, but instead of feeling the slightest bit embarrassed, she burst into laughter once more. She knew that Lin Chen had agreed. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes darted around, brimming with endless cunning and allure. Immediately, she once again raised her jade-like hand in front of Lin Chen, gently pulling it downward. The already provocative palace attire. The shoulder strap slipped down.
A smooth, jade-like, pale pink shoulder, along with that exquisitely perfect collarbone enough to drive any man mad, was exposed without reservation before Lin Chen's eyes. Then Tu Shan Susu lay back down on the bed, turned her head, and whispered softly to Lin Chen, who was already staring at her in disbelief, her voice as seductive as ever. "All right. Then please have mercy on me, my benefactor." Chapter 141, Just as I thought. Zuantiang Xianzong's base, within Lin Chen's room. The atmosphere was incredibly intimate. Lin Chen looked at the figure before him, who was gazing at him with eyes brimming with endless temptation and anticipation, even going so far as to voluntarily remove half of her palace attire, revealing her flawlessly smooth, delicate, and fragrant shoulder, a truly demonic beauty. He felt his heart, which had been dormant for a century, suddenly begin to race uncontrollably. Lin Chen forced himself to suppress the surge of blood rushing to his head and focused his attention back on the task at hand. However, Tu Shan Susu, this fox spirit who had cultivated for over 1,000 years, would never let him off so easily. She used her seductive voice to emit various whispers that stirred the imagination, while her delicate, supple body brushed against Lin Chen's body in a seemingly accidental yet deliberate manner. Finally, after another deliberate move by Tu Shan Susu, using her, and gazed at him with eyes brimming with endless seduction, Lin Chen's last thread of reason snapped completely. Fox spirit. A flash of uncontrollable flame flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He pinched Tu Shan Susu's smooth, fair cheek, then leaned forward and fiercely covered the place that was constantly chattering and exuding a deadly allure. Immediately afterward, he pinched another spot with equal force. Ugh! Tu Shan Susu's already misty, almond-shaped eyes flickered with astonishment. She was then completely overwhelmed by an even more intense and overwhelming wave of joy and passion. Tu Shan Susu never expected that her usually unromantic, wooden benefactor, once unleashed, would be so domineering. So much that she loved him. After a long while, Lin Chen finally reluctantly released those lips, which had been ravaged until they were swollen and red. Lin Chen shot a glance at the woman in his arms, whose face was flushed red, her body limp and weak, as if she could melt into water at any moment. The peerless demon king. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with flames of possessiveness as he whispered hoarsely in her ear. "One day, I will make you, this arrogant fox spirit who doesn't know her place, unable to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Hoof." Tu Shan Susu heard Lin Chen's threat, but instead of feeling the slightest bit afraid, she grew even more proud. She actively thrust out her breathtakingly beautiful chest and let out a provocative, expectant sniffle. Her gaze seemed to say, "All right. I'm waiting. I've always been a fox spirit." After a moment of interaction, Lin Chen finally regained his composure from that overwhelming urge. Looking at the demon king in his arms, still batting her eyelashes seductively and exuding endless charm, he couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and amusement. Lin Chen knew that if he didn't get down to business soon, he might really end up graduating from being an old man tonight. The other party was a divine transformation cultivator. If he really did it, it might not be, cough cough, instant surrender. As a man, he couldn't even last a moment. Lin Chen cleared his throat and forced the conversation back to the task at hand. "All right, Susu, stop fooling around. I'm asking you, what are your thoughts on the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City?" Tu Shan Susu heard Lin Chen mention the serious matter, and the intense spring-like expression in her eyes subsided slightly. However, it was quickly replaced by a mischievous smile. Tu Shan Susu nodded and said with an amused tone, smiling mischievously, "Master, you've asked the right person. This servant was bored on the way to Tianfeng City today, so I used my divine sense to thoroughly scan the entire Tianfeng mountain range in Tianfeng City. Guess what I discovered?" Lin Chen looked at her proud expression, as if begging for praise, and raised his eyebrows in response, asking, "What did you discover?" He knew that with Tu Shan Susu's terrifying divine consciousness at the level of a divine sovereign, in the small region of Tianfeng City, it was like a dimension-lowering attack. It was like a max-level character with a full-map cheat code entering a newbie village. Any schemes or tricks, any demons or spirits, would be exposed before her. Giggle giggle. Tu Shan Susu, seeing this, no longer kept him in suspense. She leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered softly with a loving tone. "This so-called demon cultivator incident is not the reappearance of ancient demon cultivators at all. It was actually orchestrated by the Fong family, the original clan of your Xiantian Xianzong's Fong Xianxingzi. They obtained a heretical demonic cultivation technique from somewhere and secretly cultivated numerous demon cultivators. It seems they plan to use these demon cultivators as scapegoats to confuse the situation and divert the attention of you righteous immortal sects who have come to eliminate them." Tu Shan Susu's words, though spoken lightly, contained an astonishing amount of information. The disciples of the 3 sects listened in silence. They would be utterly shocked. After all, demon cultivators actually originated from the main branch of the Xiantian immortal sect's holy son? Just thinking about it is absurd. However, after hearing this, Lin Chen showed no trace of surprise on his face. Instead, he wore an expression that said, "I knew it. Haha, it's pretty much what I expected." Tu Shan Susu, upon hearing this, was somewhat surprised. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes were filled with curiosity.
Sir, you guessed it too?
Yes. Lin Chen nodded, a flash of wisdom gleaming in his eyes.
But sir, Tushan Susu asked curiously, how did you guess it was the Feng family and the Wang family, and not other factions?
Lin Chen smiled with a hint of amusement upon hearing this. He did not hide anything from Tushan Susu and briefly recounted how he had previously lured the young generation of the two major families into a trap and eliminated them in another secret realm within Tianfeng City.
Now that the demon cultivators were only targeting the Li family, the Feng and Wang families were both safe and sound. Recent casualties. It all seemed odd, didn't it?
When Tushan Susu heard that Lin Chen had single-handedly eliminated the future hopes of the Feng and Wang families, two of the most prominent cultivating clans, her originally stunningly beautiful face was instantly overwhelmed by astonishment. She stared into Lin Chen's beautiful phoenix-like eyes, filled with disbelief.
Savior! You were already this powerful at that time? You single-handedly killed the elite disciples of two major families? Among them was even a prodigy at the condensing vein realm? That's truly incredible.
Tushan Susu felt that her understanding of Lin Chen had been completely overturned once again.
How many more secrets and surprises does this man have up his sleeve?
Facing Tushan Susu's adoring gaze filled with stars in her eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but blush. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hands awkwardly and humbly said,
No. Compared to you all, I'm still far behind. Chapter 142, Visiting the Li family. Inside the room.
The atmosphere grew tense due to Lin Chen's honesty and Tushan Susu's adoring and infatuated gaze. Lin Chen looked at the peerless demon king before him, who was completely devoted to him, feeling both helpless and amused.
This demoness. She really is, beyond hope.
Just then, Tushan Susu's mesmerizing phoenix eyes darted around, as if she had thought of another clever idea. She leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered softly,
By the way, Lin Chen, the nobleman.
I see that you are about to take action against that reckless Feng family. Although I believe that with your current strength and abilities, dealing with them would be more than enough.
But there's always a chance, you know. What if those old fools from the Feng family, desperate and cornered, resort to desperate measures and attack you? That would be very dangerous, wouldn't it?
So, Tushan Susu paused for a moment, then broke into a dazzling smile.
Why not let me stay by your side for now and keep an eye on things in secret? What do you think?
This way, not only will your absolute safety be guaranteed, but we'll also be prepared for any contingencies. Wouldn't you agree?
Tushan Susu's words were reasonable and well thought out.
Lin Chen heard this and felt a stir in his heart. He thought it over and realized that what Tushan Susu said made sense. The Feng family had been entrenched in Tianfeng City for thousands of years, with depths that were impossible to fathom. No one knew what old monsters or powerful trump cards they might be hiding in the shadows. Although his own strength had greatly increased. But he was still only at the 8th level of the pulse condensation realm. If he were to encounter an old monster at the late Golden Core realm or even the nascent Soul realm, even with Ling Jiar and Lu Ruyan by his side, there was still a high risk of something going wrong.
However, Tushan Susu is a Shenzhen realm expert who can secretly back me up.
That would undoubtedly provide the greatest assurance for my safety. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He smiled and nodded at Tushan Susu. Alright, then I'll trouble Susu.
Giggle. It's no trouble at all. The moment Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen nod in agreement,
a brilliant gleam of triumph flashed through her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. She immediately took the opportunity to climb higher, using a more intimate and natural tone to say in a soft voice,
Well, since that's the case,
from today onward, until everything is settled, this servant will temporarily stay at your place, master.
During this time, I'll be troubling you greatly to take care of me, 1ti?
What?
Stay here with me?
Lin Chen heard this and was completely taken aback.
What the hell? Damn it, this is exactly what I needed.
After all that, it turns out this fox spirit was waiting here for me all along. What, secretly keeping watch and just in case? All just excuses.
Her real purpose was to move in with me under the guise of something legitimate?
Lin Chen would never have thought that before.
But now,
anyone with eyes can see that this demon king is using her body.
However, before Lin Chen could refuse again,
Tushan Susu's fiery figure, like a willow in the wind, once again lay down on Lin Chen's bed with no bones in her body. Then Tushan Susu deliberately adopted a seductive pose brimming with endless temptation, batting her watery phoenix eyes at the speechless Lin Chen, her voice sweet and alluring.
Master, your servant is tired. I'll sleep first.
You mustn't do anything bad to me.
Lin Chen,
looking at the peerless demon king who had simply lain down on his bed, clearly with no intention of leaving,
he couldn't help but chuckle and sigh. Never mind. It's only temporary anyway.
If it really doesn't work out.
If the rice is already cooked, then let it be cooked.
Anyway, Lin Chen already considered Tushan Susu to be his woman.
It's getting late.
Lin Chen took out a brand new set of bedding from his storage ring and spread it out in the corner of the room.
The next morning,
Yao Qi Shengnu Ling Jiao arrived punctually once again outside the headquarters of the Xintian Xianzong sect. After enduring a night of pain and pleasure, Lin Chen finally emerged from the headquarters with Lu Ruyan. The three of them reunited and wasted no time, heading straight for the Li family mansion, one of the three major families of Tianfeng City, known for their relatively benevolent ways, to pay their respects. When Lin Chen, the 100-year-old prodigy of the Xiantian immortal sect, appeared at the gates of the Li family mansion, accompanied by two equally noble and breathtakingly beautiful divine maidens, the entire Li family was completely stunned. Especially when Li Wanner, the prodigy of the Li family, recognized the visitors. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief and horror. She could never have imagined that mysterious Wang Haiba, who had single-handedly annihilated all the elite members of the Feng and Wang clans in the secret realm and had even spared the Li family. His true identity was actually Lin Chen, the legendary figure from the Xintian Xianzong sect. Moreover, by his side were the two holy maidens of the Xintian Xianzong and the Yaoqi Xianzong. This was completely unexpected. Soon, the head of the Li family, a middle-aged man named Li Changfeng, who appeared quite scholarly and had reached the late golden core stage of cultivation, personally hurried out from the mansion to greet them. Looking at Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiao, this trio of prodigies capable of shaking any faction to its core, his face was filled with the most enthusiastic and respectful smiles. Oh my, I didn't know such distinguished guests had arrived. Please forgive my failure to greet you properly. Forgive me, forgive me. Li Changfeng politely escorted the three into the Li family's main hall for discussions. After the guests and hosts took their seats, Li Changfeng began to pour out his grievances to the three of them. With a face filled with grief and anger, he harshly condemned the cruelty and evil of the demon cultivators. He then tearfully recounted the tragic story of his family's prodigy, Li Jiani, who had been tragically killed while investigating the demon cultivators. Finally, he looked at Lin Chen and the others with a pleading and hopeful expression and said, "Your Highnesses, you must avenge us and bring justice to Tianfeng City. You must eliminate those mad and ruthless demon cultivators, leaving none alive, and restore peace and justice to Tianfeng City." Lin Chen looked at Li Changfeng's flawless acting and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He naturally responded with some righteous and noble words like, "Exterminating demons and upholding the way is the duty of us righteous cultivators," to comfort the other party. Then Lin Chen changed the subject and asked, "Mr. Li, do you have any leads on the origins or whereabouts of those demon cultivators?" Li Changfeng heard this and a look of deep thought crossed his face. After a moment of thought, he lowered his voice and speculated. "To be honest with you, I do have some speculations about this matter. Although those demon cultivators act in a mysterious manner, they seem to target only my Li family, as well as some smaller families and wandering cultivators who are allied with us. However, the Feng family and Wang family, who are also part of the three great families, as far as I know, they don't seem to have suffered significant losses. Therefore, I suspect that this matter is likely connected to the Feng and Wang families." Lin Chen listened intently, his expression growing pensive. Lin Chen nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you, Li clan head, for your frank disclosure. We are now aware of the situation." Ling Jiao and Lu Ruyan also nodded in agreement. Afterward, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Chen. It seems that Lin Chen's earlier suspicions were indeed correct. It was indeed possible that this prominent family had been secretly plotting behind the scenes. Last night, after being informed by Tushan Susu, Lin Chen had already discovered the true culprit. However, the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. Now it's time to pretend to further verify his suspicions and make his move. Then it's time to investigate the Feng family and the Wang family. However, as soon as Lin Chen said goodbye, Li Changfeng hurriedly stood up and warmly urged him to stay. "Three honored guests, you have traveled a long distance. It is now nearly noon. Why not grace us with your presence and have a simple meal at my humble abode? It would also allow me, an old man, to fulfill my duty as a host." Lin Chen was about to refuse. But Li Wanner, standing beside him, hurried forward and pleaded again with a look filled with sincerity and anticipation. "Yes. Please stay with us. The Li family has specially prepared many of Tianfeng City's signature spiritual delicacies for the three of you. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Upon hearing the words special spiritual delicacies, Ling Jiao's large, dark eyes suddenly lit up, and her face betrayed a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at her expression. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Ling Jiao stuck out her little tongue. She was indeed a little foodie. She had heard that Tianfeng City was famous for a type of bamboo called Tianfeng bamboo, and the tender shoots were delicious. In the end, Lin Chen nodded and agreed. Upon seeing Lin Chen's agreement, Li Changfeng also secretly sighed in relief. He then looked at his own daughter, Li Wanner, who was secretly watching Lin Chen from a distance. He then glanced at the two women beside Lin Chen. Both in terms of status, appearance, and demeanor, they far surpassed his own daughter, the peerless saintess. Li Changfeng thought to himself, "Daughter, why aren't you being more proactive?" Chapter 143, The Head of the Li Family Daughter. Be more proactive.
The Li family mansion. After Lin Chen nodded in agreement to stay for the luncheon, the enthusiastic smile on Li Changfeng's face grew even more intense. He first politely apologized to Lin Chen and the two holy maidens, saying he needed to personally instruct the kitchen to prepare the finest spiritual delicacies. He asked them to wait a moment. Then he gave his daughter Li Wanner a meaningful glance and said, "Wanner, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "What? Father?" Li Wanner was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at her father in confusion, then glanced at Lin Chen, who was being flanked by the two holy maidens. Li Wanner had originally planned to use this opportunity to stay here and properly entertain these three distinguished guests. After all, how could they be left unattended? But why had her father suddenly called her out now? Though filled with confusion, Li Wanner obediently nodded and followed Li Changfeng out of the council hall. They arrived at a secluded corridor with no one around. Li Changfeng stopped in his tracks, turned around, and fixed his sharp, scrutinizing gaze on his daughter, examining her from head to toe with meticulous care. The gaze made Li Wanner feel uneasy all over, and her heart was filled with confusion. "Father, what are you looking at me like that for? What's the matter? Can't you see there are important guests waiting inside? Leaving them waiting like this is extremely rude." Li Wanner couldn't help but speak up, complaining. However, Li Changfeng did not answer her question. He simply stared at his daughter, her face as beautiful as a flower, her figure graceful and elegant, nodding and shaking his head repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Though compared to the two holy maidens of the Xiantian Xianzong and the Yaoqi Xianzong. But at least she's the acknowledged first beauty of Tianfeng City. In terms of talent, physique, and character, she is absolutely no less than them. Li Changfeng assessed. Li Wanner blushed upon hearing this, rolled her eyes at Li Changfeng, and said helplessly, "Father, what are you saying?" Hearing this, Li Changfeng sighed. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he looked at his confused daughter and spoke in a tone filled with disappointment. "Daughter, you must take the initiative." "What?" Li Wanner was completely baffled by his words. Her beautiful eyes blinked in confusion, her face filled with bewilderment. "Father, what did you say? What do you mean be more proactive? I don't understand." "Oh, you silly girl, you're as stubborn as a mule." The head of the Li family, seeing his daughter's clueless expression, was so frustrated he stomped his feet. He pointed toward the direction of the council hall and whispered in a low voice. "I'm talking about that Lin Chun from earlier. You know about the incident at the Welcome Immortals Pavilion, don't you? Can't you see? That Lin Chen is a true dragon among men, a hidden gem waiting to rise. Look at his demeanor, his composure, and how the two holy maidens are vying for his attention. Even when facing us golden core cultivators, or even the prodigies of the entire Tianfeng city, he remains as calm as a cloud, as if everything is under his control. Look at his appearance, he is so handsome and extraordinary. And his strength, his talent, his opportunities. All of this points to a future achievement that is truly limitless. He might even surpass Fang Xian and become the new holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong. It's not impossible. Not to mention the two saintess-level female companions by his side. What does this mean?" Li Changfeng looked at his own daughter, giving her a look that said, "You better figure this out. You foolish daughter. This means that such a thick, strong, and limitless opportunity is right in front of you. Don't you want to go hug him? Now that you have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if you don't take the initiative to go for it, are you going to wait until he is completely snatched away by another woman and she rises to prominence before you regret it?" Boom! Li Jiaju's words, filled with scolding, struck Li Wanner like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her little mind froze completely in that moment. Li Wanner's pupils contracted. Her pretty face was covered in blush and shock. No! Her own father. His thoughts were actually to have her go after that Lin Chen? After a long while, Li Wanner slowly came to her senses from the shock. Looking at her father's anxious expression, she couldn't help but flash a complex and bitter smile. Li Wanner sighed helplessly and said, "Father, don't you know what my daughter is capable of? Whether it's the holy maiden Lu Ruyan or the holy maiden Ling Jiar, which one of them isn't a true heavenly maiden? They are all peerless beauties who could make the sun and moon pale in comparison. Compared to them, I am but a firefly's light beside the moon. Dust compared to the stars. How can I compare? How can I possibly compete?" Li Wanner's words were filled with self-mockery and a deep sense of helplessness. Though she was also the most beautiful woman in Tianfeng City and the pride of the Li family. But she had a clear understanding of her own limitations. Li Wanner knew the immense gap between herself and those two true saintly maidens. However, upon hearing her words, the head of the Li family, frustrated by her lack of ambition, rolled his eyes and tapped his daughter's head with his finger, snapping, "You silly girl, who told you to compete with them? Your father didn't tell you to go after that main wife position. Think about it. Given Lin Chen's exceptional qualities and the dominance of those two holy maidens by his side, do you really think his future partner will be limited to just one? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that is the case." Li Jiaju paused for a moment, then coaxed gently, Then we'll settle for the next best thing. Let us aim to be a concubine or a personal maid, that is not bad either. As long as we can be connected to him, as long as he can show our Li family a little more favor. That will bring immeasurable benefits to the future development of the Li family. Do you understand? What? A concubine? Maid, a maid? Li Wanner heard these two words, and her already bitterly beautiful face flushed bright red in an instant. A surge of indescribable shyness welled up in her heart. No! Father! Please don't say another word. Li Wanner shook her head frantically. I couldn't possibly do such a thing. The head of the Li family looked at his daughter's embarrassed and angry expression and realized that his words had indeed been too direct. He sighed. He said no more. With a solemn tone, he finally said, never mind. Think it over carefully. Opportunities often come only once missed, they are truly gone forever. After speaking, Li Changfeng did not linger, turning to arrange the midday banquet. Li Wanner was left alone, standing there in a daze. Her fair face remained flushed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with light. Concubine? A maid? It actually seems possible? Li Wanner couldn't help but recall the scene in the Secret Realm, where that man had single-handedly annihilated all the elite warriors of the Fong and Wang clans with his unmatched prowess. If she could truly become the woman of such a man, even if it's just a concubine, it seems, it might not be entirely unacceptable? But such a man already had two peerless saintly maidens by his side. How could he possibly take notice of someone like me? Chapter 144, The Fong Family's Discussion. Just as Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar were warmly welcomed into the Li family mansion by Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, after learning about the demon cultivator intelligence, and were preparing to attend the noon banquet. In a corner of the street not far from the Li family mansion, a seemingly ordinary cultivator, upon seeing Lin Chen and the others enter the Li family mansion and not emerge for a long time, flashed a gleam in his eyes before silently turning and blending into the crowd, rushing toward the Fong family mansion on the other side of Tianfeng City. This individual was none other than Fong Xian's spy, specifically assigned to monitor Lin Chen's movements. Moments later, Tianfeng City, Fong family mansion, main hall. The atmosphere was oppressive and filled with a violent aura. Fong Hai, the head of the Fong family, and a group of core elders sat stiffly, their faces dark and grim. Fong Xian, meanwhile, sat on the main seat with an equally icy expression. That's right. He is currently staying at the Fong family mansion. After all, as a member of the Fong family, returning to the main family residence was only natural. Just then, the spy tasked with monitoring Lin Chen rushed into the hall with a hurried expression, then knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. Reporting to the family head. Reporting to the young master. That Lin Chen from the Xintian Xian zone, along with those two holy maidens, have entered the Li family mansion and have not emerged for half an hour. As expected. Upon hearing this report, Fong Hai, the head of the Fong family, whose face had already been dark and gloomy, suddenly revealed a ruthless expression. Good job, Li Changfeng. Good job, the Li family. Fong Hai slammed his fist on the armrest and exclaimed. These three demons. It seems they're truly preparing to launch their investigation, starting with our three major clans. I can confidently assert that Li Changfeng, in order to clear himself, will undoubtedly pour all the blame onto our Fong family and the Wang family without hesitation. Although those so-called demon cultivators were indeed created by the Fong family. But such a thing, the Fong family would never admit to. Humph. Just then, a cold snort filled with contempt and rage erupted from Fong Xian's mouth at the head of the table. His icy eyes swept over the other family elders present, whose expressions were equally tense, his voice brimming with unhidden reproach. Now you're afraid? Where were you all when it mattered? What's in your heads? Straw? Fong Xian grew increasingly furious, and the unnamed anger burning within him flared up once more. He had always believed that the old fools in his family, no matter how foolish they were, should at least know the principle of keeping a low profile and accumulating wealth quietly. He didn't need to say anything. But he never imagined they could be so foolish. Being publicly scolded so ruthlessly by Fong Xian, the elder members of the Fong family present all had their faces flushed with shame, lowering their heads in embarrassment and dared not meet his gaze. However, among them were a few elderly clan members who had always relied on their age to assert their authority and did not hold Fong Xian, the young master, in particularly high regard. After exchanging glances, they mustered their courage and stepped forward. Young master, we admit that we acted rashly in this matter. The leader of the elders admitted his mistake first, but then quickly shifted the blame onto Fong Xian. But young master, that Lin Chen has indeed gone too far. According to the reports we received, at the gathering of prodigies at the Welcome Immortals Pavilion, he actually defeated you in front of all the prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland's southern region? This is an utter disgrace. He clearly does not regard you, or our entire Fong clan, with any respect. That's right. Another elder chimed in, his tone brimming with a sense of shared enmity. This young man has an unusual talent and his strength is unimaginable. Now that he has close ties with those two holy maidens, given time, he will surely become a major threat to our Fong family and to you, the young master. Young master, this boy must not be spared. If you, young master, are unable to act personally due to your noble status, then we old men are willing to take your place. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will eliminate this boy completely to eliminate any future troubles. They were speaking with absolute sincerity. After all, Lin Chen is currently leading the investigation into the demon cultivators. He himself isn't much of a threat, but the problem is that he's accompanied by two holy maidens. They couldn't possibly take him lightly. However, after hearing their bold words, Fong Xian wasn't moved in the slightest. Instead, he looked at them with the same disdainful gaze one might reserve for fools or idiots. You? Fong Xian laughed in anger, his voice filled with endless mockery and contempt. With just you old fools? Did none of you ever use your brains? Fong Xian was speechless. Do you know who is currently by Lin Chen's side? It's Lu Ruyan. It's Ling Jiar. They're both genuine Yuan Lingzhenjuan. You want to act? What do you have to act with? Your rotten brains? Don't even mention you. Even if our two ancestral elders from the Fong clan, who have been in seclusion for years, were to step in personally, they'd barely be able to hold them back. Don't even mention it. Fong Xian's voice trembled slightly with jealousy and resentment as he spoke. That old man Lin Chen has a Qingqiu demon king of the Huatian realm standing behind him. You're just going to go and kill him so brazenly? I'm telling you, when the time comes, it won't just be our little Fong family. I'm afraid the entire Tianfeng city will be completely wiped off the map by those three mad women. Boom! Fong Xian's words swept through the Fong family's main hall like a terrifying storm. All the elders of the Fong family present, including the family head Fong Hai, who had previously seemed so in control. All of them sucked in a cold breath. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Two Yuanling holy maidens were bad enough. But Lin Chen actually had a demon king at the transformation of the spirit realm backing him up? What the hell is going on here? What kind of divine background does he have? This Lin Chen. Who on earth is he? At that moment, they finally understood why their arrogant young master had been repeatedly humiliated by that Lin Chen. With such an unparalleled background and backing, not even Fong Xian could stand a chance. Even if any other saint from a sacred place were to come, they'd probably have to kneel. Fong Xian looked at the elders, who were trembling in fear, and though his heart was filled with frustration and resentment, his expression grew increasingly dark and composed. He knew that confronting him head-on was absolutely impossible. To eliminate Lin Chen, it must be done without leaving a single flaw. And to free the Fong family from their current troubles. Just like before. Just shift the blame. Moments later, Fong Xian looked at Fong Hai, the head of the Fong family, and said in a cold voice, "Father, the plan we discussed earlier can begin. Release all the demon cultivators we've been training. And..." Fong Xian paused, a more ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "As for the Wang family, it's time to move the pawn we've been planting there for years. Have those traitors find a way to cause chaos within the Wang family and secretly spread the simplified version of the blood-sucking demon technique. I will turn the entire Wang family into a true den of demons. When the time comes." Chapter 145, You dare to be so arrogant toward this holy son's family? Fong Xian looked at everyone, his face adorned with a smile brimming with justice and righteousness. "I, Fong Xian, will personally lead the elite warriors of the three great sects to uproot and completely annihilate the Wang family, this demon cultivator stronghold hidden within the righteous path. In doing so, we will not only completely clear our Fong family of suspicion but also seize this opportunity to annex all of the Wang family's assets, greatly enhancing our family's strength. It will also allow this holy son to gain endless fame in the hearts of the people. This matter will be completely settled. Killing three birds with one stone. Perfect." Li family mansion, banquet hall. A joyful luncheon where hosts and guests alike were thoroughly entertained finally came to a close. Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, had spared no effort to extend the highest honors to Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar, three guests whose future could shape the destiny of Tianfeng City. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others had once again confirmed their previous suspicions from Li Changfeng's casual remarks. As they stepped out of the Li family mansion's gates, breathing in the slightly bustling air of Tianfeng City, Lin Chen's face remained calm. He turned to look at the two peerless beauties beside him, who also seemed deep in thought, and asked, "How do the two holy maidens feel? Is there anything unusual about the Li family?" Ling Jiar shook her head first, her adorable childlike face bearing a hint of lingering curiosity. "Nothing. Whether it was the head of the Li family or the other elders and disciples of the Li family, I secretly examined them all using our Yao Qi Xianzong's secret mind-reading technique. There is not a trace of demonic energy on them, and their spiritual energy fluctuations are perfectly normal. They do not appear to have been corrupted by demonic arts." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, her voice cold as she added, "I sensed with the Xianbing law and found no abnormalities either. The entire Li family mansion is filled with the harmonious aura of righteous cultivators, with not a trace of darkness or violence. It seems the Li family is indeed innocent.
Lin Chen listened to the two women's professional analysis and nodded with a smile.
My feelings are the same as yours. My sword intent is most sensitive to evil energies.
If the Li family is truly involved with demonic cultivators, they would not escape my perception. As he spoke, his gaze shifted, and he looked toward another direction in Tianfeng City, at a massive mansion even more grand and imposing than the Li family mansion. A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
Since the Li family is not an issue, then we should pay a proper visit to the Feng family and the Wang family next.
Lin Chen, which family should we visit first?
Ling Jiar asked impatiently.
Lin Chen looked in the direction of the Feng family, a meaningful smile curving his lips.
Of course we should go to the Feng family first.
After all, that is the ancestral home of Prince Feng Xian, the holy son of our Xiantian Xianzong.
Both in terms of etiquette and reason, we should pay them a visit first, shouldn't we?
Lin Chen paused here, then added half-jokingly.
But
I suspect that our visit this time may very well be in vain. After all, I'm a disgraced individual, and I'm bringing two holy maidens with me to pay a visit. I'm afraid the holy son's family won't be too welcoming.
Humph.
He dares.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's fair face instantly turned icy cold.
The matter of the demon cultivators concerns the safety of the entire eastern wasteland southern region. It is a major investigation that our righteous immortal sect must thoroughly look into. Even if the Feng family is the Holy Sun's clan, they must cooperate fully with the investigation. If there is even the slightest hesitation or obstruction, it means they do not regard the sect or the common people of the world as anything. I will report this to the sect master and demand severe punishment.
Exactly.
Ling Jiar, standing beside him, also nodded firmly in agreement, showing her unwavering support for Lu Ruyan. Lin Chen looked at the two holy maidens, united in their hatred and filled with a sense of justice, and couldn't help but smile wryly.
Let us go and see for ourselves.
At the same time, in Tianfeng City, within the Wang family mansion, a secret underground training room. A shrewd-looking core retainer of the Wang family, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the condensation vein realm, respectfully handed a communication jade token encrypted with a special secret technique to several core disciples of the Wang family.
Gentlemen, this is the latest order from the Feng family.
The Wang family disciples took the jade talismans and probed them with their spiritual senses. Moments later, their faces all broke into savage and fervent grins.
Ha 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 ha. Good. Excellent.
The clan leader is indeed wise. He foresaw that the Li family's worthless scum would seek aid from those so-called righteous immortal sects.
A bunch of fools. How could they possibly know that these so-called demon cultivators are just a play directed by our Feng family? The plan can begin.
Distribute this simplified version of the blood-sucking demon technique by any means necessary among the disgruntled and resentful collateral branches of the family. Make sure they sink into depravity and madness in the shortest possible time. The core manager nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing with a cold, sinister light.
He was the highest-ranking core trader the Feng family had infiltrated into the Wang family. Meanwhile, on the other side,
within the main hall of the Feng family, Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family, upon receiving the secret message from the spy stating that the plan has begun smoothly, also revealed a smug, savage grin on his face. He turned his head and nodded to Feng Xian, who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, his expression cold. Feng Xian, seeing the situation, flashed a sharp gleam in his dark, piercing eyes.
Everything is ready.
All that was needed was the east wind.
However, just then, a guard from the Feng family rushed into the hall from outside.
Master!
Young master!
Lin Chen of the Xiantian Xianzong and the two holy maidens have come to pay a visit.
They've arrived?
Feng Hai sneered upon hearing this, then his face grew even colder and more sinister. Upon hearing the news, the curve of Feng Xian's lips grew even more cruel and satisfied.
As expected, Feng Xian slowly stood up from his seat, straightening the black gold dragon-patterned robe that symbolized supreme honor.
He looked at Feng Hai and said in a cold voice,
"Let's go, father.
Those disgusting creatures have arrived.
I should go out and give them a proper welcome."
The Feng family mansion. Standing before the imposing, majestic red lacquered gates, Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar waited in silence. However, after waiting for a long time, the tightly closed gate showed no signs of opening. Just as Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar furrowed their brows slightly, their faces betraying a hint of displeasure, and were about to step forward to knock on the door, a familiar voice, filled with endless arrogance, contempt, and icy mockery, suddenly rang out like a thunderclap from deep within the mansion.
Ha ha ha! This is the ancestral mansion of this holy sun. Lin Chen, you dare to be so bold as to come here to spy? What? Do you really think that even this holy sun is one of those so-called demon cultivators? Chapter 146, My family has its own investigations. We fear no gossip.
At the entrance of the Feng family mansion, the atmosphere had frozen to a standstill.
Feng Xian's words were filled with unhidden threats and twisted accusations.
He directly placed Lin Chen in an awkward position of making unreasonable demands and defying one's superiors. If Lin Chen and his group showed even the slightest sign of retreat now, it would be equivalent to acknowledging Fang Xian's claims, not only rendering their mission fruitless but also leaving them morally inferior. What a clever move, striking first to gain the upper hand and then turning the tables. However, after hearing his words, Lin Chen showed no sign of panic on his face. Instead, a smile filled with amusement appeared on his face. Before Lin Chen could speak, the stunningly beautiful face of Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, was already covered in a frosty expression. Fang Xian. Lu Ruyan's voice was icy cold, filled with an authority that brooked no argument, as she responded loudly toward the depths of the mansion. We have been sent by the sect to investigate the whereabouts of demon cultivators in Tianfeng City. This matter concerns the safety of the entire Eastern Wasteland southern region. We are merely carrying out our duties, paying a visit, and inquiring about the situation. As the holy son of the Xintian Xianzong, not only do you refuse to cooperate, but you dare to stir up trouble here. What do you think you're doing? What are your true intentions? Lu Ruyan's words were like pearls on a string, each one carrying weight. She directly threw back the accusation of insubordination that Fang Xian had hurled at her, unchanged. Just then, squeak! The tightly closed red lacquered gate of the Fang family finally creaked open. There stood Fang Xian, clad in his black gold dragon-patterned robe symbolizing supreme honor, wearing a gentle smile. Surrounded by the elders and elite disciples of the Fang family, he emerged from the mansion at a leisurely pace, like a king on a procession. He first cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, whose face was as cold as ice, a fleeting glimpse of malice flashing in his eyes. He then turned his disdainful and appraising gaze toward Lin Chen. Ah, Sister Lu Ruyan, you're too kind. Fang Xian wore a false smile on his face and said with a laugh. As the Holy Son, how could I possibly be the one obstructing the sect's investigation? But Fang Xian changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming righteous. After all, this is the residence of the Fang family, my ancestral home. Now the three of you have come here in such a commotion, acting as if you're here to search the place. If this were to get out, wouldn't people think that the Fang family is really involved in some unspeakable dealings with that demon cultivator? This not only concerns the centuries-old reputation of the Fang family, but also the honor of Fang Xian and the entire Xintian Xianzong. Fang Xian paused here, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, his voice calm yet filled with an unyielding authority. Therefore, there is no need for the three of you to investigate further. The Fang family will handle the investigation personally. As the holy son of the Xintian Xianzong and the future paragon of the righteous path, how could I possibly allow my own clan members to practice such despicable demonic arts? Fang Xian's words were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. He positioned himself on the moral high ground of putting the greater good before personal interests and upholding the prestige of the sect. He had completely blocked all paths for Lin Chen and the others to enter the Fang family for investigation. However, just as Fang Xian was gloating over his flawless rhetoric, Lin Chen, who had remained silent all along, suddenly smiled. Lin Chen looked at Fang Xian, his deep eyes filled with unhidden mockery. Poof! Lin Chen chuckled softly before speaking slowly. Fang Xian, the holy son, does indeed have a point. But, looking at Fang Xian, Lin Chen's tone grew playful. You're going to investigate your own clan? And then you'll announce to the sect and to the world that your Fang family is innocent? Fang Xian Xingzi. Do you think this explanation will hold up? Would the world believe it? Or perhaps. Lin Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. By doing this, aren't you afraid of inviting even more criticism? Or are you trying to hide something? Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, Fang Xian's handsome face froze instantly. His expression darkened, and he glared at Lin Chen with intense murderous intent in his eyes. This damned old man. With just one sentence, he had exposed the fatal flaw in his entire argument. That's right. He investigated his own family and then declared them innocent? This is nothing but a blatant attempt to cover up the truth. In the end, not only will he fail to clear his name, but he'll only confirm the suspicion that he's guilty. Everyone will believe that the Fang family is indeed involved with the demon cult. It will also make people think that Fang Xian is using his status as the holy son to protect his family. What a clever Lin Chen! What a sharp tongue you have! Fang Xian sneered inwardly. But alas, he had already made preparations. A moment later, Fang Xian pretended to have made a decision. After all, those clan members who had cultivated demonic arts had already been ordered by him to hide themselves away. Meanwhile, the scapegoat plan on the Wang family's side had already begun. Even if they went in to search now, they would absolutely never find anything useful. This way, not only can you demonstrate your integrity, but you can also humiliate them thoroughly once they come up empty-handed. Thinking of this, Fang Xian's face once again broke into that gentle and scholarly smile. Then, under Lin Chen's slightly surprised gaze, Fang Xian nodded in agreement. Ah, Lin Chen, you speak wisely. It was this holy son who failed to consider the matter thoroughly. Fang Xian first graciously admitted his mistake. Then he turned sideways, gestured toward Lin Chen and the others, and made a gesture of invitation, but his face bore a hint of condescending mockery.
Since that is the case, please go ahead. My family's residence is at your disposal today. Feel free to search as you please. However,
Fang Xian changed the subject abruptly, his tone turning icy and filled with warning. If the three of you are unable to uncover the truth while in my family's territory, then, in the future, I hope Lin Chen, my junior brother, will behave yourself within the sect and refrain from such arrogance. Otherwise, if there is another incident and you dare to question this Holy Sun's family without evidence, then don't blame this Holy Sun for not sparing you out of consideration for our fellow disciples. After speaking, Fang Xian no longer paid attention to the three of them, turning around and leading the other Fang family elders, all wearing cold smiles, into the mansion. It was as if they were waiting to watch a play that was destined to fail.
Chapter 147, The Strange Absence of Abnormalities. A timely message. Inside the Fang family mansion,
the atmosphere was oppressive, filled with invisible clashes.
Under Fang Xian's invitation, which was filled with magnanimity and mockery, Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar finally stepped into this place that could be described as a den of dragons and tigers, the ancestral home of the Saint Sun. Fang Hai, the head of the Fang family, and a group of core elders, all wore enthusiastic smiles as they personally escorted them. But beneath those smiles lay hidden icy intent and a look of anticipation. They were eager to see what these three arrogant fools, who knew nothing of the world, could uncover in their meticulously prepared ancestral home. In response,
Lin Chen paid no heed. He strolled through the Fang family mansion at his own pace, as if inspecting his own backyard, guided by Fang Hai, the head of the Fang family. His terrifying Gengjin sword intent, which had already reached near perfection, spread out like an invisible tide, silently and without a sound, penetrating every inch of land, every brick and stone, every pavilion and tower,
carefully searching for any trace of demonic energy. At the same time, Lin Chen's companions, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, were also busy.
In Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes, ice blue runes swirled, and a vast divine consciousness unique to a Yuanling true lord, infused with the laws of Xianbing, enveloped the entire Fang family mansion like a celestial net. Meanwhile, Ling Jiar appeared innocent and carefree, looking around here and there, but deep within her large, dark eyes shimmered an odd, mystical light. The Yao Qi Xianzong's secret technique, mind reading, had already been pushed to its absolute limit by her. Any being harboring ulterior motives or whose soul had been tainted by evil energies would be exposed before her.
The three of them acted simultaneously.
It could be said that even a mosquito that had cultivated demonic arts, hiding in the outhouse of the Fang family, would not escape their comprehensive, land, sea, and air three-pronged joint investigation. However, after a stick of incense had burned, after the three of them had thoroughly searched every corner of the Fang family mansion, from the master's bedroom to the dungeon and outhouse, the result left Lin Chen and the others with furrowed brows.
Nothing. Nothing at all. The entire Fang family mansion, from top to bottom, with thousands of people, showed not the slightest sign of anything unusual. Not even a trace of demonic energy. Not even the slightest hint of evil or violent aura could be detected. All the members of the Fang family, whether it be the fluctuations of their divine souls or the circulation of their vital energy, appear perfectly normal. It was as if they were truly a pure and righteous cultivating family of the righteous path. Interesting. Lin Chen smiled inwardly. After the three reunited, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar both looked at Lin Chen with expressions filled with confusion. They exchanged glances, and both saw a hint of gravity and strangeness in each other's eyes. Too clean. It was simply too clean. And utterly serene. It was downright eerie. Lin Chen secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar with a smile. It seems that Fang Xian and the Fang family have indeed made thorough preparations to welcome our arrival. Meanwhile, Fang Xian and Fang Hai, the head of the Fang family, watched the three of them with expressions of having found nothing, and even Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar looked a bit confused. Inside, they were overjoyed. But on the surface, they maintained their hospitable demeanor. Haha, gentlemen. Fang Hai looked at Lin Chen with a kind smile on his face. Have you discovered any clues about the demon cultivators while at the Fang family estate? Fang Hai's words were filled with sarcasm. However, just as Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar both frowned coldly, preparing to speak up and retaliate. At the most opportune moment, and even more dramatic, a scene unfolded. A young disciple of the Fang family suddenly rushed into the hall with a panicked expression and sweat pouring down his face. He didn't even bother to bow before directly addressing Fang Xian and Fang Hai in an excited tone. Master of the clan. Young master. Young master, regarding the investigation you ordered into the matter of the demon cultivators, there has been a major discovery. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Chen and the others with the corner of his eyes filled with mockery. Oh? Fang Xian, upon hearing this, feigned a look of just-in-time surprise and hurriedly asked, What have you discovered? Speak quickly. The disciple swallowed hard, then spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly, revealing a shocking revelation. It's the Li family. Our men just discovered traces of demon cultivators inside the Li family's mansion. There are demon cultivators within the Li family's residence. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, whose faces were already filled with solemnity, were instantly overcome with astonishment. The Li family? How could it be the Li family? They had just come out of the Li family estate and had thoroughly searched the place. There was no sign of anything unusual at all. What on earth is going on? When Lin Chen heard the news, a look of surprise flashed across his face. However, his deep eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile that only he could understand. Here it comes. Finally, it's here. This play has finally reached its climax. They had just arrived at the Fong family to investigate. And the Fong family immediately uncovered intelligence that the Li family has a demon cultivator? The timing is just too damn perfect. It's almost as if it was rehearsed beforehand. And just then, Fong Xian Xingzi, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, finally spoke again. First, Fong Xian gave Lin Chen a look that said, "I knew it," then turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, filled with sympathy and pity. Fong Xian shook his head and spoke slowly in a tone filled with earnest advice and the wisdom of an elder. "Ah, my two junior sisters. I told you so long ago. Investigating demon cultivators is no trivial matter. You're still too young and too easily swayed by others." Fong Xian paused for a moment, then changed the subject, his tone brimming with unhidden contempt and mockery toward Lin Chen. "So, from now on, you should listen more to the advice of your elders and senior disciples. Above all, don't get too close to those who have no real abilities and only seek to attract attention. Lest you be dragged down by them, lowering your own status and perspective, and end up with no real abilities yourself." Although Fong Xian didn't name names, everyone present could hear the underlying meaning. He was clearly referring to Lin Chen. He was mocking Lin Chen, calling him a good-for-nothing. "You, Fong Xian." Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar heard this and their faces immediately turned angry. They were about to scold Fong Xian. But Fong Xian didn't give them the chance. Only to see Fong Xian turn to the disciple who had come to report, wave his hand dismissively, and impatiently shout aloud. "What are you still standing there for? Immediately, take this holy son to the Li family. I'll see for myself what secrets the Li family is hiding those demons and monsters." After speaking, Fong Xian prepared to set off immediately to apprehend the culprits. However, just as he was about to step out of the hall, a calm voice suddenly rang out. "Wait a moment." It was Lin Chen who spoke. Lin Chen slowly stepped forward, raised his hand to stop Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, who were about to act, then looked at Fong Xian with a smile full of goodwill. "Since senior brother Fong Xian has discovered the traces of the demon cultivator, then let us go take a look together." Chapter 148, Not the Li family. The demon cultivator escapes to the Wang family. The Fong family mansion. Fong Xian looked at Lin Chen and smiled warmly. That smile made Fong Xian's heart sink, and an uneasy premonition arose within him. But in the end, Fong Xian said nothing. He nodded. His figure moved. He headed straight for the Li family. Moments later, at the gates of the Li family mansion in Tianfeng City, when Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, and Li Wan'er heard that the holy son and holy daughter of the Xintian immortal sect, along with the holy daughter of the Yaoqi immortal sect, had arrived, and that Lin Chen had returned with a group of experts from the Fong family, all of them looking fierce and imposing, they were both taken aback. The father and daughter both felt a bit puzzled. They dared not show the slightest disrespect and hurriedly stepped out from the mansion to greet them. Fong Xian, the holy son. Lu Xingnu. Ling Xingnu. Lin Gongzi. Li Changfeng forced a respectful smile and cautiously asked, "May I ask why the three honored guests have returned? Was there anything lacking in our hospitality earlier? And the holy son of Fong Xian has also arrived." Li Wan'er's face also changed slightly. She looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. However, Fong Xian completely ignored Li Changfeng's polite formalities. Fong Xian looked down on Li Changfeng from above, his voice as cold as ice from the depths of hell, saying coldly, "Li Changfeng, at this point, do you still dare to put on a show in front of this holy son? I ask you, has your Li family been harboring demon cultivators? Tell me, why are we here?" Boom! At those words, it was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Li Changfeng and Li Wan'er, father and daughter, turned pale in an instant. What? Demon cultivator? This is impossible. Li Changfeng's eyes widened in shock, his face betraying his disbelief. He pointed to the heavens and swore with an extremely confident tone, "Fong Xian, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. The Li family is a noble and upright cultivating family. How could we possibly associate with those depraved demon cultivators? Moreover, just a few days ago, our clan Li Jiani was brutally killed by those demon cultivators. This is a blood feud. The Li family and those demon cultivators are sworn enemies. How could we possibly harbor them?" Li Changfeng spoke these words with tears streaming down his face. His words were heartfelt. It was easy to believe, and it was the truth. However, Fang Xian listened to the end and revealed an even colder, mocking smile on his face. Why not? Fang Xian looked at Li Changfeng and spoke slowly and sarcastically, uttering words that sent a chill down the spines of both Li Changfeng and his daughter. Perhaps it was the Li family who deliberately staged this ploy, intentionally letting those demon cultivators attack your own people. Even going so far as to let your own prodigy be killed by those demon cultivators. The purpose was to divert attention and clear yourselves of suspicion. What a clever move, cutting off your own arm to save your life, shedding your skin like a cicada. Li family head, what I'm saying is correct, isn't it? You. Li Changfeng heard these blatant lies and shameless slanders, and he was so enraged that his body trembled and his face turned ashen. He pointed at Fang Xian, unable to utter a single word. He finally understood. This Fang Xian was determined today to forcefully pin the stain of demonic cultivation on the Li family. What was going on? His Li family had never offended this holy son, had they? Just as Li Changfeng was furious and desperate, unable to defend himself, he instinctively turned his pleading gaze toward Lin Chen, who had remained calm and composed throughout, as if watching a play. Lin Gongzi. Lu Xingnu. Ling Xingnu. You just came to our Li family to investigate not long ago. Whether my Li family is innocent or guilty, you know the truth better than anyone. I implore the three of you to speak on our behalf. Lin Chen looked at Li Changfeng's pleading and desperate eyes, smiled inwardly, stepped forward, and waved his hand at Li Changfeng, signaling him to calm down. Then Lin Chen turned his gaze toward Fang Xian and said indifferently, Senior brother Fang Xian, since you claim that there are demon cultivators hiding within the Li family, then do you have any evidence? Or perhaps... Lin Chen paused, his tone growing playful. May I ask senior brother to point out this so-called demon cultivator so that we can all confirm it? However, just as Lin Chen finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A bizarre afterimage, moving at an unimaginable speed and shrouded in thick demonic energy, suddenly erupted from a corner deep within the Li family mansion, shooting straight into the sky. The pure yet brutal and bloodthirsty demonic energy was utterly terrifying. It seemed to be confirming Fang Xian's earlier accusation. What? This sudden turn of events. It left everyone present completely speechless. The Li family members were no exception, every single one of them was speechless, their faces betraying their utter disbelief. Really? There really are demon cultivators? And he's been hiding among us all this time? What on earth is going on? Even Lin Chen, upon seeing that figure shrouded in surging demonic energy, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth curled into an even colder smile. Wow! This play is really played out to the last detail. They actually arranged for a demon cultivator to be hiding in the Li family? To frame the Li family, the Fang family really will stop at nothing. And that demon cultivator's afterimage, after soaring into the sky, didn't linger for a moment, but instead turned into a black streak of light and fled madly toward the Wang family mansion in the distance. Demon, where do you think you're escaping to? Just then, Fang Xian finally waited for his moment to shine. A flash of determination gleamed in Fang Xian's eyes as he adopted a righteous expression, letting out a roar filled with boundless righteousness and overwhelming anger. The sound echoed like rolling thunder, instantly filling the entire Tianfeng city. The demon cultivator has appeared. Follow me and pursue him at once. Fang Xian's shout was powerful and resonant, as if he feared that no cultivator in the entire Tianfeng city could hear him. Sure enough, with his thunderous shout, the entire Tianfeng city was instantly stirred into action. Countless powerful divine senses swept out from every corner of the city, searching for the source. When they saw the figure shrouded in demonic energy soaring into the sky, and the Fang Xian holy son charging after it without regard for his own life, countless cultivators let out cries of shock. It's a demon cultivator. It's really a demon cultivator. Look, the Fang Xian holy son is chasing after him. No wonder he's the holy son. Well done. In the chase and escape, the demon cultivator and Fang Xian's figures vanished from Lin Chen and the other's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Li Changfeng, the head of the Li family, and Li Wan'er, both pale-faced and unable to believe what they had seen. Lin Chen, what should we do? Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, who had been startled for a moment, both turned their gaze toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the two figures that had already vanished into the sky, a playful smile curving his lips. What should we do? Of course we'll follow them and keep watching the show. Chapter 149. Fang Xian crushes the Wang family with overwhelming power. An unexpected turn of events. Above Tianfeng City, one pursued, one fled. Two streaks of light sliced through the sky. The dark figure ahead, shrouded in thick demonic energy, was frantically fleeing toward the Wang family mansion. Behind him, Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect, stood with a righteous aura, his feet bathed in golden light, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Fang Xian gazed at the demonic figure ahead, a cold and triumphant smile curving his lips. Ha ha! Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Fang Xian sneered coldly in his heart. You may have calculated everything, but you never imagined that this so-called demon cultivator was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated performance prepared by this holy son for you, and for that recklessly family. That's right. Everything was part of his plan. First, he had the demon cultivator controlled by the Fang family deliberately appear at the Li family mansion, temporarily shifting all suspicion onto the Li family. Then, he had him flee in panic to the Wang family in front of everyone. In this way, he could successfully shift all the blame onto the Li and Wang families. At that point, the Wang family would be unable to defend themselves, and Fang Xian could then act under the pretext of eradicating the demon cultivators to uproot them completely, allowing the Fang family to seize all of the Wang family's assets and resources in one fell swoop. While the Li family may temporarily clear their name. But after such turmoil, they would inevitably be severely weakened, their reputation tarnished, and they would no longer be able to stand up to the Fang family. As for the Fang family, not only will they remain completely behind the scenes in this incident, but they will also use this opportunity to gain endless prestige and the support of the people. A single family dominating all. Absolutely perfect. Fang Xian grew increasingly delighted as he thought about it. He could already envision a future where the entire Tianfeng city would become the Fang family's domain. And he, Fang Xian, would become the unparalleled hero who saved the entire Tianfeng city. Soon. As the demon cultivator fled in panic, and Fang Xian pursued him with perfect timing. The two of them, one in front and one behind, finally arrived above the Wang family mansion. At that moment, the entire Tianfeng city had already been completely stirred by Fang Xian's earlier earth-shaking roar, and countless cultivators rushed out of their caves and residences, looking up at the sky. When they saw that figure shrouded in demonic energy plunge headfirst into the Wang family mansion, everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. That demon cultivator, he actually fled into the Wang family? Holy crap! Could it be? Could this demon cultivator who's been causing trouble in the region actually be from the Wang family? Ugh! Now that you mention it, it's actually possible. Have you forgotten how arrogant and tyrannical the Wang family has been, committing every imaginable evil? They could easily do something like this. That's right. Especially that Wang family's eldest son, Wang Haiba. He's the scum of the earth. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The Wang family is definitely no good. In an instant, public opinion completely shifted to one side. All the cultivators of Tianfeng City glared at the Wang family mansion with eyes filled with anger and hatred. Suddenly, voices echoed through the air. Fang Xian, the holy son, the Wang family deserves to die. Let us destroy them today. That's right. Please, holy son, take action to punish the Wang family, exterminate those remaining demon cultivators, and restore peace and order to Tianfeng City. Fang Xian listened to the thunderous pleas from below, his face radiating righteousness. He slowly turned to face all the cultivators of Tianfeng City and spoke aloud. Everyone, please remain calm. Exterminating demon cultivators is the sacred duty of all righteous cultivators, a responsibility that falls upon every one of us. This holy son never imagined that the Wang family would dare to act so brazenly and join forces with the demon cultivators. Since that is the case, Fang Xian paused here, his voice filled with boundless authority and a chilling intent to kill. Today, I, Fang Xian, speak on behalf of the Xintian immortal sect. To completely annihilate the Wang clan. Eradicate the demon cultivators. At that very moment, the Wang family had already been startled by the earth-shaking commotion outside. The head of the Wang family, a middle-aged man in a brocaded robe, looking rather imposing with a face bearing the aura of a ruthless leader, Wang Xiaotian, was leading a group of family elders and elite disciples, rushing out of the mansion with expressions of shock and confusion on their faces. When he heard the angry discussions and accusations coming from the cultivators around him, Wang Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. What? Demon cultivators? Our Wang family? Wang Xiaotian looked up at Fang Xian, who stood in mid-air with a righteous expression, as if ready to pass judgment, and hurriedly defended himself. Fang Xian, the holy son. There must be some misunderstanding here. How could there possibly be a demon cultivator in our Wang family? However, Fang Xian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. Oh? Is there any? Why don't I just take a look myself? After saying that, Fang Xian flipped his hand. A special magical artifact, ancient and mysterious, resembling a compass, appeared in his hand. The demon detecting disc. A mystical artifact specifically designed to detect demonic energy. Exactly the artifact he had prepared in advance. For this very moment, Fang Xian infused a thread of his true essence into the demon detecting disc. The demon detecting disc burst into brilliant light. A formless beam of divine light, filled with purifying power, erupted from the disc, sweeping out like a radar scan, completely enveloping the entire Wang family mansion. Immediately afterward, under the stunned and horrified gazes of everyone present, boom, boom, boom,
Pure demonic energy filled with savagery and bloodlust surged skyward from multiple directions within the Wang family mansion.
Although the demonic energy quickly dissipated without a trace. But every cultivator present saw it clearly with their own eyes. Goodness gracious, there really is demonic energy. And not just one. The Wang family. The Wang family is actually a den of demons. This time, the evidence was irrefutable. The Wang family can no longer defend themselves. No, it's impossible. This can't be true.
Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family, looked at the demonic energy rising skyward within his own mansion and panicked completely. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief. Wang Xiaotian pointed in the direction of the demonic energy explosions and roared. How is this possible? How could there be demon cultivators in the Wang family? Who is responsible? Who did this? However, what no one, including himself, could have ever imagined happened. Just as Wang Xiaotian lost control of his emotions due to extreme anger and fear, causing his true energy to surge wildly. Boom! A surge of blood-red demonic energy, just as pure and even more concentrated and savage than the previous ones, erupted. Surprisingly, it erupted violently from his own body. What? Wang Xiaotian felt the uncontrollable surge of evil power erupting within him, completely stunned. He lowered his head to look at his own hands, which were constantly emitting crimson demonic energy, his face filled with endless terror and horror. Then he suddenly seemed to remember something. He recalled the mysterious ancient martial art technique he had heard of a few days earlier, said to be able to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. It's that technique. Wang Xiaotian abruptly raised his head, glaring at Feng Xian in mid-air with an expression of disbelief, his eyes fixed on the demonic grin on Feng Xian's face. Chapter 150, The Wang Clan's Downfall. Tianfeng City in upheaval. Above the Wang family mansion, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family, felt the uncontrollable surge of demonic blood-red energy erupting within his body. He looked up at Feng Xian in the sky, who was staring back at him with a demonic grin. Instantly, he understood everything. I've been framed. I'm being framed. Wang Xiaotian, overcome with panic, charged toward Feng Xian, letting out a hysterical roar. However, Feng Xian, seeing Wang Xiaotian's desperate struggle, wore an expression filled with pity and deep sorrow. Feng Xian shook his head slowly, addressing both Wang Xiaotian and the cultivators of Tianfeng City, and declared in a loud voice. Wang Xiaotian. At this point, the evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? Wang Xiaotian wanted to refute, to prove his innocence. But Feng Xian wouldn't give him another chance to explain. Demon! Die! A cold gleam flashed in Feng Xian's eyes, and he hesitated no longer. He intended to kill and silence him. Boom! A terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of the Golden Core realm erupted violently. Feng Xian's figure transformed into a dazzling golden light, descending like a celestial being, carrying the might of thunder and lightning, and crashed down upon Wang Xiaotian, who was already in complete disarray. Not far away, Lin Chen watched the scene unfolding before him, a grand spectacle orchestrated and performed by Feng Xian himself. His deep eyes flickered with a hint of understanding and faint derision. What a clever move, the thief cries out for help. What a clever move, using someone else's knife to kill. What a clever move to escape responsibility. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already figured out Feng Xian's entire plan with near-perfect accuracy. This guy first used the demon cultivators cultivated by the Feng family to secretly infiltrate the Li family, diverting everyone's attention toward the Li family. Then, at the perfect moment, he staged a show of demon cultivators appearing at the Li family mansion. Finally, he shifted the blame onto the Wang family, who had already been secretly infiltrated by him. Even the family head had been outmaneuvered. In this way, Feng Xian could then act with complete justification, using the pretext of eradicating demon cultivators to uproot the Wang family, his sworn enemy, from its roots. While the Li family may temporarily clear their name, their reputation will be severely damaged by this upheaval, leaving them too weakened to ever challenge the Feng family again. In the end, the entire Tianfeng city would become a fiefdom under the Feng family's control. What a cunning move! Lin Chen couldn't help but secretly admire Feng Xian's cunning. This man, who had become the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong, was indeed no pushover. This depth of calculation and strategic thinking truly has the makings of a great leader. However, it's a pity. All of these schemes and plots have already been completely uncovered by me. Well, so be it. The Wang family has never been a decent clan, bullying men and women, committing every kind of evil deed. Today, I will use Feng Xian as my tool to eliminate them completely. It's only fair to rid the people of this menace. As for the remaining members of the Feng family, once we've dealt with the Wang family, we'll have plenty of time to play with them later. Lin Chen, what is going on here? Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, standing beside him, watched the dramatic scene unfold before them, their pretty faces filled with confusion and gravity. They were both intelligent and sharp-witted, and naturally sensed that something was amiss about this situation.
Should we intervene? Ling Jiar asked with a touch of worry. Lin Chen shook his head upon hearing this, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. It's fine. Let him make the first move. We'll just sit here quietly and watch the show. We'll see what happens later. Lin Chen was eager to see just how the performance of this Fang Xian holy son would be. The center of the battlefield. Facing Fang Xian, who descended like a celestial being, carrying boundless killing intent and bearing down on them. Wang Xiaotian, though his heart was already shattered with fear, unleashed his primal instinct for survival. Fang Xian, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Xiaotian roared, and the uncontrollable crimson demonic energy within him mixed with his own true essence, transforming into a violent energy torrent that surged toward Fang Xian. However, in the face of such an overwhelming power disparity, any struggle was futile. Xuantiandi Dragon Fist. Fang Xian's eyes were filled with contempt and coldness. He struck out with a single punch. A golden dragon-shaped fist aura roared forth. Carrying a regal and domineering aura, it seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. This was one of the Xiantian immortal sect's signature divine techniques. Its power had long surpassed the Earth-grade realm, reaching the lower tier of the Heaven-grade realm. Boom! The golden imperial dragon and the blood-red demonic energy collided violently in mid-air. There was no doubt about the outcome. Wang Xiaotian's hastily unleashed attack was as fragile as paper, completely torn apart by the golden imperial dragon's fist aura. Immediately afterward, the fist's momentum didn't slow down, slamming into Wang Xiaotian's chest with full force. Put! Wang Xiaotian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward like a. The Wang family's main gate collapsed instantly. Wang Xiaotian lay motionless in the rubble, his life force draining away as swiftly as a receding tide. One punch. Just one punch. He, the ruler of the Wang family who had ruled with an iron fist in Tianfeng City for hundreds of years. A late-stage golden core cultivator. When facing Fang Xian, he couldn't even put up a proper fight. He was instantly crushed by Fang Xian with the force of a thunderous blow. Instantly obliterated. SSSHH. The surrounding cultivators who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their faces were filled with shock and awe. Too powerful. Is this the true power of the Holy Sun? A single punch to instantly kill a late-stage golden core cultivator? No wonder he's the Holy Son of the Xiantian Xianzone. Master of the clan. Let us fight him to the death. Avenge the clan leader. The elderly clan members and disciples of the Wang family who had followed Wang Xiaotian out rushed toward Fang Xian with bloodshot eyes, as if possessed, after witnessing the brutal death of their clan leader. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the bright moon? Fang Xian sneered coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. His figure flickered, and like a tiger among sheep, he charged directly into the crowd of Wang family members. Xiantian's Great Hand Seal. Purple Xiao Divine Thunder. Various signature techniques of the Xiantian immortal sect were effortlessly unleashed by him. Each strike inevitably claimed the lives of several members of the Wang family. In an instant, screams and wails echoed throughout the entire Wang family mansion. Blood flowed like a river. Bodies littered the ground. Just as the Wang family's resistance was about to be completely crushed. Suddenly, a roar filled with endless old age and overwhelming anger erupted from the deepest depths of the Wang family mansion. Who dares to act so brazenly in the Wang family's domain? Boom! A terrifying aura surpassing the Golden Core realm, filled with supreme authority, erupted from the Yuan infant realm. It swept out like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. It was the Wang family's ancestral elder. A genuine Yuanling realm expert of the first rank. However, upon sensing this Yuan infant aura, Fang Xian's face showed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he wore a mocking expression. A mere first-tier Yuan infant. Humph. Old man. Finally decided to show yourself? Perfect. I'll use your Yuan infant to prove my worth as the Holy Sun. Fang Xian roared, not only refusing to retreat but charging forward instead. A legendary battle between a golden core cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator that shook the entire Tianfeng city to its core. It erupted suddenly. In the end, after sacrificing several protective treasures and sustaining some minor injuries, Fang Xian, relying on his bottomless reserves and the terrifying power of several heaven-grade divine techniques, he ruthlessly slew the once invincible Yuanling ancestor of the Wang clan in broad daylight. This time, all the cultivators watching the battle were completely stunned. They stared at Fang Xian, who was suspended mid-air, radiating boundless divine might, with eyes filled with awe and wonder, as if they were witnessing a divine being or a monster. Their minds were consumed by a single thought. Fang Xian, the Holy Sun. He's too strong. Chapter 151, Truly the Holy Son of Fang Xian. Above the Wang family mansion. The smell of blood mingled with the scent of dust. Fang Xian stands tall, though his breath is slightly disordered, his eyes brim with endless arrogance and a gaze that scorns the world. Golden core reversing the nascent soul.
This battle alone was enough to make Fang Xian's name resound once more throughout the entire eastern wasteland southern region. Fang Xian felt the countless gazes below, filled with awe, admiration, and even fanaticism. The resentment and anger he had felt because of Lin Chen finally dissipated by more than half. This is how it should be. This is how he, Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong, should be treated. He, Fang Xian, is the sole protagonist of this world. A few breaths later. Boom! As hundreds of feet-long handprints descended, the Wang family mansion was completely reduced to ruins, and every single member of the Wang family, numbering thousands, perished without exception, utterly annihilated. After completing all this, Fang Xian took another deep breath, his face adorned with a righteous expression of compassion for all beings. He then addressed all the cultivators of Tianfeng City below, announcing in a loud voice. Everyone! The Wang family, this cancerous tumor that colluded with demon cultivators and brought disaster to the region, has been completely eradicated by this holy sun today. But Fang Xian changed his tone, his voice growing solemn. The demon cultivators who fled from the Li family earlier, are there any accomplices still at large? Is the Li family truly innocent? And within the Tianfeng Mountains, are there any remaining demon cultivators still hiding? All of this remains unknown. For the lasting peace and prosperity of Tianfeng City, to completely eradicate the menace of demonic cultivators, this holy sun has decided. I will personally station myself here for half a month. I will lead the disciples of the Xiantian Xianzong sect to conduct a thorough purge of the entire Tianfeng City region. Until every last demon cultivator is eradicated, I swear I will not return to the sect. Boom! Fang Xian's declaration thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all the cultivators of Tianfeng City. Instantly, it ignited the passion of all the cultivators present. The Holy Sun is mighty. Truly the Holy Sun of the Xiantian Immortal sect, he cares for the world, has a sense of responsibility, and possesses great courage. Indeed, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun not only possesses unparalleled strength but also a heart as pure and noble as the heavens. He truly is a model for us all. With the Holy Sun stationed in Tianfeng City, we can rest easy. Cheers and praises echoed through the heavens like a mountain roar and a sea surge. At that moment, Fang Xian's reputation among all the cultivators in Tianfeng City reached an unprecedented peak. They looked at Fang Xian with eyes filled with endless passion and admiration. A single individual had annihilated the Wang clan, once one of the three great families of Tianfeng City. Such power. It was simply demonic. What's more, this was achieved before the other two holy maidens and the holy son of Qingyun's sect had even made any significant moves. Fang Xian had already acted swiftly and decisively to eliminate the Wang family, this den of evil. Such resolve. Such efficiency. When compared side by side, the difference is clear. In their eyes, this holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top prodigies of the Dongguang region. Having completed all this, Fang Xian finally felt satisfied and turned his gaze back to the three of Lin Chen, who had been watching the entire scene as if they were at a play. A faint smile curled the corners of Fang Xian's lips. Then, Fang Xian approached Lin Chen and the others. Looking at Lin Chen with a concerned and instructive expression, he said, "Lin Chen, my junior brother, now that matters here are settled, this holy son shall take his leave first." "Oh, right." Fang Xian paused here, then glanced meaningfully in the direction of the Li family. The matter involving the Li family is still shrouded in mystery. I entrust you, my junior brother, to keep a close eye on it. Make sure nothing else escapes from there. Fang Xian's words were filled with sarcasm and a condescending tone. It was as though he were the one in charge, making all the decisions. And Lin Chen was nothing more than a minor player. With that said, Fang Xian didn't linger, departing proudly under the admiring and reverent gazes of the crowd of cultivators. Lin Chen watched Fang Xian's departing figure, but only smiled faintly. Watching him? Of course. I will certainly keep a close eye on things. But not at the Li family. But your Fang family. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and several hours had passed. The shocking news of Fang Xian, the Holy Sun, striking with thunderous force, overwhelmingly annihilating the demon's Den Wang clan, and even slaying a Yuanling ancestor in dire straits, had already spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Tianfeng City. Countless cultivators were utterly awed by Fang Xian's power. No wonder he's the Fang Xian Holy Sun. He's truly too powerful. Defeating a Yuanling elder while still at the Jindan stage, such a feat is truly awe-inspiring. That's right. With him protecting Tianfeng City, we're finally safe. Just as everyone's admiration for Fang Xian reached its peak, another rumor about an incident that occurred a few days ago at the Tianjiao gathering in the Yingzhan Pavilion was once again brought up by those eager for gossip. Hey, have you heard about that rumor from a few days ago? Is it true or false? Which rumor? The one about that 100-year-old prodigy from the Xiantian Xianzong named Lin Chen, who supposedly defeated Fang Xian's disciple at the gathering despite being of the same cultivation level. Pfft, what nonsense are you talking about? That's impossible.
As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew the attention of those around them, who mocked and refuted them without mercy. Exactly. Don't you see how overwhelmingly powerful the Fangxian Holy Sun demonstrated today? He's capable of directly slaying a Yuanling stage cultivator. Exactly. Even at the same cultivation level, the Fangxian Holy Sun is an unbeatable existence. That Lin Chen may be an anomaly, but in the presence of the true prodigy like the Holy Sun, he's not even worthy of tying his shoes. I think those rumors are completely fabricated. They're just lies made up by certain people to suppress the Holy Sun Fangxian. In an instant, public opinion underwent a stunning reversal. Those cultivators who had previously felt awe and shock at Lin Chen's strength. Now, after witnessing Fangxian's even more astonishing feat, the scales in their hearts tilted completely. Lin Chen's previous achievements now seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Fangxian's annihilating the Wang clan and slaying a Yuanling cultivator. News. Zuantiang Xianzong. Within the stronghold. Lin Daoist. A clear, gentle voice suddenly rang out. There stood Xiaoyi, the holy son of Qingyun sect, who had somehow arrived at the Xintian Xianzong stronghold without anyone noticing. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar, who were leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard, his eyes flickering with emotion. Xiaoyi, please come in. Lin Chen set down his teacup and greeted him with a smile. Xiaoyi entered the courtyard and cut straight to the point. Lin Daoist, Lu Xingnu, Ling Xingnu, regarding today's events, what are your thoughts? Is the Wang family truly the lair of those demon cultivators? Is this matter truly resolved? Xiaoyi looked at Lin Chen and the others, his sharp eyes filled with suspicion. I just have this feeling. This matter shouldn't be that simple. Chapter 152, The Dust Settles? Please ask Tushan Susu for help. The Wang family affair was shrouded in mystery. Xiaoyi couldn't shake the feeling that there was a larger conspiracy lurking behind the scenes. However, after listening, Lin Chen merely picked up his teacup, took a sip, and wore an enigmatic smile on his face. Ha, Xiaoyi, sometimes seeing through something but not revealing it is also a form of wisdom. Fangxian, the Holy Sun, has indeed eliminated a major den of evil for our Tianfeng city today. This is a genuine achievement. We should not say much more, should we? Lin Chen's words were ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying Xiaoyi's speculation. As for this matter, whether it truly comes to a close. Lin Chen set down his teacup, looked at Xiaoyi, and his tone grew playful. If Xiaoyi, the Holy Sun, finds the scenery here intriguing, why not stay in Tianfeng City for a few more days to explore further? You will see for yourself. These words were spoken. The sharp-witted Xiaoyi instantly understood the hidden meaning behind Lin Chen's words. The real show is yet to come. Looking at Lin Chen's confident gaze, his suspicions grew even stronger. This Lin Chen must know something. Good. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with determination, and he clapped his hands with a smile. Since that's the case, then Xiao will wait here to see what happens. After speaking, Xiaoyi did not ask any further questions. He bowed respectfully to Lin Chen and the others, then turned and left with a flourish. He knew that what he needed to do now was not to pry further, but rather, quietly, be a smart audience member. After Xiaoyi had left, the courtyard was once again left with only Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar. Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan couldn't contain herself any longer. She stepped forward, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with worry and confusion. Are we really just going to stand by and watch Fangxian take all the credit for himself? Yes. Lin Chen. Ling Jiar, standing beside her, was equally furious, waving her little fists. That Fangxian is truly despicable. Look at how smug he was earlier. We absolutely can't let him get away with this so easily. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Ling Jiar before asking Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what did you mean by what you said to Xiaoyi earlier? Do you have something else up your sleeve? Lin Chen looked at the two girls. He didn't keep them in suspense but instead gave a confident smile and nodded. Don't worry. A mere clown, no matter how much he jumps around, he is still just a clown. Let him gloat for another 2 days. After spending some more time with the two holy maidens and calming their restless emotions, Lin Chen returned alone to his room. As soon as he closed the door, he set up a soundproof barrier. An intoxicating fragrance suddenly swept in from behind him. Immediately afterward, a fiery, supple, and incredibly elastic body wrapped tightly around him from behind, like a beautiful serpent. Master Lin Chen. Tushan Susu's voice echoed softly in Lin Chen's ears. You're finally back. I've almost died of longing for you. Tushan Susu spoke while deliberately blowing a gentle breath of warm air onto Lin Chen's earlobe. Lin Chen felt his body stiffen suddenly. A surge of indescribable electricity coursed through his entire body. He turned around helplessly, looking at the peerless demon king before him, whose eyes were filled with seduction, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Enough, stop teasing me. Lin Chen reached out and gently traced a finger across her stunningly beautiful face. What's the matter this time? Giggle. Tushan Susu giggled at his words, released Lin Chen, and then walked over to his bed with the utmost naturalness, lying down lazily once more. She looked at Lin Chen.
Those soul-stealing phoenix eyes darted around, filled with cunning and a hint of anticipation.
Master, I suspect you're planning to take action against the Feng family next, aren't you? Lin Chen nodded. Then, Tushan Susu's eyes shone even brighter. Do you need me to help you secretly keep things under control?
Lin Chen looked at her pleading expression, please agree, and his heart stirred slightly. He knew that the Feng family had been entrenched in Tianfeng City for thousands of years, with depths that were unimaginable.
The Wang family had a Yuanling true immortal. The Feng family must have one. And not just one. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar were indeed powerful. But one must not fear 10,000, only the 1 in 10,000. Moreover, obtaining some crucial evidence requires the intervention of Tushan Susu, the Huatian Heavenly Lord, to ensure absolute success. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, smiling and nodding. Alright, this time we'll definitely have to trouble you, Susu. You'll have to work hard, Susu. Giggle. No trouble at all. No trouble at all.
As soon as Tushan Susu saw Lin Chen nod in agreement, a brilliant gleam of triumph flashed across her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. It is my honor to alleviate your concerns, master. But, she paused, then changed the subject with a hint of flirtation in her voice.
Since I've done such a great favor for you, shouldn't you give me a little reward? Reward? This time, Lin Chen was the one who was taken aback. He looked at Tushan Susu and asked in confusion, what kind of reward? Giggle. Tushan Susu giggled again.
She didn't answer directly but slowly stood up, took a few graceful steps, and once again came to stand in front of Lin Chen. She extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Lin Chen's lips. Then she leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant, and whispered softly.
As for the reward, wait until nightfall. You'll know then, won't you? The next day. Early morning.
As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell into the room, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the snow-white, delicate, smooth, and curvaceous body beside him, which was as pure as the finest white jade. At that moment, she was curled up in his arms like a kitten, her sleeping face serene yet filled with endless allure. He felt the primal masculine energy within him finally released and elevated to its purest form. He couldn't help but raise his hand and gently stroke his nose, his face adorned with a complex, helpless, and bittersweet smile tinged with a hint of nostalgia.
Sigh. I've truly become a real man.
But, Lin Chen looked down at the peerless demon king in his arms, who, even in sleep, still wore a satisfied and happy smile on his lips.
My first time was with Susu. Maybe it was actually quite happy? That's right. Last night, under the coercion of Tushan Susu. When I tasted the salty and bitter flavors of the valley. A strange sound appeared. After being teased repeatedly, Lin Chen finally lost control. Chapter 153, Letting Down His Guard. The hunt begins. The Xiantian Xianzong stronghold. Inside Lin Chen's room. Another round of passionate lovemaking ensued. When Lin Chen finally came to his senses from that place of unparalleled sensual pleasure, the sky was already nearing noon. Lin Chen couldn't help but gently kiss the smooth, full forehead of Tushan Susu with a look of indulgence. He then withdrew from her warm, soft embrace. He hadn't forgotten that there were 2 starving holy maidens waiting for him outside. Before leaving the bedroom, Lin Chen's mind flickered, and a pure and refined sword intent of the small achievement of the golden sword instantly spread throughout his body. That sharp and unmatched sword intent completely eradicated the strange fragrance lingering on his body. Are you kidding me? If he were to go out and meet Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, those 2 little girls, still carrying that scent on him. That's like lighting a lantern in a latrine. Asking for trouble. When Lin Chen, feeling refreshed and light-hearted, reappeared before Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, the 2 holy maidens, seated at the stone table in the courtyard, sipping spiritual tea while exchanging intense glances, almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. However, when they saw Lin Chen's current appearance, the same beautiful eyes of both of them unconsciously flashed with a hint of astonishment and curiosity. Ha! Ling Jiar tilted her adorable doll-like face, her large, dark eyes fixed on Lin Chen, blinking rapidly as she studied him, her face brimming with curiosity. Lin Chen, I feel like something about you has changed. Beside her, Lu Ruyan also nodded slightly, her cold phoenix-like eyes carrying a hint of curiosity and barely perceptible shyness. It seems like you're more mature than yesterday? And more charming. Ling Jiar hurriedly added, her charming face flushing with a delicate blush. Put. Lin Chen heard the 2 women's words and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly cleared his throat and wore an awkward expression on his face. Nonsense. How could it not be immature? How could I lack charm? I'm a century-old virgin, officially graduated. That confidence and world weariness that radiates from within, the essence of a true man. How could you 2 young girls possibly understand? Cough, cough. To prevent the 2 women from delving further into this dangerous topic, Lin Chen quickly changed the subject, asking seriously. Maybe I just rested well last night. Enough. What's the situation outside?
Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar heard this, though their hearts were still filled with curiosity. They knew now was not the time to pry further. Lu Ruyan composed herself, her face regaining the cold composure befitting a saintly maiden. She spoke. We've just received word. The news has already spread far and wide outside. Everyone is saying that the Wang family colluded with demon cultivators, and they deserve their fate. Now that they've been annihilated by Fang Xian, the Holy Sun, it's justice served, and it's a relief to everyone. Because of this, Fang Xian's reputation has reached its peak in Tianfeng City, and even in the Donghuang domain, it has seen a significant boost. Even. Ling Jiar added, her adorable childlike face tinged with resentment. Even the sect master of your Xintian Xianzong, Lin Chen, and the high-ranking members of our Yaoqi Xianzong and Qingyun Zong have all issued commendations simultaneously. They all say that Fang Xian's actions are a model of the righteous path, setting a brilliant example for us younger generation. Now, in everyone's eyes, the matter of the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City has been settled once and for all. By the end, the two women's voices were filled with bitter resentment. They naturally knew that all of this was the work of Fang Xian behind the scenes. But now they could only watch helplessly as this despicable villain reaped both fame and fortune, enjoying the fruits of his labor. How could they possibly accept this? However, after hearing all this, Lin Chen's face showed not a trace of anger or resentment. Instead, he wore a smile brimming with amusement. The dust has settled? Ha ha! That's truly wonderful. Lin Chen looked at the two women, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, and spoke slowly. Think about it. Since everyone believes this matter is already settled, then shouldn't the true demon cultivators also lower their guard and come out to roam freely? By then, finding evidence of their crimes would be much easier than before, wouldn't it? At these words, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar both lit up with excitement. Right. The darkest place is under the lamp. Everyone thought the matter was settled, but that's precisely when it's most dangerous and easiest to be exposed. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Lin Chen nodded, a smile appearing on his face. The real show is just beginning. Tonight you'll find out. At the same time, Tianfeng City, Fang Family Mansion. After confirming that public opinion outside had been completely controlled, even the high-ranking officials of the three great immortal sects had praised him highly. The tense nerves of the entire Fang family, which had been on edge for days, finally relaxed completely. The entire mansion was immersed in a euphoria of relief and anticipation for the future. Especially those Fang family disciples who had just begun cultivating the blood-devouring demon art and had already tasted its benefits. After holding back for several days, finally, they could resume their hunting. Of course, Fang Xian had issued strict orders to them. Remember, be cautious and careful in all matters. Sneaking a bite is allowed, but after you're done, make sure to wipe your mouth clean. Leave no trace behind. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. Yes, young master. Those Fang family disciples, already driven mad by power, immediately nodded excitedly. They then scattered in groups of 3 or 2, rushing out like starving wolves released from a cage. In search of prey. Night. Deep. At the main hall of the Xintian Xianzong stronghold, Lin Chen gazed at the bright moon outside the window, a cold smile curving his lips. The time is almost right. Lin Chen's thoughts flickered, and two voices instantly echoed in Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar's rooms. Gather at the main hall of the stronghold. Moments later, 2 stunning figures appeared one after the other in the hall. Lin Chen, are we moving out? Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar looked at Lin Chen, their beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. However, when they saw Lin Chen, especially when their gaze fell upon the figure beside Lin Chen, a figure lounging lazily, sipping spiritual tea, clad only in a thin nightgown that accentuated his scorching physique to perfection. The curiosity on the two women's faces froze instantly. Immediately afterward, the two women erupted in anger. Tu Shan Su Su. Lu Ruyan almost ground the name out between her teeth. What are you doing here? Chapter 154, Clean Sweep. Facing Lu Ruyan's accusation, Tu Shan Su Su didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. She elegantly set down the teacup in her hand and turned to Lu Ruyan, flashing a seductive smile brimming with innocence and self-assurance. He, Ruyan's sister, that's a rather odd question you're asking. I didn't just show up uninvited, you know. She paused for a moment. Those mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes deliberately swept over Lin Chen with a gaze as gentle as water, before slowly continuing in a tone brimming with pride. It was Lin Chen himself who personally invited me to come and help him with his affairs. As soon as she said that, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar's charming faces turned 3 shades darker. Immediately, Tu Shan Su Su turned her scrutinizing gaze toward Ling Jiar's adorable, collagen-rich face. She feigned surprise as she examined her up and down. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "This must be Jiar, right? Ha, I've heard of Jiar's extraordinary talent and fame far and wide. Seeing her in person today, she truly stands out and is extraordinary." As Tu Shan Su Su spoke, she deliberately lingered her gaze on Ling Jiar's exceptionally well-developed, even more voluptuous than her own, full bosom for a moment.
They are indeed quite large. However, Tushan Susu couldn't help but snort to herself. What good is being big? What matters is the shape. And it has to be white, smooth, and tender. Tushan Susu had absolute confidence in herself. Upon feeling Tushan Susu's scrutinizing gaze, Ling Jia's already stubbornly adorable face instantly froze over with a frosty expression. She wouldn't be fooled by this old fox. Be intimidated by a few words. Ling Jia snorted coldly, meeting Tushan Susu's gaze without flinching and said, You're the great demon king at the level of a divine being behind Lin Chen, aren't you? Don't act like you've already won. I haven't lost yet. That's right. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been standing by, also joined Ling Jia on the same side. Lu Ruyan looked at Tushan Susu and said seriously, We haven't lost yet. Giggle giggle. Tushan Susu looked at the two girls before her, united in their hatred in fighting against her, and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She turned her gaze to Lin Chen, who was standing nearby, keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, pretending to be a piece of wood. Her eyes were filled with endless pride and arrogance. As if to say, We haven't lost? Ha ha. You two ignorant young girls. Your older sister here has already completely devoured your Lin Chen brother, leaving nothing behind. Lin Chen felt the intense, meaningful gaze from Tushan Susu and couldn't help but cough awkwardly, his face turning red. He knew that if he didn't step forward to break the deadlock, these three women might really argue here for a day and night. 3 women make a play, that's no joke. Enough. Stop arguing. Lin Chen spoke up, first gesturing reassuringly to Lu Ruyan and Ling Jia, signaling them to calm down. Then he turned to the 3 women and explained seriously. Business comes first. This time, we truly need Susu's help. Lin Chen paused, glancing at the 2 women, whose expressions still betrayed confusion and resentment, before continuing. Fang Xian's cultivation is at the peak of the Golden Core realm, nearly on par with your current levels. Moreover, there might be an old monster at the Yuanling stage within the Fang family. If the 3 of us go to investigate, we'll easily be caught off guard if we're discovered. But Susu is different. She is a Huatian Tianjun. That's right. Tushan Susu, seeing this, quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm, puffed out her chest proudly, and boasted to Lu Ruyan and Ling Jia. Sister, if I fully unleash my divine perception, I can envelop the entire Tianfeng city without anyone noticing. At that point, those Fang family demon cultivators, no matter where they hide in the remotest corners, will have nowhere to escape. This is something you 2 Yuanling stage sisters could never achieve. Lin Chen listened to her words, which were brimming with a sense of superiority, and couldn't help but smile wryly. He reached out and gently tapped her smooth, full forehead. Enough with the showboating. Hurry up and find someone. By now, the Fang family might already be unable to contain themselves and have started their actions. Giggle giggle, as you command, my kind benefactor. Tushan Susu giggled and no longer paid attention to the 2 beside her. The holy maiden, whose cheeks had puffed up like a pufferfish from Lin Chen's affectionate gesture, was nearly boiling with anger. Her stunningly beautiful face finally took on a serious expression. Tushan Susu slowly closed her mesmerizing phoenix eyes. The next moment, an invisible, formless, yet vast and boundless divine soul power, as terrifying as the sea, capable of enveloping the entire heavens and earth. It spread out rapidly from her center. That divine consciousness was incredibly pure. Its essence was so profound that it far surpassed the divine consciousness of even nascent soul cultivators. This divine consciousness silently penetrated the fortress's protective barriers. It pierced through the protective array of Tianfeng City. In an instant, the entire vast Tianfeng City was completely enveloped within it. It even continued its momentum, spreading outward toward the Tianfeng Mountains beyond the city walls. 1,000 miles. At least 1,000 miles in all directions. By the side, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jia felt the vast and boundless, yet gentle and imperceptible terror of the divine consciousness, causing their hearts to jolt in shock. Though their faces remained expressionless, their hearts were filled with profound shock. No wonder. The divine transformation heavenly lord. Such divine soul power was simply beyond comprehension. This sly fox hated though she was, she certainly had real power. How infuriating. Why aren't I at the Huatian realm? At least there'd be one less enemy coming our way. Look at Lin Chen and that sly fox acting so affectionate toward each other. It's just annoying to watch. However, for some reason, Lu Ruyan felt a bit puzzled. Whenever she was with Lin Chen, he always seemed to keep a little distance from her. That sense of distance isn't exactly warmth. Tushan Susu used to have it too. But now, the distance between the main character and Tushan Susu seems to have disappeared? It's as if Lin Chen had completely accepted Tushan Susu. This is strange. As Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Moments later, Tushan Susu's tightly closed beautiful eyes suddenly opened. A dazzling beam of icy intent flashed across them. Tushan Susu turned her head toward Lin Chen, flashing a seductive smile with a hint of self-satisfaction, and whispered softly with her red lips parted. Master. The Fong family's demon cultivator has been found. Chapter 155, Chaos of Demons. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Then he looked at Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar.
However, before the main character could call them over, Tushan Susu had already spoken up.
Alright, you two sisters. This isn't the time to be throwing tantrums. We have important matters to attend to. Come closer. I'll take you to see a good show. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar rolled their eyes at Tushan Susu. What sisters? Who are you calling sisters? How dare you? But they also knew that Tushan Susu was right now wasn't the time for internal conflicts. The two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of resignation and compromise in each other's eyes. They huffed lightly but reluctantly moved toward Lin Chen and Tushan Susu. The next moment, before they could react, Tushan Susu swept her jade-like hand, and a beam of divine light filled with the mysterious laws of space instantly enveloped all four of them. Instantly, their figures vanished without a trace, as if they had been vaporized, disappearing silently within the grand hall. In the blink of an eye, when Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, along with Ling Jiar, regained their vision, they found themselves outside Tianfeng City, floating above a remote graveyard. All around them, chilling winds howled, and ghostly flames flickered, filling the air with an ominous and deathly stillness. Below them, within an area shrouded by a special array, a blood-soaked scene unfolded that caused their fair faces to freeze in horror, and murderous intent flashed in their eyes. A cultivator dressed in the robes of a core disciple of the Fong clan, with a hideous face and emanating a thick aura of demonic energy, was pressing his withered, ghost-like claws down on the crown of another young wandering cultivator's head with fanatical intensity. The wandering cultivator, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the chi-gathering realm, now seemed as though all his life force had been drained, his body convulsing violently, his face filled with endless fear and despair. His once robust body was rapidly shriveling and withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, please, spare me. The cultivator let out a heart-wrenching scream, but his voice was completely sealed by the invisible sound-blocking array, unable to escape even the slightest sound. He. The Fong family disciple listened to the desperate cries of his prey beneath him, but instead of showing any mercy, he let out a demonic, ear-piercing laugh filled with unbridled pleasure. Scream! Scream! The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Your pure vital energy is truly a great tonic. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he greedily extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, his expression more terrifying than that of a true demon. Why? The wandering cultivator used his last ounce of strength, his eyes filled with endless confusion and resentment. The demon cultivators of Tianfeng City weren't they completely eradicated by Fang Xian, the holy son of the Xiantian immortal sect? Who are you? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the Fong family disciple burst into a laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked down at the ant-like figure at his feet, now barely clinging to life, his face brimming with the cruelty and contempt of a cat toying with a mouse. That's right. The demon cultivators were indeed killed by our young master with his own hands. However, he paused, then spoke in a tone filled with kindness, as if explaining something to his dying prey. Our young master wouldn't kill his own people. Ha 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 ha. What? His own people? Upon hearing this, the wandering cultivator's already dazed pupils suddenly contracted to their limits. A terrifying suspicion, one that made his soul tremble, emerged in his mind. Could it be? Could the true lair of evil be the very same Xiantian Xianzong, the legendary paragon of righteousness and the epitome of the righteous path, the home of Fang Xian, the holy son of Xiantian Xianzong? The Fong family. However, he never had the chance to reveal this earth-shattering secret to the world. As the Fong family disciple made his final effort, the last drop of essence blood within his body was completely drained. His entire body transformed into a terrifying, skin-like form filled with endless fear and resentment. Meanwhile, high above, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar happened to witness the horrifying scene below. Their two fair and pure faces were now covered in frost, their expressions filled with murderous intent. Even as sacred maidens with hearts forged through countless trials, they were still trembling with anger after witnessing the Fong family's heartless and ruthless actions. These bastards! Ling Jiar clenched her teeth tightly, her large, dark eyes filled with unbridled murderous intent. The Fong family. Lu Ruyan's feelings of disgust and murderous intent had reached an unprecedented peak. They all turned to look at Lin Chen beside them. Lin Chen had remained calm throughout, as if he had anticipated everything that had happened. Lin Chen, you were right. Yes, it was indeed the Fong family behind all this. Meanwhile, Tushan Susu, watching her benefactor with his air of complete control, her alluring eyes once again filled with endless admiration and pride. Humph. Of course. Don't you dare look down on him, he's someone's benefactor. Lin Chen ignored the shocked and admiring glances from the three women beside him. He simply remained calm, aiming the specially prepared recording stone in his hand at the Fong family cultivator below who was about to destroy the evidence, clearly capturing every detail of this sinful scene. After finishing everything, Lin Chen spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable command. All right, Susie. Capture this man and keep him alive, he'll be useful later. Over the next hour. Under the guidance of Tushan Susu, the all-seeing cheat code, Lin Chen and his two companions explored the entire Tianfeng city and the surrounding Tianfeng mountains. What they witnessed were scenes even more brutal, more savage, and more depraved than anything they had seen before. The heinous crimes of the demonic sect. A golden core stage elder from the Feng family was torturing a beautiful female cultivator until she was barely human, but she was rescued by Lin Chen and his three companions. The golden core stage elder was captured alive. A genius from a branch family of the Feng clan, in order to quickly enhance his strength, actually killed his own blood relatives from the branch family. He even intended to follow suit. Lin Chen and his group discovered a blood sacrifice array in a secluded valley, constructed from the dried corpses of hundreds of young cultivators. All of this was clearly recorded by Lin Chen using a shadow stone. These pieces of evidence, if any of it were to leak out, it would be enough to utterly destroy the Feng family, branding them with eternal shame and ensuring their downfall for all eternity. Finally, after gathering sufficient evidence, Lin Chen's gaze once again fell upon the Feng family mansion, which was brightly lit, appearing peaceful on the surface, and filled with the aura of righteousness. However, it seemed like the net was finally closing in. With Tushan Susu, the divine-level master, by his side, there was no need to hesitate. With the evidence in hand, he could act immediately. Eradicate them all at once. Feng Xian. Chapter 156, Shatter the Array. Crush the Feng clan. Tianfeng City. Outside the Feng family mansion. After gathering all the irrefutable evidence needed to utterly disgrace the Feng family, Lin Chen had no hesitation left in his heart. He had originally believed that to completely eliminate Feng Xian, this major threat, he would at least have to wait until he broke through to the Golden Core realm before making a long-term plan. But he never could have imagined Feng Xian and his so-called main clan would be so foolish. For the sake of that fleeting power granted by demonic arts, they had dug their own graves, willingly handing over a massive Achilles heel that could destroy them all. Humph. Lin Chen looked at the Feng family mansion before him, still lit up and seemingly peaceful on the surface, and couldn't help but laugh softly. To put it simply, it was truly. You don't fear opponents as powerful as gods, but you fear allies as foolish as pigs. Feng Xian, you may have calculated everything, but you never could have anticipated your greatest mistake. It wasn't provoking me, nor was it offending Lu Ruyan or Ling Jiar. It was having such a group of so-called intelligent yet utterly foolish relatives. Just as Lin Chen was feeling sorry for Feng Xian's good fortune, Tushan Susu, standing beside him, narrowed her mesmerizing phoenix eyes slightly and smiled with a hint of amusement. Sir, this is quite interesting. Tushan Susu extended her slender fingers and pointed at the seemingly tranquil Feng family mansion below, speaking in a soft voice. The Feng family is currently shrouded in an extremely sophisticated isolation array. It seems to be preventing certain energies from escaping. However, their family's true protective array has not been activated. This is like trying to hide something by drawing attention to it. Tushan Susu's words instantly exposed the Feng family's attempt to hide the truth. After all, normally, both arrays would be activated together. Activating only one would mean activating the clan protection array, unless they were attempting to break through or the clan was facing a major crisis, in which case they might activate the energy sealing array alongside the clan protection array. Activating only the energy blocking array alone is simply too odd. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile and added, they must have activated the chi sealing formation. After all, there's a group of demon cultivators feasting inside. Feng Xian. This guy is truly doomed. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face instantly turned icy, and a hint of unhidden murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Humph. What are we waiting for? Meanwhile, Ling Jiar was even more direct. She waved her little fists excitedly and said to Lin Chen, Lin Chen, since the evidence is irrefutable, let's just charge in now. Expose all their shameful crimes to the world and see how they can possibly defend themselves. All right. Lin Chen looked at the two girls, who were united in their hatred and eager to act, and nodded seriously. Turning his head, Lin Chen looked at the peerless demon king beside him, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam, and said, Su, go ahead. Break the formation directly. Crush the Feng family. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, which was filled with dominance and a willingness to kill, Tushan Susu's stunningly beautiful face, which had captivated everyone, instantly broke into a brilliant and excited smile. As you command, my gracious benefactor. This servant has been waiting for you to say those words. Before she could finish speaking, boom! A surge of divine energy, impossible to describe in words, filled with supreme authority and terrifying divine might, erupted suddenly from Tushan Susu's delicate body, sweeping across the entire Tianfeng city. The next moment, within Tianfeng city, countless cultivators stared in utter horror and disbelief. A gigantic nine-tailed celestial fox, standing 1,000 meters tall, entirely white, with 9 enormous foxtails as long as the sky, dancing like a divine dragon, emanating both sacred and destructive energies, materialized in the sky, instantly coalescing into form in the sky. The nine-tailed celestial fox let out a piercing cry to the heavens. The cry, filled with supreme authority, transformed into rolling waves of sound, spreadingly in all directions. The entire Tianfeng city trembled violently under the terrifying sound waves. Countless buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. Countless cultivators were struck by the sound waves, their blood boiling and souls shattering, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. Heaven! What is that? Divine transformation. It's the divine transformation, Heavenly Lord. The legendary divine transformation celestial phenomenon. My heavens! A Huatian Heavenly Lord has actually descended upon our Tianfeng city? What is happening? Within the city.
Within the three major strongholds of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, and the Qingyun Sect, the remaining Yuanling stage cultivators, after sensing this terrifying pressure that could suffocate them all, also had their expressions change drastically, their eyes filled with endless horror.
The divine transformation celestial phenomenon.
That is the supreme divine form that only a true divine transformation Heavenly Lord can manifest, containing the very laws of their own Tao.
Its power could shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Possessing countless unimaginable abilities. Who is this mysterious Huan Shen Tianjun? Why is she here, displaying such terrifying power? However, Tushan Susu paid no heed to the tremors shaking the entire Tianfeng city. She merely flickered her thoughts. The next moment,
behind her, the nine-tailed celestial fox, standing 1,000 meters tall, slowly raised its massive fox paw large enough to block out the sun and moon, and seemingly capable of shattering mountains and rivers.
Then,
in the eyes of many cultivators rushing to the scene, under the gaze of everyone filled with endless fear, it slammed down toward the Feng family mansion below, which seemed as solid as a fortress.
Trouble! Enemy attack! Quick, activate the clan protection array! Within the Feng family mansion, someone finally reacted. They let out terrified screams. A dazzling golden light barrier suddenly rose from the four corners of the Feng family mansion, attempting to block the apocalyptic strike descending from the sky. However, in the face of overwhelming power, any defense seemed utterly powerless. A deafening roar. A terrifying deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Tianfeng city, causing all cultivators to lose their hearing. The Feng family's clan protecting array, capable of withstanding a full power attack from a Yuanling realm cultivator at the peak of their cultivation, crumbled like a fragile eggshell before that massive fox claw, unable to withstand even a single breath. It shattered into pieces, crashing apart. Immediately afterward, the massive fox claw, still carrying its full momentum, it slammed down onto the intricately carved and ornate buildings of the Feng family mansion. With a deafening roar, the earth wailed in agony. Space itself was wailing. Countless palaces and towers collapsed in an instant, like blocks of wood struck by a giant hammer. Debris flew everywhere. Dust and smoke rise everywhere. Just one strike. The Feng family mansion, which had stood for centuries as a symbol of supreme power and status, had been reduced to a wasteland filled with death and destruction. Ah! No! From the ruins came a series of roars filled with endless anger, terror, and disbelief. Who is it? How dare you? How dare you attack the Feng family mansion? Chapter 157, Shaking Tianfeng City. Lin Chen, you dare. Above Tianfeng City, the nine-tailed celestial fox, standing 1,000 meters tall, its divine might overwhelming, looked down upon all directions. With just a single claw strike, was enough to reduce the Feng family mansion, which had been passed down for centuries and was as solid as a rock, to a pile of rubble. This apocalyptic scene left the entire Tianfeng city shrouded in an eerie, deathly silence. All cultivators stared in disbelief at the nine-tailed celestial fox's ethereal form in the sky, radiating supreme divine might, and the fiery red figure suspended before the celestial phenomenon, as ethereal as a goddess from the heavens, her beauty unmatched in the world. After a brief moment of stillness, an even more intense uproar erupted, filled with endless horror and disbelief, shaking the heavens. Holy crap! The Feng family is gone? One move? Just one move? That's the Feng family. One of the three great families of Tianfeng City, backed by the holy son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, Feng Xian. And it's been reduced to ruins. Too terrifying. This must be a Huatian Tianjun. Only the legendary Huatian Tianjun could possess such earth-shattering divine might. With that move, even if the Feng family hasn't been completely annihilated, they've definitely suffered heavy casualties. This is the ancestral home of Feng Xian, the holy son. Even if she's a Huatian Tianjun, doesn't she fear retribution from the Xiantian Xianzong? Countless cultivators, after experiencing the utmost shock, were once again filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. They couldn't fathom what kind of deep-seated grudge could drive a divine transformation Heavenly Lord to act so recklessly without regard for his own life. After all, the Holy Son was the face of the sect. You annihilated their main clan. It would be unthinkable not to settle the score. Even a divine transformation Heavenly Lord wouldn't dare to lay a finger on a Holy Son. Even if he didn't die, there would still be a lot of trouble. Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation, there was finally movement within the once grand Fong family mansion, now reduced to ruins. You're asking for death. How dare you destroy the Fong family's legacy? Ah! I'll kill this person. Screams filled with endless anger and terror echoed from the ruins. Immediately afterward, dozens of battered, blood-soaked figures burst forth from the crumbling walls and debris, soaring into the sky. They were the surviving elders and elite disciples of the Fong family who had narrowly escaped the world-ending blow. They stared at their homeland, now reduced to a pile of rubble, their eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. However, when their gaze fell upon the towering nine-tailed celestial fox, standing 1,000 meters tall and radiating divine might, the overwhelming rage in their hearts was instantly doused by a bucket of ice-cold water, soaking them to the bone. In its place came endless fear and horror. Transformation. Transformation heavenly phenomenon? Is it the divine transformation heavenly lord? A divine transformation realm expert? Every member of the Fong family was so terrified that their hearts trembled, and they shook uncontrollably. And just then, boom! Another aura, far more powerful than any before, filled with brutality and murderous intent, erupted from the deepest part of the ruins. There stood Fong Xian, clad in a robe adorned with patterns of black and gold dragons, his clothes in disarray, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. Like a furious dragon, he burst out of the secluded meditation chamber. He looked at the ruins that once were his home, then at the nine-tailed celestial fox celestial phenomenon in the sky, radiating supreme divine might. His already somber, handsome face twisted into a hideous grimace. Fong Xian didn't even need to guess. The moment he saw the iconic nine-tailed celestial fox celestial phenomenon, he immediately knew who had arrived. Tushan Susu. Fong Xian gritted his teeth, his icy voice seeming to be forced out between his teeth. Immediately, he raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with endless hatred and murderous intent piercing through the layers of space, locking onto Lin Chen, who was standing there with a smug smile on his face, staring back at him. Lin Chen, and you foolish fox spirit! Fong Xian roared, his voice thunderous, echoing throughout the entire Tianfeng city. You dare to be so bold? How dare you team up to attack my Fong family? To attack me, Fong Xian? Tushan Susu, what do you mean by this? Does your Qingqiu Fox Mountain intend to declare war on my Xian Tian Xianzong? Fong Xian directly pinned the blame for igniting a war between the two clans on Tushan Susu. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over upon hearing the news were once again thrown into complete chaos upon hearing Fong Xian's words, which were brimming with information. What? That Huatian Tianjun is actually the legendary Qingqiu demon king Tushan Susu? And from what Fong Xian, the Holy Sun, implied, she seems to have a deep connection with that Lin Chen. Wow! This is an absolute bombshell. Just then. Whoosh! 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 3 streams of light, each emanating a powerful aura, rushed toward the city from 3 different directions. They were the 3 Yuanling stage experts stationed at the 3 major sects' strongholds who had rushed over upon hearing the news. From the Xiantian immortal sect. It was none other than Wang Ji, the elder who was well aware of the relationship between Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. He looked at the tense and explosive scene before him, especially the nine-tailed celestial fox celestial phenomenon emanating supreme divine might, and his own saintly son on the brink of losing control. This Yuanling elder, who had lived for hundreds of years, felt his head spinning. He hurriedly flew forward, first bowing respectfully to Tushan Susu. Then he turned his confused and puzzled gaze toward Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Ling Jiar. Lin Kor, Holy Maiden, what is going on here? Wang Ji asked cautiously, is there some misunderstanding here? However, before Lin Chen could speak, Fong Xian, already driven mad by anger and humiliation, had already spoken up again. He flickered forward, appearing directly before Wang Ji, his already sullen face now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Fong Xian pointed at Lin Chen and the 3 others in the distance, his voice cold and filled with rage, saying, misunderstanding? Wang Ji, look clearly. That Lin Chen has colluded with the demon clan and harmed his fellow disciples. And Lu Ruyan, as the sacred maiden of our sect, she dares to aid the wicked and associate with demonesses. Today, they have joined forces with the Qingqiu Demon King, without any evidence, and forcibly breached our Fong family mansion, destroying our clan's foundation. If the sect does not give this holy son an explanation, then am I still the holy son of the Xiantian Xianzong sect? Fong Xian spoke with righteous indignation, filled with endless grievances and bitter anger. It seemed as though he was the true victim. Although he was indeed the victim, he also deserved his punishment. Wang Ji frowned, sighed, and then bowed to Lin Chen once more, saying, Lin Kor, Lady Tushan, please give me an explanation. Otherwise, I won't be able to account for this. Chapter 158, The Fong Family is a Den of Evil. Do you suspect the Holy Sun is also problematic? Above Tianfeng City, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Facing Wang Ji, the attendant of the Xiantian Xianzong, who was pleading with his words, the 2 holy maidens beside Lin Chen both had icy expressions and did not speak. On the other side, Tushan Susu simply chose to ignore him. She merely stretched lazily, her fiery figure curves a sight to behold, and Tushan Susu's soul-stealing phoenix eyes didn't even bother to glance at the Wang Ji once more. Are you kidding me? Who was she? She was the mighty Qingqiu Demon King, a divine being standing at the pinnacle of this world. A mere Yuanling stage elder dares to question her? If she wanted to, a single glance would be enough to obliterate his soul and body, causing him to die instantly. If it weren't for the face of her benefactor, she would have already smashed Wang Ji into dust with a single slap. Apart from Lin Chen and anyone or anything related to him, there is nothing in this world that could make Tushan Susu spare even a single glance. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, after surviving the initial ordeal, had already completely devoted their hearts to Lin Chen. They naturally wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. The two of them, in perfect harmony, turned their gaze toward Lin Chen. Clearly, within this formed divine squad, Lin Chen had already become the undisputed backbone. Lin Chen smiled inwardly at the sight. He nodded at the two women. Then he stepped forward, under the watchful eyes of the Wang attendant, all the Tianfeng city cultivators, and the two Yuanling stage experts from the two great sects who had rushed over upon hearing the news. He wore a warm and friendly smile on his face. Then Lin Chen spoke slowly. He uttered a single sentence that would completely shake the very foundations of Tianfeng city. Wang Ji, you want to know why we dared to target the main clan of the Holy Sun? The reason is actually quite simple. Lin Chen paused, then shifted his gaze, his eyes like two invisible swords piercing the ruins, fixing on Fang Xian, whose face had already turned an extremely ugly shade of red. Because the Fang family is not a reputable clan at all, but a clan that has long been corrupted by demonic arts, mad with power, and ruthless toward human life, a true den of demons. Boom! No sooner had he said this than it was earth-shattering. The entire Tianfeng city, which had been filled with the clamor and buzz of conversation, fell suddenly silent. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore the same expression of shock and confusion. What had they just heard? The Feng family is a den of demons? This. Wang, the steward, was completely speechless, staring at Lin Chen for a long time without being able to utter a single coherent word. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, Feng Hai, the head of the Feng family, and the surviving elders, upon hearing Lin Chen's accusation, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Their faces turned as pale as paper. A wave of uncontrollable panic and fear surged wildly from the depths of their hearts. How could he know? After the initial shock, Fang Xian was overcome by endless rage. Nonsense! A roar filled with endless anger erupted from his mouth. After a brief moment of silence, the surrounding cultivators who had been watching the scene finally snapped out of their stupor, erupting into a chorus of shouts that was even more intense than before, filled with doubt and disbelief. Impossible! Are you kidding? How could the Fang family be a demon's lair? Exactly. Just 2 days ago, Fang Xian, the Holy Sun, personally annihilated the Wang family as true demon lair. How could he possibly associate with demons? That's right. This Lin Chen is definitely slandering them and settling a personal grudge. Public opinion overwhelmingly sided with disbelief. After all, Fang Xian had just performed a heroic deed, and his reputation was at its peak. While Lin Chen had also impressed before, his words held no credibility at this moment. The elders of the Fang family, upon hearing the support from those around them, seemed to have found a lifeline. One after another, they stepped forward, pointing at Lin Chen, and began to curse him viciously. Lin Chen, you despicable traitor! How dare you slander the good name of the Fang family? Your heart is worthy of death. That's right. I see you're the real demon. You've colluded with the Qingqiu Demon King to overthrow our righteous path. Your crimes deserve death. Upon seeing the public opinion once again swing in his favor, Fang Xian felt a sense of relief. He thought Lin Chen was just bluffing. He was just bluffing. Fang Xian flew forward, his handsome face flushed with anger. Pointing at Lin Chen, he spoke in a voice filled with authority and judgment, shouting harshly. Lin Chen! Do you know what you're saying? The Fang family is the ancestral home of this Holy Sun, a lineage of loyal and righteous ancestors who have upheld justice for generations. You dare to slander my Fang family as a den of demons without any evidence. What do you mean by that? Fang Xian's voice grew colder and colder, filled with murderous intent. Do you really think that even I, Fang Xian, and even the Xiantian immortal sect, are nothing but a den of iniquity? Fang Xian's words were like daggers piercing the heart. He directly placed Lin Chen in opposition to the entire Xiantian Xianzone. As expected, the surrounding cultivators who had already harbored jealousy toward Lin Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing Fang Xian's heartless words, finding them quite reasonable. That's right. What gives you the right, Lin Chen? Just because of your words, you want to turn a centuries-old cultivating family into a den of demons? This is way too tyrannical. That's completely unreasonable. Not to mention that Fang Xian is the Holy Son of the Xiantian immortal sect. Fang Xian looked at the cultivators around him, who had once again been stirred up by his words, and a cruel smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. He believed he had already won. Fang Shen looked down at Lin Chen and coldly ordered, Lin Chen, today, if you cannot present concrete evidence,
then this holy son will accuse you of slandering your fellow disciples, colluding with demonic tribes, and harboring treasonous intentions. You will be suppressed on the spot, taken back to the sect, and handed over to the disciplinary hall for punishment.
Do you have evidence? Above Tianfeng City,
the atmosphere grew incredibly tense and oppressive due to Fang Xian's interrogation.
All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen.
They all wanted to see if Lin Chen really had evidence.
No evidence. Then things would get interesting. After all, such a big fuss was made. However, right under Fang Xian's watchful gaze, Lin Chen smiled. Looking at Fang Xian's hypocritical expression of righteous indignation, he wore a smile filled with endless mockery and pity. Evidence?
Lin Chen chuckled lightly before speaking slowly.
Fang Xian, the Holy Son, do you really want me to produce evidence? Humph. Stop playing games here.
Fang Xian snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. He believed Lin Chen was merely bluffing.
Bring out the evidence, or else today won't end well for you. All right. Chapter 159, Irrefutable Evidence. Any more to say?
Lin Chen nodded, his smile growing even brighter.
Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is so gracious, I cannot refuse.
Then Lin will humbly comply.
With that said,
under the curious, inquisitive, and puzzled gazes of everyone present, Lin Chen calmly took out a crystal-clear, faintly glowing recording stone from his storage ring.
Then, in front of everyone,
Lin Chen slowly infused a thread of pure true essence into it.
In an instant,
a gigantic, crystal-clear light screen, as vast as the sky, instantly projected itself into the sky above Tianfeng City.
Upon the light screen,
scene after scene of bloodshed, cruelty, and endless evil began to play silently.
Within the scenes,
a cultivator dressed in the robes of a core disciple of the Fang clan, with a hideous expression, was pressing his claw-like hands onto the crown of a young wandering cultivator's head. The wandering cultivator, consumed by endless fear and despair, rapidly withered and shriveled, eventually transforming into a terrifying human skin.
The scene shifts.
Another cultivator dressed in the robes of a Fang family elder, a golden core stage demon cultivator, was torturing a beautiful female wandering cultivator until she was unrecognizable, his methods so brutal they were beyond description.
The scene shifts again. In a secluded valley,
a blood sacrifice array formed by hundreds of desiccated corpses of young cultivators suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The surging and bloodlust rising into the sky were so intense that even through the light barrier, all the cultivators present felt a chill run through their bodies, their souls trembling.
Scene after scene, one after another.
All of this is clearly documented, showing how the members of the Fang family practiced demonic arts, how they cruelly harmed the innocent, and how they treated human life with utter disregard.
These are irrefutable proofs.
Although these images have no sound,
but the crystal clear visuals. Those demon cultivators dressed in Fang family attire, with their hideous faces, and their demonic cultivation techniques filled with brutality and evil, have already spoken volumes. Boom! When they clearly saw the scene on the light screen, every single cultivator in Tianfeng City, numbering in the tens of thousands, was completely stunned. Their faces were filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. What the hell is this? It's the Fang family. There is no doubt about it, those robes are their family's. They're actually practicing demonic arts? Sucking human blood? Heavens! So the real den of demons isn't the Wang family, it's the Fang family.
Then what about 2 days ago, when Fang Xian, the Holy Son?
After a brief moment of silence, the entire Tianfeng City erupted into chaos.
All the cultivators glared at the ruins with eyes like they were looking at demons, fixated on the Fang family members who were already ashen-faced and trembling uncontrollably. And that very moment, the one they had once worshipped as a god and hailed as their savior, Fang Xian.
Deception.
This was an outrageous deception. They had all been deceived by this hypocritical pretender. Wang Ji, the attendant, and the 2 other Yuanling stage experts from the 2 great sects, upon witnessing this scene, also had their expressions changed drastically. As for Fang Xian, the head of the Fang family, Fang Hai, and the surviving elders of the clan, at that moment, their faces were as pale as paper. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably like sieves. Their faces were filled with endless terror and despair. It's over. This time, it was truly and utterly over. They felt as though they had plunged into an abyss with no hope of escape.
Fang Xian felt a chill run through his heart.
He looked at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control, and then glanced at Tu Shan Susu, who was standing beside him, smiling seductively at him.
He finally understood. It turned out
that the other party had already obtained the clues. They had even been targeting the Fang family all along. Everything that had happened before was nothing more than a performance, watching them act like clowns, jumping around for their amusement.
Damn it! Damn it! Fang Xian's heart was filled with endless anger and resentment. But he knew he absolutely couldn't give in now. If he did, not only would he be doomed, but the entire Fong family would be left with no place to bury their dead. Fang Xian forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart, a flash of gleaming in his eyes. He pointed at the light screen in the air and shouted at Lin Chen once more. It's fake. Who knows if your so-called evidence is real or fake? Maybe it's a demon cultivator disguised as someone from the Fong family, and you just happened to film it, leading to the Fong family being framed. After Fang Xian finished speaking, the members of the Fong family behind him, who had already been terrified out of their wits, seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope. They snapped out of their terror. They followed Fang Xian and began to fiercely retaliate. That's right, it's a frame-up. We've been slandered. Lin Chen, you despicable villain. To suppress the Holy Sun, you resorted to such despicable means. What are your true intentions? The Fong family members were attempting to confuse the issue and make a last-ditch effort to save themselves. However, Lin Chen looked at their pathetic, desperate, and ridiculous appearance and sneered coldly. Hoof. You won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? Fang Xian spoke again, infusing a thread of true essence into the Shadow Stone. This time, not only was there an image, there was also sound. From within the light screen, the man from the Fong clan who was sucking the essence blood of the wandering cultivators let out a maniacal laugh filled with arrogance and contempt, clearly audible. That's right. The demon cultivator was indeed killed by our young master with his own hands. But our young master wouldn't kill his own people. Ha 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 ha. Boom. As those words, brimming with information, echoed from the recording stone and reverberated across the skies above Tianfeng City, the entire crowd sucked in a cold breath once more. Everyone's scalps exploded in that instant. The evidence was irrefutable. Irrefutable proof. This time, you, the Fong family. And what can you possibly say now? Moreover, there's more than that, because someone recognized the person speaking in the footage. I recognize this person. I've seen him before. Isn't he Fong Ling? Now that you mention it, I remember him. He seems to be the newly risen genius of the Fong family recently. No wonder he's cultivated so quickly. So he's practicing demonic arts. Damn it! I never thought that the direct descendant of the Holy Son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, and even the Holy Son of the Xiantian Immortal Sect himself, Fang Xian, would be a demon cultivator. And he even dared to accuse others of being demon cultivators in public. Ugh, how treacherous and terrifying. Terrifying. Fang Xian listened to the whispers around him, feeling a chill run down his spine. He stared intently at the image in the sky, eventually fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. If it weren't for Tushan Susu standing beside Fang Xian would have charged at Lin Chen right then and there. Damn it! Chapter 160, Turmoil. The sky above Tianfeng City had become eerily eerie and oppressive due to Lin Chen's irrefutable evidence displayed on the light screen. Everyone's gaze was like sharp swords, fixated on the ruins, where Fang Xian, already ashen-faced and trembling, stood alongside the other members of the Fang family, equally terrified and desperate. Especially when they heard someone recognize the demon cultivator committing the atrocities in the light screen as Fang Ling, the newly risen genius of the Fang family who had recently gained fame. The last shred of doubt in their hearts vanished completely. The truth was now clear to all. However, even in this situation where the evidence was overwhelming and there was no room for denial, Fang Xian still refused to give up. Pointing at the distorted face of Fang Ling on the light screen, Fang Xian adopted a stance of righteous indignation and argued forcefully once more. Fang Ling? So it was this wicked creature. You all should know that this boy, due to his corrupt heart, was expelled from our Fang family months ago and has no connection to our family whatsoever. Who would have thought he would fall into the path of evil and commit such heinous crimes? Our Fang family has truly lost its sight. Fang Xian is attempting to use this desperate tactic of sacrificing the pawn to save the king as his final desperate move. However, his flimsy and hypocritical excuses sounded utterly ridiculous to the ears of the cultivators around him, who had long since seen through his true nature. Put. Ha 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 ha. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst into laughter first. Like a contagious disease, waves of laughter filled the air, filled with endless mockery and contempt, echoing throughout the entire Tianfeng City. Expelled from the family? Do you think we're 3-year-old children, Fang Xian Xingzi? Exactly. Just a few days ago, I saw this so-called genius Fang Ling following your clan as senior elder, strutting around the city with such arrogance. And now he has been expelled from the clan so quickly? Ha, even now you're still being stubborn? Do you really think you can treat all of us like little children and play with us? The Holy Son truly shed a tear even when faced with his own coffin. How much they once worshipped Fang Xian, how deep their hatred and contempt for him now. After all, being treated like a little darling, being toyed with, and even worshipping the person who deceived you, it's just too damn disgusting. Fang Xian heard the mocking laughter all around him, and his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Just then, Tushan Susu, who had been watching the spectacle all along, finally spoke again. She gave a light snort, her eyes brimming with unhidden contempt and icy intent to kill. You're about to die, and you're still trying to justify yourself? How noisy! With that, Tushan Susu didn't even bother to waste her breath on these clowns. Her jade-like hands swept forward casually. Swish! 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 Several pink divine lights, which appeared gentle but actually contained terrifying power, erupted from her fingertips in an instant. These pink divine lights then darted toward the ruins with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the core elders of the Fong family and their patriarch, Fong Hai. The attack power of these divine beams was not particularly strong, roughly on par with the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm. However, they contained the genuine essence of the divine transformation law. If hit directly, even if one survived, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. And her purpose was simple: to verify their true identities. Whether she is a demon cultivator or not, it will be clear the moment she acts. This is bad. Fong Hai and the other Fong family elders, upon seeing those few pink divine lights that sent chills down their spines, their expressions changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, they instinctively activated all the power within their bodies, attempting to block the attack. Boom! 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 The next moment, under the shocked and horrified gazes of all the cultivators present, aside from Feng Xian, who continued to unleash the Xiantian Emperor Dragon Fist of the Xiantian Immortal Sect, filled with imperial might and dominance, to block the attack. All the other Fong family elders, including the family head Fong Hai. The energy erupting from their bodies was all filled with savagery, bloodlust, and endless evil aura, forming a towering demonic energy. This time could no longer be concealed. There was no room for denial. The truth was revealed to the world in the most direct and brutal manner. Holy crap! They're actually demon cultivators. Not just Fong Ling. Even the head of the Fong family and the elders are all demon cultivators? Heavens! The entire Fong family is a den of demons? The entire crowd erupted once again. When Fong Xian saw his own father and the clan elders so foolishly expose their demonic arts in public, his face instantly drained of all color. It's over. This time, it's truly over. He had previously believed that only Fong Ling and the younger generation had cultivated demonic arts. If that were the case, he might have been able to use excuses like being deceived by a demonic master or straying from the path to exonerate the clan and save most of the clan members. But now, he never could have imagined. The entire upper echelon of the Fong family had already been completely corrupted by demonic arts? Apart from himself, not a single person had been spared? What can he possibly use to excuse himself now? Tushan Susu looked at the scene before her, filled with irony, and sneered disdainfully. You chose the path of righteousness but refused to walk it. Looking down at the group of Fong family demon cultivators below, their faces ashen and utterly despairing, a cold gleam of murderous intent flashed into Tushan Susu's eyes. Demon cultivators have always been condemned to be exterminated along with demons. As the words fell, Tushan Susu prepared to activate the celestial phenomena to eliminate the Fong family along with Fong Xian once and for all, preparing to clear the way for Lin Chen. However, just at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Susu the Demon King, spare them. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu, blinked, and said solemnly. These people are guilty of heinous crimes, their deaths are well deserved. But letting them die like this is too lenient. Capture them all. I will personally escort them back to the Xiantian Immortal Sect and hand them over to the sect for punishment, to be made public. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the murderous intent in Tushan Susu's phoenix-like eyes vanished instantly. In their place emerged endless tenderness and a hint of cunning. Tushan Susu looked at Lin Chen, batting her alluring eyes, then whispered seductively. If you make me stop, that's fine too. But it has to be tonight. Lin Chen, my benefactor, you must accompany me properly tonight. Lin Chen heard this and was momentarily startled. Then, against his will, the vivid, stimulating, and wild scenes from last night flashed through his mind. His previously calm face suddenly flushed with an unnatural blush. Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu's eager eyes and nodded slowly. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Tushan Susu immediately felt satisfied and giggled delightfully. The next moment, she had no hesitation left. The towering nine-tailed celestial fox, standing 1,000 meters tall, once again appeared in the sky above Tianfeng City. Accompanied by a roar filled with supreme authority. White divine chains, formed from the purest essence of the laws of the universe, spread out like a celestial net from the nine tails of the nine-tailed celestial fox celestial phenomenon. Instantly, the white divine chains bound all the members of the Fong family within the ruins below, including Fong Xian, who had attempted to resist. They were all tightly bound and restrained. They couldn't move an inch. Chapter 161, The World in Upheaval. As the nine-tailed celestial fox's divine form slowly dissipated, Tushan Susu looked at the Fong family members, who were bound tightly by the divine chains of the laws, like pigs and dogs awaiting slaughter, completely stripped of their ability to resist. A satisfied smile appeared on her face.
She turned her head once more, gazing at Lin Chen with an expression brimming with anticipation and a desire to report her achievements. That gaze seemed to say, "Master, look, isn't your servant impressive? Praise me quickly. Quick, reward me." However, the next second, Tushan Susu keenly sensed that the atmosphere at that moment seemed just a little off. Only Lin Chen's companions, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar, remained silent. But they were in perfect sync. Simultaneously fixed their vigilant, hostile, and intensely jealous gazes firmly on her, as if she were their archenemy about to steal their most cherished toy. Although Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar had no idea what Lin Chen and Tushan Susu had whispered to each other earlier, from the way they exchanged glances filled with ambiguity and suspicion. Even a fool could tell. It was clear that it couldn't be anything good. Especially when they saw that after listening to the fox spirit's telepathic message, Lin Chen actually blushed suspiciously and nodded without hesitation. The sense of vigilance and danger in their hearts surged to its peak in an instant. No way. Absolutely not. This fox spirit is far too dangerous and utterly shameless. We must find a way to completely separate her from Lin Chen's side. In an instant, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar silently agreed to form an alliance. They exchanged glances, seeing a resolute determination to fight against a common enemy in each other's eyes, then nodded firmly in unison. Once this matter is resolved and we return to our base, we must unite and thoroughly interrogate Lin Chen. Ask him clearly. What exactly has he been up to with that shameless, seductive fox? Meanwhile, below, the members of the Fong family, bound by the awe-inspiring chains of divine law, were filled with terror and despair. They begged for mercy frantically, cried out in despair, and cursed viciously. Fang Xian, in a frenzy, lashed out at Lin Chen and Tushan Susu with hysterical screams, claiming he was the sacred son of the Xintian Xianzong sect and that Lin Chen had rebelled. However, all of this was in vain. Under Tushan Susu's command, Lin Chen and his three companions led the entire group of wicked Fong family demon cultivators back to the Xintian Xianzong's base in Tianfeng City. Tian Shangwan, the attendant, watched the scene below with shock. He was completely stunned. He looked at those bound by the chains of divine law, their aura weak and lifeless, resembling dead dogs. He then glanced at Fang Xian, who was also bound among them, his eyes bloodshot and his expression, this Yuanling elder who had lived for hundreds of years, and felt as though his scalp was about to explode. What kind of earth-shaking incident had he gotten himself into? Not only had the sacred son of a celestial sect been exposed, but his clan was revealed to be a den of demons, and he had been captured in public by his own disciples and outsiders. If this were to spread, it wouldn't just be his small Tianfeng city that would be shaken, the entire Xintian immortal sect would be rocked by an unprecedented superscale earthquake. And there had never been a precedent for such a thing. Wang, the attendant, felt an endless sense of helplessness. But when Wang Ji's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, he saw that not only was the sacred maiden of his own sect, who had long harbored feelings for him, standing by his side. On the other side stood a holy maiden from the Yaoqi immortal sect, and the Qingqiu demon king, a Huatian Tianjun level being whom even he had to look up to, standing by his side to support him. In Wang Ji's already cloudy old eyes, a dazzling light flashed for the first time in his life. He knew. The Xintian immortal sect was about to undergo a major upheaval. And the young man before him, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, would undoubtedly become the very eye of the storm in this massive upheaval. This was a massive crisis. But it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps I should also invest in this upcoming transformation before it all unfolds. Before I knew it, it was already evening. And within these few short hours, the earth-shaking event that had occurred at the Fong family mansion earlier had already spread like wildfire, at a terrifying speed, throughout the entire Tianfeng city, and even beyond the city walls into the cultivation world. The Fong family is the true den of evil. The holy son Fang Xian, a thief crying "Stop the thief," has deceived everyone. The demonic prodigy Lin Chen, alongside the two holy maidens and the demon king of Qingqiu, have taken decisive action to expose the truth and completely eradicate the den of evil. This sensational news, filled with twists, thrills, and endless gossip. It instantly ignited the entire cultivation world. Every cultivator who heard the news was completely stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, everyone was filled with endless curiosity about the name Lin Chen. After learning about all of Lin Chen's legendary exploits, everyone had only one thought left in their minds. This Lin Chen is just way too lucky. Damn it, comparing oneself to others is so frustrating. This Lin Chen's luck with women is just too damn good. Yeah, the holy maiden of the mystic heavens, the holy maiden of the jade pool, the demon king of Qingqiu. This is like sweeping up all the most stunning beauties in the entire eastern wastes in one fell swoop. I am so jealous, I'm really jealous. In any case, after this incident, Lin Chen's name has been thoroughly etched into the annals of the entire eastern wasteland's southern region. He has become famous in the southern region of the eastern wastes. Meanwhile, outside the region, the incident caused a huge stir, shocking the entire world. Within the Xintian Xianzong stronghold, Wang, the attendant, had already reported everything that had happened here in the highest level emergency communication to the Xintian Xianzong. At the Xintian Xianzong headquarters, tens of thousands of miles away. Within the main hall of the sect master. After Li Daoxian finished reading the chilling and thrilling messages sent back by Wang Ji, even with his Yuanling 9th realm peak cultivation and composure, he was completely stunned on the spot. Staring at the jade talisman, the words etched upon it were so impactful that he was completely dumbfounded. The Feng family is a den of demons? Feng Xian has aligned himself with demons? Lin Chen has teamed up with the demon king of Qingqiu to capture Feng Xian? What the hell is going on here? Li Daoxian felt his mind was spinning. However, he also knew the severity of the situation. Li Daoxian immediately summoned all the elders of the sect and convened the highest level emergency meeting of the sect. At the same time, he dispatched the fastest Xintian warship within the sect, led by several Yuanling elders, to head to Tianfeng City to assist Lin Chen and the others. They also escorted Feng Xian. After completing all of this, Wang Ji received the news and immediately informed Lin Chen of the sect's decision. Chapter 162, Tonight, I'll Drain You Dry. In the council hall. After respectfully conveying the sect's decision to Lin Chen, Wang Ji, upon receiving Lin Tian's approval, fled as though he had been granted a pardon, disappearing swiftly. Are you kidding me? This place is a battlefield where three great deities clash. As a mere early nascent soul cultivator, staying any longer would likely cause his cultivation base to waver under the overwhelming aura alone, risking spiritual backlash. As Wang Ji left, the entire hall was once again left with only Lin Chen and the three peerless beauties gazing at him. The atmosphere grew tense once more. In the end, it was Tushan Susu who broke the silence first. Her phoenix-like eyes lazily glanced at Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar before turning to Lin Chen. She asked in a voice filled with confusion and a hint of regret. Master Lin Chen. This servant still does not understand. Why did you stop me earlier from eliminating those worthless fools who didn't know when to die? With my strength, even if I were to kill them all here and destroy all evidence, you people from the Xintian Xianzong couldn't do a thing to me. And besides, Tushan Susu paused here, and on her breathtakingly beautiful face, a smile filled with supreme authority and absolute confidence appeared. I am not one of your human race. Even if the Xintian Xianzong finds out it was this queen who did it? Are they really daring to declare all-out war against the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain just for the sake of a so-called holy son who has long since lost all honor? Tushan Susu spoke with unparalleled arrogance, exuding the supreme authority of a divine lord. However, Lin Chen, after hearing this, merely smiled and shook his head. He reached out and, with the utmost naturalness, gently tucked a strand of hair that had accidentally slipped onto Tushan Susu's cheek behind her ear. The gesture was filled with endless tenderness and affection. Susu, I know. Lin Chen looked at her, his deep eyes filled with sincerity. I know that with your strength, defeating them would be as easy as a flick of the wrist. I also know that even the Xintian Xianzong would never dare to oppose you lightly. But, Lin Chen paused for a moment before smiling. Acting on impulse may be satisfying, but the troubles that will follow are endless. Although you are a Huatian Tianjun, there are still old monsters of the same level within the Xintian Xianzong. If this matter were to truly provoke irreconcilable conflicts between the two top-tier factions, or even trigger a war, that would be a colossal disaster for you and for the entire Qingqiu Fox Mountain. So, Lin Chen looked at Tushan Susu, his face breaking into a warm, heartfelt smile. Susu, you've helped me get this far, exposing their crimes to the world and ensuring they face the judgment of the sect. I am already very satisfied. Really? Boom. Lin Chen's words, filled with genuine concern and spoken entirely from her perspective, were like the warmest flood, relentlessly washing over Tushan Susu's heart, which had long since been captivated by him. Her face, which had been filled with seductive beauty and laziness, froze completely in that moment. In their place was an endless surge of emotion and gratitude. She looked at Lin Chen, and the watery mist in her phoenix-like eyes was instantly filled with crystalline tears. This man. Foolish savior. How could he, at a time like this, not be thinking about avenging his enemies, but instead worrying about my safety? However, this tender expression filled with emotion lasted less than 3 seconds on Tushan Susu's face. The next moment, Tushan Susu quickly reined in the emotions that were about to spiral out of control, and her face once again returned to its usual expression of endless charm and allure. Giggle, giggle. Tushan Susu giggled softly, gazing at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with longing and obsession. Master Lin Chen, you're so considerate of your servant. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. After speaking, she seemed to want more. She quietly whispered to Lin Chen in a secret voice. The voice was filled with endless emotion and blatant innuendo. If only Ruyan and Jiar weren't here to spoil the mood. I'd devour you completely right now. But it doesn't matter. Tushan Susu paused, her tone growing even more passionate and filled with anticipation. Just wait a little longer. Wait until tonight. I'll drain every last drop from you.
After all, the next time we meet, it'll be another month. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar watched the scene before them, filled with lust and sweetness. Their jealousy had already reached boiling point. These two, daring to openly show affection in front of them? Have they even considered how the two of them feel? This is intolerable. This is unbearable. Humph. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. She took a swift step forward, inserting herself between Lin Chen and Tushan Susu, using her own body to forcefully separate the two. Then she glared angrily at Lin Chen. Her eyes were filled with endless grievance and accusation. On the other side, Ling Jiar was equally unwilling to back down. She stood behind Lu Ruyan like a protective kitten, glaring at Tushan Susu with a fierce expression, waving her little fists, and directly ordered them to leave. Hey! You there! This is still human territory. The matter has already been resolved. Aren't you supposed to leave as well? However, facing Ling Jiar's hostile expulsion, Tushan Susu couldn't help but giggle. She looked at Ling Jiar's adorable expression of anger and frustration, her eyes brimming with the confidence of a victor. Tushan Susu no longer bothered to argue with them. Instead, she gave Lin Chen a seductive glance and then bid farewell. Well, my benefactor, I'll take my leave first. With that, Tushan Susu actually transformed into a fiery red streak of light and departed with unparalleled grace and decisiveness. This time, left Ling Jiar completely speechless. She watched Tushan Susu's figure disappear into the sky, her adorable childlike face filled with confusion. No. She's just gone? So easily giving up? Something's not right. This demoness is definitely up to something. According to what Sister Lu Ruyan said, how could she just hand over Brother Lin Chen to the two of them like that? Chapter 163, that's why I told you not to ask. Tushan Susu left the council hall. She turned back to glance at the council hall. She smiled to herself. Dare to challenge this king? You two ignorant little girls, what do you have to challenge this king with? I'm not the same as I used to be. Humph. We're both first-timers. This unique bond, this intimate connection. You two, still stuck at the stage of holding hands and kissing cheeks, how could you possibly compare? Thinking back to last night's wild and sensual scenes, Tushan Susu's charming face couldn't help but flush with a captivating blush. Once Tushan Susu's figure had completely disappeared inside the base, the entire hall once again fell into an eerie silence. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar exchanged a glance, then, in perfect sync, fixed their piercing, accusatory gazes on Lin Chen, who was about to make a hasty retreat. Lin Chen! Where do you think you're going? Two equally clear and pleasant voices, yet now tinged with danger, rang out simultaneously. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the two holy maidens, who had already blocked all his escape routes on either side, and forced out a smile that was more awkward than a cry. Cough, cough. I've been busy all night and am a bit tired. I think I'll head back and rest. Lin Chen tried to use this excuse to get out of it. However, swoosh, swish. Two delicate hands, as soft as silk and as smooth as jade, but now as firm as iron clamps, grabbed his left and right arms almost simultaneously. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar spoke in unison. Lin Chen. He felt that this time, he was truly unable to escape. Lin Chen could only sigh helplessly once more, his face wearing an innocent expression as he took the initiative to speak, attempting to regain a shred of control. Ruyan, Jiar, is there anything else you need? Humph. Lu Ruyan gave a light snort, her cold, piercing eyes fixed on Lin Chen, cutting straight to the point. Lin Chen, I'm asking you. How far have you gone with that shameless fox? That's right. Ling Jiar, standing beside her, nodded vigorously as well, her large, dark eyes brimming with accusation, fixated on Lin Chen. Have you two already? Though she didn't finish her sentence, her meaning was clear. Here it comes. It finally came. This life or death question. Lin Chen looked at the two before him, the holy maiden princess interrogating them like criminals, and felt a chill run down his spine. Should he tell the truth? Tell them that last night, he had finally graduated from being a century-old virgin and become a real man with that fox spirit? Lin Chen blinked, almost certain that if he actually said that, the two holy maidens would probably explode on the spot. And this outpost of the Xintian Xian zone would likely be erased from the map of Tianfeng City before its time. No way. Absolutely not. Though he had the thought that you are all my wings. But he also knows that whether it's Lu Ruyan, Ling Jiar, or Tushan Susu, they are all proud and arrogant heavenly princesses. Before their feelings for him have been fully solidified. If I dare to break the ice, it would definitely turn into a real battlefield. The kind where fists would fly. But, should I keep it a secret from them? Lin Chen also felt a moment of hesitation. After some thought, he ultimately decided to keep it a secret for now. At least wait for a more appropriate time to be honest with them. With that thought, Lin Chen's face broke into an incredibly sincere and open smile as he solemnly explained to the two women. What are you thinking? There's nothing between me and Susu. We're innocent. However, the two women didn't believe him at all. Innocent? Lu Ruyan sneered coldly, tightening her grip on Lin Chen's arm even more. If she is innocent, why would she kiss and hug you in front of us and say such shameless things? Exactly. Exactly.
Ling Jiar chimed in, her adorable childlike face clearly showing her disbelief.
The two of you were exchanging glances just now. That intimate vibe was clear as day even to me. The distance between you two has long since disappeared. Lin Chen. He was utterly embarrassed. No way? You two little girls are way too observant. You can tell that? Seeing that a simple denial wouldn't cut it anymore, Lin Chen's mind flashed with an idea. He decided to reveal just a tiny bit. This would satisfy their curiosity while turning a big issue into a small one and resolving it smoothly. Lin Chen's face suddenly betrayed a hint of awkwardness and reluctance. He looked at the two women inside, saying, "Alright, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Well, it's not exactly nothing. Just helped me release some tension?" His words were vague, leaving endless room for imagination. What? Released once? Release what? But quickly. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar immediately caught on. Originally, their two relatively pure minds were instantly blown to pieces with a loud explosion. Though they had never experienced such things, they were, after all, old monsters who had lived for over 100 years. They knew at least a little about the matters between men and women. In an instant, all sorts of vivid, indescribable images flooded their minds uncontrollably. The two women's fair faces turned red as ripe apples in an instant, visible to the naked eye. Almost as if they were about to bleed. The small hands clutching Lin Chen's arms trembled as if electrocuted, quickly letting go, then retreating several steps in quick succession. Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar glared at Lin Chen with eyes filled with shock, shame, and disbelief, as if to say, "How could you do this?" Lin Chen watched the two women, whose faces had been completely startled by his single sentence, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It worked. He had gotten away with it. This doesn't count as lying, does it? After all, I never said where I released it. Seeing the two women blushing so fiercely that their cheeks were almost on fire, Lin Chen's smile grew even broader. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly at the two women and said with a tone that seemed to say, "I told you so." So? I told you not to ask. Are you satisfied now? With that, Lin Chen turned and made a quick exit. Alright, it's getting late. You two should head back to your rooms and get some rest. Chapter 164, the entire Xiantian Xianzong sect is in an uproar. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the courtyard of the Xiantian Xianzong sect's headquarters, the night finally came to an end. Yao Qi Xianzong's holy maiden Ling Jiar, after bidding a reluctant farewell to Lin Chen and successfully snatching a farewell hug, returned to her sect's headquarters with a satisfied smile. Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan boarded the Xiantian warship that had just arrived and was about to set sail. The warship slowly rose into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Lin Chen stood at the ship's rail, gazing down at the gradually shrinking Tianfeng city and the Tianfeng mountains below. He couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his waist. He felt a wave of weakness in his spine and his legs grew limp. He felt completely drained. Last night, he was completely drained by Tushan Susu. The taste was so addictive, leaving an endless aftertaste. But it also left him with endless consequences. He now finally understands what it means to be lulled into a false sense of security by a beautiful woman. Engaging in deep communication with a demon king of the Huatian Tianjun level is truly a test of a man's overall strength. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan by his side was basking in the afterglow of his success. Lu Ruyan, of course, had no idea what kind of brutal battle Lin Chen had endured the previous night. She simply assumed that Lin Chen had been exhausted from the constant travel and the open and covert struggles with Fang Xian and others. Now that shameless fox spirit is gone. That cunning, busty little vixen is gone too. Finally, it's just her and Lin Chen again. From now on, it will be a world just for her and Lin Chen. He. Lu Ruyan thought of this, and her lips curled into a smile filled with sweetness and happiness. Just then, the head steward in charge of this outpost, Wang, also walked over slowly. The recent events in Tianfeng City had far-reaching implications, especially the shocking case of the Holy Sun Fang Xian colluding with demon cultivators. As one of the eyewitnesses who had witnessed everything, he naturally needed to return to the sect with the warship to report the details to the sect master and the enforcement hall. Lin's disciple. Wang Ji approached Lin Chen, his face no longer bearing the previous politeness and respect. In their place was a genuine sense of admiration and goodwill. Wang looked at Lin Chen and praised him sincerely. I have cultivated the Tao for hundreds of years and have seen countless prodigies and geniuses, but I have never encountered anyone who could match your late blooming and accumulated strength, Lin's direct disciple. At the age of 100, you have risen against the odds. Your character, tactics, and talent are all truly rare in this world. I firmly believe that with your potential, your future prospects are boundless. Wang Ji paused for a moment, then bowed deeply to Lin Chen with a sincere expression and said, "In the future, I humbly request that you, Lin Chen, kindly look after this old man. Lin Chen was taken aback by Wang Ji's sudden display of goodwill. He quickly understood the old man's intentions.
Lin Chen's face softened into a gentle smile, and he hurriedly returned the gesture, saying,
Mr. Wang is too kind. Those who are accomplished are our teachers. As your senior, it is my duty to seek your guidance. The matter in Tianfeng City was largely thanks to your efforts, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Ha, no need to mention it, no need to mention it.
Wang Ji shook his head with a smile.
I merely did what was required of me. Serving as a witness is no great honor. After that. However, a flash of sharpness flickered in Wang Ji's already cloudy old eyes.
He looked at Lin Chen and spoke slowly in a tone filled with admonishment. However, Lin Chen, now that you're returning to the sect, you must prepare yourself mentally. Lin Chen's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He knew that Wang Ji was speaking with hidden meaning. Wang Ji saw the look of understanding on Lin Chen's face and knew he had already guessed something. But Wang Ji decided to make it even clearer. After this incident, your reputation will soar to new heights. At that time, the position of the Holy Sun may undergo changes. Wang Ji stopped speaking at this point. The meaning behind his words was clear. He was telling Lin Chen that he had high hopes for him. He was even willing to support him in his bid for the position of Holy Sun. It was important to note that someone like Wang Ji, who had been stationed abroad for years and held real power as a Yuanling Ji, held a position within the Xintian Xianzong that, while not as high as that of the core elders, was no less influential. Their support is crucial for anyone aspiring to rise to power. Lin Chen fell silent.
He looked at Wang Ji and finally nodded calmly. Wang Ji, seeing this, said no more.
He bowed to Lin Chen once more before turning to leave. After Wang Ji had left,
Lu Ruyan finally approached from the side.
Her clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with cunning as she looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, Lin Chen, it seems like this Wang Ji is trying to invest in you early on and support you.
Lin Chen nodded.
Lu Ruyan looked at him, her stunningly beautiful face still adorned with a bright smile, and continued to ask,
And what about you, Lin Chen? What about you? Do you really have no interest at all in that position of Holy Sun?
Lin Chen turned his head upon hearing this, gazing into Lu Ruyan's clear, beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of tension. His handsome face grew incredibly serious. Lin Chen gazed distantly toward the direction of the Xintian Xianzong, his deep eyes flickering with an unprecedented confidence and dominance. He let out a faint smile, his voice though soft, was filled with unwavering determination.
Thoughts? Of course I have one. Otherwise.
Lin Chen turned his head back, looking at Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face, which had paused slightly at his words, and spoke slowly.
How could I possibly deserve you, my holy maiden? Boom!
Lu Ruyan felt her mind explode once again, completely overwhelmed. An indescribable sweetness and happiness, like the finest, most intoxicating wine, instantly overwhelmed her, leaving her completely intoxicated. Her already stunningly beautiful face flushed with two charming blushes. Lu Ruyan, her face crimson, shyly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, then happily rested her head on his shoulder.
At the same time,
while Lin Chen and the others were still on their way back to the sect, news of the earth-shaking event that had occurred in Tianfeng City had already been transmitted back to the Xintian Xianzong through various channels. The Holy Sun Feng Xian, whose ancestral family, the Feng clan, was actually a den of evil. And Feng Xian himself was a traitor, deceiving the entire Dongguang region. The newly promoted core disciple Lin Chen, alongside the two holy maidens and the demon king of Qingxiu, had taken decisive action to expose the truth and captured all the demon cultivators of the Feng family, including the Holy Sun Feng Xian. This news exploded like a billion tons of super dynamite throughout the entire Xintian Xianzong. From the elders who had been in seclusion for years to the lowly disciples who had just joined the sect and were still sweeping the floors,
everyone was utterly stunned. Countless disciples, upon hearing the news, thought they were hallucinating.
Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief.
Impossible. This can't be true. How could the Holy Sun be colluding with demon cultivators? Yes, this must be a rumor. Someone is deliberately slandering the Holy Sun. The news was personally relayed from Wang Ji, the steward at the Tianfeng City outpost, and there's even a recorded stone as proof. It said that even the sect master was alarmed. Oh my goodness, is this real or fake? This is way too sensational. The entire Xintian Xianzong sect was in complete chaos. Chapter 165. Do you have anything to say? After the initial shock and disbelief, countless disciples spontaneously poured out of their caves and peaks. They gathered densely on the vast square outside the main peak of the sect. Thousands of curious and inquisitive gazes all turned toward the mist-shrouded sky. They were waiting. They were waiting for the Xintian warship, said to be transporting the Holy Sun Feng Xian and all the Feng family's demon cultivators, to return. They wanted to witness it with their own eyes. To witness with their own eyes how this earth-shaking incident, one that would be etched into the annals of the Xintian immortal sect, would ultimately unfold. Just as the entire Xintian immortal sect was abuzz with speculation and the atmosphere had reached its peak of tension. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! Over a dozen dazzling beams of light, radiating unimaginable authority, suddenly shot up from the peak of the main mountain shrouded in the deepest clouds. The light faded away. Revealed were the core elders of the sect, led by the sect master Li Daoxian, along with the Wanxiang Jinjuan, the elders of the Danhua Hall, the Jianghe Hall, and the Enforcement Hall, among others over a dozen of the most revered and powerful elders within the sect. It's the sect master and the core elders. They've all come out. It seems the sect is truly going to investigate this matter thoroughly. The countless disciples gathered in the square below erupted into another wave of astonished cries upon witnessing this formidable lineup. Just as Li Daoxian and the other elders made their appearance. In the distant sky, a massive black light point approached rapidly from the distance. It was none other than the Xiantian warship sent by the sect to provide reinforcements in Tianfeng City. It's here. Finally back. Countless eyes fixated on the massive warship as it slowly descended. Everyone held their breath unconsciously. On the deck of the warship, Lin Chen looked down at the sea of people below, their expressions filled with various complex emotions, and at the senior members of the sects floating in mid-air, their faces solemn. Yet his expression remained as calm as ever. However, the woman beside him, Lu Ruyan, unconsciously clenched her delicate hands. Even she, the holy maiden, couldn't help but feel a touch of tension in the face of such a scene. Let's go. Lin Chen gave her an assuring glance. They then flew out of the warship alongside Wang Ji and another Yuanling stage attendant surnamed Zhang. However, since Lin Chen's current cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Qi-gathering realm, he was still unable to sustain prolonged flight through the air. Therefore, he could only feel slightly awkward as Lu Ruyan supported him with a gentle stream of true energy, allowing them to fly together. Once again, a strong desire to quickly improve his cultivation surged within Lin Chen. Damn it! This is so embarrassing. Although being carried through the air so thoughtfully by his future wife felt pretty nice. But as a man who had vowed to become a pillar of society, always being a freeloader isn't going to cut it. Lin Chen was right to think that, but as someone at the 8th level of Qi condensation, able to summon 2 nascent soul cultivators and a spirit transformation cultivator at will, causing chaos throughout the entire Xiantian Xian zone, that was also pretty outrageous. In mid-air, Li Daoxian and the other elders watched the 4 figures slowly approaching, their expressions solemn. Li Daoxian's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan before nodding slightly, almost imperceptibly. He then fixed his gaze, filled with supreme authority, on the 2 attendants behind them, Wang and Zhang, his voice calm yet brimming with unquestionable authority. Where are they? Bring out Fang Xian and the remaining members of the Fang family. Yes, master. Wang Ji and Zhang Ji, upon hearing this, immediately bowed in obedience. Immediately, the 2 of them waved their hands simultaneously. The next moment, dozens of figures bound tightly by divine chains of law, their auras weak and exhausted, were flung out of the warship like dumplings being dropped into boiling water by an invisible force. It was Fang Xian and the core members of the Fang clan. Li Daoxian and all the core elders present, upon seeing Fang Xian's disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and weakened aura, all furrowed their brows in unison. How could this be? The once confident and promising sect heir they had pinned their hopes on had become this? Their gazes then fell upon the other members of the Fang family, who were equally disheveled, their eyes filled with fear and despair. A cold gleam flashed in Li Daoxian's eyes. He hesitated not a moment. He casually swept his sleeve through the air toward one of the Fang family elders. Whoosh! A seemingly ordinary yet terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy, containing the full might of the 9th level of the Yuanling realm, instantly penetrated the elder's body. Ah! The Fang family elder let out a piercing scream. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, boom! A pure demonic energy filled with savagery and bloodlust erupted uncontrollably from his body. He is a demon cultivator. Damn it! The evidence is irrefutable. Some elders who had still harbored a sliver of hope for Fang Xian turned pale with frost and murderous intent upon witnessing this scene. They refused to believe it and attacked the other members of the Fang family to test them. The results were the same without exception. All of them were demon cultivators with pure demonic energy. This was it. No one doubted the information Lin Chen had previously relayed back. Li Daoxian and all the elders' expressions grew increasingly grim. Their eyes, filled with disappointment, anger, and endless coldness, all turned once again toward Fang Xian, who had kept his head bowed the entire time, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. Li Daoxian took a deep breath, forcing down the rage that was about to erupt from his chest. He knew this was not the place for an interrogation, with so many people around. Take everyone to the main hall of the sect. Li Daoxian issued the order in a cold, icy tone. Moments later, inside the main hall of the Xiantian Xianzong sect, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could drip from the air. Li Daoxian sat majestically on the sect master's throne, carved from 1,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood. Below him, over a dozen core elders sat in formation. Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, Wang Ji, and Zhang Ji stood quietly to the side.
In the center of the hall, Fang Xian and the other demon cultivators of the Fang family were bound by divine chains of law, kneeling on the ground.
As soon as he entered the hall, Li Daoxian could no longer contain the raging anger in his heart.
He slammed his fist on the armrest, producing a deafening roar. A terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan infant realm crashed down, then ruthlessly crushed Fang Xian, who was already as pale as death, below.
Put!
Fang Xian was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, his aura growing even more feeble.
Wretch!
Li Daoxian looked down at the man he had personally cultivated and once held in such high esteem, his eyes filled with endless disappointment and icy intent to kill. His voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as ice from the depths of hell, as he spoke slowly.
Fang Xian. Now that it has come to this, do you have anything to say? Chapter 166, Abolishing the Position of Holy Sun. Exiled to the Forbidden Cliff for 10 years. Zuantiang Xianzong, within the main hall of the sect.
Li Daoxian's question, filled with endless disappointment and icy intent to kill, echoed throughout every corner of the hall like ice from the depths of hell.
Fang Xian. Now that it has come to this, do you have anything else to say? Anything to say? Ha ha. What else could he possibly say? The evidence is irrefutable. Ironclad evidence.
All his schemes, all his calculations, all his crimes have already been exposed by that damn Lin Chen, laid bare for all to see. Now, whatever he says is nothing but feeble excuses and the desperate struggles of a dying man.
Fang Xian slowly raised his head.
Those eyes, which should have been filled with arrogance and confidence, now held only calmness and a lifeless gray.
His best possible outcome
was likely to be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect.
And once his 9th level golden core cultivation is stripped away, he would likely die of old age before long.
Fang Xian looked at Li Daoxian on the throne, his face as cold as ice, then glanced at the sect elders around him who had once fawned over him but now avoided him like the plague. Finally, his gaze fell upon Lin Chen, who had remained calm throughout, as if watching a farce that had nothing to do with him.
It was all his fault. It's all because of this damned old man. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up in such a predicament? Fang Xian remained silent, saying nothing.
Li Daoxian looked at his expression and knew that Fang Xian had no intention of resisting. He snorted coldly and hesitated no longer. He swept his sleeves through the air. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of divine light, containing the full power of the 9th level of the Yuan infant realm, filled with purifying and investigative energy, instantly vanished into Fang Xian's body.
He intended to verify it personally, to see for himself whether this good saintly son had also fallen into the path of demonic cultivation.
The divine light circled within Fang Xian's body before bursting out once more.
The light remained pure.
Not a single trace of blood-red demonic energy had touched it.
Fang Xian remained a cultivator of the righteous path.
He continues to cultivate the supreme orthodox teachings of the Xiantian Xianzong sect.
Huff!
Seeing this scene, Li Daoxian's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed slightly. If even he, the Holy Son, had turned to demonic cultivation, then the face of the Xiantian Xianzong would truly be utterly disgraced. At that point, it wouldn't just be the Eastern Wasteland's southern region, the entire Eastern Wasteland would likely view the Xiantian immortal sect as a disgrace to the righteous path. The core elders surrounding him also sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. Thank goodness. The situation hadn't reached the worst possible outcome. Below, Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan watched the scene unfold, their eyes flickering. They knew. The truly critical moment had arrived.
Earlier, Li Daoxian's test was not merely to confirm whether Fang Xian had fallen into the path of evil.
More importantly, it was to make a final determination on how to punish Fang Xian moving forward.
Sure enough,
after confirming that Fang Xian still had a chance to be saved, the anger on Li Daoxian's face subsided slightly. He looked down at Fang Xian and coldly pronounced his initial decision.
Fang Xian,
though you have not renounced your cultivation of demonic arts, you have harbored a demonic cultivator from our clan, harmed your fellow disciples, and deceived the sect.
Each and every one of these crimes is unforgivable.
I spare your life out of consideration for your former status as the sect's holy son and the merits you once earned for the sect.
Today, I will grant you a dignified end.
Li Daoxian paused, his voice devoid of any emotion.
I hereby declare.
From this day forward, your title as Holy Son is revoked, your cultivation is stripped, and you are expelled from the Xiantian Xianzong. You shall never set foot within the gates of the sect again.
Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Xian's ashen face flickered slightly, but he remained silent. To be honest, strip him of his cultivation. Expel him from the sect. This was even more painful than being killed outright. However, even so, he dared not utter a single word, because he had already anticipated it. However, just as Fang Xian was filled with despair and resentment, ready to accept his fate, a different voice suddenly rang out within the grand hall. Several core elders who had always supported Fang Xian and even placed heavy bets on him could no longer sit idly by. They all stood up from their seats, bowed deeply to Li Daoxian, and pleaded for mercy. Master, please do not do this. The lead elder said.
Fang Xian is, after all, our sect's holy son, the future hope of our sect, nurtured with countless resources. If we were to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, that would be too heartless.
That's right, sect master. Another elder chimed in, if this were to get out, how would the outside world view our Xiantian Xianzong?
They will only say that our sect is unable to recognize talent and has failed in its teachings, even allowing its own sacred son to bring such disgrace upon us.
Our sect's reputation will plummet. Moreover, Fang Xian did it out of gratitude for the nurturing kindness of his birth family. He acted impulsively and made a mistake. This is human nature, and it can be understood.
Now that he has not yet fully succumbed to the path of evil and has not strayed too far, if he is willing to completely sever ties with those demon cultivators and cut all ties, perhaps leniency could be considered. Other elders in the hall nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, the status and position of the Holy Son are simply too special. He was being groomed to be the future young master of the sect. If he were truly stripped of his title and expelled, the Xiantian immortal sect would truly become a laughingstock across the entire Donghuang region. Li Daoxian listened to the elder's pleas, and his face, which had been cold and resolute, fell into deep contemplation. He looked down at Fang Xian, his brows furrowing tightly.
After a long time, he finally spoke slowly, presenting Fang Xian with two choices. All right. Since all the elders are pleading on your behalf, then I shall grant you one final chance. 1. Li Daoxian extended a finger, his voice cold and piercing. You must personally execute all members of your Fang clan who have fallen into the path of darkness, right here and now, to prove your resolve to sever all ties with the path of darkness. Then you will be stripped of your title as Holy Son, banished to the Forbidden Cliff, and forced to meditate in isolation for 10 years. For 10 years, you shall not step foot outside the confined cliff. After 10 years, you may return to the sect and serve as an outer sect attendant. 2. Li Daoxian looked at Fang Xian, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The original verdict stands. Strip you of your cultivation. Expel you from the sect. And the demon cultivators of your Fang clan shall also meet the same fate. Either of these choices was utterly brutal for Fang Xian, who had once been the revered Holy Son. Upon hearing this lenient verdict, Lu Ruyan's expression changed instantly. She was about to speak.
Lin Chen, however, remained calm, gently tugging at her sleeve and shaking his head at her.
Lin Chen transmitted his voice. Ruyan, there's no need to say more. This is a major internal matter of the sect, we should not interfere further. Moreover, regardless of which choice is made, it will be a devastating blow to Fang Xian. Even if he manages to escape from the Forbidden Cliff in 10 years, he'll be nothing but a. By then, you and I will have long since left him far behind. He poses no threat to us anymore. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan forced herself to suppress the lingering resentment in her heart and calm down. In the center of the grand hall, Fang Xian fell into a prolonged silence after hearing the two options presented by Li Daoxian. He kept his head bowed. No one could discern his expression at that moment. But his hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging deeply into the palms of his hands. For a long time. After a long time, Fang Xian slowly raised his head. His eyes, which had been as lifeless as ashes, were now calm to the point of being terrifying. Fang Xian looked at Li Daoxian, his voice hoarse yet crystal clear as he spoke slowly. Disciple. Choose one. Chapter 167, The Eastern Wasteland reaches a fever pitch. Fang Xian is a ruthless man. As Fang Xian's voice fell, the matter in Tianfeng City was finally settled. Li Daoxian and the other core elders, upon hearing that Fang Xian had chosen to sacrifice his own kin for the greater good, their expressions softened slightly. Though the grave mistake Fang Xian had committed was unforgivable. He was, after all, the holy son cultivated by the Xiantian Xianzong at great cost, and the face of the Xiantian Xianzong among the young generation of the entire Donghuang region. If they were to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, that would be an immeasurable loss and disgrace for the entire sect. Now that he is willing to return to the right path, sever his ties with the demonic path, and accept a 10-year confinement punishment, this might be the best possible outcome under the circumstances. All right. Li Daoxian looked down at Fang Xian, who seemed drained of all his vitality, and nodded indifferently. Immediately, Li Daoxian shifted his gaze to Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan. Especially on Lin Chen. Li Daoxian lingered there for a moment longer. Lin Chen, Ruyan. Li Daoxian spoke slowly, his voice betraying no emotion. Regarding the outcome of today's decision, do either of you have any thoughts? Li Daoxian's words seemed like a question, but in reality, they were a test. He wanted to see the true nature of this 100-year-old prodigy who had orchestrated today's earth-shattering drama and brought down the holy son Fang Xian. If Lin Chen were to take advantage of the situation and insist on eliminating Fang Xian, then Li Daoxian would have to reassess Lin Chen's value and how to handle him in the future. All the core elders in the Grand Hall fixed their gaze on Lin Chen. However,
After sensing the scrutinizing and probing gazes directed at him, Lin Chen's expression remained as calm as ever, as still as a well in the desert. He stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Li Daoxian on the throne without a trace of arrogance or subservience, and with a polite smile, said in a clear voice, "Reporting to the sect master. This matter concerns the internal affairs of the sect and should be decided by the sect master and the elders. As a mere core disciple, how dare I presume to comment on the sect's decisions?" Lin Chen's words were flawless, clearly stating his position while skillfully deflecting the responsibility back to the elders. Li Daoxian and the other core elders present were all taken aback upon hearing Lin Chen's response. Their gazes toward Lin Chen grew even more complex and admiring. What a clever response! This young man. He truly lives up to his reputation as a seasoned veteran of over 100 years. What a mindset! This depth of character. Such cunning. One word. So cunning. On the other hand, Fang Xian and Lu Ruyan, even though they are a saintly son and a saintly daughter, their hearts and minds don't compare to his. Perhaps it's because they were forged in the lower ranks? Li Daoxian looked at Lin Chen. The expressionless face finally revealed a genuine smile of satisfaction. Excellent! Li Daoxian clapped his hands and smiled, no longer hesitating in the slightest. He looked at Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, his voice brimming with unreserved praise and commendation. In the matter of the demon cultivators in Tianfeng City, the two of you uncovered the truth, exposed the conspiracy, and eradicated the Feng family, this cancerous tumor, from our sect. You have also rendered immense service to the righteous path of the entire Donghuang region. Your rewards will be commensurate with your merits. Lu Ruyan. Yes, sect master. Lu Ruyan stepped forward upon hearing this and bowed respectfully. I hereby bestow upon you 10 bottles of purple gold return to origin pills, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and permission to enter the third level of our sect's 10,000 laws hall, where you may freely choose 3 lower-tier divine techniques from the earth grade category. Boom! At those words, not only Lu Ruyan, but even the core elders surrounding her couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This reward was simply too generous. 10 bottles of purple gold return to origin pills, that's enough to allow a nascent soul cultivator to break through at least 3 cultivation realms with ease. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to the accumulated wealth of a small sect over several years. Not to mention the 3 earth-grade lower-tier divine techniques. This reward, even the core elders would be envious. However, just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of this reward, Li Daoxian's next words left many elders gasping for breath, completely frozen in place. Li Daoxian looked at Lin Chen, his smile growing warmer and filled with anticipation. Lin Chen, your disciple is here. Lin Chen stepped forward and bowed respectfully. You have played an indispensable role in this matter. Not only have you eliminated the internal threat to the sect, but you have also restored the honor of the Xintian immortal sect. I have decided. He paused for a moment, his voice growing incredibly loud, echoing throughout the entire hall. I hereby grant you the privilege of establishing a main peak within the Xintian Xianzong as your personal cultivation site. Additionally, you shall receive 1 earth-grade upper-tier cultivation technique and 1 earth-grade middle-tier divine ability. A certain amount of pills and spirit stones. What? An independent main peak? Upon hearing this reward, Lu Ruyan immediately looked at Lin Chen with eyes brimming with endless joy. You must know. Within the entire Xintian Xianzong sect, apart from the sect master, the holy son, the holy daughter, and those core elders of the highest esteem, even those core disciples who had made immense contributions to the sect had absolutely no qualifications to possess their own independent main peak. And now, the sect had directly rewarded Lin Chen with one. This is no longer a simple reward. It is a recognition. A symbol of status. This means that from now on, Lin Chen's status within the sect will be virtually on par with that of the holy son and holy daughter. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Chen was also taken aback. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed. No wonder it's the top sect in the eastern wastes. This reward is truly generous. Not only had they successfully eliminated Fang Xian, that major threat, but we also received such a generous reward. This is absolutely amazing. Disciple thanks the sect master for his generous gift. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and bowed respectfully to Li Daoxian. The meeting concluded. The final punishment for the holy son Fang Xian, as well as the rewards for Lin Chen and Lu Ruyan, spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xintian immortal sect. In an instant, the entire sect was once again thrown into complete upheaval. Countless disciples, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but gasp in shock. They could never have imagined that saint son Fang Xian, who had been so arrogant and unstoppable just a short time ago, had actually fallen from grace like this? Stripped of his divine title. Exiled to the Forbidden Cliff for 10 years. This is worse than killing him, it's more painful. And that Lin Chen, he was actually granted an independent peak? This is like ascending to heaven in one step. A carp turning into a dragon.
And this earth-shattering news quickly spread throughout the entire Donghuan domain at an alarming speed. Countless top-tier factions, upon hearing the news, were all utterly stunned. Yao Qi Xianzong, Holy Maiden Peak. After listening to the report from her young maid, her adorable childlike face instantly broke into a brilliant and proud smile. Hee hee. Ling Jiar waved her little pink fists and then propped up her little face, giggling playfully. I knew it. My Lin Chen brother is the strongest. That villain named Fang Xian has always been on my bad side. Now he finally gets what he deserves. Chapter 168, The Battle for the Holy Throne begins. Soon. The final disposition of the Holy Son Fang Xian spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xiantian Xianzone. When all the disciples heard that Fang Xian had chosen to sacrifice his own family for the greater good and personally execute all members of the Fang clan, the entire sect was once again thrown into complete chaos. Are you kidding me? Kill his own family with his own hands? That's way too ruthless. Yeah, although those members of the Fang family truly deserved to die, they were still his relatives. How could he bring himself to do it? No wonder he was once the Holy Son. That resolve, that decisiveness, it truly leaves us in the dust. A ruthless man. This Fang Xian deserves to be the Holy Son, he's truly ruthless. As countless disciples discussed the matter, their gazes toward the main peak of the Xiantian Xianzong grew even more complex. Some looked down on him with contempt, others with disdain. A man who could kill his own family without a second thought. What else is there that he can't do? Zuantiang Xianzong. On the enforcement platform, Fang Xian, expressionless, personally carried out the execution of all the Fang family's demon cultivators. Amidst the flashes of blades and sparks of blood, one by one, the once familiar heads soared into the sky. He showed no hesitation, no mercy. It was as though he was not killing his father, his clan elders, or his brothers and sisters, but a group of complete strangers. After completing all of this, Fang Xian was escorted by the elders of the enforcement hall under the gaze of countless complex stairs, and was sent to the forbidden cliff located on the back mountain of the Xiantian Xianzone, a place shrouded in endless legends and ill omens. The Sealed Cliff. This was the place within the Xiantian immortal sect where disciples who had committed heinous crimes but were not deserving of death were imprisoned. The entire cliff was shrouded in powerful ancient restrictions passed down from the primordial era. Inside, it was pitch black, barren, and desolate, with a constant stench that made one want to vomit. But what is most terrifying is that the spiritual energy here is incredibly thin. Forget about cultivation. Even attempting to replenish depleted spiritual energy requires tens or even hundreds of times the time it would take outside. When Fang Xian was ruthlessly thrown into this hellish wasteland by the elders of the enforcement hall, he looked around at the pitch-black, barren landscape filled with despair. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life on the sacred Sun Peak, where the air was filled with divine energy, the surroundings were luxurious beyond imagination, and it felt like a paradise on earth. A surge of indescribable madness and rage finally erupted uncontrollably. Ah! Fang Xian suddenly raised his head, his already distorted handsome face now twisted into a hideous grimace, resembling a demon. He let out a piercing scream, his voice filled with endless hatred and murderous intent, echoing throughout the entire sealed cliff like the cry of a wounded beast. Lin Chen! One day, I, Fang Xian, will make you pay the most painful price for everything you've done today. I will make you regret it beyond measure. Fang Xian echoed endlessly within the sealed cliff. Of course. This also alerted the only native inhabitants of this desolate wasteland. Those low-tier demon beasts, driven mad by years of being trapped here and starved of blood. Roar! 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 One after another, demon beasts with blood-red eyes, drooling from their mouths, and exuding a savage aura slowly emerged from the dark corners. They regard Fang Xian as prey invading their territory. However, upon seeing these demon beasts, Fang Xian showed not a single trace of fear. Instead, a flash of madness and bloodlust gleamed in his crimson eyes. Come on! You've come just in time. Fang Xian let out a savage laugh, treating these reckless demon beasts as the very person he hated with every fiber of his being. Lin Chen. Die! All of you die! Fang Xian roared, his face contorted in a savage grin, charging into the beast horde like a madman. A brutal and bloodthirsty hunt erupted suddenly. After a long time. After Fang Xian tore the last demon beast into pieces, he collapsed onto the blood-soaked carpet of demon beast carcasses and blood, his body covered in blood, gasping for breath. Release. After the intense release, his sanity gradually returned. Fang Xian felt the nearly depleted true energy within his body, as well as the snail-like pace of its recovery. A deeper despair and rage surged once again in his heart. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In this hellish place, forget about cultivation. In less than 2 years, his cultivation realm would begin to destabilize, and even regress, due to the lack of spiritual energy. In 10 years, forget about revenge. I'll probably have already become a useless. Just as Fang Xian was filled with endless resentment and despair. Suddenly, The tip of his nose, which had become slightly sticky from the demon beast's blood, detected a strong, pungent smell of blood. Fang Xian suddenly thought of something. His eyes, which had been as lifeless as ashes, suddenly lit up. Next, Fang Xian's handsome face slowly curled into a terrifying grin filled with endless ferocity and madness. Ha ha ha. 10 years? This holy sun cannot wait 10 years. Since all of you have betrayed me, since this righteous path has no place for me, then I might as well become a demon completely. Fang Xian recalled that book, The Blood-Devouring Demon Art. Then he looked at the sealed cliff connected to the 10,000 demon mountains, which almost had an endless supply of low-tier demon beast resources. Fang Xian laughed. He laughed wildly, filled with unbridled triumph. Excellent, excellent. Truly heaven is aiding me. These endless streams of low-tier demon beasts. They're perfect for this holy sun to cultivate that supreme demonic art. Lin Chen, you wait. You just wait for me. When my demonic arts reach perfection, it will be the day when you and those around you pay for your crimes with blood. At that very moment, within the Xintian Xianzong, Lin Chen naturally had no idea that Fang Xian, whom he had personally sent to his doom, had already embarked on a path with no return. For on the very next day after the news of Fang Xian's stripping of his divine status spread throughout the entire sect, another even more shocking piece of news erupted. Due to the vacancy of the Holy Sun's position, the sect had initiated the once-in-a-century Holy Position succession battle. Upon hearing this news, the entire Xintian Xianzong sect erupted into chaos. Countless core disciples and even inner sect prodigies were filled with excitement, itching to prove themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was immediately invited by Lu Ruyan to enter the Holy Maiden Peak upon hearing the news. Lin Chen, have you heard the news? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her clear, beautiful eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. She took Lin Chen's hand and led him to the stone table in the small courtyard, then began to explain in detail the specifics of this struggle for the holy position. Becoming the holy son of our Xintian Xianzong is no easy feat. First, one must pass a series of rigorous tests to become a candidate for the Holy Sun. And to become a candidate for the Holy Sun, one must meet the highest standards set by the sect in 3 areas. She extended 3 slender fingers and spoke solemnly. Reputation, power, and contributions to the sect. All 3 are indispensable. Chapter 169, The Hockey System is Messing with Me Again. Within the small courtyard of the Holy Maiden Peak, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Chen, her clear, autumn water-like eyes filled with seriousness. She explained every detail of the struggle for the holy position to Lin Chen, pointing out every crucial point to watch out for. She feared that her beloved Lin Chen might suffer a disadvantage in this competition that could determine the future of the sect due to his lack of understanding of the rules. However, after listening to her detailed explanation filled with concern, Lin Chen's face showed not a trace of solemnity. Instead, he revealed a smile brimming with confidence and a hint of amusement. Lin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled, saying, "Ha, look at you, so nervous. What? Are you so afraid of me that you can't become the Holy Sun?" He paused for a moment, then reached out and effortlessly wrapped his hand around Lu Ruyan's delicate fingers, which had clenched slightly from nervousness, holding them firmly in his palm. His voice was calm yet brimming with an undeniable air of authority. "But don't worry. Once the competition for the Holy Sun's position officially begins, the title of Holy Sun will undoubtedly be mine." Lin Chen spoke these words casually, yet they were brimming with confidence that seemed to look down on the entire world. Lu Ruyan heard these words, paused for a moment, then 2 blushes spread across her stunningly beautiful face. She gave a soft hum, speaking in a tone brimming with arrogance and hypocrisy, teasingly rebuking. Who's afraid you won't get it? I'm just worried that you, being so clueless, will end up getting manipulated by others. That's why I'm telling you this specially." Though Lu Ruyan spoke these words, her clear, beautiful eyes were already brimming with endless sweetness. This was her Lin Chen brother. Always so confident. So reassuring. After speaking, Lu Ruyan seemed to think of something. Her already flushed face grew even redder for some reason. Lu Ruyan's clear, beautiful eyes instinctively began to shift away, glancing subtly toward a certain indescribable part of Lin Chen. Then, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, filled with endless shyness and a hint of concern, she stammered. "By the way, Lin Chen, have you been feeling unwell or uncomfortable in any way lately?" Lin Chen froze upon hearing this. He looked at Lu Ruyan in confusion and scratched his head. "Uncomfortable? No, I don't. I feel great. Better than ever." He was telling the absolute truth. After all, a century-old virgin had finally graduated, tasted the sweetness, and felt refreshed and invigorated. How could his body not be in top shape? However, upon hearing his answer brimming with masculine vigor, Lu Ruyan was completely speechless. Her eyes, which had been filled with shyness, were instantly replaced by an indescribable sense of frustration. This blockhead. This fool. This insensitive oaf. Could it be? Doesn't he hear the underlying meaning in my words at all?
Lu Ruyan gave a heavy, cold snort and pulled her small hand out of Lin Chen's palm.
Then she turned her head away arrogantly, sulking in silence. If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin Chen. What did he do wrong this time? This woman's thoughts. How is this even harder to understand than that day when we were evaluating martial arts techniques? Just as Lin Chen was filled with endless confusion and helplessness. Suddenly, the system notification sound, which had been silent for a long time, rang out in his mind without any warning. Ding! New long-term task released. Mission name, Friendly Sparring. Mission objective, engage in a friendly sparring match with the newly promoted powerful inner door disciple, Fang Xian. Task description, young man, I see that you possess extraordinary potential and are a rare talent in cultivation. However, secluding oneself from the world is not the path to true growth. Go forth and seek out that young man brimming with potential, and through mutual sparring, you shall both advance together. Task reward, each successful sparring session grants a thread of cultivation technique progression. Accumulating 100 threads allows the host to freely choose one mastered cultivation technique for a transformation. Example, advance directly from beginner to intermediate level. Ha! When Lin Chen saw this new task suddenly appear, he was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Not. Wait a minute. Hockey system, you're messing with me again, aren't you? Newly promoted, powerful, inner door disciple? Fang Xian? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the terms powerful and inner sect disciple? Fang Xian was once the Holy Sun. He's a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Now, although he was personally betrayed and sent to the Forbidden Cliff, stripped of his saintly status, and left in disgrace and misery. But you can't just go and humiliate him in front of me like that, can you? That's way too much. However, when Lin Chen's gaze once again fell upon the task reward filled with endless temptation, his once relatively upright heart instantly wavered shamefully. A single sparring match. Just a single thread of cultivation progress? 100 threads could directly advance a martial art technique? Does that mean, if one were to persistently seek out Fang Xian and engage in friendly sparring for 100 days, I could forcefully push a Earth grade or even Heaven grade Supreme Divine Technique up to the next realm? This is way too good to be true. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose. His mind began to run wild, imagining himself cultivating the primordial Gengjin sword body or the primordial soul body to the pinnacle of perfection. As for that poor Fang Xianxingzi, still locked up in the Forbidden Cliff, suffering all kinds of hardships. Cough. Lin Chen could only silently light a candle for him in his heart. Brother! It's not that I want to mess with you. It's just that this guy gave too much. Fang Xianxingzi, you mustn't blame me. Lin Chen comforted himself silently. This hacky system it didn't come earlier or later, but had to show up at this very moment. What does this mean? It means even the system thinks you need a good lesson. And a flash of determination once again crossed Lin Chen's eyes. This task didn't specify that we could only spar once a day, did it? Then that means, if I work hard and visit him at the restricted cliff a few more times a day, wouldn't the evolution of my techniques be even faster? Ha ha ha. This is feasible. This is definitely feasible. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he began to envision his bright future. Meanwhile, at the isolation cliff, Fang Xian, who was sucking the essence blood from the corpse of a low-tier demon beast, suddenly shivered all over. His bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings. Strange. Why do I feel a cold wind blowing from behind? Impossible. I am, after all, a golden core cultivator. Ordinary evil creatures dare not approach me. This is indeed strange. Never mind. Fang Xian finished speaking, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at the low-tier demon beast's corpse in his hands. This bloodthirsty demon technique. How powerful. Chapter 170, Visiting the Fallen Holy Sun. Lin Chen looked at the system task filled with malicious intent in his mind, and his lips curled upward involuntarily. He had already begun to envision his glorious future of cultivation. Lin Chen? Just then, a clear voice filled with confusion and concern snapped him back to reality from his delightful daydream. There stood Lu Ruyan, who had somehow appeared before him. Her clear, autumn water-like eyes stared at him curiously, not blinking once. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly zone out like that? Lin Chen snapped back to his senses upon hearing her words. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face before him, so close he could almost touch it, her delicate brows slightly furrowed out of concern for him, his heart warmed. Lin Chen also smiled gently and casually said, "Nothing. It's just that Ruyan seems even more beautiful today. So I couldn't help but stare." You. Lu Ruyan heard Lin Chen's overly flattering and straightforward compliment. Her already fair and delicate face instantly flushed with two charming blushes. She shot Lin Chen a disapproving glance. That glance was full of allure and endless playful teasing. Then she seemed to remember something. Her clear, beautiful eyes once again became uncontrollably shy and evasive.
Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her anxiety, asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Lin Chen. Are you really not feeling unwell anywhere?
By the time she finished speaking, her delicate face had grown even redder, and her voice had grown even softer.
It's just that feeling, the need to release. If you really don't feel well, I can help you relax.
Lu Ruyan spoke vaguely, clearly still harboring resentment over the so-called release between Lin Chen and Tushan Susu earlier. Lin Chen looked at her shy yet determined expression, trying to help him ease his worries, and was momentarily taken aback. Then he quickly snapped out of it, his face immediately breaking into a playful smile with a hint of mischief.
So this little girl, she was waiting here for me. Is she that she can do it too?
Lu Ruyan seemed to notice that Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on her, and she immediately lowered her face even further, repeatedly telling herself, how could I do this?
How could I do this? Will Lin Chen agree? What would happen if he did? The next second, amidst Lu Ruyan's anticipation and nervousness, ha ha, a soft laugh echoed.
Lin Chen looked at the stunningly beautiful maiden before him, who was already so shy she was about to bury her head in her full, proud bosom, and could no longer hold back. Under the stunned gaze of Lu Ruyan, whose eyes widened in shock and a hint of anticipation, Lin Chen suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his arms, and firmly embraced her soft, delicate body, filled with a cool, fragrant scent, into his arms.
Then, he lowered his head. He kissed her fiercely. Ugh, ugh.
Lu Ruyan felt as though her entire world had exploded in that moment.
Her mind went blank.
She could only let Lin Chen roam freely across her pure and untouched territory.
Yuan Ling Jinjuan.
Being forcefully kissed by a mere chi condensation realm, 8th tier cultivator.
If this were to get out, who would dare?
Not to mention that the one who was forcibly kissed was none other than the revered holy maiden of the Xiantian Xianzone, a figure of unparalleled purity and grace, standing high above all others. After a series of domineering, deep kisses, Lin Chen finally released the lips he had already ravaged until they were red and swollen. He lowered his head to gaze at the stunningly beautiful maiden in his arms, her body already limp and weak, her delicate face flushed, her eyes hazy with desire, barely able to stand. Lin Chen's face broke into a smile brimming with endless tenderness. He reached out and gently traced the delicate curve of Lu Ruyan's adorable little nose, speaking in a soft voice.
You don't have to do this anymore. There's no need to try to imitate others. You are you. You are the one and only Lu Ruyan in this world. Just be yourself.
Lin Chen paused for a moment, a flicker of possessive desire flashing in his eyes.
As for the rest, we'll wait for the right time. Even if you don't say it, I will make sure you conceive my child. Boom!
Lu Ruyan felt as though her head had been struck by a bolt of happiness.
Completely. She lost the ability to think. She couldn't bear Lin Chen's predatory words any longer.
She let out a faint whimper, then buried her already crimson face, which was nearly bleeding, deep into Lin Chen's broad, warm chest.
She dared not look at him again. After spending some more time with Lu Ruyan,
Lin Chen finally left the Holy Maiden Peak with a satisfied smile.
Standing at the foot of the Holy Maiden Peak,
Lin Chen glanced back at the mist-shrouded peak and smiled knowingly. Soon, his smile faded. In its place was a look of calmness and depth.
The struggle for the Holy Throne?
Lin Chen recalled what Lu Ruyan had explained to him earlier about the 3 dimensions required to become a provisional Holy Son.
Reputation, power, contribution.
Lin Chen's lips curled into a confident smile.
These 3 dimensions shouldn't be too difficult for me, right? Fame?
After this battle, the name Lin Chen had already echoed throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland southern region. In some ways, he had even begun to overshadow Feng Xian.
Contribution? He personally exposed the Feng family's conspiracy and eradicated a massive threat and internal threat for the sect.
Such achievements are more than enough to make any core elder take notice.
As for his final strength? A flash of sharpness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. 8th tier chi condensation realm.
Lin Chen murmured to himself. Although such cultivation had been achieved in less than a year, rising from a lowly laborer at the chi condensation realm to this level, the speed was indeed beyond comprehension, a true miracle. But Lin Chen was well aware of the truth. This level of strength was still far from sufficient compared to the realm he was now entering. Whether it was the Tishansasu of the Huatian Tianjun realm,
or the Yuaning Jinjuan level Lu Ruyan and Ling Jiar,
or even Feng Xian, who had been banished to the Forbidden Cliff, with his golden core 9th layer cultivation, just one step away from entering the Yuanling realm. Their strength far surpassed his own.
8th tier chi condensation. I'm really too weak.
Lin Chen's desire to quickly enhance his strength grew stronger than ever before. At the very least, I must reach the golden core realm, or even the nascent soul realm. Only then can I truly hold all the initiative firmly in my own hands.
But for now,
a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. While cultivating my cultivation, I must not neglect the refinement of this technique either.
It's time to pay a visit to Feng Xian. Chapter 171, Would you be so kind? Xiantian Xianzone. The Back Mountain. The Sealed Cliff. This place is a true wasteland within the sect. It is shrouded year-round in thick gray mist. No sunlight penetrates. The cliff walls are barren, with no vegetation in sight, and the jagged rocks exude an air of death and desolation. The air is not only devoid of spiritual energy but also permeated by a foul stench that is almost unbearable. On ordinary days, aside from the disciples on duty and the criminals being brought in, this place is truly a desolate wasteland, untouched by human hands. However, today, this desolate wasteland, silent for untold years, was suddenly visited by an unexpected guest. Stop! Who goes there? Two mountain disciples tasked with guarding the forbidden cliff, who had been dozing off out of boredom, suddenly jolted awake upon sensing someone approaching. They immediately drew their long swords. They blocked the path of a young man with black hair who was walking toward them at a leisurely pace. But when they recognized the young man's face and the moon-white robe he wore, symbolizing his status as a direct disciple, their expressions of vigilance instantly turned to shock and confusion. Lin's direct disciple? One of the disciples couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He couldn't fathom it. This man, who was now the most renowned and influential figure within the entire Xian zone, a peerless prodigy whose fame had reached its zenith. How could he have come to this desolate, remote place? Lin Chen looked at the two bewildered disciples guarding the mountain, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Bowing slightly to them, Lin Chen spoke calmly. There is no need for you two disciples to panic. I am Lin Chen, and I have come here to pay a visit to Fangxian Xingzi. What? Visit Fangxian? The two mountain guards, upon hearing this, froze once more. Their faces were filled with disbelief and confusion. Are you kidding me? The entire sect knows that everyone and their dog, you, Lin Chen, and that former holy son Fangxian are sworn enemies who will never forgive each other. It was you who personally dragged that high and mighty holy son down from his pedestal and sent him to this forbidden cliff. Now you actually dare to come visit him? Are you trying to make things even worse for him by coming here to humiliate him in person? However, though their hearts are filled with endless confusion and gossip, they also know their own place and have no right to meddle in such matters. Moreover, Lin Chen's status within the sect has already changed beyond recognition. Let alone them. Even the elders and officials of the inner sect would have to bow respectfully and address him as Master Lin's direct disciple. How dare they show the slightest disrespect? One of the disciples hurriedly replied with respect. Oh, it's Lin's direct disciple. Please come in. It's just that the sect has a rule: anyone visiting the forbidden cliff must not stay longer than half an hour. Alright, I understand. Lin Chen smiled and nodded upon hearing this. He did not linger any longer, taking a step forward and walking directly into the gray mist filled with the eerie and desolate aura. Watching Lin Chen's tall figure slowly disappear into the depths of the mist, the two mountain guards let out a long breath of relief, but then they exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Senior brother, what do you think this disciple of the master is doing here? One of them asked curiously. What else could he be here for? The other disciple scoffed, speaking with a tone that suggested he had already figured everything out. He's definitely here to mock the former holy son. After all, it was he who personally brought down that holy prince. Now he's come back to see the pitiful state of his defeated foe and rub salt in the wound. What could be more normal than that? Sigh. I guess so. The disciple nodded in agreement. But he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Never mind. These matters between the great figures are not something we lowly mountain disciples can dare to discuss. We should just stick to our duties and guard the mountain gate properly. Lin Chen walked slowly into the forbidden cliff. He felt the extremely thin spiritual energy around him, as well as the foul odor filled with decay and rot, causing his eyebrows to twitch imperceptibly. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seems that the environment of the sealed cliff is indeed quite harsh. It must be quite a challenge for that once high and mighty, pampered holy son. Lin Chen didn't stay long. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the dilapidated and damp cave dwelling assigned to Fangxian. Before he could speak, a hoarse voice filled with coldness, vigilance, and a dismissive snort echoed from within the cave. What are you here for? Fangxian's voice was brimming with unmasked disgust. Did you come here just to mock me? Or perhaps? Fangxian's tone turned slightly self-deprecating. Now that I'm like this, I shouldn't pose a threat to you anymore, right? Lin Chen listened to the words filled with negativity echoing within the cave, yet his face betrayed a genuine expression of apology. He addressed the tightly closed stone door. Lin Chen bowed respectfully and spoke in a humble tone. Senior brother Fangxian, you have misunderstood. I came here today with no intention of mocking you. I merely wished to explain the situation to you. Everything that happened earlier was not my intention. I never intended to oppose you, senior brother. It's really because you've been pressing me so hard that I have no choice but to retreat. He spoke with such a pitiful tone. Those who didn't know the truth might actually think he was the real victim. But within the cave, Fangxian heard Lin Chen's shameless words.
He nearly choked on his own blood, nearly coughing it up from sheer anger.
Damn it! So that's why. After all that trouble. It turns out it was all my fault after all?
Although it does seem like I was the one who started it.
But, you bastard, now that things have come to this. You come all the way to my secluded cliff to tell me this? What's the point? Are you here just to mock me?
In Fang Xian's heart, endless frustration and anger were building up, almost to the point of exploding. But Lin Chen's voice, filled with kindness, sounded again from outside the door.
Senior brother Fang Xian. There may be some misunderstanding between us. But enemies should be reconciled, not enemies.
I have specially prepared some delicious food and fine wine today. I hope we can put aside our past grievances and drink away our former enmity.
Would you be so kind as to join me for a chat?